Harry Potter and the Tracks of Time. By Vicious Mouse. Chapter 1. Boxed In. Harry Potter sat inside his school trunk, tucked away in the cupboard under the stairs, focusing on his summer homework with the urgency of someone who had much to accomplish and even more to forget. He had been kneeling in that cramped space for hours, ignoring the prickles and tingling sensations in his ankles, his head bent over a large dish filled with swirling silver mist. The room wasn't dim, but the pale glow from the bowl illuminated his face, reflecting off his glasses and casting peculiar shadows around him. He sighed, then raised his voice, speaking to the dictaquill hovering to his right, his eyes still fixed on the mesmerizing silver. Ursula Southisle came to the attention of witch hunters in Knaresborough, Yorkshire, in 1561, mainly due to her cursed well and the favours she shared with local muggles. Although she was merely blessed with good sense and a Hogwarts education, Southisle's muggle neighbours widely regarded her as a prophetess or seer. During the superstitious witch hunts of that time, Southisle's advice was seen as unusually prescient when, in reality, she was simply offering perceptive insights. Ah, crap! Raking a hand through his messy hair, Harry shifted his focus from the pensive to grab the dictaquill with his right hand, leaning over the parchment it had been scribbling on. With pursed lips, he scanned the page, his focused green eyes searching for the sentence he had messed up. Ah! He spotted the error and quickly scratched out the incorrect words. Then he stretched, feeling the weariness in his limbs. This was the last of his holiday homework, and it was conveniently easy to finish. After all, he was copying from an essay he had already written in a previous timeline. With a few improvements and a second look at his old reference books, Harry would soon have his homework drafted and ready for submission. The opportunity to reflect on everything he had endured. Make a clean copy and pack it all up for Hogwarts, he reminded himself, relishing this small victory amid the chaos of his life. With a roll of his shoulders and a few satisfying clicks from his spine, Harry felt the tension in his back ease, if only temporarily. He had been working at quite a pace, and thanks to the magnificent pensive, his homework and self-study were progressing remarkably well. This positive thought cut through some of the stress that had enveloped him for months. The sense of accomplishment he felt from being efficient was a welcome change. It had been a long time since schoolwork had brought him such satisfaction. Since discovering how to enjoy learning, studying had finally become agreeable. However, Harry couldn't ignore the discomfort creeping into his legs. He frowned as he realized they were either tingling or numb, and the sharp sensation, like thousands of ants marching over his skin, startled him when he shifted his weight. The discomfort pulled him back into reality, away from the academic focus he had maintained. Unfortunately, it also allowed some intrusive thoughts to sneak in. Despite his homework successes, Harry suspected this might be the worst holiday he had ever experienced. That was saying something, considering everything that had happened in the previous timeline. At least he hadn't caused Sirius's death this time. It wasn't quite fifth year, but he had come to terms with having killed someone else. In person, no less. With his own two hands. The title of murderer was one he was still adjusting to. It didn't sit well with him, but it certainly overshadowed the moniker boy who lived. He shifted his weight again and took stock of the aches and pains throughout his body. Before he returned in time, he hadn't realized just how much damage the various fights and curses had left behind. They had all been healed, more or less, but coming back had made him acutely aware of the price he had paid for survival. Being an inexperienced 11-year-old again brought with it a chance to reflect on everything he had survived. Harry had once experienced the surprising advantage of significantly less pain and a burst of youthful energy. But now, following a few realizations, everything was changing. He felt the stress settle deep within his body, in his bones. His stomach ached almost constantly, headaches lingered in the background, and he found himself waking up from night terrors once again. This new wave of guilt had become all too familiar and intensely unpleasant. The order of dreamless sleep from St. Mungo's was a welcome relief. If that were all he had to deal with, Harry might have been okay. Unfortunately, the rather embarrassing way he had ended the school year had sent everything spiraling out of his control. Being escorted to the infirmary and into Madame Pomfrey's stern care in such a public manner left him mortified by the aftermath. Now that everyone had separated for the end-of-year break, several of his friends were reaching out to him daily. Neville, in particular, contacted him most frequently, sending little gifts that Harry would have found touching under different circumstances. Instead, they only served as a reminder of his embarrassment. He now had a shelf and a half filled with small plant cuttings growing in pots in his bedroom. According to Neville's notes, they were good for healing, rest, and improving air quality. One of the plants, a mumble fern, constantly crooned to itself, supposedly to promote relaxation. Dear Neville, the good bloke that he was, sent a new plant every few days. Ron also wrote regularly. Errol's frantic arrival at the Owl post office had alarmed them so much that they even sent a note back to the Weasleys. Harry guessed it was something about owl care and expected lifespans. The fallout of his situation was that Percy, too, was now sending tonics and advice, with Hermes winging his way toward Harry's postbox, carrying messages from what felt like the entire family at times. As for Hermione, wherever she was on her overseas holiday, she seemed to be struggling to find owls, as she had only managed to send him a single letter. Hadn't been able to bring himself to accept. Her letters came twice a week, and each one was filled with pages of advice and admonishments that amused Harry, albeit with a hint of irritation. She seemed convinced that he had pushed himself too hard in preparing for his exams. It was an understandable assumption, especially since he had managed to outshine her grades, barely, thanks to his practicals, while also orchestrating the plot against Lockhart. Unlike the rest of the magical world, she wasn't caught up in the same misconceptions. Avoiding a glance at a corner of his study compartment, Harry closed his eyes and let out a deep sigh. Fan letters had started pouring in again. In the aftermath of the end-of-term chaos, he had somehow made the papers, which filled him with disgust. It was ironic that his plan to have Lockhart expelled from Hogwarts had backfired, leading Wizarding Britain to believe that the poor orphan, Harry Potter, was emotionally struggling with the betrayal of one of his teachers. From the few letters he had dared to open, it seemed half of the country believed he had shared a close mentor-mentee relationship with Lockhart, and that the shock of betrayal had triggered some sort of health crisis for him. The other half appeared to think that in the wake of his parents' death and the traumatic remnants of Voldemort's attack, Harry had grown into a brave but sensitive child, forever marked by trauma. These letters were filled with pity, with people admiring his attempts to live a normal life, as Archibald Chadwick had put it so succinctly. The widespread acknowledgement of his supposed emotional fragility made it difficult for him to venture into Diagon Alley for food and letters. Witches and wizards now looked at him openly, their eyes filled with pity and compassion. Mrs. Weasley had invited him to spend the holidays at her home again, and despite his initial intentions, Harry just hadn't found the strength to accept. Harry didn't think he could handle that kind of sympathy on a daily basis. So, he declined Mrs. Weasley's invitation and found himself stuck inside his luggage compartment, which ironically felt even more confined than any holiday he had experienced so far, regardless of the timeline. Shoving aside the unwelcome fan mail that cluttered his thoughts, Harry glanced around the compartment where he now sat today. It was made of the finest dragon leather, and he had been assured that it was one of the most exceptional travel accommodations available to wizards. The space wasn't small, he noted with fresh eyes, determined to distract himself from the pressures of the letters waiting for him. Each compartment was significantly larger than his cupboard, even bigger than the smallest bedroom he had once called home. Functional, yes, but not extravagant. The four walls, floor, and ceiling still had a vaguely draconian look about them, despite the fact that the leather had been charmed and enchanted countless times. The deep, dark brown of the space didn't quite evoke the warmth of wooden paneling, no matter how hard it tried. Even the ceiling-high bookshelves, the desk, and the high-backed chairs in rich colors and polished timber couldn't quite make the room feel like a home. He lived in a trunk, and Harry knew it was impossible to pretend otherwise. Setting aside his homework draft, he got to his feet and wandered around the room. His footsteps on the floor, still dragon leather, though somehow it had been enchanted to show grains in patterns resembling wood, were muffled and soft. He padded over to the pile of books on the desk and hefted them up with a grunt. They smelled of ash, ink, and oil, a familiar scent. Harry found the rich and subtle aromas of the wizarding world far more comforting than the muggle world these days. He'd take the bitter bite of potion fumes, the acrid sting of owl dander and feathers, the heavy layers of dust, and the sweetness of holly and aspen over muddle cleaning products and heavily perfumed sprays any day. In this temporary refuge, born from desperation and homelessness, Harry found himself taking deep breaths as he carefully reshelved each book by hand. Despite its shortcomings, this enchanted trunk was gradually becoming a comfortable space for him. The damp scent of well-watered plants wafted over from Neville's new gifts. Hermione's presence lingered in the air, filled with the familiar aromas of parchment and ink, a scholarly fragrance that evoked years of friendship. The faint whiff of broomstick polish and a hint of fairy dust, likely brought in on his cloak, reminded him of Ron and Luna. As Harry's eyes roamed the bookshelves, his hands worked mechanically, sorting and reshuffling the books until the pile grew smaller and lighter. He acknowledged the comforting sense around him with a sense of warmth, familiarity, and peace. The aroma of the room soothed him, quieting his racing thoughts. Though his hands continued to move, capable and dexterous, he felt his mind begin to slow, finding a sense of calm. He was slipping into new habits, unintentionally discovering his center. That small, still pool within him felt deep, cool, and dark. His frantic thoughts spun out and faded away. He noticed the gentle prickling of his skin in the warm, dry air. His fingers glided over the creased leather of the book covers, feeling neither rough nor smooth. As he occasionally brushed against the bookshelves, he felt the dry polish of the surfaces, catching glimpses of golden reflections in the light. With each book he returned to its place, the weight in his left arm lessened. By the time he had reshelved everything, he had a clear sense of his center of gravity. His shoulders felt lighter than they had in months, and his posture straightened, becoming precise and accurate. Harry paused to catalogue these sensations before turning to face the contents of the compartment. This room wasn't what he had dreamed of, he thought, his eyes glancing around. Harry glanced around, taking in everything around him. Despite its imperfections, this space had become dear to him in its familiarity. His trunk symbolized freedom, it gave him control over his own time and destiny. With each breath, the rich sense of the room enveloped him, and he felt the solid floor beneath his feet. Soft light streamed from the wall sconces, and the warm air was neither stale nor damp. In that moment of peace, Harry realized he had found his foundation. Everything began from here. With this newfound clarity, he felt the world shift slightly into place around him. His gaze drifted over to a pile of fan mail and a stack of daily profits, and he assessed them thoughtfully. Some letters only required a standard response, "Dear so-and-so, thank you for your kind thoughts and good wishes." Others, however, would need to be referred to the auras, those creepy comments and suggestive messages that crossed the line. Amidst the pile, Harry also recognized a few business opportunities he should consider now that he had the time. He recalled the sponsorship offers that had come his way months ago, as well as various chances to meet people or make public statements about different causes and products. With a clarity of thought he hadn't enjoyed in ages, Harry realized he needed to reach out to Professor McGonagall about his studies for the year. His plan required more organization than he had originally anticipated. And Draco deserved a letter or two. After all, he had given some excellent advice. Harry knew it wouldn't be wise to use the same services that Lucius Malfoy employed for his business, but he could certainly do some research to put Draco's suggestions into practice. A couple of public service donations to the Daily Prophet would also set his year on the right track. With a lightness in his step that had been absent for some time, Harry walked briskly to his desk and settled into the leather chair comfortably. He knew there was a lot to do ahead of him. He pulled over a stack of quality parchment, not the cheap kind, but the kind Draco had suggested for business communications. Harry's gaze wandered over the array of colorful inks in the inkwells before him. Black was, of course, a classic choice, but he thought a deep burgundy might suit a couple of the more personal letters, those requiring a gentler touch. With a grin, he hummed a little tune as he dipped his quill into the ink and reached for the blotting paper. He couldn't afford to be stuck in regrets all year. The smallness of the room no longer felt suffocating. He didn't feel trapped within its walls, nor did it seem like public judgment had driven him into hiding. Instead, the warm colors and cozy atmosphere seemed to support him, lifting his spirits as he held his quill, ready to write the first word of many letters. Harry knew time would be tight this year, but he was also excited about it, the year when everything finally began to fall into place. Thoughtfully, he nibbled on the tip of his quill, the feather from tickling his tongue. He had practiced writing letters recently, so this task no longer felt daunting, but he still needed to strike the right tone for this particular request. "Dear Mr. Weasley," he wrote carefully in his best handwriting. "I hope you are well. I am reaching out today in hopes that you can assist me with a number of sensitive issues, and I hope I am not being too forward in contacting you for this help." Chapter 2: Food for Thought. A few days later, on Tuesday morning, Harry quietly let himself into the house on Privet Drive, making sure to avoid Dudley, who was busy vandalizing the playground with his friends just a few minutes away. Harry figured it was probably some post-birthday party exuberance. As his dragon leather shoes softly touched the linoleum, he nodded briefly to his startled aunt, who was enjoying a moment of peace with her tea in the kitchen. Judging by her sudden twitch and the splash of liquid on the floor, Petunia hadn't expected to see him during the holidays. Harry felt a small thrill of amusement at her discomfort, but he quickly turned his back and ducked into his cupboard under the stairs, not sparing her another glance. Petunia only had time to purse her lips before he dismissed her from his mind. The house was quiet. Since making a series of regrettable mistakes before the start of his first year, don't think about Hedwig, Harry had yet to move from his childhood space into Dudley's second bedroom. The doorframe felt a little lower than before, perhaps a bit older, but Harry's hands easily skimmed the rough paint as he undid the latch with practiced ease. Without any pets, Harry found that the cupboard still suited him just fine. He only used it as a space for apparition, after all, and the comforts of his very expensive, highly magical school trunk were more than enough for his daily needs. With no pets in his own space, Harry felt no need to draw attention to himself by speaking to his relatives at all. As he stepped into the familiar cupboard under the stairs and recast the muggle-repelling spells he maintained while living with the Dursleys, Harry found himself re-evaluating his space with newfound clarity. He paused just long enough to wave his wand quickly. Harry could cast the spells effortlessly. Silently now, with all the familiarity of the space, Harry found himself stooping a little lower than before as he entered the small, dark cupboard. He bumped his elbow while maneuvering to close the door behind him. Breathing in the dust that had settled in the room, he felt a brief twinge of frustration, but quickly pushed it aside. The cupboard had clearly been untouched since his last stay. The Dursleys should have realized that a growing boy needed better bedding, more space, better food, and better care. But it was his choice to accept what was offered and endure in silence. After all, it was all part of his plan to get along better with them. Still, Harry noticed with a critical eye that there was barely enough room for his luggage to open once he had squeezed his growing frame behind the closed door and heard the latch click shut. Thank goodness for the magical enchantments that had provided him with his own bedroom and library for the past 3 years. He was grateful that there was still enough space for him to turn around. If Petunia thought he spent all his time sleeping in the dark, he was happy to let her believe it. He didn't think about her much these days either, so he figured he couldn't complain. Once he settled in, Harry made good use of his time. After a moment of clarity he had experienced recently, he rediscovered the joy of his studies while comfortably ensconced in his little library. It came to him slowly as he began his holiday homework and realized he had only spent 3 hours on his Transfiguration essay. It felt like a good day, he thought at the time. It was satisfying to see the words flow smoothly from the tip of his quill, with thoughts at his fingertips and concepts shimmering clearly in his mind. Later that evening, as he finished labeling his hand-drawn diagram of common blood moss for Professor Sprout, he noticed that he had completed it with an unusual speed and clarity of thought. He leaned back, taking a moment to appreciate his progress. Harry was thrilled to discover he had even captured the fine details of the gametophytes. He decided to put his newfound skills to the test by jotting down some potion notes from memory and then checking his answers in the pensieve. He could only imagine how horrified Snape would have been to see how effortlessly Harry's ink flowed across the page. To his growing joy and astonishment, he realized that absorbing new knowledge and recalling old information was now much smoother for him. His memories felt more manageable. While his memory wasn't perfect, he couldn't quite recall the specifics of the Daily Prophet articles from the last timeline, he reminded himself that even Hermione might have struggled with that level of detail. After all, he hadn't paid much attention to the few articles he had read back then. But overall, this was a significant improvement. The pressure in his temples and behind his eyes seemed to ease, giving Harry a little more mental space to think. Whatever realization he had experienced had truly worked wonders. His occlumency practice was suddenly improving by leaps and bounds, especially with the pensive at his disposal and the extra clarity in his mind. Before long, he had completed his homework, freeing up time and energy to explore new concepts and connections he had never noticed before. Ideas that had previously eluded him were now ripe for exploration. He had never even considered many of these new thoughts, and the freshness of this experience kept him excited, if not entirely energetic. At least it distracted him from his exhaustion and the trouble he had sleeping. It all felt very promising, and Harry couldn't help but feel a spark of enthusiasm and anticipation in his gut. Perhaps this would be the year when everything went right. For the most part, he found satisfaction and enjoyment in focusing solely on what pleased him and felt worthwhile. He had even rediscovered his enjoyment of time spent in Diagon Alley, aided by a few charms cast from his hooded cloak. Harry adjusted his cloak, learning to ignore the curious looks and well-meaning pity that sometimes accompanied the occasional witch or wizard who actually noticed him. He often thought of them as Potter spotters, swallowing the sensational headlines of the Daily Prophet whole. Yet, he realized that the venom in his thoughts about his fans had lessened over the years. He found it hard to muster any real anger at the people staring at him as he walked by. They were just people, after all, and he meant something to some of them. He tried to push them from his mind. After all, he was in the alley for food. 3 full meals a day, not just at the cauldron anymore, but throughout the alley, in Hogsmeade, and Godric's Hollow for a bit of variety, kept Harry alert and engaged as the days passed. He also picked up new books to nurture his growing passions, discovering that a little indulgence brought refreshing changes to his attitude. The pensive, of course, was a bit of a cheat, making his revision and research much easier than before, allowing him to focus on quality work and wise use of his time. It felt good. A few days went by with relative ease and satisfaction, and soon Harry found himself back in his holiday routine. After waking up late, well, late for him, he apparated to Diagon Alley to collect his breakfast and mail. The weather was nothing to write home about. Overcast skies loomed dimly, and the brisk wind felt more damp than cold. Hurrying down Diagon Alley over the slick cobblestones, with his ears chilled by the breeze sneaking into his cloak hood, Harry wished he had opted for a warmer winter cloak. He looked forward to spending the day indoors. Before long, he settled into the second compartment of his luggage, making himself comfortable at his desk with a pleasantly full stomach. A quick warming charm had banished the lingering chill, and Harry's face was rosy and warm as he prepared to enjoy his day. Harry settled into his chair and straightened his shoulders. He cracked the first wax seal from his stack of letters and carefully unfolded the heavy parchment, intrigued by its contents. A few friends had written to him. Ron expressed his irritation over his little sister's boundless energy and the chaos caused by the twins' latest experiments. Neville mentioned he had somehow lost one of the knives from his grandmother's prized silver cutlery set, which had left her quite upset about the incomplete collection. Harry couldn't help but grin at the thought. Luna had included a charming drawing of a crumple-horned snorkack, which Harry decided to enchant onto the wall above his desk. He thought it would serve as a delightful reminder to consider various perspectives and help him relax. Another letter from Percy provided feedback on some of Harry's homework and offered to lend more notes if he found them useful. Harry eagerly replied, "Yes, please, looking forward to gaining more insights from Percy." As for Hermione, she was likely still abroad without access to any owls. Harry's quill moved swiftly across the parchment, the soft scratches filling his study with gentle sounds. A satisfied smile creased his face as he folded and sealed his replies, then turned his attention to listing a few supplementary textbooks he wanted to track down before 3rd year. He felt efficient. His current lifestyle was undeniably fuller than it had been in his previous timeline, and despite a few significant mistakes he tried not to dwell on, Harry felt that his quality of life was better than it had ever been. Well, aside from that little episode at the end of last term, and the headaches, stomach pains, and night terrors, there was also that strange sense of distance he sometimes felt with Ron, something he couldn't quite explain. But aside from those issues, Harry was genuinely satisfied with how his life was unfolding. As he reached the last of his letters, Harry unfolded Draco's parchment and read the news thoughtfully. His newest friend, the Slytherin boy, had some rather opinionated views on. Harry pondered how to spend his money while tapping a finger thoughtfully against the cracked wax seal, Slytherin green with swirls of silver, naturally. Draco, of course, didn't refer to it as spending money. In this letter, just like in many of his previous ones, he called it investing. He also used terms like diversifying, sponsorship, and future-proofing. Harry raised an eyebrow skeptically. He didn't see the need for this so-called future-proofing. After all, he had come out of Hogwarts just fine in his previous timeline, hadn't he? Well, aside from that unfortunate choice to walk to his death. But he had plenty of galleons in his vault at that time, more money than he knew what to do with. No, thanks, Harry muttered, setting the letter aside. He could decline Draco's offer later, once he figured out how to do it without hurting the kid's feelings. Just then, a shadow in the corner of his desk caught his eye. A teetering stack of unresolved correspondence was growing in the farthest corner. Fancy letters written on marbled parchment, several heavy cream vellum pieces, and missives in official-looking scripts were piling up, letters from businesses, offers of sponsorship, Draco's advice, and some comments from Percy. He had also started a to-do list, buried somewhere in that mess, with a number of people he needed to contact. Feeling deflated, Harry realized this was money stuff he really needed to address. Maybe he should write a few more letters after all. With minimal enthusiasm, he dragged the pile closer and settled down to focus. Where to start? He began scratching out another list, people to contact, tasks to complete, questions to ask, someone. He'd think of someone. The next day, over breakfast waffles at Fortescue's, Harry finished scanning the Daily Prophet as he usually did before turning his attention to the letters. Harry held a heavy business envelope in his hand, clearly made of high-quality parchment. The substantial weight of the vellum alone was impressive, adorned with cheerful royal blue writing that read Mr. H. Potter in an elaborate, curlicued font boldly displayed in the center. As he lifted it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of optimism. It had to be a positive response, he thought, based on the expense of the stationery and the thickness of its contents. With the first step of his increasingly complex plan complete, Harry used a mostly clean butter knife to crack open the envelope. Curiosity piqued, he pulled out the papers inside, and a small avalanche of folded sheets tumbled onto the table. He leaned down to gather a few that had fallen to the floor, hoping he could easily put them back in order. Thankfully, nothing landed in the waffles or the quickly melting ice cream. Hastily rearranging his cutlery and plate, Harry organized the papers and finally found the cover letter. This one was also written in blue ink, but a darker, more serious shade than what he had seen on the outside. The writing was grand, with wide gaps between lines that allowed for some enthusiastic flourishes at the ends of words and within certain letters. Intrigued, Harry took an absent-minded bite of his breakfast while his eyes skimmed over the pages. Mr. Weasley had truly outdone himself, recommending Harry to Mrs. Weasley's second cousin, the accountant, who had gone above and beyond given Harry's close ties to the family. Or perhaps it was the fame of the boy who lived that had played a role, but Harry preferred to think positively unless proven otherwise. A satisfied smile spread across his face as he read the parchment. Dear Mr. Potter, I am delighted and honored that you have chosen to contact me. Regarding your inquiry, I would be pleased to represent your financial needs through my business, RM Accounting. I will provide advice and auditing services, as well as assistance with income and inheritance tax matters in both the magical and muggle worlds. I would like to draw your attention, if I may be so bold, to the latter. Through our mutual acquaintance, I understand that you have had little contact with the magical world until receiving your Hogwarts letter. At your young age, you likely haven't had your bequeathment reviewed by any legal or financial representatives. If you're interested in organizing these matters, please sign and return the attached forms to engage my services. I will then contact Gringotts promptly to determine the specific scope of service you require. If you have a legal advisor, please refer me to them. Alternatively, I can recommend a reliable firm if you need assistance. If you've indeed been blessed with the substantial bequeathments I expect of the boy who lived, having a legal representative will be necessary. I am also willing to provide financial advice on the personal and delicate matters you mentioned. However, it is my professional duty to inform you that you might be better served by engaging a financial planner or stockbroker instead. I can highly recommend a fellow squib named Perseus Owen, who is more than capable of advising on and enacting investments and sponsorships within Wizarding Britain. On that note, if I may be so bold, I believe a wizard in your situation would gain significant financial benefits by exploring opportunities in both magical and muggle markets. I encourage you to consider this proposition. I await your reply with diligence. Yours respectfully, Archibald Roll. Harry leaned back in thought, carefully placing the letter down on the checkered tablecloth beside his plate. Bequeathments. It sounded like Mrs. Weasley's second cousin, Mr. Roll, he supposed he should call him that, was suggesting that some witches and wizards were so grateful for Voldemort's defeat that they had left him items in their wills. Significant items, Mr. Roll seemed to imply. Draco would be insufferably smug, he had been right all along. Harry took a moment to think about the little old witches and wizards, or even squibs, who might have passed away without anyone to leave their belongings to, other than the boy who lived. Perhaps their half-blood children had been killed, or their muggle-born spouses murdered. It made sense that if they had no one else, leaving their gratitude to Harry wouldn't be such a stretch. Thoughtfully, he scooped another spoonful of pale golden ice cream from the bowl in front of him and sucked on it, lost in contemplation. He wondered why he had never been informed of these matters in his previous life. That night when he was delivered to the Dursleys, Dumbledore had clearly set up the owl wards himself, a realization Harry had come to appreciate. He was infinitely grateful for the absence of cursed mail. But as a side effect, or was it intentional, he had somehow been hidden from all owls. Surely, the grateful wizarding public would have inundated his aunt's house with thank-you letters over the years. Had lawyers, family friends, and fans been trying to contact him, only to feel ignored? It had been rather isolating, Harry acknowledged, growing up without knowing anything. Was it purposeful? Or just simple negligence? The possibilities were endless. He carefully spooned up another mouthful of waffle, contemplating whether to be angry at Dumbledore. But then he paused. He didn't know all the details, did he? There was the lingering grudge he held against Dumbledore for Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, and the Lockhart issue reignited his frustration with the headmaster. As his thoughts spiraled, he caught himself, trying to regain focus. Harry's thoughts swirled around him. He realized he only had one perspective on his situation, and there were likely many factors to consider. He hadn't been entirely unhappy living with the Dursleys. Sure, he felt unwanted, but he didn't see himself as a victim. Swallowing hard, he nodded firmly to himself. That felt right. He had coped well growing up. The Dursleys had been relatively normal over the years. Since they hadn't abused him, he had never really needed to know about the wizarding world before. It would have been nice, of course, but there were probably other reasons for his isolation. Besides, he never truly wanted to fit in with the Dursleys. So, it all worked out in the end, right? He mused. Any other situation might have been too complicated anyway. Even the financial aspect seemed overwhelmingly complex now, he thought, considering he had already spent a decade in the wizarding world if he added it all up. He supposed he hadn't needed any inheritance before this moment. The Dursleys would have taken everything they could get. And who knew what angry Death Eaters might have sent if owls had been allowed to deliver mail? Fortunately, as he absently finished his food, he realized he should be safe now that all his post came through the owl post office. He couldn't help but think that Hermione would disapprove of his attitude. Maybe he should ask the post office to set up some additional wards, just in case. Shaking himself from his thoughts, he bit his lip and glanced at the letter lying innocently on the table. With a determined expression, he grabbed a quill and some parchment from his moleskin pouch and quickly penned a reply to his new accountant. He decided he would accept the services of the law firm and financial planner. It certainly wouldn't hurt to be organized. After all, if Hermione were in his position, she would be gathering all the information and support she could find. She could. At that moment, Harry let out a muffled groan, realizing he needed to stop by the bookshop for some reference books on the subject before heading home. It felt like he was sacrificing his precious breakfast peas, but he knew it was important to think things through properly. At least it was only his 3rd year, so he should have enough time. He finished off his vanilla bean and sweet potato ice cream with a satisfying slurp, then stood up to post his letter before tackling everything else. Chapter 3: Acting Adult. Over the next few days, Harry found himself reading the Daily Prophet compulsively while waiting at the Dursleys' house for his various plans to come to fruition. Despite his careful scrutiny, the grand prize galleon draw just didn't seem to come out. When would the Weasleys win their trip? Mr. Roll, the accountant, soon got back to Harry about meeting before he could get started. The lawyer was apparently thrilled to be his legal representation and wanted a meeting too. There was some kind of discussion they all needed to have together, and they hoped Harry could make himself available at the earliest convenience since things were apparently complicated. As if Harry's life was ever anything but. A few letters flew back and forth as they organized, and Harry felt somewhat relieved that he had to use the owl post. A single owl making all those flights across Britain would have had a rather trying time. Then the financial planner got involved. He had all sorts of ideas on how to help Harry invest in the Muggle world and was eager to hear Harry's thoughts, but needed to meet the lawyer and the accountant first. Harry was advised to jot down his own ideas before they all met to make guiding the conversation easier. He sent them notes back, and while he waited for their responses, he often found himself flipping through the latest paper mindlessly or apparating into the alley for no particular reason. The momentum of time pressed onward, and Harry was filled with a drive to get something done, anything at all. It became increasingly difficult to remain cooped up in his room. Throughout the week, Harry dealt with a flurry of letters from various parties. The owl ward set up by the post office required some fine-tuning, but now all letters that reached him were guaranteed to be safe. A few strangers were still contacting him, needing responses, but there was no news that required him to get up and leave the house just yet. Harry kept waiting. It was during the 3rd. During the holiday week, everything finally fell into place, and Harry booked a small meeting room on the 2nd floor of the Leaky Cauldron. He arrived at the Diagon Alley apparition point with 15 minutes to spare and strolled toward the cauldron with the relaxed stride of someone who made this walk regularly. A few shopkeepers outside waved or nodded in greeting. The word had spread among the locals that the hooded figure with the shadowed face was the boy who lived, and Harry appreciated that they respected his desire for privacy. He acknowledged those he recognized with a nod and a wave as he passed quickly by and entered the dimly lit room of Tom's pub. "Welcome back again, lad," Tom greeted him cheerfully from behind the bar counter as Harry stood blinking just inside the door, adjusting to the dull, smoky lighting. "It's been a while since I saw you last. Finding breakfast and lunch from elsewhere now, are you?" Harry panicked for a moment. "It's not that I don't like your food or anything. I'm just trying to add some variety to my life. I hope you weren't waiting for me. I'm sorry. I didn't think to tell you I was going elsewhere for a bit. It has been a while, hasn't it? I promise I'll come for breakfast tomorrow, and I'll buy lunch from you too." Tom chuckled. "Easy there, lad. I meant no harm by it. You're welcome to swing by the old cauldron whenever you wish, but you don't owe me anything. I was just having a bit of fun with you." "Ah," Harry exhaled, relieved. "Right. Sorry. Of course." Tom shuffled down the counter a bit to step closer to Harry. "So, what brings you to my fine establishment at this time, young sir? You're not the type to swing by for an afternoon pint." "True," Harry agreed with a broader grin. "I think someone has booked a room for a group meeting. Upstairs? For 3:30, I think, under Roll?" "Ooh," Tom nodded. "You're with Mr. Roll then, Are you? He's very good at his job, let me tell you, despite his obvious limitations. He often does his business here, thanks to the doorway, of course. He gestured toward the door leading to Charing Cross. You'll get your money's worth out of him, I dare say. Leaning closer to Harry, he whispered loudly, he's got a lot to prove to folks around here, you see. Then, straightening up, he continued at a normal volume, I'm glad to see you've connected with him, young man. It does you credit. Harry paused for a moment, realizing they were having a somewhat awkward conversation about someone without magic. Ah! He exclaimed, and then added, thanks. Good lad, Tom replied, gesturing for Harry to follow him up the stairs. Harry trailed behind Tom to an unexpected corner of the pub, where a very skinny door opened, leading them to an even narrower staircase. This wasn't the stairway he had used to reach his bedroom during his previous stays at the inn, so this new discovery astonished him. How had he never noticed it before? The plain wooden paneling and roughly hewn stairs appeared dark and somber to Harry's curious eyes, despite the good lighting provided by gas lamps spaced every foot or so along the staircase. The low ceiling made even Harry feel somewhat constricted as he ascended the passageway, leaving him to wonder how the larger Tom fit in the space at all. Yet Tom moved firmly and quickly up the narrow stairwell, navigating the twisting turns with surprising lightness that belied his size. As Harry tread quietly behind him, he noticed the unusual stillness of the stairwell, no panting breath, no wheezing, or creaking floorboards. Only the soft rustle of fabric and the heavy scent of oil would fill the air. Soon, they stood on a shallow landing in front of. Tom gestured toward a slightly crooked door frame. Here you go, Mr. Potter, he said with a smile, using Harry's real name now that they were no longer at risk of being overheard. After you. He reached out and swung open the door. Harry stepped inside and took in the cozy little meeting room. The windows overlooked a muggle street in London, elegantly framed with heavy velvet curtains. An elaborate, carved wooden desk occupied the longest wall, its surface polished and ready for use. In the center of the room lay a thick, creamy fur rug, practically inviting Harry to take off his shoes and sink into its softness. Atop the rug stood a small coffee table, neatly arranged with a stack of papers and a few empty glass cups. Just then, a soft noise pulled Harry's attention away from the furniture. He glanced over to see a middle-aged man looking up from one of the high-backed armchairs surrounding the table. Ah, the man exclaimed. The man himself. Come in, come in. Make yourself comfortable. As Harry cautiously stepped forward, Tom closed the door behind him, leaving the two alone. The stranger, dressed in an open-style robe with a muggle business suit underneath, turned out to be Mrs. Weasley's cousin, the accountant, who had arrived in the room just a few minutes before him. The pudgy, middle-aged man rose from his chair and stepped forward to greet Harry. Mr. Potter, I'm Archibald Roll. It's a pleasure to meet you, he beamed, shaking Harry's hand enthusiastically. It's an honor to be of service. I can't thank you enough for everything you've done over the years. I hope I can do justice to what you're asking of me. Harry found the man very friendly, and with his rather portly stature, he reminded Harry more of Mrs. Weasley than he had expected. Instantly, Harry felt at ease with Archibald's warm demeanor, and he could sense some of the tension leaking out of his shoulders. Hi, he managed to reply. With a smile, Harry introduced himself. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. I suppose you knew that. Not a problem, not a problem, the accountant replied, dismissing Harry's awkwardness as he settled back into his chair. Leaning forward with a small effort, he poured a cold drink for Harry from a pitcher resting in the center of the table. We'll get down to business in just a minute. I'm sure you're eager to sort out all the nitty-gritty details. Oh, yes. Harry said, standing awkwardly at the edge of the rug. A wave of nervousness surged back, making his pulse quicken. He couldn't imagine how nauseous he would have felt if he were truly the child he appeared to be. Suddenly, the plan seemed far more complex than he had anticipated. That's fine. I mean, you're fine. Rather, I hope it will be fine. I don't really know what I'm doing, you know. So I'll be relying on you. The man, who increasingly resembled Mrs. Weasley the more Harry observed him, beamed widely. It was easy to overlook his messy brown hair and unusually large nose when considering their familial connection. "That's why you hire the experts, Mr. Potter. Between us all, we should get you sorted." He turned slightly toward the door at the sound of something Harry hadn't noticed. "Unless I'm mistaken, that's our third, just now." The door opened again, and Tom peeked in, this time ushering another man into the small, office-like space. He nodded to Harry with a reassuring grin and a quirk of his eyebrows before trudging back out without a word. The door clicked shut behind him, leaving Harry alone with the two unfamiliar men in the quiet. Harry carefully evaluated the new arrival. The tall, elderly gentleman strode forward with a poised bearing and firm step, a simple walking stick made of dark wood tapping against the ground in rhythm with his strides. Erasmus Lloyd Elliot, the dignified gentleman, introduced himself, his voice carrying a slight nasal twang that reminded Harry of Draco's. Erasmus Lloyd Elliot carefully pronounced his words as he extended his hand. "Of Lloyd Elliot Associates. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. I have been corresponding with your accountant, Mr. Roll." Harry's gaze was drawn to the man's pale, papery hands, which boasted neatly trimmed nails. "Mr. Lloyd Elliot," Harry replied, standing alongside Mr. Roll. The three of them took a moment to shake hands and nod solemnly before settling into their seats to begin the meeting. Being the youngest, Harry plopped down first, eager to observe the imposing lawyer. He admired Lloyd Elliot's poise. The slender gentleman carried himself with a genteel elegance, even as he bent slightly to sit. His salt and pepper hair was slicked back, every strand perfectly in place. When Lloyd Elliot glanced up to meet Harry's gaze, Harry noticed his striking grey eyebrows, sweeping across his forehead and angling upward like an owl's. This gave his face a stern appearance, adding a piercing intensity to his look. As Harry continued to stare, the lawyer broke the silence. "Mr. Potter, what Mr. Roll may have mentioned in passing, something I need to highlight in detail right away, is that several of our tasks have been complicated by the fact that you are engaging us at only 12 years of age. Do you understand?" Mr. Roll grinned cheerfully. "Ooh, we're getting right into it then, are we? Good-o." Harry's eyes flickered as he and Mr. Roll straightened themselves for a serious conversation. He frowned thoughtfully. "Because I'm not 17. The old lawyer smiled, a thin, sharp kind of confirmation. "Correct. You are not yet a legal adult, and as such, you are unable to officially designate representation for yourself in legal or financial matters. Prior to this meeting, Mr. Roll and I have been acting in your interests in an investigative capacity." Harry took a moment to focus on a fuzzy spot on the carpet before looking up, his expression blank. "You've been investigating me?" "Almost exactly," the man replied. "In the wizarding world, all we can do at this moment is investigate what kind of services you might need if we take you on as a future client. All the information we can access at this stage is publicly available to anyone who might be interested." He quickly added, "and is appropriately qualified, of course." Harry tilted his head, noticing Mr. Roll nodding in agreement beside him. The lawyer continued, "What this means for you is that we cannot access legal documents specific to you, but only those that mention you and are in the public domain. We also cannot sign anything on your behalf." "I'm not sure I follow," Harry admitted. Mr. Roll took pity on him and translated the lawyer's jargon into plain English. "What it means for you, Mr. Potter, is that you can't hire us." "What?" Harry exclaimed, barely managing to stay seated in his chair through sheer willpower. "Is this a wizarding thing? I can definitely pay you, I've got loads of gold. I know I said I'd like to keep this away from my aunt and uncle, but I could probably get their signatures in a pinch. Is it hopeless? Is there no other way?" "Calm yourself," the lawyer said, casting a stern glance at Mr. Roll. "We are meeting today because we have finally discovered how to work around this unfortunate barrier. Specifically, this means we have had to resort to wills." The elderly man leaned down with surprising speed and lifted a dark brown briefcase onto his lap. To Harry's intense curiosity, he pulled out a large stack of parchments and a handful of scrolls, quickly sorting through them. These are, Mr. Lloyd Elliot continued, carefully placing a significant stack of scrolls on the table and pushing them to the left, a number of bequests from a variety of witches and wizards have come to you personally, he said, leaning forward and gently tipping a pile of parchments onto the low table in front of the three of them. In summary, these have been bestowed upon you in gratitude for your role in eliminating the threat posed by the Dark Lord. Harry stiffened for a moment. Was the man a Death Eater? He relaxed an instant later, realizing the phrase neatly sidestepped the awkwardness of saying you-know-who in a professional setting. He felt a vague sense of appreciation for the thoughtfulness. The man continued, these are simply instructions to grant you a part, or occasionally the whole, of their post-mortem estate. They pertain to wealth, not your person, and having gone through the will reading process, they are available for access. All very interesting, I'm sure, but we will have to deal with them later. He paused for a moment before continuing, now, although I looked into it, your parents did not leave a will, an unfortunate oversight, but one not uncommon among young couples. So, there's no assistance from that quarter either. Are you following? Harry nodded, then added hesitantly, I'm with you. Sirius Black is my godfather, if that makes a difference. Will that help? Both men exchanged sharp, searching glances until the lawyer's expression turned introspective. Sirius Black, you say? Another very complicated legal situation, but unfortunately, it won't help in this case. However, you are not without hope. Harry sat up a little straighter. Who? I was contemplating investigating the Muggle world to see if your mother's parents had wills that addressed any progeny their daughters might have. But then, the ministry approval came through, and I was able to successfully identify the legal representation of your grandfather, one Fleamorn Potter. It turns out there's an entailment on the Potter estate. Another pile of parchment and scrolls was placed precisely on the table. Harry stared at them curiously and scratched his head. So, there's a Potter Manor house or something out there. Described in. Mr. Lloyd Elliot gestured toward the pile of documents. These? Regretfully, he continued, Potter Manor burned down prior to your parents' death. However, the estate I was referring to includes the property and assets of the Potter family held in perpetuity. An awkward silence followed as the lawyer waited for Harry to make the connection. Mr. Roll beamed encouragingly from the side, but Harry's slow, thoughtful nod soon transformed into a confused shake of his head. He still didn't quite understand. After a stiff look, Mr. Lloyd Elliot pressed on. Practically speaking, the Potter estate has been unmanaged since your grandparents' untimely death and your parents' decision to hide under the Fidelius charm. Additionally, the executor of your grandparents' wills has since passed away. However, my legal team has contacted the firm that last oversaw the Potter estate and held the inactive contract. With a bit of legal wrangling and some expensive fees, which will be part of your bill, Mr. Potter, Lloyd Elliot Associates has now recommended itself to act on behalf of the estate. By essentially acquiring the contract, Mr. Potter, you will be pleased to discover that it includes instructions to follow the directions of the new head of the house or next heir apparent. Harry finally understood. Things moved quickly after that. He spent a few moments having the Potter estate explained to him before he signed a stack of pages confirming that he was indeed the next heir apparent. He then officially appointed the lawyer to manage the estate, who could hire an accountant on behalf of the estate. This arrangement made them both his confidential advisors and was necessary for the accountant to access the money held in trust by Gringotts, waiting to be claimed. The goblins take what they can and don't give unless they must, the dumpy accountant explained as he gathered the copies of the will into his lap. Yes, the previous owners are dead, and their properties have been divided up. And yes, they know the money. Technically, it has passed to you, Mr. Roll said, but until you provide proof of ownership and the necessary ministry seals, they won't hand over a canute. Harry turned to watch the squib pack all the scrolls of wills into his cheerful blue leather briefcase, which seemed to cut through the solemnity of the occasion. I'll need to go through this list and determine the back taxes owed, plus the inheritance tax that needs to be paid. All of this paperwork must be submitted to the ministry before they will release the necessary documents for you to access the gold. We also suspect there might be some Muggle money available to you, based on the demographics of your, let's call them your fan base. Harry interpreted that as referring to half-bloods, squids, and muggle-borns. He took a silent sip of his drink, realizing it was spring water. Do you have a preference for where your money is kept? The accountant asked casually. I can transfer everything into wizarding currency or leave it as is. Harry hesitated. As is, then? Fair enough. I'm sure you'll need to buy things in both economies sooner or later, Mr. Roll admitted cheerfully. In the meantime, I'll also settle any Gringotts fees that haven't been paid on the vaults in question and confirm that all interest owed to you is up to date. Mr. Lloyd Elliot will manage any land or properties you may have inherited, but the associated ministry fees, taxes and such, will also need to come out of the bequests. I hesitate to speculate on how much gold will be left after all the debts are settled, but you should certainly end up with a few nifty knickknacks, at the very least. Give me a few weeks, Mr. Potter, and I'll have you all squared away with the ministry. Wow, thanks, Harry breathed, feeling strangely unbalanced for more than just the obvious reasons. The amount of work he had never realized he needed to do amazed him. This is starting to sound like it's actually doable. Mr. Roll chuckled. That's why you pay us the big bucks. Bucks, Mr. Potter, Mr. Lloyd Elliot said, shooting the man a mildly irritated look. Harry paused to reflect on everything they had discussed, then hesitantly asked, Do you think this will change what the ministry thinks of me? He briefly considered the idea of altering public perception. It would be nice not to be seen as a victim, but that hope flickered before it could fully take hold. Excuse me. Harry shrugged a shoulder. Well, with the Potter-Spotter fanbase and the fallout from the Lockhart scandal, I don't want to appear vulnerable. He trailed off, unsure of how to continue. Both men nodded sympathetically. Not in the way you hope, the lawyer gently informed him. Harry shrugged slightly. He had grown accustomed to ignoring the effects of the Daily Prophet over time. It helped that they weren't currently claiming he was mad, of course. The wizard continued, most of the ministry employees you meet will see you primarily as the boy who lived. However, those higher up in the administration might keep track of who is in arrears to the ministry. It's generally understood that Daily Prophet reporters also stay moderately informed. The cumulative effect of these decisions will start to add up from now on. His dry, professional tone was oddly compelling. It certainly won't hurt to organize your assets now, in any case. Harry nodded in agreement. Once Mr. Roll had gathered all the necessary documentation, he saw himself out, leaving Harry and Mr. Lloyd Elliot with a few moments to themselves. Taking advantage of the break, Harry ordered some more refreshments for the two of them. While I commend you on your foresight and efficiency, the lawyer murmured to Harry over the top of his gilly water glass as they waited for their next visitor, may I ask what prompted this legal action? It seems unusually forward-thinking for a 12-year-old. I am. Almost, 13, you know, Harry replied automatically, quickly doing some calculations in his head. Then he flushed. I mean, never mind. Combined with some advice from a friend, well, he asked me not to mention our friendship in public. The lawyer showed no reaction to this statement, not even his impressive eyebrows twitched. Harry continued, but then I started thinking about what I could do with my knowledge, and things kind of grew. He swirled the dregs of his drink in his tankard. Believe it or not, this all started when I redid my awards and received Christmas presents. My friend suggested I explore other things I hadn't known about, so I took his advice. The older man raised one of his dramatic eyebrows in Harry's direction. Yet you will forgive me, Mr. Potter, if that seems like rather inexplicable behavior for an almost 13-year-old. The paperwork and research alone must have been a challenge. Was there a catalyst for this desire? Harry searched his mind. Not really. I'm still spending more than I earn, so I thought I should do something with my gold before it runs out. Plus, I have some plans in the works. Another friend of mine likes to be prepared for everything, and I'm trying to follow her example. Indeed, Mr. Lloyd Elliot mused, and they moved on to other legal matters for a time. Harry had just finished signing off on papers that gave Mr. Lloyd Elliott permission to investigate Sirius's trial and seek reparations for the ministry's confiscation of the Potter Memorial at Godric's Hollow when the financial planner arrived. After another round of increasingly tedious paperwork, the lawyer saw himself out. Finally, Harry turned to face the financial planner, a very thin man with thick glasses and a methodical approach to business. He introduced himself as Perseus Owen and seemed a little concerned that there were no legal guardians present to temper Harry's enthusiasm. Harry poured out gilly water for them both to keep his mouth busy. Harry leaned back in his chair, stretching out his legs. The clear, vivid taste of the drink washed over his tongue and palate, refreshing him. He fumbled through his moleskin pouch and pulled out the list of notes he had made earlier, taking a moment to quickly reread his thoughts. "Thanks for coming," he began. "I'm not really sure how this works, but I thought I'd share my ideas and let you handle all the organizational stuff." Mr. Owen opened his mouth to respond, but Harry, weary of long meetings, forged ahead. "I'd like to set aside some gold to invest in a couple of friends' businesses in a few years," he said, thinking fondly of the Weasley twins. "I was thinking about 1,000 galleons or so." Then Mr. Owen coughed. "I'm not sure that's a wise decision, Mr. Potter. Young and inexperienced entrepreneurs often make unwise business decisions in the beginning." Harry paused. "Is that so? But I'd like to invest in them anyway. Or is it sponsorship I want? Either way, I want to give them the money, so please write that down for now, and then." "If it's new businesses you're interested in," the thin man said, putting down his mug and rifling through some papers, "perhaps I can suggest a few enterprises that have just—" "Nah," Harry interrupted. "This one's fine. The business has already started, and He waved his hands. "Systems, the organizational stuff is already getting sorted." His mind wandered to the chaos of the Weasleys' owl orders and Hermione's struggles when she became a prefect. "I'll only get involved when they scale up production and move into a shop on the alley." Mr. Owen raised a politely skeptical eyebrow, but Harry didn't dwell on his reservations. "That's all the wizarding investments I want to make. But I was informed. But then there are a number of Muggle businesses I think will do well." Behind the gleaming reflections of light on his glass, Harry's enthusiasm was palpable. Mr. Owen blinked rapidly as he absorbed Harry's instructions. In this, at least, Harry felt confident. Having spent many holidays lying among the roses, trying to listen to the television without his family noticing, he was thrilled to realize he could now put those memories to good use. The idea had struck him as clever. He could use his pensive to recall key details about the financial markets for the next 3 years. He figured his future was pretty much set. "Merciful Morgana, I'm afraid that investments in Muggle companies are often an unwise decision, Mr. Potter. Please calm down and allow me to address each issue closely," Mr. Owen said, concern etched on his face. Harry, tired of sitting quietly and pondering, frowned. "Sorry," he murmured. "This is all new to me, so please let me know if I'm on the wrong track." He ruffled his hair vigorously with both hands, a habit he hadn't yet broken as it grew longer. A few irritating strands slipped from his hair tie, drifting forward to annoyingly obscure his vision. "Of course, Mr. Potter. At this stage, you seem to have a good understanding of what my job entails. I'm simply concerned about the unlikely sources of investment you appear to be considering. I was told you were qualified and capable of investing in both Muggle and magical economies, though." Harry replied. Mr. Owen thinned his lips. "Well, yes, but—" Harry waved a dismissive hand. "It's all good then. I know what I want, I just need your help getting it all together. And converting it back into Muggle currency, too." For over an hour, Mr. Owen tried to convince Harry that his chosen investments were outrageously speculative gambles that would likely crash and burn. But Harry was determined. His legs felt heavy, and the complicated terms swirling in his mind were building pressure that threatened to become a headache. He pushed through, beginning to feel a little more resolute. Harry felt a twinge of guilt for his persistence when Mr. Owen finally agreed, albeit grudgingly, to invest his money in the specified companies. He had been called stubborn before, but it had never been directed at just one person. Harry hoped it hadn't come across as bullying. Resigned, Mr. Owen began to pack up, reassuring Harry that he would do his best to achieve the best outcomes for his investments. As speculative as I believe all this is, Mr. Potter, you certainly seem to have an uncanny understanding of the nuances of Muggle market trends, Mr. Owen remarked. Harry took that as a compliment. All those years of living through the future had to count for something. As their final discussion came to a close, Harry felt a sense of victory. Mr. Roll seemed taken with him, Mr. Lloyd Elliot appeared to respect him, and even Mr. Owen had developed a begrudging admiration for his determination. It was fortunate that the first two had left the meeting early, otherwise, Harry's stubbornness might have overshadowed the positive impressions they had formed. When he stepped out of the room, he felt a lightness in his step and a strong sense of freedom. He had gotten his way, and now he was free. It had been an unexpectedly profitable day, and he felt like he had contributed meaningfully. As Harry hurried down the stairs to return to the bar in the alley, he could almost feel the complicated discussions and legal jargon draining from his mind like water through a sieve. He realized he had been playing at a level higher than his own, but he thought he had done quite well. When he swung open the door to the alley and stepped through the enchanted wall, he took a deep breath of cool air and exhaled the stress that had built up. It felt refreshing to be the only child in the room again. At school, he always had to act like an adult, and the off-balance feeling he had struggled with during the meeting had come from that unfamiliarity. Harry turned the feeling over in his mind, reflecting on the unexpected turn of events. Harry strode confidently along the cobblestones, his mind racing. It wasn't necessarily bad not to understand everything happening around him, but it left him feeling powerless, like a child trying to navigate an adult's world. He remembered how often he felt that way in his previous timeline. It wasn't the tone he had intended, but he realized that new experiences were valuable in the long run. As he walked, he decided to squeeze in some more research for the day. Maybe he could have another conversation with Draco or Percy. Perhaps Mr. Weasley could share more insights about the Ministry and the Daily Prophet. The wizarding world suddenly felt vast and filled with intricate possibilities. Reaching up with his left hand to hold onto his hood, Harry spun around. With a quick twist of his wand, he folded into apparition. With a loud crack, he returned to his cupboard. Chapter 4: The Pleasant Calm. The next day, Harry awoke with an unfamiliar, dare he call it, hope that filled him with energy, thrumming through his nerves and surprising him with a smile that seemed to form effortlessly on his face. Getting out of bed was easy. He apparated into the alley, eager to listen to Gladys's friendly chatter as he collected his mail. As he arrived at Diagon Alley's apparition point, the wet breeze felt cheeky, nipping at his hood and teasing his fringe. Harry took a moment to acclimate to the English weather before making his way to the post office. The rich, complex sense of the wizarding world tantalized his senses as he walked into the draft. Overhead, familiar low-lying grey clouds scurried across the sky with enthusiasm, lifting his spirits even higher. He waved and nodded at a few shopkeepers who recognized him from his regular visits. Stepping into the post office, the nostalgic smell of owl droppings and dust welcomed him as the cheerful little bell tinkled, announcing his arrival. Gladys bustled out from a back room, her crimson robe bright against the backdrop of the shop, with a couple of owl feathers balancing precariously on her left shoulder. "Good morning to you, Harry Potter. I don't suppose you're interested in some news?" she asked. Well, he had come to look into the Daily Prophet galleon drawer, but that wasn't quite what she had in mind. Leaning forward, Gladys whispered excitedly, her cheeks flushed. She had met a young man, she revealed, not quite a boyfriend, but definitely a beau, as her rosy cheeks suggested. Although it wasn't what he had been looking for, Harry raised an eyebrow, proving beyond doubt that he was in a wonderful mood. "Is that so?" he inquired politely. "Oh, yes," Gladys replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Gladys blushed. "He's a few years older than me and currently working through an apprenticeship, so we don't see each other much, you know." Harry didn't really know, having never taken the time to consider how the adult world functioned outside of teachers, shop owners, or ministry employees. Surprising himself, he encouraged her with genuine curiosity. "You don't say." Gladys sighed, her enthusiasm as vibrant as ever. "Well, that's how it is, you see. But he's a lovely lad who treats me really well." She paused for a moment, lost in her thoughts, before brightening up and getting back to organizing Harry's mail. "We just missed each other at Hogwarts, you know. Turns out he was sitting his NEWTS while I was a first year, and older Slytherins rarely have anything to do with little Hufflepuffs. But he thinks he remembers me. A cheerful chatterbox, he says I was. Isn't that the sweetest?" Harry mumbled something vague and encouraging, scratching his head as he carefully opened his mouth to speak. He hesitated. "I hope you don't mind me asking, but—" He swallowed. "Slytherin?" To his relief, the question came out sounding curious and interested, rather than accusatory as it might have in the past. Gladys looked up quickly to meet his gaze. "Ah," she cocked her head and smiled. "I know what you mean. The Hufflepuff-Slytherin rivalry isn't quite like that of Gryffindor and Slytherin, but they have their quirks and a certain reputation, don't they?" Leaning forward, she patted Harry's forearm reassuringly. "Don't you worry about little old me, Harry." He hadn't thought he was particularly worried, but she continued. "He's a good lad." Lowering her voice, she added, "He knows about my parents and has been very understanding. He's technically half-blood himself, you know. His mother's a Muggle-born." He quickly calculated the math in his head. "But didn't you say you were at school during the bad times?" Gladys nodded. She finished sorting Harry's mail, stacking the letters neatly on top of the Daily Prophet, and pushed the whole bundle toward him. "He kept his head down in Slytherin and brought no trouble to himself," she stated firmly. "Another wizard who is very grateful for your sacrifice, although he's a bit quieter about it than I am. But you know what I'm like." She giggled, wrapping up her conversation with Harry and waving him out the door. Harry strode down the pavement quickly, turning over this new knowledge in his mind, fueled by the optimism he had strangely woken up with. So, Slytherins were grateful to him too, he mused. Somehow, that thought hadn't occurred to him before. His shoulders felt lighter, almost as if he were free from a burden of some imaginary enemies, he quickly realized. It was quite a relief. With this new and unusual lightness, Harry felt his mind racing. He loved when his brain made connections effortlessly like this, leading him down the path of Slytherins. He suddenly wondered how many Slytherins had ended up as Death Eaters and what percentage had actually joined Voldemort. He had always gotten the impression that it was, well, it had seemed like the whole lot last time. Draco, Parkinson, Crabbe, Goyle, maybe Zabini too. There had been that thing with Nott when he got very quiet around 5th or 6th year, so maybe not him. Flint? Harry stumbled slightly, almost tripping. Suddenly, 6 Slytherins didn't seem. As his stride steadied, Harry found himself revisiting old memories with less prejudice and a little more life experience. He began to wonder if he had been rather close-minded. How many Death Eaters had been at the graveyard in Little Hangleton? At the time, it had felt like a crowd. But perhaps he should revisit that memory and take stock. What a remarkably intriguing thought. Maybe he had done a disservice to the Slytherins from his past timeline. Harry's brow furrowed in contemplation. Of course, political stability was likely advantageous for anyone looking to thrive in the current system, so there would have been very valid reasons for Slytherins to want to maintain the status quo, he concluded. He pondered specifically what the Death Eaters had aimed for in a new system and what their ambitions had centered around. Chewing his lips slightly, Harry considered whether it would be inappropriate to bring the topic up with Draco, even as he walked on without hesitation. As he reached the apparition point, his thoughts shifted abruptly, and he realized with a start that there must be many half-bloods in Slytherin, despite how the house presented itself to the outside world. In fact, there must be a lot of them. He noticed his eyebrows had risen in surprise, and he quickly lowered them, feeling a bit embarrassed. It was fortunate he had made friends with Draco in this timeline, he thought, allowing him these moments of clarity. Then a frown crossed his face. Should he share this realization with Hermione, Ron, and Neville? Would they be open to it? Did they already know? Was it obvious to everyone except him? What a significant realization it was. Normally, he would be apparating away to breakfast about now, but Harry suddenly felt compelled to walk for a while and let these new insights sink in. He searched for a destination that would satisfy his needs. Then he vanished from London. It was such a lovely day, and Harry was in a pleasant, if reflective, mood, prompting him to impulsively decide to explore before grabbing something to eat. He thought he knew Hogsmeade well from all the weekend spent there, but that was only the student side of it. There was an entire valley to discover. With no fixed apparition point in Hogsmeade Village, Harry decided to arrive at the spot he knew best. He appeared with a loud crack on the narrow road that wound down the hill from Hogwarts. Taking a moment to shake out his joints and remove his hood, he noted that there were likely very few witches or wizards around this early in the morning who would recognize him, especially not this far up the path between the village and the castle. From the heights of Hogwarts, Hogsmeade always seemed small and distant, concealed by the curve of the valley and the towering trees of the forest. Yet he knew it was larger than it appeared. After all, it was the largest all-magical community in Britain. Harry meandered down the hill slowly, savoring the clean, crisp air on his face, along with the intricate scents of mountain flowers, fresh earth, and the rich, wet aroma of decaying leaves. The forest enveloped him like a lush, green wall. Towering trees and thick undergrowth temporarily blocked his view of anything beyond the woods, giving him the impression that he was alone in the world. As he walked through the heavy shade, Harry jumped slightly when a small bird burst into flight from right beneath him. The creature flitted around the tree trunks before vanishing from sight. Chuckling at his own surprise, he continued on his way. The path felt dry beneath his feet. Any ruts or puddles created by countless footsteps during winter had healed over time, and Harry appreciated the solid, reassuring sensation of the ground beneath him. Before long, he passed the train station, which stood alone and silent like a little island amid the greenery. A playful breeze returned to tease him, darting in and around the corners of the station and producing a peculiar whistling sound beneath one of the eaves. As he strode past the lake, it shimmered like silver, catching the morning sun on its mirror-like surface. Harry inhaled the cool air, feeling invigorated by the beauty surrounding him. Harry took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the fresh morning air. As he continued along the path, the downhill slope gradually leveled out onto the valley floor. The distance between the road and the great lake diminished, and he found himself walking alongside the shoreline. To his right, reeds swayed gently in the breeze, with occasional patches of gravel just a few meters from his path. Before long, a couple of thatch-roof houses appeared as the forest on his left slowly transformed into cultivated land and vibrant gardens. Somewhere back there was the Shrieking Shack, tucked away off the main road behind the village. After a few minutes of relishing the solitude and anonymity of the morning, Harry felt his body relax, his mind buzzing with a curious clarity. As he emerged from the shadows of the forest, he strolled past more domesticated properties, the houses that lined the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village. Soon, he reached the bustling heart of High Street. There wasn't much to catch his eye. A few shopkeepers and residents busily opened their stores, doors clanked, windows rattled, and cheerful yet distant voices drifted across the road. Harry offered them only the mildest of glances. He was already well acquainted with Zonkos, Honeydukes, the post office, Screwvenshafts, and Madame Puddifoot's. Though some of the more popular shops had their windows illuminated and doors ajar, Harry didn't feel the urge to stop and peek inside. He had visited these places countless times before and would surely return many more. No, today, he was curious about the Hogsmeade that catered to the locals, not just the students. He meandered away from his usual haunts, moving past the familiar high street shops, his curiosity guiding him onward. For a brief moment, he considered taking a sudden turn down the side street that led to the Hog's Head, but he had already explored that. Gradually, the vibrant and busy retail area began to shift, and Harry observed the buildings with keen interest. Harry wandered down a third side street, then another, where houses of varying heights sprouted like mushrooms. Most were constructed from dark, local stone, topped with pale straw roofs. Here and there, a brick extension or wooden paneling caught his eye. The building still exuded that unmistakable wizarding charm, bright blue window frames and ivy climbing over the glass panes, sometimes even from the inside, all gleaming cheerfully in the morning light. As he glanced at 3 or 4 taller buildings visible from the main road, Harry noted that many featured wooden accents on their upper floors. This detail sparked his curiosity about wizarding architecture. He wondered if Mr. Weasley might have more insight into it. Turning a corner, Harry found himself in uncharted territory. He passed a round wooden sign hanging beneath a heavy eave, marking a butchery. The sight surprised him, though it shouldn't have. Of course, wizards needed butchers. Where else would they buy their meat? Next door, he noticed an odd symbol on the shop sign. As he approached, he realized it depicted cheese. What kind of place was that? A dairy shop? A cheese shop? Somehow, he had forgotten that wizards had to get their groceries from somewhere, even if magic could stretch food a little further than he was accustomed to. Peering around with curiosity, Harry almost collided with a figure holding a broomstick and seemingly working as a street sweeper. Long, grimy hair hung down, and a peculiar yellowed grin leered at him from beneath a deep hood. He quickly veered away, trying to ignore the cackling laugh that followed him. He couldn't shake the feeling that, beneath her stooped back and in the shadows, she might be a hag, but apparently, she was also gainfully employed. Harry eyed her with a mix of curiosity and rudeness as he continued on his way. With another jolt of surprise, he realized there seemed to be more jobs available in magical Britain than he had previously known. The sun continued to rise, casting a warm glow over the village. Harry continued on his journey, and before he knew it, the road beneath his feet had transformed. No longer was he on High Street with its bright cobblestones. Instead, he found himself on a darker, dirtier path that felt surprisingly wider, as the buildings seemed to recede slightly from the street. A thrill of delight coursed through him as he noticed deep grooves worn into the cobblestones, a testament to the centuries of carriages and wagons that had rumbled over them. He marveled at the village's age, pondering how he had never before felt the weight of history pressing down on him. Realizing he had been staring, he snapped his mouth shut. To his left, a charming home boasted a flourishing front garden behind a white picket fence, bursting with vibrant purple lavenders, red poppies, and yellow dragon's whiskers. Next to it, an unpaved side road seemed to emerge organically from the ground, and Harry leaned in to see a trio of houses that looked distinctly rural. Squinting, he wondered if that was a stable he could spot in the distance. His eyebrows raised in surprise. It made sense, after all. The path he was following began to angle up the side of a valley, and Harry kept an eye out for interesting views, his feet moving easily beneath him. As he passed a barber's shop, another wave of embarrassment washed over him. He realized he had never truly looked at the wizarding world before. Hogsmeade Village was far more than just a fortnightly destination for students seeking a date. It was a real village, fully functional and untouched by Muggle technology. Since it had emerged to meet the needs of medieval wizards 1,000 years ago, it had developed into an independent and self-sufficient community. Harry felt his cheeks flush with warmth, grateful that Draco was not there to mock him. He slowed his pace, his eyes scanning the buildings with newfound attention to detail as he admired the well-established gardens of the older homes. He noticed the pockmarks in the stone, signs of age and history etched into the very fabric of the village. Harry wandered into the corners of the buildings, where the wind and rain had begun to leave their mark. He noticed moss creeping up the eaves and hardy vines twisting through the golden, sagging thatch on the rooftops. As he passed the barber shop he had spotted from a distance, he caught sight of a park nestled behind it, filled with towering trees that had stood for hundreds of years, draped in purple and green ivy, and featuring a single road swing. How had he never known about this place? With his mouth agape in awe, Harry continued on. After 100 paces, he started to think Hogsmeade had nothing left to surprise him. He had passed dozens of houses in every shape and size and an open market as his path began to climb the valley wall, taking him farther away from the Great Lake. Just as his stomach began to grumble for attention, a curious, sour smell mixed with a metallic ringing rhythm wafted toward him on the breeze. Picking up his pace, Harry hurried uphill, venturing into parts of Hogsmeade he had never explored before. Now, his forehead was flushed from heat rather than embarrassment, and he wiped away a thin sheen of sweat with the sleeve of his robe. Looking up at the handful of buildings scattered along the valley's edge, he realized he had long since left the cobblestones behind. He was now trekking along dirt paths as Hogsmeade transitioned from residential homes to a more rural landscape. A little chalet off the path was surrounded by a small flock of ducks, chickens, or geese clamoring for attention. In the wide open grassland, he spotted a cow or two grazing in small paddocks. It made sense, he thought, that Hogsmeade was home to all types of people. But just then, Harry jolted to a stop as a very short witch dashed out of her front door, shrieking at a goat and waving a wooden spoon threateningly in one arm. He briefly wondered if she was short enough to be part goblin? Harry wondered, surprised by the complexity of the society around him. Puffing a little, he paused to catch his breath and gaze back over the valley. He had climbed faster than he realized, and below him lay a sea of rooftops in all shapes and sizes, stretching outward to meet the lake at the far end. He spotted tiny figures, busy witches and wizards, hurrying through the end of High Street, the part he knew best. Their lively energy seeped out into the gardens, meadows, and markets below, filling the scene with bright and cheerful life. Harry mused pleasantly that it was exactly the kind of image you'd expect to see on a postcard of an old Highland village. As he took in the vibrant town, the sun broke through a gap in the clouds, casting down more warmth and light. Wispy white tendrils of smoke curled from the chimneys below, rising into the vast sky. He inhaled the fresh mountain air and let out a sigh. Just then, Harry's stomach gurgled loudly, prompting him to clutch his middle and scan the area for a place that sold food. He had left the bustling township behind, following that curious sound until he found himself at what could only be described as the fringe of the village's wizarding industrial area, if industrials was quite the right term, right at the edge of the forbidden forest. The sour smell grew more bitter and intense, and the rhythmic noise became louder as Harry climbed the hill toward the obvious source of his curiosity, a small grove of trees surrounding a cluster of buildings. Finally, he came to a huffing halt at the end of a path. A massive aspen pine towered overhead, and beneath it stood a helpful sign. Harry bent over, arms akimbo, catching his breath at what seemed like the very edge of the village, just one meadow away from the encroaching forbidden forest that enveloped Hogsmeade. To his right, a squat collection of buildings awaited, each business conveniently labeled. Harry stood by the signpost, seeking refuge in the shade beneath the ash-grey sign. He looked up, hoping to find something related to food among his various interests. The tannery was the closest, with a chandler tucked behind it. Harry squinted at the building straight ahead, which seemed to be a blacksmith's, judging by his untrained eye and the fiery glow emanating from the forge. He wondered vaguely what a chandler actually made and sold, chandles, perhaps. He shrugged, amused by his own guess. Then another sign caught his attention, almost concealed in the lower branches of an ancient tree. Turning left to follow its direction, he discovered a leafy grotto. He blinked, took off his glasses to clean them, and looked again. Emerging from the greenery was another small building, nestled into the hillside and shaded by a couple of large oak trees. Half expecting disappointment, Harry's good mood and energy persisted, so he didn't mind spending a few extra minutes investigating. He wandered over to inspect the weathered sign that hung, squeaking, beneath the deeply shaded eaves. As he approached, Harry squinted into the shadows to read the faded lettering, Alfredo's Assorted Victuals. He sniffed the air. Beneath the scent of the tannery, it actually smelled quite good. Stepping onto the creaky stairs, he peered through the nearest window. It was dim inside, but lights were on, and he could see someone moving about. He moved to the door and called out, "Knock, knock. Are you of a breakfast place?" Half an hour later, Harry sat at the window seat of Alfredo's, chewing slowly as he scanned the morning's profit absent-mindedly. To his left lay the remnant of a full Scottish breakfast, the morning paper open in front of him, and a half-open stack of letters perched on the right-hand corner of page 3. Whenever he finished reading an article in the paper, green grasses had held a fete at their manor and raised over 3,000 galleons for street Mungo's pediatric ward, Harry had just learned. The galleon draw was still being advertised, but he decided to turn to his mail for something a little more personal. If he was being honest, he found news from people he actually cared about much more engaging than the social escapades of Britain's wealthy socialites. He leaned forward, sinking his teeth into the last bit of black pudding, chewing quietly. He was practically alone in this cozy atmosphere. The man he'd seen earlier, the owner of Antonio's, with his pleasant baritone voice and strong foreign accent, sat behind a counter reading silently. The stuccoed walls captured the little light that filtered into the heavily shaded building, allowing the lush scenery of the Scottish Highland Valley to dominate his view. More relaxed than he could remember being, Harry noticed he had finished his bacon and leaned forward once more to cleanse his palate with a mouthful of scone. He then took a clean knife and carefully cut open the envelope from Neville, settling back to catch up on his friend's news. Neville was doing well, Harry learned. He had successfully transplanted the Mimbulus Mimbletonia that Harry had gifted him, which was quite an impressive feat. Neville was also considering separating out his flitterbloom plants again. Did Harry want any? He had even managed to convince his grandmother to buy him a pair of gardener's boots, which were quite expensive. Hermione had asked him to pass on that she was enjoying the French Riviera and would be back by mid-August. Harry leaned his forehead against the clean glass window, contemplating his friends. Neville was growing up so well, speaking up to his grandmother, pursuing his own interests instead of obeying others in silence. He had formed good friendships with both Hermione and Ron, even though neither of those mutual friends was entirely comfortable with each other, and he was successfully staying out of their conflicts. Harry squinted as he glanced once more at Neville's slanted handwriting. Apparently, Ginny was also upset with Ron about something involving Mr. Weasley's shed. He huffed in amusement. It brought him endless comfort to know that the Weasleys never seemed to change. The large breakfast settled heavily in his stomach, so he took a slow sip of strong coffee to cut through the weightiness. Cup between his hands, the steam swirled up, fogging his vision. From his recent letters, Neville had turned into a veritable fountain of gossip. For a brief moment, Harry felt a pang of longing. Without Hedwig's loyal support, he and Hermione couldn't stay in direct contact while she traveled. His thoughts were interrupted by a quiet cough. A soft, scuffed sound brought him back to reality, and he looked up to see the owner of the sound standing over him silently, an odd-looking copper coffee pot in hand. "A second cup, sir?" the man asked. Harry jumped slightly. "Please," he replied. He watched as the strange contraption tilted, dark coffee pouring into his cup. Harry usually didn't drink coffee, but it was the only option available in this quirky little eatery, and he supposed it did complement the heavy meal with surprising flavor. He glanced up at the man pouring the coffee. He was tall and slender, with prominent cheekbones and knuckles. A collarless white linen shirt hung loosely on his frame, sleeves rolled up, partially covered by a flour-dusted creamy apron. A baker's hat sat jauntily on his dark hair. "You're wearing trousers?" Harry exclaimed suddenly. "Indeed," the man replied. Harry stared at him, noting that he didn't look particularly Scottish or British. Then he glanced down at his own robes and back again. "Wait. Sorry. That was rude," he said, feeling flustered. "I mean, but you're not wearing robes. I thought all wizards wore robes." "Pantalone?" the owner asked, impossibly poised. Then the tall man smiled, a closed-mouthed smirk playing on his lips. Nothing more practical than the trousers of modern times. His rich, lilting voice interrupted Harry's thoughts, causing him to flush with embarrassment. He quickly looked back down at his cup. "Oh," Harry managed to say. "Yes. Right. Thanks. Well." He shrugged, feeling a bit flustered. "I just, didn't think they were an option." The man's dark brown eyes flickered briefly toward Harry's forehead before locking onto his gaze again. "Not if you wish to, stay out of sight." He shook his head, a bemused smile on his face. "Ah, you British wizards. I shall never understand some of your, how do you say? Quirks." Harry shrugged a single shoulder in response. Sometimes, he thought the same thing. "Well, the coffee seems really nice, thanks." "You British wizards," the man repeated, before disappearing back into his book as silently as he had arrived. Harry redirected his attention to the Daily Prophet. the Wizengamot had refused to pass legislation requiring children to be registered with Mediwizards from birth, and there were vocal arguments for both sides. He flipped through letters from Percy and Draco. Ron wanted to know what Harry was doing for his birthday. Was he coming to the Burrow again this year? Harry made a mental note to let Ron down gently, considering his other plans. Then, an unusual envelope caught his eye. It was made of heavy, expensive-looking parchment, and his name was printed in precise, elegant script with familiar green ink. Curiosity piqued, he unfolded the parchment. Ah! McGonagall had mailed him, which pleased Harry immensely until he read what her letter had to say. "Dear Mr. Potter," she had written. "I must say that it was both a pleasure and a delight to receive your inquiry. I have been watching with pride as you have adapted to Hogwarts' academic pace and adopted your own, much improved, study habits. I commend you even more for your mature interest in developing your own learning beyond your current abilities and congratulate you for reaching out to me. Perhaps you received a recommendation from Miss Granger? Unfortunately, I am unable to accede to your request at this time." Harry's mood plummeted as he dropped the letter onto the table, momentarily overwhelmed. He'd had such high hopes. If only he hadn't experienced that odd, well, he should call it what it was, that panic attack at the end of last year. Merlin, if only it had happened a little more privately. He glanced at the professor's letter again, and his fears were confirmed. She wouldn't loan him a time turner, she didn't even own one. Even worse, he quickly learned that she wasn't willing to recommend him to the ministry. On very rare occasions, McGonagall explained, she could leverage her years of teaching to persuade a few professional contacts to make allowances for a heavy curriculum. But due to his health and recent concerns, Harry was out of luck. Harry snorted in frustration. It seemed she was worried that the successes of last year had come at a heavy cost, and she was concerned about his health. He rolled his eyes, he bet she had simply prioritized Hermione for the time turner, no matter how much she tried to dance around the issue. As he dropped the letter and took a long swig of his coffee, he shrugged his shoulders. To be fair, he had been a mess at the end of last year, and the professor would never have known the full story. He sat in depressed silence for a moment, the beauty and freedom of the morning slipping away. Then he blinked, deciding to perk up immediately. There were some things it was pointless to dwell on because he could only change what was within his control. He had his own professional contacts he could tap into. His mind raced, who would know? Hermione, Percy, Draco, Mr. W. Percy first, then. It was a morning far too cheerful to let this setback ruin his plans. He could work around this easily. Rising from his seat to pay, Harry passed a few coins over the counter, ready to take on the day. Harry approached the owner of the peculiar little shop, his mind buzzing with letters to write and tasks to tackle. "Do you think I could get a Cornish pasty to take away?" The foreign man, Harry could tell he was from somewhere else, but he couldn't quite place the accent, nodded with a mild expression and handed Harry his food wrapped in a soft cotton cloth. "Thanks," Harry said, intrigued by this method. At the Leaky Cauldron, Tom would just hand him his pastries directly. "Do I?" Return this." "Not to worry," the man waved away Harry's concern. "Only if you pass by this way again." Harry carefully took the little package and tucked it into his moleskin pouch. "Thanks. I'll remember this place." As he stepped outside, Harry blinked against the sudden brightness. He had emerged from the dim breakfast spot, passed under the heavy eaves, and walked out past the oak grotto, pausing for a moment. He decided he would have to come back. Hogsmeade was worth exploring further. He took one last look at the hillside, streets spread out across Hogsmeade, cows lowing in their sunny meadows, and the blacksmith shop cast in shadows, save for the flickering light of the forge. With a crack, he returned to his cupboard. Chapter 5. Coming Together. Harry enjoyed quiet days for the rest of the week, marked only by brief outings for food and to check the post. Percy had given him some solid advice, and now Mr. Weasley was writing to Harry on an intermittent basis. It felt a bit like how Harry imagined a job interview might go, if it were conducted via OWL. Draco was grumbling about holiday homework, having apparently left it until the last minute. For the first time in his life, Harry truly understood, viscerally understood, how Hermione must have felt around him and Ron during their previous timeline. His instinctive confusion over why Draco hadn't organized himself earlier clashed with a smug confidence that he had done everything he needed to do. Perhaps he could offer some advice. He wondered if Draco had considered creating a study schedule. Harry found himself smirking. It explained so much about Hermione that he had never grasped before. His hired help was keeping in touch, though the legalities of inheritances, trials, wills, and all that were progressing slowly. Mr. Lloyd Elliot provided regular and professional updates, while the accountant was more sporadic but chatty. It was all very informative, and Harry found himself taking notes to keep everything organized. He had sticking charms all over one wall in his study compartment now, with long lists detailing who needed to be contacted for what, and what ministry responses his team was currently waiting on. Hermione would have been impressed, had she known. Finally, at long last, his studies regained their luster. It was unbelievably satisfying to dive into textbooks he had never studied before, and Harry hadn't realized how refreshing that would feel. He eagerly pored over his new reference books. He had gone out to buy the textbooks without even waiting for the Hogwarts list to be released. He was that keen. Muggle studies felt fresh, runes looked new and exciting, and arithmancy seemed positively challenging after 2 years of revision. Indeed, there were only 2 disruptions to Harry's plans, which were otherwise flowing smoothly. Everything was going along smoothly. First, the Daily Prophet Galleon draw was announced, but the Weasleys hadn't won anything. As Harry pored over the paper during breakfast in Diagon Alley, he noticed a small section in tiny font that listed 6 families as winners of the exciting Daily Prophet Grand Galleon draw, one of whom had claimed the grand prize. There were also instructions for the winners to contact the Daily Prophet to claim their prizes. Harry's eyes skimmed the short list: Bacon, Newman, Hudson, Bishop, Ross, and McGillivray. 6 family names, but none of them was Weasley. He paused and reread the article, this time savoring each word. 6 winners: Bacon, Newman, Hudson, Bishop, Ross, McGillivray, and none in any particular order. They needed to get in touch with the editor of the Prophet to find out what they had won. Feeling oddly empty, Harry furrowed his brow, licked his lips, and folded the paper closed. He glanced out the window, watching a few random passers-by drift across his line of sight before turning his attention back to the matter at hand. He mused, cracking his neck thoughtfully. Not the Weasleys, then. That meant Sirius' grand escape would require alternate arrangements. He felt a shift in his mind, a sudden calmness settling over him. Plans began to flow through his thoughts, barely slow enough for him to grasp alternative arrangements he had devised during those long nights when sleep eluded him. Harry chewed his lower lip, wondering how quickly everything had moved last time. Sirius needed to reach Privet Drive before the end of the holidays for Harry's plan to work, and time felt incredibly tight. He finished his breakfast with his brows still furrowed, his mind racing. Then, with an unconscious shake of his head and a slight wriggle of his shoulders, something that would have embarrassed him if he had noticed it, his brows relaxed, and he swallowed the last of his porridge, feeling lighter and more cheerful. Harry decided he would owl Mr. Lloyd Elliot, the lawyer. Surely, he could arrange the donation of a couple dozen, maybe even 100, newspapers to Azkaban in the name of charity. And perhaps, Harry's mind raced with possibilities when he felt good, he could reach out to Colin Creevey for a few photos of the young Gryffindor crowd. The Potter-Spotter column was still running, embarrassingly enough, but this time it could serve his purpose well. Ron still carried Scabbers around most places, surely he'd be in a few photos. Harry could pick and choose what to contribute. Then another idea struck him, blossoming rapidly in his mind. He could continue his anonymous collaboration with Rita Skeeter and see if he could get some more coverage that way. If he could maintain this agreement, he was sure that having an in with Skeeter would prove useful one day. Overall, Harry felt confident he could arrange Sirius' escape without too much trouble. Next, Aunt Marge was set to visit the Dursleys. Having organized everything necessary for Sirius' prison break, Harry found himself compelled to eavesdrop on the Muggles around him. What did the papers say? What was in the news? How soon could he expect Sirius to arrive at Privet Drive? After just 2 days of hiding behind the roses, listening to the evening news anchors, Harry's carefree existence was interrupted by Marge and her dog, Ripper. He was just beginning to settle into a comfortable position, finding the soft spot in the dirt with all the right indents to listen to the television, when he heard a noise behind him. The scrabble of feet on concrete startled him from his cozy patch in the garden, followed by a rush of low barks. Harry spun around to see Ripper's solid body charging through the rosebushes with power, his bark starting deep in his chest and rumbling outward. Petunia's well-pruned rose branches snapped like dry twigs in Ripper's wake. Shocked, Harry frantically searched for his wand, desperate to keep Ripper at bay and protect himself. He inched backward, cycling his legs madly, hoping to stop the grumpy dog from latching onto an ankle. "Still stuck with that brat, I suppose?" Marge's booming voice reached Harry from the window. Suddenly, he connected the dots, realizing with a pang that she must have moved in while he was studying. He scuttled back a few more inches. Priorities, after all. Vernon mumbled something Harry couldn't quite catch, and Marge replied with all the self-righteous confidence of a charging bull. "I say, the quicker you can get rid of the rot, the better, Vernon." The everyday sounds from the television continued, blending with the conversation between the Dursleys as Harry fended off the slobbering dog. "I always said you didn't want dodgy baggage in the house," Marge continued. Harry managed to clamber to his knees, his arms frantically searching under his shirt for his wand. "You never know when the infection will spread, and I'm sure you don't want our Dudley corrupted by any sick Nancy habits. I'm sure you know what I mean." Outside the house, Harry finally pulled his left shoe out of Ripper's mouth and retrieved his wand from its pouch. Scrambling away on his stomach, he twitched his wand a few times behind him, launching well-placed stinging hexes at the dog. Tiny golden flashes darted toward Ripper. The dog flinched at the impact, growled, and slobbered some more. The last 2 sparks hit him, and Ripper whimpered once. With one ear perked for trouble, Harry heard the couch springs protesting and knew Marge was leaning forward, lumbering out of her seat. "What in the blazes?" she began. "Found a squirrel, you think?" Vernon's voice asked. Grimly, Marge exclaimed, "That's not the sound of my Ripper on the hunt." The floorboards creaked beneath her as she moved. Even as Harry scrambled out of the garden and rose to his knees, he heard a voice call from inside. "What's going on out here then?" A shadow moved towards the window above him. Harry's eyes darted around. There was no way to get back under the window, and trying to hide was pointless. Ripper shook off the stinging hex and charged at Harry again, barking menacingly. Harry made a quick decision and scuttled forward toward the corner of the house, almost losing his balance as he dashed for shelter. He was half facing the dog and half leaning against the edge of the house, all while keeping an eye out for nosy neighbors, hoping his wand lights weren't too obvious. "Ripper P.O.O.?" Marge bellowed from the Dursleys' living room. "What's going on, Ripper Poo? Where's my boy?" There was a loud crash, and in a distant corner of Harry's mind, he wondered if it was Petunia startled by the noise or perhaps afraid of being discovered. Or maybe it was Marge breaking another glass. "Ripper darling? Come to Mama." The dog charged after Harry's heels. Desperate to stay hidden, Harry lunged around the corner of the house, just out of sight, with Ripper close enough behind that he could feel the hot breath and saliva spray. The shadow in the window disappeared from his view. Finally, Harry had a moment to address his problem. Out of sight from onlookers, hidden by the wall of the house and the fence, he quickly unleashed a handful of familiar spells. "Impedimenta. Muffliato." Harry mumbled desperately. To his relief, the dog paused, silent except for the snarl that forced its way through its jaw. "Oh. Silentio." Harry hesitated, then straightened and slowly lowered his wand to his side, letting the adrenaline course through him. Of all the stupid things to be caught out by, he had completely forgotten about Muggle dogs. Carefully, he turned his head to see if there was anyone around. Harry glanced around, relieved to see that all the windows he could spot were empty. He quickly cast the Muggle repelling charms and the Notice Me Not spell on himself, just in case his uncle's sister came charging around the corner in search of her beloved dog. He could still hear Marge's booming voice calling for Ripper from the lounge as he carefully navigated around the restrained but furious animal. A sinking feeling settled in his stomach as he realized the dog would likely hold a grudge, and he wasn't sure how that might complicate his plans. Finally, he muttered, stupefied, and released the restraining spells, allowing Ripper to collapse to the ground in a semblance of sleep. Harry took one last look. The pose seemed realistic enough, but Marge wouldn't be pleased about being ignored. He conjured a slightly grubby rubber duck and tucked it between Ripper's paws before turning to leave. That should quell her suspicions when she found the dog. With that, Harry slipped away, hoping to sneak into the house unnoticed while everyone was preoccupied with the search for Ripper. Soon, the Hogwarts list arrived, detailing exactly what he needed to buy to prepare for the upcoming year. Some of the textbooks he had already purchased in his eagerness to learn were enormous, heavy tomes bound in stiff leather. He anticipated building up his arm muscles if he had to lug them around much this year. The list also included an unexpected requirement, an abacus for arithmancy, alongside the various supplementary texts he had anticipated. Sitting at his study desk, Harry absently spun the beads while pondering what the new school year might hold. The thought was genuinely exciting. He had so much planned. Yet, he always found himself returning to his studies. It felt good to dive back into preparation for school, but he kept the lid of his trunk open, ready for any new chaos that might erupt in the house, indicating that Sirius had finally found him. Tension thrummed in his fingertips as he waited, every moment feeling charged with potential. As time went by, Harry's plans began to come together, but one frustration lingered. None of the spells he cast to keep the Dursleys away from his cupboard worked on their dog. At least twice a day, he was pulled from his studies by the sound of Marge fussing over the cupboard door, or more accurately, over Ripper, who was scratching at it, though she couldn't see him. "That brat you used to have," he overheard Marge say one day through the cracks in the wooden door, her voice barely rising above Ripper's agitated growls. "He never hid anything illegal under your house, did he?" Petunia's voice was hesitant, and Harry realized that with the Muggle repelling and forgetfulness spells cast around his cupboard, the Dursleys were left to fill in the gaps with their own wild speculations. "You might want to get police dogs round," Marge continued, her voice booming. "He's run off now, has he? Good riddance, I say. But if he left any traces or evidence of what he was up to, you'll want to report it yourself before he brings more trouble knocking." The sounds carried well enough inside his trunk, and Harry was surprised to find his fists clenched tightly as he listened. He flinched again later when Ripper resumed scratching at the door. After giving it some thought, he decided he needed to climb out of his compartment to cast an imperturbable charm on the door, just in case Ripper's relentless scratching broke it down and revealed all his secrets. It was the Monday after Harry turned 13 when the Daily Prophet reported a sudden breakout from Azkaban by none other than Sirius Black. The following morning, Muggle news reports confirmed the chaos, and Harry learned about it during breakfast while eavesdropping from the safety of his cupboard door. He later found confirmation in the headlines of the papers he bought that day. Fortunately for Harry, the photo and feature piece included him and his. The news of Harry's friends making headlines spread quickly, bringing him joy even as wizards and muggles across Britain were warned not to approach the dangerous, armed criminal. He set about the next phase of his plan, ensuring Ripper was charmed to sleep before he slipped out of the house that night and continued to do so every night thereafter. If he hadn't been lurking in the dark, he might have received a few strange looks from the neighbors over the next few days. Cloaked in midnight black, Harry huddled near the hedges, jumping at every rustle and flinching at each noise. He wandered up and down the road for an hour or two each night, twitching at every sound, startled by every dog bark that could have belonged to Sirius. Eventually, he recognized he was acting a bit mad and settled down on the sheltered side of the house, a fresh plate of steaming food resting beside him. Realizing it was unlikely he would be able to sneak up on a desperate, ravenous animagus, he decided to lure him with food instead. One evening, just after midnight, he startled awake, convinced he had seen a strange glow of eyes in the darkness. He jerked his arm away from his moleskin pouch, where it had darted, and leaned forward, staring intently at the spot where he thought he'd seen them vanish. He gazed so hard into the heavy shadows that white spots began to dance before his eyes. The wind picked up, sending a chill through him. He tucked his pouch back under his shirt, glanced at the garden, and stood to sneak inside. Unlike other nights when he had taken the plate back with him, he was careful to leave the food behind this time. The next morning, Harry was beside himself with excitement when he crept out early to find the bowl scraped clean and gleaming. As he picked it up, he scanned the garden, his eyes lingering on the shadows. He saw nothing and heard. Nothing seemed unusual at first. Then, stooping quickly, Harry reached into his moleskin pouch and pulled out a large salami, placing it in the bowl. Next, he added a sizable plastic container filled with bottled water. Using his toe, he nudged the water back, carefully positioning it just out of the morning sunlight and into the shade of the eaves. Satisfied, he turned and slipped quietly inside. From the cramped safety of his cupboard, Harry waited anxiously for the rest of the household to wake up. Petunia was the first to stir, and soon the kitchen was filled with the sizzling sounds and delicious aromas of breakfast. With a loud thump, Ripper the bulldog bounded down the stairs, and Marge opened the door to let him out for a moment. Harry pressed his ear against the cupboard door, eager for news. To his relief, the dog only stayed outside long enough to relieve himself before Marge brought him back in. Perhaps it was the enticing scent of sausages and bacon frying, or maybe it was Harry's own smell lingering just out of reach under the steps, but Ripper soon began alternating between snuffling wetly outside Harry's cupboard and eagerly devouring his meal. For Harry, the experience was far from pleasant, but he endured it, knowing it meant Sirius would have more time to approach the house without Ripper on his trail. He waited patiently until Marge and her dog lumbered back upstairs, and then he quietly slipped back into the garden to check the food. The plate was empty. To Harry's satisfaction, not only had the water disappeared, but so had the bottle. With the initial contact established and his plan set in motion, Harry managed to focus on his studies for the rest of the day. That evening, he returned outside with more food and water, lingering just long enough to confirm that he was certain he saw gleaming yellow eyes watching him from the darkness. The pattern continued for a few days until Harry decided the time was right. That morning, he didn't go back inside. Instead, he backed away from the bowl, ready for what was to come. Harry shifted back on his heels, keeping a safe distance. A rustle in the bushes made him lurch forward in eagerness, but he quickly held himself back. He remembered how irrational Sirius had been when they first met in the previous timeline, especially after months of being on the run. This version of Sirius had just escaped from Azkaban, and Harry guessed he was probably even more paranoid than he could imagine. The last thing he wanted was to scare Sirius away by revealing that something was wrong. As that thought crossed his mind, Harry tucked his trembling fingers under his arms, hoping his scent wouldn't betray him. He peered eagerly at the hedge, where the crackling of twigs was coming from. He could hear the little snaps and the heavy breathing, and slowly, the large black form of a wolfhound crept out from beneath the shrubbery. Harry held his breath. The massive dog paused for a moment, then staggered to its feet and cautiously sniffed the air. Harry's heart sank when it caught his scent and froze. Was Sirius too paranoid to eat in front of him? The silence stretched as they stared at each other. In the darkness, Harry's vision wasn't great, but he could make out the rigid tension in his godfather's body. He opened his mouth, and the quiet pop of his lips separating caused the dog's ears to perk up. Harry licked his lips nervously. "I left food for you, P." He cut himself off, realizing that calling him Padfoot would likely scare his godfather away. "PP? Puppy," he stammered. "I won't hurt you, I promise." The dog didn't move, but its ears flickered slightly in the night. "Go on," Harry urged after a few minutes of silence, during which Sirius didn't blink or look away. I'll just leave you to it then, shall I?" He rose as quietly as he could and began to back away from the dog, trying not to disturb the fragile moment. Harry cautiously approached the corner of the house, glancing back to see Sirius's head swivel to follow him. Moving slowly, he took a few minutes to disappear around the corner without making any sudden movements that might startle his godfather. With a sigh, he stretched his spine, feeling the weight of the moment. It wasn't the joyful reunion he had imagined, but it wasn't a failure either. he trudged inside quietly, hoping that tomorrow would bring better luck. 3 days later, Harry had finally made some progress. Each evening, he left food and water out, and every morning, he found the bowls empty. That night, he attempted to get closer to the dog again, managing to crouch at a distance while a large black beast devoured the food. Within 10 minutes, the bowl was empty and the water was gone. With each passing day, he approached a little closer. By Wednesday night, the emaciated black dog allowed Harry to watch him eat, and by the following weekend, he even let Harry pet him gently. "Can I call you Snuffles?" Harry whispered, as the tense black dog lay at his feet. He ran his fingers lightly over the matted fur, feeling the ridges of his skull and the prominence of each rib. "I've got no friends in this house. I have to hide from Aunt Marge before she says something stupid and I blow her up. It would be nice to have someone who wants me." He found himself mixing past and present. The 13-year-old Harry would have longed for a dog to love him while hiding from Aunt Marge and her terrible dog. The present Harry wanted to seem young and lonely, hoping Sirius would follow him when he left. As he sat back on the ground, resting against the side of the house, his godfather, Padfoot, Snuffles, twitched at the movement but then crept forward to gnaw gently on one of Harry's shoes. It wasn't the enthusiastic yes Harry had hoped for, but it felt like a step in the right direction. Harry felt a friendly kind of slobber from the dog, taking it as a sign that the animagus was becoming attached to him. They sat together in a comfortable silence, though Harry couldn't tell how long it lasted. He continued to gently stroke the great beast at his side, and slowly, as the rhythmic sound of his hand patting Padfoot's body filled the air, the dog huffed and settled down heavily, resting his weight on one of Harry's feet. Padfoot's tail began to wag slowly, thumping against Harry's side as they sat together in the darkness. As the night deepened, Harry found himself nodding off. It was a dry night, though overcast, and despite being so thin, his godfather radiated a feverish heat. Harry dozed, the motion of his hand petting the dog gradually slowed to a stop, and his head nodded forward to rest on his chest. In his drowsy state, he vaguely registered Snuffles lifting his head, his long, wet tongue darting out to moisten Harry's face. It felt natural for Harry to giggle a little, even as he drifted off. He thought he slept for a while, despite the chill of the night and the hard ground beneath him. In his dream, he saw Sirius, who ruffled his hair and called him a good cub, but even in that moment, Harry felt it was too convenient to be real. He woke suddenly a few hours later, just as the darkness was beginning to lighten with the approach of dawn. Padfoot's heavy head rested on his knees, and his godfather was awake, gazing up at him. Harry took a moment to gather his thoughts, recalling the present and the memories of the past. He thought he remembered a pleasant dream, but with Padfoot's head right in front of him, he didn't want to appear suspicious. "Sorry, Snuffles," he murmured, gently pushing the dog off his lap. "I need to get going so that nobody inside sees me." Harry lumbered to his feet, panting at Padfoot with a vaguely disapproving look. "I'll get you more food," he promised. "And then I'll see you again tonight? Stay safe, and don't let anyone see you." Not long after, Harry settled into his cupboard while Padfoot disappeared for the day. It was time to put his plan into action. About an hour later, Harry slipped out of his trunk, popping off to Diagon Alley for breakfast before returning to tackle his work. He tried his best to study, despite the distractions of his plans, but eventually, he gave up and focused on plotting his next few days instead. Around noon, he dashed off to Diagon Alley for supplies, then made 2 more trips later in the day for items he'd forgotten. By the time he acknowledged that dinner wouldn't be unreasonably early, he felt as ready as he could be. However, he had completely ruined a perfectly good piece of parchment with scribbles, scratches, and doodles. After exiting the trunk, Harry closed it, cast a disillusionment charm on it, and dragged himself out of the stuffy cupboard. The Dursleys were busy for the moment. Dudley was ensconced in his bedroom with a new game, while Vernon, his sister, and her dog were making a ruckus in the lounge in front of the television. Petunia was alone in the kitchen, just beginning her preparations for their meal. Harry paused for a moment to watch her bustle about. For a brief instant, he felt sorry for her. Was this what she had dreamed of when she was just his mother's sister? Preparing piles of food for a family that took her for granted? Then she noticed him and startled, her habitual scowl quickly took over her face. "Thanks," Harry said quietly, nodding in her direction. "I'm off." She made a shooing gesture with her hands. "Shoo!" Petunia whispered, glancing toward the noise coming from the lounge. "Marge hasn't noticed you're here. Be off with you." Her face looked even more pinched than usual, and Harry couldn't help but think she seemed pale. "Good riddance," he muttered. "That's what I have planned," Harry replied, watching Petunia's bewilderment grow. "I just need one thing." "What?" she hissed, her annoyance palpable. Harry held out a pen and a piece of parchment. "I need someone to sign this form." "It's a permission slip for—" "Oh, give it here," Petunia snapped, her gaze still fixed on the door to the lounge. She hastily scribbled her signature at the bottom of the page without even glancing at it and thrust it back at Harry. "Take it and get out." Happy to leave the family behind, Harry took the hint and crept quietly toward the front door. Behind him, Petunia began clanking and rattling pans with vigor. The front door opened with a soft click. Just as he stepped over the threshold, he heard the heavy, rapid pattering of a hefty dog heading his way. Apparently, he hadn't been quiet enough. Ripper rounded the lounge door and charged at him with an almost malicious grin. In a panic, Harry rushed through the door and awkwardly spun around to grab it. Just in time, he managed to slam the door shut, the thunderous sound of Ripper's charge echoing in his ears. He could hear the mad scrabbling as the dog tried to halt its momentum, but he felt a sense of satisfaction at the deep thud of a heavy animal colliding with the solid door. Hopefully, it had been head first, there hadn't been any time for Ripper to dodge. Frantically, Harry patted himself down, ensuring he had everything: pockets, pouch, wand, luggage. He was all set. "Ripper? Ripper-poo!" Marge's unpleasant voice boomed from inside the house, cutting through the early evening air. "What happened here?" Without wasting another second, Harry dashed away from the door. "Padfoot," he called quietly, glancing around furtively. "Here, boy." "Where are you?" His youthful voice trembled as it echoed across the garden. Behind him, the voices inside seemed to rise in intensity. Harry wondered what would happen next. In a moment of panic, Harry worried that the commotion inside the house would spill out into the yard. "Come here, boy." "Come here," he called out again, trying to project his voice without attracting too much attention. To his immense relief, he spotted the familiar large figure of his godfather in a distant corner of the garden. "Come on," Harry urged. "Come with me." "I'm running away." He turned and hurried toward the end of the road, confident that his godfather would follow him. Chapter 6: The Great Escape. Harry quickened his pace, leaving Privet Drive far behind. Once he felt he had put enough distance between himself and the house, he slowed to a walk, taking a moment to breathe. It was drizzling, definitely not the night he had envisioned for his plans, but he had managed to sneak away and still held on to the hope that everything would unfold as he hoped. He hunched his shoulders against the rain, finding a bit of humor in the situation. At least the darkness made the raindrops on his glasses less of a distraction. After sticking to his predetermined route, Harry arrived at a deserted Muggle park. He found a secluded spot under the slide and flung himself down. His bedraggled, skinny companion followed closely, panting as it settled near Harry's feet. Harry glanced at the bewildered face of his godfather and stifled a laugh. Sirius looked utterly confounded. But as the nearest street lamp cast its light, Harry's grin faded. He took a closer look at the creature beside him, and his amusement turned to concern. The orange glow illuminated the dog more clearly than he had seen before. Sirius's ribs were stark against his lean body, and the whites of his eyes were too prominent. Harry noticed the dog's heavy panting had not eased. He rummaged through his moleskin pouch, feeling prepared as always, and pulled out some food and water. "Go on," he said, motioning with his hand. "Eat up." Padfoot hesitated for a moment, looking at Harry with a mix of suspicion and concern. Then, without warning, he lunged forward, snatching the meat from Harry's hand. Harry watched as the dog quickly retreated, inhaling the food at an alarming speed. Harry placed an unopened bottle of water between himself and the dog. Padfoot, having finished his meal, looked up sharply at Harry's face. "Go on," Harry urged again. He opened his mouth, hesitated, discarded his first choice of words, and tried once more. "I am a wizard, you know." Sirius's tail, which had started to wag tentatively, twitched and then went still. Harry slowly drew his wand from his pouch. The muscles in the dog's body tensed, making him quiver with anticipation. Speaking soft, nonsensical words under his breath, Harry crouched low to the ground and carefully placed his wand next to the water bottle. He could feel his heartbeat thundering in his ribcage, his chest felt so tight it hurt. He was so close. He had longed for Sirius so much. The stillness of the night amplified the sound of his pulse until he was convinced it must be echoing in Sirius's ears just as it was in his own. Even his own breathing seemed harsh and rapid in the night, though Padfoot's deep gasps were louder and more alarming. Gingerly, Harry eased himself backward until he was a good 4 feet away from where his wand and the water bottle lay. "Go on," he said for the 3rd time. "I won't hurt you." I could never hurt you. I've been waiting." Padfoot panted up at him, and Harry continued, "I've been waiting so long. You're my godfather. You're Sirius Black." For a long moment, they stared at each other, Harry searching Sirius's canine face. Sirius's body hummed with tension, and neither of them moved. Then, cautiously, Harry raised his empty hands into the air. With as much deliberation as he could muster, he closed his eyes and waited. Silence enveloped them. Somewhere nearby, a car drove down a street, its tires splashing through the surface water, and then the sound faded into the London night. The static haze of anticipation hung in the air. The sound of drizzle hitting the ground filled Harry's ears, creating an atmosphere of eerie stillness. Suddenly, in the quiet, he heard a rustle, a scrape, and the crack of a water bottle being opened. Harry opened his eyes to see a gaunt Sirius Black standing frozen before him, the bottle halfway to his mouth. He had paused, watching Harry with burning intensity as they remained locked in a moment of silence. After what felt like an eternity, Harry closed his eyes again, waiting for the sounds of thirsty gulps and the trickle of water to stop. Once the rustling and swallowing noises faded, he opened his eyes once more. In the quickly darkening surroundings, he noticed that Sirius had already consumed more than 2/3 of the water. Having quenched his immediate thirst, they returned to cautiously studying each other. Sirius seemed to be evaluating Harry's reaction to his sudden transformation, while Harry was equally taken aback by Sirius. Sirius's hair was long and matted, framing his pale face. Even his scraggly, unkempt beard couldn't hide the pallor of his skin or the sharp angles of his gaunt features. His clothes, if they could even be called that, hung off him in tatters, revealing the wasted hollowness of the body beneath. He was covered in a fine sheen, whether sweat or oil, and his burning eyes gleamed darkly from within his corpse-like visage. His hand still clutched the water bottle. Harry couldn't tell if it was a lifeline or a weapon. But as he looked closer, illuminated by the dim orange glow of the streetlight, he noticed Sirius's long, yellowed nails, dirt-encrusted and sickly, trembling uncontrollably. Was Sirius nervous? Harry dismissed the thought. He had never known Sirius to shake with nerves before. But was it possible that the effort was too much for him? Was Sirius unwell? Harry's concern deepened. Sirius's eyes didn't blink as they stared intensely at Harry from within his gaunt, haggard face. A shiver ran down Harry's spine under that gaze. His mind worked swiftly, as it often did these days, without his conscious effort. Suddenly, he realized with a jolt that his last memories of Sirius were of a much healthier man. Clearly, scavenging for food and shelter had been better for Sirius than the confinement of the ministry. Harry kept his hands raised in the air and spoke carefully. "I won't hurt you, I promise. Do you want more food?" "Up for sir?" Sirius opened his mouth, producing a grating rasp that echoed in the silence. He rasped and snarled a few more times until Harry recognized a pattern in the sounds. Fine. 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 he coughed. Fine. Sirius knocked his bony fist against his chest. Fine, he repeated, fine, for now. I'll live. An awkward silence followed. Harry opened his mouth to speak again, but Sirius beat him to it. Dear gods, don't call me sir, he barked with a sharp, bitter laugh. Not a sir. Look at me. Look at me. This other sir. His voice climbed towards hysteria before suddenly cutting off as he fixed Harry with a serious gaze. I'm no sir. You said it yourself, I'm your godfather, Harry. Feeling it was safe to lower his hands, Harry did so slowly, careful not to startle the wary man. Harry Potter, he introduced himself. I've read about you. Indeed, Sirius growled, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. I'm all the rage right now, I am. Judging that the worst was over, Harry slowly reached into his moleskin pouch, ignoring the way his godfather's body tensed again. He pulled out 2 cold Cornish pasties, settled comfortably on the ground, and held the second one out to Sirius. Help yourself, he offered. Yourself? Another awkward moment passed before Sirius snatched a pastry from Harry's hand and settled himself awkwardly on the ground, Harry's wand still resting on the earth between them. The tension eased as both of them silently devoted themselves to eating the pasties. When Harry noticed that Sirius was nearing the end of his, he broke the silence. So, like I said, he began casually, ignoring Sirius's sudden twitch, the urge to flee. I'm running away. What are your plans? I've got a traitor to kill. Sirius's eyes flashed, and the wildness in his wolfish grin sent shivers down Harry's spine. Still, he responded with the calmness of a 19-year-old war veteran. Pettigrew, then. Harry nodded, feeling himself slip into his peculiar occlumency trance, where panic and emotion couldn't reach him. Could you leave him to me? Sirius crushed his pasty in shock, gaping at the 13-year-old in front of him. You think you're hard enough? You want to dirty your hands? His death is mine, he said, his shocked voice turning to a low purr. 11.5 years I've suffered for this crime. I'd been dreaming about the day I'll finally commit it. Harry's still, calm mind worked rapidly. Oh, I see, he replied conversationally. So what's your plan, then? Sirius spoke quickly and quietly. I'll sneak into Hogwarts. I'll wait until I have my chance. I'll surprise him with my... You could bring him to me. The man's eyes lit up. You, with your friend, the red-headed kid. You could steal him from your friend and bring him to me, and... Sirius snapped his teeth together wolfishly. It'll be over before he knows it. What's a little murder between old friends? Well, Harry said cautiously, that's certainly the beginnings of a plan. You're planning to give him a quick, clean death then? Sirius's body thrummed with tension, and he let out a low snarl at Harry's words. Harry chose his next sentence carefully. Look, I think our interests could align here. How about we take a few days to plan things out? Sirius twitched, but Harry pressed on. We could hang out for a week or so, get to know each other better. He shrugged. You could tell me about my dad. What? Sirius settled back, a gruesome grimace flickering across his face that Harry realized was a smile. James, who? The things I could tell you. Suddenly, Sirius whipped around, glancing toward the entrance of the park. A solitary figure jogged silently by, and in an instant, Sirius transformed back into his dog form. His ears perked up as the Great Grim sat silently, watching the evening runner disappear. When Sirius finally relaxed, Harry took it as his cue to move. He rummaged through his moleskin pouch and pulled out a silvery, shimmering fabric, feeling a rush of satisfaction. Even in dog form, he could see his godfather's stunned expression. Harry smirked. My dad's cloak. Come on, sit still so I can put this on. He reached out to pull it around the large beast, but his brain reminded him how edgy his godfather was. Surprisingly, Sirius remained motionless. There, Harry said, pulling the hood up over Sirius's ears. That's safer. Now, do you have a safe place we can go for now? Or should I take us both to the leaky cauldron? The rumble that came from beneath the invisibility cloak answered his question. That's what I thought. So where are we going? Harry saw a flash of fur and skin as the cloak shifted with movement, and Sirius's disembodied voice emerged from beneath it. I do have my mother's old place. Harry made encouraging sounds. Is it safe? It's a horrible, dark, depressing hovel, Sirius replied. It'll drive us both mad if it's not already too late for me. He let out a harsh, desperate laugh, then quickly sobered, which felt unsettling. But no one else will want to use it, so at least it'll be empty. I once swore I would never go back, so it's the last place anyone would look for me. Where is it? Harry asked, already knowing the answer. 12, Grimmauld Place, Islington. Transform again, Harry instructed. He gathered his belongings and led the invisible Sirius out of the park. Holding out his one hand, he jumped back as the rumbling, roaring purple triple-decker night bus appeared out of thin air. Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard, the conductor chirped cheerfully. Just stick out your one hand, step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor for this evening. Harry nervously patted his fringe down over his scar and pretended to search for exactly 11 sickles to pay for his ticket. His careful fumbling gave his invisible companion plenty of time to sneak onto the bus behind him. Reassuringly, Harry felt the warm body that had been pressed against his leg straighten, the warmth fading as Sirius presumably got on without any issues. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry kept watch for the wet paw prints that mysteriously appeared on the floorboards while he handed over the money to Stan. Thankfully, as the invisibility cloak followed Sirius, it blurred the marks into something far less recognizable before anyone noticed. Once he finally found the change, Harry looked up at Stan's young and earnest face. Stan met his gaze with a bright smile. You're all right then, he confirmed cheerfully, counting Harry's coins. You sure about no? Hot chocolate? It's only an extra 2. I'm fine, thanks, Harry replied, suppressing a small shiver. I don't think I have the skills. He grimaced at the memory of his first night bus experience, when the hot chocolate had turned his pillow into a sopping, sticky mess. He gestured to a bed halfway down the aisle. Can I have this one? Oh, all right, Stan waved him away. A wave of relief washed over Harry. He might actually get away without a million questions this time. He shuffled cautiously toward the bed, careful not to step on the invisible dog. He was almost there when Stan suddenly called out, "Take her away, Ern." The night bus lurched forward with a loud bang and a jarring jolt. Harry tumbled, and his knee collided with something heavy and warm. He grimaced as he realized he had just knocked into his godfather, Sirius, in the ribs. They both staggered forward, the sound of clattering filling the air, until Harry managed to brace himself against the brass footboard of the bed. There was a muffled yelp from below his thighs. Wincing, Harry realized that somehow he had failed to catch himself in time, and Sirius had been squashed again. A wave of guilt washed over him. Him falling on Sirius was the only thing that had stopped him from hitting the floor. He reached out for leverage, just as he thought he had regained his balance and stood upright. Suddenly, his invisible trunk, floating behind him, crashed into the back of his hips. "Car!" Harry exclaimed, and his knees buckled again. Sirius yelped once more, and Harry bit back a curse. He quickly glanced toward the front of the bus, where Stan had settled next to the driver. Thankfully, they didn't seem to have heard the commotion. Harry scanned the other brass bedsteads. The bus was relatively empty, with only one other occupied bed, which contained a very unwell witch clutching a porcelain bowl. Harry watched as she held the wand in her hands. The greenish tint to her skin and her intense focus on the bowl clutched tightly against her chest indicated that she wouldn't be paying him much attention anytime soon. The bus continued to careen and sway, causing Harry to grip the bedhead tightly until his knuckles turned white, his legs planted firmly apart for better balance. His eyes were drawn to the scrabbling sound on the floor between his feet, and to his horror, he realized that Sirius' tail was now poking out from beneath the cloak. HSSST, he whispered desperately. Hold still. He struggled for a moment with the bundle pinned beneath them. Sirius' legs were working furiously, trying to get his feet underneath him again. He must be stuck on his back or side, Harry thought. The sound of his claws scratching against the floor echoed loudly in Harry's ears. Hold still. The cloak. Don't. After casting another urgent glance around the bus, Harry changed tactics. He scrambled onto the bed. When he turned back, he saw the dog's body crouched on the floor, claws out and desperately trying to maintain its grip against the sliding. The cloak was still in place, but Harry noticed with a hysterical giggle that only Sirius had remained invisible. A low, rumbling growl reached his ears. It was only a matter of time before someone looked around. Change back, he whispered forcefully. Jump up and pull the cloak back on. He scuttled back on the bed to make room for him. The dog made a desperate leap in Harry's direction, and mid-flight, he transformed back into his human form. Sirius landed firmly at the end of Harry's bed on all fours, then quickly grabbed the cloak to hold it down by his hips. Fool boy, he snarled. Harry's blood ran cold at the low, threatening growl in Sirius' voice. Are you trying to kill me? His sour breath brushed past Harry's face, reminding him once again that Sirius was still mostly an insane prison escapee. Harry clasped both hands over his mouth, desperately trying to stifle his inappropriate giggles with moderate success. He shook where he sat, with Sirius invisibly half-sprawled across one of his legs. The situation was tense. His very life might still be in danger from the unbalanced man, and Sirius' life was definitely at risk if he got noticed. Every time the bus took a sharp corner or jumped up on a curb, the night bus bed screeched and shuddered across the floor, while Sirius' weight rolled and lunged on the bed, accompanied by some heartfelt groans. When the bus finally screeched to a halt some indeterminate minutes later to let a staggering gentleman off, the weight against Harry's leg pitched forward with unusual sharpness. "Ooh!" came a muffled voice from strangely close to Harry's left elbow. He didn't need to see Sirius to know that the man had just face-planted violently into the mattress. With his arms presumably still holding the cloak down by his hips, he was now stuck, pinned by his own weight. The ridiculousness of it all struck Harry, and he worked hard to keep a straight face. Just as he felt Sirius trying to push himself up on his arms, the bus lurched back into motion, sending Sirius down again. Harry pinched his lips together more firmly and redoubled his efforts to suppress his giggles. Sirius snorted softly, his voice sounding as if it were still jammed into the mattress, and Harry imagined the familiar half-grin on his godfather's face. "Fool boy," Sirius grumbled, a hint of real humor in his voice. "You're just like your father." Finally, the bus evened out onto a straightaway, and Sirius could rearrange himself. Their ride continued late into the night, and although Harry could not, to be honest, they found a sense of comfort. Harry and his godfather managed to settle into a state of mutual wariness. Each time the bus stopped to pick up or drop off a passenger, both of them tensed up, only to sigh in relief when the ride lurched forward and no one looked their way again. Chapter 7: Sanctuary. Harry and Sirius arrived at their stop in London just after midnight. He was trying to suppress laughter, which had led to a stomach cramp, and his muscles were trembling from the adrenaline of escaping a mad prison inmate. When the night bus screeched to a halt, Harry sprang to his feet and stumbled past Ernie and Stan, moving with all the grace of a newborn foal. He felt Sirius, or Padfoot, nudging him from behind. Eager to escape the swaying vehicle, they scrambled out into the night with barely a backward glance. Once outside, the cool, damp air of London enveloped them. Harry turned and waved goodbye to Stan and the driver until the night bus vanished with a loud crack. He wanted to ensure no one saw where he was headed. The quiet stillness of the early morning settled around him, a welcome change from the rattling and rumbling of the past few hours. The mundane sounds of midnight traffic in the London suburbs felt distant and serene. Slowly, he felt some tension drain away. The mad escape had been successful, and his plan was still in motion. The silence was soon interrupted by Sirius's gravelly voice, bursting with uncontrollable giggles from somewhere near Harry's ankles. "What in bloody hell are we doing, James?" McGonagall would have us in detention from now until Christmas if she caught us, you bastard. From what Harry could tell, the invisible man had collapsed to the ground in laughter. Lily would kill me if I took you on that monstrosity again. Despite being her favorite, you know. She'd kill you too if you risked my lovely, perfectly shaped. His voice trailed off, and Sirius suddenly sobered, the humor replaced by a grim hopelessness. You're dead, James. You're all dead. I killed you. A sudden rustle broke the silence, and Harry felt a jolt of awareness about the dangers of hiding a mad, murderous prison escapee beneath an invisibility cloak. Sirius? He called into the stillness of the night. For a moment, he thought he wouldn't get a reply. His hand instinctively moved toward the pouch around his neck. Then, he heard a noise. Harry tensed, hesitating before letting his hand drop back to his side. To his horror, he realized that down by his ankles, Sirius was sniffling. Suddenly, he felt a tug at the hem of his trouser leg. I'm sorry, James, Sirius murmured. I'm so sorry. I can't do it, James. You're gone, and Lily's gone, and Remus hates me. That bloody rat bastard set me up. I don't want to go on, James. It's so hard. Sirius, Harry said, panic rising in his voice. Sirius, it'll be okay. Mum and Dad forgive you. Remus will come around. You're doing well so far, right? Harry, Sirius croaked, his voice cracking, and Harry's chest tightened. To his relief, the hood of the cloak slipped off, revealing Sirius huddled there. Harry, I'm so sorry, pup. I let you down. I tried, Harry, I tried to be strong, but I messed it all up. I can't help you anymore, kid. I'm all emptied out. Sirius's voice faltered, leaving a hollow silence where his words should have been. Empty. There's nothing left. In the dim glow of a nearby street lamp, Harry felt a pang of sorrow as he watched a solitary teardrop make its way down Sirius's grimy cheek and into his beard. He clenched his fists tightly. Sirius, he said desperately, Sirius. You broke out of Azkaban for this, right? No one has ever managed that before. Dad would be so proud, don't you think? James, Sirius whispered. Sirius groaned. I broke my promise. I told you I'd look after your kid. In a sudden moment of desperation, he reached up toward Harry, grabbing his head firmly with both hands. His hands were cold, far too cold for comfort, and Harry felt Sirius' long nails lightly scrape against the sensitive skin of his face. He flinched at Sirius' unblinking stare. I'm sorry, James. I'm sorry, kid, Sirius trailed off, glancing around as if he were confused. James? Harry? Are you? Harry desperately wanted to try a cheering charm or give Sirius a calming potion, but he hesitated. Were those safe for someone in his state? Could he even use magic on Sirius right now? Were there tracking spells on prisoners? He had no idea. He swallowed hard. Sirius, he finally said after a moment of thought. Sirius, it's okay. You're doing well. He squatted down and awkwardly grasped his godfather's shoulders beneath the invisibility cloak. James is proud of you. You're here, aren't you? Get your mind back in the game, Padfoot. Harry's relying on you. Smarten up, you can relax and recoup soon. You with me? Back in the game? Sirius seemed lost, his eyes depressingly unfocused. Head on straight. Get my head on straight. Gotta get back in the game. That's right, Harry's relying on me. I made a promise. Harry? Harry let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the tension in his shoulders ease as the lost, forlorn look in Sirius' eyes sharpened into focus. That's right. We've left my uncle and aunt's place. We're going to yours. We just got off the night bus. Are you with me? Sirius? Sirius stared at Harry intently, making him wonder if his godfather was slipping back into confusion. But then, surprisingly, Sirius spoke in an ordinary, if gravelly, voice. "Look, pup, can I call you pup?" This was a stupid idea. Harry felt a surge of indignation. "What do you mean? You're talking about the bus, right?" I know it wasn't pleasant, but it was all I could come up with at the time. "That too," Sirius agreed fervently. "Damn thing almost killed me, I'm sure. What would James have said if I arrived in the afterlife defeated by some purple people muncher?" "I don't." Sirius trailed off. "The house? It won't work." "Hey." Harry glanced around, confused. "You think they're following us?" "They'll be watching it." Harry blinked, considering this. He had assumed the house was under the Fidelius charm, but perhaps... "Ah," he mumbled, trying to sound insightful. The muggle-repellent charm should be in place, but as his mind made connections, he realized that for Dumbledore to have been the secret keeper in the previous timeline, the Fidelius charm must have been a recent addition. He cursed under his breath. No Fidelius on the house would complicate things. It was supposed to have been the perfect plan. What else of vital importance had he forgotten? "Auras?" he asked, seeking clarity. Sirius confirmed. "They can't get in, or the house would kill them, Dark family, the Blacks," he explained with a hint of pride. "My father put every security measure known to wizardkind on it when he lived here. It's unplottable, so muggles could never come and call, as if they'd ever have wanted to. It should have been safe for us, but they'll surely be watching the doors and windows." Harry pondered the problem for a few minutes. In the silence, Sirius's disembodied head began pacing, muttering about how stupid ideas ruin everything. Frustration welled up inside Harry. "I didn't think the Ministry was competent," he finally asked. Sirius let out a hacking, hoarse bark of laughter. "They're not, but is it really something you're willing to?" He paused, searching for the right words. "It's not something. I'm willing to risk my soul for this." "They'll have..." He trailed off, his voice darkening as he muttered, "They'll have instructions to kiss me on sight." "Ah," Harry replied, pausing. While auras were a real threat, encountering Dementors was definitely not part of his plan. "But if we get into the house, we'd be okay." Sirius grimaced. "House elf." "What?" Harry kept his expression neutral. "A nasty thing. Loved my dear old mum. Still does, if it's alive. If I sneak in looking like I'm trying to keep things quiet, that loyal house elf of mine will probably make a huge racket and bring half the Ministry running before I can say be silent." He spat the words with such bitterness that Harry grew concerned about the stability of his plans. But no, he had to get into Grimmauld Place tonight so Sirius could start to heal there in safety. Sirius continued, "He can't outright betray me, or he'd die, but he'll do his best to undermine me." Harry chose his words carefully. "I have a bit of a way with house elves." Sirius raised his eyebrows. "If I had one night with this house elf..." "Demon? Demon? Bloody evil little bugger, can't remember its name, evil incarnate, I kid you not." Harry nodded as he processed what Sirius was saying. "Well, if you give me a few hours with this house elf of yours, I think I could fix that." Sirius stopped his mostly invisible pacing and turned to face Harry. The weight of his silent stare was somewhat undermined by the fact that he was still only visible from the neck up. "You're an odd child," he muttered. "Very odd." He paused, then huffed quietly. "Well, you're the kid with the plan. How do we get inside without the Watchers hearing a fuss?" The plan bloomed triumphantly in Harry's mind. "So we would be safe in the house, but we have to silence your elf first. Are you being tracked by any..." Harry fluttered his fingers in the dark. "Any magical charms?" "I dunno," sighed Sirius, his voice shifting from curiosity to hopelessness. "They wouldn't tell me that now, would they?" "Well," Harry tried to reason, "I can do a little bit of magic since the trace isn't on me or my wand. But if we're not sure what's on you, it's probably not worth trying. I could go first and come back for you." Would a little distance help? Strange child, Sirius repeated. Guess not. If there is something on me, there's no telling what the ministry might pick up. Besides, you're not leaving me until you've got me the rat. Hey, Harry said, momentarily thrown off. But what we need is a chance to tell your elf not to draw attention without anyone noticing, right? So we can sneak in unnoticed. Harry smiled and pulled out his moleskin pouch from underneath his shirt. He dug inside it for a moment before triumphantly brandishing his set of keys and turning to the gently bobbing, invisible luggage that had been following him all along. Sirius watched in silence as Harry dropped it to the ground and made it visible. Then, Harry knelt down and fiddled with the trunk. After a few clinks and some quiet mutterings about lacking light, he turned to reveal the entrance to his bedroom compartment. "Ta-da!" he exclaimed. "Part of why I bought it is that it stops ambient magic leakage. Hop in and call your demon house elf to come here." There was a moment of stunned silence before Harry heard the guttural sound of Sirius's croaking laughter. He caught a glimpse of a gaunt hand pressed against the edge of the trunk, followed by a flash of cloth as Sirius climbed into the compartment. "Stay out here and keep watch," Sirius's voice drifted out from inside the trunk, just before his hand shot up to close the lid. Harry settled against the nearest brick wall, feeling a warm glow from his momentary triumph. He glanced around the neighborhood. They were only about half an hour's walk from Grimmauld Place, yet the suburban road was peaceful and calm. The windows above were dark, and not a single car had passed in the 10 minutes they had been talking. Getting comfortable, Harry leaned back on the wall. After 3 minutes, Sirius popped his head out of the trunk, leaning on the edge with an expression of despair. His invisibility cloak was somehow misplaced. The energy he had shown just moments before had vanished, leaving his voice cold and lifeless in the quiet night. "I can't call him James. I've forgotten everything. It's all hopeless." Harry looked at his gaunt, exhausted godfather, feeling a wave of weariness wash over him. The weight of failure pressed heavily on his shoulders. But this was his plan, and he had survived a year on the run. Drawing on his reserves of patience, Harry crouched in front of Sirius and offered an encouraging smile. "You've got this, Sirius. I know you can do it. Just a little more work, and then you can rest." "What's the problem now?" "I can't remember his name, Prongs. I can't call a house elf without a name." Despite his concern for Sirius's state of mind, Harry almost smiled in relief. "That I can help you with." He paused to consider his phrasing, careful not to reveal too much. "Now tell me, what did your dear old mum used to say when she wanted to serve her guests tea?" Sirius blinked up at Harry in confusion. "Do you take it black?" Harry nodded encouragingly. "Good. And then did she call for your house elf? What kind of name would a little creature like that have?" "Creature." Sirius jerked upright, and to Harry's dismay, a loud snap echoed in the air behind him. Harry heard the low muttering of a very familiar voice. With a curse, he spun around and grabbed the house elf with both hands. His seeker reflexes served him well as he lifted the little elf above his head, toppling all three of them into the compartment. There was a chaotic scramble and a lot of shouting before Harry found his footing again, temporarily deaf in one ear and sporting a developing bruise over his right eye. The lid was still open, so Harry quickly waved his wand to muffle the space. Any ministry tracking charms on Sirius would be confused by the wizarding environment they were in, allowing his charms to work perfectly. Once that was done, Harry turned back to his companions. Creature had vanished after stomping all over Harry's face. When Sirius had called him back, the elf returned to the luggage compartment, snarling. Now, the two of them were engaged in a fierce exchange of insults. "Nasty, wicked little master with bricks for his brain," Creature shouted, only to be drowned out by Sirius's furious reply, "Evil little gremlin. I wish you had drowned yourself in your own. If my poor old mistress could see what a waste of space. Should have died with my dear old mum, and long may you both burn in. Glad you were rotting in prison." Harry pointed his wand again and called out loudly, "Petrificus totalis." The furious house elf snapped to attention and slowly tilted backward, while Sirius erupted in laughter. "Serves you right, you vicious little blighter," but Sirius suddenly stopped in surprise as Harry conjured a pile of soft pillows for Creature to land on. "James! What are you doing? I thought we were going to kill the little bugger." "No?" Harry and Sirius stared at each other for a moment, and then Sirius's mind seemed to wander, while Harry recalled how functional his magic could be. Harry could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him. This year was shaping up to be more complicated than he had anticipated. "Sirius," he said softly, "remember our plan? How about you tell Creature he needs to obey me, like I'm his new master? Then you can take a break for a while. Sound good?" Sirius blinked in confusion. "Harry? Is that really you? What happened to the— Oh, there he is. Creature, this is Harry. He's my godson. You need to obey him like you would me. Well, not exactly like me. Treat Harry as your other master. Not if you understand. I said NOD. Sirius's voice boomed. Harry quickly released Creature from his spell, and the house elf began nodding his head while hurling some particularly nasty insults. Sirius turned to Harry. "Pup, meet Creature, a miserable excuse for a house elf, but he's all we've got." "Thanks, Sirius. I think he gets the message," Harry replied calmly. "Now, how about you change back for a bit while Creature and I have a little chat?" "Don't worry, James," Sirius said, a broad smile lighting up his face. "He'll do what he's told now." "Creature?" Harry caught some rather uncomplimentary remarks floating into the night air. Sirius took a deep breath, but Harry quickly interjected. To Sirius's complete surprise, Harry whispered a few brief instructions, then added, "Now, go back home quietly and wait for us in the kitchen. We'll see you there soon. Ungrateful degenerates, criminals, what would my dear mistress say?" Creature muttered before vanishing with a loud crack. Sirius swore. "I told you about that, didn't I? Did anyone hear?" Harry shrugged and climbed the steps, ready to step out of the bedroom compartment after rummaging through a few things. "No idea. I've been in here with you for the most part." "Were you really?" Sirius seemed astonished but reached up to grab Harry's arm for help getting out of the trunk. Harry continued, "No one's around, but we might look a bit strange sitting here alone in the middle of the night. We should get going." Sirius draped the invisibility cloak around his shoulders and moved to stand behind Harry. "So, what's the plan now?" Harry revealed what he had grabbed from the corner of the room. "Did you know I'm pretty good on a broomstick?" Sirius laughed again. Together, Harry and his godfather swept silently through the dark London night, swooping around chimneys and over rooftops. Sirius sat behind Harry on the broomstick, holding onto his waist with a casual grip. Unlike Sirius, Harry wasn't under the invisibility cloak, so he made sure to stay in the shadows, avoiding the pools of light cast by the street lamps. As they neared their destination, having overcome so many obstacles already, the two figures felt as relaxed as they had been for hours. Besides, they were flying. In that familiar state of ease he always found in the air, Harry smiled to himself as the night breeze ruffled his hair and he leaned into a steep turn. Gravity and speed tugged at his robes and body, but he resisted the pull with a casual ease. He slipped into his occlumency trance, that inner pool of stillness where he felt calm and calculating. It wasn't exactly happiness or excitement, but he was relaxed, enjoying the peaceful sense of rightness. Behind him, he sensed the tension melt away from his godfather as well. Just the home stretch to go. They slowed as the broomstick approached the entrance to Grimmauld Place, gliding directly over the rooftops, their shoes sometimes just inches from the peaks and chimneys. Sirius breathed close to Harry's ear, prompting Harry to lean forward, hoping it was clear he was searching for Grimmauld Place, just as he had spotted the leaky cauldron when he got close enough. Below them, distant Muggle gardens sprawled out, shrouded in shadows, as Harry strained his eyes to find something that didn't fit the pattern. He wasn't quite sure what he was looking for. Suddenly, his keen seeker's eyes caught sight of an extra rooftop and garden emerging from the anti-Muggle wards that the House of Black had put in place. He slowed the broomstick and hovered a couple of houses away, scanning for any ministry watchers from above the rooftops. "What do you see?" he whispered, feeling Sirius lean in to look over his shoulder. They stayed suspended in the air for a long moment. "I don't believe it," Sirius murmured in his husky voice after a while. "There's only one." Harry stared into the darkness. "Where?" "I don't see them." Sirius snorted quietly, sounding surprisingly like Severus Snape for a moment. Harry shivered as he felt a large hand gently grasp the back of his head, urging him to relax as it angled his gaze toward the front steps of the property across from them. "There," Sirius whispered. "In the shadow of the steps." He isn't even disillusioned. Now that he was looking in the right spot, Harry's sharp eyes easily picked out a figure cloaked in dark fabric, leaning heavily against the brickwork in the shadows. It appeared utterly motionless. "Is he asleep?" Harry wondered aloud. "Almost," Sirius replied. "Some young idiot, I suppose. He wouldn't have made it through the last war with skills like that." "Shall we try the front door?" Harry asked. "No," Sirius said, ruffling Harry's hair. "You were right before. We'll get in through the second-floor window, assuming creature has opened it like you instructed." "How did you know about that?" Harry said nothing, leaning forward to gently guide the broomstick around the back of the townhouse, where a bedroom window should be waiting for them. Behind him, Sirius shook his head quietly and settled back. They drifted down the back of the house and hovered by the dark window, which was barely cracked open. For a moment, they stayed in silence. Harry let out a small sigh. "I see what you mean," he offered, and Sirius rolled his eyes. Creature had followed Harry's instructions perfectly, cracking the window just enough for them to sneak in, but not a quarter-inch more. The gap was barely 6 inches wide. "Shall we try opening it more?" Harry asked. Sirius shook his head. "Who knows what noise it might make? We'll make this work." Harry guided the broomstick closer. "You first," he said. After a brief whispered discussion, Sirius agreed. "Head first, do you think?" Harry asked. "Into that dark hellhole?" "Not on your life," Sirius replied sharply. "It'll be feet first so I can run away if I need to, or not at all." Upon reflection, Harry nodded in agreement, and the broom slowly rose a little higher. As Harry controlled the broomstick directly above the window, Sirius positioned his feet on one side of the handle. Gripping the broom and Harry's shoulders tightly, he carefully transferred his weight onto the windowsill and turned. Cautiously, as Sirius felt Harry's steady control of the broom, he used it to support his weight while sliding his feet through the gap. To his surprise, Sirius felt Harry maneuver the broomstick closer to the opening, effortlessly leveraging him through the window. As Sirius neared the windowsill, he felt his feet touch the floor and quickly released the broom handle to pull himself inside. His figure vanished for a moment, whirling to take. Harry paused, taking a moment to assess the room. Was it safe? Then, Sirius's pale hands reached back through the small opening, grasping eagerly. He quickly unhooked the invisibility cloak from where it had snagged on the window frame and pulled it inside. With his passenger now freed, Harry lifted the broomstick handle and executed a tight loop away from the window before returning. He aimed straight for the gap, lying flat against the wood of the broomstick, his feet pressed tightly against the bristles. Seeing what Harry intended, Sirius stepped back from the window as Harry glided silently and smoothly through the tiny space. There was the faintest rustle as the bristles brushed against the wooden window frame, and then Harry was inside. They were safe. "Thank goodness we're both skinny, huh?" Harry said with a cheeky grin. Sirius couldn't help but laugh. Their outrageous plan had worked perfectly. Once inside, Harry and Sirius surveyed the dark bedroom they had entered, illuminated only by the faintest moonlight. A strong smell of mustiness, dust, and mold filled the air. The carpet felt deceptively soft and thick, but Harry had to stifle a cough as they kicked up clouds of dust with every step. As they left the small bedroom, Harry glanced back and noticed the clear footprints they had left in the dust on the floor. Something crackled beneath his feet, and he hoped there weren't too many spiders, doxes, or whatever else might have met their end in the thick layer of grey. They carefully navigated down the next corridor, moving through the house in silence. Even Sirius seemed unusually quiet. Perhaps the memories of this place clashed with its current dismal state, or maybe it was just too unpleasant to return. Grimmauld Place was in dire straits. Even in the dark, the pervasive grey dust and cobwebs were unmistakable. Harry and Sirius took care to avoid the strangely. Harry and Sirius noticed clean spots near several wardrobes, cabinets, and cupboards. They correctly assumed that dark creatures had taken up residence in those dark little spaces. Pictures still hung on the walls, remnants of a life that had likely been there for years. Some of the figures in the portraits slept softly, while others snored or wheezed, and Harry couldn't help but wonder, with a morbid curiosity, when they had last stirred. As he followed Sirius downstairs, the creaking floorboards should have announced their presence, but instead, they moved in eerie silence. Harry was grateful to have his godfather by his side. This was not at all what he had expected. After careful steps and hesitant movements, they reached the ground floor, where Creature clearly resided. Although it wasn't clean by any means, there was less dust, and distinct tracks marked the floor where the house elf had walked. Harry let out a sigh of relief. In the sitting room, Sirius wrinkled his nose and muttered unflattering things about house elves. Harry regarded him thoughtfully. "There's not much we can do in the dark," he offered as Sirius' inaudible rant wound down. "Do you want to sleep in the trunk tonight?" Sirius turned his head towards him, a curious look on his face. In just a few moments, Harry managed to convince his godfather to follow him into the trunk, where they could continue their conversation. Once the luggage was securely closed, Harry turned to Sirius. "It's a bit rude," he started, "but if you want to sleep on the bed tonight, do you mind if I clean you up a bit?" Sirius barked a laugh, still sounding a bit off-kilter from their trek through the house. Harry carefully withdrew his wand from the pouch around his neck and explained how he could cast undetected spells from within it. After a moment of silent contemplation, Sirius threw his hands up in surrender, allowing Harry to proceed. It was his way. The entire evening had been so far beyond what the escaped convict had expected that he was willing to go along with whatever Harry suggested. This worked to Harry's advantage. A few cleaning spells later, along with another Cornish pastry and a bottle of water, Sirius finally agreed to settle down in Harry's bed for the night. Harry managed to talk him out of his last objection. "But Creature could do anything to the luggage while we're asleep," Sirius protested. Harry smiled. "I'll go out and talk to him now. I can't promise anything, but I think by tomorrow we should have a different house elf." "I'll believe it when I see it," Sirius grumbled, but he didn't stop Harry as he climbed out of the trunk. Harry turned to close the trunk and smiled reassuringly at the solitary, gaunt figure of his godfather as he gently lowered the lid. "You'll be safe in here," he promised. "I've got your back. Nothing will get past me, so sleep easy and relax." Chapter 8. Remaking an Ally. The lid of Harry's trunk creaked open in the dark, and a vaguely Harry-shaped silhouette emerged. In the quiet darkness, his eyes flickered over the room. Sirius was safe in the compartment, but where was Creature? What about all the other dangers that might cause him harm? Harry dared not tread too heavily as he moved. Not wanting to use his wand light in case the Ministry Watcher saw movement through the windows, he cautiously made his way toward the kitchen, hoping to find something familiar, light, for one. Perhaps warmth, too. Now alone in the house without Sirius, the looming dark shadows and softly billowing spiderwebs felt more threatening in the deep gloom. Once magnificent furniture, now decrepit and degraded, seemed to loom over him. He felt very small as he paced past them, the house unnaturally quiet and still. His own breath and heartbeat echoed in his ears, and he kept twitching at what he thought were the small skitterings of spiders and the rustle of claws and chattering mouths from dark corners. Or perhaps he was simply imagining the noises. He probably was, he told himself firmly. He needed to keep moving. Harry stepped into the hallway and continued toward the kitchen, guided by his memories. It felt strange to feel so threatened in a house where he had spent so much time. Adrenaline tingled in his fingers, and he felt his mind shift into the smooth, calm efficiency he had learned to access under stress. It was just like the old times when he and Hermione had been running from the Snatchers, or when the three of them snuck around Hogwarts, evading Snape and Filch. But this time, Harry reminded himself, he was risking Sirius's soul. There were bigger stakes at play. More than just his own well-being. He was, of course, alone on this journey. A pang of loneliness hit Harry in the chest, and he instinctively clutched it tightly before forcing himself to move on. Perhaps he would find some comfort in the kitchen, the one part of the house he knew best, where he had spent so many hours. However, his hopes were quickly dashed when he arrived in the basement kitchen. It was dark, dingy, and beyond grimy. The cautious optimism he had felt earlier led to the greatest disappointment of his evening. The floorboards, caked in dirt, looked black, and as Harry took his first few steps inside, he carefully lifted one foot. The floor was sticky, squelching slightly with each step he took. "Ooh," he muttered under his breath. Surprisingly, the room wasn't as cold as he had feared, so that was a small relief. Yet, as his eyes scanned the room, he found the shadows thick and oppressive. A musty smell filled the air, a mix of soot and something else, an unwashed house elf, he realized, regretting the thought as soon as it crossed his mind. The cupboards, stovetops, and pans loomed ominously from the corners of the room. It was hard to imagine Molly Weasley bustling about in this dismal space, but there, lurking in the darkness, was Creature, looking like a predatory demon. Yellow eyes glowed ominously in the shadows. Harry's heart raced for a moment until he recognized those eyes. "Creature," he called out. Hi." Cautiously stepping forward, he kept a wary eye on the unhappy house elf watching him approach. Harry slowed his steps, trying to conceal his disgust at the state of the room. "Sorry to intrude," he mumbled, forcing a cheerful tone into his quiet voice. "Shall we sit and talk?" He glanced toward the kitchen table before reconsidering. Or, maybe not, quite, here. Deciding against the table and chairs, he lowered his gaze, contemplating his next move. Harry lowered himself onto the dirty floor, grateful it wasn't infested like the table and chairs might be. He attempted to cross his legs comfortably and took a moment to adjust his weight. Something stuck, and with a schluck, his clothes finally released from the floor. He decided to stop moving. The less he noticed about his surroundings, the better. Digging into his moleskin pouch, he pulled out 2 cold pies and held them out to Creature. "Choose a pie and eat it," he said, trying to sound optimistic. "And then I want to talk to you." He sat there calmly as Creature recoiled, muttering insults for several minutes. Harry licked his lips uncertainly. Whichever one you don't choose, I'll eat the other one," he offered. There was no response, just muffled mutters that Harry couldn't quite catch. "Or we could have half each." Creature's small body jolted forward and back for a moment, 2 instincts wrestling within him, before his apparent hunger drove the house elf toward Harry. "Dirty half-blood," Harry caught him saying, along with "evil schemes, poor Creature." Harry endured the barrage of insults calmly until he seemed to prove his temporary harmlessness. Creature dashed forward out of the dark to snatch one of the pies from Harry's hand and grudgingly took a tentative nibble. Harry casually munched on the remaining pie while Creature eyed him suspiciously from a few feet away, trying to initiate a conversation. "So, tell me about the House of Black." Creature hissed at him. All right, Harry said, raising his hands in a gesture of patient tolerance. "You finish eating first. I don't want to take advantage, and I won't hurt you. I won't treat you like, well." He sighed. "Like Sirius does, I promise." He peeked at Creature from under half-closed eyelids, watching as the house elf took tentative nibbles. Harry watched as Creature's demeanor shifted, his eyes narrowing at the mention of the pie. "I just want to hear about your magnificent family history," Harry said, trying to sound inviting. Creature paused, his glare intensifying as he chewed on a mouthful of pie. Harry swallowed loudly, breaking the silence. "What?" "Everyone's heard of the ancient and noble House of Black, but I've never been told the real story," he continued, shrugging slightly. "I thought you'd be the best one to ask." As expected, Creature scowled, clearly enraged at having to speak to a horrible young half-blood and traitor. He began with a tirade about Harry's unworthiness to breathe the same air as the pureblood mistress and his young master, Regulus. Yet, as the conversation progressed, Creature's grumbles shifted to an enthusiastic recounting of the family's majesty and grandeur. At one point, Harry interrupted, "Oh, excuse me, just let me do something to keep the noise down." By now, Creature had relaxed enough around him that he didn't vanish when Harry drew his wand. Instead, he shot Harry a dark, suspicious look that didn't ease when Harry muttered, "Muffliato." He knew that this spell wouldn't completely silence the area, but it was the best he could do. "Sorry to interrupt, Creature." "Go on," Harry encouraged. Creature returned to the conversation, his confusion giving way to a rising fluency. Harry listened intently, murmuring words of encouragement at appropriate moments. "Really? Is that so?" he said, feeling a bit pretentious for feigning enthusiasm for the house elf's tales. But he knew it would be worth it if he could earn a little trust. Carefully, Harry steered the conversation towards Regulus, and he felt a pang in his chest as Creature began to speak fondly of the young man. Hours passed, and Harry grew increasingly uncomfortable sitting on the solid, sticky kitchen floor. He shifted left, then right, trying to ease the pressure on his aching bottom, but his clothes felt glued to the grimy surface beneath him, firmly attached to whatever grime had accumulated over the years. Harry found it hard to shift around. He smiled, nodded, and gasped at the right moments in Creature's stories, but eventually, his bottom went from painful and cold to completely numb. Still, he remained quiet and appreciative in the darkness as Creature grew more confident and passionate, gesticulating widely as he recounted the time when the magnificent and charming young master Regulus was born. The extended family was jealous of his radiance, and the Black family seemed to flourish in wealth and success as the good young master grew. Finally, Harry reached the point in the conversation he had been hoping for. "Tell me how exactly you failed Regulus?" Harry asked, his tone firm. Creature leaped to his feet with a wail. "Stop!" Harry commanded. There was a scramble as Creature lunged for the oven, and Harry sprang to his feet as well. He disengaged from the floor with a squelching pop and managed to grab Creature just before the house elf could reach the nearby poker to thrash himself with it. Creature's cries grew louder as Harry dragged him away from the poker by the ankle. "Don't shout. Don't hurt yourself for telling me this. Sit down and tell me the facts." Harry snapped. "Never beat yourself with a poker again. I want to help you." Creature curled up into a pathetically miserable ball, keening a high, eerie note. Despite the overwhelming stench of unwashed house elf, grime, and very old laundry that made Harry's eyes water, he relaxed his grip in pity at Creature's state. Creature was skinnier than Dobby, and a rotting sore on his leg caught Harry's attention now that they were close. The palpable misery radiating from the small elf made Harry feel like a bully. "Shhhhh," Harry tried urgently, guilt lodged in his throat like a rock. "Shush, Creature, shhhhhhh, it's okay." "Creature," Harry said gently, "please stop." Creature rocked back and forth in misery for a few more moments, Harry watching him with concern. Suddenly, with an explosive burst of energy, the house elf made another attempt to cross the kitchen toward the poker. "Stop!" Harry called out. "Don't punish yourself. Don't move, Creature." The tiny creature froze mid-motion, then fell to the ground like a stone, lying in utter despair on the grimy kitchen floor. His ears drooped, and a stream of tears poured from his watery eyes. His frail arms trembled as he clenched his fists tightly. "Creature," he gasped, "failed the young master. Creature left him to die. Creature was ordered to. But Creature." He let out another heart-wrenching wail, his voice now weak and pitiful. "Creature has failed in his task. Creature cannot destroy the locket." Despite the somber situation, Harry couldn't help but allow a tight, triumphant smile to cross his face. "So let me help," he said earnestly. Creature turned slightly, inadvertently moving away from the poker, which relieved Harry. He looked up at Harry with his milky eyes. "The locket cannot be destroyed." Harry's smile faded into a look of determination, his brows furrowing in concern as he infused his words with as much hope as he could muster. "At least let me try." After a moment of incredulous silence, Creature curled himself into a sitting bull and gazed at Harry. The dirty half-blood Potter would fulfill Master Regulus' last wish. "I can try," Harry replied. The small creature whimpered, shook, and whispered to himself on the kitchen floor for what felt like an eternity. Harry remained silent, observing the tortured old elf before him. He remembered Creature's potential future and all the unnecessary pain he had endured, and his heart twisted at the toll that years of suffering and secrets had taken on this small being. But he knew he couldn't be too gentle yet. "Stand up, Creature," Harry finally commanded. "Follow me," Harry said kindly. Creature stood up, clumsily wiping away his tears with his knuckles, and tottered after Harry as he turned to lead the way. As they walked, Harry silently cast a few cleaning spells on the back of his clothes. When they reached the door leading out of the kitchen, Harry stepped aside to let Creature take the lead. The house elf guided Harry straight up the stairs to a specific drawer. With great care, he retrieved an old gold locket on a chain. Harry's eyes widened with desire at the sight of another goal so close within reach. He blinked away the greedy look before Creature could notice and held his breath. Almost reverently, Creature picked up the chain with his right hand, allowing the locket to dangle briefly before his eyes. His gaze was desperate as he searched for Harry's eyes while slowly lowering the jewelry into his other hand. A grimace crossed his face, shifting through emotions that Harry couldn't quite identify. Then, they both heard the gentle clinking sound as the locket settled into Creature's cupped palm. Protectively, Creature curled his hands around the locket and raised his eyes to Harry, slowly extending his hands toward him. Harry could see the pain reflected in Creature's gaze, and he felt a wave of age wash over him as he tried to smile reassuringly at the elf. "Hold on to it for now. I'll need a few things," Harry murmured. Creature followed him toward Harry's trunk. Carefully, Harry opened the compartment that held the dead Horcruxes and climbed inside, leaving Sirius safely sleeping in the other compartment. A minute later, he emerged with his dragonhide gloves and a dagger-sized basilisk fang. Together, they walked back to the kitchen in silence. Harry began, noticing the elderly elf standing hunched and looking rather pathetic before him. "I was going to do it myself." Milky blue eyes gazed at him unblinking. "But would you prefer to do it? To honor your Master Regulus?" Creature's ears drooped further. His eyes filled with tears. "But Creature cannot," he said. Harry smiled gently. "Creature, can you make it so that no one can hear any noise coming from this room? We can't afford to be discovered here." Creature snapped his fingers, and a spark illuminated the room for a brief moment. "Creature has done it," he muttered. Harry thought for a moment. "And can you cover your ears somehow so that you can't hear anything for 1 minute?" The look on Creature's face made Harry wonder if he was about to do something irreversible. "You must get your hearing back in 2 minutes or less," he added quickly. To Harry's amazement, Creature reached up, grabbed the tips of his ears, curled them over, and stuffed them into his ear holes. Can you hear me?" Harry asked, and it seemed to have worked, as Creature continued to fuss with his ears, keeping them that way without meeting Harry's eyes. Harry held back a curse as he realized that now Creature couldn't hear his instructions. That was just typical of his plans, he had to admit. Raking his hand through his hair in frustration, he waited until he had Creature's attention and then pointed at the locket, then the floor. Almost reluctantly, Creature slowly bent down and rested the locket on the floor. Harry paused, not wanting the house elf to die from basilisk venom. But he also knew he couldn't hand over the protective gloves without mortally offending him or losing Creature's trust forever, possibly both. "Damn," Harry muttered. He didn't think he was actually at risk of freeing Creature, but he had just been told to obey Harry as if he were a master. He hurriedly conjured a piece of fabric and wrapped it around the broken-off end of the basilisk fang. Then, he carefully handed the fang to Creature, who grasped it with his long, knobbly fingers in a very firm grip. Harry held up one finger. "Wait," he said, taking a deep breath to hiss. "Open," Harry whispered in Parseltongue. As he spoke, the illusory figures of Madame Black and a young, handsome Regulus emerged from the smoke swirling around the locket. Harry watched Creature's face intently as they began to berate him. Cruel, hurtful words tumbled from their lips, their expressions cold, harsh, yet strikingly beautiful. They called Creature a failure, demanded he punish himself, and insisted he deserved to wear clothes. Creature's eyes widened at the sight, and for a brief moment, Harry's heart raced. Would Creature stop? Would he listen? Harry hadn't mentioned the locket's protections, but perhaps the little elf possessed some sort of magical insight, for he didn't seem enthralled by the figures. A hissing growl pierced the darkness, and Harry realized with a jolt that Creature was glaring at the locket with pure hatred. The illusory figures served only as a momentary distraction. Then Creature dropped his gaze to the open locket, grasped the fang in both hands, and leaped onto the locket with a wild yell. A-I-E-E-E. He shrieked. For Master Regulus. With all his might, Creature plunged the fang into the locket, so forcefully that his feet left the ground. An unearthly shriek filled the air, followed by a hiss of smoke and sulfur that enveloped the room. As the vision vanished, only the molten locket remained, empty on the floor. Creature stood gasping, staring at his hands and the locket for a long moment before releasing the fang and dropping to his knees, sobbing. Harry found himself at the center of a cacophony. Creature's wailing echoed around the room, causing the windows to tremble slightly. Dust fell from the ceiling, and something scurried inside one of the kitchen cupboards, while shadows flickered in his peripheral vision. Harry made a conscious effort not to look around too intently. He felt a profound sense of relief, knowing that the house elf magic would shield them from any outsiders hearing the chaos. Muffliato wouldn't have been enough to mask the noise. It went on for a full minute until Creature's hearing returned, and he shuddered back to his senses. His sobs gradually faded into quiet whimpers and snuffles as Harry stood by, feeling awkward. All he could do was open and close his fists silently while Creature processed years of frustration. Harry's gaze wandered around the dim room as he waited for the sobbing to subside. Creature is a good elf, the little figure finally gasped. Creature is obeying. Oh, my poor young master. With that, he returned to his mournful wails, and Harry stood there, unsure of what to do. It felt like a long time, far longer than Harry expected, before Creature finally stopped crying and turned to face him. Creature is doing it. Creature is killing the bad locket. Good job, Harry nodded. You did well. Regulus would be proud of you. Remembering what he and Hermione had done last time, he added, I don't think the locket counts as clothes, Creature. Would you like to keep it for me? Creature's face twisted into a horrific grimace that Harry suddenly realized was his version of a wide smile. In a sudden burst of energy, Creature darted forward to grab Regulus' locket and scampered off out of the room. Harry assumed he was heading to his nest, the place where he slept. As Harry waited in the kitchen for Creature to return, long minutes ticked by. He started to think that perhaps Creature didn't intend to come back. He could call him, of course, but if the elf needed time to recover from the emotional turmoil of the night, it was probably best to give him some space. Scratching the back of his neck, Harry stood up and returned to the sitting room. He cracked open the lid of the trunk and climbed inside to sleep. Sirius had the bed, but there was no reason Harry couldn't conjure a comfortable spot for himself. Harry decided to sleep on the mattress instead. It felt safer than risking whatever creatures might be lurking in the couches and beds of the townhouse. In just a few minutes, he set everything up and climbed onto the mattress with a deep sigh. It had been a long day, much longer than he had anticipated. He closed his eyes, ready to drift off. Chapter 9: Battle on the Home Front. Harry woke up the next morning with a sudden thud as his conjured mattress vanished beneath him. Jerking awake, he glanced at the figure of his godfather. Sirius lay still, almost as if he were dead, and while that might have worried Harry, he could hear Sirius wheezing from where he sat today. A few minutes later, he stepped into the early morning light of the sitting room and stopped in amazement. They had arrived the previous night in pitch-black darkness, and although Harry thought he had noticed how dirty and decrepit the house was, the daylight revealed an even more startling truth. The heavy layer of dust covering almost everything and the faded wallpaper hanging in tattered strips were expected. But from the dark wooden curtain poles hung not only curtains but also great swathes of spiderwebs, huge silver-grey drapes as heavy as velvet. An irregular clanking noise came from inside the fireplace, suggesting that a dark creature or two had likely moved in at some point and made themselves comfortable. Catching his eye was something small and burrowing that had settled into the fabric of the settee on his left, and Harry quickly averted his gaze. That was a problem he preferred to consider after breakfast. Hoping Sirius would remain asleep, Harry wandered down to the kitchen, where he found a diligent-looking creature pottering around with a twiggy broom. For a moment, everything seemed fine, until he noticed the fireplace was lit, and he nearly had a heart attack. "Creature!" Harry gasped as he stumbled into the room. "The fire! The Ministry has watchers on the house, and they'll see the smoke. Put it out! Put it out!" Creature jerked upright from his task and dashed halfway over to the fireplace, then hesitated in the middle of the room, making little jerky movements as he considered what to do next. Creature croaked. Creature is cooking his food, as he always does. Does the half-blood Potter dislike it? Harry clutched the doorframe in relief. "Oh, that's fine then. Sorry, I was just, hang on, let me catch my breath." He took a moment to steady his racing heartbeat. "Sorry. I just thought. I'm trying to hide Sirius from the Ministry, so I don't want them to know we're here at all." "What are you cooking?" Creature muttered something under his breath and waved a hand toward the pot hanging over the fire. Taking it as an invitation, Harry crept closer to peer inside. It looked like a lot of simmering water and twigs. "What are these?" Harry wondered aloud. "Where did you get them from?" "These are roots," Creature revealed proudly. "From the garden. Creature has spent many months learning which roots are good to eat." "I didn't know the back garden had anything edible in it," Harry exclaimed, scratching his head. Mrs. Weasley had never let anyone go out there before. "It has roots," Creature replied. After a moment of confusion, Harry realized, "You mean, it only has edible roots?" "You're eating bark?" he asked, horrified. "There aren't any edible plants out there." Creature nodded wisely. "There are big plants out there that are trying to eat Creature first, now," he explained, to Harry's dismay. "The herby plants died many years ago, and the eating trees only made food in autumn for a while. They were knocked over by the others many years ago too. Creature is on his third tunnel now to get to his roots. The biggest plant is now taking over his first two." Harry felt a mix of horror and admiration. He was horrified that the elf had been surviving on old plant roots, yet impressed that he had managed to feed himself at all. He wondered. Harry pondered the types of carnivorous plants that might be lurking in the garden. Devil's Snare came to mind, but surely the garden received enough afternoon sun. He vaguely recalled that venomous tentacula thrived in sunlight. And what about snargaluffs? How large did they grow? Strangely, Harry realized once again that he hadn't been studying as thoroughly as he should. He had neglected herbology, and that oversight was starting to feel like a mistake. He shifted awkwardly in the kitchen before making a decision. "All right, I'll head to Diagon Alley and grab us some breakfast. I can get something for you too, if you want. Hopefully, Sirius will stay asleep, but if he wakes up, you can tell him I think he should be Padfoot for the day. You're more than welcome to keep cleaning," he added, "but please don't do anything that the Ministry watcher outside might notice. I'm hoping they'll give up soon and decide that Sirius won't come here." He hesitated, realizing he had never actually asked what kind of work house elves typically did. "Do house elves do grocery shopping? Is this the kind of task I should be entrusting to you?" "Creature is being a good house elf," the grumpy old elf replied. "Creature is not leaving the house, he is not." Harry quickly backtracked. Of course. Sorry about that. My mistake. You can stay home and clean while I run some errands." Half an hour later, Harry returned, carrying a good supply of groceries in an expanded pouch. "Skirtify," he incanted, then began unloading the items onto the freshly cleaned kitchen table. I went to the market in Hogsmeade. I got us some flour and sugar. We have cheese and butter, and milk and eggs should last us for today and tomorrow. Plus, I picked up a whole lot of root vegetables that should keep for a while, so we don't attract attention with too much shopping. There was a little stall I'd never really noticed before. At a shop that sells preserves. I picked up some pickled vegetables and a few other things in jars. There's some delicious pork belly for dinner tonight, and this little old lady I spoke to assured me that in this jar, he said, holding up a glass jar tied with cheesecloth triumphantly, is some excellent homemade yeast. She mentioned my house elf would know what to do with it. Creature dropped his broom and began to inspect Harry's purchases. With that familiar scrunched-up grimace on his face, Harry guessed he was pleased. He listened with bemusement as Creature muttered under his breath. Even after helping to destroy Regulus's locket, the house elf still seemed puzzled by Harry. Harry held out the pouch to Creature, who snatched it eagerly, quickly pulling out more of the groceries: cabbage, a basket of pea pods, watercress, and a leafy green vegetable that Harry didn't recognize but found visually appealing, all piled on the table. Creature's voice broke the silence. Is Creature trusting? But Creature knows. Ah. Bird meat. But first Creature must, strange half-blood Potter, so instead Creature will. Ah. But Creature has failed. Harry leaned over and grabbed the poker before Creature could reach for it to punish himself. Bad Creature. Bad Creature, the little elf wailed. Harry was a moment too late to stop him from slamming his hands in the oven door. Leaping forward, he shouted, "Stop! Stop, Creature! Don't punish yourself!" He managed to grab the oven door handle just in time to stop it from closing completely. "Please, don't punish yourself until you have my permission. And I won't have that conversation with you until the house is livable." "All right. But Creature, if you have time to punish yourself, then you have time to be useful." "Cleaning," Harry insisted firmly. "We need you to be healthy and happy to do a good job." He couldn't shake the feeling that if Hermione were here, she would be muttering about fair working conditions and the need for appropriate appreciation for services rendered. But Harry didn't think Creature was quite ready for that yet. And on that note, he continued, "I also brought back some hot food for breakfast. Do you want the steak and kidney pie, the liver and onion, or the chicken and leek? Sirius and I will eat the other two. Creature is not." Harry interrupted, his confidence and assertiveness shining through. He had so much at stake with his plans. Good work needs good food. If you don't have a preference, then you can have this one. He pushed the steak and kidney pie in Creature's direction. Sirius could probably do with the liver. Take it slow, since it's hot, and enjoy it. I'll buy us some more for tomorrow, but I don't want you to choke. You probably haven't had any meat for a good long while. After we eat, I'll help you clean out that pantry, and we can put all the food away next. Is that a nest of doxes I'm seeing in the oven?" The house elf fell silent, fingering a hot pie with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Harry wandered off for a few minutes to check on Sirius, who was still asleep, and returned, licking his fingers and dusting the last of the pastry from his lips. "All right," he said, rolling his shoulders and sounding convincing. "The pantry first, don't you think?" He hitched up his sleeves and brandished his wand confidently. After weeks of sitting and waiting in frustrated impatience for his plans to get moving, it felt better than he could express to finally be active and doing things. Progress. It was finally happening. "Right," he said, turning to Creature. "First things first, we need to get the food sorted safely. Have you been in the cupboards recently?" Creature's shoulders slumped in a sullen kind of response. Harry shrugged, rolled his eyes, and then twitched in exasperation. Creature does not. Creature does not remember exactly when. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Well, from the sounds of things," he paused, noticing a few suspicious noises coming from several cupboard doors and even the oven. "It seems a few animals have moved in over the years. Creature hopes they're good to eat," the house elf muttered. "But then nasty creatures fight dirty. Creature cannot beat them." How did that work out?" Harry asked, curious. Creature once caught one to eat, but then others caught Creature. Creature had to let his nasty biting food go. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Harry turned toward the pantry. Behind him, Creature twisted his grimy pillowcase between his hands. Taking a deep breath, Harry reached out alone. With a screech of rusty hinges, the pantry door swung open. Harry crouched down, instinctively ducking his head behind his left forearm, while raising his one hand, ready to banish whatever might leap out at him. But nothing did. After a moment of surprise and awkwardness, he straightened up. "Lumos," he murmured, and at that exact moment, a swarm of blue creatures erupted from one of the upper shelves, heading straight for his head with shrill screams. "Immobulus! Flipendo! Immobulus! Immobulus! Flipendo!" The freezing charm worked well on Pixies, but only managed to hit one or two at a time. The knockback jinx, however, sent the horde back a foot or two, giving Harry a brief moment to recover. He kept casting his charms, but soon found himself running out of breath. He had faced Pixies before, of course, but never a whole nest, and certainly not alone. Shaking his head violently to dislodge one that had made its way into his hair, he realized he had never dealt with angry Pixies before, only mischievous ones. They moved quickly, and Harry dodged, cast spells, and dodged again. Harry fought against the onslaught of Pixies, casting spells as he called out, "Creature! I could use some backup." One of the mischievous Pixies found its way to Harry's shoelace and tugged with all its might. Harry stumbled as his shoe came loose, sending 10 or so Pixies flying 2 feet back. Suddenly, he heard a crash behind him as something hit the floor and shattered. To his shock, he realized they had stolen his shoe right off his foot. Creature screeched from somewhere in the chaos, "The good China!" Not the good China. Creature! Harry shouted again, ducking just in time to avoid something swinging down from the ceiling. He looked up and saw a handful of enterprising Pixies had managed to sabotage the ceiling hooks. The great, heavy framework that held the enormous cooking pots of the black kitchen began to drop, moving with a heart-stopping slowness. It must have weighed a ton just from the frame, but with the stacks of old cookware, pots, cauldrons, meat spits, and pans, it would have tripled its weight. As the ancient pot rack fell, Harry felt the shadow of doom pass over him. The crash was immense as the wooden frame detached from one of its hooks, sending cast iron frying pans and pewter cauldrons tumbling down in a tumultuous clatter. A heavy rain of crockery and cookware crashed to the kitchen floor, accompanied by a cascade of dust and angry insects. A couple of spiders darted across the dusty floor faster than Harry could utter, Petrificus totalis, disappearing into new corners to hide. He blinked and quickly scanned the room. Some cookware had landed on the table holding the groceries, scattering them across the surface. More items rolled and tumbled awkwardly from the table onto the floor. Harry watched in bemusement as a cabbage bounced half-heartedly his way, with a blue pixie somehow trapped inside one of the leaves. The shrill screams of injured Pixies set Harry's head ringing, although that might have also been due to the glancing blow he had received on the forehead from a heavy saucepan lid. In the aftermath of the chaos, nobody really moved. Heavy lids popped off their saucepans and bounced around, cauldrons rolled across the floor, and the falling cookware crashed and clashed, changing directions with no predictable rhyme or reason. Harry raised his foot, the one not wearing a shoe, just as a heavy colander rolled right over it. The rumbling, tinkling, and crashing noises slowly subsided, leaving behind an ear-popping silence. Finally, it seemed the worst of the danger was over. Harry's ears were still ringing, and a horrible sinking feeling washed over him as he remembered that the Ministry watchers were probably still outside the house. He was thankful that the kitchen was mostly underground and away from the road. Would that muffle the sounds enough? Harry glanced around the room for Creature. Where was he? Had he been hurt? His eyes darted, taking in the chaos. But to Harry's amazement, the little house elf seemed to rise to the occasion magnificently. Creature darted around the kitchen nimbly, a large saucepan tucked under his left arm. Harry stared in surprise as Creature scurried forward and upended a cauldron, revealing 3 stunned and dazed Pixies trapped within. Quick as a flash, Creature picked up the 3 creatures and stuffed them into the saucepan he carried. Then he jumped to the left and stomped down hard. When he raised his leg, Harry saw a very squashed spider crushed into the floor. Creature wore a gruesomely wide grin. Harry smiled. That works, I guess. Feeling inspired, he turned to find a nice, lidded pot and began cramming it full of pixies, starting with the ones he had immobilized. After sealing the lid shut, he returned to battle the remaining survivors. He counted only 12 left, and that felt far more manageable than he had expected. A few minutes later, Harry stopped, panting heavily. Aside from his heavy breathing, he realized he had twisted his ankle after stepping on one of the pots on the ground, lost a small chunk of hair to an aerial bombardment, and his eyes were watering from the sudden, stinging removal. He hunched forward, catching his breath. That had not gone so well. In the relative silence that followed the chaos, he heard Creature's low, sullen mutterings, which amused him mildly. Teach you to break mistress's good china, living in the good black kitchen, bold as brass, mad half-blood Potter is bringing his vengeance on thieves and sneakers of the House of Black, should boil you or burn you, nasty biting foods are being baked in the oven. Harry's eyes widened a little. But on second thought, he knew Creature better than that. Seeking revenge on creatures that had resisted cleaning and eating after years of solitude seemed quite reasonable for the surly house elf. He wasn't sure how he felt about being labeled as a mad half-blood Potter rather than just plain strange called dirty, but he would deal with whatever came his way. He hastily reached forward to stop Creature as the house elf attempted to open the oven door. The mad half-blood Potter is stopping Creature? Creature peered up at Harry suspiciously. You don't put saucepans in the oven, Harry finally managed to say. And I think there's something living in there at the moment too. How about we do it this way? 10 minutes later, there were 3 saucepans and a lidded casserole dish rattling around the kitchen. Menacingly lined up on the kitchen floor, the pots sat with their lids sealed tight, trapping their contents inside. A half-hearted repro failed to fix the pot rack, but with a well-controlled Wingardium Leviosa, Harry managed to lift the large framework back up to the ceiling where it belonged, refilling it with its freshly cleaned contents. Under Creature's scowling gaze, Harry also repaired all the broken china, Mistress's best set, her favorite teacup, and everything else, and carefully placed them back on their proper shelves. The kitchen looked slightly better, though Harry's aching body reminded him of his efforts, and only one cupboard had actually been cleared. As Creature trotted off to see if their ministry watcher had noticed anything, Harry set about tending to himself. He easily located his missing shoe, and it took only a moment to fix the snapped shoelaces. He numbed the bump on his forehead, which would fade with time, and adjusted his glasses, which had somehow cracked again in the chaos. Just as he finished putting the groceries in the pantry, he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. How is it looking? Harry asked as Creature trudged back into the kitchen. Creature scowled. Wizards are being very stupid. Creature saw the bad wizard sleeping at the stairs. Harry wondered if it was the same wizard who had failed to notice Sirius and him sneaking in the night before. Was the poor fellow exhausted from shift work or just really bad at his job? Either way, it seemed like the dreaded catastrophe had been averted, and further cleaning was still his priority. He scratched the back of his neck, where his sweat was rapidly drying into an itchy mess. Perhaps you could do that trick to stop the noise from getting out again? Harry suggested hopefully. And meanwhile, I don't have Mrs. Weasley's recipe for doxicide. He scrubbed his face with the back of his sleeve. Do you happen to have a recipe in the house? Creature drew his meager. Harry sat up straight. The ancient and noble House of Black is not keeping doxes, he declared firmly. He focused intently on the oven, causing Creature to deflate. Creature is failing the young master. Creature is... Then I was thinking we could try a different approach, Harry interrupted, settling in to explain his plan to his wary companion. Before long, they were moving through the kitchen with a fierce efficiency. Creature would open any cupboard or cabinet, allowing Harry to lurch forward and jam an enlarged saucepan or jar in the doorway to catch any creatures that might swarm out. With spells, he would secure the lid or fix the container upside down on the floor or table, then turn his attention back to the cupboard. Harry soon discovered that not all infestations attacked. Some hid in the back of cupboards, hissing and snapping their mandibles, scuttling sideways into deeper shadows. Regardless, their little routine helped Harry clear the initial obstacles and petrify whatever remained in the cupboard, or the oven, or even in the sink and drains, as it turned out. This gave Creature the opportunity to leap on anything threatening or moving that they had missed. They broke a few plates here and there with overly enthusiastic knockback charms and jinxes, but Harry quickly repaired those with a few spells of repro. Half an hour into their task, Harry leaned over the latest cupboard door, tapping the bottom of the upended container hopefully. He could see something lurking in the corner behind the rolling pin, but nothing had leapt or swarmed out to attack, yet. He could clearly see 6 eyes blinking at him from within the gloom. "All right," he murmured to Creature, his tone commanding. "I'm going to drop the glass jar in 5 seconds and follow up with a knockback charm. If I miss, or they scatter, you'll need to be ready with your ladle. In 3, 2, 1. He dropped the jar to the floor with his left hand and a loud bang echoed as Harry sent the jinx into the back corner of the cupboard. To his astonishment, the eyes moved. Instead of scattering to the sides or scuttling across the floor, all 6 eyes leaped up the back of the cupboard and launched themselves directly at Harry's face. He barely had time to register the black fur and legs before he stumbled backward and fell. With a battle cry reminiscent of the Battle of Hogwarts, Creature leaped over Harry and swung his ladle like a cricket bat. A shriek pierced the air, and Harry scooted back on his rear, watching as Creature engaged in a fierce duel with a spider that was more than half the house elf's size. The spider moved quickly, stabbing its legs forward and flinging thick strands of web over Creature's head. But the house elf maintained his distance, wielding the ladle with a grace and speed that Harry could hardly believe. Suddenly, there was another loud bang. Still sitting on the ground in astonishment, Harry watched as Creature pointed his knobbly finger, sending the spider tumbling backward. It reminded him of the trick Dobby had once used on Lucius Malfoy. House elves didn't use much magic, but when they did, the spider quickly regained its footing, entangled somewhat in the webbing it had created. "For the Mad Potter and Master Regulus and the House of Black!" Creature shouted, charging forward. If Harry had ever doubted that house elves could harbor dangerous resentment, he certainly reconsidered that notion today. The sheer righteous anger and the destruction Creature unleashed upon the spider with his ladle and his left-hand index finger opened Harry's eyes. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the crashes and thuds as Creature battled, and reached for the nearest. Harry, feeling nostalgic about Hermione, quickly enchanted a jar to make it indestructible. He turned it upside down, hovering it ominously over the battle unfolding before him. As the fight progressed, Creature tossed aside his ladle and engaged in a physical struggle with the furious spider. The creature was now ensnared with spider webs wrapped tightly around 5 of its legs. With each powerful strike, Creature managed to force the spider to roll over and gather more of the sticky threads. Harry observed closely, waiting for the right moment to intervene. Soon, Creature extended his index finger, sending the spider tumbling backward until it crashed into a wall. Seizing the opportunity, Harry thrust his wand downward. With a decisive slam, the jar crashed down over the spider. A flick of his wand flipped the jar upright just as the trapped spider struggled to free itself from the threads. Harry quickly secured the lid and leaned back with a sigh of relief. Creature popped up beside him, an unholy gleam of excitement in his eyes and a long, wicked-looking carving knife clutched in his hands. "Oh," Harry said, trying to sound intelligent. Not surprisingly, Creature was eager to stab the spider through its carapace, but Harry really didn't want to see that carving knife used for such a grim task. He couldn't shake the thought of how he would feel eating off it later. With a grumble, Creature reluctantly agreed to hold off on the stabbing. However, his spirits lifted again when he dove back into the cupboard and emerged with an egg sack the size of his own chest. Silently, Harry offered another jar, being careful to ensure that no spider hatchlings could escape once they hatched. After that, clearing the rest of the kitchen cupboards was a breeze. By the time Harry finally sat back on his heels and called a halt to their efforts, both he and Creature looked a bit worse for wear. Harry surveyed their rattling containers with satisfaction. So far, they had dealt with 2 doxy infestations, 3 infestations of Cornish pixies, and a hive of Cheshire pixies, which had proven to be even more troublesome than their more common counterparts. Harry had immobilized the entire group of magical creatures and transferred their nests wholesale into containers. With the lid securely fastened, the pixies buzzed furiously inside the glass, their angry faces pressed against the surface. The doxies still seemed a bit dazed for the moment, but Harry dreaded the thought of them regaining their strength. The other insects had been relatively easy to handle, but Harry and Creature had swept everything they could into separate containers for storage anyway. Harry wondered if anything they had collected that day would fetch a decent price. Surely that enormous spider was a mutant or the result of some magical mishap. Wizards bought oddities like that, didn't they? They had also been startled by an unusually large rat that made Harry recoil in disgust. He had faced many things in his life, from unfortunate adventures to living under the stairs, but feral rats were new territory for him. The creature looked diseased. Fortunately, Creature had quicker reflexes, catching the rat by its tail and flinging it into the air. Harry felt a twinge of guilt about Creature's carefully boiled plant roots being ruined by the violently drowned rat, but Creature appeared more satisfied than upset. Once they had cleared all the creatures from the cupboards, it took just a moment for Harry to dust and polish the now empty kitchen with his wand. He silently cursed Mrs. Weasley for not allowing him to do it this way last time. After all, they had been under the Fidelius charm. Standing tall, Harry raised his arms, stretching his back with a satisfying crack. Good work today, Creature. I think it's time for, well, a late lunch now, I guess. Creature nodded in agreement as they prepared to enjoy some pre-bought pastries in a comfortable silence. I suppose we should plan, Harry said, chatting with Creature as he set 2 plates on the table and conjured some cold water. Sirius will stay here for a while. We need to make the house moderately habitable soon, Harry said. We'll need dinner tonight, so I'll get started on that shortly. But do you know much about the Ministry? Creature wasn't the most reliable source of information, but he was all Harry had at the moment. Creature is? Creature does not know, the elf reluctantly admitted, and then he tried to bash his head into the floor. Diving to the left, Harry's seeker reflexes kicked in, and he reached him just in time. Instead of his forehead meeting the ground, Creature's head met Harry's outstretched hand. Realizing it was Harry who was stopping him, Creature paused. Harry continued, what I mean is, my wand doesn't have the trace on it, so we're safe while Sirius is in the trunk. But does the Ministry monitor active magic in general? I mean, if I spend an entire day casting cleaning spells in a place where no spells have been cast before, will they notice? Creature does not know, the elf replied. Harry sighed. In that case, I guess the next thing I need to figure out is how to cast a Fidelius. What do you think? If I'm not supposed to be using magic, and Sirius might have tracking spells on him, and the Ministry is watching the house for any sign of activity, I don't know how to cast what is probably an extremely difficult and complicated spell. Plus, I can't use magic with Sirius in the same building, but one of us needs to be the secret keeper. Where shall I start? To his complete lack of surprise, the reclusive house elf had nothing to say. Chapter 10, Mild Manipulations. After spending most of the day cleaning, or hunting, as some might call it, Harry found himself feeling uncomfortable by the time he finished his late lunch. The bright, early afternoon sun had dimmed as clouds rolled in over London, and the warm light retreated from his table, casting soft golden rays along the newly polished floor, as if it were exploring its fresh shine. Unfortunately, that shift in light meant Harry began to cool off rapidly. The sweat on his brow, inside his robes, and at the back of his neck lost the warm humidity of earlier in the day as he ate and drank, finally allowing himself to relax. As the rush of blood and heat faded from his face and the adrenaline dissipated, his heartbeat slowed, and his instincts settled. However, his damp robes grew chilly and just a little unpleasantly sticky. Mid-afternoon shadows crept up his back, prompting him to stifle a shiver. The last straw came when he accidentally tipped a bit of pie down his front. Mild frustration bubbled up within him. "Ugh," Harry groaned, cutting his restful break short. As he prepared to stand, he quickly licked the pastry off his fingertips. The salty, buttery, flaky goodness delighted his taste buds as he finished the last of his lunch. The wizarding baking was as excellent as ever, but he found himself longing for some genuine, home-cooked food. Perhaps tonight, if he were lucky? A small frown crossed Harry's face as he felt a twinge in his lower back. Instead of standing, he settled back into his seat with a swift gasp. His muscles ached. These weren't the muscles he typically used while climbing Hogwarts stairs or playing Quidditch. The sudden discomfort caught him off guard. Perhaps his lifestyle was more sedentary than he had realized? He shelved that thought for later and returned his focus to the moment at hand. Yes, there was definitely. Tenderness blossomed in his underused muscles. It wasn't anything too serious, certainly not like how he felt after some of his rougher fights, but still, it was a bit unsettling. The muscle stiffness from cleaning made him feel as if his body was betraying him. Instead of standing, Harry slowly and carefully leaned back in his chair. He stretched his arms up and out, and as he did, the tension began to dissipate. He felt something in his neck click. "How are you feeling, creature?" Harry asked out of habit, though he was mildly surprised when there was no response. He glanced over at the house elf, who was perched on a nearby seat. To his astonishment, he saw Creature cradling the egg and bacon pie Harry had handed him, holding it gently between his long, visibly jointed fingers. Harry had half expected the elf to gulp it down, just as he had. After all, hard work usually sparked a good appetite. Instead, the ancient little creature seemed to cherish it, barely leaving a mark on the soft, crumbly pastry. Harry watched in wide-eyed amazement as Creature tilted his neck forward and took the tiniest nibble from the edge of the crust. Is it that good?" he asked, but Creature ignored him. With his eyes closed in pure ecstasy, Creature savored each small bite, relishing the flavors. Harry noticed the texture, the softness of real food, and the blend of spices, herbs, meat, butter, salt, and everything else. A jolt of realization hit him. Creature likely hadn't enjoyed any of these things in years. Guilt flickered through his mind for not having come to help before this third year back in time, but he pushed it away with practiced ease. The tightness in his gut barely registered. "When did you last have anyone else in the house?" "Creature?" Harry called out, but the little house elf continued to ignore him. Instead, Harry noticed an almost holy look of ecstasy on Creature's face, his leathery brown skin etched with grotesque wrinkles. The sight filled Harry with a mix of delight and guilty pity. The corners of Creature's mouth stretched into a close-mouthed, somewhat gruesome grin as he focused entirely on the cold pie Harry had brought him just a few hours earlier. Creature's eyelids fluttered in rapture. Harry quickly averted his gaze, swallowing hard. He suddenly felt terrible for attempting to hold a conversation during such an intensely private moment. Shame washed over him for not having thought to provide Creature with good food, more food, food at all, earlier. He had learned that just hours ago, Creature had been eating roots, for Merlin's sake. Instead of lingering, he turned to look out the window, allowing the soft sounds of chewing and little hums of delight to fade into the background. Before long, Harry found himself standing at the end of the kitchen, the image of a bathtub firmly in his mind. The sun was still making its way across the floor toward the eventual sunset, but evening was still a while off, giving Harry the feeling that he had plenty of time to finish his work for the day. He stood in the only sunlit spot in the room, where light streamed in through the high kitchen windows of Grimmauld Place, pooling at his feet. Harry was determined to take a bath. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the scowling house elf by his elbow. Creature clearly believed that wizards should not be bathing in the kitchen. Nor did he think that house elves should bathe at all. Harry had no idea what kind of hygiene they preferred, but he had made it clear that after years of solitude and neglect, Creature would be bathing today. The skeptical house elf was not pleased. Harry raked frustrated hands through his hair, not convinced by Creature's hesitance. As he did, he noticed something unusual. Instead of the slick hair he expected, it felt oily, rough, and unusually tangled. Curious, he held his wand hand in front of his face, examining it closely. Almost immediately, he regretted it. his fingers withdrew from his scalp, bringing with them strands of silver webbing and at least one doxy wing stuck to his skin. Bath, Harry demanded firmly. For both of us. House elves do not. That kitchen was filthy. Creature is. And now so are we. The ancient and noble. After all that effort, it would be terrible if we were the ones making a mess of the ancient and noble House of Black, Harry suggested slyly. Creature hesitated. The bathrooms are not. I'll magic something up, Harry replied, trying to sound reassuring. Creature paused, astonished. The mad half-blood is? Harry shrugged. Look, we really do need to clean up. And the upstairs rooms aren't fit to use. Creature is going to be using the mad half-blood's magic? Harry paused, recalling that Dobby had once mentioned sharing magic with a wizard. Was this some cultural nuance he hadn't learned? Is that bad? Creature's peculiar eyes scrutinized him, measuring, distrustful, yet curious. Well, is it? Harry pressed. To his amusement, Creature muttered under his breath, as if forgetting he was speaking out loud. The young mad half-blood is cracked, Creature thinks. Harry tilted his head. So, will you bathe, after all that? Creature muttered, the mad half-blood is sneaking and bossing and bringing the bad young master back. That he is cleaning. And giving Creature food to eat. Harry suddenly remembered that feeding people was a great way to earn their trust. Hadn't he literally? Harry couldn't help but wonder what he had done to Sirius. He felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He knew his actions had consequences that often escaped his thoughts. At least in this instance, things had worked out in his favor. Creature looked up, a hint of disbelief in his eyes. The mad half-blood Potter is not letting Creature wipe himself down with his cleaning rag. Harry instinctively flinched at the thought. When was the last time you cleaned that? Creature is cleaning it. His voice trailed off as he stared at his open palms, disappointment evident on his face. It seemed he couldn't find the answers he sought in his outstretched fingers. Right, Harry said, a mix of pity and humor battling within him. We'll both take a bath now, and then I'll start cooking us a proper dinner while you tackle the most urgent laundry. For the House of Black, of course. The ancient and noble House of Black. Creature asked. Harry nodded firmly. For its honor and reputation. And to uphold its glory. We must, represent it with efficiency and, hygiene. Its glory, Creature murmured. We have to be clean for it, Harry affirmed. A good long soak should cut through some of the years of grime, soften your skin. Its honor. Yep, Harry confirmed. We must be impeccable representatives in all things. Organized. Clean. Gracious. Powerful. Pure of heart. For the House of Black. Creature intoned, straightening his hunchback as far as it would go, clutching the front of his toga in religious fervor. Harry turned back to the empty floor space in front of him and scratched his initial idea of a plain copper bathtub. Instead, he incanted the spell for magic seeing, rapidly rethinking his plans. For the House of Black, it is, then. Creature stood behind Harry, muttering despairingly about months and years gone by, listing events he could remember, and desperately trying to recall when he had last done laundry. As the soft, glowing colors of magic brightened in his surroundings, Harry felt a sense of determination. With a focused gaze, Harry raised his wand and softly, slowly muttered the spell to transmute an impressive, powerful bathtub. In his mind's eye, the spell weave formed at a deliberate pace, even slower than any he had cast before. Threads of magic blossomed with vibrant light, silvers, greens, and browns, as he carefully drew them toward the center of his focus. As he watched, the layers and threads of magic wove themselves together, creating a faint, almost translucent image on the kitchen floor. It resembled a plain copper tub, but that wasn't what he wanted. With more finesse and control than he had ever managed before, Harry rewove the magic. This was all an experiment. He had never paid much attention to bathtubs, but Creature's mutterings behind him had quieted, and he needed to make this look good. The copper sheen of the translucent bath paled and expanded. The oval shape stretched and elongated, transforming into a beautifully designed porcelain tub with gently sloping sides and a gracefully curved lip at the top. He poured extra attention into the details, hoping to win Creature over. The wide, sturdy body of the tub rose off the ground as he guided it with his wand and the image in his mind. Solid-looking copper clawfoot legs sprouted from the base, elevating the entire bathtub by 5 inches. Given everything he had just said, Harry felt it was only right to pay homage to the House of Black, so he adjusted his spell accordingly. He narrowed his eyes, watching intently as his intent twisted the magic. The original, instinctive lion's feet morphed, narrowing and elongating until they resembled bird-like features. As the spell stretched, Harry found himself in control like never before. The clawfoot legs transformed into raven talons, just as depicted in the Black House heraldry. In that calm, quiet stillness, a feeling that had become more familiar to him these days, especially when he was nervous, Harry felt a surge of accomplishment. Harry felt a mix of surprise and focus as he noted how the magic lingered at the tip of his wand, swirling inside him like a gentle tide. It stretched out to transfigure the bathtub, reaching, working, and forming without snapping off, as it usually did. Little waves of resonance washed against his insides, helping him sense his own boundaries. Ripples of magical echoes moved within him as he powered the spell, and Harry's eyes widened. This was something significant, something worth remembering. He searched within himself for the meaning, the depth of what he had just discovered. He didn't want to end the spell just yet, he wanted to keep it going. He was so close, about to realize something remarkable. Paying special attention to the luster of the porcelain body, Harry's gaze drifted down to the copper raven feet. He focused on them, contemplating the details of the front digits and the deadly angle of the talons. They could be thinner, he thought. With that in mind, he lengthened the legs slightly, giving them the lean, nimble look characteristic of ravens. Then a question arose: how could he join the legs to the tub? With slow deliberation, Harry drew delicate copper filigree from the solid metal legs, crafting half a fleur-de-lis that cradled the porcelain sides of the tub and rippled gracefully. Small waves of flowing copper climbed up the sides of the bathtub, solidifying into shapes of leaves, stylized just like those in the Black family tree. He felt the magic waiting for him, checking if he was finished, eager for new refinements to the image in his mind. Somewhere in his memories and understanding of his own magic, something clicked, like a little lock had been undone on a door he hadn't previously noticed. This was what it meant to control your magic. This was spell work. With that realization, he withdrew the magic from the spell, ending it cleanly. A beautifully balanced, decorated bathtub now stood proudly in the Black kitchen, waiting for hot water, which Harry provided with a flick of his wand. "There you go," he said. "Go," Harry said cheerfully, turning to the patient, somewhat confused Creature, who looked on curiously. "After all the hard work this morning, I figured we both deserved a bit of a cleanup." Creature said nothing. "So," Harry continued, pushing ahead, "I thought there's nothing better for sore muscles than a hot soak in a bath, and bruise balm, of course, but that's for later." He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "I don't know about you, but I'm feeling a bit of a strain in some muscles I don't usually use." Creature nodded wisely. "Young Master Potter is needing a bath, he is." Harry paused, giving Creature a disbelieving look. Delicately, he raised his wand arm and subtly sniffed in the direction of his armpit. "Well, I really don't think that I'm the one who SME," he stopped short. "Oh. The spiderwebs and dust." "Yes. But I imagine you haven't had one for a while either. I thought you might enjoy a nice bath here while I have my own back in my trunk." The mad half BL. Creature would? Harry shrugged. "Well, yeah. I mean, neither of us can very well start preparing dinner when we're as dirty as we are. And?" He took another subtle whiff of the sour, earthy smell emanating from Creature's yellowing tea towel. "Perhaps a change into clean things for both of us might be good too, eh?" Very slowly, looking like he was just waking up, Creature reached a single hand upward to tug his dirty toga into view. There was a long pause as he looked down his lengthy nose and froze. "Ah," Harry tried. Hello? Creature? He licked his lips. I was thinking you could bathe here and change into new, not clothes. Sorry, a new uniform? Tea towel? I'm not sure what you call it, but I mean no disrespect, but new clothes after you bathe. Creature's yellowing eyes widened in silent shock as they met Harry's gaze. For a moment, Harry wondered if he'd truly broken the grumpy old elf. So, the bath first, do you think? Creature's hand slowly released the toga and pointed disbelievingly toward the bath. For Creature? Yeah, Harry nodded. I mean, we've cleaned this room of the worst of the vermin, but I'm not sure it's clean enough for food preparation yet. I'm thinking soup, what do you think? Something light on the stomach, I reckon. Besides, I'd feel a lot better about tackling such a huge job, this gigantic task of infesting the whole house, if I took a moment to reward myself. And how much can we really clean, anyway, when both of us are so dirty right now? While Creature didn't say anything, he didn't exactly disagree either. Besides, Harry continued, a bath would make us feel much better. We've done a great job this morning, but a real home-cooked dinner would be best for all three of us, and I'd like to start preparing for that. Don't you think? Creature tilted his head slightly, resembling a curious cat, but remained silent. Do you have a clean fabric to change into? Creature does not know, exactly. Right. Harry nodded. Well, I'll conjure you up a clean sheet, something that should last a few hours. You can wear that after your bath until you find some more clothes or do the laundry, like I mentioned before. Is that all right? Creature nodded in silence. Okay, Harry said, taking a deep breath. I guess it'll need to beat them. Is this too big? With caution, Harry focused his magic and conjured a white cloth that resembled a bath towel. Concentrating carefully, he felt the magic. Creature waited patiently, his gaze fixed on the boundaries of the spell, ready for Harry's guidance on tweaking, perfecting, and finalizing it. A bit less? Harry asked. Creature nodded, and Harry carefully adjusted the unfinished spell, inch by inch. This much? Smaller again? How about now? When Creature finally nodded in approval, Harry wrapped up the spell work. The magic within him settled as his wand severed the flow of power. He could almost see the final threads of the spell detach from the well of energy inside him. For a moment, Harry's vision blurred, and the world faded out of focus. He realized he had been casting spells for quite a while. In fact, he couldn't recall a time when he had worked continuously for more than 3 hours. It felt less like a sprint and more like a marathon, he thought. Shaking off the fatigue, Harry scratched his nose. I'll be off for a bit, okay? I'll be in my luggage, near Sirius. You probably shouldn't call for me if you need anything. But I'll be back in half an hour or so. You should probably have a nice, long soak yourself. At least 20 minutes. Preferably more. His wand twitched one last time before he turned to leave the room. There's some soap for you when you need it, and I've transfigured a towel for you to dry off with. It's on the table. I guess I'll be going now. See you soon. Harry did manage to take a bath, but it didn't take him nearly as long as he had suggested, because he wanted to check on Sirius. The lack of movement from Sirius that morning was concerning. After the erratic behavior he had displayed the night before, Harry felt uneasy. He had considered using cheering charms, but during Sirius's manic moments, he had already been too excitable. A calming draft was all he could think of as an alternative. He didn't want to just throw magic at Sirius without giving things a chance to settle. Maybe he could brew a potion or two on his own time and give them to Sirius when it became absolutely necessary. A trip to the apothecary for ingredients would have to happen tomorrow when he went out for breakfast. But he knew that wasn't a long-term solution, it wouldn't fix the underlying problem. From his studies, Harry understood that potions could only mask the issue, allowing the sufferer to gain some distance from their trauma. He believed that 11.5 years in Azkaban was a trauma that would take a long time to overcome. A healthy body meant a healthy mind, and he could only hope for that. so he would have to make sure Sirius was well fed. He opened the trunk lid again with a click and clambered down the steep steps into the compartment. It seemed Sirius was stirring. He had rolled over in his sleep since Harry had last been there. Harry thought that was a good sign. "Sirius?" he called softly. There was a long groan from the bed, and Sirius' arms rose up in a slow stretch. Then he sat up with a start. "James? James, thank goodness you're here. I had the most awful dream." Not knowing what to say, Harry remained quiet. A heavy silence hung in the air. "You're not James." "Sorry." Sirius swore and scrambled up, hunching against the far wall, his gaze fixed on Harry. Harry watched him in bemusement. "Who are you then? How did you get here? What do you want? Hey! Speak up, or I'll kill you." "I'm Sirius Black, wanted mass murderer, you know." Harry held his hands out in a peaceful gesture. "Sirius? You're my godfather." "I'm Harry." "Harry's just a wee tot," Sirius snarled. "You look more like James." "Do you know James? James Potter?" "I'm a good mate of his." Harry spoke slowly, trying to bridge the gap. "I'm James' son, Harry. It's been over 10 years since you've seen me. I've grown up a bit." "Oh, that's right." But Harry lives with his mother's sister. They're muggles, and where is this? Where have you taken me? I won't let the ministry take me. I'll fight, you know. You came to my aunt's house about a week ago, and last night we ran away together. This is my luggage compartment. I bought a fancy one with undetectable expansion charms so I could sleep here." Sirius shivered. James? Are you sure you're not James?" "I'm his son," Harry repeated. "Your godson?" "I thought, but too good to be true, I guess," Sirius said, slowly unfurling from the wall. "So you're Harry then?" "Hi?" Sirius bounded away from the wall, and Harry flinched, but all he did was reach out and ruffle Harry's hair. "Harry! Pup! It's so good to see you. Wow, you've grown. I guess you'd be 12? 13 now? Damn, you look just like your dad. Except for your eyes, you've got your mum's eyes. Has anyone ever told you that?" He was interrupted by a loud gurgle from his stomach. "'Excuse me," Sirius grinned awkwardly. "But boy, am I hungry." "I don't suppose." Harry handed over the liver and onion pie he'd saved and watched as his godfather scarfed it down like he was starving. "How did you sleep?" Harry eventually asked, not quite sure what else to say. "Bloody brilliant." Sirius enthused, still licking his fingers. "I don't know if you realize just how long it's been since I've slept in a real bed, with an actual mattress, and real blankets, without holes in the wall that a stiff sea breeze can waltz through. 11.5 years, Harry thought. But he'd forgotten that Azkaban had bars in the windows instead of glass. "So you're feeling okay today then?" Sirius's smile was so broad it looked almost feral. "Okay? I'm feeling fabulous. It's a beautiful day. It's a beautiful day, the food is delicious, my toes are warm, and I'm clean, really clean, kid. You have no idea. But that just means it's the perfect time to go rat hunting, you know." Hang on," Sirius said, starting to move around the room. He seemed to be searching for something among Harry's collection of knickknacks, humming an eerie little melody that was slightly off-key. "Great day to be killing old friends," he added with a wink, his enthusiasm palpable. "Just a little murder to make the world a better place. It's been my only hope in Azkaban, you know." His tone shifted, darkening. "Not a happy thought, so they couldn't take it away from me, but it kept me going. Just the image of that whiny little traitor shivering before me, begging for his miserable life." "I was thinking we might make this a planning day," Harry interjected quickly. Sirius stopped in his tracks. "Plan what?" "Find the rat, grab the rat, kill the rat." Seems pretty easy to me. Unless you want to throw in a little torture first. I'd be on board with that if you want. Just a bit of revenge for Azkaban before we send him on to James for justice. To keep you safe? Harry asked. Oh, said Sirius, setting down one of Harry's little green soldier men with a surprisingly hard thud. Way to kill the mood, pup. I guess we're in a house now, though. Can't skulk around as Padfoot in a house. Hey! Harry flinched at Sirius's rising tone. You called me Padfoot last night. I heard you. How did you know that name? Who are you? I can't trust you. What are your plans? What do you want to do with me? I won't let you. I'm innocent. I didn't do it. He stumbled backward against the wall, holding up his arms as if to ward Harry off. He looked terrified. Harry closed his eyes, feeling a pang of pain. He had known that his slip-up would come back to haunt him. Kneeling on the floor, he spoke softly. Sirius? You told me. You must have told me. I wanted. Remember when I called you Snuffles at first? You came to my house as a dog, and I fed you. Harry let the small lie slip out easily, feeling only a slight twinge of guilt. I was a dog? Sirius replied, confused. You came to find me, Harry nodded. You wanted to see if I was okay, I guess. And I gave you salami and water. Yeah, that's right. I'm a dog, I'm Padfoot. How did you know that? Sirius asked, his brow furrowing. Harry made sure to keep his worry off his face, quickly deflecting. Silly Sirius. I've seen you as a dog, remember? You came to visit me. Hey, Sirius settled back, his arms relaxing. So you did? You say I told you to call me Padfoot? Harry hesitated. He wasn't sure if it was safe to lie to Sirius, but he felt he didn't have a choice. A wave of guilt washed over him as he spoke, but what was one more small lie on top of everything else he had been telling his friends for the past 2 years? I wanted to call you Snuffles, remember? Because you were a dog, and I was lonely? He tilted his head, wondering if Sirius would believe him. And then I ran away from home, and we became 2 runaways together. That's when I learned you were Padfoot. Sirius remained curled up protectively, but he lifted his head, gazing at Harry with curiosity. That sounds. I guess that's how it happened then. I guess you must be right. Carefully, Harry settled down on the floor to chat with Sirius for a while. It wasn't quite what he had expected, but Sirius was far less stable than he had predicted. He hoped that a new routine and some familiarity would help the damaged man find some peace. I'll head upstairs and start cooking dinner soon, Harry said. But there's a friend of mine taking a bath in the kitchen, so I've got a bit of time. He hesitated, his eyes flickering over Sirius's face, tension easing when he saw that Sirius was still in a safe space. I was hoping you could share a little bit about my dad. Chapter 11. Creature Comforts. Before Harry knew it, 3 days had flown by. Together with Creature, he had managed to decontaminate the lower floors of the Black House, even if they weren't exactly perfect. The various infestations that had caught his eye that first night had been trapped, contained, or otherwise dealt with. He sold some to a couple of animal enthusiasts and breeders, while others he released into the wild on the outskirts of the Forbidden Forest. A few simply vanished. This left the lounge, or drawing room, as it was sometimes called, generally safe, though the scent of dust and mildew still lingered heavily in the air. Harry cast a few reparos on the furniture, fixing frayed fabrics and faded designs. Still, he wasn't entirely convinced of the effectiveness of his efforts and wasn't quite ready to risk sitting on any of the newly repaired seats. What do you reckon? He asked Creature, who had taken to following him around the house whenever he tried to explore. Creature is seeing the mad half-blood Potter is trying, Creature replied, nodding his head wisely. Hey! This is pretty good for a first-timer. Harry shot a sideways glance. The young mad half-blood is doing his best, Creature supported. Sure, Harry said, nodding. Yeah, I'll keep working on that, I guess. He added a few household hints and furniture restoration books to his wish list, deciding that he would renovate the rooms when he grew tired of studying and looking after Sirius. After all, he couldn't have Creature looking down on him. Speaking of Creature, he was all for taking down the curtains and giving them a good wash now that his laundry system was up and running again. Apparently, Harry's words had sent the small house elf into a cleaning frenzy. Harry had to point out, rather firmly, that the Ministry watchers were still stationed in front of the house and could easily manage. Harry couldn't help but notice the windows were cleaned, polished, and redecorated. To his amusement, Creature spent several days complaining about the Ministry's priorities. Meanwhile, just as it had in the previous timeline, the kitchen became the warmest and friendliest part of the house. On the second day, Harry woke up and wandered into the kitchen, finding it fresh, bright, and clean, just like he remembered from his 7th year. Had it really only been that 1 year in Wizarding Britain? Everything felt so different now. 7th year seemed like ages ago. His thoughts drifted back to that first day when they tackled the dust and mold after he brought home the groceries. They had both enjoyed baths and shared a soup dinner, and Harry had fallen into a deep, exhausted sleep. Now, he began to wonder if Creature had even slept at all, because the kitchen had transformed overnight. The countertops and table gleamed with polish and shine, the result of who knows how much elbow grease. The cast iron stove was cleared of old ash and scrubbed free of rust, as was the open fireplace that usually held the large cauldrons. The cupboard hinges no longer squeaked, the stone tiles sparkled, and the gaps between the stone slabs appeared to have been meticulously cleaned, likely during some late-night effort. It seemed that allowing Creature to keep and destroy the locket had yielded similar results as in the last timeline. "This looks fantastic, Creature!" Harry exclaimed as he stepped into the warm, cheerful room. The fire was crackling, and Creature was busy preparing breakfast porridge. "The mad half-blood is getting Creature things to eat and leaving him to get on with it," Creature replied. Harry settled down at the table, ready to watch the house elf work. At work, Harry spun his wand absent-mindedly, searching for something to occupy his hands. Creature, freshly washed and wearing a neatly mended toga, looked like a completely transformed house elf. "How are you this morning?" Harry asked, eager to reinforce their improved relationship. "Creature is being a good house elf," the little creature replied, waddling over to a clean, shining kettle that he promptly hung over the fireplace. "Great!" Harry exclaimed. "And how are you feeling this morning?" Creature turned to Harry, his expression somewhat comical. "Creature is feeling like a good house elf." Oh, Harry responded, his grin widening. "That's awesome. I feel pretty good myself, after yesterday." Creature nodded knowingly. The mad half-blood is doing much better work than Creature was expecting. "Thanks," Harry said, a bit taken aback. An awkward silence settled between them for a moment as Creature busied himself, muttering softly under his breath. Harry contemplated whether more conversation would help or hinder his relationship with this new ally. "Here is being some tea," Creature croaked eventually, interrupting Harry's thoughts as he slid a delicate china cup in front of him. "Oh, thanks," Harry replied, wrapping his hands around the cup and inhaling the steam that rose slowly. It smelled fresh, with a flavor he had never experienced before. He lifted the fine china cup to his lips and took a sip of the steaming hot drink. Hot? It tasted like... Harry paused, searching for the right word as he took a second, deeper sip, sifting through his memories for the precise term. His fingers curled around the teacup, the warmth seeping gently into his fingertips, warming his knuckles and sending soft tingles of comfort up his wrist and forearm. He took another thoughtful sip. It was green tea, undoubtedly. Something fresh and leafy with a hint of sap-like sweetness. He choked back a final sip with a sense of contentment. Harry coughed and spluttered, quickly vanishing the contents of the cup as soon as Creature turned his back. The drink tasted just like one of the plants from the restricted section of the Hogwarts greenhouses, especially when herbology lessons reached OWL levels. Had Creature braved the garden for him again? Harry felt both touched and a bit disturbed. Were those leaves poisonous? He had no way of knowing. He eyed the cauldron filled with cooking porridge with caution and concern. He had bought all the necessary ingredients yesterday, hadn't he? There was nothing unusual added, was there? After the oddly flavored meal, Harry quickly sorted out everything lacking in their pantry and kitchen, starting with a purchase of good black breakfast tea from a shop in Hogsmeade. As he wandered through the shops, he discovered a whole array of new stores and market stalls he had never noticed before. Kitchen herbs and spices were available at various stalls in Hogsmeade, sold in little paper packets and weighed by the ounce. Mr. Wilkes provided him with a pile of firewood, guaranteed to keep the fire burning clear and fresh. Harry looked forward to the effect of fresh, dry pinewood as he stuffed each log into his moleskin pouch. A cheerful, motherly witch named Madam Shepherd sold him milk in glass bottles, along with a small selection of cheeses. "Fresh out of my own dairy, back on the farm," she said with a smile. Clayton Ashwood, an elderly, heavily tanned wizard with grey hair and a bright ginger beard, sold Harry a basketful of soaps straight from his own workshop. He assured Harry that they would work for dishes, cutlery, and body wash alike, perfect for both house elves and wizards. Mistress Weatherwax offered Harry an assortment of culinary delights and honey, which he hoped Creature would use to flavor their meals instead of the leafy goodness from the back garden. She thought Harry was a clever young lad for helping his old mum out, and Harry felt a swell of pride at her words. Have a natural inclination for grumbling, and Harry found it oddly comforting. Before she finally saw him off, she had to agree with the sentiment. Along with Madame Macmillan's handy household hints, a spell compendium worth its weight in galleons, and a couple of do-it-yourself restoration guides, Harry felt he had made great strides in his shopping. He returned home, eager to work on his plans for Sirius, the refurbishment of Grimmauld Place, and his study. Back at Sirius Place, Creature and Harry spent many peaceful hours in the newly refurbished kitchen. They squabbled good-naturedly about who would do the cooking, with one or both of them bustling around the fireplace or stove, eating and studying together. To Creature's delight and Harry's frustration, they were never joined by Sirius. His godfather seemed to be sleeping off his exhaustion, having not stepped out of the luggage since Harry and he first arrived. Odd, Harry remarked, concerned about Sirius' recovery and the timing of his plans. Good, declared Creature, clearly disapproving of the idea of Sirius getting into the mistress' pristine kitchen and making a mess of Creature's hard work. Wait, am I okay then? Harry asked, claiming one end of the kitchen table for his planning. Papers and books sprawled across at least half its surface. The young mad half-blood master is cleaning the kitchen, Creature muttered, looking down at his knees. Harry took that as permission to stay. Aside from the occasional narration describing Harry's actions, the mad young half-blood is reading his books and letting the good tea get cold, or the odd Potter is resting his elbows on the table. Creature didn't seem to mind his presence. Harry thought perhaps the improvements in his household circumstances excused his intrusion. Creature remained surly, of course, stalking around while grumbling and scowling at various things. However, Harry quickly realized there was no real bite to his complaints. Creature just seemed to have a natural inclination for grumbling, and oddly enough, Harry found it comforting. Harry had matured into a slightly senile and grumpy old man, but Harry had dealt with worse. For at least a few hours each day, he and Creature tackled the upstairs rooms. Harry's household hints book and his newly discovered skill with spells, those peculiar techniques of holding, pausing, and imagining, proved invaluable. The bedrooms and sitting areas were far more complicated to clean than the kitchen. He didn't even want to think about the library yet, that could wait for another time, perhaps during the next holidays. As they worked, the rattling cupboards and suspiciously echoing fireplaces filled the air. The rooms boasted carpets, curtains, and an array of fabrics, even if Harry and Creature were confined to the back rooms and windows that didn't face the road. Harry was eager to explore what this new perspective on spellmaking could do for him. He quickly realized he couldn't accomplish much without the Oculusio. This meant he wandered the rooms with magic sparkling in his eyes and, coincidentally, noticed a few dark creatures that needed to be dealt with. Instead of simply casting a spell as he had done in the past, Harry taught himself to draw out the casting, holding, and shaping the magic before releasing it. The magic didn't seem to mind this new approach, if mind was even the right word, but years of practice had conditioned it to rush through his wand without his conscious control. Hold it back, he reminded himself as he focused on the faded green cushion on the divan in the ground floor drawing room. Build it, hold it, feel the weight, the eagerness, and the image in your mind. He envisioned a plump, fresh-scented pillow, its silken threads vibrant and bold in a classic, timeless style. The gold braiding around the edges would be bright and striking. Reficio, he whispered, trying out the renewal spell from the household hints book. The threads of magic unfurled from his wand in a slow, graceful bloom. With the magic in his eyes, Harry watched as the pillow seemed to come alive, shrugging and inhaling as its fibers began to transform. Harry took a deep breath as the stuffing of the pillow filled with air and reformed, the threadbare fabric thickening beneath his touch. Streaks of color flowed up the twists of fabric, transforming the pillow cover into a luxurious shade of green. To his surprise, he noticed the faintest hint of gold threads woven through the otherwise pure green fabric. Had he intended that? The cushion seemed to regrow itself from the inside out, unlike the quick fixes he performed with previous reparos. With his magically enhanced eyes straining to their limits, Harry felt little sparks buzzing in his brain as black spots danced at the edges of his vision. He gazed into the magic he was conjuring, captivated by the unfolding spell as if it were the most fascinating thing he had ever seen. The ripples within him trembled. There was an echo. Amidst the stern and austere sounds, was it a sound? Perhaps a rhythm, the essence of the black pillow resonated back at him. Harry could feel the spell stretching to fulfill its purpose, revealing what had once been there. The pool of magic within him trembled in response. Every one of Harry's senses honed in on the evolution of his singular spell. Time seemed to stretch, moving slowly. So slowly, in fact, that the pulse in his ears no longer felt like a heartbeat but rather a whooshing rush of blood surging through his arteries, punctuated by long moments of silence. The magic blossomed in his mind's eye at a pace he could follow, allowing him to funnel more direction from deep within himself. Ah, he thought. That's the trick, lasting magic, deeper magic. It made sense why some students could cast slow spells during exams and still earn top marks. This was the next step in his learning. A smile spread across Harry's face. He had far greater control over his spell output now than he ever had before. Together, he and Creature continued their cleaning, though neither was quite ready to make changes to the front of the house. The Ministry watchers were still stationed outside, though they appeared far from alert. Creature reported that they were working in 3 shifts, which Harry thought was perfectly designed for subpar performance. Not that he was complaining, of course. They didn't dare do any cleaning in the entranceway, where Mistress Black's portrait slept, or in any of the corridors filled with portraits and mirrors. As Harry walked past Phineas Black's portrait, the one that could move between the Black House and the headmaster's office, he nearly had a heart attack, realizing he had almost ruined his plans once again. With a quick wave of his wand, he draped heavy white linen over the portrait and decided that any cleaning upstairs would have to wait until he figured out the Fidelius charm. What worried Harry the most was Sirius. They had their good moments now that Sirius was getting 3 meals a day, and he seemed warm and comfortable inside Harry's trunk, which could only be a good sign. Harry hoped he wasn't imagining it, but he thought he could see less of Sirius' ribs shine. His wheezing was slowly improving too, much to Harry's relief. However, Sirius stubbornly refused to leave the compartment, insisting on eating, sleeping, and living within those 4 walls. On the 2 occasions Harry had tried to insist he come out, Sirius had grown agitated and aggressive, leaving Harry no choice but to relent. So, Harry simply collected a chamber pot for Sirius's comfort and resigned himself to a longer wait. Sirius had also returned to living as Padfoot for most of the day, which concerned Harry. The dog seemed healthier than the man, which was fine, but Harry noticed a troubling trend. Sirius would turn human when Harry brought food, waiting at the bottom of the stairs. By the time Harry fully opened the trunk and rested the lid on the ground, ready to bring down the food, Sirius was already standing there, looking as if he had always been that way. While he ate, he happily chatted with Harry about the Marauders. Harry's adventures at Hogwarts were always filled with excitement, but today was different. As he peeked into the compartment through a crack in the door, he saw Padfoot sitting there, panting. Curled up in a corner in his dog form, Sirius seemed fixated on the walls, hardly moving. He had been locked away in a small room for years. Shouldn't he be exploring his surroundings by now? Harry couldn't help but think that Sirius's behavior was concerning. On the fourth morning, Harry stepped out of the apparition point in Diagon Alley, still troubled by these thoughts. He had a to-do list that was so long he had actually brought it with him to keep track of everything. First on the list was the post office, followed by the bookshop. He needed all of his third-year textbooks, plus anything that might help him understand Sirius's strange behavior, and he wanted to do some research on the Fidelius charm. After that, he planned to stop by the apothecary and then head to the market to stock up on food for the next 3 days. The wizarding world was full of wonders, but the lack of refrigeration was an unwelcome surprise. Once he made it back to Grimmauld Place, Harry apparated directly into the kitchen instead of using the trunk. Creature always seemed taken aback by the noise, sulking for about half an hour each time Harry arrived this way. Apparently, it broke some sort of universal etiquette and was considered rather rude, but Harry didn't have many other options. He feared that Sirius might react poorly if he apparated anywhere near him, especially with the Ministry Watcher still waiting outside. The eccentric old house elf felt like the safer choice, which was a rather sad thought. Soon enough, Harry settled into his usual seat at the table and began reading his mail. Dear Harry, the first letter began, "I'm so sorry that your birthday present is late. My parents and I are holidaying in the French Riviera, and I had no idea where to find an owl postal office until now. There are some incredible historical sites I've visited so far, and I'm so pleased that my parents allowed me to travel with my wand, though I haven't been using magic, of course, since that would still be illegal even if I am overseas. I've been keeping an eye out and managed to find my way to the local wizarding market just today. It's almost like Diagon Alley. You have to walk up a little side alley and tap your wand on a statue set into the wall, and then the archway opens up into a beautiful little shopping district. I've taken photos, I'll show you some when I get back. I've even rewritten my entire history of magic essay to include some of the interesting things I've learned while I'm over here. I hope the essay isn't too long. It's over 2 feet longer than what Professor Binns asked for, but everything was so fascinating. I bought some books on French wizarding history. Can you read French, Harry? I'll loan them to you if you're interested. Otherwise, I've been trying to keep up with what's happening in England, and I've been getting the Daily Prophet delivered. Have you heard any more about this Sirius Black? He seems terribly dangerous, don't you think? Do stay safe, Harry, although I suppose you are the most mature one out of all of us. Let me know what you think of your birthday present. I did a bit of research for third year and thought you would enjoy this too. I've already read it, so I'd love to hear your thoughts when we see each other next. Neville says he and Ron are meeting up in Diagon Alley to do their school shopping the Saturday before school starts. Had they spoken to you? I thought we might be able to all meet up and spend the day together. My parents would love the chance to meet your aunt and uncle. After all, the Muggles should stick together, as they've been saying recently. Happy belated birthday. Much love, Hermione. Harry mused that Hermione seemed a bit different in this timeline as he dug through his pile of mail to find a parcel that felt like a book. She hadn't smuggled a dragon out of school or explored the forbidden third-floor corridor, and she certainly didn't believe a teacher had tried to kill him. Therefore, Hermione's usual rule-following behavior shouldn't really come as a surprise. Surprise washed over him, but there was something warmer in her letters, something more personal. Harry frowned as he tore open the brown wrapping paper. In this timeline, his best friend was well, he had mentioned Ron a few months ago, hadn't he? Yet, he found himself spending more time with Hermione or possibly Neville. It wasn't really Ron at all, and almost never just the two of them. Maybe that explained the differences. He would have to steer clear of any inquiries about his relatives the next time he met with his friends. Harry idly wondered if Sirius would have any comments on that, but then remembered that Sirius wasn't really focused on any of the complicated friend dynamics just yet. He pushed the thought aside. Instead, his attention shifted back to his birthday present. As he removed it from the thick, glossy paper, something unexpected caught his eye. To his mild surprise, Hermione's gift had nothing to do with Quidditch or even homework. The book, titled The Intuitive Reading of Modern Runes, was a hefty volume bound in a rich brown leather. It definitely wasn't on the book list for third years at Hogwarts, so Harry was puzzled about what she had in mind. It didn't seem like the kind of thing. But wait. He had been much more studious in this timeline. Perhaps Hermione had noticed him reading a few runes books at the end of last year and had kindly decided to get him some extra reading. How things had changed. Carefully, he cracked open the cover and found a luxurious eagle feather quill tucked inside, along with a neat little inscription on the cover page, "To Harry, with love. Hermione Granger." 93. A smile spread across Harry's face as he set Hermione's gift aside and picked up his next letter. Just then, Creature plopped another cup of tea on the table in front of him and muttered about the mad half-blood looking after his health. Harry couldn't help but notice, with a thankful grin, that he was being managed. It didn't feel all that bad, actually. Then he took a sip of his tea. Harry took off his glasses to polish them, then carefully settled them back on the bridge of his nose, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. The letter in front of him looked formal and fancy, written in deep blue ink with a strict handwriting style that was becoming all too familiar. With curiosity, he used his letter opener to carefully slit open the wax seal. But as he began to read, his smile faded. "Dear Mr. Potter, as you may have learned from the news, a wizard by the name of Sirius Black has recently become the first known wizard to escape from the wizarding prison, Azkaban. Remembering what you told me about your relation to him, specifically your claim that he is your godfather, I have spent the past week researching his trial and subsequent incarceration to ensure that you and your circumstances remain unaffected by his actions. Mr. Potter, it is my sad duty to inform you that Sirius Black may pose a threat to your safety as long as he is at large and evading capture. Mr. Black was arrested on November 1, 1981, on charges of murdering Peter Pettigrew, 12 Muggles, and as an accessory to the murder of your own parents, James and Lily Potter. In light of your concerns, I have attempted to investigate the relevant trial records and must confess that thus far, the evidence suggests he was incarcerated without a trial. While this is a clear failure of justice, my primary concern remains your safety and the intentions of Mr. Black himself. My investigations have revealed that Mr. Black endured his incarceration better than many of his fellow inmates and has reportedly avoided the descent into madness that plagues others in the most heavily guarded cells of the prison. He is capable of rational thought, and witnesses have reported him muttering in his sleep, "He's at Hogwarts." It is my personal belief, and the belief of many who have interacted with him over the years, that Mr. Black may be intent on hunting you down in a misguided quest for justice for your meant for Sirius, especially after so many years in Azkaban. Harry's mind raced with the implications of the letter. The warning about long-term prisoners adjusting to freedom sent a shiver down his spine. The thought of Sirius, a man he had only recently come to know as a father figure, struggling to navigate the world again was daunting. Mr. Black is not considered armed at this time, the letter noted, but he remains the most dangerous wizard currently at large. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Harry. The Ministry's silence about Black's escape only added to the tension, leaving everyone guessing how he had managed to break free. I urge you to tread carefully this upcoming year, the letter continued. Harry felt a mix of concern and determination. He couldn't shake the feeling that Sirius was in a precarious situation, even if his legal representative was attempting to maintain a level of professionalism. As he read on, he found a more mundane note at the end. On a more mundane matter, the intricacies regarding your inheritances continue to be cleared up nicely. The mention of his inheritance momentarily distracted him. Mr. Roll, his accountant, had estimated that most of the gold bequeathed to him would go towards backdated payments. However, he would still end up with a net gain, which included furniture, trinkets, and at least one small property just outside of Aberdeen. A full report is forthcoming, the letter concluded. Harry folded the letter thoughtfully, pondering the reality of his situation. He had been half convinced that Sirius' claims about his lack of trial had been a misunderstanding. Surely, no court that would grant a trial to Bellatrix Lestrange would deny the same to Sirius Black. Yet, Mr. Lloyd Elliot seemed like the type who would only pass on reliable information. What the lawyer had said about Sirius' freedom, free will, and emotions lingered in Harry's mind. He couldn't help but wonder what challenges lay ahead for his godfather as he tried to navigate a world that had changed so much during his imprisonment. Sirius now had the freedom and the will to do as he pleased, and he was clearly focused on tracking down Wormtail. As Harry reflected on this, he realized that Sirius's reluctance to leave the luggage compartment was unsettling for more reasons than just a contrast to his previous life in a cave. After spending so many years locked away, one would expect Sirius to crave fresh air, exercise, and sunshine. Harry scratched his head, deep in thought. The emotional aspect made sense now that someone had pointed it out. For 11.5 years, Dementors had been draining all of Sirius's positive emotions. It was only natural that as he faced those feelings again, he seemed a bit unhinged. This also explained why he felt more at ease in his animagus form, Padfoot. There was a lesser disconnect between his current state and his past self. Harry quickly jotted down a note and moved on. Creature wandered around him, muttering under his breath, but surprisingly, he didn't scold Harry for the mess. Instead, he collected the other items from Harry's shopping bag and put them away, filling the kitchen with the sounds of diligent efficiency. The week passed. Harry struggled to find any information on the Fidelius charm. When he wasn't cleaning the back rooms, he and Creature spent their time in the downstairs kitchen. Presumably, the Watchers never noticed anything suspicious, as their numbers remained the same. Harry also tinkered with his potions textbooks, eventually brewing a few gentle potions that could help Sirius without jeopardizing his health: Dreamless Sleep, Calming Draught, and Vitamix. He longed to rid Sirius of his pneumonia symptoms with a strong dose of pepper-up potion, but he knew from his studies that it worked by stimulating the body. Logically, that could put a sensitive system, already weakened by long-term health issues, into shock. He couldn't risk it just yet. He continued his studies in the Grimmauld Place kitchen, where Creature gradually grew accustomed to his presence. The elf was still. Creature had always been reluctant to house his master, the prodigal Black, until one fateful afternoon. "Is the odd half-blood Potter staying here?" Creature asked as he handed Harry a cup of freshly brewed tea. "And is the bad, naughty master still hiding in his box?" "Only for one more week," Harry replied, feeling a bit pleased to have been promoted from a mad to Zod. "I have to go back to Hogwarts. I planned for Sirius to stay here with you since I know you can look after him, but I'm not sure if that's going to work now." Creature sniffed sullenly. Creature is not minding the odd half-blood Potter, who is helping restore the House of Black to its glory and is working with young Master Regulus. But the nasty, naughty master is not welcome in Mistress Goodhouse. "Did you know he was in prison for something he didn't do?" Harry asked. Creature scowled heavily. "Nasty Master is a blood traitor and a failure of a son, befriending mudbloods and half-bloods to make his mother cry." Harry found himself unable to argue against the specifics of the accusation, even if the language was less than ideal. Well, the Black family were followers of the Dark Lord, weren't they? Proper good Blacks are giving good gold and advice to the Dark Lord. Creature nodded uncertainly. Harry continued, "But did you know that the reason your young Master Regulus died was because of the Dark Lord?" After a long, terrible pause, Creature shivered. The hands, the dead hands, and the empty eye holes, and the Dark Lord is leaving on his boat and Creature is so thirsty, my poor master, my poor young Master Regulus, the thirst, the hands." "Creature," Harry said hesitantly, "just like how your Master Regulus was willing to die to bring the Dark Lord down, Sirius has been trying to do that too. It was their parents who were his followers. Regulus changed his mind, you know." He agreed with Sirius. The pale, shaky elf looked struck by this revelation, trembling slightly in place. His ears drooped noticeably. Harry found it difficult to meet Creature's gaze. Master Regulus was not. Master Regulus was so clever, Harry continued, settling into the necessary manipulation. No one knew he was trying to help the Dark Lord die. And Sirius tried that too, though maybe he wasn't quite as clever about it. but he's been doing his best for so long. His best? Harry stumbled over his words. Creature, do you remember that horrible potion you and Master Regulus had to drink in the middle of the lake? How it made you feel like all the happiness had vanished, like you were a failure, and all those dark thoughts came rushing back. It forced you to confront every bad feeling? Master Sirius has been in Azkaban for years, and the Dementors made him feel that way all the time. He's been strong for so long, but he's so tired now, and he can't even remember what good feelings are anymore. Creature, is it so wrong for me to want Sirius to be happy and healthy again? That all the bad Master? Harry pressed on. And after everyone else had died, your Mistress Walburga, Master Orion, and Master Regulus, Sirius is still a pureblood black, right? Did you know the Ministry never even gave him a trial? They locked up a black in that nasty, horrible place for something he didn't do. And they didn't even bother to check? Imagine if it had been Regulus. If it was. Harry chose his words carefully. Even if he's your least favorite black, he's still from the most noble and ancient house, right? And the Ministry just didn't care. Creature rocked back and forth on his toes, clutching his ears tightly. He clenched his fists, a low whine escaping from deep in his throat. Harry was unsure what it meant. I know that you and Sirius don't get along, and that's okay, he said. But I want to keep Sirius safe. I know you're a good house elf, and I can't do it without you. Creature? Creature's rocking and moaning intensified, prompting Harry to pause for a moment. As the elf's pain persisted, he leaned back, waiting for Creature's attention to return. After several minutes, Creature finally looked up. The odd young Master Potter says. Harry gazed at the pitiful little elf, struggling to find the right words to comfort him. You can call me Harry, he said. Harry Potter, if that helps. I know I'm a half-blood, and I understand it was important to your mistress. But your Master Regulus changed his mind about many things, and are you feeling okay? Creature is not well, the old house elf admitted. Creature is listening to the mistress, and Creature is obeying Master Regulus. But Creature is not killing the locket and not cleaning the house. Bad Master Sirius is not welcome in the house, but Creature is obeying Harry Potter. Creature is. Harry sensed he had pushed the house elf far enough for one day. How about you take another nice long bath, he suggested. I can transfigure the nice bathtub with the Black Herald, or that's a no, then. He paused as Creature's rocking and moaning resumed. The old elf muttered something under his breath, phrases like, not worthy, young Master Potter, but the mistress, but the master. And bad creature, naughty creature. Well, it doesn't have to be so fancy, Harry tried again. We can use the biggest cauldron and pop it over the fire until the water warms up just right. And then would you like to polish the silverware? I have some potions ingredients and can whip up something. What do you use to clean silver? Silver tonic? I think there was a recipe in my household hints book. Maybe you can polish the silver while you relax and take it easy. What do you think? Creature slowly nodded his head. Creature is taking a bath if he must, he agreed, trying to sound reluctant. Creature is not wasting the hot water. No, Creature is a good house elf. And then Creature wants to polish the silver, please. I'll find the recipe now, Harry said, leaving the elf to his thoughts. He had become a much better manipulator over the years. It was quite fortunate that the Sorting Hat had chosen to place him in Gryffindor when he was back in first year. Harry suspected that if he had to go through that process again now, he might not be so lucky. Chapter 12. Chance Choices. Days continued to pass, with Sirius still refusing to emerge from Harry's luggage compartment. Creature, too, remained stubbornly outside, so Harry found himself crafting a new daily routine. Most mornings, he could be found at the kitchen table, where Creature busied himself nearby. Harry often chewed on a quill tip while scowling at his latest book. He had just finished rereading all of his old texts up to the end of 6th year and was now grappling with the concepts of 7th year and new electives he had never taken before. Creature moved around him with quiet efficiency, occasionally bringing Harry a small snack or a steaming cup of tea. When they weren't in the kitchen, Harry and Creature could be found working hard in the back half of the Black House. Creature used his surprisingly strong little body for heavy labor, while Harry focused on honing his wand work. Together, they made quick progress with the cleaning, and Harry had to remind himself to stop thinking unkind thoughts about Molly Weasley. He loved her dearly, but he couldn't deny that spell work made a significant difference in the cleaning process. Despite this, the work was satisfying. It felt great to see Grimmauld Place transform from a derelict house into something resembling a home. The task was a blessing. It allowed Harry to exercise muscles that rarely got used and practice essential life skills. He fondly recalled Andromeda Tonk's sock folding spell, which made the chore a bit more enjoyable. Amidst all this, Harry often wandered into the compartment of his trunk where Sirius remained tucked away. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner provided the best opportunities for Harry to have meaningful conversations with his godfather. Surrounded by enticing aromas and warm, curling steam, their exchanges sometimes flowed effortlessly. On good days, Harry would sit cross-legged on the floor, listening intently as Sirius shared stories and insights. Being at Hogwarts, Harry's half-full spoon danced excitedly as he shared stories about secret passages, the Whomping Willow, and near misses on the staircases. Sirius loved reminiscing about his best mate, James, and Lily, who was described as scary, bright, and intense when she wanted to be your mum. On tougher days, Harry would slip into the soft, quiet voice he had used with Sirius those few days earlier, when Padfoot had first arrived in Little Whinging. He walked softly and slowly down the stairs, his wand held loosely at his side. He had grown accustomed to coaxing Padfoot out of his corner with nonsensical sentences and hopeful pleas. Taking a bite or two of Sirius's food to prove it was safe, he would back away slowly up the stairs, allowing Sirius to eat in peace, unthreatened. On those days, Harry found that returning to focused study and manic cleaning was a relief. These activities kept his mind busy, distracting him from worry and guilt. This way, he could push aside the nagging thought that he should have come back for Sirius sooner. He should have planned better and arranged for more support. As for his studies, things were going very well. Harry had gained a little insight into what he hoped was the next level in spellcraft. The theory stuck better in his mind because it made sense, and the possible adaptations of each spell suddenly seemed more accessible. Transfiguration felt effortless. 7th-year concepts he had struggled with, having never been taught them officially, flowed from his wand with ease. Charms were a bit more complicated, with more variety to learn, but Harry was getting there too. It felt good to indulge in magic, to work out the kinks in the process, and to explore the effects of a wand twitch, a different image, or an emphasis in incantation. Plus, suddenly, all of Harry's spells could be silent. How had he gone through so much and only just realized this step now? Using his wand, even just for cleaning, felt so invigorating. Feel in control, even when he's not. Potions that change things can make him uneasy. Harry nodded thoughtfully. I guess that makes sense. But I just want him to feel better. It's so frustrating. Creature glanced back at him, his expression softening. You care for him, young master. That is good. But sometimes, patience is needed. You're right, Harry said, running a hand through his hair. I just thought if I could help him, even a little, it would make a difference. Creature resumed his task, the rhythmic sound of dishes clinking filling the kitchen. You have done much already, young master. Perhaps he just needs time to accept your help. Harry sighed again, leaning against the table. I just wish he would see that I'm trying to look out for him. I mean, we're family, right? Yes, Creature replied, his voice firm. Family looks out for one another. It is a good thing you are doing. Harry smiled faintly at that, feeling a sense of warmth at Creature's words. Thanks, Creature. I just hope he'll come around soon. With that, he turned his attention back to the potions he had been experimenting with, determined to find a way to help Sirius. The contrary, Creature muttered. I'm sure it can't be that, Harry replied, glancing at the dishes in the sink that rattled under Creature's vigorous scrubbing. The odd young Potter is just wasting his time. Harry scoffed. I'm not. Really? I mean... His thoughts drifted back to his memories of Sirius, wild, manic, bursting with energy and life. He's not supposed to be like this. Elbow deep in soap suds, Creature nodded gravely toward the sink. Naughty Master Sirius always loves to disappoint. Frowning at the tankard, Harry sighed and then tossed back the shimmering blue potion, swallowing it in one go. Ooh. Here you go. Thanks. Creature added the empty mug to the growing pile of dirty dishes and waited for Harry to continue. The soft sounds of swishing water and clinking cutlery filled the silence while Harry contemplated his thoughts. He eventually spoke up again. It's not that, though. I mean, he's really supposed to be different. The ancient and noble House of Black is supposed to be a family of dignified heritage, he said. Creature's ears perked up. What? Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course. But somehow I just expected Sirius to be, you know, outdoors and running wild. Harry shrugged. I mean, it's convenient for me that he's not going after Pettigrew, but it's really odd that he isn't. Creature scrubbed thoughtfully. Naughty young master used to sneak out of Mistress Goodhouse all the time during holidays. See? This isn't like him. Harry exclaimed. Harry waited for Creature to say more, but he seemed absorbed in the dishes. Now that he thought about it, Creature probably wasn't particularly invested in Sirius. He was likely only talking about him because it mattered to Harry. That realization left Harry feeling uncertain. He raked his fingers roughly through his hair, tugging at it slightly before giving up. I guess I'll go do some more research, he said. Harry exhaled loudly. It's the effects of Azkaban. The Dementors too, I suppose. I'll just head over to Diagon Alley now, if that's all right with you. Is there anything you need me to pick up while I'm out? More cheese, Creature suggested, a single soapsud stuck on the end of his long nose. Eggs. Fresh milk. Some more floor wax. Harry scribbled the list down on the back of his hand and nodded. Great. I should be back shortly. It was fortunate that Harry's study and spell work had advanced ahead of schedule, as nothing else seemed to be following the plan. Despite all his new books and even a trip to a Muggle library for help, Sirius was still determined to stay hidden in Harry's luggage for the foreseeable future. That's fine, Harry found himself complaining to Creature as they shared another dinner together on Monday night. I can deal with that. But I can't let him stay here until I get the Fidelius charm sorted, and that's not really working out yet. The odd young master is actually not too bad at spells, Creature offered. Harry scratched the back of his neck thoughtfully. Thanks? But I don't know, the Fidelius is something on a completely different level. Creature muttered a phrase or two under his breath. Harry had grown accustomed to ignoring his low mumbling, but just as he finished the last of his black tea, a certain phrase caught his ear. Sorry, what was that, Creature? The odd young Potter asks. Harry remembered that Creature often didn't realize he was speaking out loud. What were you just thinking about? Creature scowled into his oversized mug and muttered darkly, Creature does not want the naughty young master to stay when you leave. Creature is hoping the spell is not working so that he must go. Oh. Harry froze, considering Creature's words as he wiped the last of the warm dampness from his lips. I guess I see where you're coming from. He pondered the practicalities of his plan. Harry knew that keeping Sirius hidden in the house required the Fidelius charm. Even if he managed to find the spell's incantation, how long would it take him to learn it? He wondered what information he hadn't yet explored. Assuming I can get it to work, do you think you could just feed him then? Harry asked, trying to stay optimistic. With his return to Hogwarts approaching and Creature seemingly taking on a new sense of responsibility for him, Creature had reluctantly agreed to bring food to Sirius each day, if there were no better ideas, of course. Harry considered it a small victory. I guess, Harry said thoughtfully, glancing at the remnants of his meal. I'd better get on with it. But there's one more thing I could try. He furrowed his brow for a moment before quickly appending the dregs of his tea. He stared into the shapeless blob of damp tea leaves that remained. I'm not very good at this divination stuff, Harry muttered, feeling disheartened. But this year looks like it's going to be a chaotic mess. He groaned and pushed himself up from the chair with a sigh. I should really get some more research done quickly. Wish me luck. I think I'll need it. In his determination to keep Sirius safe, Harry spent his days immersed in research, trying and failing to uncover any information about the Fidelius charm. No matter how many books he bought or how many memories he revisited in the pensive, he couldn't find the practical, step-by-step instructions for casting the charm. There was plenty of history, arithmancy, and famous examples documented, but the tragic tale of the Potters and their ill-fated secret keeper appeared more times than he cared to count. With the recent gossip about Sirius Black making headlines in the Daily Prophet, Harry was flipping through books in a rather foul mood. Finally, with some reluctance, he began to sift through his notes on mind magic before stepping into the trunk for a conversation with Sirius. The room was starting to feel a bit stuffy. The air was warmer than Harry preferred, heavy with the smell of dog and lacking fresh air. He stifled a grimace as he stepped inside. His godfather, in his Padfoot form, looked up with a sniff when Harry entered. He sniffed around Harry's ankles for a moment before settling down again, seemingly satisfied to have identified his visitor but disappointed by the absence of food. Hey, Padfoot, Harry said. It's not dinner time, so sorry to disturb you. I thought we could just hang out for once. You know, get to know each other better. What do you think? Padfoot barked once. That's good. Harry asked hopefully. You look like you've got a bit of energy, at least. Do you reckon we could chat? Padfoot's tail wagged in response. Sirius, can you change back, please? I need to talk to you. To Harry's dismay, Padfoot lay down on the ground and rested his head on his front paws. It was endearing, but not quite what he had in mind. I also need you to talk back, you know, so I can understand you. Is that okay? After a long silence, during which Padfoot enthusiastically scratched his right ear with his hind foot, Harry was relieved to see a response. His godfather's body stretched and shifted, finally emerging into the form of a human wizard. However, the warmth in his body language had faded. Harry? Sirius asked. Are you Harry? I'm Harry, Harry replied patiently, having navigated this process over the past few days. I'm your godson. I'm James' boy. Harry. Sirius beamed. It's good to see you so grown up. I had a dream about you last night, and you look just like him. Who? Dream Harry, of course, Sirius chuckled. Then, the grin faded from his face like a wand light dimming. But who are you really? Keeping what he hoped was a non-threatening smile, Harry swallowed hard and made sure his wand was within easy reach, just in case. I'm Harry, he repeated, feeling the skin around his eyes tighten. Harry took a deep breath, feeling the tension in the air. We've been through this, Sirius. I'm your godson. Sirius backed against the solid wall, a scowl on his face. Everyone knows that dreams can't be trusted. What do you want from me? What are your plans? Slowly, Harry crouched down on the floor, trying to appear non-threatening. I don't particularly want anything from you, he lied. I've missed you for years, Padfoot. I don't trust you. Sirius snapped, his voice rising higher, making the hairs on Harry's arms stand on end. I don't have anyone to miss me. You must be lying. You're messing with me, aren't you? Who are you, you imposter? A pang of hurt shot through Harry's chest, and he barely registered as he clawed at the front of his robes. I'm here to miss you, Sirius, he said, his voice pleading. I wouldn't mess with you. Just relax, all right? It's just me. Harry Potter. Harry watched with damp eyes as he noticed Sirius's pupils darting around the room. Was he looking for a way out? Chapter 13, Overconfidence and Apologies. Even with all his frantic Fidelius practice, or perhaps because of it, the last Saturday before school arrived quickly, bringing with it the final appointment of the holidays. Just after 9 in the morning, Harry found himself fussing around aimlessly in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, much to Creature's unimpressed annoyance. Harry Potter is going to meet his friends and turn 13, the elf scolded. Creature is keeping the house, just as he has been doing for the last 12 years. If Master Sirius is emerging from his box, which he has never done before, then Creature will quickly knock him back inside and lock the lid so that nothing changes. The bad wizards outside will not see or hear anything. Thanks, I think, said Harry, and with that, he apparat away. Finally, he thought, that little voice in the back of his mind that thrummed with anticipation for Hogwarts would be satisfied. 10 minutes later, Harry walked into Flourish and Blots, scanning the bustling shop for Hermione. It was packed with students, parents, and younger siblings eagerly awaiting their letters. Hermione, he called out, but the chatter of the crowd drowned out his voice. Undeterred, Harry bravely shouldered his way past piles of first-year textbooks on the front tables and made his way toward the shelves for electives. In the first row of bookshelves, a serious Ravenclaw student stood engrossed in a thick tome in the runes section. No sign of Hermione. Harry turned toward the arithmancy shelves, letting out a sigh as he pushed through the heat and humid scent of the crowd. This time, he guessed correctly. A very familiar head of bushy hair, frizzing out in wild volume, bobbed thoughtfully over a book. Beside her, looking slightly lost, stood her parents, holding an ever-growing stack of books. Harry watched as his friend added another to her collection. Harry? Hermione smiled brightly. Long time no see. France was lovely. You're early, I thought you'd still be another half hour. Weren't you coming from Little Whinging? Yes, Harry replied, a small lie slipping easily from his lips. But I overestimated traffic. Good morning, Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger. It's lovely to see you again, he added, nodding at Hermione's parents. Hermione's father acknowledged him politely, his hands full of textbooks. Hermione's mother spoke up, nice to meet you again, Harry, wasn't it? I hope you've had a good holiday yourself. Did you come here on your own? Harry nodded. Sorry about that. Hermione mentioned you were looking forward to meeting my relatives, but they couldn't make it today. They're not really comfortable with all the crowds, so they decided to skip it. Oh, what a shame. We were so looking forward to meeting your aunt and uncle, Mrs. Granger said, shaking her head. Perhaps another time. Does this mean you've already bought all your textbooks, then, Harry? I have, he admitted sheepishly. More time to read up before school starts. He shot a glance at Hermione. I guess you'll be doing the same when you get home. Hermione huffed. France was amazing, and it really helped with my summer homework, but I do wish there had been a way to order my textbooks from overseas. We had already left by the time the book list came out, did you know? I spent weeks of my holiday just knowing I was wasting my time. She was still the same Hermione. And I see you're making up for lost time. What are all these books you've picked up here? Well, I decided to look into a lot of electives, Hermione explained. I even emailed the professors while I was away to ask for some further recommended reading. That's where I got, how did you like your birthday present, Harry? Have you read it yet? I have, Harry grinned. It was pretty heavy going. It was kind of. At first, it was confusing until I realized I needed to read it alongside Spellman's syllabary. Once I figured that out, everything started to make much more sense. Hermione's expression was one of satisfaction. I saw you researching runes last year and wanted to find you a book you hadn't read yet. That was really thoughtful, Harry replied. Now I'll have to put some real effort into getting your present just right, Hua. He winced as someone in the crowd jostled him with an elbow. But maybe if you're done here, we could get out of the shop. It feels a bit stuffy in here. The four of them navigated through the crowd toward the checkout, finally stepping outside where they stood, blinking in the bright sunlight. Where to now? Harry asked. Hermione shrugged. I'm not too sure. I only had my textbooks to get. If you finished your shopping, we could go for some ice cream. Mrs. Granger interjected, Hermione, your father and I would like to take a short break, so we might leave you with Harry to shop. She rummaged through her purse for a moment before pulling out a white envelope. We meant to mention this earlier, but your birthday is coming up. We thought you could pick out your present now instead. Dan and I have converted this into galleons for you, so why don't you and Harry browse and choose something you like? Hermione accepted the heavy envelope calmly, not looking too surprised. Thanks, Mum. Thanks, Dad. Just so you know, it's galleons, that's 17 sickles or 493 nuts to the galleon. If you say so, Mr. Granger grunted, reaching out to pat her on the head. You always know what you're talking about, Hermione. We'll just leave you with your young friend and have a nice sit-down back at the pub. Once they were alone, Harry turned to Hermione, already anticipating her response. So what's the plan then? Where shall we go? I was thinking about getting an owl, Hermione confided. I mean, Ron's family has Errol, Neville's grandmother has Magnus. The Hogwarts owlery is fine during the year, so I usually manage, Hermione said. But while I was in France, there wasn't a good way for me to contact anyone myself, and I think now's the right time. Harry relaxed at the familiar tone of her conversation. She had said something almost identical just before she came back with Crookshanks last time. That, I suppose, he asked, pointing directly at the pet shop a few stores down. There's a magical creature shop just over here. Checking carefully over his shoulder, Harry began stepping toward the pet shop, only moving forward once he was sure Hermione was following him. I never asked before, but are your parents okay with you just buying a pet? Oh, they'll be fine, Hermione dismissed. They trust my judgment. Harry couldn't say he was any kind of expert, but did normal parents really let their children buy animals like that? Even the Dursleys had never allowed Dudley to get a puppy, despite their tendency to indulge his every whim. But what did Harry know? He pushed the thought aside as they continued down the street. Soon, they stepped inside the magical menagerie. It wasn't nearly as crowded as the bookshop, but the heat was intense. Warm animal smells, something wild mixed with a hint of mulch and urine, drifted casually around the store. In his usual spot, in the same wooden seat where he had seen Crookshanks every time he wandered past the shop, Harry caught sight of the great orange beast out of the corner of his eye. He tried to nod in its direction, signaling in a significant way. This is her, he thought, hoping his eyes conveyed the message. This is the one you've been waiting for. The orange half-Kneasel blinked slowly at Harry, and he hoped the message got through. Maybe Crookshanks would arrange some kind of introduction with Hermione himself. Then he turned toward Hermione. I'll just be over here, he said, waving randomly to his left. Looking at the lizards. Let me know if you want an opinion. Hermione waved her fingers goodbye in Harry's direction as she strode toward the shopkeeper. Excuse me, she called out, while Harry turned his attention to the animals. A curious Crookshanks rose to his feet, giving Harry a skeptical glare before slowly stalking majestically toward Hermione's back. Meanwhile, Harry wandered over to the wall lined with long shelves of glass enclosures. He approached a glass cage at eye level that housed a very impressive-looking bearded dragon, according to the sign. Hello there, Harry whispered, addressing the cage in front of him. Do you speak snake? A small commotion near his ankles caught his attention as the baby snake sprang into alertness, but the lizard before him remained still. I don't mean to bother you, Harry continued, hissing quietly, but I'd been wondering for a while if Parselton is a reptile thing or just for snakes. He ignored the shrill cries of the snakelets below. Would you know about dragons then? It's not just curiosity, it's more of a personal inquiry. The lizard blinked slowly, then closed its eyes. Ah. I can't tell if you can't or you won't. I guess not, then? Sorry, I'll just move over here. Feeling a bit foolish for hissing at a lizard that was ignoring him, he crouched down. What about you guys? What kind of snakes are you? Boomslang. Python. Poisonous adder, a chorus of voices replied, and Harry realized he had caught the attention of every snake tank in the vicinity. He peeked over his shoulder. Fortunately, the humans were preoccupied. Crookshanks had launched himself onto Hermione's shoulder, tangling his claws in her hair. Ignoring the fuss and the shopkeeper who was apologizing profusely for Crookshanks' behavior, Harry smiled. He looked back up at the lizard cages, but none of them deigned to glance his way. "I can't tell if it's a personality thing or not," Harry mumbled, turning his attention back to the serpents in front of him. "How's life treating you in the pet shop? Too small? Too hot? Too sleepy?" the voices hissed back. Harry searched for the little snake that had complained about her energy. "Can the pet shop fix that one, do you think?" she hissed in response. "I'm a genuine British adder, used to the weather of the British Isles. Don't treat me like one of these foreign imports. I'm adapted for normal weather, not this false heating. It affects my moods." Harry pursed his lips. "I guess that makes sense. Are you going to take me?" she inquired tartly. "You don't seem like an idiot. I could do worse." "I'm sorry," Harry replied. "I'm here to pick up an orange half-neasel with a friend today." That seems strangely specific. "Well, yes," Harry admitted sheepishly. "If all goes well, Hermione will fall in love with his personable face and magnificent fluffiness. I happen to know they'll make each other very happy." "So you've got it all planned out, I see," the little snake hissed. "The ginger one is special, but humans are blind to it. It's because they can't taste properly with their tongues, I always thought." "That's your friend over there, is it? The bushy head?" Harry snickered. "I couldn't call her that to her face, but you'd be right." The little snake tilted her head, her golden eyes fixed on Harry's green ones, looking positively charming in her confidence. "The one buying the good-looking eagle owl now." What?" Harry choked, needing a moment to thump his chest with a fist to catch his breath. "Excuse me?" "Sorry, got to go." Harry straightened up and darted over to his friend. She was cradling a ginormous grey owl in her arms. To Harry's dismay, Crookshanks was sulking around on the floor, twining furiously between the shopkeeper's legs. "Hermione, how are you doing over here?" "Harry," she beamed. "Isn't this the most beautiful owl you've ever seen? Their feathers are useful for potion ingredients, but just look at this face. I bet you've never seen such a dignified creature." Harry glanced quickly at the owl in the cage she held. It was nice, but it didn't compare to Hedwig. "This is a beautiful owl, Hermione, but I thought you were going to go for Crookshanks, the cat Kneasel." She grimaced. "Oh, isn't he just a dear? He's a half-Kneasel, and no one seems to want him. I did think about it, I was really tempted. But in the end, the utility of an owl is just so much more necessary. I'll be able to send mail from wherever I want now, even on holidays." She looked a little pink as she said it, and Harry realized she was probably embarrassed about giving him his birthday present late. He scratched his head. "Should I buy you the cat then as an early birthday present from me?" Hermione's eyes widened for a moment, but then she shook her head. "Now that's a lovely thought, but I have to dedicate myself to Artemis now. It wouldn't be fair to get two pets at once, and Artemis can come overseas with me too. A cat would just get left behind." "Oh." Harry was stumped. The shopkeeper, a friendly, round-faced witch, looked back and forth between them with interest. "Are you interested in Crookshanks, sir?" she asked. "His face is a little squashed, and his legs are a bit bent, and he's certainly rather large, but he's very trustworthy, you know." "I'm sure," Harry said, though his mind was racing. Crookshanks might not be necessary for his planned future, but he had been fabulous about Wormtail. It felt like he owed the half-Kneasel a debt of gratitude. "He's very intelligent," the witch continued. "He chased off a thief here once. He might be a bit particular." Harry raised his eyebrows in surprise. "But I haven't been here all week." The witch smiled. "Every time you pass the shop, he stares at you. Now, don't tell him I told you, but he only ever ignores you when you're looking his way. Harry turned to look at Crookshanks, who was focused intently on something outside the window. You don't say. Perhaps a discount, the witch suggested, hopeful. Harry shook his head firmly. I could never accept a discount for Crookshanks. He's worth every galleon I'll spend. Excuse me for a moment while I discuss it with him. Hermione and the shop witch watched in bemusement as Harry leaned down to talk to the cat on the floor. Would you mind a quiet word? He asked the half-Kneasel politely. To his relief, after a long pause, clearly indicating that Crookshanks felt no obligation to respond, the cat stood and strolled to a quiet corner of the shop. Ignoring the curious glances directed at him, Harry followed Crookshanks. He had to sidestep to get around the cat, who had settled with his back facing Harry, making it clear that Harry had to do all the work for this conversation. Finally, after a little maneuvering, Harry crouched down earnestly a short distance away. Hey, Crookshanks, he said softly. It looks like I was wrong, and my awesome friend chose another animal. Sorry about that. I really thought it would work out. Crookshanks shuffled his front paws, coincidentally turning further away from Harry. His extraordinarily fluffy tail twitched slightly, making Harry hesitate to creep closer. I hope you weren't embarrassed, he continued awkwardly. It was completely my mistake. I was sure. I'm sorry. I was obviously overconfident. To Harry's mild surprise, Crookshanks didn't twitch, sniff, or cough up a hairball, or any of the other things he might have expected from a cat. Harry had half expected other things, but one ear of Crookshanks was pointed directly at him. He continued, I was thinking, how would you feel about coming home with me instead? It'll be different. Although Crookshanks didn't turn around, both ears flicked back in interest. I have a bit of a complicated life right now, Harry admitted, relieved that Hermione was standing too far away to hear. It's going to be one heck of a year, and I could really use your help, if you're willing. Crookshanks shifted uncomfortably on the floor. You'll love Hogwarts. There's tons of space, warm fires, and good people. I spend a few weeks of each year in a cupboard, which won't be so nice for you. That's why I haven't had any pets before. But I'm sure we can work something out. It'd be nice to have someone to talk to. I'm keeping a lot of secrets, and I guess you'd be pretty good for me. Finally, the squashed, grumpy-looking face turned, eyeing Harry with an evaluating gaze. Harry felt an absurd pressure to keep talking, but there wasn't much else he could admit to the half-Kneasel in public. He looked at Crookshanks hopefully. It was never that I didn't want you. I just thought you could do better than me. But I'd be pleased if you'd have me. Looking ever so long-suffering, Crookshanks slowly got to his feet and came forward to investigate Harry where he sat today. Harry waited in silence as the cat sniffed around his fingers. The pressure was surprising. Without changing expression or showing any other sign of interest, Crookshanks suddenly bunched up his legs and leapt up towards Harry's head. Harry flinched. A heavy weight settled across his shoulders, and when he opened his eyes, his peripheral vision was filled with fuzzy ginger hair and the gentlest of claw pricks digging into his shoulders. A long, wispy tail waved gently across half his vision. Thanks, I think, Harry said, slowly standing up with the half-Kneasel still balanced on him. Crookshanks settled comfortably behind Harry's neck, and he could see Hermione's face light up with excitement while the sales witch looked relieved as he approached the counter to pay. Where to now? Hermione asked once the transaction was complete. Harry shot her a quick glance. Neville and Ron, I think. Hermione nibbled on her lip, considering. I don't want to drag Artemis and Crookshanks around the alley for hours, but Neville never got back to me about where we should meet. Do you think? Quality Quidditch supplies it is, Harry said, nodding firmly. What makes you say that? Hermione asked, a curious look in her eyes. Did you know there's a new broomstick on the market? The Firebolt boasts the best aerodynamic engineering of any professional broomstick available. It has the fastest acceleration of any broom ever tested, and its safety features have survived the most rigorous testing ever conducted. They really wanted to prove it could handle anything. I see, Hermione replied, a knowing smile creeping onto her face. I should have known. Harry grinned back at her. So, I thought we could obsess over broomsticks for half an hour, then cool down and catch up over some ice cream. After that, I guess we can walk you back to meet your parents for lunch. A nice, quiet day, in other words. Hermione raised an eyebrow skeptically, but the small smile on her face assured Harry that they would enjoy their time together. Chapter 14, Manners and Madness. Harry felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as he and Hermione strolled through Diagon Alley, basking in the bright London sunshine. The familiar thrill of back-to-school shopping filled the air, a feeling he cherished since carefree days like this were hard to come by. Just as he had suspected, quality Quidditch supplies was buzzing with activity, surrounded by a crowd of students brimming with excitement. You might have been right, Hermione said, rolling her eyes at Harry. Do you think they'll be at the front? Harry lifted his right hand, allowing Crookshanks, who lounged on his shoulders like a true aristocrat, to sniff his fingers critically. After a moment, Crookshanks finally permitted Harry to scratch his fuzzy, ginger forehead. I reckon so. Let's take a look. Grabbing Hermione's free hand, the one not occupied with her new owl, Artemis, Harry began to weave through the throng of people, pulling Hermione along behind him. Crookshanks dug his claws in a little deeper as they pushed toward the crowd. Harry! Hermione squeaked, but he couldn't afford to stop now. Sometimes people recognized him and stepped aside, but mostly, getting to the prime spot in front of the window required focus and determination. Come on, Hermione, Harry called over his shoulder. Watch out for the owl cage, won't you? Meanwhile, Hermione settled in to mind her new pet, allowing Harry to lead the way. He spotted a suspiciously tall redhead near the front of the throng and aimed straight for the head he hoped belonged to the right Weasley. With determination, he forced his way through the surging crowd, ducking under raised arms and maneuvering around shoulders, all while breathing in the humid body heat, the aroma of fried food, and was that broom polish? He stepped over shuffling feet until he finally reached the front. The weight on his shoulders seemed to be more of an asset than a hindrance, as several wizards turned to complain about his pushing, only to pause and take a second look. Crookshanks, stately in comfort and dignity, hissed and bristled in their faces. Harry! Ron greeted as Hermione and Harry finally pushed through the crowds at the Quidditch window display. Oh, and Hermione too. Hey, Harry, did you see this yet? What do you think? Isn't it beautiful? Ron turned, fascination lighting up his face as he gazed back into the shop window. For a moment, even Harry Potter, with all his fame, seemed to fade into the background in the presence of the firebolt. Did you know it's the first broom on the market with goblin-made ironwork? Ron continued, his nose practically pressed against the glass, as if he could get close enough to lick the broom if he tried. Look at those footrests. They're supposed to be primed for premium stability, even in high winds. Wood says they're designed to give you extra leverage in turning, too. Just imagine, Harry, if only I could try one. Neville popped his head over Ron's shoulder and waved cheerfully at the two newcomers. Hi, Harry, Hermione, he said, just as Ron mumbled, the acceleration is to die for. Neville continued, how's the shopping been? Bran's gone to look at Willoughby's warp and weft, something about new knitting needles. She figured we could mind ourselves here. Are you interested in a firebolt too? Hermione shrugged politely while Harry nodded and grinned. Well, yeah. Neville continued. Did you know it comes with your choice of tail twigs? You can choose young birch if you want more power in ascents and descents, or 20-year-old hazel if you prefer really, really fine responses in your steering. Finally, Harry let go of Hermione's hand to shuffle forward and chat with Ron, while Hermione stepped closer to Neville to be heard over the crowd. What happened to my anti-flying league friend? Harry heard Hermione ask, her eyebrow raised in that familiar way. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione looking up at Neville's face with curiosity. Had Neville really grown that much? Harry thought. He was almost as tall as Ron now. Neville shrugged one shoulder in his usual awkward manner. The herbologist in me is naturally curious about what plants can do, Neville explained. It has to be young birch because that's when they're still growing rapidly and really want to get taller. I reckon the twigs should be harvested with golden sickles and caught without touching the ground, but no one I've asked seems to know or will tell me. Harry heard Hermione say behind him. Just then, the crowd began to push and surge a bit more forcefully, forcing them to give up their prime spot by the window. "How much of your shopping have you done?" Neville managed to ask as they were shuffled toward the edge of the crowd. "I got my books before we planned to meet, and Ron says Mrs. Weasley is getting his school stuff now." Harry and Hermione exchanged grins. "Same-ish," Harry admitted. "I finished my shopping, and I think Hermione has too, right?" "About right," she smiled. "So why don't we take a break for some ice cream, and then maybe hit Gamble and Japes, Flourish and Blots, or Carket Market?" It was nearly 3 o'clock when Harry finally saw the last of his friends off from Diagon Alley. They had lingered in all the shops that caught their interest, even though Harry himself had visited all of them alone in his 2 timelines. Ron led the group, striding quickly as if he had never been left alone to explore the entire alley before. Harry watched from behind as Ron's bright hair bobbed and weaved through the crowd, filled with excitement. Ron walked with a long, almost loping stride, dashing into shop doors and rushing up to window displays with the grace and ease of a pureblood wizard. Harry found it amusing to see Ron, despite his patched elbows and frayed hem, confidently stepping into places that he and Hermione would approach more cautiously. But despite their lack of money, Harry thought, the joy of exploration was priceless. The Weasley family had always been secure in their place in the wizarding world, never worrying about fitting in or being chased out of shops. Harry stood a few feet back, watching as Ron's skinny ankles peeked out from beneath his 2 short blue robes. He decided he should buy his best mate a new robe for his birthday. He figured Ron would appreciate it, as long as he worded it just right. As they moved through the bustling street, the shadow of another doorway fell over them, and Neville stepped into the scene with a confidence that was impressive, if not entirely graceful. Unlike Ron, he wore simple but fine clothes. His boots were good dragon leather, though a little scuffed at the edges, and his dark maroon cloak hung open to reveal robes of warm brown and gold. With his newfound confidence, Neville resembled a young wizarding master, much like Sirius might have back in the day. If he could just grow into his feet, perhaps he would outgrow his clumsiness too. Harry tried to push these thoughtful musings aside. After all, he was a 13-year-old out with his best mates. Most of the time, he managed to shake off the bitterness and simply enjoy the day. It helped that he needed to keep an eye on Hermione as well. Behind the 2 boys, his best female friend navigated the crowds with sheer grit and determination. Her auburn curls frizzed more and more as she struggled with Artemis' cage, occasionally stumbling when it swung between her legs. Whenever she could, she paused to rest the cage on the floor, catch her breath, and wipe the light sheen of sweat from her forehead. Harry suddenly realized that she seemed shorter than before. It wasn't just Neville she had to look up to now. Hermione's head had somehow shrunk to just reach Harry's ears. In the dim coolness of Gardenia's garden plants, while Neville cooed over baby's breath and mumble ferns and haggled with the shopkeeper over mulch prices, Harry blinked, taking in the scene around him. Harry took a moment to reassess the situation. Yep, Hermione was shorter, though he realized he must have grown too. Amid the bustling crowd and while keeping Ron and Neville in sight, he cast a quick glance down at his own ankles and confirmed what he suspected. It was time to let out the hems of his robes. Maybe he should buy another robe or 2 for Hogwarts. Just then, Hermione picked up Artemis' cage with a grunt and stumbled out of the shop to catch up with the boys, who were racing ahead. Near his ear, Crookshanks mewled, urging him to hurry. The cat's whiskers tickled Harry's skin, and he stifled a shiver as he followed his friends. Back in the sunlight, surrounded by the throngs of people, Harry stayed close enough to support Hermione whenever she stumbled. Her big hazel eyes looked up at him with gratitude each time he steadied her by the elbow. It had taken a few hours, but over the course of the afternoon, Harry learned that Crookshanks despised sugar quills and ice cream. However, he had a not-so-secret craving for ice mice and blood pops. To Harry's personal relief, the half-Kneazle also seemed to loathe cockroach clusters and pepper imps. There was just something unsettling about those scurrying, cockroach-like sweets, and Crookshanks was intimidating enough without breathing fire and smoke. As they wandered around Diagon Alley, Harry found himself muttering instructions to Crookshanks. "Only the small ones, you hear me? Only tease the little ones in small pots," he insisted while Hermione browsed for new quills and Neville gathered a stack of parchment for note-taking. "The big ones can eat you." Crookshanks' tail twitched in disbelief. "I'm not kidding. The big ones can eat me, they're that huge. And they're not slow, either." "And Harry lowered his voice conspiratorially. "We've got some at Grimmauld Place, where I'm taking you later. You can't go into the back garden until I've warned you. Just hold on until Hogwarts, and I'll take care of everything during the holidays. I promise, okay? So just hang in there until then, yeah?" Crookshanks, with his squashed face, looked completely unimpressed, but Harry thought he was smarter than he let on. "Just check with me first, all right? Promise?" Crookshanks meowed right into Harry's ear. "Oh. Okay, thanks." "Thank Merlin." He hurried to catch up with Hermione just as she tripped over a doorstep, causing Artemis to clack her beak. After a very relaxing, yet exceptionally teenage kind of day, the adults swooped in mid-afternoon and took over the plans. Perhaps they had finally had their fill of hearty food, raucous noise, and wizard logic at the leaky cauldron, or maybe it was the rolling clouds and fading sunlight. Mr. and Mrs. Granger arrived first to whisk Hermione away elegantly. Harry figured the leaky cauldron, while a bit dingy and casual in the finest wizardly way, might not be the best atmosphere for a pair of muggle dentists. They cooed over the new owl with all due diligence, smiled politely at Hermione's friends, and Hermione finally succumbed to their hints. Artemis eyed the muggles doubtfully and hooted, clucking her beak cynically as Hermione lugged her cage off toward Muggle London. Owls, Harry thought with a familiar pang of fond regret. The good ones always had strong personalities. The boys barely made it back in front of the fireball display for 20 minutes before Mrs. Weasley emerged from the crowd and collected Ron and Neville shortly thereafter. "Gah! Mum!" Ron protested bravely. "Just 10 more minutes. 5? To spend with Harry? Look, even Neville wants to stay a little longer. It's got the newest enchantments available." But no, it wasn't meant to be. Harry wasn't quite sure how to feel about Neville sleeping over at Ron's house again this holiday. It felt like the boy was encroaching on Harry's territory, but Harry quickly dismissed that selfish thought. He reminded himself that he was genuinely happy for Ron, making friends outside their little group, and that Neville finally had some support beyond his stern grandmother. Mrs. Weasley would take good care of them both, Harry reassured himself. Besides, he was far too busy to visit the Weasleys himself. Sirius was waiting for him, after all. With Sirius and Creature both at Grimmauld Place, and Crookshanks perched on his shoulder, Harry felt a mix of emotions. The cat was getting heavy and rhythmically thumping his tail against Harry's chest. "Guess it's time," Harry muttered. He stepped into the dark shadow of an empty corner, pulled his dark blue cloak out of his moleskin pouch, and carefully draped it over his shoulders, making sure to work around Crookshanks. "Sorry about the indignity," he said to the large cat as he fastened the hooks together. "I mentioned before that my life is a bit complicated. I'm currently living away from home, trying to stay under the Ministry's radar while hiding out with the escaped convict, Sirius Black." Crookshanks responded by pricking Harry's sensitive skin with his claws. Harry rushed to continue his explanation. "He's absolutely innocent, I promise. But the Ministry would kill him on sight, so we need to get there unnoticed. If you don't mind just a few minutes of, excuse me." He carefully flipped the generous hood up over his face, leaving just enough space for Crookshanks to peek out, his orange head wedged firmly under Harry's jawbone. Taking a deep breath, Harry adjusted his posture and stepped back into the bustling crowd, making his way toward the apparition point. He continued to murmur to the cat under his breath. "He's my godfather, the last family I have left, so I hope you'll really like him, but I'll leave that up to you. He's a little mad." Harry lowered his voice even further. "Azkaban damaged him more than I thought, but hopefully, between the three of us, he'll slowly come around. I mean, he's worse than I expected. For a couple of reasons, I had different expectations, and I seem to have miscalculated. But I'm sure he'll be much better by the end of the year. Good food, proper shelter, and company will only help him more. That's where you and I come in, if you're willing. The heavy weight of Crookshank's tail thudded once against Harry's chest, then swept up his neck, tickling his skin and causing the cloak to billow awkwardly. Oh, there's also a house elf named Creature. He's a bit mad, too. After Sirius Munn died, he was left alone in an old house filled with cursed objects for 10 years, with an instruction he couldn't obey. He ran out of food after about a month and had to survive on tree roots and the occasional pixie or spider. I've sorted some of that out, so he's on the mend now, but he and Sirius don't talk. Crookshank's tail thumped against Harry's chest again, making his cloak flap slightly. To his bemusement, he noticed the crowd streaming past him rapidly, forming a small bubble of space around him as he walked. It dawned on him almost immediately, dark cloak, muttering under his breath, something moving against his chest, and the huge cat perched on his shoulders beneath the fabric. Harry realized he must look like some kind of old, crazy hunchback dark wizard. He snickered to himself a little. Of course, there's at least a small part of me that's probably mad as well. Even I have to admit that some of my decisions would look a little suspect if I didn't know my reasoning. He paused, taking stock of his current social environment. Oh. I'd never thought about my life in quite those terms before. It's all a bit more positive than it sounds, I assure you. A young mother, pulling her 2 children, shot him a wary look as she hurried them out of Harry's way. Harry smirked slightly, feeling the deep rumble of Crookshank's purr vibrating through his shoulders. Now, I think you're probably going to hate this, but can you try not to hurt me too much? I'm going to apparate us both back, and it should be the one and only time you ever have to go through this, I promise. The beast on his shoulder twitched his tail nervously and dug his claws deeply into Harry's skin. Harry pulled out his wand. I'll explain everything else when we get there, I promise, but first, we'll have to get through this in 5, 4, 3, 2. With a quiet pop, the strange figure disappeared from the alley. Harry and his indignant passenger arrived in the familiar kitchen of Grimmauld Place, accompanied by a yowl. Creature, busy in the corner, looked up in curiosity as Harry and his cloak screeched and billowed. Harry flinched violently as Crookshank's claws dug in even deeper. The uncomfortable cat let out a squall right in Harry's ear and scrambled to stand up. Unfortunately for both of them, Harry's cloak was fastened tightly over Crookshank's body, trapping them in place. Oh. I know, my collarbone. Wait, please, Harry struggled with the fastener around his neck. Don't pull it. Just waiter, not the neck, not the neck. Ah. With an audible pop, the button on the cloak came free, and the heavy fabric dropped to the floor, revealing a very enraged Half-Measle and Harry's pale neck marked with blood. Crookshank scrambled to the floor with an indignant hiss, his foe raised and puffed up threateningly. He stalked away from Harry, clearly unimpressed. Harry settled sullenly in front of the fire, steadfastly ignoring the small sounds of frustration coming from the wizard behind him. Finally, he managed, shaking his shoulders free. He winced as he ran his hand over the sides of his neck and upper shoulders. Oh. Crookshanks, I'm bleeding. He shot an angry glare at Crookshanks's unconcerned back before turning to Creature's leering face. Oh, you. Stop sniggering, it really, Harry scowled, and Creature's laughter cut off abruptly. After a moment, Harry sighed. Oh, okay, fine. Laugh if you want to. Episki. Episki. Creature cackled silently where he stood, but then fell silent again and quickly moved to the oven door. Episki, Harry continued, but then leaped forward in concern. Stop, Creature. Remember what we said about punishments. The little house elf turned towards him, his sinister-looking face distorted with regret. Creature is laughing at the young master, he croaked. Creature is a bad. Stop! Harry called, and Creature froze just before he slammed the door down on his fingers. It's okay, Harry continued. I deserved it. Trying to operate with a cat easel on my shoulders, I should have known what would happen. But Creature. It's okay, Harry repeated. Crookshanks had the right idea. If someone had done that to me unexpectedly, I would have done my best to get away too. I've known Crookshanks for goodness sake. I should have known better. I was dumb, I admit it. If it's funny, it's funny. From his spot in front of the fire, Crookshanks methodically groomed his ruffled fur. Despite his stern, unyielding posture, both Harry and Creature noticed his ears flicking back in curiosity. Harry finally sighed and muttered a curse. While this is not exactly how I wanted to introduce you, Creature. Meet Crookshanks. Crookshanks, this is Creature. I'm not exactly sure how we're going to handle things this year, and I know Crookshanks is understandably upset with me. But, Creature, we have another ally. The wizened little house elf looked up at him in disbelief, but Harry focused on healing his scratches, letting the moment pass. Sorry, Crookshanks, for, well, you know. And sorry, Creature, for interrupting your afternoon and dinner preparations. I hope we didn't mess up your kitchen. Harry dabbed the back of one hand against the sensitive skin on his neck, checking for more blood. Episky, he said again. Is that all of it? After Creature peered up and nodded, Harry pulled out a kitchen chair and collapsed into it, leaving his rumpled cloak on the floor. Hey, guys, he said, suddenly brightening. I think the year is going to get better from here. From where he sat, Crookshanks seemed to snort, while Creature muttered something under his breath that was a bit too loudly skeptical for Harry's liking. What? He asked, genuinely puzzled. I've planned everything out really clearly for this year, and there shouldn't be any complications. Chapter 15, The Grand Plan. The air in the kitchen felt a bit tense, so Harry decided to excuse himself and practice some spell work in the drawing room. He figured Creature wanted to focus on dinner without any more interruptions. Maybe Crookshanks could use some time to explore the house alone as well, giving him a chance to recover from his bruised pride and settle his fur. Harry climbed the kitchen steps quickly and stepped carefully down the dark, gloomy corridor on the ground floor. They hadn't woken up Wahlburger's portrait yet, and he really didn't want to. Halfway down the corridor, he opened a door and turned right. Dusty pale light streamed into the room through grimy windows, gently illuminating settees and divans draped in white sheets, which stood ghost-like against the general darkness of the floors, paneled ceiling, and walls. The front room on the ground floor was hidden from view by heavy drapes made of velvet and spider silk that blocked out even more light. Harry stepped slowly into the center of the room. Although it had technically been cleared of living creatures and dark beings by him and Creature working together, they hadn't been able to clean it properly yet due to the watchers outside. The sun-bleached wallpaper, was it green, grey, or silver, remained dark and uninviting. The dull patterns were so discolored that the original designs were nearly impossible to identify. The same went for the faded oriental rug covering the floor. What had likely once been rich golds and chocolate browns, deep indigos, and vibrant jade greens was now yellowed and dusty, with only faint hints of its former colors remaining as mere memories. As Harry stepped further into the room, he moved softly, and small puffs of dust rose in tiny clouds to tickle at his ankles. The air was thick with the smell of mildew and mold, a bitter scent that probably came from decomposing vermin nests that lingered even after their occupants had long gone. Harry sat on the worn rug, surrounded by an air of neglect. He crouched low, resting his head against his elbow, and paused for a moment before sneezing. Ooh! He wiped the moisture from his eyes with the sleeve of his robe and shifted his weight onto the thin, decrepit rug beneath him. Another sneeze escaped him, and he felt his hip bones press uncomfortably into the floorboards. Even with the rug, the ground offered little comfort, and the thick layer of dust climbed heavily in the air. He couldn't wait for the ministry watchers to leave so he and Creature could finally give the house the thorough cleaning it desperately needed. Reaching into his moleskin pouch, he pulled out his wand and gave it a quick wipe on the hem of his robes. He licked his lips, trying to gather his focus. Right, Harry said, mentally preparing himself. Okay, then. A demanding meow interrupted his thoughts, and he turned to see Crookshanks staring at him from the open doorway, unimpressed. "Oh, hi there," Harry said, flinching slightly before smiling. I hope your fur is all settled and unruffled now." Crookshanks blinked slowly in response. Harry shuffled a bit, inching his way along the floor until he reached the edge of the rug that covered the old, dark floor panels. With his left hand, he quickly tugged at the faded, greyish tassels that adorned the large floor covering. The threads felt rough and granular against his fingertips, decades of dust embedded in the fibers, leaving his fingers oddly oily and gritty. "You can come in if you want," he offered. "And just practicing my spell work." He rubbed under his nose, still feeling the tickle that lingered. "Well, it's not just your everyday spell work, but I really need to get this right soon. You're welcome to stay, if you'd like. Maybe give me some pointers?" Harry wasn't sure how much Crookshanks knew about anything beyond cat-like behavior, but he was willing to try anything to improve his skills. After spending 4 hours with Crookshanks, Harry was beginning to realize that the cat was indeed a very wise creature. Well, if I can get this spell sorted, I'll be able to hide the house from the ministry, and Sirius will be safer this year, I reckon." Crookshanks padded through the door, moving silently but with a weight that seemed to fill the space. He settled down 3 feet away from Harry, curling his tail around his body and fixing Harry with an evaluating stare. Harry scratched his neck, feeling a bit uncertain. Okay. So, a history, you reckon? All right, let's see. This is what I'm trying to do. The Fidelius charm was invented ages ago but never really took off because it's actually a super complicated spell to perform. It goes a little beyond charm work and spell casting, to be honest. It's definitely a charm in the sense that it changes the state and properties of something without altering its mass, form, or function. So, out of transfiguration or charms, it's definitely a charm. But it's more than just a charm, you see, because it requires more than the basic foundations of spellcasting. In most spells, obviously, you need the 3 basics: will, wand, and word, right? As you gain mastery and control, you can rely more on just the will and wand, or eventually just the will if you're really good. Like in silent spellcasting, for example. And Mrs. Weasley's kitchen magic would be a good example of the second. Crookshanks flicked his ears, and Harry took that as permission to continue his monologue. He ran a hand through his hair absent-mindedly. "But you see, the Fidelius needs more than just those 3. It involves a lot of arithmancy to determine how many times to repeat the incantation, and a form of resonance to layer up all the truths of the secret. Something about the complexity of the nature of reality, the books say, but apparently, I don't need to know the what for that, as long as I know the how. That's how it's more of an enchantment than charm, Harry said, but the very tip of Crookshanks' tail twitched, stopping his rambling. With a burst of rough enthusiasm, Harry ran both hands through his hair. "Yeah. So, basically, the point is that I need to practice layering resonance with a basic pentagonal spell rhythm before I can move on to, well, hiding an entire ancient manor, for example." He paused, recalling the knowledge he'd gained from Sirius memories. "Apparently, it's incredibly difficult to cast. Even most adult wizards struggle with it. But I've managed the Patronus before, and I've always been good at doing what needs to be done, so I reckon I have a decent chance. I was thinking of starting on this rug here. What do you think?" Crookshanks looked very disapproving, and for a moment, Harry had a vivid flashback to talking with Hedwig during the holidays. A pang of sadness hit him, and he quickly blinked away the memory. Really? You don't think it's a good idea?" "I thought it was fine." Harry took a second look at the oriental rug beneath him. It sprawled across the entire floor, stretching almost wall to wall, with only a few inches of bare wood peeking out at the edges. "You think it's too big then?" Crookshanks meowed in response. Harry rubbed his temple, sighing. I guess you might be right. I wouldn't want to start off with something impossible. I should start small. Something doable." Yeah, I see." He scanned the room with a discerning eye, searching for something smaller and more manageable to enchant. Suddenly, he straightened his back and pointed at the divan behind him. "What do you think, Crookshanks? If I take the dust cover off, that couch seems much smaller than a rug." Crookshanks' ears flickered slightly, and his long, drooping whiskers seemed to convey his disagreement. With a silent sigh, Harry didn't want to think too much about it. It was a sigh, but he had to be honest with himself. Crookshanks stood up and nosed his way over to Harry slowly. Harry startled awkwardly as the huge ginger beast approached him directly, and then leaned back awkwardly as Crookshanks stepped, one heavy foot at a time, up Harry's body, crawling up his legs and chest, one surprisingly solid footfall after another. Whoa, hang on there, where are you?" All Harry could do was freeze and wait. After giving the tender skin on Harry's chin a single, tiny lick with a sandpaper tongue, the ginger Kneasel buried his head into Harry's chest and nuzzled around there. Some of his long hairs went up Harry's nose, tingling and making him want to sneeze again, but after the scratches of earlier, Harry didn't want to make any sudden moves. Besides, Crookshanks' paws were pressing rather heavily on Harry's inner thigh, an upper rib, and something very close to his collarbone. He'd known that Crookshanks was no lightweight from carrying him around on his shoulders all day, but even that weight was surprisingly heavy when it was drilled into Harry's body through only 3 points of contact. Harry stoically attempted to avoid wincing. Anything to avoiding Crookshanks thinking he was unwelcome. Then Crookshanks' scrunched up face resurfaced, with Harry's little moleskin bag delicately carried on his mouth. "Oh? Oh!" Harry exclaimed. "That's what you were, something from in here. You don't think that's going to be a little too easy for me?" The Kneasel met Harry's gaze with half-lidded eyes. "It's just it doesn't seem much like a house, to M." Harry raised his hands in defeat. All right. If that's what you recommend, I'll do it." "I'll do it, okay." The sudden rumble and shudder surprised him, but it was just Crookshanks' purr shaking through his body. The half-Kneasel retreated to his earlier spot. Harry took a moment to unfreeze, then began to sift through his pouch. "This?" he asked, holding up his money pouch, which he usually kept securely tucked away in the moleskin bag. Crookshanks vibrated gently, as if to reassure him. "This, then?" Harry stuffed the money pouch back into the moleskin and instead held up an old notebook. "Look, it's pretty tiny." Frustrated, Harry ran a hand through his hair. Surely you aren't saying?" "The only things I have left." He pulled out a single eagle owl quill, a bit bedraggled from frequent use. "A feather quill? You're sure?" To Harry's mildly offended gaze, Crookshanks looked quite smug. Harry carefully placed the quill down on the rug between them and glanced at Crookshanks with a measuring look. "This is what you want me to?" "Yeah?" "Okay then. I guess I'll get to work." He picked up his wand from where he had somehow left it, licked his dry lips, and said, "Resonance, yeah? Will, wand, and words. Here I go, first attempt." With his wand raised, poised, and powerful, he intoned, "Fidelis Sella Secretum Neum," his brow furrowed in concentration. A shimmering gold sigil formed in the air above the tip of his wand. Taking a deep breath of the musty air, he repeated, "Fidelis Sella Secretum Neum." Suddenly, a mental force jolted his spell sideways, and he felt the magic begin to wriggle out of his control. "Fidelis Sella Secretum Neum." Damn! The delicate symbols flickered in the air before extinguishing like a candle flame, and Harry nearly bit through his lip. "Sweet Merlin, that was more complicated than I thought it would be," he muttered, completely forgetting about Crookshanks. "That's what they mean by resonance. Goddamn-it. Again." He raised his wand once more, his mind racing. Harry took a deep breath, feeling the calm depths of the spell magic echoing within him. "Once more," he said, frowning in determination. "Again." Hours later, he and his loyal shadow made their way down Wahlburger's corridor and into the kitchen, where Creature had prepared a rich, hearty dinner. As Harry stepped onto the stone floor, it was clear he was the only one struggling. Crookshanks followed a few feet behind, exuding confidence, which only added to Harry's ironic irritation. "Oh, roast potatoes and gravy," he murmured, lurching into his seat at the table with less grace than usual. "Creature, you are a gift to wizard kind. This is just what I needed." His mouth watered at the sight of the food, and he could feel the throbbing headache begin to fade in the presence of such delightful flavors. He moaned, savoring the first bite of crumbly potato flesh and crisp, golden skin. "This almost makes up for everything." Creature approached the table, placing a full plate on the floor in front of Crookshanks before hesitantly sliding into the seat opposite Harry to enjoy his own meal. Harry waved him down eagerly. "Eat! Eat! It's great! So good! Hurry up and join me, Creature. Don't hesitate." The grumpy little elf perched beside his plate and reached for a fork to stab at his peas. "How is the magic going then?" Creature inquired. Harry flinched. "Don't ask. Don't ask. I don't want to talk about it until after dinner, or we'll just ruin this good food." Creature understands. Once dinner was properly enjoyed and Harry, Creature, and Crookshanks were fed, watered, and relaxed, it seemed that all of Harry's embarrassing mistakes were forgiven and forgotten. He motioned for his two companions to stay put, waving Creature back from the dishes in the sink. Harry watched Crookshanks leap up onto the table before he finally spoke honestly to them both. "Crookshanks was right," he began, his tone earnest. "I needed to start the ideas off small. Really small. I'm feeling the resonance, so that's something," he continued. "But I don't know if my timing is going to work out, and that means I need to tell you, both of you, some things I haven't mentioned yet." Harry spoke slowly, almost haltingly. "I was serious when I told you it would be one heck of a year. I'm concerned about Sirius, first of all. The bad master is living in your box," Creature nodded sagely. "The young master is not taking it to school like that, Creature thinks." Harry rubbed the back of his neck, the long gouge mark still lingering as phantom pain. "Actually, that's certainly part of it. Crookshanks, this bit has something to do with you." He paused for a moment, wondering if he was truly going mad for talking so seriously to a cat, but then reminded himself sternly that this was exactly how Sirius had once bought him a fireball not too long ago. "So, to sum it all up," Harry rushed out quickly, "I've come back from the future. I'm trying to change things, but some of it has to stay the same. Sirius is trying to kill his old friend, a man named Pettigrew, who betrayed my parents to their deaths." He twitched a little as Creature snapped his fingers, causing a large carving knife to fly over from its place and stab deeply into the kitchen table. Thanks, Creature, but yeah, not yet." "Okay." Creature frowned slightly but nodded reluctantly. Harry swallowed the lump in his throat and continued, "So, yeah. Killing Pettigrew. While I'm all good with that in theory, Pettigrew has to survive the year so that he can escape and bring Voldemort back to life." His audience watched him silently, and he coughed awkwardly. "I need him to be alive so I can deal with him later. It's the only way I can think of to make him stop trying to kill me. But that's not the main issue right now. I've got a plan, it's all under control. The real complication is that Sirius's health is worse than I realized. I don't want to take his goal away from him, it might make things worse for him. But I also can't let him achieve that goal, because it would ruin everything. I can't just keep him hidden here all year either. This house isn't good for him, and the Ministry is still watching. I'm not comfortable leaving him unsupervised, even if you take one for the team, Creature." Harry nodded toward the house elf. Crookshanks twitched his tail once, while Creature just stared. Harry continued, "So I've been thinking. We can't really clean up the house until it's hidden from the Ministry. I can't use the Fidelis charm until the Watchers leave. Even if I manage to master it as quickly as I hoped, it's not looking great right now." Creature's ears twitched, but Harry couldn't quite read the expression. "Sirius will have to come with me to school, but that's where Pettigrew is hiding." He glanced apologetically at the ginger cat next to him. Crookshanks already knows how my plans tend to go, which is why I need your help. I was thinking maybe I could take my whole trunk to school and keep Sirius inside it, making him think he's still hidden in Grimmauld Place. I can't let him know we'll be moving into the Gryffindor dorm soon, since Pettigrew is there too. Oh, and Pettigrew is currently pretending to be the pet rat of a friend of mine. This time, Crookshank's ears perked up. Creature reached for the handle of the knife still embedded in the wooden table. Harry smiled awkwardly. I was thinking that Creature could come over to Hogwarts every now and then to visit Sirius. That way, Sirius would still feel like he's back here. I know you don't want to, he rushed out, remembering how much fuss Creature had made the last time he asked him to go outside, but I really need all the help I can get. Honestly, I don't think I can do this alone anymore. It's been just me for the past couple of years now, and it's starting to feel like a bit much. He glanced at his audience, hoping their silence didn't mean anything bad. Creature, it would be such a big help. Sirius thinks house elves can't leave their homes. Plus, Crookshanks could scare the rat, harass it, without actually trying to kill it. Then, at the end of the year, we can stage a dramatic conflict, deprive Pettigrew of his place at Hogwarts, and he'll definitely run off to find his old master. He looked around, noting the unimpressed expressions on their faces. I don't think it's unrealistic, Harry protested, sensing the silence weighing on him. Sirius is currently refusing to come out of my luggage. It's some kind of post-incarceration syndrome thing, paranoia, learned helplessness, post-traumatic stress. I looked it up in the library, he added proudly. It's a real thing, you know. Harry continued, then when Creature reports that the Ministry Watchers have left for good, I can sneak out and put the house under the Fidelius charm. I'll tell Sirius it's time for me to start Hogwarts for the year and that he has to come out of my luggage then. What do you think? After a long silence, Creature finally spoke. This is the young master's grand plan. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Well, the backup plan is to dose Sirius with a draft of living death until everything is sorted out, but that doesn't seem like a great way to build a relationship. Creature understands. With a dignified air, Crookshanks stood up and made his way across the table, gently headbutting Harry's hands. A deep, rhythmic purring resonated through Harry's arms, and he realized that the half-Kneasel was happily purring away. Thanks, Harry said softly to the cat. That's either acceptance or encouragement, I suppose. You think I need the help, do you? Creature nodded solemnly. The young master is needing all the help he can get. Harry smiled gratefully at his two friends. While we're on the topic, he continued cheerfully, if you have any ideas on how to rob one of Gringotts' high-security vaults without anyone knowing, do let me know, won't you? As Crookshanks nuzzled Harry's hands eagerly, Creature's throat moved, and he finally swallowed hard. Creature is, it a house elf croaked, Creature is doing his best. Chapter 16, Slow, Steady Steps Forward. In the pale light of an early London morning, Harry faced more questions from Creature. The house elf had struggled to sleep the night before, troubled by the swirling uncertainties that filled his mind. Creature shuffled tentatively into the chair opposite Harry's. Just as Harry was about to reassure him, saying something like, you know you always have my permission to sit with me, right? Creature spoke up in a particularly gravelly voice. The young master is saying he is time-traveling? Harry nodded rapidly, almost choking on his mouthful of scrambled eggs and chives. Oh yes, it's true. Not that I blame you for doubting me, of course. Creature grasped his long ears nervously, tugging them gently as he jerked his head from side to side. Harry watched with furrowed brows. You're not punishing yourself for that, are you? Creature is a good elf, Creature reassured him. Creature is not doubting. Creature is just processing. Creature is the young master staying? His large grey pupils peeked up at Harry from within his sunken eye sockets. Harry felt a flicker of offence. What? Of course I'm staying here. Until Hogwarts, of course. Creature is meaning. Crookshanks, perched behind Harry on the only kitchen counter that received direct sunlight, meowed once, Harry twitched at the sound. Oh, sorry. He put his fork down with a heavy clatter. You mean, in this timeline? Yeah. I've come back to stay. Creature stopped tugging at his ears and instead clenched and unclenched his fists tightly. So, the young master, the time travel, the goals. Glancing between the earnestly trying Creature and the patiently waiting Crookshanks, Harry leaned back in his seat. I guess you need more explanation then? He asked. He took a moment to brush any stray crumbs from his lips and robes. Harry paused for a moment before giving his audience his full attention. I came back from a future where a lot of people died. Unnecessarily, he added. I didn't exactly plan to come back, but there was a whole bunch of ancient magic that all kind of happened at once. Sacrificial magic, mine, my mum's, and pure hate from Voldemort, the Dark Lord. I don't think there was blood magic. Oh, unless my death counts, of course, but I wasn't technically bleeding at the time. He frowned. I'd done a bit of reading on it. There might have been some ritual elements on both sides. I mean, I did technically walk the gauntlet, or whatever. Harry shot an apologetic look toward Crookshanks and Creature in front of him. I don't really understand the old magics that well, sorry. I've never really looked into blood magic, either. But anyway. He picked up his story again. A bunch of old, powerful magic kind of combined, and I was given two choices. So, naturally, he said, running his fingers through that famous Potter hair, as was his habit, I chose the third option, of course. Family luck, I suspect. I've been trying to figure out my plan ever since. On the fly, as it were. To his mild amusement, Creature and Crookshanks exchanged a single look that spoke volumes. I'm not mad, he assured his closest friends and allies. I mean, maybe I am crazy, but not because of this, at any rate. I finally managed to get hold of a pensive with all my first memories, and I've pretty much worked through them for now. He added in a quiet mumble, just in case he'd been acting a bit more off than he thought, you can check them out in the pensive later if you want. They'll back me up. But that aside, Harry spoke loudly again, I want to stop a bunch of people from dying and maybe help a few kids make some better choices, that kind of thing. It's not like I want to save the world or anything, but since I had the option to make things better, I figured I couldn't say no. You know? From the suspiciously blank looks on the faces of his friends, he could tell they were processing everything he had just said. Harry looked at the faces of Creature and Crookshanks and suspected they didn't truly understand what was happening. But that was all right. As long as they were willing to help him, he felt much more confident knowing he had three on his team again. He picked up his fork and began to eat his breakfast. Maybe after this meal, he could expand the team again and get to know everyone better. Thanks for this, Harry mumbled around his slowly cooling eggs and bacon. Last time around, I dealt with all my problems, just the usual Dark Lord business, with the help of my school friends, but they all seem so young and innocent now. I can't justify bringing them into this. I'm hoping you guys can look after yourselves. He nodded at Creature. I've seen you fight, you know. You're pretty amazing when you get serious. Then he turned to Crookshanks. And you're a regular little secret agent. Creature looked at Harry with a serious expression, his mouth moving silently as if he wanted to say something. But then he settled back into his chair, his little legs swinging, leaving Harry wondering what he had intended to express. Instead, he focused on Crookshanks, who was still lazily sunning himself on the counter. Would you be willing to meet my godfather later today? Harry asked the cat. He's a good guy. Last time, you two became very good friends. He's just a little damaged right now, that's all. The small lion mewed in response and jumped down to the floor. All right then, Harry assumed. Do you want to come too, Creature? We can stick together in solidarity and all that. You can bring him breakfast if you want. He'll have to start trusting you sometime. Creature scowled to himself, muttering a string of very insulting things under his breath, but he slipped off the table to follow the Kneazle and whizzed up the stairs. Soon, the three were gathered around Harry's school trunk, watching closely as Harry unlocked the lid and stepped down into what he now thought of as Sirius' compartment. "Sirius?" Harry called as he stepped onto the first step. "Padfoot?" "It's Harry, your godson, again. There's someone I want you to meet." When he reached the bottom of the stairs, his godfather was sitting up in dog form, eyeing the guests warily. He growled softly as the surly creature followed Harry down, but allowed him to place the bowl of food and water on the floor in front of him. Then Crookshanks made his entrance, leaping gracefully down the flight of stairs. He stopped cautiously a few feet from Padfoot and stared. "Padfoot." Harry crouched down. "Do you think you could change back for us? You remember Creature, of course. He brought you dinner today. I brought you some cutlery. I thought you might want to eat in human form today." The great black dog rumbled dangerously in his throat and sniffed the meal suspiciously. "It's roast beef," Harry tried again. "I'm sure it will be fine if you eat it as a dog, but you'll love it as a human, I promise." His godfather remained still. Harry sighed and waved his hand in Crookshanks' direction. "While you're thinking about that, I'd like you to meet Crookshanks, my newest friend. He's a half-Kneazle, half-cat. A very intelligent, very loyal, all-Gryffindor animal. I thought the two of you would get along." Creature hunkered down to watch as Padfoot and Crookshanks eyed each other warily. Slowly, the cat stood up and trotted forward to sniff inquisitively at the huge dog. Despite Crookshanks' size and Padfoot's gauntness, the great black dog dwarfed him. The ginger cat sniffed cautiously around Padfoot's face, then curiously walked around his body. To everyone's surprise, Sirius stayed perfectly still, allowing the ginger cat to move behind him without any trouble. Harry watched in amazement as Crookshanks sauntered around, exploring this new friend. Harry watched as Crookshanks, in his bow-legged way, made a full circle around his godfather before settling down right in front of him, directly under Padfoot's chest. Padfoot, still stiff and uncertain, sat awkwardly upright as the cat approached, exhaling heavily when Crookshanks finally took a seat. From where Harry stood, he could clearly see the whites of Padfoot's eyes. He exchanged a glance with Creature, who seemed just as intrigued. Finally, Padfoot looked down and sniffed the cat in greeting, allowing the tension to ease from his shoulders as he blinked in bewilderment. Of all the beings in the room, the only one who appeared completely at ease was Crookshanks. To Harry's surprise, Crookshanks leaned forward delicately and helped himself to some of the beef on Padfoot's plate. Harry shot a glance at his godfather, wondering how he would react. Despite years of care of magical creatures classes and a close friendship with Hagrid, Harry never considered himself an expert in understanding animals. Yet, even to his amateur eyes, it was obvious that the great dog before him was utterly confused. If dogs could look bemused, Harry thought, Padfoot was the perfect example. Slowly and uncertainly, Padfoot let out a low growl at the creature in front of him. To Harry and Creature's surprise, Crookshanks froze, glanced back at the dog for a long moment, then returned to eating the well-cooked meat with a nonchalant shrug. Padfoot stared at Crookshanks in amazement before looking up at Harry in confusion. "Don't ask me," Harry said, holding out his arms. "I never claimed to understand cats." Padfoot leaned down, brusquely nosing Crookshanks' rear, but the cat completely ignored him. After another long moment of staring at the dinner thief, to Harry's astonishment, Padfoot slowly and carefully melted back into his human form. Harry's mouth went dry in surprise. In a low voice, he asked. With a voice husky from disuse, Sirius finally spoke. "Who do you think you are, walking in here and eating my meal like that?" Crookshanks continued to ignore him, though it looked like he was eating a bit faster. "Hey!" Sirius exclaimed. "That's my meal. My godkid brought it down here just for me." Crookshanks merely twitched the tip of his tail in response. "I said that's mine." Sirius reached out and snatched the bowl away from Crookshanks, clutching it to his chest. "Hey, kiddo, did you say you brought down some cutlery for me? I need to show this bloody animal who this food is for." Harry and Creature watched in surprise, while Crookshanks looked on with smug satisfaction as Sirius expertly maneuvered his cutlery, slicing off whole mouthfuls of tender meat. So, what brings you down here? Sirius asked around a mouthful of food. Aside from introducing me to this dodgy character. Oh, just meeting Crookshanks, saying hi to Creature, and checking in on you, Harry said with a grand shrug. Hey, Sirius, if you wanted to get something out of a high-security vault at Gringotts without anyone knowing, how would you do it? Oh, and if it doesn't belong to you? Sirius practically inhaled his food, then paused to meet Harry's gaze. Impossible, if you ask me, he finally replied. I mean, I'm a wanted criminal. I couldn't set foot in Gringotts without being arrested, or worse. Those goblins don't mind either way. Even if I went in as Padfoot, they have all sorts of security features that recognize disguises, polyjuice, animagus forms, transfiguration. It's impossible, don't you know? Harry scowled. Well, I know someone broke into Gringotts when I was in my first year, but the vault had been emptied earlier that day. He remembered the differences in timelines. Earlier that week. If Voldemort, if that witch or wizard. Well, if they could do it, then it must be possible. They never got caught, either. Sirius slowly placed his fork and spoon together in the bowl and set it neatly on the floor. Well, he began, taking his time. Everyone always said that escaping from Azkaban was impossible too, now that you mention it. And look where I am now. Exactly, Harry replied, encouraged. Still, nothing comes to mind, Sirius cautioned. You're thinking a bit big, aren't you, kid? Even the Marauders never planned that large. Oh, exclaimed Harry, a thought striking him. There was something else too. You have opinions about Malfoy, don't you? Who, Lucius? Not only is he a Death Eater, he's a Ponce. Why? Harry shrugged innocently. I was thinking about tricking him into freeing his house elf. Sorry, Creature, but the house elf is really unhappy there. I thought I could help out Dobby while getting under Malfoy's skin, and it seemed like too good a chance to pass up. Creature scowled suspiciously at Harry. House elves do not want to be free. Harry waved his hands dismissively. It's okay, I have a plan. To his surprise, both Creature and Crookshanks looked doubtful. I really do. Harry protested. If Sirius and Creature don't get along, and Dobby needs a new owner, then I was thinking I could buy, swap, or otherwise take ownership of Creature, and Dobby could look after Sirius. Wouldn't that work? Again, for some reason, his audience appeared anything but excited. Oh, Harry continued, trying to reassure them. I mean, we'd do it all in a very respectful way. I'd never want to diminish Creature or Dobby. Or any other house elf. He paused for emphasis. And obviously, I'd need to show all the proper respect to the ancient and noble House of Black. But surely that way it would all work out. Creature fell silent, deep in thought. Harry pressed on. So I'd be happy, Creature would be happy, Sirius would be happy, Dobby would be happy, and Malfoy Sr. Wouldn't that just make him really angry? What's wrong with that? Harry continued. If Creature really wants to stay in Grimmauld Place, I could buy it from Sirius, if that's okay with you. That way, Creature and Sirius would both be happier. Sirius let out a loud bark of laughter. Merlin, you're just like your dad. And Lily, all wrapped up in one. You must have some serious guts to be planning all of this on your own. I love it. All right, pup, I'll see what I can come up with. What a plan. Harry nodded cautiously. Thanks. Just let me know. It was too soon to say he felt optimistic, but for the first time, things seemed like they were finally looking up. He just knew this year would go well. By the time Creature's yeast had produced its first batch of bread, Creature's face was looking not only more cheerful but healthier, too. Crookshanks and Sirius had made significant progress toward becoming friends. Sirius still hid in Harry's trunk, coming up with all sorts of excuses not to come out. But Crookshanks' presence seemed to be helping, and Harry noticed that Sirius was spending more time in his human form. It might have had something to do with being able to complain to the cat about taking the best spot in the room, getting to the food first, or demanding attention. Harry didn't mind. It kept Sirius from dwelling too much on himself and broke the cycle of his depression. Animal therapy was a real thing, wasn't it? Hermione had mentioned it once, he recalled. When not with Sirius, Crookshanks would disappear into the house for long stretches of time, and Harry might have worried if he hadn't known the cat for so many years. It was still somewhat reassuring when Crookshanks returned looking smug, occasionally with a pixie wing or a spider leg dangling from his mouth. That was where the friendship between Crookshanks and Creature truly began, Harry thought. He tried not to question their relationship too much. Meanwhile, Harry made the most of the last few days before heading back to Hogwarts. He could already sense that he and Hermione would be fiercely competitive during the school year, and keeping up with her would be no easy task. She was even more driven than he remembered, and it seemed that challenging her had pushed her to seek even greater academic heights. But what really mattered to Harry was his magic. So, he crept down into Sirius's compartment, where he brewed potions, learned charms, and sought help with runes and arithmancy. "Sorry, pup," Sirius said, Crookshanks lounging comfortably on his lap. "It's been a long time since I learned those. You'll want to watch out for confusion, of course." Sitting on the floor by the end of Harry's bed, Sirius leaned over the cat to point a grimy finger at Harry's open textbook, which lay on the rug. Iwas and Awas are obvious once you notice the similarities. The runes themselves look so different, but it's Izaz and Leguz, what's its other name? Never mind, that you really have to watch out for. Depending on how lazy your handwriting gets, those two can really trip you up. Add a little too much flick, or not quite enough, and your marks will plummet, I tell you. Not to mention when you start practicing your actual rune crafting. I can remember that bit, now that I think about it. Sirius settled back into fond memories, and Harry felt compelled to interrupt. "What can you remember?" Sirius began. "If you take runes up until your NEWTS, though I never did, but Remus obviously managed, you'll learn that miscarved runes can cause explosions just as exciting as the ones you can create in potions. Moony used to show off for us in the common room. Those were good days." Harry imagined the chaos his father's friends must have caused. "I thought Moony was the good one. Didn't you say Dad calmed down enough to attract my mum around NEWT years?" "Well, yes," Sirius replied, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Harry was surprised. But 1 or 2 explosions were expected. It's not like we all developed mature personalities or anything. "True," Harry muttered, watching Sirius revel in the chaos of their memories. "So, no real advice for now then." "I'll keep thinking," Sirius reassured him. "I'm not back up to speed just yet, but don't count old Padfoot out too soon." Harry shifted in his seat and changed the topic. "Then, one more question, if you don't mind." "Go on, kid. What are you all nervous about?" Harry cringed. "I was hoping you could watch me try to cast a Fidelius charm on this quill and see how it goes." Sirius's face darkened. "Bollocks. I'd hoped you were thinking about girls. You don't think you're a bit stuck on this Fidelius charm? Is there any chance I can persuade you to forget it?" "I think I need to cast one on the house," Harry protested. "But I'll need to build up to it. I'm not like Dumbledore or Dad, I haven't done this before." Sirius sighed. "Will telling you that you're far too young for this kind of thing stop you at all?" "Someone has to do it," Harry pouted. "But you can't loan me your wand because the Fidelius is supposed to be a very powerful, complex spell that probably needs a wand matched well with the caster," Harry pointed out. "And you just told me it's been a long time since you've thought about this kind of thing. Plus," he paused, "I'm probably a bit healthier than you at the moment, and I suspect you shouldn't be stressing your magic." Sirius leapt up, causing Crookshanks to lose his comfortable spot in his lap, and the cat scowled in protest. Sirius began pacing rapidly around the small room, muttering darkly to himself. "Failure," Harry finally heard Sirius mumble. "Bloody useless godfather, aren't I? Wrong friend, no thinking at all, locked up, couldn't even get you your birthday presents, and here you are, looking after me, because I'm incapable of looking after myself." "Sirius," Harry began, but Sirius continued. Harry paced back and forth, muttering to himself, "Damn rat. I should have killed him when I had the chance. Hear that, kid? Next time, don't stop to ask questions, just go for the throat." "Right," Harry replied, raising his eyebrows. "I'll remember that one. But should we sort this out first? Kill the bastard and get vengeance for us all," Sirius snarled. "I've been fantasizing about it for a while, but I didn't even think about." He paused mid-pace. "Do you think they snapped my wand, pup?" "Probably," Harry guessed. Sirius sighed. "So I need to find a way to get into Gringotts after all, so I can get gold, buy myself a new wand, and a disguise." Harry raised his hands in a peaceful gesture. "I can shout you the money if you need it, or you could ask Crookshanks to take a note for you. But first, we need to set you up with a safe house, don't you think? So can I try the 5Ds now?" Sirius dropped back down onto the ground next to Harry. "Bloody hell. Sounds like you've got it all together after all. You make a better wizard than I do, it seems. All right then, pup, give it a go. I'm secret keeper, I suppose?" "Please," Harry said. Sirius's face twisted with irony and pain. "Let's hope I can get this one right, then. On you go." Harry placed the fancy feather quill on the floor of the compartment, right in the center of the rug, and carefully drew his wand. With all the focus he could muster, he waved his wand and whispered the incantation. "Fidelis sola secretum neum," he intoned, tracing a glowing emblem in the air. Slowly and gently, with the same care and concentration he had used to first place his memories into the pensive, Harry maintained the connection until his wand tapped the edge of the small rug where the quill rested. A small golden flare of light erupted, and Harry felt his energy dip. With his newfound experience in spell casting, Harry felt a faint connection to the glowing sigil, a gentle, almost rippling magical link. "Fidelis sola secretum neum," he repeated, maintaining an even tone, a steady rhythm, and calm breathing. A second glowing symbol flickered in the air, and Harry quickly anchored it to another point on the rug. It hovered uncertainly for a moment before the light flared again, and he stifled a sigh of relief. He wanted to exhale deeply, roll his shoulders, and stretch, but exhaustion was creeping up on him. For a brief moment, he felt a ripple of energy within him, as if conflicting forces were colliding, but he fought to keep the spell steady. "Fidelis sola secretum neum." His vision began to blur, and dark fog encroached from the edges of his sight. Harry blinked and concentrated fiercely. "Fidelis sola secretum neum," he said for the fourth time, but his voice faltered slightly at the end, urgency pushing him to finish the charm. The golden sigil he had carefully drawn with his wand wobbled precariously before its edges dissolved. To his dismay, the first three symbols flickered and vanished. Harry muttered a curse under his breath. Sirius regarded him thoughtfully. "You've been holding out on me, pup. That spell almost worked." "Almost isn't good enough," Harry retorted, frustration evident in his tone. "I'm supposed to excel at this kind of magic, practical spell work. It's the theory that trips me up. But this is a life-or-death situation, a practical charm. I should be nailing this." "I'd say it is your strength," Sirius replied, nodding in agreement. "How old did you say you were? You're getting close to mastering a Fidelius charm. Your mum would be bouncing off the walls right now. I thought you took after your dad." Sirius hesitated for a moment. "You've faced a few life-or-death challenges then, have you? Been into the Forbidden Forest, I assume." "Wait, what?" Harry's attention was caught for a moment, but then he grimaced. "I'll tell you what I've been up to at Hogwarts if you tell me more about my mum," he finally said. "But later, if that's okay." He shifted his focus back to the task at hand. "It must be the arithmancy," he said glumly. "I haven't studied it yet, so I have no idea what I'm doing." "Nah," Sirius replied, sprawling backward onto the ground and gazing at the ceiling. It's not like you need to reinvent the wheel. You just mispronounced the incantation. It's a basic mistake, anyone could make it. Harry shot him a half-hearted glare. I'm 13? Yeah, 13 now. I'm supposed to be past all these problems. Sirius rolled back over to look at Harry. Nonsense. All sorts of wizards make mistakes like that. Did Chamberlain never tell you the story of the wizard Barufio? Who's Chamberlain? Who teaches you charms these days? Oh, Flitwick. Yes, I think he did. Sirius smirked. Well, there you go then. Besides, that was only your first attempt, right? Just remember to pronounce each incantation exactly the same way so they can layer up. You're trying to create a resonance with your voice and wand movements, so a feedback loop develops. About to shake his head, he'd practiced for hours yesterday. Harry felt somewhat distracted. I'm pretty sure Barufio had a speech impediment, he protested, but Sirius waved his confusion away. When you really get it right, each following incantation will pick up an echo, a kind of reverberation. You build on that, and the charm will last for years. How did you manage with the power requirements? Harry had to think for a moment. Not horrible, I don't think. A bit tired, but nothing shocking. Your memories of Mun mentioned that the power requirements would increase exponentially with the size of the focus, though. Sirius nodded. You probably do want to pick up that resonance if you can, now that I think about it. Make it work for you. You're incredibly powerful for a third-year pup, but you can't afford to let any power leak from your spell at this level. Ready for another attempt? Sure. Harry gripped his wand tightly. You know, when you do this at the house, you'll have to be the secret keeper too, Sirius said suddenly. I own it, and I'll be living there. There are too many connections between it and me for the secret to stay hidden in my soul, Harry replied, closing his eyes. I wondered about that, Sirius acknowledged. That's okay. I can handle this. I overcome these kinds of challenges every day. All right. He raised his wand for another try. Chapter 17, Another Test. Before he knew it, the holidays had come to an end, and it was time for Harry to return to Hogwarts. To his guilty satisfaction and Creature's unsurprised dismay, Sirius remained completely unconcerned and oblivious to the date. There was hardly any packing to do, he was taking his luggage with him, of course, and Creature was staying behind. So, it was quite early on Wednesday morning when Harry stood in front of his house elf to say his goodbyes. Where is the orange Kneazle? Creature asked, fussing around to straighten Harry's robes. Already in the trunk, Harry replied. I told him I wouldn't apparate again, so I'm going to have to fly. Creature paused. Young master. I know, Harry exclaimed. I'll wear the invisibility cloak until I'm through the platform. Sirius usually doesn't wake up until midday, so I should be safe from that. I'll call you around lunch for Sirius's normal meal, and again at dinner. Does that work for you? Creature muttered something uncomplimentary about mad plans. Harry patted the elf's shoulder reassuringly. It'll all work out, you'll see. Without Sirius to worry about and running around Hogwarts, this should be a relatively quiet year. Everything went smoothly for the next hour. Creature saw Harry, along with his invisible luggage and broomstick, off from one of the back bedrooms. Harry soared into the London sky, feeling positively optimistic about life. He found his way to King's Cross Station without any trouble and landed safely, walking confidently and invisibly right up to the platform barrier, until he crashed into it. Harry staggered back in pain, clutching his invisibility cloak tightly around his body, the hood fortunately covering his face. His knee throbbed as if he had scraped off a good layer of skin, and he suddenly wondered if dripping blood would show through the invisibility cloak. Harry felt the rough fabric of his cloak against his skin, and a sharp sting in his nose caught his attention. He suspected it might be broken, but he would deal with it once his eyes stopped watering and he could see clearly again. Cursing quietly under his breath, he suddenly had to step back to avoid a pedestrian who clearly hadn't noticed him. In the process, he tripped over the invisible leather trunk that floated dutifully just behind him. The loud crash drew a few curious stares, but thankfully, Harry had still been clutching his cloak tightly. As he glanced around, he noticed a wizarding official approach suspiciously. Harry assumed it was one of the regular ministry watchers monitoring the school rush. Fortunately, the attention quickly dissipated, and he was able to approach the barrier once more. This time, instead of striding through confidently, Harry hesitantly reached out an arm to tap against the brick wall. It felt solid beneath his fingers. He rapped his knuckles against the surface and cradled his hand gently, noting the rough, red skin. There was no way he was getting through this barrier. The wall brought back memories of simpler times, but he pushed those thoughts aside to focus on his dilemma. How were other families making it to the platform? After a few moments of silence, he noticed a mother and her son walking over, both looking distinctly wizard-like. To Harry's astonishment, they passed through the bricks without any resistance, as if the wall didn't exist at all. Determined, he approached the barrier again and tried once more. This time, he kicked the bricks with his foot instead of risking another faceplant. Perhaps there was a charm on the wall to keep Sirius out? Harry pondered that he could technically be considered Sirius illegal transport. He scratched his head and chewed his lower lip absently as he thought. But that didn't seem right. Hogwarts wards had never registered Sirius when he transformed into Padfoot, and right now, Sirius was sleeping as Padfoot. Plus, Sirius was currently in wizard space. There seemed to be no good reason for Harry to be locked out of the platform at all. The whole situation was perplexing. The situation was as confusing and baffling as that one time when... Oh. Harry suddenly realized that the Malfoys were still closely connected to the Ministry. They had probably mentioned at home that the infamous Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban to look for Harry Potter at Hogwarts. It had to be Dobby, protecting him once again. Still invisible, Harry rolled his eyes in frustration and a bit of fondness. The squeaky, hyper little house elf had never tried to hide his affection. Was it love? Obsession, for Harry. This year, Dobby no longer looked quite so quietly scholarly. If Harry's well-developed survival instincts were anything to go by, he was sure that Dobby would ramp up his efforts this time around. Leaning over to grab his luggage by the handle, Harry wished he had thought to test what apparition felt like from inside the trunk. He had managed to heft it downstairs and around the kitchen that morning, and Sirius hadn't woken up. Presumably, that meant outside influences were muted within the trunk, hopefully. But walking was quite different from squeezing through a tube made of the fabric of the universe. With a silent apology to Crookshanks, who was likely still sleeping and might miss the whole experience, Harry shrugged his shoulders and clenched the trunk tightly in his left hand. Phew, he breathed, keeping a watchful eye out for anyone who might notice his invisible presence. No one seemed suspicious. Nodding firmly to himself once, he thought, fine, okay, moving on. With a twitch of his wand arm, he spun around on his heel and disapparated with a crack. He never noticed the disturbance he left behind in the crowd. Instead, Harry arrived on the platform, where the throngs of people were already beginning to fill in, though it wouldn't reach its peak for at least another 40 minutes. He quickly pulled off his cloak and disappeared into the crowd, making his way toward the Hogwarts Express, which was already hissing and spitting in anticipation. Just another student in the crowd, Harry stood alone, having no family to see him off. Buffeted by the throng of people, he climbed into the nearest carriage to find some breathing space. Unlike his usual memories of rushing to the express, often cutting it close, this time he found himself walking past numerous empty seats in the first carriage. In the second compartment, a senior slithering boy sat alone with his head buried in a book. 2 compartments down to his left, Harry noticed a pile of unattended luggage. He assumed the other students, accompanied by their families, were savoring their goodbyes. He shrugged it off, not begrudging them, and continued down the train in search of a suitable compartment for himself. Without the familiar hustle and bustle of students chatting, laughing, and lounging, with their pets squawking and sleeping in cages beside them, the Hogwarts Express felt strangely spacious. The wooden carriages smelled cold and slightly musty, as if they had been stored away for months. The thought caught Harry's attention, and he surmised that was probably the case. Even if the express served more than just the Hogwarts students, it likely wouldn't use all the passenger carriages for other purposes. As he pondered this, Harry realized that the Hogwarts Express wouldn't have been created solely to transport children to Scotland. After all, the Scottish students had many better options for getting there. With a raised eyebrow, he stepped from the first passenger carriage into the second, crossing the cast iron decks that connected the compartments. He wondered what kinds of goods the express might carry during the rest of the year. Briefly, he searched his memory for other types of train carriages, open carriages for logging, perhaps. And cattle? He was slightly amazed at how quickly these thoughts had come to him. Feeling more confident, Harry made his way down the aisle of the next passenger carriage, his curiosity satisfied. How easy had that been? Industries like farming and construction needed to transport large, perhaps even regular, amounts of goods that weren't really suitable for apparition or flu travel. It made perfect sense. A small smirk crept onto Harry's face. It was obvious now. He wondered how many other students had realized this. Now content, Harry began to pay closer attention to the various compartments as he continued his journey down the train. While he searched for Lupin, he figured he might be too early to find him on board. He quickly confirmed that very few seats were taken. He waved cheerfully at Oliver Wood, who was engrossed in the latest statistics on Puddlemere United's matches. Old memories flooded back as he popped in to say hello to Cedric Diggory, who was holding the compartment for the Hufflepuff crowd and looked genuinely surprised to see him. "Potter!" Cedric exclaimed, settling back into his seat. "You surprised me. What can I do for you?" "Nothing much," Harry grinned. "I just thought I'd say hi. I've only really talked to you on the pitch, you know. Hope your holidays went well?" Cedric, still looking a bit bewildered, nodded. "Yeah, things were okay. Dad had me go into the ministry for a work experience. He says he can get me a place when I graduate, so I followed him around for a few days." Harry blinked, taken aback. He had never really considered that Cedric might have plans for the future, and the realization felt a bit awkward. "Oh. I didn't know you were interested in politics." "Not politics," Cedric protested. "It's more about the administration. I'm not completely convinced yet, but I'm keeping my options open." Harry remembered what Cedric's father had been like and thought he understood. "The Department of Magical Games and Sports?" he inquired. Cedric shrugged. "That wouldn't be too bad. I mean, it's something I'm considering too. I actually spent some time in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, where my dad works. It wasn't so horrible." "I suppose," Harry replied, a hint of doubt in his voice. Cedric certainly didn't look excited. "Were you thinking about Quidditch or something instead?" Cedric shook his head. "I may have had that dream once, but I've played against you and Charlie Weasley for too long. Being an Auror might be fun, I guess. I'm actually interested in teaching." "Oh," Harry said politely, "you mean, like, at Hogwarts?" Cedric looked up at him, a bit curious. "You're not going to hassle me about it?" "You're a rare one, Potter." "I'm not sure, though. I haven't even passed my OWLS yet. Professor Sprout will give me careers advice later this year." Harry nodded enthusiastically. "I think that's a really good idea, Cedric, Diggory. You'd make a great teacher. I was thinking about starting a club this year or maybe next year. Something like a defense association. Do you think you might be interested?" Cedric looked astonished. "Why me? Because I don't want you to be killed by Voldemort again? Because I owe you something? Because you seem like a good guy, and I'd like to get to know you as a person, not just as a competitor or a corpse." "Why not?" Harry asked. "Fair enough," Cedric said. "Let me know when you pull it together." Just then, another older Hufflepuff arrived at the door behind Harry and carefully squeezed past. "I guess I'll catch you later then," Harry said as he made his way out. "Oh, and do you know the Patronus charm?" "You might want to look it up," I have a feeling we're going to need it this year." With that, Harry left a confused Cedric and his curious housemate behind, continuing into the next carriage before deciding he had gone far enough down the train. He eyed the surroundings, ready for whatever came next. Harry surveyed the compartment in front of him with satisfaction. It had everything he and his friends typically looked for. It was on the west side, platform side, allowing them to wave goodbye to the Weasleys. Being the last compartment in the carriage offered more privacy, and it was conveniently located near the bathrooms for additional seclusion. He stepped in quickly and settled into the deep seats, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Before storing his trunk, he peeked inside to check on Crookshanks, who looked unusually grumpy, even in his sleep. Harry then leaned back to read his new room's text while waiting for his friends to arrive. "Harry," an excited Hermione called as she pulled open the door and bustled into the compartment. "I was hoping you'd made it already. There's a rumor that the train might leave late because there's been a sighting of that dark wizard blackout by the platform barrier." "Goodness," said Harry, feeling secure in the knowledge that the wizard in question was still asleep in his trunk. "How amazing. Are the students getting through all right?" "Well, that's just the thing," Hermione replied, settling herself into the window seat opposite him. "The Ministry has cast some incredible muggle-repelling charms and is checking each person before they enter the barrier. The Ravenclaw prefect I spoke to said the queues out there are ginormous. If they don't all get through in time, it will be the first time since it started that the express leaves the station late." "You didn't get caught in the lines?" Harry asked politely. "Oh, my parents and I arrived at the station before all that happened," Hermione admitted. "But we heard people talking when they started coming through again. I do hope the Weasleys make it. Don't you think? They tend to cut things very fine." Harry nodded in agreement as Hermione made herself comfortable, settling back in her seat. "Are you really well?" she asked hopefully after getting settled. "I mean, I barely heard from you in France, and we were so busy in Diagon the other day. Are you good, Harry? Did you enjoy a relaxing summer? How was your holiday?" Harry asked, raising his eyebrows. "Yeah? I mean, nothing to write home about," he added, thinking about the summer spent hiding the most wanted criminal in Wizarding Britain and evading the Aurors. "But I enjoyed it. How about you?" "Oh, I'm fine," Hermione said, dismissing the question. Then she settled in, her gaze searching his face. Harry shifted awkwardly under her scrutiny. "You're looking good, Harry," she finally smiled. "I mean, looking well. Not good in a masculine way or anything. I'm just really pleased you're healthy." "Yeah? Not that you're normally unhealthy or anything," she continued. "Actually, we can come back to that later. But it's great to see you looking well. I was just worried you were studying too hard over the holidays." "Thanks, I guess. You look good too." Hermione fiddled with a lock of hair, her cheeks flushing slightly at his compliment. "Oh, you really think so?" "Ah, you mean well, too, of course. Because that's what we're talking about." "Naturally." To Harry's surprise, she let out a little giggle, and they quickly shifted topics, diving into a discussion about a few specific points regarding runes. He observed her curiously as her gaze flitted around the compartment and out the window. They settled into a casual conversation about their holiday reading until the compartment filled up. First, Neville arrived, and then Ron and Ginny appeared, puffing just as the Hogwarts train sounded its whistle. "We made it," Ron gasped, dropping into the spare seat. "Budge up, Neville. It's roasting in here. I can't believe we almost missed the train." Harry kept his thoughts to himself as his friends organized themselves around him and the train picked up speed. Ginny sat down too, fanning her flushed face as she took a moment to catch her breath. "Why are you both so exhausted?" Hermione asked, her curiosity winning out. "Were the lines really that long?" Ron grunted in response, while Ginny only shrugged. Blushed heavily as she glanced at Harry from the corner of her eye. Finally, Ron spoke up. "We got out of the line all right. They sped up near the end there. Couldn't find what they were looking for. I guess. But then Dad couldn't see you, Harry, so he made us stop, even though the train was boarding. He wrote you a note. Said we had to look after you this year. I don't know what he's on about, really. Thanks, Harry replied, extending his hand. On a scrap of parchment, Mr. Weasley had scribbled a thoughtful note. It warned Harry that Hogwarts would be a changed place this year, and he might need to keep a sharp lookout. Well, Hermione said knowingly, you all heard about the fuss regarding Black, I assume. I think it's very thoughtful of your father, Ron, wanting you to look out for your friend. Ron shrugged. He doesn't really need me or Ginny to look out for him, does he? I mean, Harry's smarter than me, and Ginny would be worse than useless. Thanks, Ginny called from the corner. It probably won't be for very long, Neville chimed in. Gran says they've got the special Azkaban guards out looking for him, and the Auras are on high alert. Hermione nodded. Black's even been on the Muggle news. With everyone looking for him, he won't stay loose for long. We can hope, Harry said, lying easily. In the meantime, I hope it won't affect the Hogsmeade visits. The tone of the compartment shifted. Hogsmeade, Ron moaned longingly. I've heard that Honeydukes is the best shop in the Isles. I mean, it was Fred and George who told me, but this time I believe it. What's that? Hermione asked. It's a sweet shop, Ron murmured. Apparently, they've got everything, peppermints, chocoballs, caramel cubes, sugar quills, peppermint toads, blood pops, and acid pops, you know, if you really want to get adventurous. All the rare ones that. Diagon Alley doesn't bother with that, Hermione said, turning to Neville and Harry. Won't it be nice to get out of school for a bit and explore, she asked, her voice filled with hope. I've heard Hogsmeade has a history that goes back for centuries. Neville looked conflicted. I've heard that the most haunted building in England is just down the road there. It probably has lots of history. Hermione's expression shifted to both intrigue and concern. I think I've heard of that, the haunted hub or something, right? I'll have to look it up and see if it's dangerous. Harry snorted, leaning back and relaxing as time flew by. Soon, the scenery outside the window became wilder and darker. Dark clouds gathered in the sky as the train drew closer to Scotland, but the familiar sounds of pattering feet and shrieking voices echoed through the train. Lunch came and went, and to Harry's confused relief, there was no sign of Malfoy. It would be awkward trying to explain that friendship to everyone in front of, well, everyone. Perhaps he could build up to it, leave some hints? But Harry knew better than to relax, and all too soon, the weather worsened. Rain lashed against the windows, and the hallway lanterns flickered on in the gloom. The wind howled around the outside of the train, and Harry fought to tense his muscles as his heart rate quickened in anticipation. His rising dread slowly increased. Then, the discordant screech of the train's brakes sounded, and the whistles and hisses of steam drowned out the sudden confusion among the students. Far more rapidly than Harry had expected, the train ground to a shuddering halt. Are we there yet? Neville asked, but Hermione shook her head as she checked her watch. It's far too early to arrive. It's just past 4. I don't know what's going on. Was there even another station en route? No, Harry replied, standing to peer out the windows, now as dark as night. His stomach twinged in pain again, and he realized briefly that he'd been feeling better these past few weeks. The stress of the Dementors was back, and Harry absently clutched his stomach as his mind raced. He wished he had thought to sit closer to where he had last time. He should have been more prepared. After all, where did the Dementors even get on the train? Stay here, he told his friends. Ginny looked up at him with wide eyes. I won't go far, he assured her. I just want to make sure everyone stays in their compartments. Hermione pursed her lips. Don't you think you should leave that kind of thing to the prefects? She asked. I'm sure they know. She broke off, staring at Harry in amazement. Expecto Patronum, Harry murmured, and a massive, glowing figure of a full-grown stag appeared, barely fitting in the compartment. Can you go down the train, Prongs? Harry asked awkwardly. Please tell everyone, remain inside your compartments and latch the doors. Spell them locked if you can. Remain inside your compartments and latch the doors. Spell them locked if you can, echoed the stag, its voice mimicking Harry's. Then Prongs turned and walked through the door, pacing further down the hallway. Harry heard his own voice repeated every few steps, growing fainter as the stag moved into the distance. Remain inside your compartments and latch the doors. Spell them locked if you can. His friends continued to stare at him in astonishment, and the silence was broken, surprisingly, by Neville Longbottom. That was a fully corporeal Patronus, Harry. When did you learn to do that? Harry shrugged, scratching the back of his neck, and lied again. I've seen the professors use it sometimes when they want to send messages. But he spared an apologetic thought for Hermione. I was researching Azkaban last year, and when I found out about the prison, I realized I really had to learn. Dementors terrify me. He watched, detached, as his breath puffed out in a white fog and caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, a tiny tracing of frost began to form in the corners of the window. Is it just me, Ron asked, or is it freezing around here? Hermione was focused and undeterred. I've come across the term, Harry, but what exactly are Dementors? Neville glanced nervously between Harry and Hermione. I hope you're not implying what I think you're implying, Harry. Suddenly, the lanterns went dark. Meep, Ginny squeaked nervously from her seat. Ron frowned. I don't get it. Hermione's eyes widened, and she sprang toward the door of the train with urgency. I'm sure the Ministry. She froze as her foot slipped onto some ice, which cracked loudly in the silence. Standing in the doorway, Harry leaned out to gaze down the corridor, pleased to see most of the curious heads pull back suddenly. He listened intently as the distant chatter of students rose, then abruptly fell silent as several doors slammed shut. Harry conjured another Patronus, Prongs, to remind everyone to keep their doors locked until the lights and warmth returned. They're not dogs, he told Hermione distantly. It's not like they're tame. And the Ministry is useless if you ask me. Language, Harry, Hermione gasped, seemingly distracted. She rubbed her shoulders quickly. Close the door, please. Hang on. He stood in the darkness, staring down the corridor. The cold intensified, and soon all the distant lights vanished as the last of the doors were locked tight. Harry! Someone tugged on his arm, but he remained in the frame of the only open door on the train, gazing into the dark. He thought he heard a rattling breath, the sound of a skeletal leg moving, and then he realized his friends were huddled closely behind him, breathing softly in his ears. Harry himself felt calm, already in that good place again, where he was rational and in control. Hang on, he repeated, taking slow, shallow breaths. Something stirred in the darkness, and Harry stepped back cautiously. He felt fingers tighten on his shoulders and robes, and Hermione whispered quickly under her breath, "Closety door, please, closety door, please, closety door." The cold seeped into Harry's flesh, biting at his bones. It hurt to breathe, and faint screams echoed in his ears. He tried to push them away. Finally, Harry was sure he heard the rustle of dark fabric, and he cautiously raised his wand at the tall, hooded figure that emerged from the shadows. "You are not welcome here," he declared, breaking the silence and interrupting the wails in his mind. The Dementor glided closer, a slimy, glistening hand protruding grotesquely from its cloak. Harry wondered why it had come to his apartment again. Was it drawn by his memories? His scar? It couldn't sense Padfoot in his trunk. He was a dog now, safe in wizard space. As Harry glanced back, he noticed more Dementors lurking behind the first. They had come in a pack. Neville let out a small wail, clutching Harry's wand arm tightly. Hermione whimpered, "Close the door, Harry, please close the door." "Go away," Harry said, locking his gaze on the Dementor, but the creature continued to advance. One of the girls whimpered as the slimy arm rose, skeletal fingers gripping the edge of the hood as if to draw it back. "Mummy," Ron whispered, and Neville made a choked gasp that sent a jolt of worry through Harry. "Close that door, Harry, close the door." The creature glided even closer. With a sigh, Harry summoned his strength. "Expecto Patronum," he said firmly, though not loudly. A magnificent silver stag burst forth from his wand, leaping toward the creatures. Instantly, with Prong's presence, the cold retreated, bringing relieved sighs to his friend's breathing and color back to their cheeks. The great stag advanced. Majestically, the silver stag leaped, causing the clumsy dementors before Harry to halt in confusion and uncertainty. Prong's second leap brought him right up to the dark beings, and they turned, desperately fleeing. To Harry's astonishment, 2 more Prongs burst forth from the compartments further down the train, joining the chase. They hadn't disappeared. The lights flickered back on, and the entire train seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Harry turned away from the doorway, absently patting the hand of someone, whoever it was, gripping his forearm instead of his shoulder, elbow, or the back of his robes. He took 3 quick steps to the window, noticing the frost already retreating. Behind him, a small, hushed commotion arose as he saw his 3 stags glimmering gently, galloping alongside the train in pursuit of the retreating dementors. He turned to his friends. "Everyone all right?" A chorus of voices erupted. "How did you do that? Why didn't you shut the door? Why did they run away? What was that animal? I'm so cold." That was Neville. Harry turned with concern, seeing his friend still pale and trembling, barely able to stay upright as he clutched Harry's elbow with a vice-like grip. Harry thought of Neville's parents and the Cruciator's curse. Of course, he had terrible memories. "Here, Nev, have some chocolate." "Sorry, mate." Harry busied himself looking after his friends, pulling out a few stray chocolate frogs while the sounds of life on the train slowly returned. He had just conjured a 3rd tin mug and melted another chocolate frog into it with the tip of his wand when a sudden clatter of noise startled them all. The door slid open, revealing Lupin making his way down the train. "Is everyone all right in here?" Hermione asked. Harry spoke up, "We'll manage." "Are you a professor? Where were you when the Dementors were around?" Harry had to. "We're fine," Harry interrupted. "I've given them chocolate. You should help the others." Lupin's dark eye scanned the cabin, briefly settling on Harry. "Make sure you eat your chocolate and start a little fire if you're still cold. Or do you know the warming charm? The train should arrive in about an hour." "Did you see the Patronus?" "Yes," Harry replied quickly. "It was great advice, thanks, Professor." "It was you, wasn't it?" Lupin gave him a strange look, and Harry could feel his friends sharing the same curiosity behind him. There was a little commotion, and Ron yelped suddenly, making Harry wonder who had elbowed him. Finally, the professor said, "It was good advice. I'm glad it was useful. Stay warm," and he moved on to the next compartment. "Harry," Hermione hissed quietly, mindful of the professor next door. "What are you doing? Can you keep it a secret, please?" "I really don't want any more attention," Harry asked, looking at each of his friends one by one. "But," Hermione started, but Neville interrupted her. "Hermione, you were the only one who..." "Please?" Harry pleaded. She sighed. "Fine. But you will teach me that spell." "Sure," Harry replied, feeling a sense of relief. One more danger was behind them, and now his friends had his back. Chapter 18: New Pathways. After the drama with the Dementors, the rest of the train ride felt insignificant in comparison. Harry and his friend stepped out of their compartment, still a bit pale and shaky, but they had no trouble boarding the carriages that would take them up to the castle. Harry left his trunk to be collected by the castle elves, hoping he was making the right decision. "You will teach me that spell," Hermione muttered as they made their way to the last thestral carriage in line. "Harry Potter, you hear me? You must teach me that spell." "Yes? I will learn it." "Of course," Harry shrugged. "I wouldn't expect anything less. You might need it this year. Just, you might have to wait until we have time." Hermione shot him a mildly suspicious glance. "Time? Yeah. Things will be a bit busy for a while, I reckon. You know, with electives this year and everything." I'll obviously teach you, just when we're caught up on our classes and stuff. Oddly, she still seemed skeptical. You really will? I'm saying yes, aren't I? Just when we both have time, that's all. Hermione shot him one more odd look, then seemed to relax. She smiled widely. Thanks, Harry. Thank you. He returned her grin. I have no idea where you learned it, she added, scrambling up into the carriage ahead of him. Harry? Did you get it from a book? Is it a precision spell or a power spell? How long did it take you to master? You are happy to help me, aren't you? Harry thought darkly about the Dementors on the Quidditch pitch while he settled into the brown leather seat opposite Hermione and Neville. He smoothed his robes down absent-mindedly. Yeah, obviously. I mean, this is important to me, you know. What is? Harry shrugged with one shoulder. Well, I thought keeping you safe from Dementors and all that is pretty high on my priority list. For some reason, Hermione blinked rapidly, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. Really? Harry glanced around the carriage and nudged Neville with his elbow. Neville and Ron can join us too, if they're interested. Hogwarts is going to feel a bit different this year, I think. He thought darkly about previous timelines. Maybe even a bit dangerous. Oh, Hermione said, settling back into her seat and looking somewhat subdued. Well, I'm sure Professor Dumbledore has everything under control, Harry. Of course, of course. He shot a supportive smile in Ron's direction, who was staring at him with a look of confused bemusement. Harry continued, just only when we manage to find time, okay? I mean, schoolwork comes first, right? Well, obviously, Hermione replied, returning his smile and sitting up straighter. It was probably her eagerness to learn, Harry figured. There was a jolt as the carriage started rolling forward toward the castle. How are you feeling about your options, anyway, Harry? Yeah? Good, I guess. I mean, I think we'll be spending quite a lot of time together this year. His best female friend sat upright in her seat and fussed with a crease in her robe for a moment. You think? That? I guess that would be nice, you know. I'll help you with your theory homework, of course, as long as you help me with my spell casting too. The carriage felt cooler as it moved into the shadow of Hogwarts, and Harry leaned back, looking forward to the year ahead. Once they arrived, Harry and Hermione were taken aside by Professor McGonagall and led up to her office. To Hermione's astonished surprise, she informed them that they had chosen the same electives. I expect great things from both of you, their stern head of house said. So I know there will be no frivolous use of these devices while they are with you. Harry and Hermione each held a time turner, their hands gently cupping the little golden trinkets as they stood on the stone in front of McGonagall's wide desk. Miss Granger, I hope you. I appreciate the fact that I personally vouched for your maturity and responsibility, McGonagall continued. It is incredibly rare for students to receive permission to attend classes with these devices. If you break the rules or act inappropriately, it will tarnish my good reputation with the Department of Mysteries. Hermione nodded silently in acknowledgement. Mr. Potter, McGonagall said, turning her attention to Harry. I am particularly impressed with your willingness to do your research, your strong relationships with older and more experienced Gryffindors, and your ability to recommend yourself to other adults connected to the Ministry of Magic. After all, Harry had spoken to Arthur Weasley through Percy. McGonagall continued, in the same way that I have put my professionalism and reputation on the line for Miss Granger here, Mr. Weasley has put his ministry position and reputation at risk for you. Harry hadn't quite realized the significance of this. He knew he would have to be more careful than he had initially thought. I am particularly surprised that you succeeded in this persuasion, as it is almost unheard of for ministry employees to offer their recommendation to anyone outside of their immediate family. She paused for emphasis. Although I'm sure your positive influence on the youngest Mr. Weasley helped you gain favor with his parents. I have only ever recommended 2 other Gryffindor students for this opportunity, and I cannot recommend 2 students at a time for this privilege. I hope you both appreciate how fortunate you are. Both students nodded in understanding. I cannot emphasize this enough. McGonagall leaned forward, her expression serious. These time-turners must remain a secret from all of your acquaintances, and they must not be misused in any way. Furthermore, you must agree before I allow you to leave this room, you will never attempt to change time while using these devices. You have both done your research regarding the history of Eloise Mintumble. Yes, Professor, Harry and Hermione replied solemnly in unison. And you will ensure that you never allow your two selves to meet. The older woman fixed her stern gaze on the teenagers, making sure they understood the gravity of their responsibilities. Finally, to reiterate, you will never attempt to travel further than 5 hours back. Yes, Professor. Professor McGonagall relaxed a bit, allowing a small, proud smile to break through her otherwise stern demeanor. Congratulations to both of you. It has been quite a few years since Gryffindor House has had a student willing to take on all the available electives. In my memory, there has never been 2 at once. I'm sure you will both make me proud. Yes, Professor. Thank you, Professor, Hermione beamed, while Harry mumbled a similar response. Their head of house then clapped her hands twice. Well then, you had best be off. I understand the trouble with the Dementors slowed things down a bit, but dinner will have started. If you hurry, you might catch the end of the sorting. After repeating their thanks, Harry and Hermione rushed out of McGonagall's office toward the Great Hall. As they hurried, Hermione puffed out, "PSSST, Harry." "Yeah?" She snorted softly, and though Harry couldn't see it, he assumed she was rolling her eyes. Keeping his gaze on his feet as he clattered down the stairs, he heard her say, "Hey. Why didn't you tell me you were applying for all of the electives? Were you being all mysterious on purpose? Mr. Ienshaw, I'll see you in class sometime. We could have done all our pre-class readings together." Their robes flapped a little in their haste. Striding quickly, Harry didn't even pause to shrug. "Honestly? I wasn't sure if I'd get permission. My grades aren't usually as good as yours, you know, even if the teachers like my spell work. My potions grades are so abysmal, I thought McGonagall might tell me I wouldn't get in." Harry kept pacing on, while Hermione huffed and sighed, struggling to catch her breath. "I still think you should complain about Professor Snape. The whole class knows he doesn't like you. I honestly don't mind it that much. It feels familiar." Hermione snorted. "Professor Snape bullying you and encouraging the Slytherins to take potshots at you feels familiar?" "Sure," Harry replied. "If Snape started treating me rationally, I'd think he was planning something." "Professor Snape, Harry. It affects us all, you know. All of Gryffindor loses those points together." Harry focused on making his way down the stairs. "And I'll get them back for you all in the other classes and Quidditch." Hermione strode off the bottom step. "If you're not going to complain, I won't bring it up myself. But back to this year, shall I make us a joint study schedule? Do you have a planner? Did you buy all the textbooks?" Harry slowed down as they approached the doors to the Great Hall. "Probably not, yes, and yes. Although we might need to double up on some of the library books for homework later on. Hang on, let's catch our breath, and we can sneak in quietly." After a moment, Harry stepped up and opened the door to the Great Hall just a crack. Hermione leaned around him to catch a glimpse of the sorting from behind the doors. The light in the vast room was brilliant, hundreds of candles flickered, guttered, and blossomed under the enchanted ceiling. Almost all the students were already seated at the full long tables lining the room. "Williams, Lucretia," Professor Flitwick called, promptly sorting her into Hufflepuff. Just in time, Harry whispered to Hermione, feeling a bit distressed to have missed the sorting song. He couldn't shake the feeling that it was a great barometer for how much he was changing time. "Go on in," Hermione hissed behind him, and the door shut quietly as they stepped noiselessly into the room. Wolf, Thaddeus, was sorted into Ravenclaw, and by the time Harry and Hermione had snuck into the seat saved by Neville and Ron, Yarwood, Corbin, settled himself into Hufflepuff. "What's going on with you two?" Ron muttered as Harry adjusted his robes. But Harry's response was cut short when Professor Dumbledore stood up to speak. "Welcome," the headmaster beamed, and Harry thought he looked magnificent with the candlelight flickering over his long silver beard. However, Harry's enthusiasm waned as Dumbledore explained that the Dementors of Azkaban would be stationed around Hogwarts for the entire year, or until the notorious criminal, Sirius Black, was recaptured, whichever came first. Percy Weasley, the new head boy, looked both proud and a bit terrified by the responsibility of keeping the younger, more reckless students in line. Harry reflected on how his perspective had shifted. The last time around, Percy had seemed like an arrogant prat, swollen with authority. But now, with his own experience, Harry could see beyond the surface and sense the pressure Percy was under. He wondered if the rest of the Weasley family understood him as well. Did Bill and Charlie see Percy as a heartless, ambitious fool like Ron and the twins did? Harry's mood lightened as the new staff members were introduced. He noticed a small group of second-year Hufflepuffs clapping particularly hard as Lupin stood to take a small bow. Harry guessed they had shared a compartment on the train ride. He clapped politely, hoping to avoid drawing too much attention to himself. But when Hagrid was introduced, Harry and his fellow Gryffindors erupted in loud applause, clapping and stamping their feet. Poor Hagrid stared at the table, his face flushed, wearing a wide, self-conscious grin. The meal flew by in a blur, leaving Harry unable to recall anything he ate. It had been a long day full of surprises, and all he wanted now was to return to his dormitory and check on Sirius in his compartment. He hoped Crookshanks wouldn't be too grumpy with him. Harry sighed, remembering that he had been apparad earlier that day. He hoped the Hogwarts house elves hadn't magically transported his trunks to the bedrooms yet. If they had, Crookshanks would be absolutely furious. Making excuses to his friends, Harry tucked away some warm food and got the password from Percy so he could sneak back to the Gryffindor Tower early. To Harry's immense relief, Sirius hadn't noticed anything unusual throughout the day, except for a strange shaking that he attributed to a Muggle truck rattling by outside the building. Creature had delivered lunch without any issues, and Sirius was wondering if he could borrow some of Harry's old books. Crookshanks seemed a bit more suspicious of Harry, especially when he caught sight of Harry's guilty expression, but he was soon appeased by the delicious insides of a lovely mince pie. The three of them chatted for a while, just as they often did at Grimmauld Place, until Harry made his apologies and prepared to leave. "Did you want to practice the Fideus once more before you head off?" Sirius asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "Just once then," Harry agreed, almost managing to cast the charm on the featherquill before it failed on the 6th attempt. "You're improving," Sirius noted mildly as Harry scowled once again. "A few days ago, you could barely manage 3, and you even had a bit of resonance going there for a while," Sirius added. Harry ran a hand through his hair. "Yeah, well, you're being kind. I had hoped I would be able to do it by now. It's been over a week, you know." Sirius scoffed. "Pup, if the Fideus was easy enough to learn in a week, don't you think every wizarding home in Britain would have used it during the war? Trust me when I say you're doing bloody well." Eventually, Harry climbed into bed, slipping behind the canopy of his bed curtains without any of his dorm mates being the wiser. Crookshanks had followed Harry out and promptly claimed his pillow as the perfect resting spot. "Oi!" Harry protested, but Crookshanks simply turned to glare at him. Feeling guilty, Harry let the Kneazle have his way, tucking the sheets up to his neck and drifting off to sleep on the mattress. He had made it through the day, and Crookshanks had done an excellent job of distracting Sirius from the move. As sleep overtook him, Harry found himself contemplating the day's events, but soon he was out like a light. The next day dawned brighter and earlier than anyone in Gryffindor Tower would have liked. Naturally, Harry woke up early and began his occlumency training while his dorm mates slowly roused themselves. As the sounds of panic and frustration began to seep through the curtains, Harry emerged from his meditative trance. "What's wrong?" he called out, pulling back the bed hangings to let a generous stream of light in. "Nev? Is that you?" "Morning, Harry," Neville replied, his voice gentle. "Sorry if I woke you. I just realized I left Trevor at home. Do you think Gran would send him to me via our post if I asked?" "Oh, probably not," Harry admitted. I don't think it would be safe for anyone involved." At that moment, Ron burst out laughing. "You left your pet at home? How could you manage that?" "I'd never, oh." Harry turned his gaze to Ron just as Neville spoke in a patient tone. "Well, what did you forget, Ron?" Harry had a strong suspicion about what Ron had forgotten, given the redhead's pale face and beaded forehead. "My wand." Ron squeaked. "I might have left it in the car." The chaotic sounds in the dormitory came to an abrupt halt as all the boys turned to stare at Ron in astonishment. Seamus dropped the sock he was holding, and Dean's suitcase lid suddenly fell on his head. "Your wand?" Neville confirmed. "You definitely haven't put it anywhere else. Did you leave it in a safe place and just forget about it?" "Nah," Ron groaned. "I was playing with it in the car, so Mum made me put it down. She said she'd ask McGonagall to be stricter with me this year. But then Fred grabbed it and said he'd look after it, and I caught him dropping it into the boot. I don't think anyone got it back out." To Crookshank's sleepy disgust, Harry climbed out of bed. "Well, why don't you check with your brothers first? Then you can write a letter to your mum if it turns out you're right. Fortunately, we have divination and care of magical creatures today, and you won't need your wand for that. I'll share mine with you during Transfiguration if you're desperate." "Mate," Ron said bleakly. "You would?" Harry remembered the unwritten rules about wand sharing, or rather, not sharing, that he and Hermione had learned last year. But it was too late, he had offered, and besides, Ron was still one of his best friends, despite everything. "Mate, that's really good of you. I'll go now, I think. I might have to. I'll let you know if I need to take you up on that." The day continued for Harry in a similar tone, although it went significantly better for him than it did for poor Ron, who had to leave breakfast early to urgently hail home to his mother. It felt both familiar and refreshingly new as he paced the corridors toward the North Tower. Harry led his friends to their regular small table in the divination room, forgetting to ask if they had their own preferences. He paused, halfway into one of the little chintz seats, and shot a mildly embarrassed look at Hermione, Ron, and Neville to see if they minded. No one even met his eyes, busy as they were settling down just as he had, while the classroom filled up behind them. Harry experienced a minor moment of dissonance when he realized his friends were perfectly happy to follow his lead. Last timeline, he thought, decisions were more of a group effort. Had he done something to change that? His musings were interrupted when Neville sneezed from the heavy scent of incense that lingered in the room, and Ron muttered something about the heat. From there, divination class unfolded pretty much as Harry had expected. It wasn't until Professor Trelawney once again predicted his early demise based on the grim in his teacup that Harry's thoughts snapped to attention, and he found himself oddly intrigued by tessemancy and divination in general. "What do you think, Hermione?" Harry asked quietly, leaning toward her poof after Trelawney had moved on. Hermione sniffed, clearly unimpressed. "Early days yet," she replied, "but the teacher seems a bit woolly to me. I mean, beaded tassels on shawls and scarves?" "Please?" Ron chimed in, a bit louder than he probably intended. "I dunno, though. She got it right that Neville would break the teacup, didn't she?" To Harry's amusement, Hermione shifted awkwardly in her seat. "Well," she shot an apologetic look at Neville. "Neville has a bit of a reputation around the castle. He did sneeze almost as soon as he came in." Neville blushed at the comment. Keeping his thoughts to himself, Harry was still convinced that perhaps there was more to the class than he had initially thought. The falcon, the club, the skull, the grim, he realized he had seen all four signs in his teacup before, hadn't he? Maybe, just maybe, this was worth exploring further. He made a mental note to look up some decent library books on the subject and rejoined the conversation. Feeling quite pleased with himself as they left the classroom, Harry was caught off guard when Hermione walked up to his shoulder and asked how he had managed to sneak off between classes for a turn back without anyone noticing. "You don't even look worried about it," she marveled, and Harry felt a swell of pride at his poker face as he managed to keep his composure. Harry forced a calm smile at her. "It was part of my plan," he said, though his mind was already racing. trapped in a relentless loop of thoughts. 5 minutes later, he excused himself to go to the bathroom. As he turned back toward 9 o'clock, he felt his stomach rumble with hunger, prompting him to dash into the Muggle studies room just before class began. At the front of the room stood a young, blondish woman, smiling kindly as Harry slipped into a seat next to Hermione. "Welcome, everyone, to a new year at Hogwarts," the young-looking witch said brightly. "It's wonderful to see so many students interested in Muggle studies, and I'm sure we'll all work well together and enjoy our year." Harry glanced around at his classmates. He recognized a few third-year Gryffindors he didn't know very well, along with a large number of Hufflepuffs scattered around the room. It seemed popular enough as an elective to require at least 2 classes, he thought. "I'm Charity Burbage, head of faculty," the friendly professor continued. "I'm delighted to welcome you all to what I personally believe is the most practical elective course Hogwarts has to offer. I'm sure we all come to this subject with a wide variety of knowledge, so I hope my plans for the year will include something for everyone." She beamed at Hermione, a prominent Muggle-born student, before turning her gaze to Ernie Macmillan, an outspoken pureblood. "I believe the best way to include all of you in my classes is to follow a comparative lesson structure. So, we'll begin as I mean to go on, starting with a question that most of you should know. All right, class, quills down for a moment, please. Who can tell me what wizards use to clean their teeth?" Several uninterested hands slowly rose, and the still smiling Burbage selected someone from the back row. "Please, Mr. Carter." "The common household teeth cleaning spell," a laid-back Hufflepuff replied. "Sometimes known as the spit and shine," Burbage said with a smile. "Correct. Take 2 points. Any other suggestions?" All the hands dropped, the correct answer already given. Slowly, Harry raised his hand. "Although it's not its original purpose, I've seen the scouring charm used for cleaning." 2 points to Gryffindor, the cheerful professor responded. "Someone was using some naughty words, weren't they? The scouring charm is often used as a punishment. It can be unpleasant, but it's otherwise harmless." She clapped her hands together. "Now, what do young wizards do before they get access to their wands? Come on, people, we'll get to my point in a minute." A few hands were raised again, and Harry learned about trainer twigs, those occasionally charmed toothpick-like items that help ensure dental hygiene for squids and young children. "Wonderful answers, everyone," Professor Burbage exclaimed with enthusiasm. "But now, consider this, what if you were born a Muggle? Not only can you not cast your own spells, but you don't even know that magic exists. How do you ensure that your teeth don't rot in your mouth? What have Muggles come up with?" Harry glanced at the dentist's daughter sitting beside him. She might have missed this class, he thought, but to his surprise, she was making extensive notes on a dedicated piece of parchment. The obvious answers started to come in. "Wonderful, wonderful." Professor Burbage clapped her hands cheerfully. "Now do you see how we'll approach this course? There's a common misconception that Muggles are slower, stupider, and less clever than the average witch or wizard. But what you're actually witnessing when they take time to complete simple tasks is the undeniable fact that their tasks are infinitely harder. They cannot use magic in any form. In this course, we will cover a variety of everyday activities and compare the wizarding methods to the mundane Muggle means. Throughout this first year, we will focus on daily objectives: cooking, cleaning, communicating, and traveling. We will explore how these tasks differ across Britain, depending on cost, location, and demand." Harry noticed Hermione nodding thoughtfully at the practical applications being discussed, and he found himself agreeing that it was a logical approach. "By the end of this year, all of you should be able to walk down any street in Britain and engage in small talk with a random Muggle," the professor said. "For those of you who will continue with the course, next year we'll introduce you to how Muggles work and play. Your OWL year will allow you to explore the basics of Muggle sports, games, and industries. I'm sure you'll be amazed at the creative solutions Muggles have devised to accomplish simple tasks that we witches and wizards can handle with just a flick of our wands. Now, let's return to the topic of toothbrushes." When the class ended, Harry was surprised to realize how much he had enjoyed the lesson, despite its seemingly mundane subject. As Hermione shot him a strange look and hurried off, Harry contemplated whether the repetition of familiar classes had dulled his mind. Muggle Studies was different. It was fresh. It was new. He ducked into a nearby secret passage to flip his time turner twice, returning to just before 9 o'clock in the morning. The first period wasn't a full hour, so he found himself with a frustrating half hour until his next class began. His stomach still felt as though he had missed lunch, while his earlier self remained in the Great Hall having breakfast, which left Harry feeling particularly annoyed. Then he remembered the kitchens and slipped under his invisibility cloak for a quick snack before heading up to the 6th floor. Arriving in the classroom with plenty of time to spare, he found it surprisingly filled with Ravenclaws and Hermione, all waiting for the professor to arrive. Harry slid into the seat next to Hermione and glanced curiously around the room. Unlike Professor Lupin's professional clutter or Snape's atmospheric flasks and flagons, Professor Vector maintained a very sparse environment. The walls were. The room was generally bare, except for a complicated chart filled with intersecting circles hanging just behind the teacher's desk, and a large, clean blackboard that occupied the rest of that wall. Harry recalled the rumors about the teacher being strict as he carefully set up his desk with the new supplies he had purchased from the Hogwarts arithmancy equipment list. Turning to Hermione, he asked, "What do you know about Professor Vector?" Hermione pulled herself from her deep thoughts and smiled at him absently. "Not much, I hate to admit. Percy told me a lot about the course itself, but Professor Vector is apparently relatively new to the school. I wonder if she taught elsewhere first or if Hogwarts is her first teaching position. I've heard she's strict, but I can't tell how much of that is rumor and how much is reliable information." "Well, what can you guess?" Harry prompted. Hermione considered for a moment. "If we're talking about probability, it seems likely that in order to teach arithmancy at Hogwarts, Professor Vector must have completed an apprenticeship in the subject somewhere in Europe. That usually takes at least 4 years, probably more, so she's likely at least 23. She probably has a professional network that recommended her for this position, not only from existing Hogwarts staff but also from other arithmetists in the field who likely think highly of her. If she hasn't achieved it yet, she's probably working towards her mastery while teaching, specializing in something related to spellwork or pure theory. 10 points to Gryffindor for pure logic." A cool, smooth voice from behind them surprised both Harry and Hermione. They turned to see a very attractive witch standing there in dark blue robes, gazing approvingly at Hermione. Hermione blushed prettily and murmured something, while Harry stared at the teacher in astonishment. She was young, definitely the youngest teacher he had seen. She couldn't possibly be older than 25. Long, dark brown hair cascaded down her back, tied neatly behind her. Harry noticed how Professor Vector's hair was pulled back tightly at the nape of her neck, possibly echoing Professor McGonagall's style. Her satiny caramel skin and dark lashes hinted at her Middle Eastern heritage, and he found himself wondering if she might be of mixed race. Her robes were simple and conservative, the excess fabric hanging straight down, yet they did little to conceal her slender figure and attractive curves. Harry felt his mouth go dry. How had he never noticed her before? This was unexpected. As the last of the Gryffindor students hurried into the classroom, Professor Vector, he reminded himself, called for attention. "Attention," she said, and half the class fell silent immediately. 5 points from Gryffindor, she continued after a brief pause, and the remaining students quieted down in shock. "I have high expectations for all of you, which is why I will allow no willfulness or laziness in my class. When I call for attention, I expect you to fall silent immediately and face me." Harry nodded thoughtfully. That seemed like a perfectly sensible expectation. "I expect you to be ready for the start of class before I call for your attention. However, since this is your first class with me, I will allow those of you who have not yet set up your workstation to retrieve your stationery now. I assume you have all brought an abacus and a slide rule to class with you. You have 1 minute. A faint murmur of frustration rippled through the students as a few of them scrambled to dig their quills and ink out of their bags. Harry felt a sense of smug satisfaction sitting next to Hermione in the front row, knowing his work table was already set up. He briefly wondered why the others hadn't done the same. Professor Vector's requirements seemed perfectly reasonable. After exactly 1 minute, Professor Vector once again called for attention. Attention! From now on, when I instruct you to complete simple administrative tasks like this, I expect there to be no talking. Chatty mouths make idle minds, and this course is one that will demand your full attention. Professor Vector took the roll efficiently before turning to the blackboard to continue her introduction. I am Professor Vector. I have over 6 years of experience in arithmancy under the Master Arithmancer Rigel Rosell. While I have a comprehensive understanding of the basics, I am specializing in theoretical mathematics as I work towards my own mastery. I expect to achieve this within the next 7 years. Hermione's eyes widened as she quickly scribbled something down on her parchment and underlined it 3 times. Professor Vector continued, "Congratulations on choosing this most rewarding of subjects. I find arithmancy to be one of the most applicable and useful elective courses Hogwarts offers. It's valuable in weather forecasting, more complex divinations, spell creation, spell detection and analysis, and, consequently, spell breaking, which you may be familiar with in the contexts of healing and curse breaking. It complements most other branches of magic, but when combined with ancient runes, it becomes essential for enchanting and warding. Those of you who are also taking runes will later learn to appreciate how arithmetic symbolism interacts with your magical and practical runecrafting intentions. However, this level of understanding is obviously beyond your current capabilities." She paused for a moment before continuing. "A mastery of arithmancy is also particularly significant for any tasks that require attention to geomancy, which is why herbologists, engineers, and architects find this subject worthwhile. Throughout this first year, we will cover the history and development of not only numbers but also a variety of numeral systems. We'll work with algebra, geometry, trigonometry, and calculus, though it surprises some students that we don't focus on statistics. Later, we will branch out into learning about rational and irrational numbers and transcendental numbers. I will also be available to those who wish to independently study theoretical mathematics if my specialty intrigues you." Harry shifted slightly in his chair and sat up straighter. "The cognitive demands for this course will be welcome, everyone. Ideally, you've all arrived in my class with well-developed logical minds. A strong memory will serve you well, but it won't lead you astray on its own. This first period will be dedicated to assessing your abilities in logic, memory, and mathematical experience, as I'm certain each of you comes with different strengths." With a graceful flick of her pale wand, Professor Vector tapped a stack of papers on her desk that Harry hadn't noticed before. Instantly, a single sheet flew out and landed in front of each student. "The test is ongoing. You will attempt as many questions as you can, skipping none. If you're unsure of an answer, show your workings and move on. Once you complete the first page, flip it over, and a new set of questions will appear. After finishing that page, return to your first page, and you'll find yet another set of questions generated for you. Please make sure your name is written in the top right-hand corner of the first page. There will be no homework tonight, but you may want to review any questions you're unsure about in your textbook. Are there any questions before we begin?" Harry felt a flicker of hope that his acclumancy skills might boost his test scores, given how much they had improved his memory. However, he lacked confidence in his math abilities. He hadn't reviewed his Muggle math in years. He swallowed hard as Professor Vector strode over to her desk and leaned against it. He picked up his quill and dipped it into the inkwell, determination rising within him. This was going to be a challenging class, but sweet Merlin, he was ready to work hard. "Begin," Professor Vector instructed in her cool, velvety voice. Harry took a deep breath and focused on his paper. He suspected Hermione would have the advantage in this class, but he was determined to give her a run for her money. Chapter 19, Time Never Waits. The entire period of arithmancy seemed to fly by, yet it also felt like it stretched on endlessly. Harry wasn't quite sure how well he had done on the test. He sat up to stretch, cracking his spine like someone awakening from a deep sleep. Oddly, Hermione didn't appear to share his uncertainty. His bushy-haired friend quickly gathered her stationery and disappeared as soon as class ended, presumably off to a class Harry had already attended. This left him with an hour to himself. She was always so organized and efficient, it left Harry feeling a bit confused. Maybe he should have put more thought into his schedule? But it was too late for that today. Instead, he slowly gathered his belongings and wandered out into the corridors. With a bit of time before his next class, he moved away from the arithmancy classroom. No need to block the door, after all. Yet, as he walked, his pace slowed, then paused, and finally stopped altogether. Harry stood at the edge of the corridor, observing a flurry of senior students hurrying up and down the stone passageways. He also noticed a few much smaller first years. Surely he had never been that small, he mused, rushing around the castle with an air of worry and panic. Hey, he realized with mild surprise, it was still the first day of classes. First years didn't know their way around yet. With no particular destination in mind, Harry stepped into an empty classroom and threw on his invisibility cloak. After all, there was no reason to be seen in two places at once. He carefully rejoined the bustling crowd. 10 minutes later, Harry found himself wandering thoughtfully down the 6th-floor corridor. Perhaps he should put more effort into planning his classes, or more specifically, figuring out how to get to them on time. Hermione seemed to be giving him strange looks, and her scheduling certainly appeared more efficient than his. But was efficiency really what he was after? He had a free period while everyone else was in a class he could squeeze in later. So, after meandering around the library, finding the castle busier than he expected, Harry decided to head to the room of requirement to study until lunchtime, alone. With classes in session, the corridors were mostly empty, allowing him to relax without the worry of bumping into anyone. He quickened his pace, feeling the cloak flapping loosely around his ankles. Even though he had plenty of time, the vastness of the castle made him want to save every minute he could. A sudden chill slipped inside his hood, cooling his neck as he hurried along. But then, he stumbled and fell to the ground with a clatter. Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve, Harry snarled, taking a moment to push himself up and dab gently at his nose. Great, he was bleeding again. Ugh. He had landed rather hard. It took only a moment for him to grab his wand and heal his nose before he took stock of his surroundings. To his surprise, his left leg was thigh-deep in what he had always assumed was solid stone. Ah. Harry glanced around, recognizing the corridor he had walked countless times. Goddamn," he muttered, relieved that no one had seen or heard his fall. The hot flush of embarrassment faded somewhat as he focused on his current predicament. Shifting his weight to his right leg, he cursed again. Somehow, the stone had solidified around him. He spent a solid 10 minutes trying to spell his way out of the mess. When he finally stood, he found himself muttering frustrated words under his breath. He had dealt with trick stairs and false doors over the years, but this particular issue was new and unwelcome. Maybe he was more tired than he realized. What had he been doing before this embarrassment, anyway? The room of requirement. Right, that's where he was headed. Staying out of sight seemed like an excellent idea right about now. Without a moment to lose, he set off again. The room of requirement was about the only place Harry could guarantee he wouldn't run into anyone. He limped inside, feeling the strain in his leg. Exhaustion washed over him. The castle wasn't exactly bright, with its medieval windows and thick stone walls, and the sun's position wasn't helping his internal clock at all. His body was insisting it was nearly dinner time, but he still had 6 hours to go. With a sigh, Harry pulled out his arithmancy textbook from the school bag he always carried and sank into a seat at the center of the room. How was he going to manage this year? If he were younger and more excitable, he would have thought this was an incredible adventure. The 13-year-old Harry would have probably used the time turner to annoy Malfoy and pull pranks that would ensure Snape always saw him as innocent. But the more mature, forward-thinking Harry could already sense that exhaustion was going to pile up quickly. He'd need to schedule in some extra sleep, perhaps an afternoon nap. But where would he go? Hermione would definitely catch him later and suggest they attend their classes together. And what about Sirius? Harry opened his textbook to the first chapter, trying to ignore the lingering pain in his leg. Sirius still believed that they were hiding out in the living room of Grimmauld Place. That might work for a while, but his godfather had perked up since Crookshanks had moved in, and sooner or later, he would start wanting to explore the old house. Frustrated with his swirling thoughts, Harry tugged hard at his hair and tried to push the distractions aside. His forehead creased as he focused on his studies. As his eye scanned the introductory page again, the dry, factual words barely registered. He had read the book before, of course, over the holidays, when he still had time and energy. Harry knew he needed to prepare for the manic year ahead. Even now, despite their familiarity, the tedious descriptions were a struggle to wade through. They felt technical, somewhat wordy, and overly theoretical. Yet, as his dry fingertips glided down the page and the gentle scratching of pages turning filled the otherwise silent room, Harry discovered a flicker of enjoyment. A thrill of interest washed over him. He sank into the peace and calm of a focused mind, relishing the challenge of wrestling with the new content. He was eager for knowledge, and he wondered if this was how Hermione felt all the time. After finishing the chapter, Harry attempted to review the parts of the earlier test that he could remember. Despite his good memory, he hadn't done as well as he had hoped. He felt a twinge of optimism that the attractive Professor Vector wouldn't hold his mistakes against him. Question 17 had been the first to trip him up, and he couldn't afford to dwell on that particular problem for too long. Recalling what he could, he nibbled the tip of his quill as he tried to rework the question. The first chapter of the book had been mildly helpful, but applying that knowledge was going to be the real challenge. Harry huffed softly as he bent his head over his parchment. He knew he couldn't indulge in this for long. There were many other things vying for his attention. First, though, he needed to tackle this grudge with his math. Sometime later, having resolved the most immediate arithmancy problems, Harry reflected once more on the state of his upcoming year. He had a lot to juggle. Even Hermione had felt stressed due to her excessive homework last time, and despite his best intentions and an extra 7 years, Harry had never managed his time as well as she did. Perhaps it was simply because she was more intelligent. She learned things faster and needed less time to study. He just couldn't keep up with her pace. Not to mention, Quidditch practice would start up any day now, taking even more time from his already packed schedule. Harry absently scratched a hand through his hair, kneading at his tight shoulders before sitting up straight. He stretched his back with a tension-releasing click. Ironically, the worst of his time management problems were ones he had created for himself. He had implied to Sirius that he would learn to become an animagus this year. He needed to master the Fidelius charm. He planned to use it as soon as Creature reported that the Ministry Watchers had left Grimmauld Place. Then he could sneak out, somehow evade the Dementors, and apparate over to Sirius's house to cast the charm. There were also his plans for the Dementors and Skeeter. He still needed to find Luna a club where she would be welcomed. Plus, there was the Defense Club he had mentioned to Cedric Diggory. Harry chewed on his thumb absent-mindedly, sliding further down into the uncomfortably upright seat. He scowled, thinking about the Dementors, and pulled up an empty piece of parchment to jot himself a note. Write a lawyer, complain about ministry control over Dementors on train, he scribbled. The dignified, somewhat intimidating man had left a good impression on Harry, and he wanted to make a solid effort to have the Dementors removed from the school. Although Harry knew it was a long shot, especially since Dumbledore had failed, he felt it was worth a try. His thoughts drifted. If all went well, Sirius, Remus, and Pettigrew would never have their little showdown by the Whomping Willow this year. After all, the Ministry would need a good reason not to bring the Dementors back to Hogwarts for 2 consecutive years. Harry bit back a curse as he realized he also needed to plan some time with Remus, trying to persuade him of Sirius's innocence. As soon as the rat had left Hogwarts, Harry wanted Sirius to go overseas for healing and rest. Ideally, Remus would go with him, but that was a challenge Harry would have to face. In the meantime, the Fidelius. Harry dropped his quill in shock, his fingertips trembling. With all his well-meaning plans, apparition, broom flying, studying, and strategizing, he had completely forgotten to send his wand to Hogwarts via Owl. He had brought it onto the Hogwarts Express himself. A thick sheen of sweat formed on his forehead. If his wand was now traceable, how could he possibly set up the Fidelius charm on a house in Muggle London? The Ministry would have a record of which spell he had used. "Dear Mr. Potter," the letter would read, "we have received intelligence that your wand performed a Fidelius charm at number 12, Grimmauld Place this evening at insert time. As you know, underage wizards are not permitted to perform spells outside of school." Harry's heart raced, pounding faster than it had since he faced the basilisk and managed his occlumency. He could hear the whooshing thud in his ears and felt the slight tunneling of vision that accompanied his stress. He swallowed hard, the lump in his throat rising painfully. But wait. There was a chance his wand was fine. Hadn't he apparat around the platform barrier? If the trace was on the express, then he was in trouble, but if students were tagged only when they walked through the wall? He would have to test his theory. Soon, he realized, he would need to sneak out past Hogsmeade, beyond the Dementors again, and into a non-magical residential area like Little Whinging. George had confirmed last year that the ministerial trace was confused by the presence of an adult wizard and high levels of ambient magic. But if Harry apparat somewhere and the trace was on him, how would he get back to Hogwarts? He scribbled a few ideas down on the same piece of parchment and then set it alight with a jab of his wand. It wouldn't do for anyone to discover it and learn what Harry had planned. It seemed what he needed first was a foolproof way. Harry tried to sneak around everyone. "Oh, of course," he suddenly muttered, slapping his forehead. "What I need is the map." He had his signed permission slip to Hogsmeade, but who could predict what the twins would offer this year? Fortunately for him, he had a marauder hidden in his trunk. He leaned back with a sigh, feeling he had taken the first step in his plan. Building his own map would take more of his valuable time, but with his invisibility cloak, his time turner, and his trunk, he had options. His thoughts trailed off as he took in the room around him. Wasn't this the room of requirement? It was enormous. Great streams of light poured in from the high windows, a stark contrast to the dark, medieval castle he had been complaining about earlier. Lush tapestries adorned the walls, their delicate details and bright colors illuminated by the sunlight and the occasional lantern, casting pools of light beneath them. The ceiling soared high above him, so high that he hadn't even noticed it before. Distant beams of polished wood rested far above his eye level. But what truly captivated Harry's attention, upon a second, more evaluative glance, were the tall, solid bookshelves, dozens of them, standing over 8 feet high, as if they could hold up the sky. He was seated at a small 2-seater study table, neatly tucked into an alcove right by the door. Yet, every other surface was covered in books, textbooks, encyclopedias, instruction manuals, and more. It looked just like a library. Harry rose to his feet in stunned wonder. What had he wished for when he entered the room? A good place to study? No, it was a good place to study everything. The room had far exceeded his imagination. Eagerly, he paced down the nearest bookshelf. Books on arithmancy caught his eye first. Then he moved to the runes section, followed by. Harry felt a mix of surprise and discomfort as he stumbled upon rows and rows of divination texts. Scrying for the uninitiated, he read aloud, intrigued yet wary. He noticed the title on one book spine, Seeing the Unseeable. Next to it was Divination for Dummies, followed by 101 Uncomfortable Truths about Divination and Tarot for the Talentless. What? Harry squeaked in disbelief. He flipped through the book with a skeptical curiosity. The pages felt thick, dry, and heavy against his fingertips, and he blinked uncomfortably as dark text stared back at him from a randomly open page. Apparently, not every wizard was a seer with a capital S, but everyone. Harry paused and reread the paragraph carefully. Everyone could use divination magic with the right preparation. Who knew? Harry felt his right eyebrow rise in shock, completely out of his control. How many years had he, studied might not be the right word, but how many years had he taken divination classes without ever knowing this? What else had Trelawney overlooked? What exactly was he supposed to learn during all those lessons? The room felt like a treasure trove, filling him with curiosity and excitement. What else could this place do? A small, pulsing rhythm began in the back of his neck, and Harry noticed that his heart rate had picked up, this time from excitement, not panic. His eyelids blinked rapidly as his feverish gaze darted around, taking in the incredible view. He wondered, with growing excitement, if he could hide Sirius in here. But then he reconsidered. When Sirius decided to leave Harry's trunk, either this strange library or Harry's dorm would feel mostly the same. Sirius would realize immediately that Harry had lied to him, find his way out into a part of the castle he recognized, and go crazy trying to hunt down the rat. But that didn't mean the room was useless to Harry. He nibbled his lip thoughtfully while his mind raced. There was an idea brewing, something clever was just around the corner. Neville had made the most of it, Harry recalled, during that terrible year when the Death Eaters ruled Hogwarts, and Dumbledore's army and the Resistance had. They had been forced out of their dorms, and time had slipped away without a chance to chat. With Voldemort at the gates and Resistance fighters pouring in, the Horcrux hunt was nearing its end. Harry paused for a moment, digging deep into his mind for every detail he could recall. His occlumency was impressive, he noted absent-mindedly. His memories were so vivid now. He and Neville had barely mentioned the room at all. But someone had said, "You've got to ask it for exactly what you need, close the loopholes." That had been Seamus. Exactly what he needed. For a glorious moment, Harry envisioned a network of passages, secret pathways behind every portrait to help him navigate the school. But then he remembered that someone always had to stay in the room, Harry looked around him again, this time with a critical eye. The library was certainly large, much larger than number for Privet Drive. And the room could expand, he recalled. The room of hidden things dwarfed this library. Could it recreate Grimmauld Place? A few seconds later, Harry stood outside the room again, his heart pounding and his stomach clenching. This could be the single biggest discovery of his year if it worked. He paced back and forth in the hallway, his mind focused. Grimmauld Place, secret passages, a place to hide Sirius. He stopped in front of the wall, looking up. Suddenly, a small door appeared in the stone wall. It was made of rough, dark wood, deeply inset in a stern-looking stone frame. Harry reached out with one hand, nearly trembling. The door felt cold and rough against his skin. With a gentle push, he opened it, filled with anticipation. A cavernous darkness lay before him, and Harry blinked in the sudden gloom. As he stepped under the doorframe, he had to cast a lumos to see further into the tunnel. The stone floor stretched out beneath his feet, the walls pressed in closely, and the ceiling loomed low above him. There was no source of light visible from within the room. Harry took 2 cautious steps forward. When the door clicked shut behind him, he found himself enveloped in darkness, with only the faint glow from the tip of his wand to guide him. Feeling slightly disoriented, he continued to move through the dimness, the sound of his heels clicking on the bare stone echoing around him. It felt eerie, he had to admit, but not as unsettling as some places he had been. Suddenly, the corridor twisted around a corner, and Harry instinctively quickened his pace. Out of the shadows, a tall lamppost emerged, its light flickering dimly through the dirty, soot-covered glass. As he hurried forward, the atmosphere around him began to lighten. The narrow passageway abruptly opened up, and Harry found himself standing in a vast underground cavern. He raised his wand, its small beam growing brighter as he did so, and peered into the inky blackness above, but no ceiling was visible. The only thing illuminating the space was that solitary lamppost, casting a weak glow back at him. Despite the absence of trees, Harry felt a strange sense of familiarity wash over him. Something about a wardrobe tugged at his memory. Hermione had mentioned a book once, referring to it as a classic. He moved silently toward the base of the lamppost. As he approached, its true height became evident. But instead of gazing up at the light, Harry's attention was drawn to a smudge in its shadow. Was that a direction post? Road signs? Street labels? A small wooden post was embedded in the stone, adorned with hundreds of arrows, each marked with different names. Gryffindor Tower, Library, Transfiguration, Ancient Ruins, Greenhouse 3, these were destinations he recognized at a glance. Harry lifted his arm, his wand casting a brighter light, and he noticed through the gloom a network of dark passages branching off in all directions. He glanced back at the signpost and, finally, near the bottom, he spotted the label he had been searching for. R.O.R. Grimmauld Place. Harry hurried down the secret passage, his footsteps echoing softly in the quiet. After just a few minutes, he reached a door in the corridor. It was old, dark brown, and the doorknob had an unsettling, almost sinister appearance. Nevertheless, he opened it without hesitation, then paused. Before him lay the hallway of Grimmauld Place. The musty curtains that concealed Sirius Mother hung ahead, and to his left stood the hat stand that Tonks despised. The familiar scent of dust filled the air, a reminder that he and Creature had yet to make much progress with the cleaning. However, the room was brighter, illuminated by sunlight streaming in, a stark contrast to the dark stone corridor he had just come from. It would have been easy to stand in awe and explore the entire house, but suddenly, Harry remembered the time. A quick glance at his watch sent him retreating in haste. He dashed toward the entrance hall, jogging rapidly to the first floor. 5 minutes later, he emerged, slightly out of breath. Just as he did, a broom cupboard he hadn't noticed before swung shut behind him. If luck was on his side, no one had seen him slip in. As he entered the great hall for lunch, he spotted his friends just stepping inside. He jogged over to join them, but lunch seemed to drag on painfully slowly. He was bursting to share his good news, yet he couldn't say a word. The food tasted fine, nothing out of the ordinary, but Hermione kept sending him significant looks from across the table, which only distracted him further. She was in the middle of a complaint about divination to Ron and Neville. Harry was surprised until he realized that their first period had been much more recent than his, and the news of his predicted demise was still fresh for them. Meanwhile, his mind raced with an ever-growing to-do list: Sirius, the Fidelius charm, arithmancy, runes, the Dementor problem. His forehead creased as he considered it all: divination, becoming an animagus, Quidditch. What should he focus on first? Dementors, Harry exclaimed suddenly, causing Neville to snort juice out of his nose. You think you'll be killed by Dementors? No, Harry said, quickly backtracking. Wait, maybe? It doesn't seem unlikely now that I think about it. What is the Ministry thinking, having those things in a school anyway? Ron patted Harry on the back, looking sympathetic. We'd take good care of you, mate, if that happens. Fudge would definitely be fired if they sucked your soul out. Technically, he wouldn't be dead, Hermione interjected with a frown. It was hard for Harry to tell whether her irritation was directed at the presence of the Dementors, divination, or Ron's lack of empathy. His body would still be functioning. He just wouldn't be in there. But I'm sure you'll be fine, Harry, she added quickly. That professor seemed very woolly to me. But the Dementors, though, Neville chimed in, still mopping up his juice. Gran says they're not really under anyone's control. The group exchanged quick glances in Harry's direction. He had mentioned the same thing on the Hogwarts Express. Neville continued, they're supposed to eat happy memories and drive people mad in the end. Do you think the greenhouses are safe? Why not? Ron asked, oblivious to the concern. Dumbledore said they weren't allowed in the castle now, didn't he? But the greenhouses aren't in the castle, Ron, Hermione pointed out. Plus, they're closer to the forest. You might want to avoid going there, Neville, unless you go with a teacher. Neville shivered. You reckon the effects of the Dementors could be felt from down there? Harry sighed. In a few days, we'll all notice the effects of the Dementors from up here. It's a terrible idea. I just don't know what the Ministry is thinking. Harry? Hermione frowned at him again for his language but let herself get distracted. They are here to protect us. Harry nodded significantly. But you saw them on the train. Did they look protective to you? If that professor or prefect hadn't made that Patronus, they probably would have kissed one of the students already. His friend shuffled uncertainly before Hermione leaned in. Harry, are you going to do something about them again? Look, I told you before. I mean like with Lockhart. Are you going to write to your reporter friend, Skeeter? Harry replied, surprised. I hadn't thought of that. You're right. She loves a good scandal, maybe that could help. The bushy-haired girl glanced down at her plate, frowning in concentration. You'll have to do it today, I think. If you wait too long, it won't be breaking news anymore, and the article won't make it into tomorrow's paper unless you send it out before evening. Right, Harry nodded. I'll add that to my schedule. Moving on. Lunch wrapped up soon after, and the group wandered down to their afternoon classes in a tight huddle, the Dementors hovering too close for comfort, just within sight of Hagrid's hut. Hagrid's first class went better than Harry expected, despite forgetting to tell anyone how to open the Monster Book of Monsters. Good yeah, Harry, Hagrid beamed, as all his classmates revealed their textbooks bound up with belts, ropes, and speller-tape. 5 points. Oh, sorry, Harry apologized, scratching his neck. I thought it was obvious. Sorry, guys, you just... He reached out to borrow Hermione's armload, the furious volume somehow growling in her arms. Stroked down the spine. He lightly ran his finger down the leather spine, and the heavy book shivered slightly and relaxed. Tearing off the speller tape, it fell open obediently, and the disbelieving classmates followed suit. Harry's 10-galleon bet with Malfoy, which he managed shortly after, seemed to have headed off the worst of the Slytherin behavior, and soon the entire class was bowing nervously in front of a herd of hippogriffs. Harry earned another 10 points for volunteering to bow to one first, but Malfoy also. Harry volunteered, stepping back as the blonde-haired Slytherin successfully impressed Buckbeak. After all, they were betting on who would earn the best grades in class. Harry felt a small surge of satisfaction when Malfoy hastily declined the offer to climb onto Buckbeak's back and fly. When the day came to an end for his friends, Harry made his excuses, claiming a headache and exhaustion, both true. He took a moment for himself, turning back 3 hours. While his friends were at lunch, he crept up to the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, hidden under his invisibility cloak, to retrieve his trunk. Want to see? He whispered to Crookshanks as he slipped out of the dormitory. The critical but curious cat nosed up to Harry's disembodied head before rearing back and resting his considerable weight against Harry's invisible torso. Up you get, then, Harry encouraged. With a little guidance, the half-Kneasel surged up to drape himself across Harry's shoulders. Harry pulled up his hood, reassuring Crookshanks that there would be no apparition on this trip. Honest, he repeated, feeling the Kneasel's claws prick his neckline as a reminder. Have I ever lied to you before? Once Harry, his feline passenger, and his luggage were sorted and invisible, the little procession shuffled as quietly as they could out of Gryffindor Tower, making their way towards the 7th-floor hallway and into the room of requirement. The fat lady gasped in surprise as the portrait swung open and closed with no one visible on either side. Ignoring her, Harry continued until he stood in the corridor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Creature, Harry called, excitement bubbling at the thought of his loyal house elf's arrival. Creature? He tried again. After a few more moments of waiting, he called out, Creature, can you come here please? Harry settled in, leaning comfortably against the wall. Harry walked down the corridor, enjoying a pleasant chat with Crookshanks about life in the castle. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the hallway. Creature, the small house elf, came barreling toward him, his eyebrows furrowed, ears flapping against his scalp, and his skin flushed bright red. He skidded to a halt a few feet away from Harry, doubling over as if he had just run a marathon. Creature? Were you busy? Harry asked. Creature is not moving around the castle so quickly, the old house elf scowled in Harry's direction. Creature is running up from the kitchens. Creature is doing his best. Harry slapped his forehead, a sigh escaping his lips. I'm so sorry. There's so much I keep forgetting to deal with. But I thought house elves could apparate within Hogwarts. I've seen someone do it before. Only for house elves who belong here, Creature explained. Young Master Potter is foolish, but not bad for a wizard overall. Creature is making up for it. Thanks, Harry replied, feeling a bit guilty. A moment of silence followed, broken only by the sound of Creature's heavy breathing. "I'm moving, Sirius," Harry hastened to explain. "You're both welcome to explore at your own pace, but I thought I should show you around. This," he waved his hand grandly, "is one of the entrances to where I'm going to keep Sirius." As he walked in front of the wall, a small old door emerged from the stone. Come in," Harry smiled, leading his little team into the darkness until they reached a single glowing lantern and a signpost. "From here," Harry proudly introduced, "there should be a network of secret passages leading all around the castle. Perhaps you'll save some time next time." He nodded toward Creature, then took a few steps down a narrow pathway and turned a corner. "And over here is a to-scale replication of the house in Grimmauld Place, if I remember it correctly." Harry quickly ushered both Crookshanks and Creature inside, allowing them to explore the house with curiosity. "Back out there," Harry leaned out the front door and waved into the darkness, "are plenty of shortcuts that will help you navigate around Hogwarts, as long as someone stays in the room to maintain its form. This is the Room of Requirement, sometimes known as the Come-and-Go Room. Its only limits seem to be those of imagination." Crookshanks leaped off Harry's shoulders, eager to investigate the strangely familiar entrance. Harry smiled, noticing Crookshanks's grumpy expression, which suggested he was less than impressed. However, Creature acknowledged that Harry might have actually done something good. "The room will stay like this as long as someone is inside it," Harry continued. "I thought it would be perfect to hide Sirius. If, when he decides to leave the compartment, the house should look normal and give us more time to figure things out. The windows should show scenes of London, so you're both welcome to hang out here or come and go as you please. You can reach this place using the shortcuts." He gestured toward the door. "They lead everywhere in the castle, though I only found one that goes into Hogsmeade itself. The entrances require passwords to keep all sorts of students from wandering in." Creature stared at him. "I made the password. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," Harry said. Crookshanks meowed in response. Harry added, "Except for you. I'm pretty sure you can just do your thing and come in. Measles are supposed to be good at wards and such, right? I had both of you in mind when I imagined the room, so there shouldn't be a problem." "Well done, young master," Creature croaked. "Perhaps your mad plan is working out after all. Creature is learning the passages, bringing food, and making sure that naughty Master Sirius is eating and sleeping enough. Just like he should be doing next." Harry let himself be persuaded to eat more food, and the three of them settled in. Harry and his friends went to feed Sirius, who was once again waking up at midday. Although the Fidelius charm remained a frustrating obstacle and the new moon was still a ways off, Sirius roared with laughter when Harry mentioned wanting a map. The afternoon passed productively. Harry accomplished more in this single day than he had originally thought possible. He quickly finished his little bit of homework, made sure Sirius was settled, and got a good start on the map. Harry even had time to refresh his memory in the pensive about the other challenges he might face over the month. Finally, just after 4, he excused himself. "I need to go and post a letter," Harry said as he stood up to leave the trunk. He stumbled slightly as he rose. "I might sleep again," Sirius grinned, waving Harry out. "Maybe you should too. You have dark circles, did you know? But come back tomorrow." "Of course," Harry replied with a sniff. "What were you expecting?" "The Hogwarts Express." "Well, school will be back before you know it," Sirius offered. Harry saluted his godfather as he climbed up the stairs of the luggage. "We can think about tracking down the traitor when school starts again," Sirius called up from below. Harry responded with something vague and encouraging as he left, hoping his godfather couldn't sense the lies. Up in the owlery, he penned a letter to Skeeter. She still didn't know who he was, just an anonymous student at Hogwarts with his fingers in every politically scandalous pie. He hoped he had the tone just right to catch her attention and that of her poison pen, but he really lacked the focus for a 7th draft. He had been awake for many, many hours. "Bed," Harry mumbled as he came down from the owlery. "Sorry." "Excuse me," he apologized to a doorframe as he walked headfirst into it. He could have sworn it had just jumped in front of him. "Mind your face," he muttered, feeling like he was making no sense as he stumbled into his dormitory. Ron and Neville were playing something loud. The room was filled with noise as Ron and Neville played a loud game with Seamus and Dean, while Hermione was nowhere to be seen. As Harry stumbled up the staircase, he growled, "Get off me," while wrestling with the bed hangings. "The thing he wasn't," he began, but he never finished his thought. Sleep overtook him like a thief in the night, and he sank into the mattress like a rag doll, utterly exhausted after a very long day. Chapter 20: Snatching the Sands of Time. The next morning arrived with a stroke of good luck that Harry felt he truly deserved. After the exhausting ordeal of his first day time-turning, he slept right through his usual alarm. Fortunately, a scuffle between Seamus and Ron woke him just in time. It wasn't the noise that stirred him. His curtains had been enchanted to silence disturbances, a precaution he'd taken since the onset of his nightmares. Instead, someone had stumbled into his bed curtains and collided with them hard enough to jolt Harry awake. That unexpected wake-up call was the only reason he made it to breakfast, albeit in a daze. He couldn't quite recall what he ate: dry toast, porridge, bacon, everything blurred together. Just as he was trying to gather his thoughts, the Daily Prophet arrived with his meal, and Harry truly fought to shake off his sleepiness. He blinked away the remnants of slumber, focusing on the paper in front of him. The headline leapt out at him in bold letters: "School or Slaughterhouse? Are our children safe?" A subheading proclaimed, "Dementors from Azkaban run wild on the Hogwarts Express." Harry pulled the paper closer, and soon Hermione leaned over his shoulder to read along, while Neville peeked over from the other side. He skimmed through the article, curious about how the story had developed. Innocent children, fresh from their homes, are irredeemably traumatized during their annual train ride to school on Wednesday, Skeeter had written. Instead of fond first impressions and cherished memories, students now cower, unprepared and unarmed, from the danger posed by the Ministry's most vicious combatants, living in fear for their very souls. "She's got a real flair for drama, doesn't she?" Hermione remarked. "It's not a bad start," Harry agreed. "Pass the marmalade, please," Ron said, interrupting their reading. Harry continued to scan the article, his curiosity piqued. On Wednesday afternoon, a horde of Dementors, typically the guards of the deepest parts of Azkaban, forced the Hogwarts Express to a halt and boarded the train with their soul-sucking hunger. They targeted the students, who lay trembling and unprotected. The creatures rampaged through the carriages, where one lone teacher and a motley array of prefects stood unprepared between the monsters and their terrified prey. Archibald Bertram, a 54-year-old from Devon, described the Dementors as ghastly monsters. Indescribably awful. He recounted how, during a brief stint near Azkaban as a delivery man in 1972, they made him wish he had never been born, that nothing in the world was worth living for, and that he'd be better off dead. Ministry officials, who agree that the presence of Dementors is something I'd only wish on the worst of wizards, the murderers, and madmen, have now announced that these creatures will remain on the grounds of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry continuously, UN. Till the dreaded criminal Sirius Black is recaptured. For more details on the search, refer to page 3. "Well, we can't risk the bastard getting near our kiddies," an unnamed aura proclaimed yesterday. "But who guards the Guardians?" An anonymous young child spoke to this reporter about his life-threatening experience. "It came for me with its cold air and its whispers," the student sobbed, tears welling in his eyes. "I saw its hand, grey, slimy, and diseased, when it reached up to pull down its hood. Under the hood, I can't, the poor child shivered, distraught. "The mouth. The hole. Like looking into, I can't say." This reporter hesitated to press the child for more, but the truth must come out. "It felt like all the happy thoughts in the world had just died," another unnamed student admitted. "Everything from my worst nightmares came to life," claimed a third. "I wanted to die." While the Ministry stubbornly resists calls for change, a thin strand of hope appears. "There was a giant silver animal," a young voice said, hinting at something more. A first-year Hufflepuff admitted, "It came down the train to tell us to lock our doors and stayed with us while we hid." An anonymous prefect chimed in, "One was near us too." This big creature with horns, radiating warmth, light, and hope. Then, when the Dementors got too close, it turned and charged, chasing them right out of the train. We last saw them flapping away in the distance when the train started up again. It was glorious. The mysterious Patronus, the only known defense against Dementors, has not yet been traced back to any witch or wizard on the train. The spell is notoriously complex to cast, but these saviors surely protected the student souls. No students or teachers have claimed responsibility for the dramatic rescue, and it is known that no auras or ministry personnel were present at the scene. Hope can be found even in the darkest of times, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore stated when asked about the incident. But we must take responsibility for what we do to ourselves. Parents and teachers are understandably furious and have urged the ministry to remove the Dementors from the school, but so far, Minister Fudge has refused. Harry Potter, the famous orphan known to be on the train, began the year hoping to overcome the betrayal and shock of Gilderoy Lockhart's criminal tendencies, alongside his classmates. Having struggled with the revelation of his trusted teacher's dark past, will this year allow him to regain his balance? Or will his darkest memories resurface, forcing him to wallow in betrayal? Will the next attack be a close call or a tragedy? Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge stated, "Well, we wouldn't want that." But what steps will the ministry take? We await news with bated breath. Harry swallowed his mouthful of toast with jam and looked up to meet his friend's curious eyes. "Not a bad article," he murmured, raising an eyebrow. "I did like the tone, and I don't know how she managed to get all those interviews with the other students. But maybe it'll prompt something at the ministry," Harry said. "HRM," Hermione hummed thoughtfully, while Neville tapped his finger on a particular sentence he had been fixated on. I can't, Neville quoted, raising an eyebrow. "The mouth? I can't say." This unnamed, shivering child wouldn't happen to be someone we know, would it, Harry? Harry shifted uncomfortably in his seat. "I have no idea what you're implying." "The poor kid seems traumatized, Neville." "You shouldn't laugh at his pain." "And what about the poor little Hufflepuff?" Neville asked. "Brave, weren't they?" Harry admired, taking a sip of his pumpkin juice. All the way from home for the first time, traumatized like they were, and still paying enough attention to describe the Patronus. "Aha," Neville nodded. "So, which part of this article did you contribute to in your letter?" "I can't quite recall. Just a strongly worded opinion." "Nothing dramatic at all, really," Harry replied, waving his hands dismissively. "More toast, Ron?" "I see," Neville said, leaning back as Ron accepted the toast platter. Ron looked at Harry, his mouth still full, and mumbled, "They've definitely mentioned your name, Harry. But you sound a bit of a plonker, if you ask me. If that's the reputation you were going for, why bother writing in?" Harry laughed and quickly changed the subject, distracting the others with questions about their timetable. However, their enthusiastic teasing faded as they headed into their first double potions class. After class, Hermione managed to corner Harry in the corridor as they walked to lunch. "What were the actual quotes you gave?" she demanded, her auburn hair frizzing with frustration. "Did a Hufflepuff really say that? Why didn't you admit that was your spell? Have you been lying, Harry?" "Of course not." Harry shot back, only to realize that, in fact, he had been. Harry thought for a moment, realizing just how much he had shared. "I wrote down how I felt and the kinds of things other students were saying." Skeeter just dramatized it all. "She always does that." Hermione tilted her head, humor dancing in her eyes. "So, you actually said that?" Harry cleared his throat. "My quotes? About how I was feeling?" Yes. I didn't think you saw its mouth." "Oh, yes," he admitted, his tone sincere. "That is definitely not a memory I will forget. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible." The memory of that day by the lake flooded back, with Hermione's Time Turner and the Horde. "I'd got a glimpse under the hood," he added quickly, "when it looked at me." She raised an eyebrow, skepticism written across her face. If you say so. By the way, Harry, why did we go to classes separately yesterday? Wouldn't it make so much more sense for you to turn back with me? I figured out the most time-efficient route. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Wow, Hermione. That's great. Really great. But I was thinking of using my time while turned back to catch up on some extra homework. My evenings would look more normal that way, you see. I think we should probably keep doing our own thing for now. She huffed in frustration. Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall made it clear that we should only turn back for classes. Harry shrugged. And? I'll use it for classes and homework related to classes during my spare moments. I'm not as efficient as you, you know. These things take me longer. What will you say if Professor McGonagall asks? You're still breaking the rules. I'd be happy to help whenever you need me, you know. Thanks, he replied, but just a little's mere time here and there should keep me moderately on track. She wants me to keep up with Quidditch too, remember? The electives aren't really wand classes. They're far more your specialty than mine. As he spoke, Hermione's expression softened. Her eyebrows relaxed, and friendly dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. Harry smiled. That's true. I don't want to take away time you need for studying. You often help Neville and Ron too. I suppose I won't tell Professor McGonagall then, if you're sure. He thought the conversation was over and turned to leave. But he wasn't surprised when he heard Hermione's quick, light footsteps pattering after him. She adjusted her pace to keep up with his strides. Speaking of which, Hermione huffed, matching Harry's rapid pace. I saw you cast the Chaos again in the common room yesterday. That's an OWL level spell, Harry. But you've been using it since first year, haven't you? Can you tell me how you learned it? Is there a trick to it? Does it need more power or precision? She huffed a little, her hair fluffing in the breeze from her own speed. Was it really the spell you used back on the train in first year? Can you take a look at mine later and tell me what I'm doing wrong? Sure, Harry agreed, and they fell into a contemplative silence. Their relationship had certainly changed since his first timeline. He still relied on her, of course, but now it seemed she relied on him too. The roles in their sibling-like bond had shifted, and he was still trying to figure it out. They headed off for lunchtime, followed by Remus's lesson with the boggart. To Harry's dismay, he was once again passed over for a chance to face the boggart. In hindsight, he wondered if his fear had changed. Could Dementors still be his greatest fear now that he could fight off a pack? Harry turned back for rooms, meeting Hermione inside the classroom. Harry, his friend called, waving him over with a smile. I saved you a seat. I hope you don't mind sitting in the front all the time. I didn't even ask for the other classes. Is this okay with you? Sure, Harry shrugged, not particularly fussed either way. But it doesn't seem like much of a choice this time around. How many desks do you count? Hermione glanced around the room, taking it all in. 12. It will be a small class, she said with a nod. I think there's another third-year class, Harry offered. For those who double-booked themselves this period. So, we're maybe half the students in our year. Hermione agreed with him mildly and began sharpening her quill nib, preparing to take notes. Soon, the other desks filled up with students. Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws occupied all the seats. Harry speculated that there might be more Slytherins and a few Gryffindors in the other class, if he was being generous. As the 5 minutes before class ticked away, he continued to survey the room. Unlike arithmancy, which had fresh, empty spaces, or Remus' room filled with containers and cages, the ancient rune's room had no knickknacks or collectibles. Instead, every inch of the walls was crammed with parchment, maps, alphabets, posters of codices, and numerous diagrams covered in notes. It felt like a room decorated by someone with a very busy mind. At least the lighting was good. Welcome, class, a voice called, drawing their attention to the front of the room. A female teacher stood there, looking a bit rumpled and rushed, with ink splatters on her tawny brown robe. We don't have much time, so I'll get straight to the point. This class introduces you to a number of ancient languages and the symbols they used for communication. This first year will start slowly, covering Elder Futhark in depth. Younger Futhark and Anglo-Saxon Futhark will be addressed in a purely comparative manner, along with the associated rune poems that explain each symbol and a brief history of the relevant cultures. These mnemonic poems will help you understand the meanings, symbolisms, and complexities of each character we'll cover this year. Additionally, we will comprehensively explore the myths and legends of these cultures, allowing you to begin to comprehend the intricacies, fluidity, and depth of meaning behind each rune. In addition to your required textbooks, which I hope you have already familiarized yourselves with, I want to recommend the Thesaurus, Linguarum Veterum Septentrionalium, 17th edition, for your further edification. Harry jolted as he picked up his quill and ink, realizing he had missed the perfect moment to start taking notes. He quickly scribbled down what he hoped was the correct spelling of the book the teacher had recommended. It sounded intriguing, and he was sure it would be worth flipping through. Next year, the teacher continued, barely pausing for breath, we will introduce the concepts of Proto-Germanic and Latin grammar, and explore how to create meanings using our key medium, Elder Futhark. You will begin translating short texts to enhance your understanding of meaning. She paused for a moment. Is there anyone in the class who speaks another Germanic language? Scots, German, Dutch, Yiddish. Harry looked around in astonishment as more than half the class raised their hands, the sound of rustling fabric filling the air. How many students at Hogwarts spoke 2 languages? Or perhaps even more. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione scowl and make another heavily indented note on her parchment. Hands down, please. You will find that knowledge of various Germanic languages will support you in your studies, the teacher continued, maintaining her pace while Harry scrambled to keep up with his notes. The year after, we will evaluate the effectiveness of each rune set for different purposes. Throughout this time, we will deepen your understanding of meaning and interpretation, working with a range of manuscripts, from meager to renowned, and the complexity of the texts will continue to grow. Your OWLS will occur around that time, so you must memorize all this foundational knowledge by then. Harry couldn't help but bite his tongue slightly as he frantically scribbled away. It sounded like they were focusing on foreign languages, not magic. Old foreign languages, at that. She continued, after exams, as a reward. For our good work, we will briefly explore the languages of Asia and Africa, Adinkra, for those of you who like to research ahead, and discover how they function differently from European systems. When you return from your study break, we'll continue working with our existing rune set, but we'll extend this to taking modern concepts and translating them back into other languages. In your 6th year, and only then, we'll begin exploring how magic relates to rune sets with ancient charms, not the spell work, but the amulets. This will involve including runes that were created specifically for magical communities, along with all the history that encompasses. You will start learning the art of crafting runes and will become familiar with different methods and mediums for carving them. We'll see examples of runework in practice and explore how they function in divination, warding, and enchanting, to name just a few. In preparation for your NEWT exams, and only in this year, you will also choose another system to study independently. Many choose to research a form of Egyptian scripts, of which hieroglyphs are only one option, though Anglo-Saxon runes and the younger Futhark alphabets are both more common and often more successful. Harry couldn't help himself. He accidentally jammed his quill nib too far into the parchment and cursed as the tip bent, ink smudging all over. He shook out his wrist as the teacher's rushing voice continued to wash over him. Tripping over her words in her haste to explain, she continued, in addition to self-directed learning in the alphabet of your choice, the last year of your schooling at Hogwarts will see you finally begin designing rune phrases with the intention of activating them for magic. You will be given phrases in the languages you should have learned and will not only translate them, but explain the logic behind them, troubleshoot, and improve upon them if necessary. By this stage, you should be a fluent translator of the scripts you've chosen and starting to apply them to the types of magic you feel they are best suited for. A heavy workload, but incredibly rewarding. The library collection is second to none. Our results in ancient runes contribute significantly to the international reputation of our school. Did I mention my name? Professor Babbling. Sue Lee, a Ravenclaw girl Harry didn't know well, waited for the professor's attention before asking, "So, just to confirm, we will learn 2 languages as part of this elective?" Professor Babbling hesitated. "You will learn the written systems of 2 languages fluently, and your working knowledge of the languages they express will range from basic to somewhere near fluent." Hermione looked up from her notebook, where she had been scribbling furiously, and forgot to raise her hand. "Which means it works out to be a little more than 2 languages, then." The teacher sighed. "The spoken languages will not be our focus for the course, but there will be a couple of languages you will become very familiar with, along with 1 or 2 more that you will learn to understand in terms of vocabulary, grammar, and syntax." A Hufflepuff boy Harry barely recognized, perhaps he had been in Flitwick's choir at one point, tentatively raised his hand. "Professor, that sounds like an awful lot of hard work." "Indeed," she replied with a thin smile. "We are always the smallest elective class, and we usually lose a few students at the end of each year." Harry glanced around at the 11 other faces in the room. If the whole cohort was twice this size, unlikely, given the Gryffindor's academic tolerances, and the subject lost 3 people at the end of each year, that would leave a very small number to sit for their NEWTS. The professor seemed to sense the mood in the room and gave a satisfied nod. "ROWL. Results are unremarkable, but those who stick with it until the NEWT exams do very, very well." Harry raised his eyebrows. He wasn't going to quit anyway. He had been eager for some new and interesting classes. But if he lived long enough for NEWTS, those facts were good to know. Time sped by in the classroom. A confusing blur that Harry never quite managed to grasp. He handled his homework with military precision, color-coded notes reflecting the knowledge he gained, contrasting sharply with the slightly subpar assignments he submitted for his more familiar classes. Harry didn't mind. He was essentially rewriting the homework he had created in the first timeline, but this time with edits. Hopefully, they would have better structure and neater handwriting. He knew Hermione would be furious if she ever found out, but it saved him a tremendous amount of time. Every day, he dropped by to visit Sirius for a few hours, which was beneficial for both the man's health and Harry's future plans. During defense against the dark arts, he hoped Remus would make some kind of move, meet his gaze, reveal his relationship to Harry's father, anything. However, nothing seemed to happen, not even when Harry carefully examined Remus' expressions during class. "Well," Harry shrugged, "it's not like I had much time to linger after classes anyway. Not even after that early lesson where he was forbidden to face his boggart." Crookshanks began to harass Wormtail, much to Harry's hidden delight and Ron's dismay. He eventually introduced Crookshanks to his dormmates and tried to remain calm while reprimanding the cat's behavior, which only fueled Ron's frustrated fury. The boys' dormitory became increasingly tense, and Wormtail seemed to lose weight. Quidditch practice started, and poor Percy Weasley, much to Harry's embarrassment, followed him to every practice. It took Harry a fortnight to extract from Percy that McGonagall had asked him to keep a close eye on Harry, circumstances being what they are. He felt pleased that he and Percy were already friends, with a working relationship, but also guilty that the new head boy had to spend so much time on him. Harry found himself shedding stationery like a sickly old cat shedding fur. It seemed that every other day, he would turn around to grab a new textbook or flip to another appendix before returning to his homework. Harry found himself frustrated. Quills were the worst, he decided. They seemed small and cheap, and he suspected he was leaving them everywhere. Parchment was disappearing too, though not as often. He credited that to keeping all his completed work in the moleskin pouch that hung around his neck. Exhaustion was beginning to set in, and he tried to keep an eye out for Hermione whenever he had a spare moment. In between classes, both new and old, Harry managed to send a couple more letters to Rita Skeeter, this time granting her permission to use his name and quotes in her sensationalist articles. Other parents were encouraged to contribute as well. The Potter Spotters section of the paper relentlessly covered what was being dubbed the trouble with Dementors. His letters to his lawyer had the Wizengamot and the Ministry similarly harassed. he and Luna visited the Charms Club, which was fascinating for Harry, but he quickly realized he no longer needed it. His spell work had surpassed what they were teaching. Anything new he wanted to learn could be found in books. Luna didn't seem particularly interested in the charms either. Harry wondered if growing up in a magical home meant that the more useful magic was taught at home. He cast a thoughtful glance at Luna as they walked out of the club, exchanging polite nods with Flitwick. Perhaps everything essential to a wizarding lifestyle was indeed taught at home. Maybe kids who grew up with magic simply didn't want to bother with unnecessary spell work. That realization made a surprising amount of sense, and he wondered why he had never thought of it before. They continued searching for a place where Luna could belong. He and Draco exchanged more furtive letters, neither of them quite willing to reveal their surprising friendship to the rumor mill of Hogwarts Castle. After a couple of owls went missing, they decided to stop signing their names in any correspondence. It felt positively Slytherin, Harry thought. Draco scolded him for saying so, but classes continued, and Harry felt like everything was slipping from his mind. To his bewilderment, he lost his dragonskin boots, which he had really liked. They fit perfectly, were charmed to grow with him for a while, and could be worn both outside and inside the castle. He searched under all the beds in the dormitory and even enlisted Crookshanks to keep an eye out for them, between, his more important work. Unfortunately, nothing turned up. Harry became quite adept at conjuring replacements each morning while he waited for his beloved boots to find their way back. Then the first new moon of the school year arrived. Carefully, he retrieved a desiccated mandrake leaf from a special crystal phial that he had prepared. Getting the leaf into his mouth proved to be a bit awkward. He had to hold it with his fingers while aiming his wand tip just right. Lying back on his bed, Harry felt embarrassed as he fumbled, twisting his neck in an odd position with a long string of drool hanging from the left side of his mouth. "Play!" he spat, sending the slightly soggy leaf tumbling onto his pillow, warm and uncomfortable. "Play," he repeated, grimacing at the disgusting taste. Rolling over, he coughed and hacked for a moment before managing to position himself on his front, staring at the troublesome leaf. He nibbled his lip thoughtfully. "How are you supposed to work with this thing?" he murmured to the dark, slightly glistening object. His mouth simply couldn't accommodate the leaf, his fingers, and his wand all at once. He really wanted to ensure that his wand tip was pointed straight at the leaf on the roof of his mouth, not, say, toward his tongue. After a few tries, a conjured mirror, and some attempts at standing on his head, Harry finally managed to get the leaf where he wanted it and cast the right spell. The next morning, after a night filled with swirling colors, dizzying sensations, and muscle cramps, Harry quickly changed his mind. He vanished the troublesome object straight from his mouth before even getting out of bed. It was a relief, he thought, that common sense had kicked in. He was already overwhelmed with homework, letters, plans, time management, and projects. There were studies to tackle and maps to create. He had made a few promises to his friends that he intended to fit in somehow. He decided to postpone the process for a couple of weeks, just to get his bearings and finally settle down. Quidditch strategy meetings had begun, and homework was piling up. Hermione's birthday had passed with more chaos than Harry had anticipated. Ron and Neville had kindly decided to make it a special occasion, but their surprise cake and snacks interrupted Hermione's study schedule, leading to a bit of a ruckus in the common room before things calmed down. Harry's gift to Hermione was received with much more grace. He felt proud of the planner he gave her, which was not only an upgrade from the smaller one she had been using, but also charmed so that only she could read it. "This way, it'll keep your busy schedule a bit more private," he explained. Hermione was genuinely impressed. Then, unexpectedly, the boys' dormitory flooded. Harry couldn't quite wrap his head around how it had happened. There were no leaks in the roof, no recent heavy rain, and certainly no broken pipes or plumbing, since the restrooms in the towers were enchanted. Dean Thomas splashed through the mess, looking utterly heartbroken. But Lee Chapman, he lamented, lifting his waterlogged Muggle trunk. The hinge fell off as the leather soaked through. His trunk swung open, spilling a pile of clothes onto the stone floor and into the inch-deep water that covered the room. I mean, Matt Holland too, but Lee Chapman. He bent down to retrieve a single drenched sock, glancing back at the damp football posters sagging on the walls. The colors were running above his dormitory bed. Can you even fix these with a repro charm? He asked the room mournfully, but no one answered. Ron and Seamus were doing all right overall. Their belongings were mostly taken care of by their family's magic. Neville was just fretting about a couple of his bedside plants that had been overwatered. Harry felt unreasonably glad that he had splurged on a fabulously expensive trunk to store all his things. All he had to worry about was a sulking Crookshanks, and he idly wondered what had gone wrong. A few weeks later, Harry realized he had to use more Sleekeasy than usual, as his hair had developed an odd determination to puff out in every direction. Ron, fully recovered from the temporary flooding Gryffindor, made all sorts of jokes, often about Harry looking like Hermione. It made Harry feel a bit better that at least his hair hadn't bushy out quite like hers had. He was trying to keep up with his sleep and rest, but the Sleekeasy was likely the main reason he looked a little more put together. Harry, Percy said to him over breakfast early in October, have you been scheduling enough rest for yourself? Harry shrugged. I think so. I mean, I take a lot more naps than it looks like I do, if you know what I mean. Percy nodded sagely. That's reassuring to hear. Obviously, there are myriad reasons for you to be stressed this year, but he fixed his gaze on Harry intently, ignoring the spoon balancing in his right hand. You've been holding up admirably, if you don't mind me saying so. Harry shared a small grin with the older boy. Thanks, I think. I mean, I figured I'm in it for the marathon, not the sprint. Percy raised an eyebrow. I beg your pardon. Harry's brow crinkled in confusion. Was that a Muggle expression? Sorry. I want to stick it out for the long term. Percy's confusion cleared. Oh, I see. Marathon, you say? Not a splint. I'll try to remember that. Sprint, Percy corrected. Sprint? Harry echoed, raising an eyebrow. Percy nodded thoughtfully. Many thanks. Dad will love to know that one. Harry shot a quick glance down the table at Hermione, who was absorbed in a textbook over her porridge. Have you been keeping an eye on Hermione too? Is she doing okay, in your, experienced opinion? Granger? Percy followed Harry's gaze. She seems to be coping adequately, from what I've seen. You might want to suggest that she sprints a little less to make it to the end of the year more comfortably, since she's a friend of yours. Fascinating, isn't it, that sometimes we choose to do the worst things to ourselves? Harry almost choked on his next mouthful. HCKGHCK. He managed, thumping himself on the chest a few times. Dementors, time-turning, Skeeter, lawyers, Sirius, the Fidelis, map-making, and animate using. That's way more true than you know. Percy looked at him, mildly concerned. The second full moon arrived with surprising swiftness, conveniently beginning a weekend. Harry had ordered another desiccated mandrake leaf to stick to the roof of his mouth. He figured fresh ingredients would heighten his chances of success. Inside his magical trunk, Sirius, much to Harry's mild amazement and relief, was completely unaware of time passing. But Harry figured Sirius would be keen to help him through the process. Or rather, Harry didn't want to try his month of dreams without some advice. He worried a little about how to keep Sirius unaware of time passing. If his godfather was also helping him interpret his dreams, surely he'd keep track of the moon cycle. Could Harry skip communication some days? Maybe encourage Sirius to sleep a little more deeply for a week or so. 30 minutes after he had charmed the leaf to the roof of his mouth, Creature arrived at the castle, saying that the Ministry Watchers had finally left Grimmauld Place, and Harry wondered if he was ready to perform the Fidelis charm. It was time to bring Sirius back home. He quickly spat out his mouthful of food and postponed their departure for a second time. Sirius was his priority. That week, Harry devoted all his spare time to practicing the Fidelis. Inside his trunk compartment, he learned to hide a quill within Sirius's soul. Next, he tried hiding a rug and discovered that the energy required increased exponentially with size. Creature kept him focused and prevented him from panicking. Meanwhile, Crookshanks had taken to sleeping on Harry's bed, curled up at the crook of his knees, providing him with emotional grounding. Despite his exhaustion and lack of sleep, along with a mountain of other tasks weighing on his mind, Harry made Creature's request a priority. His practice was somewhat chaotic, but he eventually managed to successfully cast the charm on his expanded luggage, securing 12 sigils firmly around the edges of his trunk. Harry rejoiced when he finally read the resonance correctly, allowing the developing spell to hold itself together instead of resisting him. This small success ensured Sirius's safety at Hogwarts. No curious dormmates or prefects would be able to find him now. The progress was promising. However, as he rushed through the busy corridors between classes, sometimes even during them while practicing spell work, Harry noticed that the strange double vision was returning with his exhaustion. With his head bowed and feet charging forward through the throng of students, he sometimes found it hard to ignore the cold, clutching cramp that ached in his chest. Probably the Dementor effect, Hermione suggested when she noticed his sinewy hand grasping the front of his robes, his knuckles pale. "Try chocolate," Neville chimed in, agreeing that Harry was right about the castle feeling the Dementor chill. "Maybe you should spend more time in the common room." Luna suggested Harry try a cork necklace. "Mate," Ron chimed in practically, "are you wearing enough layers?" "I'm sure my mum can get you a sweater." Harry managed a pained smile, hoping he concealed the effort it took. He desperately prayed he was ready to charm an entire house. The lawyer kept in touch, delivering a mix of good news and bad news, along with hilarious updates about where Sirius had been spotted around Britain. At least that provided Harry with something to laugh about. In his sleep-deprived and mildly hysterical state, he found more amusement than he should have in spreading the most unlikely rumors around the castle. By the end of October, the preparation for Marauder's Map, Mark II, was nearly complete. Harry took Luna back to the art club, where she learned to blend oil on canvas, while he practiced drawing straight lines and illustrating things to scale. The only thing slowing down the creation was the fact that Harry couldn't actually start crafting the final product. If he did, Sirius would want to see the progress, and Harry simply couldn't let that happen. He couldn't risk revealing that they were actually at Hogwarts. He fobbed Sirius off by explaining that he needed to pace around the walls of each room and corridor to connect everything properly to his draft. Since they weren't at Hogwarts yet, it was impossible to do. Sirius had once explained that it had something to do with the magic of the castle, so he understood perfectly that Harry had to wait until September 1st and was willing to let the project slide. Harry wished he could devote more energy to its creation. After all, Hogwarts rooms sometimes shifted, and walls and doorways could play tricks. Only physical experience through a wizard's body could translate the castle into a map. It was all quite fascinating, actually. Something about walking the wards, he thought. Or was it walking the walls? The whole concept deserved more time. Some time. Then he remembered to use his spare time, to practice the Fidelius charm. Harry pushed the thoughts of the Fidelius charm and his other plans to the back of his mind. He felt utterly shattered. Classes, extra time, homework, more classes, it was a relentless cycle. As he dashed through a secret passage that led to the library, he remembered how Hermione had started to look a mess after Christmas. He barely managed to stay upright one night after astronomy, nearly tumbling down the stairs if Neville hadn't caught him. Hermione would have scolded him, but she looked worse for wear herself. Harry had nearly made it through 8 weeks, and everything felt tight. He had snuck out through Hogsmeade one night, using hidden tunnels to avoid the Dementors, and was relieved to discover that his wand was still untraceable for now. He almost cried at the thought of it. With everything else finally organized, it was only a matter of waiting for the right weekend to put his plans into action. On the Friday night before Halloween, he smuggled Sirius out in his luggage and flew back to Grimmauld Place on his Nimbus 2000 after his roommates had fallen asleep. Standing in the London drizzle, with his hair plastered to his forehead and rain trickling down his nose, Harry found himself at the boundary of the old Grimmauld property and muttered a very bad word. Creature shot him a skeptical look from somewhere near his left elbow. But Harry only licked his lips and avoided his gaze as a cascade of memories, not forgotten, but pushed aside, rushed through his mind. Feeling awkward and a bit foolish, Harry remembered that he needed to anchor the spell to the boundaries of the property, but he had forgotten to check the garden. To no one's surprise, the enclosed area was a complete and utter death trap. He didn't have time to clear out the entire man-eating jungle, so he racked his brain for a solution. After scouting the whole property from his broomstick, he landed next to Creature in the Rain and Shadow, gazing thoughtfully at a scuff on his left shoe. Harry mumbled, "So?" as he nervously nibbled on his lower lip. No one responded. Frowning deeply, he focused intently on blending the scuff in his shoe with the rest of the leather. His right foot worked diligently, causing his body to wobble slightly with the effort. Well. He tried again, rubbing his jaw thoughtfully. "Yeah, Creature stood next to him, silent yet expressive. The old house elf regarded Harry from beneath his brows, saying nothing at first. Finally, he spoke, his tone flat. "Young master forgot." Harry winced at the words. He ventured. "You're not wrong," he admitted, trailing off hopefully. "Do house elves?" He hesitated, searching for the right words. Creature responded with a mix of scorn and patience. "I is not a garden elf, young master." Harry grimaced. "Of course." Bending down, he resumed sorting through the luggage, Sirius safely tucked inside. With a crack, he returned to Hogsmeade, determined to tackle the next barrier before attempting the spell. At least with Sirius still in Hogwarts, the maze of corridors in the room would remain intact. Chapter 21. Good news. Despite the turmoil in Harry's life, time paused for no wizard, and the mornings kept coming. The owls flew into the Great Hall at Hogwarts during breakfast the next day, just as they always did, and homework deadlines ticked away as usual. Harry was tentatively beginning to recover from his embarrassingly bad week when he received a letter he'd been waiting for. "Dear Mr. Potter," the letter from his lawyer began one morning, just after he had filled his plate. "I hope you are finding the year productive." Harry nearly spat out his toast. Productive was certainly one way to describe the chaos his life had recently become. But the letter continued. "It is my solemn duty to update you on 3 matters. First, Muggles claim to have sighted Sirius Black at large and on the run on the outskirts of Chelsea. The Ministry suspects that Black is searching for his fellow Death Eaters, as an Auror raid back in 1986 discovered an abandoned Death Eater hideout nearby. My professional connections suggest that Ministry Aurors are assembling a new ambush surrounding the old building. So, if Black intends to reconnect with old acquaintances, he will soon find himself out of luck." At last, some amusing news. Harry managed to swallow his breakfast without hurting his throat and took a deep swig of butterbeer. It was always a pleasure to see the Ministry in a flap. Second, the letter continued, the Ministry remains firm in their decision to continue holding Dementors at Hogwarts. Harry scowled. "I have been writing missives and have begun correspondence with several administrative staff and elected officials. Minister Fudge sends his apologies but, unsurprisingly, Madame Umbridge reiterates. Lady Coleridge sends her regrets, although Caspar Beckett, Mr. Crouch, Archibald Spaulding apologizes." Harry's eye skimmed past paragraph after paragraph of names, which seemed to be nothing more than evidence that the lawyer was trying to fulfill his request. But no progress had been made. Lloyd Elliot would continue to represent Harry's interests regarding this incident. Just then, Neville interrupted Harry's reading, asking, "So what's the news, Harry?" "No fan letters this morning." Harry shrugged and playfully kicked out his foot, hoping to nudge Neville's ankle. "Oi. Not much? It doesn't look like the Dementors are leaving, though." A few people nearby turned, rolling their eyes and voicing their usual complaints. "I'll write to my grandmother again," Neville offered. "I'm pretty sure she's really keen to give the whole Ministry a piece of her mind about this Immerse." "It's a right cock-up," Ron agreed. "Ronald Weasley." "What's your language?" Hermione said, not even looking up from her reading of the morning paper. She finally raised her brown eyes and set the paper down with a rustle. Honestly, I'm surprised they've let things continue after the Hogwarts Express incident, she added. There's no limit to the disappointment I expect to feel regarding the Ministry, Harry admitted, before turning to the older boy on his right. Percy, what do you think? Percy, who had been absorbed in the Daily Prophet, slowly set down his paper and met Harry's gaze. Surprisingly, he said thoughtfully, I find myself uncertain about what the Ministry intends. If they are doubling down on an unpopular policy because they believe it will get the job done, then they have failed to consider all potential outcomes. Ron snorted. Too right. Percy continued, undeterred by Ron's interjection and the general chatter of the Great Hall. Alternatively, they might be trying to come down hard to appeal to the voters, which is also a strategic mistake. Harry, folding his letter to read the second page, sighed heavily. It's a monumental mistake, plain and simple. It's only luck that no one died last time. Hermione furrowed her eyebrows. Last time? Harry hesitated, feeling the weight of exhaustion. Ah. As Harry scanned the table, he quickly spotted an unclaimed strip of bacon and stuffed it into his mouth. An MMLMMHM. He gestured for Percy to continue. To be honest, Percy said, I've been corresponding with my father about this matter. He explained that there are some behind-the-scenes reshuffling of alliances and strategic withdrawals happening at the same time. A couple of people seem to be making a power play, apparently. Hermione gasped. What? That's horrible. There are lives, souls, at stake, for goodness sake. At the same time, Harry murmured, that sounds about right. Hermione, bless her, always the academic, the rule follower, the innocent Hermione, looked at Harry quizzically and said, very slowly, you know, Harry, I don't want to sound confrontational when I say this, but I'm beginning to get the impression you don't think much of the Ministry? Authority figures? Adults? All of the above? Minister Fudge's administration, Hermione finally settled on. I don't know enough about wizarding politics myself, but aren't you being a bit hard on him? Harry heroically restrained himself from laughing and sent a silent, desperate plea for help Percy's way. Or Neville's. Anyone, please. Oh. Well, Hermione, Percy responded, stepping up first, while I don't deny that politics is a game where everyone compromises and, therefore, no one wins, in this particular case, I find myself agreeing with Harry. Harry closed his mouth, intrigued. Percy had certainly changed a lot since the last timeline, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. What do you mean? Percy thoughtfully tapped his chin before speaking slowly. I too once believed that the Ministry had the interests of the people at heart. Rules, policies, guidelines, and consequences working together to create a better future for everyone. Hermione sat up straight. Wait, are you suggesting? Percy continued. The Ministry. I once dreamed of this, Percy said, his gaze drifting as he reminisced. I longed to be part of shaping the bigger picture, guiding British wizards toward a brighter future. But after speaking extensively with my father recently, I've come to realize, he shot a complex glance at Harry, that I need to, what was the phrase? Shed my naivety. Neville hesitated before chiming in. My gran told me that you can get really rich in politics if you play it right. Percy nodded in agreement. That about sums it up. I find I must, reconsider my future plans, as it were. Harry couldn't help but think how unexpected this conversation was. Now, look here, Hermione leaned forward, her elbows resting on the table, her posture demanding attention. I acknowledge that voters often have less influence on the direction of their government than is generally admitted, often due to distracting political rhetoric, or... Harry felt his attention drift as the discussion shifted into an intense academic debate. He knew Hermione and Percy could go on for hours if left unchecked, and he didn't need his opinion swayed. For him, the safest bet was simply not to trust the government, and nothing in his life, either life, suggested otherwise. Then, a line in his letter pulled Harry back to the moment. He shot out his hand, grabbed the letter, and raised it to his face, focusing on the dark, spiky font. Thirdly, I had discovered Sirius Black's trial records, Erasmus Lloyd Elliott had written. We should meet to discuss them. Harry's first Hogsmeade visit couldn't come soon enough. When the morning of the trip finally arrived, he joined his friends for breakfast, bright and early. Perhaps a bit too early for his sleep-heavy eyes and the ringing in his ears, but there was only one first Hogsmeade trip, and everyone else in third year was bursting with excitement. After finishing breakfast in record time, the four Gryffindors joined the throngs of students milling about the entrance hall, eagerly awaiting the moment the doors would open. Harry had been to Hogsmeade before, but this time he was particularly excited. He couldn't wait to see Hermione's reaction when she first laid eyes on Scrivenshafts, to watch Ron step into Honeydukes, and to witness Neville finally discover the gardening shop. He had missed those moments in the past, and that absence lingered with him, setting him apart from his friends. As they waited for the doors to open, Harry casually scanned the crowd, noticing Ron and Neville chatting animatedly beside him. Most of the students around them were third years, he realized. The last time he had come, it had seemed like nearly the entire school was there. He had been so caught up in his own feelings of self-pity then, while everyone else appeared so enthusiastic. He noticed that very few older students were waiting, likely because they knew better than to join the throng of 13-year-olds. They could afford to wait an extra half-hour for the shops to clear out. While he observed the crowd, Harry's sharp eyes caught sight of Draco grinning at him from a corner. The Slytherin had plans for the day too, but they had reluctantly decided against meeting up. Too many students would notice if the two of them were seen together. Harry returned Draco's grin, promising himself he would find the perfect present for his newest friend, something under 12 sickles to keep it affordable. At least they could be connected in spirit for a little while. A bit of friendly competition was just what their friendship needed to stay fresh. His attention drifted back to Ron and Neville, who were once again discussing Honeydukes. Despite Ron's enthusiasm, Neville remained uninterested in the more intimidating offerings from Zonko's, but they both shared a love for the chocolate frog collection. As their chatter continued, Hermione fussed with her pockets, leaving Harry to his thoughts. Suddenly, a soft, dreamy voice broke through from behind his left shoulder. "Do you think you could find a feather-front fern while you're down there, Harry?" Luna asked. Harry was jolted out of his self-imposed daze. "A feather-front fern," he repeated, blinking in surprise. "Are they common in Hogsmeade?" Luna's big silver eyes gazed up at him serenely. "I really couldn't say. But Daddy says they provide a sense of comfort and warmth, and they're lovely to hug on cold days. Their leaves are apparently as soft and warm as cotton down. Do you think they must be quite soft and warm then?" Harry smiled down at his little blonde friend. "I really couldn't say. What are you looking for a feather-front plant for, Luna?" Her large grey eyes briefly glanced up and around the high ceiling of the entrance hall. Despite trying to follow her gaze, Harry couldn't see anything that might catch her interest. "I thought it might be interesting," Luna murmured as he returned his gaze to her. "It's been quite cold around here recently, don't you think?" Hermione looked up from her fussing. "I don't think the cold has anything to do with the weather or plants, Luna. I'm pretty sure we're uncomfortable for other reasons right now." She turned to Harry. "Did you hear that they're moving half of the Dementors down to the village for the day to keep the students safe? It's a real shame that none of Skeeter's articles had any effect on the minister." Harry gave her a patient look. "That's true. I suppose I should write her another letter. Maybe provide more quotes from the famous Harry Potter himself, perhaps." Hermione snorted. "In the meantime, I don't mind trying to find Luna a feather-front plant while I'm down there anyway." He turned back to Luna. "Any shops you recommend?" Now, Luna's eyes looked confused and a bit accusatory, in that same soft, distant way of hers. "Well, I wouldn't know. I'm not a third year, after all." "True," Harry admitted. "Perhaps Dogweed and Deathcap?" "I'll try." He was interrupted by a hubbub of noise and the creak of the main doors opening halfway. Fresh sunlight and morning air spilled through the doors like the promise of adventure. All right, All right. Filch's scratchy voice snapped from the center of the crowd. One at a time, no pushing, or I'll keep you behind. Have a lovely day, Harry, Luna smiled as the throng began to jostle past her. Stay warm. Harry returned her smile and turned to wait with Hermione and the boys. The line moved slower than he had anticipated, and as they reached the front, he quickly understood why. The grumpy old caretaker was meticulously checking students' names against an extensive list. No matter how they pleaded, he allowed only one student through the door at a time, and only after confirming their name on his parchment. To make matters worse, the parchment was over 6 feet long and trailed along the ground. Finally, Harry found himself at the front of the line. Harry Potter, he said, watching as Hermione and Neville slipped through the door ahead of him. Hold your horses, Filch snapped. You wait until I'm good and ready to let you through. Don't rush me, I'll think you're trying something. Harry stood patiently while Filch peered down the list. Harry Potter, he murmured to himself. Pilkey, no. Porter. Potter. Ah, so you are on the list. Thanks, Harry replied, stepping forward. Wait 1 minute, Filch interrupted before Harry could pass through. You've got an administrative note here. You ain't going anywhere. Surprised, Harry paused. The line behind him swelled with confusion and frustration as Filch shuffled sideways to slam the enormous doors shut, effectively locking the crowd in. Just before they closed, Harry caught sight of Neville and Hermione's bewildered faces outside. He thought he saw Draco's blonde hair behind them, but the view vanished before he could be sure. Crumpling the long parchment, Filch ignored the surging crowd as he stumped through them, heading toward a side door. Harry waited, glancing around as voices murmured questions. He could have sworn. Harry overheard one of the Potter twins complaining about being late for a date, only to be quickly silenced by other students. What kind of people had dates in their 3rd year, he wondered, feeling a bit confused. As frustration mounted, the crowd began to push and shove. Harry shuffled awkwardly, being jostled by the sea of bodies around him. Suddenly, someone's hair brushed against his nose, and he fought back a sneeze. Once he cleared his head, he noticed that the crowd had grown. Some older students had arrived in the hall, mistakenly believing the line was ending. The murmurs grew louder. What did you do, Harry? Ron asked, looking bewildered. Harry shrugged. No idea. The impatient jostling of the crowd intensified, and a trio of red-faced Hufflepuff girls awkwardly pressed against him. Their self-conscious giggles only made Harry feel worse about the situation. Get off him! Ron shouted, but in the crush of the crowd, he couldn't pull the girls away. Just as Harry feared the whole crowd might erupt, a stern voice cut through the chatter, restoring a semblance of order. Filch returned, accompanied by a severe-looking Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Mr. Filch, McGonagall said before turning stiffly to Harry. Potter, a moment, if you would. Follow me. Confused by McGonagall's abruptness, Harry signaled to Ron to go ahead and trailed after his head of house. She led him into an antechamber and turned to face him with a heavy expression. What's wrong, Professor? Harry asked. Has something happened? Is there a problem with my permission slip? Not at all, McGonagall replied sternly. Your permission slip is perfectly authentic, Potter. Your aunt's signature is genuine and truly given. Harry felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't realized those things could be verified. But McGonagall continued. However, there is a problem of another kind. Under the circumstances, Mr. Potter, perhaps your visit to Hogsmeade this year might not be in your best interest. Harry felt a surge of indignation. What do you mean, Professor? I've done everything I needed to. I'm keeping up with my classmates. This was going to be my reward for hard work. That may be true, but I'm afraid wiser minds do not recommend. You're letting Hermione go. McGonagall coughed and subtly ignored Harry's interruption. Perhaps she felt a bit guilty for having this conversation. Perhaps I did not make myself clear. There is no problem with your schoolwork. Your teachers tell me you are performing admirably. However, due to security concerns surrounding the castle at this time, it is not advisable for you to travel outside. I'm sure you understand." Realization hit Harry like a heavy weight. The anger that had been bubbling inside him settled in his stomach, replaced by a cold, hard guilt. Dementors. Even though he hadn't even fainted on the train. "Oh, I'm sure I'm not in any personal danger, Professor." "Mr. Potter," McGonagall interrupted, letting out a sigh. "I was under the impression that Arthur Weasley had spoken to you. I received mail from him indicating that he had passed on some kind of communication to you on September 1st. "Yes," Harry admitted, suddenly understanding. "You think that I, personally, will be in danger at Hogsmeade?" "You're not talking about the Dementors?" "Indeed," she said, her expression turning solemn. "I see you understand." "But Professor," Harry burst out, irritation boiling over. McGonagall leveled a stern, pitying stare at him, and the words caught in his throat. "But I did everything right," he mumbled. He had been so looking forward to enjoying the day with his friends. He had plans, important plans. "It's not fair," he muttered under his breath. McGonagall fixed him with her piercing gaze. "Potter, I hope you appreciate. Think about how much thought and effort is being put into keeping you safe. I cannot discuss the specific security measures in place, but I expect you to demonstrate maturity and wisdom in your actions." Harry realized that every single Dementor at Hogwarts was there because the Ministry believed Sirius was after him. That was an unsettling thought. He took a deep breath. "I?" He hesitated, unsure of how to explain his feelings. Professor McGonagall continued to regard him with sympathy. "I'm sure this won't last long, Potter. The Dementors will be removed from Hogwarts grounds as soon as the security threat is resolved. The Minister assures us that everything will be taken care of promptly." "Indeed." "Precisely." To her credit, Professor McGonagall didn't seem fully convinced by the Minister's reassurances, but she was clearly intent on keeping him within the castle. "Just a short while, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you could enjoy some peace and quiet in the common room today." "Thanks, Professor," Harry replied with a sigh. All right. Thanks." His head of house gave him an approving nod. "I guess I have homework to do." He quietly exited the small room. Despite his slow footsteps, bowed head, and the crease on his brow, Harry's mind raced, fast, fast, fast. He felt disappointed and depressed, but he was not deterred. Chapter 22, Courtly Goings-On. Half an hour later, Harry peeked out of the trapdoor into the basement of Honeydukes, his invisibility cloak wrapped tightly around him. Despite the lively sounds of ringing tills and chattering voices that filled the air, the basement itself was dark and quiet. Within moments, Harry found himself standing, concealed, in the heart of Hogsmeade. He paused for a moment, blinking rapidly as his eyes adjusted to the sudden daylight. Just then, he had to take a quick step back as a senior Hufflepuff student, large and imposing, strode right through the spot where Harry had been standing. Carefully, Harry made his way to the sweet section that was a favorite among Hogwarts students. Polished wooden shelves lined with enormous glass containers held pepper imps, jawbreakers, and bouncing gum balls, all surrounded by excited children eagerly searching for the perfect treat. With memories of Ron and Hermione's voices filling his mind, Harry listened for their familiar chatter, hoping they might be buying fizzing whizzbees, just like last time. His friends had always thought of him, he reflected, and that warm anticipation felt comforting. Yet the bustling crowd seemed to lack his friends. Harry stood in a quieter corner of the aisle, hesitating. Should he? Perhaps. His eagerness to reunite with his friends burned within him, just as it had before. Their friendships were strong, thoughtful, and supportive. But a quiet voice in the back of his mind pulled him back. He had more secrets now. If they ever knew, they might forget he even owned an invisibility cloak. Harry nibbled his lower lip awkwardly. Secrets could save lives. He sighed, his shoulders sagging. Finally, he convinced himself not to push his luck. He pulled the invisibility hood further over his head, telling himself he could say he spent the day at the castle, as he should, and keep himself out of the public eye until his appointment with Mr. Floyd Elliot, at 2 o'clock. Having timed his exit from the shop perfectly, Harry slipped out just as a single Gryffindor sixth year pushed through the door. He kept to the edges of the bustling high street, his quick, quiet footsteps pattering rapidly down the cobblestones. He stayed well away from the suspicious cold spots that hinted at lurking dementors around the corners. It wasn't too hard to avoid them, Harry noted absently, still feeling a bit upset about his very mature decision. Most students tended to steer clear of the unwelcome chill, making it relatively easy for him to weave through the hesitant crowds and vanish from sight. He wasn't sulking, definitely not sulking, but Harry's coincidental bad mood lightened a bit at this small, unexpected success. Having successfully navigated past the 10 most popular shops, it became much easier for him to step away from the center of the village, the touristy part where students tended to gather. After all, he had spent hours exploring this place during his holidays. Above him, pale clouds raced across the sky, and the wind blew briskly, though it wasn't too cold. Harry paused to consider the best use of his time. There was no point in trying to buy that fern for Luna, and he needed to tell Draco that the best present competition would have to be postponed too. He should keep his secrets, after all. He also needed to prepare to work on the gardens at Grimmauld Place. In the opposite direction from the road to Hogwarts, Harry made his way to the edge of the village and paused, gazing at the encroaching forest in deep thought. He noticed there wasn't a clear path to follow, the worn dirt beneath his feet faded into dense green shrubbery and towering trees. Perhaps it had been a deer trail? Or a unicorn trail? But it led to places wizards wouldn't want to go. Thoughtfully, he drew out his wand and Harry glanced toward the sun and murmured, "Point me," his lips moving silently. As the tip of his wand spun steadily to indicate true north, he stepped up the hill, southwestish, and ventured deeper into the tree line. After about 40 minutes of navigating logs and undergrowth, Harry discovered a small alcove. He suspected he was still technically on the outskirts of the forest, but this spot felt deep enough. The towering trees loomed well beyond his line of sight, obscuring any hint of blue sky or clouds above him. He looked up, taking in the thick canopy of leaves, vines, and branches that were thicker than his waist. The light that managed to filter through was slow, sleepy, and tinged with a green hue. A tiny creek trickled downhill, and nestled between the slopes, where the hill gave way to a small pocket of flat wetland, a shallow layer of water pooled. Harry squelched through the ground cover in his perfectly fitted, waterproof boots, his conjuration skills having become quite sophisticated with daily practice. He paused to survey the scene, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Dark, familiar shapes reclined among the undergrowth and shrubbery, and his keen green eyes examined the alcove carefully. His eyebrows rose in pleasant surprise. This was exactly what he wanted. Despite their current appearance, this little glen concealed a variety of unusually active plants. Years of studying herbology had taught him to recognize them, and he knew they were waiting for him in silence. The lush, inviting forest floor seemed to hold its breath, as numerous plants played dead, trying to lure him in. Here, where direct light rarely reached and decaying leaves lay scattered over the soft, squelchy soil, a number of rather large, possibly deceptive plants thrived. Harry could easily spend hours immersed in the fascinating world of plant life. It was excellent practice for when he needed to set up the Fidelis charm, but more than that, it felt rewarding to venture into the little swampy basin in the forest and bring those unusually active plants under control. He tucked his cloak away safely, grabbed his wand, and a wide grin spread across his face without him even noticing. "All right then," he declared, standing firm with his legs spread wide for stability. He paused for a moment, anticipation building. Soon, he could feel a sweat forming despite the heavy shadows cast by the towering trees overhead. He bounced lightly on his toes, then cast his spell. The silence shattered, and the plant life surged to life. As he wielded his wand to cast Petrificus totalis on the largest Snargaluff vines, swarms of small midges and other insects buzzed around his ankles. The vines snapped up and froze like street lamps as Harry's wand light struck them squarely. As the threatening tangle vines surge toward him like waves, they ride under the effects of a tickling charm, while the steady drone of insects continued uninterrupted. His feet remained steady, barely slipping on the slick, wet leaves of the forest floor, as he cast stunners at the fanged geraniums, flashes of light illuminating their reactions. Above him, the calls of countless birds echoed through the canopy, creating a symphony of sounds. The rapid beats of wings rattled branches in unexpected bursts of noise. Dark shadows flitted just out of his line of sight, moving too quickly to be seen, leaving only the shaking of branches and rustling leaves to hint at their presence. By the time Harry finished experimenting with petrification, freezing charms, tickling charms, and more, all the deadly plants at his wand's tip, venomous tentacular, devil's snare, and screech snap, had felt the weight of his magic. Harry watched as the plants withdrew, curling up protectively against him. He felt confident in his spell-casting abilities, especially when it came to Sirius Garden. He knew exactly which spells would be most effective. He could freeze them, shrink them, move them, chase them, and avoid them. That should be enough to dart around on his broomstick and set resonating sigils on the ward lines nearby. High above, a creature, perhaps a bird or a squirrel, had been drawn to the flashing lights and the sounds of his spells. When Harry paused to shake out his shoulders, catch his breath, or take a quick drink from his aquamenti spell, the little creature eagerly mimicked the noises he made. "Cack," it called out shrilly. "K-shik." "Foom." Harry couldn't help but snicker quietly. He flicked a quick glance upward, trying to spot the critter, before returning to his own sounds. After that first exhilarating 20-minute workout, Harry felt he had learned all he needed to. The sweat from his shoulders soaked through his robes, and the droplets on his forehead evaporated, leaving him feeling significantly chillier than he expected. To warm up and for a bit of fun, he finished off the session with a fire whip, just because he could. He spun on his heel and apparat directly to the kitchen of Grimmauld Place. Fortunately, there were no onlookers on the street who might hear the noise of his apparition or see the flash of spell light. He could do his job quickly and without worry. A satisfied creature ushered him eagerly out the back door, leading him into a narrow barricade made of old wood and a couple of kitchen chairs. "This is why we don't have a proper set in the kitchen?" Harry asked absent-mindedly, eyeing the makeshift barrier that defended the back door against the encroaching garden. Creature stood behind him in the open doorway, twisting his ears guiltily. "Creature needs to dig his holes to get his roots," he defended, "and Creature is not making holes in the mistress's good garden." "The kitchen basement." I get it," Harry quickly reassured the creature. "You've done well. The garden can't even approach the back door or your hole like this." Creature preened a little with pride. Harry stood on his tiptoes, trying to peer through a gap in the makeshift defense. Surely, there had to be a weakness somewhere in the sprawling, net-like weave of wood scraps and furniture. Do you mind if I vanish it?" Harry asked awkwardly. "I don't want to set anything on fire this close to the house, but I need to get to the garden somehow." "If we are rescuing the kitchen chairs," Creature permitted. Harry rolled up his sleeves, still feeling hot and embarrassed over his last mistake, forgetting about the back garden, honestly. He found himself sheltering behind a rescued kitchen chair, casting quickly at the encroaching garden. Certain plants were very determined to break into the house, and when Creature's barrier disappeared, Harry had to act fast. He spent a solid 10 minutes casting spells just to create enough space for him to stand on a landing outside, the back door closed behind him. The destruction felt exhilarating. Every foot he reclaimed from the garden was one less reason to feel embarrassed the next time he tried to Fidelius the house. A manic grin spread across his face as adrenaline surged through him. His heartbeat raced, and each breath was filled with cold, fresh air that made his nerves tingle and his eyes burn bright. He felt his wand heat up as spell after spell flew from it, impacting the seething mass of branches, roots, and vines. Small spell lights splashed against the dark green and purple plants, which shrilled and recoiled as Harry burned his way forward, freezing the attacking limbs and severing smaller parts. Creature worked alongside him, wandering below ground in his excavated tunnels. Harry had instructed him to build a big fire and burn the plant roots with precision. Harry cast spells from above while the torches flickered. He noticed the plants seemed to scream, some audibly, while others shivered and froze in terror as he advanced. A patch of bare ground began to expand around him, a safe haven amidst the chaos. He imagined the plants were communicating in their own plant speak. Suddenly, something burnt and black crackled beneath his foot. Without hesitation, he sent a severing charm skimming over the ground to clear away the dead ground cover. Evanesco, he murmured, momentarily forgetting to cast silently due to his excitement. Instantly, the dead matter vanished, allowing him to direct more fire at the small surviving plants, creating a safer path for his feet. He found himself panting a little from exertion, his lips dry, but a sense of satisfaction burned in his chest. Keep going, advance, beat them back, he thought rhythmically to himself. Step by step, he moved forward. He let several fallen trees remain, clearing the ground around them. Some even had seedlings or saplings growing in their shade. He held on to the vague idea of restoring the garden to usefulness one day. But it was the huge, threatening, man-eating plants that kept him busy. Sweat trickled down his brow as he ducked and weaved, battling the most dangerous growths. Most he dealt with immediately, ensuring he could press on to his next opponent. Each step brought waves of disruption through the plants ahead. Winning, he briefly thought before refocusing on a dark tendril approaching from his right. More, Harry muttered between spells. Faster. A droplet of sweat finally lost its grip on his jaw and fell with a soft plop against his neckline. His breath quickened as he continued his relentless fight. Harry felt the weight of his work pressing on him, his muscles beginning to protest. Finished, young master. Creature called out from behind him, his croaky voice breaking through the effort. The roots are being burned to ashes or chopped into tiny pieces for firewood tonight. Work hard, mad young master. The House of Black is rebuilding once more. Harry snorted but didn't glance back, he kept pushing forward. It was a good thing the wind was brisk, as the task was heavy and he was quickly overheating. He wiped his brow with his forearm, catching his breath for a moment. Tempus. He had 1 hour until his meeting with the lawyer. Harry figured he could clear most of the garden in that time, so he returned to work. When the hour was up, he turned on his heel and apparat with a loud pop, appearing almost instantly under the large, familiar aspen tree that stood within sight of Alfredo's assorted victuals. Harry couldn't think of a more fitting, private meeting place than the little out-of-the-way diner, which was why he had arranged to meet Mr. Lloyd Elliot there. Partially hidden in the shade of the tree and the shadow of the signpost, Harry took a moment to flick his wand over his body with a silent gesture, eliminating the dirt and remnants of the garden, along with the sheen and smell of sweat. Another flick straightened the scruffiness of his robes, which felt necessary before meeting his lawyer for such an important discussion. As he walked towards the leafy oak grove surrounding Alfredo's, his heart raced with anticipation. Serious. He opened the door with his empty right hand, the creaking sound echoing in the quiet. Serious, serious, serious. His heart thumped faster, fueled by the excitement that this meeting might be the key to freeing his godfather. He paused for just a moment, then spotted the familiar, stern figure sitting professionally in one of the upright chairs near a window. Mr. Lloyd Elliot, Harry said. Lloyd Elliot, Harry greeted, extending his hand for a handshake. Mr. Potter. The sound of chair legs scraping against the polished wood filled the air as Harry pulled back the chair opposite his lawyer and eagerly settled in for the conversation ahead. You found the trial records? Harry asked, too eager for small talk. Deep eyes, framed by magnificent owlish eyebrows, glimmered with understanding. I believe I have all the information you initially inquired about. Great, Harry said, leaning forward on his elbows. His heartbeat raced, the pulse in his temple thumping distractingly, but he barely noticed, his focus entirely on the tall, thin man before him. Do you? Can we just dive straight into it, then? What can you? Coffee, sir? A smooth voice interrupted. Harry jumped, but before he could respond, skilled hands began arranging and pouring coffee in front of him. A quick glance revealed the owner of those familiar hands, large and dexterous, with prominent knuckles and very clean fingernails. Oh, The owner of the eatery continued pouring. The warm, aromatic liquid gurgled from the decanter spout. "Thanks, I guess." Harry's nervous energy began to settle as he forced himself to calm down, watching the dark roast fill his cup. The warm steam rose, billowing toward his face and wrapping it in a comforting embrace. He inhaled deeply. Across from him, Mr. Lloyd Elliot already had his own cup, cradling it carefully in his hands, eyes closed as he savored the scent of fresh, dark coffee. His magnificent eyebrows, Harry could never ignore that fabulous, owl-like sweep, seemed to bristle with pleasure and satisfaction. Harry took a moment to observe him curiously. Proper British tea was very popular among wizards, yet this man appeared to prefer a more continental taste. A marvelous, remarkable blend, Mr. Lloyd Elliot admired, nodding thoughtfully toward the server who was pouring coffee for Harry. Then he turned his attention back to Harry. "A remarkable choice of meeting place, Mr. Potter. I shall certainly visit this establishment again." "At your service, sir," the proprietor replied with a closed-lipped smile before silently disappearing from Harry's side, leaving him eager to engage with his lawyer. "Sorry for the rush," Harry said, a hint of shame in his voice. "I was rude. This is really important to me. What have you got?" After taking a slow sip of his coffee, Mr. Lloyd Elliot placed his cup precisely on the table in front of him, barely making a sound. He reached into the briefcase by his knee. "Understood, Mr. Potter," he said, offering a thin smile. "I apologize for the time it has taken me to locate the information you requested, but with due diligence, I am pleased to say I have succeeded." Harry shifted impatiently in his chair. "Yes? Go on." "Unfortunately, Mr. Potter, you were not entirely correct in your assumption that Sirius Black was given no trial," the stern man continued, a frown quickly spreading across Harry's face. "Wait, what?" "But—" However, the lawyer interjected, "you were not entirely incorrect either. Please take a few moments to peruse this transcript." Harry raised both eyebrows as his lawyer pulled out a small sheet of parchment from his briefcase, then quickly realized it was actually 2 sheets, and pushed them across the table to Harry. His initial excitement transformed into cautious curiosity. "What's this?" Harry asked, reaching out with his right hand, hesitantly. "The only existing trial records for Sirius Black," Mr. Lloyd Elliot explained, his voice dry. "Take a moment to familiarize yourself with them, and then we shall talk." Harry's green eyes scanned the first page of parchment with intrigue. It was yellowed and stiff, clearly aged, if the condition was any indication. Harry's fingertips felt the inflexible dryness of the aged parchment, a sign of its long storage. The edges were not rumpled but rather ragged, as if time had taken its toll. As he brought the parchment closer, he caught the strong scent of dust, mildew, and somehow, stone. The yellowed pages bore faded black ink, declaring, November 6, 1981. It continued with elegant cursive, before the Honorable Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Transcript for the trial against defendant, Sirius Black for the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles, and as an accomplice in the murder of James Potter and Lily, his wife. Accessory to the attempted murder of Harry Potter, child of the above. What? Harry gasped, disbelief flooding his expression as he searched the face of the wizard sitting before him. But I always thought Sirius never had a trial. He said, I mean, no one ever mentioned anything about him getting one. Proceed, Mr. Lloyd Elliot urged. Harry frowned again. Okay then. He glanced back down at the transcript. The room around them was nearly silent, save for the wind rustling through the oak trees outside. The court, all right, all right. Next. Who've we got? Court usher, oh? Sirius Black, sir. The court, damn the bastard. All right, let's get this over with. Defendant Black is brought to the stand, restrained. The court, Sirius Black, you have been brought to stand trial for the murder of Peter Pettigrew, your best friend, and 12 Muggles who were unable to defend themselves against your wand. Furthermore, you are standing trial for being the secret keeper and, therefore, the betrayer of your brother in all but blood, James Potter, and his wife, Lily Potter, née Evans, as an accessory to their murder. Finally, you are accused of being an accessory to the attempted murder of their child and your godchild, Harry Potter, who is just 1 year old. How do you plead? The defendant gibbers, howls loudly, attempts to lunge forward, but auras restrain him. The Crown, Mr. Black, you stand here before the full Wizengamot, accused of 3 crimes, each of which could send you to Azkaban for a term of 10 to 80 years. How do you plead? The defendant howls again, a mix of giggling and weeping that sounds unsettling, if you ask me. Wizengamot, uncomfortable rustling and whispers. The court bangs gavel. Order, order. I will have order in the court, thank you very much. Now, Black, what do you have to say for yourself? The defendant, Gar. Howls increase, shakes head, seems to roar. His frothing at the lips a little, not a good look. The Wizengamot mutters. The court, well, let's not waste any more time then. All in favor of declaring him guilty on all 3 counts, raise your wands. The Wizengamot responds. The court, Sirius Black, I declare you guilty of murder, accessory to murder, and accessory to attempted murder. Your wand will be taken and snapped, yada yada. May you rot in Azkaban where you belong. Take him away. Defendant led off in chains. Harry felt his stomach tighten with worry and concern. His forehead creased, and he couldn't help but nibble on his lower lip again. Slowly, he turned back a page to read over the transcript once more, his eyes lingering on each word. Finally, he skimmed the parchment, all 2 pages of it, in one go. Harry began, hesitant and unsure, I don't get it. Where's the rest? Mr. Lloyd Elliot gently placed his mug of coffee down and wiped the residue from his top lip. This is the full extent of Mr. Black's trial in front of the Wizengamot, Mr. Potter. Again, I apologize for the delay in getting this to you, Harry said, his frustration evident. But I was expecting a complete trial record, not this. He flipped back to the first page. Well, yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Just, where are the witnesses? The defense wizard? The evidence? I mean, prior incantato and all that. Mr. Lloyd Elliot raised one of his impressive eyebrows and paused for effect. Mr. Potter, you must understand that many very dangerous criminals were tried around the same time as your godfather. I found this, misfiled among records of petty theft after digging through the materials by hand. It was clearly not an organized time. Harry shrugged. Well, okay, but, look. Sirius didn't even get a chance to say anything. I mean, he's in shock, based on this record. Catatonic or insensible or whatever the word is. It doesn't look to me like he even realized he was on trial. Indeed. Mr. Lloyd Elliot carefully retrieved the parchment from Harry and glanced through it again before reshuffling it back into his briefcase. If, as you say, you have been in contact, he pronounced delicately, with an associate of your godfather, perhaps his mother's lawyer, who visited Azkaban once in 1985 after her death. What? Harry asked, the realization dawning on him that Sirius Black was currently at large and unaccounted for. Oh. I mean, yeah, sure. Of course. Mr. Lloyd Elliot nodded thoughtfully. Then it would be perfectly possible for Mr. Black to claim he had never been given a trial. The transcript here, minimal though it is, suggests that Mr. Black was not functioning well at this time at all. Well, obviously. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't realize what was going on at all. As you say. Harry cocked his head, his forehead still wrinkled with concern and guilt weighing on his shoulders. So now what? Mr. Lloyd Elliot glanced once more into his empty coffee cup, appearing mildly disappointed. He straightened his posture and steepled his fingers together thoughtfully. That, Mr. Potter, will depend on your next instructions. You seem to believe that Sirius Black, your godfather, is not guilty of these crimes. Are you interested in pursuing a mistrial? Perhaps a retrial or an appeal? Harry also straightened up. He took a quill and a fresh piece of parchment from his moleskin pouch, placing them carefully on the table. Nibbling the top of his quill feather, he said, "All right. Can you represent his interests in this for me, please? And could you explain the differences between those three options? I'd like to take notes," he added quickly. "I may need to think it over a bit more before I decide, but I want him found innocent in the end." He clenched his left fist. "Innocent, so all of Wizarding Britain knows." "I see," the lawyer drawled slowly. He leaned back in his chair, speaking thoughtfully. "Please be aware, Mr. Potter, that the cost of any of your options will be steep. But based on that, the first thing you should know." Chapter 23, Secret Subsumed. After the meeting with his lawyer, the day flew by. Harry barely registered how much he had paid the esteemed Mr. Lloyd Elliot for the appointment in Gallions. His mind was too consumed with thoughts about what this meant for Sirius' future. As he snuck back into the castle, he apologized to Luna and then to Draco for disappointing them. Their gifts would have to wait for another day. The nagging worry about Sirius loomed large in his mind. In the other timeline, Sirius' situation had never been resolved, even after everything that had happened. This distraction prevented Harry from fully enjoying the Halloween feast. Decorations, food, conversations, nothing truly registered. He assumed the Great Hall was adorned as splendidly as ever, and that the food was magnificent. He hoped he had responded appropriately to his friend's stories about their first visit to Hogsmeade. Hermione didn't scold him, which was a good sign that he hadn't completely zoned out, but he couldn't recall any specifics of what they had said. It had been a long day, after all, and his mind was racing with thoughts. As Harry made his way to bed a few hours later, he couldn't shake the realization that he had never doubted Sirius' claims of there being no trial. The shock of discovering that Sirius had been wrong, that he had struggled so much with his parents' death, and that the Ministry was so incompetent, it all overwhelmed him. Just as Harry settled into bed for a relatively early night, hoping to catch up on sleep, Crookshanks suddenly sat upright on his pillow, and the corner of his bed hangings twitched open. "Young master," Creature croaked, causing Harry to nearly tumble out of bed in surprise. What are you doing here?" Harry gasped. "Samhain," the ugly little house elf replied. Harry took a moment to gather his thoughts, calming the adrenaline coursing through him before responding. "What? Didn't I just see you this morning?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Samhain is beginning tonight," Creature replied. Harry stared blankly at Creature's silhouette. "You're not coming as Creature expects." A moment of silence hung in the air as Crookshanks, Creature, and Harry exchanged glances, each wondering where the miscommunication lay. Finally, Harry licked his lips, grabbed his glasses from where he had left them, and pulled his thoughts together. "Sorry," he began. Muggle raised, remember? "I'm not quite sure what the significance is." "Samhain is just another word for Halloween, right?" Creature scowled at something near his feet. "Filthy, dirty Muggles," he muttered before straightening up and meeting Harry's eyes. "Samhain is on October Eve and marks the beginning of November. It's a time for celebrating many things. Wizards remember life and death, balance, ancestors, harvest, and the onset of winter. Odd, young Master Harry is needing to know about the veil thinning. Oh, last year I went to a Death Day party." Creature scowled, cutting him off, so Harry fell silent. "Souls return on Samhain to visit the living, and we celebrate and honor the threshold, protection, cleansing, and hospitality." Harry looked between Crookshanks and Creature, still waiting for the main point to be made. "Yes?" Creature almost rolled his eyes. "Thresholds, protection, family, and hospitality," he repeated. "Young Master Harry is best doing the hiding spell tonight. Magic herself will make the young master's spells stronger." Harry stifled a yawn and absently fiddled with his pajama top. "Look, Creature, tonight isn't really the night. I'm pretty What? Magic is making the young master's spells stronger tonight." After a blank pause, where Harry processed all the implications, he found himself scrambling out of bed. He reached for his wand, conjured boots appearing on his feet, and somehow his robe seemed to fly towards him without conscious effort. Harry quickly dressed, his mind racing. Tonight? Now? Where's Sirius? Is he asleep? Does he know it's Samhain? Halloween? Do you think I can do it tonight? Kreacher glanced back at the door before darting around Harry, shaking the bed covers back up and drawing the curtains closed. Young Master's bed looks like he is sleeping, and young Master is coming with Kreacher to do his magic now. Before Harry could protest, he was hurried into the nearest secret passage, the one from his bedroom to the room of requirement. He grabbed his enchanted luggage and found himself swiftly ushered out of Hogwarts Castle. Standing still in a tunnel just beyond the Hogwarts wards, Kreacher's long, thin fingers grasped him tightly around both wrists, and with a loud, disorienting bang, he felt himself disappearing from Scotland. Moments later, Harry stood in front of Grimmauld Place, his wand in one hand, broomstick in the other, and his enchanted trunk resting at his feet. Odd young Master, Kreacher encouraged, as Harry fought through his sleepiness and anxiety to focus. Odd young Master is doing the magic now, and magic herself is helping the odd young Master out. Harry glanced at Kreacher's face, which was old and wrinkly but somehow filled with joy. Then he surveyed his surroundings to get his bearings. The sky was dark, with stars obscured by a thick layer of clouds. Lights flickered in some nearby houses, but the streets were empty, the wind and damp air driving people indoors on this chilly night. The distant sound of cars whizzing by on wet asphalt brought Harry a sense of solitude and distance. Nervously licking his lips, he raised his wand. This was why he had spent the morning tending to the gardens. He began the first incantation by the front door, his body casting long shadows over the house stairs, the orange glow of the street lamp humming softly behind him. Harry breathed deeply, once, then twice, before fixing his gaze firmly on the center of the bottom step. He was anchoring the spell to the edges of the property, encompassing its entire footprint. He licked his lips, inhaled once more, and then let all the air and tension within him rush out. In that moment, all that remained was the cool, calm silence of his focused mind. Fidelis Solare Secretum Meum, Harry intoned, tracing the tip of his wand carefully in the air over the center of the pathway. A foot-tall golden sigil of light emerged in its wake. He didn't even sigh when the shimmering symbol took shape, so focused that he simply completed the design, allowing it to hover steady and still in the nighttime air. It hung firmly where he had traced it, strong and shining, pulsing gently in time with his heartbeat as he stepped back to evaluate his work. It was good. He swung a leg over his broomstick and pushed off, traveling clockwise along the property line. Soon, the southwest corner shimmered with a golden reflection. Harry maneuvered on his broom to fly up over the house. More sigils began to shine and shimmer in the corners of the garden. A shiver ran through him as he returned to the final corner, the southeast one, completing the first layer of the golden enchantment. Somewhere behind him, Kreacher hissed softly in satisfaction and pride. Harry watched as the entire property lit up with the palest shimmer, like spiderwebs stretched across the house and garden. He began his second cycle around the house, laying down the next 4 sigils in clockwise order. In the calm stillness of his mind, he felt the magic within him tremble as he built up the resonance of the spell. His heartbeat and magic rippled, and the sigils pulsed in time, his energy flowing through him in rhythmic little bursts. As Harry glided gently over the roof of the house, he noticed a dark spot drifting into his line of vision, the first signs of exhaustion. Perhaps he was getting a bit lightheaded, he thought as he landed in the back garden to set another sigil. He felt his blood pressure drop pleasantly, and a smile crept across his face as his eyesight took on a subtle hue, revealing truths that lay beyond the normal human spectrum. Soon, the points at the back of the house were tethered to the magic, with the sigils hanging in the air like Morsmordra, but instead of the dark and ominous aura he was accustomed to, they shimmered in a serene golden light. As he traced the boundary line while flying over the roof, a sense of rightness washed over him, everything felt connected. He set the final sigil for the second cycle and felt something stir within him. The house no longer shimmered but glowed warmly. Harry was blissfully unaware of the grin stretching across his face or the faint lines beginning to form on his forehead and around his eyes. The magic felt invigorating, less like a stream and more like a vast lake in which he was immersed. The resonance around him grew stronger, pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, and once again, he felt his body defined by the way the magic rippled within him. As he reached deeper for the final clockwise cycle of sigils, colors and patterns began to blossom in his vision. He directed the broomstick handle to rise up and over the roof once more. The golden glow beneath him felt warm, radiating soft waves of magic outward. Suddenly, Harry felt a stronger drift on his left side and realized, with a jolt of surprise, that he was tilting off his broomstick. He quickly straightened himself and landed back in the garden to finish the sigils. He sensed the magic within him waning, as if he was slowly emptying out, and he hoped that didn't bode ill for him. The 11th sigil connected to another point on the roof, completing the intricate design. Tremors coursed through Harry's body, jolting him as he floated in the air. He wondered if the magic's resonance was all that was holding him together. Was the magic now within him, or was he simply adrift in it? He forgot about his cold feet and failed to notice that his vision was fading into darkness. The orange glow from the street lamps dimmed and vanished. He might have been completely blind at that moment, but the spell he was weaving was etched in his mind. Harry closed his eyes and let himself drift down from the roof. He didn't need to see to know where to go, the image was alive in his magic. The broom moved intuitively, guided by forces beyond his conscious control. Yet, deep within, he felt an ache he couldn't quite reach. A distant worry began to bloom in the background of his mind, and he reconnected with his body, his blood, flesh, and bone on the broom. He tightened his grip on the handle and straightened himself, correcting the odd tilt to one side. He needed to tie off the spell. He felt like a shell, floating in water, but this water was magic, and he was drowning, slowly, beautifully, gently. The darkness of his vision transformed into a strange kaleidoscope of colors he couldn't name. He focused all his energy on completing the spell, finishing the 3rd cycle, and closing the circle. He wasn't quite sure why it worked, perhaps his exhaustion had allowed him to sink deeper into the magic, but somehow, his broomstick drifted down to the pavement next to Creature, outside the old black house. In a sudden moment of imbalance, Harry toppled off the broom. He felt a rush of energy burning within him, filled with more magic and life than he had ever experienced. A distant thought crossed his mind: if he didn't finish the spell, would he burn up into nothing and disappear into the ether? With determination, Harry gathered all his focus, concentration, and stubbornness. He returned to his body. It hurt, but the sensation was distant. He began to recite the incantation. Flowed up from deep within him, reverberating around him before he spoke the words. The floating golden sigils at the front of the house pulsed in harmony with each other and with Harry. Somehow, he managed to open his eyes. The magic felt as if it was gathering heavily around him as he lifted his wand, forcing out the final incantation. His words fell into the silence like stones dropping into a still pool. Esto Fideus, Harry thundered, feeling a tremendous pull of power draining from his magic. The 12 anchor points, the sigils, the 12 points of the spell foundation, began to converge, dragging their property boundaries along with them. Harry watched in fascination as the property folded in on itself, absorbing all the magic surrounding him. He imagined it would have been magnificent to see the house compress into a tiny pinprick of light, but his mundane sight wasn't cooperating. All he could perceive was a dance of spots, a pattern he couldn't quite name. The magic and space folded in on themselves, and Harry couldn't tell if his eyes were open. The sigils seemed to be burned into his eyelids in the dark. He felt a sudden absence of warmth from the spell, a shocking lack of magic both around him and within him. Blinking furiously, he thought only one golden sigil remained, consuming everything that had held him together. Could he even see it? Or was it merely an echo of his magical heat? The golden sign no longer pulsed, it trembled before shooting out to merge with his chest. Harry gasped in pain. Instantly, the entire property vanished from Muggle London without a sound or a glimmer. He had a fleeting moment to appreciate his success. The 2 Muggle houses at numbers 10 and 14 now stood side by side, and his secret was nestled deep within his soul. He couldn't feel his magic anymore, he had pushed himself too far. Distantly, he noticed his ears were ringing, and he might as well have been blind. With a sense of urgency, Harry couldn't quite place it, but he felt Creature standing beside him on the road gasp, clutch his chest, and stagger. Sirius Sanctuary is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Islington, London, Harry said aloud, or at least he thought he did. He turned to grasp Creature's shoulder. "Creature?" The old elf gasped, struggling to catch his breath, his knees weak. After a moment, he glared up at Harry. "Creature is bonded to the house, Master Harry. Creature is feeling the gap." With his eyes still dark and his arms heavy and slow, Harry felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He wanted to cry. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Creature. I didn't mean to hurt you," he said, grimacing tiredly. He hoped he was speaking loudly enough, or was it too loud? "Damn. I don't know what I'm doing. Is it done? Are you all right now? Does it hurt?" "Creature is recovering," the elf assured him. "Creature is as tough as old boots." Harry fought to stay upright, but somehow his head had drooped onto his chest, and his wand lay forgotten on the ground. When had that happened? Younger Master? Master Harry. Creature pulled himself together, tugging forcefully on Harry's elbow, the pain forgotten. Master Harry needs his rest. Off to bed you trot, chop chop. Harry let out a tired snort of amusement, but he only wobbled in place. "But there's another thing." I've forgotten." Fatigue washed over him like a wave, leaving Harry feeling cold and lightheaded. His body felt so heavy it could have sunk into the concrete pavement. "What's missing?" he slurred. "I dunno." Straightening up, Creature seemed to transform, neither the wicked little gremlin nor the wise old ally Harry thought he knew. How did Harry know that, even in the heavy shadows of the dark night? The thought slipped away as quickly as it came. Master Harry must wake Master Sirius and tell him the secret, Creature instructed, his tone reminiscent of a caring nanny speaking to a small child. "Then you both need to sleep and rest for as long as you need." Harry let out a small whimper from the back of his throat. "What was that?" "I don't think I'm sorry, I'm just a bit tired right now." "Off you trot," Creature said firmly, and Harry gratefully sank to his knees. He fumbled with his moleskin pouch, managing to grab hold of the keys, but then he dropped them and stared at them blankly on the ground. Why were they down there? The little gleaming keys shimmered dimly in the night, and that was good. He could see them, even though his vision felt confined to a small circle, and strange noises rushed past his ears. Creature shouted something, but Harry didn't catch it. Then the keys vanished from his sight. He had been looking right at them. Creature urged him to climb into the trunk. Had Creature opened it? That was thoughtful of him. What a good bloke he was. Harry stumbled down the stairs, supported by Creature's strong, wiry arms. He was sure his legs were moving properly, but somehow his shoes felt enormous and heavy, making it all too easy to trip. Finally, Creature stopped, and Harry slouched where he stood, the room spinning around him despite the darkness that enveloped his sight. Sirius's voice roared. Creature must have woken him. Harry stumbled back in confusion and ended up on the floor. Oh, of course. Sirius was still recovering from Azkaban. Sirius's sanctuary is located. Creature prompted. He then coughed and hacked painfully, magically bound from saying any more. With a monumental effort, Harry finished the sentence while still lying on the floor, staring blankly into space. Sirius's sanctuary is located at number 12, Grimmauld Place, Islington, London, he managed to say. Master Harry needs to rest now, Creature said, his voice clear and calm. He's saved your hide and will be off to school soon. Sleep. No complaints. Harry wondered if his eyes were closed or if he was simply blind in the dark. Creature seemed to have everything under control, so he decided to leave the rest to him. The next morning, Harry slept later than he ever had before. If he had been at Hogwarts feeling like this, his friends or teachers would have dragged him to Madame Pomfrey's office and forced him into her care. Instead, he lay in his bedroom, still tucked inside the trunk compartment, gradually regaining consciousness as Creature bustled about, feeding him pieces of chocolate, warm tea, and chicken broth. Harry stifled a groan. His head throbbed, his eyes burned in the light, and every muscle felt stiff and sore. He felt as if he had just run a marathon while dead drunk, now dealing with the muscle pain and a killer hangover all at once. Suddenly, a warm, wet tongue slobbered over his face, and the worried eyes of Padfoot appeared near his head. Moments later, a very concerned Sirius leaned over the pillow. "Are you all right there, pup? Can you feel your fingers? Toes? How many fingers am I holding up?" Harry swore at his godfather in the most impolite way he could muster, and Sirius' face twitched in response. "You can't be feeling too bad if you're talking like that," Sirius proclaimed, continuing to wiggle his fingers in front of Harry until he managed to grumble, "3 fingers and a thumb, Sirius. Now go away." Now, we can't have that," Sirius said, shaking his head. "You're at Creature's mercy now, and you can't move until he gives the okay." He's actually being more decent about it than I would have expected. Harry snorted tiredly. "What? Creature likes me. And I've just hidden his home from the ministry, which means he can finally begin with the..." Sirius frowned. If the cleaning is so important to him, why didn't he do it for the last 10 years? Because he had a more important job to do first, Harry mumbled. And it drove him crazy because it was impossible to achieve. "I helped him out, so now he's feeling better." Sirius protested, "He's still a sullen, rude little bugger to me." "Well, of course. You hate each other." Harry weakly propped himself up in bed until he was mostly sitting. "I hope you've been polite, Sirius. Creature's been suffering almost as much as you have." "You think?" "Hey, at least you had food in Azkaban. Creature's been fighting with the back garden to scrape off bark and roots to eat for the last 10 years. He felt like everything that went wrong was his fault, and he had no one to talk to. Sound familiar? It doesn't hurt to be nice to him." Sirius didn't seem convinced, but as Harry continued to regain his senses, he was surprised by Sirius's reasonable demeanor, even if he was silent. Harry realized that the silence had stretched on for quite a while. Sirius," he ventured. "Are you all right? Feeling okay yourself?" "Pup, Sirius croaked. "I thought you were dying. I failed your mum and dad, and I failed you. But I thought I'd found you, and things were going to be okay, but you were so still and pale and cold. I don't, I'm so glad you woke up." Awkwardly, Harry had no idea how to respond, so they sat in silence for a while as Creature bustled in and out. Eventually, Harry broke the silence again. "And, how are you feeling then? You seem a bit different now." Sirius ran his hands through his hair. I think I'm a bit more alert now. I've been out of it for so long. You've been looking after me well. Thanks, kid." What's the date, do you know?" Harry said, hoping his mind was as sharp as he believed. "The date? Yeah, I know the date. It's August. Yep, August 31st. Sirius exclaimed. "You're kidding. You go back to Hogwarts tomorrow?" Harry nodded and continued to lie. "Yeah. Thank goodness I could set up the Fidelius today. Or was it yesterday? Whenever." Sirius's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Oh. But I can come with you. Now that you've shocked me out of my funk. The damn rat is at Hogwarts. Did I tell you that already? I can sneak in as Padfoot and get the bastard without anyone being the wiser." "I don't think," Harry began. "Or this fabulous trunk you've got here," Sirius continued, ignoring him. "I'll just hide out in here until I'm smuggled into the school. No one will figure out I'm here with you." "They all seem to think you want to kill me," Harry admitted. "I don't think it's safe for you, Sirius. That's why I did the Fidelius. I'd like you to stay here for a bit." "I've done all the hiding and waiting I want," Sirius proclaimed. "Now it's time to commit the murder I've been punished for. I'm coming with you." "Aren't there people who know about Padfoot?" Harry asked desperately, cursing his slow mind. Sirius sighed. "Only Moony. And he thinks I'm the traitor. But Merlin only knows where he is these days. He never visited me once, you know. That ship has sailed. I'm sure Dumbledore has Moony in hand," Harry tried. "He probably contacted him when you escaped from Azkaban. How about I find out where he is while you stay here and rest up? At least try to put on a little weight. You look less like your wanted poster if you did. Maybe wash your hair." Sirius didn't care about his wanted poster, or Remus, or Dumbledore. He just wanted to sneak into Hogwarts to get the revenge he'd been dreaming of. Harry pulled out the big guns. "I just feel," he murmured, running his hands through his. Harry sighed, running his fingers through his hair. "Since I almost put myself in danger trying to hide you, it would be great if you could stay safe until you're well. I'm not blaming you or anything, but my mum and dad are gone now. You're the only family I have left." "Pup," Sirius froze, his expression turning contrite. "Oh, kid. Harry. I'm so sorry about your parents. But I can't, I'm not worth all that, really." Harry looked up at his godfather with wide, lonely eyes. "You saw my aunt and uncle. I'm not wanted there. You're the only family who wants me, Sirius. I can't lose you. I can't." Sirius fidgeted, unable to meet Harry's gaze. It took a long time and many conversations throughout the day, and Harry, genuinely feeling horrible, helped, but eventually, his emotional appeal worked. Reluctantly, Sirius agreed to stay hidden. "But only until I'm well again, mind," he protested. "You're the most important thing, Harry, but the traitor has got to die." "I can see why you feel that," Harry replied, carefully avoiding a direct acknowledgement. "But you're what's important to me." The conversations had worn him out, and a sternly clucking creature hurried Sirius out of the compartment so Harry could get some sleep. Harry giggled. Perhaps he was more tired than he realized. The old elf was more like Madame Pomfrey than he had ever imagined. But evening came quickly, and Harry found himself forced to turn in early. The next morning, Sirius threw a protective fit, insisting on accompanying Harry to the Hogwarts Express. However, together, Harry and Creature managed to wear him down. Instead, Harry sneaked out of the house with his luggage and broom, the invisibility cloak pulled neatly over his head, and returned to school on his own. Inside his robes, a small silver mirror was tucked into an inner pocket. It would allow him and Sirius to contact each other without being noticed. A little bit of the guilt that Harry constantly carried began to fade away. Chapter 24: Abnormality. In hindsight, it was astonishing that Harry woke up the next day as functional as he was. Despite his outward appearance, he stumbled through movement and struggled with relationships, feeling a throbbing ache in his chest. He often clutched at it, grasping at the gaping hole, but everything felt intact beneath his touch. The next 3 days were just as awful. A relentless headache thumped away, his heartbeat echoed in his ears. Pain shot through his temples with each pulse, and Harry found himself wishing his heart would simply stop beating if it meant the pain would go away. Of course, he had felt worse before. He had soldiered on and pushed through. This state of affairs seemed par for the course for the boy who lived, he thought, grimacing through the stabbing in his temples. Running a dry tongue over his rough lips, he realized he might be feeling, mildly, positively confused. In one sense, Harry was struggling. The headache was terrible, a stab of pain that drilled through his temple, burned in his eyes, and throbbed in time with his pulse. Odd shadows lingered in his vision, and when he finally mustered the courage to walk, more like stumble, from his bed to the nearest water closet, he kept stubbing his toes on things that seemed to be in places they shouldn't be. In another sense, Harry was doing quite well. The rest of his body felt fabulous. No stomachache, no guilt. Comparatively speaking, he felt lighter, as if there was no weight on his shoulders to worry about. Just walking down the corridor between classes, his conscious mind seemed to float a little above the physicality of his body. Disengage, he thought absently. What was the word? Disengage? It was close, yet distant, as if it wasn't his own body. A little part of Harry suddenly and urgently wanted to know the right word, and he stopped mid-hallway to search the deep recesses of his memory. Disassociate, the thought finally surfaced. Triumph washed over Harry as he contemplated his state of mind. Was he disassociating? He rolled the syllables around on his tongue, feeling a sense of accomplishment. His chest warmed with the thought. But then he wondered, was disassociating from his body really a bad thing? Furrowing his brow, Harry wished he could ask Hermione. But somehow, he felt that would only lead to more questions. She was still somewhat perplexed about his disappearance over the weekend, and his vague hint about exploring a hidden section of the library had only partially distracted her. It was probably best not to draw attention to himself. So, he kept quiet. He lowered his head and stayed silent. He took pain relief potions and went to bed early each night. As he began to recover from pushing himself too hard, Harry found joy in castle life once more. Small details that he had previously overlooked came back into sharp focus. Merlin. He even remembered to search for his missing boots in the room of hidden things. Once he realized it, it felt like such an obvious decision. That week brought a mild sense of fun as his classes continued, and the new option significantly broadened his studies. Looking at divination with fresh eyes was fascinating. Of course, he had to self-study since Trelawney was still teaching the same old material. He found joy in playing around with her homework. It was positively satisfying to describe in his dream diary all the terrible ways a mysterious black figure had suffered a miscarriage of justice. He relished predicting how the truth would eventually come to light and how the ministry would be impacted. That seemed accurate to Harry, especially if the reputation of the illustrious Mr. Lloyd Elliot was even slightly true. In his own time, Harry cross-referenced his class notes with books he discovered in the study room version of the Room of Requirement. He began drinking lots of tea and learned to appreciate the magic within it. Not that tea was magical in itself, but everything had a little magic in it. Hadn't Mr. Weasley taught him that? Harry reflected on his journey and the progress he had made. Now that he could sense his own magic, the ripples and tremors surrounding him, he noticed slow swirls at the bottom of each drink he examined. As he sipped his loose-leaf tea, he took notes, trying to memorize that feeling of magic intertwining and resonating with one another. He found himself paying close attention to the shapes forming at the bottom of his cups. The looming sense of tension and failure began to fade as Harry settled back into the familiar routines of Hogwarts, reassured by the knowledge that he was succeeding despite everything. He generally enjoyed Hagrid's creatures classes, which introduced him to new and unusual beings he had never before dared to explore. His confidence in transfiguration and charms had grown, allowing him to take things easy now that his spell work had reached a new level. Muggle studies remained engaging, and Harry developed a fondness for his cheerfully determined teacher, who skillfully encouraged both purebloods and Muggleborns to participate equally through her positivity. Even runes and arithmancy, challenging as they were, brought a refreshing novelty to his studies. Harry absorbed a wealth of new information, not entirely by design, but because the subjects were indeed heavy and difficult to keep up with. All he could manage was to take detailed notes, planning to wrestle with the material during his study time. While the history and culture of the Proto-Germanic people intrigued him, Rune's class often felt like a bludger hanging over his head, just waiting to drop. He was keeping afloat, staying ahead of the bludger, by sheer determination and the fact that nothing had yet lunged forward to catch him. However, the pressure was building, and soon he would have to confront just how out of his depth he truly was. Still, Harry couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. What a wonderfully ordinary student experience. He was well acquainted with bludgers, so the metaphor felt just right. For the first time in a long while, Harry sensed that he might still be a normal student after all. Harry glanced at Hermione, who was blissfully unaware of any threats from Voldemort, future deaths, or the weight of historic events looming ahead. She had a smudge of ink on her right cheek, and her hair had unraveled from its curls, resembling a wild electric shock, each strand standing on end. Were there sparks hiding in her hair, or was it just his imagination? He blinked and looked away. Hermione was chewing on the tip of her quill, clearly stressed and tired, maybe even more so than Harry. Yet, she was living a normal student life, feeling the same pressures, fatigue, and overwhelm. Wasn't that proof that he was normal too? A twinge in his chest reminded him of the weight he carried, but the thought of shared experiences eased his shoulders, allowing them to relax. Runes was challenging, but in a typical way. Perhaps he could tackle it like any other student. He made a mental note to revisit that thought later. As for classes, arithmancy didn't carry the same sense of impending doom that clung to him in runes. There was no threat of an impending revelation of incompetence in arithmancy, it was all action from the very first lesson. The pace of the lessons was astonishing. The symbolism of numbers had never intrigued Harry before, but he found himself sitting in the front row, taking diligent notes. He learned that 1 symbolized identity and direction, while 2 often represented balance, divergence, or duality. His quill never seemed to pause. "Makes sense," Hermione muttered from her seat beside him. Harry replied, jotting down that 3 was one of the most stable numbers. He wrote, 3 parts of a whole, soul, body, spirit. Like a 3-legged stool. Sacred to the Celts, harmony to the Greeks. Creation magic. Sirius wood. Harry thought to himself, I need to know more. He recalled something about the Fidelius charm involving a pattern of 4 sets of 3. Or was it 3 sets of 4? He pondered whether there was a difference in symbolism between the two. Perhaps animagi required 3s for stability? Sirius might have the answer. He furrowed his brow, then shook his head and hurried to catch up with the class. "Miss Granger?" Professor Vector asked, and Harry felt a wave of disappointment wash over him for not being more focused on his studies. What were they discussing? 3rd time lucky? Hermione suggested in response to the question Harry had missed. The attractive teacher nodded. Well done. Magic often comes in 3s. Alternatively, once is luck, twice is skill, and thrice is mastery, when you actually get it. Mr. Farmer? A Hufflepuff boy Harry didn't really know chimed in with his own interpretation of the number. Once is chance, twice is coincidence, thrice is a pattern. Exactly. Well done. Similarly structured. Miss Baker? Ready, set, go? Professor Vector smiled, and Harry couldn't help but notice the adorable little dimple in her left cheek. Ah, the pattern of 3s in practice. Are there others? At first, the responses came slowly, but soon they flowed in thick and fast. Harry did his best to contribute ideas. 3 Deathly Hallows. 3 Peverell brothers. 3 of any siblings, the youngest being the good one. Ooh. Like the animators who wore boots and the 3 Miller's sons. The teacher smiled, and her dimple deepened charmingly. More suggestions followed. Maiden, mother, crone. Father, son, spirit. Body, mind, soul. Staff, sword, and shield. We always say gold, silver, bronze even though they're not the most magical of metals. Harry thought, bone of the father. Flesh of the servant. Blood of the enemy. Fortunately, he held his tongue, resisting the urge to reveal the secret. Voldemort's return to the castle lingered in Harry's mind. Instead of dwelling on that, he simply offered blood, flesh, and bone, earning a warm glance from Professor Vector. Hermione seemed pleased with him too. 3 gin wishes, she suggested. Rumpelstiltskin's 3 guesses, added another student. 3rd time's the charm, someone else chimed in. Professor Vector smiled thinly and awarded 2 points to Ravenclaw. Very nice. The 3rd and final time. It takes 3 attempts for a spell to truly settle in the more complex forms of magic. 3 times to charm the truth out of someone, to cast a curse, to appeal to spirits, to call creatures, to commune with nature. This is a crucial aspect of ritual magic, which we will explore in theory during your NEWT years. Well done. Harry bent over his desk, frantically jotting down the suggestions that seemed to delight Professor Vector. As her smooth alto voice continued to flow across the room, his rapid writing slowed and quieted. It became clear that stories contained many hints about arithmancy principles. He briefly thought of the tale of the three brothers and Babbity Rabbity. What insights might Muggle fairy tales offer? He made a mental note to ask later. Hermione would surely have ideas too. No wonder she had enjoyed this class so much in the previous timeline. This was far more interesting than the math he had expected. Lost in thought, Harry brushed the tip of his quill feather against his chin. Suddenly, he twitched and scrambled to pick up his quill again, rushing to write down his notes. He worked to gather his thoughts, convinced that Professor Vector's deep brown eyes had nothing to do with his focus. One afternoon, on his way to potions, Harry felt a tingle at the back of his neck. Instinctively, he reached for his wand, gripping his holly wand tightly in his hand, his feet firmly planted on the ground, when he heard the faint, familiar sound of trickling dust. "Harry?" Hermione called, having taken a few steps ahead. Harry noticed he had stopped walking. "Look, we're not exactly going to be late, but what are you?" "Shit, something's wrong." Adrenaline surged through him. Harry had the best survival instincts of anyone in his year, and he bet galleons on it. His group of friends staggered to a halt, falling behind the other Gryffindors heading to class. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Hermione exchanging confused glances with Neville as they turned to watch him curiously, but Harry's senses were on high alert. His pulse quickened, and his mind settled into a quiet calm. Something felt familiar. The memory hit him like a wave, so strong it was almost physical. He swallowed hard, pushing back memories of panic and exhaustion, reliving that horrendous moment in the Chamber of Secrets. When the spell damage had been too great. When the great pillar holding up the ceiling had crumbled, and his magic had surged beyond his understanding. The world seemed to spin, and his body thrummed with the electricity of instinct. Harry ducked, crouching into a half squat. He raised his left forearm in protection and cast a spell that erupted into brilliant light. As the flash faded, he stared up at the dark dungeon corridor's ceiling, eyes wide and ears straining for any sound. "Hey, Harry!" Neville ventured. "What?" "Hush!" Still crouched in the middle of the corridor, Harry forced his eyes to focus through the gloom and the flickering light of the wall sconces. He concentrated so hard that his eyes began to hurt. A headache throbbed at his temples, and a sharp pain shot through his brain as he searched the shadows, his eyes darting and narrowing. Through the pain, and a strange burn in his mind that would have surprised him if he had time to notice, small spots began to appear in his vision. Familiar spots. The colors he had seen when he was tired, when he had overexerted his magic. Even without his seeing spell, he could make out pale shapes emerging from the darkness. Colors blossomed and spread like blooming moon lilies. Harry tried to blink them away, but they returned, brighter than before. As he focused, he noticed patterns emerging within the lights, which clung to the crevices of the ceiling. Some were bluish, others white, some shone brightly, while others were dimmer. His thighs began to burn from the strain of crouching, and he attempted to flick the lights away with his wand. They didn't disappear but twinkled stubbornly in his vision. Suddenly, he recognized the pattern, and a shiver traveled down his spine, sending goosebumps rippling over his skin. "Get Snape!" he snapped. "Hey, Harry, what?" Ron replied, his voice trailing off. Hermione's voice seemed to sigh. "Professor Snape, huh? Now. Get Snape now." His confused friends hesitated for a moment before rushing off, leaving Harry to rack his brain for the spells he had learned the previous year. Spells he had practiced in preparation for descending into the Chamber of Secrets to repair crumbling masonry and strengthen stone. He managed to hold up the collapsing corridor until Snape arrived, his black robe swirling around him as he moved silently and purposefully. "Mr. Potter." I might have known. Snape's dark, silky tone sliced through Harry's concentration, laced with sibilant hisses. A bit of tension seeped from Harry's muscles, knowing he was no longer the one in charge. The corridor's falling, Professor, Harry said, trying to stay calm. I've got it with my magic for now, but I don't want to cast on the walls in a passage like this. Unwelcome words emerged from Snape as he drew his wand with a graceful flick. 20 points from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter. What? Someone behind Snape yelped. Harry thought it might have been Neville. For using magic in the corridors? Even without looking, Harry could imagine Snape's dismissive eyebrow raised and the cold sneer playing on his lips. Another 10 points for being out in the corridors when you should be in class, Mr. Longbottom. Harry realized he had correctly identified his friend. Although it used to infuriate him, the minor loss of points from Snape barely registered anymore. Do you want to swap places with me, Professor? Or shall I keep holding them up while you fix them? With frustrating slowness, Snape raised his wand just at the edge of Harry's vision, but he didn't cast anything helpful. How utterly like your father, Mr. Potter. Insolent, self-righteous. Pretending to play the hero in a pathetic attempt to gain public adulation and admiration. What? Harry rolled his eyes without thinking. His thighs were still burning, but his wand remained steady. He immediately dismissed the irrelevant comment. Shall I keep it up, Professor? Snape's tone darkened in a familiar way that Harry didn't like. 10 more points from Gryffindor for your swollen sense of self, Mr. Potter, and a detention this evening with Mr. Filch, I think. Harry had bigger issues on his mind. When shall I drop the spell, Professor? With a swish of his robes, Snape appeared directly in front of Harry's unwavering gaze, staring down at him. His black eyes were filled with a venom that surprised Harry, even after all their years of familiarity. There was a sneering curl at the corner of Snape's mouth and cold, harsh lines etched across his forehead and around his lips, all screaming of his loathing toward Harry, and presumably all things Potter. Another 10 points for sheer audacity, lack of respect, inflated ego, and Gryffindorish grandstanding, Mr. Potter. Drop your spell. Harry tore his gaze away from the suspicious ceiling bricks to glance at the potion's professor. Are you ready to catch it, Professor? With biting precision, Snape repeated his instruction curtly. Drop the spell, Mr. Potter. Or are you too much of an imbecile to understand simple commands? Instructions? Harry asked cynically, raising an eyebrow at the teacher as he prepared himself for whatever came next. Professor? He insisted. Potter, Snape echoed darkly. Harry licked his lips nervously, his brow furrowing as an odd suspicion crept over him. Then I'll let go in 3, Professor. 3, 2, 1. With a twist of his wand, he completed the spell. For a brief moment, nothing happened. Snape straightened, ready to unleash more biting criticism. His anger towards Harry hung in the air, an almost palpable darkness. Suddenly, the sound of dust or sand falling filled the room, escalating into a rumbling clatter. Before Snape could even turn to face the corridor wall, piles of pale dust cascaded down from above. The quiet whisper transformed into the clattering of small stones, followed by larger ones that rattled and thudded heavily in the corridor. A sharp, triangular fragment nearly rolled over Harry's foot. From where Neville had been, curses and shrieks echoed through the air. Harry narrowed his eyes in concentration. Snape gasped loudly, his frustration evident. Arresto momentum. Harry muttered firmly. He focused on casting additional spells silently to halt the impending collapse. Small flickers of light shot from his wand. Finally, Snape moved. His face flushed with fury, mottled red splotches marred his dignity as he spun around with graceful precision. He unleashed a series of flashing lights that overwhelmed Harry's feeble attempts. Even amid his own spell work, Harry couldn't help but admire Snape's mastery. As the clouds of white dust began to settle, revealing both Harry and Snape dusted in stone-grey powder, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. The trembling stones of the corridor ceiling had finally stopped, and the dust settled further as a handful of figures emerged, coughing and disoriented. It became clear that a handful of students, including Neville, had paused just outside the danger zone, seemingly having followed Snape back. Harry felt a tickle in his nose and fought the urge to sneeze. A quick glance at Snape's face told him now was not the time for distractions. Snape straightened, looking down his nose at Harry with an intensity that still managed to surprise him after everything they had been through. Harry caught sight of Snape's white knuckles, his hands shaking. A snarling, almost beast-like grimace twisted Snape's lips. Harry blinked, wet his lips, and promptly looked away. He didn't want to be caught noticing more of Snape's vulnerabilities than he already had. Snape was breathing heavily, sending faint puffs of dust swirling through the air of the corridor. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see how far back Snape's lips were drawn, revealing jagged canines and pale gums. His eyes widened in disbelief and discomfort as his mind processed the scene. Animalistic growls slipped through Snape's sneering expression, taut muscles making Harry wonder if his cheeks were hurting from the effort. The professor bared his oddly white teeth at Harry, radiating a pure hatred that Harry had never witnessed from him before. Grey powder coated Snape's face like poorly applied makeup. The snarling sound of disdain cut off abruptly as Harry saw Snape visibly gather himself. The professor spoke again, his tone dark and biting, causing the other students to shuffle back a few steps in fear. His voice trembled slightly with intensity. 50 more points from Gryffindor, Potter, for wanton destruction of the castle, destructive tendencies, and the absolute audacity to prank a teacher. Harry lowered his wand. It was all over now, one way or another. He attempted to explain, but a week of detentions with Filch, Potter. Do not push me further. Harry swallowed hard. Harry nodded, watching Snape turn away and smile at the other students as he stalked off. The watching students parted silently as he strode past them. As they paused to observe the professor's departure, Harry noticed Neville twitching. Once the corridor cleared of floating dust, Neville quietly made his way over to Harry, who felt rooted to the spot. Behind them, the other students muttered softly and quickly evacuated the corridor, leaving Harry and Neville alone. A few of them cast curious glances in Harry's direction as they left. Does he hate me more now? Harry murmured plaintively to his good friend. I mean, I've been so good. I've done everything right. Neville looked a bit twitchy, shooting another quick glance in the direction where Snape had vanished. Hate you more than in first year? I mean, I dunno, mate. You've never done anything to him, have you? Harry shrugged. Tried hard in class, I guess. I'm not really seeing the connection. After a moment of silence, Neville leaned closer to Harry's ear. Harry, he ventured. He does know that you didn't cause the corridor to. He gestured wordlessly at the scene around them. I mean, this doesn't seem. Relaxing a little, Harry finally stood up straight and dusted his hands off, accepting the hate and the blame. Even the detentions and loss of points were unwelcome but not exactly unexpected. It was nothing new when he thought about it. You know, Nev? I don't think it matters. I guess he just doesn't like seeing me, be right. Succeed. Neville furrowed his brow. Do you want me to go talk to Professor McGonagall about, well, all of this? Harry stifled a chuckle. I don't know, maybe? You think he just wants me to be, I dunno, abnormal maybe? I swear, he wasn't this bad last time. Neville looked at Harry curiously, a determined expression crossing his face. Settling over his face as he did so. Harry was willing to bet that at least the loss of Gryffindor points would be reversed by this evening, thanks to McGonagall. He sighed. Let's never bring this up with Snape again, okay? I guess potions is still on. I really don't want to be any later than this. They hurried off. Amidst his core classes, including the suddenly frigid potions lessons, along with a whole array of new options, time turning, and homework, Quidditch practice became intense. Wood was apparently quite stressed about the Hufflepuff team this year, and the game was approaching far sooner than Harry had expected. Harry felt quietly confident. After all, he had never lost a fair game, despite the tension bouncing around his older teammates. Of course, he gave his best during practices, but keeping up with his homework was a priority. He didn't particularly put in extra effort to prepare otherwise. Besides, he was short on sleep as it was, and Quidditch was one of the few things he had left that didn't seem to affect the future. Why should he stress about controlling it when he could simply enjoy the hobby? Saturday arrived, and the weather was terrible. Rain lashed against Harry's glasses as soon as he stepped out of the changing rooms, and he stumbled against the wind. His robes flapped and snapped around his legs like snarling beasts. "Oi!" shouted the Weasley twin behind him as Harry reeled backward, his hair whipping wildly. Firm hands clasped his shoulder, and George gently pushed him forward before stepping into the wind himself. "Ooh! I see what happened there, Harry. What was that?" Harry shouted over the howling wind and the heavy splatter of raindrops on the grass. "You gonna be okay in this?" George asked, holding a drenched arm up to shield his face. "Guess so," Harry called back. "Let's get on with it. Ollie, you know I'll be okay, right? Don't stop the game for me. I'll try to finish it quickly." "Good call." "Oi, Harry," Wood called out immediately. Harry nodded in George's direction as he straddled his broomstick and took off swiftly. The older boy would pass on the message. No need to worry, Harry would be fine. As he soared into the air, Harry knew he needed to gain some altitude before the next gust slammed him back to the ground. He executed a few shaky loops while the rest of the team huddled together. Then the whistle blew, and all players took to the skies. Harry found himself looking down at Cedric's head. He remembered. Slytherin bailed because of the bad weather. Diggory has the weight advantage, but I've got the experience and control. He flashed an okay sign at Oliver Wood, who waved in recognition from his position by the hoops. Wood had flown in gales like this before, and Harry felt a sense of relief at the blustery weather. The sudden, unexpected gusts of strong wind jolted his sleepy mind into alertness. The chilly air whipped away most of his body heat, keeping him focused and his eyes sharp. He worked to settle into that familiar state of mind, a cool, calm, and collected center within himself. Harry licked his lips thoughtfully as the wind rushed past his face, the cold stripping away the warmth and leaving his lips numb. It was a habit, except when he was exhausted, apparently. High above the screaming, shivering spectators, Harry blinked in surprise. How had he not noticed that trend until now? Had his occlumency truly come so far? He made a mental note to revisit the concept and focused back on the game. His fringe whipped close to his eyes, and he swept it back with his forearm once, then a second time, before finally giving up. As the whistles blew, players surged and flowed beneath him, and Harry once again focused his mind. It was challenging to keep track of the game, not just because of the poor visibility, but also because he had to wrestle for control of his broom. He hunched low over the handle, keeping his head down as much as possible. It was a risky way to fly, even the slightest touch could send him into a sudden dive. But Harry had confidence in his core. His stomach and back muscles were strong, and his reflexes were sharp. Even as his robes flapped, snapped, and dragged against his back and legs in the wind, he felt assured. His small frame might have been at the mercy of the skies, but he was more than just skilled, he was experienced. He hunkered down another inch or two, turning his body into a smaller target. The shrill whine of the wind forced its way through the broom bristles and rang in his ears. He tensed his arms, adding more strength to his steering, squinting against the gusts. Adrenaline pulsed through him, it felt exhilarating to be alive. At the other end of the field, he spotted Cedric Diggory flying in tight loops, several meters lower than Harry. The Hufflepuff seated below cheered and shouted encouragement, but Harry couldn't help but smirk competitively. From what he could see, Diggory wasn't being buffeted by the wind quite like he was. Unlike Harry, he had chosen steadiness over speed. That was his loss and Harry's gain. He was dancing on a knife edge, flying faster, climbing higher, craving more. His precise muscle control allowed for minute adjustments in his flight, constantly. He was quick, cornering sharply, using the wind to his advantage and fighting against it when necessary. Gryffindor roared as he shot past their stand, while Ravenclaw applauded. Draco's oddly pale face stared at him in shock from within a surprisingly silent Slytherin crowd. Not a single boo or insult came from his traditional rivals. Then something glinted to his left, and Harry's eyes darted in that direction. Harry turned his gaze sideways, toward the Slytherin stands. He spotted a camera flash. Rita Skeeter's photographer was there, snapping pictures like crazy among the Slytherins. Reporters, he realized, were scattered throughout the crowd. But he quickly brushed that thought aside and focused on the game. Diggory's broom shot by just below him, the other boy completely ignoring Harry's stare. Harry noticed the tension in Cedric's arms and the focused frown on his face, but Diggory sat upright, relying solely on his weight to steady the broom. He was playing it safe and responsible. Meanwhile, Harry couldn't help but grin. He thrived on the thrill of the game. He swept across the Quidditch pitch in his usual patterns, even with his body at a low angle. Visibility behind and below him was worse than normal. Gryffindor red robes whipped through the air like furious waves, obscuring his view. His forearms, shoulders, and stomach began to ache, but he tightened his grip and flew a series of tight circles, scanning the entire field. Below him, the two teams zipped around like flocks of tiny birds. Fragments of chaser voices reached Harry on the wind, half-formed words, drill codes, and the occasional curse as someone mishandled the quaffle and the wind caught it unexpectedly. Snatches of commentary blew past him with the gusts. Fortunately, the bludgers seemed to be leaving him alone today, focusing their chaos on the quaffle game as usual. Harry flew lower, covering the entire pitch. He shot a cheerful thumbs up to Oliver Wood as he passed the Gryffindor hoops, then continued his sweep. Suddenly, he spotted another glint of gold. It was just a Hufflepuff beater's glasses. He turned in a tight circle, searching for his true target. This time, Diggory grinned at him as they passed each other. "Seen it yet?" Harry called out. "Nah, you?" Cedric replied. "Neither. May the best man win." Harry thought to himself with a grin. Not to brag, but he knew he was the best player on the pitch. This was where he truly belonged. Spotting a glint of gold, he shot toward it at full speed. The roars from the Quidditch stands filled the air with a rich, vibrant sound. No individual voices reached Harry. Instead, it was a thick rumble that washed over him like a flood. As he edged past Cedric Diggory, who had joined the chase, they both pulled up when the snitch vanished from sight. "Next time," Cedric called out cheerfully. "It's mine." Harry shot back with a playful snark. Cedric laughed and veered off to the left. Harry's broom fought against the wind as he tried to rise again, his eyes scanning the spot where the snitch had disappeared. Then, an unexpected chill swept over him. Time seemed to stretch and dilate, and Harry's mind struggled to regain its balance as the roar of the spectators faded into silence. He noticed a thick fog rolling over the grass below, even though the strong wind should have blown it away instantly. A small, tinny voice began to ring in his ears. "Not Harry. Not Harry." One hand tightened around the broom, knuckles turning white, while the other instinctively searched for his wand in the moleskin pouch around his neck. As time slowed to a crawl, Harry caught sight of a Hufflepuff chaser dropping the quaffle to his right and below him. In the strange stillness, not a single voice called out against the fumble. The quaffle fell silently. Alicia made a half-hearted attempt to catch it, turning her broom slightly and raising her left arm, only to stop and drift closer to Angelina for comfort. A Hufflepuff chaser joined them, looking pale and shaken. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry watched the quaffle drop, down and down, until it vanished into the fog without a sound. His hand still reached for his wand. The stands remained silent, and in that stillness, his mother's voice echoed piercingly in his mind. Harry felt a cold tingle at the tips of his fingers and his nose. Blackness began to creep into the edges of his vision, threatening to overwhelm him. But he had faced Dementors before, and he refused to give in. Drawing on his occlumency, he clung tightly to a cool, calm peace that pushed back against the deafening silence. Finally, he managed to snag the tip of his wand with his fingertips, quickly pulling it from his moleskin pouch. His eyes continued to scan the pitch for the snitch as he raised his wand, thinking that prongs would help him sort this out. Arresto momentum. he bellowed, flinging his arm across his body and diving toward the Ravenclaw stands. Time seemed to speed up, racing faster and faster. His heart pounded in his chest, fingers trembling and palms sweating. He nearly bit through his lip as he urged his broom on, desperation coursing through every fiber of his being. A small voice in his mind urged him to hurry as he caught sight of a tiny figure in blue at the top of the spectator seats. The little student turned pale, eyelids fluttering. Had they fainted? Slowly, inexorably, the child tilted and folded in half, toppling over the wooden railing, slipping, falling, tumbling into the air. Harry's focus narrowed to just him, the child, and the Dementors below. Tall, dark figures gathered at the edge of the pitch, 6, 8, 12, more than he could count. Hordes of them clustered beneath the stands. He leaned as far forward as he could, pushing his broom to extract every last ounce of speed, racing toward that small body. Falling toward the Dementors below. Everything else seemed to freeze in place. A sudden rush of blue in the stands caught his eye, teachers standing, reaching, grasping too late. Gasps filled the air as they searched for their students. Harry watched as Snape rose to his feet, wand already in hand. Across the field, Professor Sprout frantically patted her pockets, moving in slow motion. Arresto momentum! Harry shouted again, and this time his aim felt true. The tiny figure falling from the stand slowed down. Was it slowing even more? Harry's broom shot through the air like an arrow. He caught sight of the small child, definitely a first year, turning head over heels in the air. The child's face was pale, eyes wide open with fear. A shiver ran through Harry's lips as he wondered if he could reach her in time. He quickly cast a cushioning charm on the ground below, noticing with unsettling calm that the Dementors were drawing closer. From somewhere behind him, Dumbledore's voice boomed in anger, a surge of power lighting up the air. Harry felt the urgency as screams erupted from above. Accio Ravenclaw! He called out desperately. The first year, now falling more slowly, suddenly jerked sideways. Harry regretted his spell work for a moment as time seemed to speed up, and the tumbling child nearly knocked him off his broom. "I've got you," Harry gasped, arms full of child, fluttering robes, broom handle, and wand. You're okay," he murmured, though he knew the danger wasn't over. Elbows flailed and robes whipped in the wind. His vision narrowed past the billowing fabric and tangled hair. He fought to maintain his balance against desperate hands and kicking legs, feeling the weight shift beneath him. Ignoring the shivering and whimpering of the small boy, Harry focused intently and pulled his broom up sharply. A voice near his ear emitted a horrible, desperate sound. Harry wished he could offer comfort, but there was no time. His sudden dive halted, the solid earth tilting away, and not in front of him, but below. Desperate fingers clutched tightly as he fought to maintain control. Harry clutched his shoulder tightly, pain shooting through him, as something kicked his left knee hard enough to numb it. He and the student in his arms tumbled gently off the broom and landed on the ground. In that moment, Harry existed in a small bubble of solitude, just him and the child. No one else. But the cold deepened, and the silence of no mortal footfalls crept ever closer. The shadows of the Dementors loomed overhead. The child whimpered and scrambled in his peripheral vision. Harry didn't have time to be gentle. He scrambled backward, ignoring the numbness in his knee. With urgency, he jerked the boy behind him, not caring about comfort as the child went sprawling. The dark-haired boy, with a mop of hair on his head, fell silent in terror, not even letting out a whimper as he lurched backward. Harry noticed how soft his knees were as he tumbled onto his face, overwhelmed by panic and helplessness. A slight scent of blood filled the air, but Harry couldn't tell whose it was. He scrambled to his feet in front of the child, wondering where the teachers were. Drawing his wand again, he fought fiercely for positive thoughts. "Expecto Patronum!" he bellowed, fully expecting to see prongs leap from his wand. Instead, a small, pale mist glimmered. "Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum!" To his horror, misty veils of fog erupted from the tip of his wand, forming a soft, tenuous barrier between him and the advancing Dementors. Harry staggered backward, positioning himself protectively over the child he had saved. His legs straddled the boy's shoulders, offering whatever safety he could against the pack of hungry dementors that continued to advance. Expecto Patronum! Expecto Patronum! More mist appeared, creating for little curtains of light and hope standing between him and the looming figures, but still no prongs. Harry searched within himself for hope, determination rising within him. Harry searched deep within himself, seeking happiness and joy. He found the right emotion and cast his spell again and again, sending splashes of silver erupting before him. The Dementors halted, reaching out with their slimy grey hands, battering threateningly against the fragile barrier that stood between them and their prey. A single drop of sweat trickled down Harry's forehead, along his temple and jawline. He was doing it right, damn it. Where was Prongs? What was wrong? Desperately, he thought of his parents' love, envisioning his friends alive and triumphing over Voldemort's fallen figure, while Death Eaters scattered in fear. He drew on memories of Ron and Hermione, happy and whole after Hogwarts, and of Tonks and Remus, laughing and cooing over their baby. He imagined Draco and his parents smiling, exploring new avenues of politics, friendship, and hope. And Sirius, whole, handsome, and healthy. More curtains of light fell between him and the encroaching creatures, growing sturdier and stronger, but still no sign of Prongs. Harry's lips felt parched, and he noticed the boy he sheltered shiver beside him. A sudden scent of ammonia filled the air. The kid had lost muscle control. Faint screams and bellows echoed from the stands behind him, and flashes of light failed to distract him. Digging deep into his strength, Harry planted his feet firmly on the ground, facing the looming figures with all the stubbornness and pride of the most desperate Gryffindor. One of his simplest, thinnest barriers of silver flickered and extinguished. Failure was not an option. Harry narrowed his eyes, exhaled, and raised his wand once more. Chapter 25, Heroic Hardships. Professor Dumbledore, radiating power, fury, and protectiveness, was a sight that would never be forgotten. He appeared before the Dementors in a burst of light and heat, accompanied by a magnificent herd of Patronuses, some of which Harry recognized. In hindsight, Dumbledore had probably arrived rather quickly. Harry thought charitably that he had been hindered by the fact that Fawkes didn't watch Quidditch games and that he hadn't been on a broom like Harry had. Instead, he had been in the stands, lacking the unimpeded view from the pitch. Perhaps the teachers hadn't even noticed anything amiss until Harry had begun diving. In fairness, they were likely focused on the Dementors and not on a single individual at the top of the Quidditch stand who was tilting, tripping, and toppling. Not everyone could have seeker eyes, after all. The ability to catch a glimpse of movement out of the corner of the eye was valued in seekers precisely because it was so rare. At any rate, Harry forgave the teachers for their slow reactions when Dumbledore roared up, positioning himself protectively between Harry, his charge, and the encroaching threat. Waves of silver creatures surged forward, needing no instruction. The horde of Patronuses raced towards the tall, cloaked figures. Birds, cats, dogs, and Snape's deer, was that a lizard, held nothing back, causing the Dementors to stagger to a halt, cower, and back away under the force and fury of Hogwarts' defenses. Harry dropped his wand and turned to the boy at his feet as the adults finally arrived and took charge. "Hey," he murmured, carefully stepping back from the poor child and kneeling beside him in a non-threatening way. "Hey, kid. Can you hear me okay?" The pale, trembling face and shaky hands told Harry that the poor child, probably a first year, was still beyond words. Harry had never been particularly good with physical comfort, but even he knew enough to. Harry awkwardly reached out his free hand and softly patted the boy's shoulder. "Hey! You with me? The teachers have got it covered now, right? You'll be all right. I've got you." Still lying on the ground, half crumpled from where Harry had thrown him, the boy seemed to startle weakly out of his panic, blinking rapidly. The sounds of screams echoed around them, a chaotic backdrop to the strangely silent battle. Students were in a panic above him, while teachers and prefects worked to control the crowd. Harry could swear he saw the annoying flickers of camera flashes from over his shoulder, but in the small pocket of quiet he chose to ignore them. He shifted to get more comfortable on the ground beside the child. Don't move just yet, he instructed, noticing the boy's neck muscles tense as if he was about to sit up. I'm sure Madame Pomfrey will be here soon to set things right. And I don't know about you, but a crowd of Dementors have nothing on her when she's on the warpath. The Ravenclaw might have made a sound that, on a better day, could have been a wet giggle, and Harry saw him relax a little more. Then, as the kid regained his bearings, he flushed an unattractive shade of pink, realizing he had soiled his robes, in public, no less. In front of the great Harry Potter and everyone. Harry glanced back over his shoulder and positioned his body carefully between the boy and the onlooking crowd. So, Harry said loudly, then quietly muttered a discreet Tergio just loud enough for the boy to hear. What's your name, kid? As the stains on his robe suddenly dried and vanished, the little boy twitched in confusion. Oh? Oh. Oh. I'm Benedict Bassett, sir. H.M. Harry shuffled around until his legs were crossed neatly beneath him and gestured toward the retreating Dementors. Check that out, Benedict. You don't mind me calling you Benedict, do you? Have you ever seen any of your professors so furious? I mean, Harry gestured towards Headmaster Dumbledore, who was showcasing his incredible abilities by casting one silent spell after another. I had no idea Dumbledore was this powerful, he said, though it was a lie. Harry had witnessed Dumbledore perform countless impressive feats over the years, but this was a comforting lie, and in this timeline, it was true. Benedict glanced briefly at the chaotic scene before returning his gaze to Harry's face. Yes, sir, he replied, still pale and trembling, unwilling to relax until Madame Pomfrey arrived. Thank you, sir. No worries, Harry said with a reassuring grin. You would have been fine, I promise. I just happened to get there first. Even in his frightened state, Benedict looked at Harry with a hint of skepticism. Harry blinked, momentarily reminded of his own experiences at Hogwarts. But I was here anyway, he continued, pretending the awkward silence hadn't happened. So I got to you first. So. H.M. Harry raised an eyebrow and noticed Madame Pomfrey rushing over. So? I fainted, sir. Harry's attention snapped back. Hey! That's not your fault, okay? It doesn't say anything about you or how strong you are, all right. Benedict avoided Harry's gaze, his embarrassment evident. I'm a Muggleborn, sir. Harry frowned. So? If anyone says anything about that after this, you let me know. You hear me? But I? Harry leaned in closer, facing the young Ravenclaw directly, ignoring the sudden pain in his knee as he shifted his weight. You listen to me, Benedict, okay? You are not weak. Some people don't struggle with Dementors like you and me because they're happy people, okay? He could hear Madame Pomfrey's footsteps growing closer and tried to wrap things up quickly. They bring up your worst memories, you. Do you know what I mean? For some people, like Ron Weasley or Draco Malfoy, their worst memories might just be bad dreams or feelings of loneliness. Do you get what I'm saying? Harry noticed Benedict's deep brown eyes were fixed on him with desperation. But then, Harry continued, there are others who have much darker memories to deal with. I don't mean to presume what my friends have gone through, but I'm just giving you examples based on what I know. Benedict seemed uncertain. Harry placed his hand back on the boy's shoulder, patting it reassuringly. There's one girl I know who sees her mother's death, he said softly. It was really tragic, if you know what I mean. And then there's another girl who struggled for years after being possessed by an evil spirit. It nearly killed her, and she could do nothing but watch it happen. Benedict scrunched up his nose and recoiled slightly. Harry nodded seriously. It's true. While it's rare for kids, some people carry really heavy memories, and they tend to react more strongly to Dementors than most. I, myself, had the memory of Voldemort murdering my mum. Harry heard a soft gasp behind him and realized Madame Pomfrey had arrived, perhaps a little too close for comfort. He quickly turned back to Benedict, eager to change the subject before Madame Pomfrey could intervene. Obviously, I react very strongly to Dementors too. I almost fainted on the train myself, so I've learned all I can to protect myself from them. He figured a little half-truth about his experiences wouldn't hurt. I don't know what's in your past, and you don't have to tell me, he insisted as Benedict looked like he was about to speak. Hey! Benedict, I want you to know you're a survivor, okay? You're stronger than you think. You've overcome that, and you'll get through this too, all right? And please, don't call me sir. As predictable as it was unfortunate, the aftermath of the Quidditch game unfolded just as Harry had anticipated. He had been checked over by the Mediwitch and was allowed back on his broom with a promise of good behavior. After Dumbledore had driven off the Dementors and Madame Pomfrey whisked little Benedict away to the infirmary, the game resumed. Yet, the victory felt rather hollow. Half the audience had already stumbled down the stands and made their way into the castle before the game even restarted, some students leaning on one another for support. Many sought comfort in hugs, quiet words, and handfuls of chocolate. The few spectators who remained were left in a state of bewildered silence. The cheers and shouts that usually spurred the players on had vanished. Instead, there were only quiet murmurs, pale expressions, and far too many strange glances directed at Harry. He caught the snitch, of course, since none of the other players could focus on the game. Diggory didn't even notice the glint of gold hovering halfway between them. Harry simply swooped down and seized it without opposition. The half-hearted chasers seemed relieved to finally stop their slow and lackluster play. The Hufflepuff players gathered on the pitch to mutter their congratulations toward Harry before drifting away with barely another word. His Gryffindor teammates fared a little better. Fred and George broke the awkward silence with some terrible puns about seeking and catching. Wood mumbled something about Wronski feints, while the chasers offered Harry a few pats on the shoulder, head, or arm before heading off to the changing rooms far more quietly than usual. Dinner that night was equally awkward, and there was the faintest, most pathetic attempt at a celebratory party back in the Gryffindor Tower. Harry felt the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on him. Eventually left due to the awkwardness. The next day was even worse. To Harry's frustration, all the reporters who had been in the crowd had gone home to write sensational articles about him. Quidditch Weekly at least included the game score, which brought him mild relief, but once again, his actions dominated the headlines. Potter pulls off miracle, Rita Skeeter declared in her first article for the Daily Prophet. At least that fit into his plan to impress her with his potential for heroism, hoping to avoid any future victimization. She still didn't know he was the one who had been owling her. Harry wondered if it was time to reveal that. At any rate, she was generally flattering in this latest article. What bothered him more was the piece on page 3 titled Savior and Victim, Potter's Pain. It commiserated in saccharine tones about how the poor orphan boy relived the murder of his mother, faced his deadly fear, and confronted his past trauma. Harry stifled a curse. He should have known that anything said out loud could be used against him. The damn woman must have been buzzing around like a pesky fly again. Meanwhile, the Quiddler blared, the Dementors down, whole horde to one. This article focused more on the Dementor threat than on him, which was a relief. Of course, he should have expected that from a speculative paper. Luna was personally proud of the punny headline, and he let her have her moment without challenge. Dementors dismissed in the face of Harry Potter's heroism, read the subheading, which at least wasn't the worst of the articles. Other publications shouted, Dementors slip the leash, Ministry attacks Hogwarts, Potter saves the day. Fudge in denial. Parents protest Ministry measures. By the time Monday morning arrived, 7 different reporters had asked for interviews with Harry. His lawyer, Mr. Lloyd Elliott, even offered to sue the Ministry for damages. This is our best chance to challenge the Dementor placement at Hogwarts, the solemn gentle wizard wrote. The interviews can be managed to support our argument. Harry agreed to 5 interviews with different publications, determined to take the argument straight to the Ministry. He generally hid in his dormitory all Sunday, but when Monday arrived, he was unsurprised to find small queues of students waiting for photos to sign or Daily Prophet articles to autograph. Creevy is selling them, someone explained. Frustration bubbled up within him for a moment before he sighed. We can use it, he muttered quietly to Hermione. My lawyer did say I should ride the wave of public opinion or something like that. Just keep Creevy away from me for a day or two, okay? I can use it, but I'm not happy about it just yet. She nodded and stepped aside as more students approached with things to sign. Only if it will help keep Hogwarts safe, Harry told each one. I'll give you my signature if you give me yours, if you'll help out with interviews for the Prophet and sign the petition to get the Ministry to remove the Dementors and all that. To Harry's delight, Hermione and Neville promptly organized the petition, and soon hundreds of names, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, even Slytherin, filled pages of parchment. It was just scary to watch, mate, Ron admitted when he and Harry finally had a few moments of relative privacy before Lupin's defense against the dark arts class began. I mean, they might be slimy snakes, but they're not daft. It could have been anyone who fell off the stand if the Dementors had stayed for much longer. Neville nodded wisely beside them. You probably saved that boy's life twice over, he suggested. He could have broken his neck in that fall. Or been kissed if he made it through that. The teachers, Ron continued, nodding, didn't quite seem to get there in time. Harry shrugged, feeling his neck flush red from their oddly admiring gazes. Well, they might have, of course. I just didn't want to risk it. Harry felt the intense glare of Lupin's Grindylow exhibit, which only added to his discomfort as his classmates eyed him curiously and whispered behind his back. I mean, Harry continued, trying to deflect the attention. Did you see Dumbledore? He was incredible. I've never seen him so angry. The whispers behind him grew louder. Ron chimed in, oh yeah, that was awesome. He looked furious. I honestly didn't think he could get that angry, you know. It really makes you realize how powerful he is, Hermione added, glancing up from her latest book. He usually seems like a normal old man. A wise one, of course, but still. I know Gran said he was powerful, but Dumbledore is really powerful, Ron said, shooting an agreeable look at Neville before returning to the topic that intrigued him. He seemed a lot like you, actually, Harry. What? Harry asked, surprised. Hermione looked up again and gently closed her book, a thoughtful frown forming on her brow. You know, Harry, I think Ron might be right. Ron looked astonished. What? Harry simply gaped at them. Hermione flashed a little under his intense gaze and shifted in her seat. I mean, honestly. You were in the middle of a game, doing really well, from what I heard Ron and Ginny say, and then you just snapped up your wand and raced toward the Dementors. Harry frowned, ready to respond, but Hermione waved him quiet with one hand. You looked so focused, Harry. Like you knew exactly what you were doing and had complete confidence that you could face down all the Dementors on your own. Harry started, but Neville nodded in agreement. Then you saved that kid like you'd planned it ahead of time. He smashed into you, but your broom didn't even wobble. You landed like you'd trained for it, and then you stood in front of that kid and did some kind of impossible magic and made the Dementors paused. Neville fiddled with his wand for a moment before meeting Harry's gaze. You were really angry, Harry. So defensive and powerful. It looked like you knew exactly what you were doing the whole time. I felt pretty panicked, you know, Harry protested. This time, it was Ron who waved him down. You pulled off a textbook perfect Ronsky feint with an extra passenger, like you do it every day. You threw him behind you like some kind of hero. You were glowing, Harry. Not a lot, but I know what I saw. What? Hermione nodded. He's not wrong. Nothing compared to Dumbledore, of course, but I definitely saw you better than I should have through the rain and fog. There was definitely more light than there should have been. Harry shook his head. No. That must have just been the Patronus mist. It's silver light. He looked at them oddly. I thought for sure that photos of that had made the paper. Hermione hesitated. Well, yes, obviously. The papers have gone into quite a lot of detail about exactly what magic you performed then. But it wasn't just the mist. I'm sure it was you as well. That can't be right. Oddly, Hermione shared a long look with Neville and then Ron. If that's what you say, Harry, she said. Of course. Just then, Remus Lupin entered to discuss Harry's latest brush with death and the complexities of the Patronus charm, cutting off their conversation. Despite everything, Remus still didn't seem keen on making eye contact with Harry, even though discussions about him dominated the class. Harry absent-mindedly nibbled the tip of his quill as the professor redirected Lavender's speculation about him to the strengths and weaknesses of Dementors. How could Harry approach Remus about Sirius without revealing too much? What was the best way to do it? He sat, musing, pondering, and wondering why Remus was avoiding him as time flew by. Mr. Harry Potter, sir. A small blue blur barreled into Harry's side as he walked out of potions. In class, Harry's wand shot into his hand from sheer habit. What? Dob, oh, hi, Benedict. He recognized the kid as Benedict Bassett, the first-year Ravenclaw who had a rough time with the Dementors. Hi, Mr. Potter, sir. And these must be your friends. Hi, everyone. Benedict reminded Harry of a mix between Colin Creevey and Dobby. Harry waved him down and spoke slowly. Hi, Benedict. Do you remember what I said about calling me a sir? Call me Benny, please, sir. Yes, sir. But the prefect said I shouldn't call you Harry either. And Potter and Mr. Potter sound so distant. I don't feel distant from you, sir, because of... The poor kid flushed darkly and mumbled, so I thought a Mr. Potter, sir, or of Harry, so would do. So? Behind Harry's back, Ron snorted softly and muttered something to Neville. Harry scratched the back of his neck. Harry's fine, if you don't mind. I'm not a professor, Benedict, Benny, so, yeah. Most students call me Harry or Potter. Or Harry Potter, I guess. Is Harry really all right, sir? Those big brown eyes looked up at Harry beseechingly. He searched for help from Hermione or Neville, but neither of his friends met his gaze. Even the other students streaming out of Potion's class just snickered quietly and kept walking. Traitors, the lot of them. Harry would be great, please. Benedict beamed. Thank you, Mr. Harry, sir. I brought you a present. With a little encouragement from Hermione and a not-so-subtle elbow nudge from Neville of all people, Harry slowly extended his left hand. Professor Flitwick says you probably saved my life, Mr. Harry, sir. He shifted a bit under Harry's disapproving gaze. Sorry. Mr. Harry. Harry looked up at the dark stones on the ceiling of the Hogwarts corridor, wondering how often they were. Well, I don't know. Benedict hesitated. My mother says she's very grateful for you and everything you did for me. Benedict flushed as he continued, and Madame Pomfrey said you looked after me really well, and Professor Dumbledore said I was lucky it was you. What? And you didn't just save my life. I mean, the conversation was also, nice. So, my mum got you some chocolates and a card to say thank you. He pulled them out from the satchel by his side and beamed up at Harry cheerfully. Harry was momentarily speechless. He had saved students before, like Ginny, for instance. The Weasleys were practically family, so the hugs and Christmas gifts were to be expected. Luna and Neville had seemed to think he had saved them too, rewarding him with their undying loyalty. But this? Then Harry remembered how Draco had lied to the Snatchers about not recognizing him, but that was a different issue. He noticed the nervously giggling group of first-years behind Benedict and realized he couldn't turn down this thoughtful gift of gratitude without coming off as a cold-hearted cad. Look, Benny. You know you didn't have to do this, right? The small boy, who seemed quite different now that he had recovered from the Dementor attack and the huge fall, nodded cheerfully. Yes, Mr. Harry. But I wanted to, and my mum wanted to. You didn't have to look after me, but you did anyway, sir. So, here, Mr. Harry. Thank you. Harry softened. Thanks, Benny. I'm glad you're all right, and it seems like things are perking up now. He reached out to take the gift, crinkling the wrapping paper thoughtfully. Did you want me to open it now? Oh no, Mr. Harry. Later would be fine. Harry forced out another encouraging smile and prepared to move on. Well, thanks again, but we do need to be at lunch soon, so. Benedict began, his nerves creeping back in. I did have one favor to ask. Neville let out a soft snort. For a moment, Benedict looked completely anxious, but then his friends gathered around him, bolstering his courage. Couch a plaisir out do tothing with de Silva, please, he blurted out in a rush. Harry glanced at his own friends, puzzled if they had understood that jumble of words. Ah. Benedict swallowed hard. Could you teach me how to do the thing with the silver, please? The Patronus? Harry asked, surprised. He felt Hermione perk up behind him, her attention suddenly focused on him. Well, Harry scratched the back of his neck. I've been having trouble with that spell myself, you know. It's supposed to manifest as an animal, fully formed. I was actually expecting a stag when I tried it during the Quidditch game, but something went wrong, and all I can manage is the mist now. But why don't you ask a professor? Harry suggested, trying to be helpful. Professor Flitwick is your head of house, right? I bet he's brilliant at it. And I know for a fact that Professor Lupin can cast 1-2, fully corporeal and everything. After a brief, silent conversation with his first-year friends, who all stared and nodded encouragingly at Benedict, he turned back to Harry with hope in his eyes. I've tried, he admitted. I've asked all the Ravenclaw prefects, and they say they can't do it. The professors say I'm too young, that it's really hard, and that most adults can't even manage it. Harry frowned thoughtfully. You know, they have a point. But you can do it. Benedict exclaimed cheerfully. Even if you started learning it years ago, you can do it well enough now that it's useful and can protect you. I promise I'll work hard, Mr. Harry Potter. Sir. He blinked. I bet I can get to the. I'll be ready by the time I'm a third year too. I'll do my absolute best, sir. Hermione stepped up beside him and whispered in Harry's ear, I'm also very interested, Harry. You did promise to teach me that spell. There's not much difference between teaching one person or two, Hermione pointed out. And even less between teaching 3 people or 4. Harry turned to face his friend, the thank you chocolate still clutched in his hand, forgotten. What do you? Behind him stood Neville, nervously raising one finger in the air like he was in class. Ron was next to him, his mouth opening and closing like a hopeful goldfish. Harry sighed. You guys too? Ron nodded, searching for words. Well, I mean, it does look like a really useful spell. Neville nodded as well, his finger still raised timidly. I'd like to know that spell, Harry. I never want to feel powerless, or even be alone with those things ever again. Harry looked sharply at Neville, noticing the desperate, hopeless look in his eyes. He thought about the kind of memories Neville had to face. I'm really not in the best place to teach it right now. I mean, I wasn't kidding about the mist thing. But you know how to do it. Hermione insisted. And it's still way ahead of what we can do. She grabbed his elbow and gently tugged him towards lunch. It's not like this is a one-lesson thing, Harry protested. It takes ages. It took me almost a year, and I was desperate at the time, and He trailed off. Hermione beamed in victory. Then we'll make it a regular thing. Maybe we can talk to Professor Flitwick or Professor Lupin. I don't know if Professor Lupin is in charge of any groups this year, but maybe he has time to supervise us. I think you should mention it to Percy too, Harry. I know he was really impressed with what he saw the other day. Apparently, it helps with your NEWT marks or something. I'm sure. Harry smiled, having the head boy on our side would definitely impress the teachers. His eyebrows shot up. Oh, Brilliant. You're thinking of Lupin, right? He'd be perfect. That solves our little issue. I mean, I was hoping for some supervision, and all the other teachers already have their clubs, don't they? It would be great to get to know Professor Lupin better. Maybe you could mention the lessons to him, Hermione. Harry suggested. I mean, if it came from you. Hermione frowned thoughtfully, completely missing Harry's tension about Lupin avoiding him. Yes, I see what you mean. I have a few free moments after, what's your most available day, Harry? Let's see. Neville, how would you feel about evening practices? As he was pulled along to lunch, Harry watched in amusement as yet another task for the year was organized for him. Chapter 26, Inching Onwards. The first meeting of the Patronus Club, as it had come to be called, took place one Wednesday afternoon in a spare classroom on the 6th floor. Remus Lupin had agreed to oversee it at the urging of Hermione Granger, so Harry expected to find him sitting in a corner, either engrossed in a book or casually chatting with Hermione and maybe Neville when he walked in. What he didn't expect was to see 30 or 40 other students scattered throughout the space, ranging from first years to 7th years. Harry literally paused mid-step, quickly recovering to enter the room with whatever dignity he had left. Hi, he greeted Hermione, the mastermind behind the event and his chief suspect in this little venture. Am I late? What's going on here, then? No, we still have 10 minutes to go. She blushed slightly, then broke into that crooked smile that meant she was really pleased with herself. Did you know, Harry, that after seeing your Quidditch game and your heroics, and considering that the Ministry continues to keep Dementors on school grounds despite all the protests, there are a lot of people interested in keeping themselves safe? Harry deflated. I see. He couldn't really argue with that. And for some reason, they're all here to learn from me. Harry, mate, Ron interrupted. You've literally proven yourself under pressure. We reckon you're our best chance at learning. To Harry's astonishment, even Neville was nodding in agreement. Harry took a moment to scan the room. Surely, they were mostly here out of. He noticed a mix of all for house colors in the crowd and realized they probably weren't here for emotional support. Nor would the older students be in the room out of some misguided sense of admiration. That implied. Oh dear. Do you mind if I circle the room a bit? With his friend's blessings, Harry began to pace around. 10 more minutes to wait, was it? He hoped. Hermione hadn't made this an exclusive event. As Harry wandered around the room, he caught the eye of Cedric Diggory, who waved him over and introduced him to his fifth-year friends. I've been thinking about what you said on the Express, Cedric told him. This sounds like a good spell to know. I'll be here for every lesson. To Harry's surprise, Cho Chang was standing in the same circle. I take herbology, you know, she insisted. I don't want to be too scared to get to classes this year. 2 minutes later, Percy Weasley chimed in the worst possible scenario, this is a good exercise for teaching myself a new spell. Anything beyond that means I benefit from your experience, Harry. And you've proven you have a lot of that. All my friends came, Mr. Harry, sir. Benedict beamed. You didn't say it was only for third years and up. Your friend invited us all, so we're here. I'll prove I'm not weak, sir. I'll work really, really hard. Penelope Clearwater noticed the look on Harry's face and answered the most obvious of his unspoken questions. The professors don't think the students can learn this, she explained, her expression a mix of frustration and amusement. We prefects spend all year managing our schedules and squeezing things in for others. Why they think we can't prioritize our own safety, even if it is hard, I really don't know. So that's why they're all here. Harry confirmed. That's why we're all here, Penelope grinned at him. No pressure, Potter. You're a good lad, and you seem to know what you're doing. It's just that it's you or nothing, apparently. But what about the NEWT classes? She rolled her eyes. Only as optional extension work for those who are otherwise prepared for their exams, and only from March onwards. Non-corporeal is all anyone's managed to get for years. Harry felt that familiar cramp of worry in his stomach again. Why was Prongs staying away? Well, as you saw, I also can't. You're 13, kiddo, she said with a grin, ruffling his hair. You show promise. We've picked you for a reason. Sorry about that, Harry said with a polite smile, hoping his surprise didn't show. Fortunately, he had months of experience managing a crowd that wasn't entirely convinced of his expertise. Plus, he could rely on an ingrained teaching routine. All right. Harry conjured a box to stand on and quieted the crowd. Thank you all for showing interest in my little demonstration. I also want to thank Professor Lupin for coming along to keep us out of trouble, and a special shout out to Hermione Granger, who seems to have brought us all together in this somewhat organized manner. A few quiet chuckles echoed through the crowd, followed by a smattering of applause. Harry raised an eyebrow, waiting for the murmurs and rustling to die down. Oi, he grinned, casting a quick glare at, was that Marcus Flint whispering in the corner? It really was quite the mix of students here. At his reminder, everyone, from the little ones to the school leavers, settled into silence, ready to hear him speak. He licked his lips and shifted his feet slightly to find a balanced stance, shooting a self-conscious grin at the audience. As you probably all know, Harry began, speaking loudly but not shouting, I can cast a non-corporeal patronus. I can teach you the incantation, the wand movements, and provide some specific guidance on how to strengthen your spell. He noticed some of the older students straightening up in interest. Cedric and Percy, of all people, seemed to relax in relief. Harry licked his lips again and continued, in the worst-case scenario, I can explain what's in the books to you individually. You know I have experience, I can help clear away some of your hurdles. A murmur started at the back of the crowd, and Harry paused, giving them a pointed look until they quieted down. What you might not know, Harry continued, is that I have also cast a fully corporeal patronus in the past. I haven't successfully done this in front of anyone, so unfortunately, I have no one who can back me up on this story. Harry glanced at the murmuring crowd until their chatter faded into silence. However, I'm currently having some issues with my form. So, I can't show you that today. I'm hoping that with time, I'll be able to demonstrate what it looks like. A good portion of the audience wore skeptical expressions, but the other half seemed willing to believe him. He waited in silence once more until the whispers died down. What does it look like? A voice called from the back. Harry couldn't tell if it belonged to a skeptic or a supporter. He grinned in their direction and thought of Lupin. I call it Prongs, he replied, so make of that what you will. A soft gasp echoed from behind him, and Harry had to stifle a self-satisfied smirk. For now, Harry continued, there are a few basic things you should know. First of all, the incantation is expecto patronum, with emphasis on the second syllable of each word. All right. A sea of heads nodded in agreement. Second, if you could all raise your wands and trace the wand movement with me, we'll put the wand to the words in a 2-beat spell rhythm. Wands up, thank you. The runes settled under his command, and Harry felt right at home as he instructed the group from the front, pairing them off into 2s and 3s. You'll give each other feedback on the wand movement for a few minutes, Harry announced. If you think you've got it, you can try adding the intention while I move around the room. Then we'll come back together, and I'll share some tips and tricks for better control. There's a bit of a trick to this spell, so stick with me while we cover the basics. Remember, keep your forearm out of the movement and don't rotate your wrist. Keep it a bend, not a roll, people. I'll come around to help. All right, everyone, check your wands. If you need my assistance, just raise your hand, and I'll come over shortly. Get to work, people. Amazingly, they did. No one succeeded that lesson, but things were looking more promising than Harry had anticipated. As November drew to a close, he found himself busier than ever. He managed to carve out a few moments to work on the map, version 2. Now that Sirius was back at Grimmauld Place, Harry could share his progress without revealing any incriminating evidence. It wasn't moving quickly, he could only steal 15 minutes here and there to pace around a classroom or explore a hidden room to mark it out. Walking the boundaries, Sirius called it during their chats through the mirrors. It was linked to a tradition of protecting old estates, laying boundary wards or something like that. Harry wasn't entirely sure. It was in the Potter libraries, actually, back when we were creating the Marauders map, Sirius explained with a shrug. It might even be connected to the old blood wards from way back, considering our history. Harry tilted his head, intrigued. You mean when bloodletting was a thing? When people would walk the perimeter of their property and shed blood into their own land? Harry wasn't entirely familiar with that concept. It never seemed like one of those dark magics, at least from what I could gather. Blood magic is just as ancient as dark magic, but they're not always the same. This kind would have to be performed willingly by the homeowner for their own protection. One of those old sacrifices, I think. Merlin, your mum was always so passionate about historical stuff. There were similar practices in the Black family libraries, but I couldn't exactly bring those out for her. They probably would have devoured her somehow. Sirius shrugged and laughed, seemingly dismissing the history entirely. But anyway, Harry could only smile and keep asking for homework help as the assignments continued to pile up. By mid-November, it was normal to feel overwhelmed. Harry and Hermione were surrounded by stacks of books and parchment in the corner of the common room, lost in their studies all evening. Harry's plan to be more social this year had mostly flopped. He simply couldn't match Hermione's efficiency when it came to theory. I'm glad you're with me, Harry, Hermione mumbled in his direction during one of their study sessions. I'm so glad you're going through this with me. Harry was buried deep in arithmancy textbooks, so all he could manage was a supportive him directed toward Hermione's side of the table. She continued, while Harry traced a table of values with an ink-stained fingertip. I've always been alone before, you know? No one's ever managed to keep up with my interests before. With me. Finding his answer, Harry scribbled down a hasty 42 before glancing briefly at Hermione's exhausted forehead. It was all he could see over the mountains of books. But that can't be right. What about Percy? I know for a fact I've seen you argue about transfiguration with him before. She let out a sigh. Oh, well. Percy. I suppose so. He's a really cool guy, don't you think? Harry said enthusiastically, shaking out his aching wrist before picking up his quill again. I do enjoy hanging out with him. But you're, Hermione hesitated. The same age as me? Oh, never mind. I've mistranslated my rune again. Harry happily refocused on the task in front of him. Arithmancy was tough. It was more challenging than anything he'd faced in his last timeline. Academics had never been his strong suit. But it was new, it was different, and he was relishing the challenge. Even the overwhelming frustration felt like a fresh experience. A tightness gripped his chest, and he felt a twinge in his stomach that he hoped was just from too much chocolate. Taking a moment to stretch his spine, Harry reached up and backward, then ran both hands roughly through his hair. Harry tried to refocus, but instead, he let out a frustrated curse. Hermione looked up, startled. What? Can I borrow another quill, please? Hermione met his gaze, her brow furrowing. Another one? Harry cringed at her tone. Sorry. You literally just had one. I saw you writing. Harry shrugged tiredly. For goodness sake, Harry. What did you do with it? Have you had a proper look? At her impatient glare, Harry reached into his moleskin pouch for his wand and flicked it with a weary motion. A Keo quill. Hey! Hermione lunged for the feather that tried to escape her grasp, scowling at him more deeply. Well? Did you find it? Impatiently, Harry scowled back. No. Like I said, I need to borrow one. Sorry, Harry. She looked genuinely apologetic. But you were literally just. I think someone's stealing them. Reluctantly pulling her gaze away from her parchment and books, Hermione finally sat up, giving him her full attention. "Someone stealing your quills?" "Yeah. Who on earth would do that?" Harry briefly thought of Dobby, then considered all his other fans in the castle, biting his lip in annoyance. "Does it matter? The quill's still gone." Hermione rolled her eyes. "Fine. Have this." She rummaged through her satchel and handed him a cheap, pale feather quill across the table. "Don't lose this one, mind. You need to sort your quill problem out." I know. Hermione huffed a little before returning her gaze to her homework. "Good luck, I guess. Now, if you'll excuse me." Harry replied, dipping the quill tip into the pot of ink in front of him. Yeah. He stifled a yawn and pressed on. The monotony of classes was suddenly interrupted by a surprisingly competitive game of Quidditch, Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. In honor of Luna, who stood beside him with. Her skin shimmered in a charming royal blue as Harry cheered for the blue team, feeling quite satisfied when they triumphed over Hufflepuff in less than 4 hours. "Thank you for coming, Harry," Luna smiled at him at the end of the game. "I would always have come," he protested. "But today you came with me," the little blonde girl insisted. Since she was right, Harry couldn't refuse her gratitude. "The blibbering Hundingers don't seem to like you much, but it was a pleasure sitting beside you while watching the snitch today." "You were watching the snitch?" Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Oh no," she replied, raising a single eyebrow as she stood to follow the crowd down from the Quidditch stands. "I was watching the Ravenclaws. They had some very nice throwing and catching today. It was interesting." "But you were watching the snitch?" Harry blinked, startled. "Well, I mean, I don't mind," Luna's ethereal voice floated back to him as she began to step down the steep wooden staircase. "You watch the snitch quite a lot when you play. I'm sure it's the most interesting part of the game to you." Harry couldn't disagree. "Well, yeah, but I mean that's literally my job when." "You should do it again at the next game we come to," Luna added. "Is it harder to watch when you're on a broom?" You seem to know where it was for most of the game, but the Seekers who played today let the game keep going. Did they want a high-scoring game, do you think? Harry had to hurry to keep up with her in the rush and bustle of the crowd. "You may be right," he grinned. "I guess it's all a matter of perspective, after all." Then it was back to studying, as homework piled high and classes grew more intense before Christmas. Care of magical creatures turned out to be surprisingly interesting, especially since Harry had thwarted Malfoy's trouble early in the year and Hagrid had somehow maintained his illogical optimism. Fortunately, to the best of Harry's knowledge, not a single creature's class was learning anything about. Harry found himself immersed in the fascinating world of care of magical creatures. In third year, alongside hippogriffs and salamanders, Hagrid introduced auguries and billywigs, chisperfles and diricals, which kept him both interested and entertained. There was that one awkward moment when the silencing spell around the fupa failed, leaving the class dangerously captivated by its enchanting song. Luckily, Harry managed to keep his wits about him and recast the spell just before Draco hurled a rock at it, so the situation didn't escalate into anything serious. Rumors circulated through the Patronus Club during its second and third meetings, suggesting that Hagrid was trying to organize a class or two on Acromantula. This made Harry uneasy. Hermione, ever the logical thinker, dismissed the rumors as mere speculation, but Harry's concerns were valid, given the circumstances. Muggle studies came easily to him, he didn't dive into the subject as deeply as Hermione did. When a few Muggle artifacts mysteriously went missing during class, Harry couldn't help but suspect Dobby's involvement. Fortunately, Professor Burbage didn't hold him responsible, and everything continued without incident. Charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts remained manageable, even though Remus continued to avoid making eye contact with Harry. Potions was also reliable, although Harry was puzzled by Snape's ongoing animosity toward him in this timeline. He had been diligent, completing his pre-class readings, steering clear of trouble with the Slytherins, and preparing his ingredients meticulously. Yet, Snape's particular brand of bullying was a constant. Arithmancy was challenging, But Harry felt that every effort he put in paid off. Whenever he struggled with a problem, it seemed to sharpen his mind, making him quicker. The encouragement from the lovely Professor Vector certainly helped. Then there was ancient runes. That subject felt like pure torture. Hermione, Harry finally admitted, I'm really struggling with the runes homework. I need help. Have you tried flashcards? His friend suggested. Harry, Hermione said, peering out from behind her stack of books, Neville would probably be happy to test you. I suggest you start by learning the rune poems in order, and then mix them up. I tried that, Harry admitted glumly. I started off with just 5, and that worked, but when I added more runes, I began mixing them up. Which dictionary are you using? Hermione asked, her voice softening. Spellman's syllabary. That's the best one. Have you thought about making up your own mnemonics? Hermione. Finally, Hermione looked up. I'm sorry, Harry. I'd love to help you, but I can only suggest techniques. I can't do your learning for you. What you really need is repetition. I'm just not keeping up, Harry confessed with an embarrassed sigh. All this new information is great, but I don't know the basics yet, and I'm getting confused. I'm sorry I can't help more, Hermione said, shrugging from across the table. Maybe this subject just isn't for you. Harry hated the idea of giving up. I'll think of something. Go back to your homework. He ruffled Hermione's hair as he got up to leave, her indignant squawk bringing a tired smile to his face as he walked away. But deep down, he knew he didn't have any more ideas. There was just so much to memorize, and even his occlumency training wasn't keeping up. Later that day, after finishing his assignments, Harry found himself sitting on his bed, gazing into a mirror that reflected a lounging Sirius, legs crossed and poking at something irritating on the rug in front of him. Sirius, Harry murmured. What's wrong, kid? Sirius replied, his voice cheerful. You look all tuckered out. Is Hogwarts too tough for you? Shut up, Harry grinned wearily. It's been a long November? Yeah, a long November. Sirius barked with laughter. Seriously, Harry, I mean, for real, Sirius. I'm trying to learn runes. Do you remember when you said you would think about how best to learn? I'm having a bit of a tough time here, Harry admitted. That sounds like something I'd say, Sirius replied with a chuckle. Remus used to spend ages talking to himself while he studied all that. But I never took it, remember? I need to learn what feels like the entire history of the alphabet, Harry pointed out, trying not to sound like he was whining. And goodness knows how many languages. I'm tired. Even Hermione is struggling, and she's basically a genius. Your smart little girlfriend, Sirius grinned, and Harry rushed to deny it. I do remember you mentioning her, now that I think about it. They say men fall for women who resemble their mothers, you know. It's not like that. Harry insisted, but Sirius looked unconvinced. And she's helping you study, huh? Sirius teased. Harry huffed. We mutually support each other since I'm better at spell work than she is. But? Sirius nodded knowingly. A mutually supportive and respectful relationship is necessary for a serious romance. Harry didn't mind the teasing, but why did Sirius have to choose Hermione? It felt all kinds of awkward. It's not like that. She's my best friend. Sirius blinked in surprise. I forgot how young you are. It'll come in time, don't worry. She's like a sister to me. Harry protested. Ah, Sirius paused significantly. Innocent youth. But are you like a brother to her? We're 13. Harry exclaimed. Never mind, Sirius said, realizing he was irritating Harry. Unless it's the pretty little blonde Ravenclaw who has your heart? Harry scowled. But back to runes. You've tried all the obvious things, right? Flashcards, mnemonics, the rune poems, drawing diagrams, writing lists, quizzing, Harry listed. I've read heaps of books on their history and meaning, but they don't stay separate in my head. Sirius leaned forward curiously, bringing his nose a little too close to the mirror. Harry stared up at his godfather's nostrils, trying to suppress a laugh. Harry looked at Sirius in fascination. "And potions?" he asked. "What?" Sirius threw up his hands. "Potions. The wit sharpening potion for understanding and clarity, and the memory potion for retention. How did you not think of this yet?" "I think I've heard of those," Harry mused. "Fourth year potions and sixth year, I think." "What's that?" "When they're taught to us," Harry replied, surprised. He had vague recollections of the classes, though he hadn't looked into them in detail. He remembered Neville exploding a cauldron during one of the lessons. He doubted he had ever finished the potion. "Well, go and find out how to brew them," Sirius instructed. "Maybe it's true that most students come up with the idea during OWL year, and they're illegal to take while you're cramming. But they only stay in your system for about 3 months, I think. Maybe a little less? It depends on the moon cycles. A little judicious use in the early years while you build your foundation, and you'll be set." Harry cocked his head, gazing into the mirror in confusion. "It's not cheating." Sirius grinned. "Not if they're out of your system before the examiners test for it." "Hermione won't like it," Harry couldn't help but say. "So find someone else to help you with your brewing." "Come on, pup, I thought you were taking after your dad." "Thanks, I think," Harry managed, eager to end the conversation so he could sleep. "Just don't poison yourself," Sirius's last comment echoed as the mirror went dark. "They're volatile potions to brew, and once you succeed, too much or not enough time will kill you just as surely." That night, Harry slept fitfully, dreaming of exploding cauldrons and bleeding gums. It was not his best night. A few days later, he cornered Fred and George in the owlery of all places. "What?" Fred asked, one hand hidden behind his back. "How come you're here, Harry?" "What he means," interrupted George, "is that it's great to see you, Harry, and what brings you to this fine tower on this glorious afternoon?" Harry gazed out the window at the dreary grey clouds and the light drizzle. "I was actually looking for you too." "Oh," Fred said, shuffling sideways. "We don't have anything else of yours, so it wasn't us." "Sorry." "That's nice," Harry coughed. "I haven't lost anything particularly important recently, but it's good to know." "Did you get an owl?" George asked, raising an eyebrow suspiciously. "Just a half-neasel a few weeks back," Harry admitted. "Wait, no, I'm not here to post anything. I really was looking for you. I don't care what you're currently doing up here." "Then why follow us up here?" "Why now?" Harry thought it was pretty obvious that he needed to catch them alone. "Where do you experiment with your potions at Hogwarts?" he asked instead. "We don't," George replied, just as Fred chimed in, "What's it to you?" George shot a look at his brother. "Oh, great going there, Fred. Just come out and admit it." "Well, he said he already knew, right?" Harry interrupted their bickering, suspecting they were trying to distract him anyway. "I was hoping you could help me with a couple of potions," he admitted. "I'm not bad at them, but they're apparently poisonous even at the best of times, so I didn't want to do them all by myself. What do you think?" "Sounds like a request for you too, right?" Fred slowly removed his hand from behind his back, revealing a poorly wrapped package of indeterminate shape. Still eyeing Harry with suspicion, he quickly tied it to a school owl and watched it take off. "What are you doing making poisonous potions?" Fred asked, still hesitant. "They're not something we're really that interested in. I mean, I know Ron's a GIT, but still." "What?" "No." Harry waved the idea away. "I mean, the side effects are a bit dodgy, and since I'll be taking them myself, I thought I should find a reliable potions maker or two and exchange favors." George scoffed, but it was somewhat kindly. "Look, Harry, you're a great. He's a good bloke. Really good at schoolwork, or so Ron tells me. He's probably a sure bet for prefect when the time comes. Percy seems really keen on you for some reason. I hear he's taking classes from you. Oh, no. It's nothing like that. We're just not really interested in whatever it is you're focused on right now. We've got other things keeping us busy, Fred interjected. True, he nodded. Why don't you just order something? Send a note to an apothecary or something. Look up a professional. Harry sighed and eyed them thoughtfully. I can't really do that, unfortunately. Even if I made an anonymous order. But if you help me out now, I thought I could help you with your shop. He watched with amusement as George opened his mouth, only for Fred to elbow him sharply in the stomach. George doubled over, gasping, while Fred turned to Harry with an innocent expression and said, "Shop?" "Harry, I think you must be confused." Harry grinned. "What? You're acting like it was supposed to be a secret or something. Who is it you don't want finding out?" "Your mum." Fred smiled thinly at Harry while he began edging toward the door. "Mum? Good old Mum? Nonsense. Besides, there's no shop." But the effect was ruined when George finally caught his breath and exclaimed, "Sweet Merlin, Harry. Don't tell her." "Oh, well done, George," Fred scolded, stifling a laugh. "Displaying our weakness." "What? It's not like he's never met her," George whined. "And it's only Harry." It seemed they were genuinely on the brink of a sibling quarrel when Harry spoke again. "No, seriously. I've kept this a secret for you for ages already. I've got a few ideas and some gold I thought you might like if you help me make a few batches of potions this year and we come to some kind of agreement. Maybe teach me how to do it properly myself." They straightened up and turned to Harry with suspicion. "Are you trying to threaten us, Harry?" "Because to be perfectly honest, I've been dealing with Percy for years, and we have our ways to keep things quiet." A shiver ran down Harry's spine, and it had nothing to do with the cold wind in the owlery. "I'm seriously trying to get you to agree to a mutually beneficial arrangement. I'll fund your shop and share some ideas if you help me with these potions for a year or two." He glanced around the chilly, windswept owlery. "Maybe we could move somewhere more secure? Since you're so keen on keeping this under wraps." "Hey!" Fred warned, cutting in before Harry could push them further. "We haven't agreed to anything yet. You'll have to give us some time." "Fine," Harry nodded impatiently. "I'll sneak out of Hogwarts during the next Hogsmeade visit and meet you in the Shrieking Shack, say around 11. The twins exchanged cautious glances before looking back at Harry as they shuffled toward the door. "Are you mad? That place is bloody haunted." Harry opened his mouth to argue, but then he remembered that Remus Lupin was back at Hogwarts this year. "All right, there's a little cafe called Alfredo's near the other end of the village. It seems like students never go there, so it's private and quiet." He paused, thinking. "Plus, the owner seems like he'd be good at keeping secrets." "Same time?" 11. "We promise nothing," the twin on the left finally said. "We'll have to think about it." "It's almost like you're not up for the challenge," Harry said with a sweet smile, waving them out of the tower. "Lovely to chat with you, chaps. Do give it some thought, won't you? I'll see you soon." As their footsteps faded away, Harry found himself alone in the owlery, feeling surprisingly optimistic about the situation. Chapter 27, Blackmail and Bluster. Harry was under the impression that everything was progressing according to his hopes. Unfortunately, the Weasley twins didn't seem as supportive as he had expected. He learned this during Quidditch practice the next day, where they appeared strangely cynical about his approach. As usual, Harry switched seamlessly onto his hovering broom and took off from the Quidditch pitch, feeling the brisk Hogwarts wind rush past him. It was only when he was in the air that he realized he was being watched. Odd prickles danced along the back of his neck, and he felt an unusual urge to shake off their gaze by shaking his head, which kept him off balance. Almost immediately, he spotted the suspicious looks the Gryffindor beaters were sending his way. He spent most of practice wondering what he had done wrong until the thought struck him. Did they think he was threatening them? Later, when he changed back in the locker room, he found his clothes had been hexed, and at dinner that night, his hair had inexplicably turned slithering green. Back in the common room, he discovered that Crookshanks had somehow been transformed into a vibrant purple, which infuriated the creature. Crookshanks made his displeasure known by delivering some wicked, deep scratches on Harry's arms before continuing to unleash his frustrations on Ron's pet, Scabbers. While Harry struggled with his homework, Crookshanks had the rat scurrying around the common room in a frenzy, never quite managing to find an escape. The satisfying sound of scrabbling and squeaking was quite relaxing to Harry's ears. Of course, he could have done without the argument that followed. "He's doing it again, Harry." Ron's insistent voice cut through Harry's hard-won concentration and pulled him from his quiet, focused headspace. Harry scowled. "Yeah? He's a cat, Ron." "Well, a Kneasel cat. It's what they do." Specifically, of course, harassing Wormtail was what Crookshanks did best. Harry had asked Crookshanks to do this as a personal favor. It usually happened out of Ron's sight, that was all. "Yeah? Well, your ugly purple Kneasel cat is harassing my Scabbers, and you're not doing anything about it." "Scabbers is old, Harry. He might have a heart attack. It's not good for him to exercise like this." Harry snorted softly as Ron continued. "Can't you control your animal? Poor Scabbers probably has arthritis or something in his joints, he's so old." Harry cracked his neck from side to side and let his eyes drift across the page of the script he'd just written. "Is that right?" Ron's voice rose higher. "Of course it's right. That's my rat." At this point, Harry realized Ron's voice was coming from the floor. He looked up to see his red-headed friend scrambling around on his hands and knees, awkwardly chasing after the rat and the Kneasel. "Come here, Scabbers," Ron muttered hopefully, glancing under the nearest couch. Harry watched in amusement as Ron caught a glimpse of purple out of the corner of his eye and scrambled to peer behind one of the common room bookshelves instead. There was an almighty meow that could have been an amused Crookshanks or a very desperate rat. Ron's whole body twitched frantically. "Scabbers? Where have you gone, mate? Come on, buddy. Come to Daddy." Harry raised an eyebrow. There's so much wrong with that sentence. "Daddy? How old is Scabbers, your rat, again, Ron?" Ron's head disappeared under a nearby valance on another sofa. "You're asking me that now? When your cat is attempting murder?" "Yeah?" Ron's flashed red face popped back out from under the sofa, staring at Harry in frustration. "I dunno. But he'll live a good while longer if you would just control your murderer, Harry." Harry stifled a grin and leaned back in his chair. "Oi. Crookshanks." A meow echoed from behind one of the Gryffindor-colored curtains, prompting Ron to scramble desperately over to that corner of the room. Harry continued, "You remember what we talked about, right?" There was another cat-like sound, neither quite a meow nor a hiss, but Harry took it as Crookshanks acknowledging him. He turned back to Ron. "See, Ron? We've been over this before. Crookshanks understands perfectly well that he's not allowed to kill the rat." Satisfied, Harry returned to his parchment, trying to regain his train of thought. Something about Swill being never a joy in the hopes of seafarers, whatever that meant. He dipped his quill back into the black ink and nibbled on his lower lip. "Oi." Ron's voice indicated he was still far from pleased. "Harry." With a heavy sigh, Harry lowered his quill again and turned to Ron, who was still scuttling about the room on his hands and knees. "What now, Ron? I actually have homework to do. I'm a bit short on time and concentration right now." Hermione, sitting across the table from Harry as always, chimed in absent-mindedly. "You tell him, Harry." Yes, of course I will." "Ron? Are you finally doing something?" Harry rolled his eyes. "I've already done something, Ron. Your rat is not in any danger. He's a bit fat anyway. I'm sure he needs the exercise." Hermione snorted in irritation, and Harry instinctively pulled back, not wanting to distract her from her studies. Ah, yeah, so if Hermione and I could get back to studying now, that would be really great. Suddenly, there was another frantic scrabbling sound as the rat and Kneazle made their way behind a shelf, only to reappear in another part of the room. As they burst out from behind the cabinetry, one of the seventh-year prefects swore loudly, nearly stepping on Scabbers and squashing him. One after another, they dashed between the legs of a group of fifth-years, who thought the entire commotion was hilarious. Fred and George, clearly entertained by the unfolding drama, clutched their stomachs and burst into laughter. Ron, however, was not amused. "Harry!" Ron called out. "Ron!" Harry replied, turning to meet his friend's gaze, ready to reassure him. "They're just playing, Ron. Look at little Scabbers go. I bet he hasn't had this much fun in years." With obvious discomfort, Ron pushed himself up from the floor and brushed off his hands. He didn't look entirely convinced, but some of his anger had shifted to uncertainty. They don't look like they're playing to me." Harry shrugged. "Yeah? Well, I guess it's been a while since he's had so much fun. His life is usually a bit boring, you know?" Finally standing upright, Ron reached his right arm over to scratch the back of his left shoulder, a look of confusion crossing his face. Harry pressed on. "I mean, the poor thing can only sleep all day. You don't see other pet rats sleeping like that." Ron's mouth moved silently, searching for words. "I reckon it's a good thing he's finally found a friend in Crookshanks." Harry nodded decisively and returned to his homework. "He's losing weight, Harry. Looking all stressed out and everything." Harry shrugged again. "What? You've called him a stupid, fat rat yourself. That's what friends do for each other, Ron. They help each other. You reckon Crookshanks is helping Scabbers lose weight?" Harry put on his most innocent expression and smiled warmly at his friend. "I think it's just a happy accident, Ron. A positive side effect that happens while they're playing. Crookshanks," he called out, "do look after Scabbers for me, won't you?" You really think?" "Oh, and Ron? Please never call yourself Scabbers' daddy ever again." Having surprisingly managed to convince Ron that Scabbers' antics were just innocent fun, Harry finally returned to his homework, taking a moment to reorganize his notes. Harry gathered his textbooks and reference notes, then reached out to straighten his homework parchment. But it wasn't there. He flapped around for a moment, shuffling his books, flipping through loose sheets, and glancing under the desk. Hermione made another frustrated noise, and Harry had to suppress his irritation. He scanned his side of the table. The reference books were present, and oddly enough, his quill was still there. He had all sorts of parchment, yesterday's class notes, his hastily jotted study schedule, just where he had left them. But his homework? Somehow, that was missing. Absently, his left hand gripped his stomach as a sudden stabbing pain shot through him, and he blinked away the spots dancing in his vision. "Damn Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve," he muttered, along with the horse they rode in on. The room spun, and Harry's skin flushed clammy and cold. Distantly, he felt his white-knuckled hand gripping the edge of the table tightly. A shrill whine filled his ears, and a wave of vertigo washed over him before he fought to slow his breathing, frowning as he closed his eyes. "Dobby," he snarled almost silently, furiously under his breath. But despite their domestic nature, house elves couldn't pop around Hogwarts unless they worked there. There had been no crack of apparition, and Dobby couldn't have snuck through the fat lady's portrait and a full common room completely unnoticed, not this time. Harry took a moment to steady his breath and relax the tense muscles throbbing in his shoulders. His study notes weren't really gone. Even in Hogwarts, things didn't just vanish like that. His mind churned furiously as a muscle pulsed in his jaw. They had been turned invisible. A sudden, furious wave of rage surged through him, and Harry realized that meant they could come back. He exhaled slowly. Just a prank. He knew who had done this. "Harry, lad." Fred beamed as he approached Harry at his study table. Harry worked hard to force a frown, trying to look more pathetic than angry. A little quirk of his eyebrows would do the trick, along with a few trembles of his lower lip. "How have you been today? You've seemed a bit troubled lately, wouldn't you say?" Harry glanced back and forth between Fred's face and his empty room's notes, genuine anger coursing through him. But he took a deep breath and forced a smile. "True. I've been following the news, and all signs indicate that Sirius Black is on his way to Hogwarts to finally murder his last victim. It's hard to bear sometimes, but don't worry about me. I have people who'll protect me." Fred paused. "Yeah, I suppose that would be tough. I was thinking more about your concerns a bit closer to home." Harry rearranged his face to look astonished. What could be more immediate than this? The man has been stuck in Azkaban for 10 years, with nothing to think about except his last murder. He's not a rational man anymore, wouldn't you agree? I bet he's obsessed, heading straight here to eliminate his enemy as soon as he can. And all I can do is sit here and wait for it. Nothing else quite compares. Fred seemed to deflate. "Oh. So yeah, I guess you could say I do have a lot on my mind." Fred shuffled back a step. I'll leave you to it then, shall I?" Some of Harry's good humor returned, possibly influenced by the sudden sound of scrabbling coming from under the couch, where he had last seen Scabbers. "Thanks for asking, though. Everything else is fine by comparison. I mean, what's one more little thing to worry about when there's a known murderer after my life, you know? Luckily, I've been told that repeating my runes homework will help me remember them better. And I'm probably not going to die anytime soon, so it's worth it. The long run. It was good of you to ask." "Right." Fred awkwardly backed away, looking uncomfortable and conflicted. "All right." Harry smirked to himself as he refocused on his homework. It was probably that the ink was invisible, he thought, or maybe the parchment had been switched. Not wanting to ruin what he had already written, he reached into his bag for a fresh piece of parchment. In the meantime, he could work on Muggle studies. Sooner or later, the twins would feel guilty, and his work would come back to him. They were already looking at him strangely. All he needed was a bit more time to convince them, and surely his plan would come together. The following Monday, McGonagall put up the lists for students staying at Hogwarts for Christmas, and Harry was mildly surprised at how quickly the year had flown by. He was literally pulling his quill out of his moleskin pouch to write down his name when a thought broke through the ever-present fog of exhaustion. It occurred to Harry that he had Sirius this year, along with Creature, Crookshanks, and Grimmauld Place. Perhaps he couldn't even think the term home, just in case it affected the protections on Privet Drive, but he could certainly go back. Harry's eyebrows rose as he considered the logic. He could spend Christmas with family, not at Hogwarts. What a thought! Filtering through years of ingrained habits, Harry realized he needed to get his act together and finish a few things before the end of the year. He would be leaving the castle for the holidays, he decided. He would be supervised. There were a few things that needed wrapping up. That Saturday found Harry sneaking out to Hogsmeade, evading the watchful eyes of McGonagall, his friends, and still, Percy, who kept popping up at random moments to check that Harry was all right. With a subtlety developed over years of avoiding teachers, Harry crept out. Harry moved cautiously through the corridors until he reached the one-eyed witch statue. Guided by the light of his wand and years of familiarity, he navigated the secret passage, keeping his invisibility cloak pulled tight around him. As he emerged from the darkness into the quiet space of Honeyduke's cellar, he felt a rush of anticipation. Making his way through the shop floor was a bit nerve-wracking. He weaved awkwardly through the bustling crowd, trying to keep an eye on everything around him. Every so often, he caught a glimpse of a rogue billowing nearby or heard a burst of giggles to his left, forcing him to dive to avoid pedestrians who had no idea he was there. This was a downside to the invisibility cloak that he hadn't had to worry about while running around Hogwarts Castle at midnight. With a sigh of relief, Harry finally escaped the chaos of the high street and headed toward the quieter, less touristy streets. Although these streets appeared a bit more rundown, lacking vibrant colors and riddled with muddy ruts and the cobblestones, the improved foot traffic made up for the change in atmosphere. Typical Scottish weather enveloped him in dampness, but the sun shone cheerfully, and Harry felt his tension ease as he lengthened his strides. Curiously, he noticed the rhythmic clop-clop of hooves on stone. To his surprise, he saw a pair of cows pulling a wooden wagon filled with barrels approaching him. Accompanying them was a wizened old man dressed in some sort of leather, trousers? Breeches? They certainly didn't resemble any pants Harry had seen before, so he wasn't quite sure the Muggle term applied here. The few other pedestrians on the street barely glanced at the unusual sight, offering only murmured greetings. Harry thought to himself, this is normal? He couldn't help but stare in fascination as the old man, moving at the pace of his cattle, drew closer. The man was holding a long stick, which he occasionally waved at his cows. Harry reminded himself that this was a glimpse into the real wizarding life of purebloods, a lifestyle that generations of wizards had maintained, untouched by Muggle influences. Still curious, Harry averted his gaze politely as the old wizard passed by, close enough for Harry to catch the warm scent of cow, sweat, leather, and something spicy. Was the man a farmer? His skin was tanned, suggesting he spent plenty of time outdoors. Despite his age and arched back, he moved with an energetic grace. Harry fought the urge to stare, keeping his eyes fixed on his shoes. Then, with a facepalm that was more enthusiastic than wise, he remembered he was still under the invisibility cloak and could have looked as much as he wanted. But even while invisible, Harry felt a flush of embarrassment creep up his neck, tickling his ears. He quickly refocused on his goals for the day. After casting a quick Tempest charm, Harry hastened his pace and soon arrived at a quiet little eatery that overlooked the village, maintaining its leafy privacy. Standing in front of the door, he paused, cocking his head in thought. There was something he had forgotten. Harry rubbed his temple with his clever fingers, rolling his eyes as the realization hit him. Of course, he needed to take off the cloak before opening the door. Sneaking in unnoticed? As if no one would notice a door moving on its own. As if his sudden appearance in the mostly empty room would be unremarkable. In the past, Harry would have pushed the door open without a second thought. But the older, wiser version of himself knew that a door mysteriously opening and closing would certainly draw attention. The question was, who would notice? Would it just be the twins inside, or might he attract even more eyes? Sighing impatiently, Harry glanced around before finally drawing out his wand. Harry felt an irritated twitch at the back of his mind. He really needed a mirror for this, but with a wave or two and the sticky shimmer of magic, he hoped he had turned his hair a Weasley red and that his eyes had turned brown. With a deep breath, he shook off the invisibility cloak and strode inside. Pausing just beyond the door, Harry waited for his eyes to adjust to the dim light. The room was mostly empty, as it had been every time he visited. The foreign owner, presumably Alfredo, was perched on his usual stool, engrossed in another book, the ever-present cup of coffee near his elbow. As always, the room was perfectly clean and welcoming. Cups and cutlery were neatly arranged as if waiting for a lunch rush that would never come. Harry raised a single eyebrow as he took in the scene. The twins were sitting at the largest table, so he took a moment to breathe in the rich scent of coffee before striding over with all the confidence he could muster. "Sorry," Fred said, raising a hand. "We're waiting for Sumio." "Hold up, brother mine," George interrupted, his eyebrows raised comically. "That's H, our mutual acquaintance, that is. He's traveling incognito." "Is it?" Harry grinned. "Sweet Merlin's underpants, it really is. And with some rather fancy wand work keeping him safe. Did you do that yourself, kid? That's NEWT stuff." Harry eased himself down onto the oily wooden seat opposite them. "I'll leave it up to your imagination. Are you happy to talk here?" Fred grinned back at Harry, the shock of his human transfiguration apparently starting to wear off. "Bloody brilliant suggestion, now that you mention it. Would you like to order before we catch up?" Arrested by their sudden, strange enthusiasm, Harry paused and looked the twins over again. Their cheeks were flushed, and their eyes gleamed brightly in the dimness of the room. They seemed oddly pleased to see him, considering the attitude he'd last noticed. Then Harry caught sight of their hands, both twins. Harry cupped the steaming tankards in front of the twins with a hint of suspicion. "Is that fire whiskey?" he asked, sounding a bit foolish. The closer twin shook his head. "Don't be ridiculous. We're trying out this thing called coffee, don't you know?" Harry leaned forward slightly to catch a whiff of the drink. Yes, there was coffee, but that wasn't all. "Coffee and what?" "I'm pretty sure you're still underage for whatever that other stuff is." With a hilariously solemn expression, George tapped a long finger on the side of his nose, once, twice, 3 times. "Oh, it's not like we're drinking or anything. This is some kind of Muggle variation. Flaming Irish coffee or whatever. Adapted for wizards, of course." Fred chimed in, "Yeah. Even good old Mum wouldn't begrudge us an Irish coffee. Presumably, she'd want to try the Scottish version, but I guess you can't have everything. You can tell her yourself if you want, Harry, kid." Harry opened his mouth to respond but then closed it again. "How many of those have you had? Are you drunk?" "Nonsense," Fred said, taking a deep gulp from his mug. Harry decided to leave them to their devout worship of the wizarding beverage and soon returned to the table with a warm jug of butterbeer for himself. "So, potions." The twins suddenly turned their curious gazes on him, their interest piqued. "Turns out there's more to this one than meets the eye, Fred," George remarked, studying Harry with an unblinking stare. "He has curious depths," Fred agreed. "Ron never gave us a clue." George nodded thoughtfully as he rubbed his jaw. "Nor did Percy, actually, which is somewhat more impressive." Fred grinned into the bottom of his tankard. "Gives me the impression that his little request will be interesting, don't you think?" "Interesting enough to hear him out, at any rate." They both looked at Harry, measuring him silently. "I'd like a regular supply of a few types of potion," Harry began carefully, testing the waters. He hoped. This wasn't the first time they had fire whiskey, and they were sober enough for a conversation, at least. "Regular, you say," one twin repeated. "Sounds like a lot of work," the other added. Harry shrugged. "I don't think it's a lot of work, myself. A cauldron here and there should last me a long time. I just need them to be made precisely." Fred inched closer to Harry, gripping his tankard tightly. "Sounds like you're planning on hoarding them. You live with Muggles, don't you?" "Yes," Harry replied, surprised. "Why?" The twins exchanged surprised looks, breaking their fixed gazes on Harry. "Nothing to do with the Muggles, then? What is it you want from us?" Harry sighed and gazed thoughtfully into the depths of his tankard. "Wit sharpening potion, memory potion, for the rest of the year. Possibly lessons in brewing them safely for regular consumption, I guess. Then, hangover cure, pepper-up potion, and calming draught, 1 dose of each per day for the next few weeks. Starting tomorrow, if possible." Harry wondered if he imagined George looking interested, because almost immediately, Fred settled more comfortably in his seat, taking on the air of a man getting serious. "Now, lad, it's nothing personal against you, but we're already doing you a favor. What makes you think we're willing to do you another one when you haven't even paid us back for the last one?" Harry raised an eyebrow. "What favor is this?" "It has come to our attention, through means which are no business of yours, that there's been a lot of you running around Hogwarts recently." Fred nodded seriously. "More of you than there should be. What do you think about that?" Harry closed his mouth, realizing he had been about to speak. "A lot of us. All young and energetic, getting into all sorts of places unusually quickly, if you know what I mean." Harry didn't. He let his thoughts swirl while he took another sip. "Well, I know you think that younger students are Isn't that a bit cruel to all the first and second years?" Harry said, slightly perplexed by the behavior of some of the younger students around him. He thought that saying there were more than there should be seemed a bit harsh. "Ah," George replied, taking another sip of his fire whiskey-spiked coffee. "That's a whole different issue. But what we're really concerned about is the alarming number of you, specifically, you, running around the castle as if 3 of you isn't enough." After a moment of confusion, Harry realized they must have seen him on their map. To be precise, they had seen all of him, time turning, on the map. And now, they were trying to blackmail him about it. His jaw dropped as the understanding sank in. "Now you get it," Fred said with a smile. "Awfully convenient, isn't it? But we've been keeping your secret, asking for nothing in return." "Until now," Harry pointed out. "Well, yes. Obviously, until now." Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, Harry said, "I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to explain how that's happening." George nodded. "Perfectly understandable. So, I'm sure you can see why we feel compelled to report this to McGonagall. She'll be fascinated to know, I'm sure. Of course, I suspect you'll find you have some flexibility in sharing with us." Harry grimaced. "She'll be fascinated to know how you found out, for sure. McGonagall trusts me. I've spent years being a good student, a shoo-in for prefect, all of that. You said it yourself. Since she knows I wouldn't have told you, McGonagall will be intrigued to learn how you discovered it. Maybe she'll even decide to do a little investigation of her own. You know, have a hunt through the dormitory one day while you're in potions." The two red-headed twins leaned toward each other, their voices dropping to a frantic murmur for a minute or two. All Harry could catch were snippets of their conversation as they glanced up at him. As they exchanged glances, words like threaten, reverse anti-blackmail, and preemptive strike floated through the air. Oddly enough, Percy came up too. After their own attempts at casual blackmail fell flat, both twins straightened in their seats. In perfect sync, they leaned forward to take a deep gulp of their steaming drinks before turning their attention back to Harry, their expressions now more serious. Fred broke the silence. "Or I suppose we could help you out. You are a man of many surprises, young lion. Big brass ones, for sure." The twins seemed intrigued, their expressions thoughtful. "What's in it for us?" Harry shrugged. "I'll talk to my accountant about giving you a business loan. Start-up funds, business advice for opening a new shop, and maybe a few ideas of my own. Perhaps I could even teach you some charms." "What kind of start-up funds?" George asked, just as Fred interjected, "You think you know charms that we don't?" Harry grinned. "I'm teaching Percy stuff." Their interest was piqued, and now it was time for negotiations. "I'll leave the rest to your imaginations." He couldn't help but notice the rueful smile that appeared on Fred's face. They were intrigued, eager to uncover what else Harry was hiding. He hoped they would eventually learn, after the fact, that he had snuck out of the castle without McGonagall knowing, adding another layer to his air of mystery. If they believed he could outsmart Percy by teaching him spells, and outmaneuver the twins by slipping out of the castle in ways they didn't know about, it could serve as a powerful bargaining chip. Perhaps even the foundation for a long-lasting alliance. Who could say? Chapter 28, Industrious Independence. Harry felt a sense of confidence, reflecting on what he had learned over the past few years. As the final week of school approached, just before everyone scattered for Christmas, New Year's, and the holiday season, he was pleased to see that his plans were still on track. But he had gained wisdom, he knew better than to think he had everything under control. He wouldn't claim to be completely on top of every little detail, nor would he believe he could relax just because he had made it to the end of the term with everything seemingly in hand. He could sense that something unexpected was lurking just around the corner. The hairs on the back of his neck tingled with the anticipation of chaos. Harry felt a bit jittery during Quidditch practice and in charms, yet he couldn't explain his unease to Neville. That said, nothing had gone wrong so far. Classes continued without interruption, and the missing stationery and odd looks had become almost routine. Harry had adapted to conjuring quills with a discreet flick of his wrist each time one vanished, and he developed a routine for signing photographs of himself without appearing awkward or arrogant. Hermione stopped worrying when Harry set up at their study table, and Ron ceased his snickering when Hufflepuffs approached Harry in the hallways. Even Draco, his unusual and secretive correspondent, had stopped teasing him about his fans as the days rolled on and these situations became the new normal. Harry relished the calm weeks leading up to whatever storm was bound to come next. Aside from the nagging feeling of impending panic, school life felt very ordinary. Students shuffled into classrooms in clusters, huddling together for warmth as the wooden benches grew colder in the mornings. The damp breezes that slipped through the windows were chilling, and as snow began to gather on window sills overnight and frost crept up the shaded glass, students kept their scarves snug and their hoods pulled up, shivering against the cold. Harry stood a little apart, companionably working on class assignments. Out of habit, he used his warming charms as quiet voices surrounded him on those cold mornings. The spells they murmured shimmered and trembled in the brisk Scottish air. He felt the tingle of his Gryffindor scarf against his neck, a side effect of too much warmth, he presumed. Reaching up, he tugged the knot a bit looser, allowing a cool draft to slip down his neckline and soothe his irritated skin. With a smile, he turned his attention back to Professor McGonagall's voice. While Ron and Neville focused on transfiguring small radishes into rabbits, Harry and Hermione moved ahead, attempting to transform horseradishes into hares. Later, in Charms' class, Harry learned to cast Petrificus Totalis. He also wrote what might have been the most detailed research paper on the history of Hinkypinks ever in defense against the dark arts. As winter deepened, astronomy classes moved indoors. Ice sheets formed at the top of the astronomy tower, and telescopes filled with fractal ice crystals within minutes of being outside. The regular winter flu made its rounds, bringing students to class with pepper-up potions steaming from their ears. Meanwhile, teachers piled on homework in preparation for the Christmas break. Charms were taught in the Muggle Studies room, allowing students to examine Muggle equipment in good lighting. Harry found the lesson on toasters oddly fascinating, having never taken one apart before. The next class, the electric kitchen kettle, almost caused a stampede. Harry took diligent notes, waved his wand, and finished his homework as early as he could. Despite finding his wand-related classes manageable, he struggled daily with the mental burden of arithmancy and runes. Even with his occlumency training, Harry's mind just couldn't keep up with Hermione. It wasn't a memory issue, his mind was more efficient than it had ever been. Instead, it was a matter of habit, he realized ruefully. He had never needed academic rigor before, and now years of bad habits were coming back to haunt him. The intricate spiderwebs of connection that formed between thoughts and concepts, improved as they may be, were fading under the relentless passage of time. Just a year ago, he had taken such pride in his progress with occlumency. Harry scowled in concentration. Reflect, remember, repeat, he mumbled to himself at his usual table in the library. The flashcards he had created with a few handy spells were looking a bit worse for wear, their corners dog-eared and 3 different colors of ink overlapping on the squares. He flipped the next card upside down and glanced at a nearby window, desperately trying to recall the bullet points he had just reviewed. "You're doing much better," Hermione encouraged as her head popped up from her latest reference book. "You've come so far, Harry. Pushing through the theory like this." He twitched, his gaze drifting back from the window. The new knowledge he had been trying to grasp popped like a bubble, disappearing into nothingness as he did so. "Thanks," Harry said, pretending not to notice the hint of condescension in her voice. If he hadn't gone back in time, a compliment about his studies from Hermione would have felt genuinely flattering. But now, his frown returned as he glared at the offending flashcard with frustration. Back on the broomstick. Don't stop now. Despite the mind-boggling challenges and mental gymnastics he faced, Harry found all his new subjects fascinating. Muggle Studies, in particular, was teaching him more about everyday wizarding culture than he had ever realized was possible. It made sense that Hogwarts never offered a culture class for Muggleborns. They were expected to take Muggle Studies as a lifestyle comparison. He genuinely enjoyed it. Every now and then, an absolutely intriguing fact about witches and wizards would sneak in, and Harry found himself eagerly anticipating the next aha moment. So many little confusions were gradually being resolved. Still, it meant even more new information for Harry to absorb, which kept his mind busy. Harry found himself captivated by arithmancy. He loved the way it broke down logic and symbolism, revealing the pure honesty of calculations. The incredibly charming Professor Vector maintained a rapid flow of fascinating facts that kept Harry eager to listen. They moved beyond the mysticism of 3 and delved deeper into the numeric system. Still sitting at his table in the library, Harry decided to set aside runes for the time being, releasing a frustrated huff as he placed his runes cue cards to the side, the parchment whispering against the wood. Instead, he pulled out his study notes on arithmancy, a hefty stack of parchment that he dove into, revisiting the offhand comments made by his insightful teacher. He arranged them carefully to his left before shaking the table with the thud of a substantial reference tome that landed right in front of him. "Harry, I was writing here." "Oops." But there was no time for apologies. Harry was already scribbling away, his quill moving rapidly across the parchment. He added some intriguing data to his notes, the small grey feather of his quill dancing with enthusiasm. Beyond 3, he noted that the Celtic numeral for 4 represented balance and harmony. It was often used in rituals and long-lasting spells due to its associations with longevity and stability. Like the Fideus, Harry thought, quickly jotting down the connection in the margins. He pondered the 3 layers of 4 sigils, or was it 4 columns of 3 layers, that created a sturdy, enduring enchantment. He dipped his quill nib into a different colored ink, wondering if it mattered whether it was for groups of 3 or 3 groups of 4. Perhaps Professor Vector could clarify that next time. His green eyes returned to the pages of the musty library book. In China, he learned, the number 4 was often linked to death and bad luck. Most 4-beat spells there were associated with danger and curses due to that cultural belief. It was a starkly different implication. Harry nibbled his lower lip, briefly wondering if the Fideus would work just as effectively in Asia as it did here. It did in Britain. Would the British Fideus still have the 4-beat stability, or would it adopt the Chinese curse association? What would happen if a Chinese wizard cast it? In China? In Scotland? Harry jotted down another note in the margins before moving on. How absolutely fascinating. Was mathemagic geographical? Did that connect with geomancy? No wonder Cursebreakers studied so many languages. Harry narrowed his green eyes in thought and glanced at Hermione but decided against disturbing her. Perhaps Su Li or Cho might know instead. It could be worth reaching out to that friendly Hufflepuff from last year. She was studying healing now, wasn't she? It might have come up in her course. He wiped an ink smudge off his left hand and turned the page carefully. How interesting. How fascinating. How new. With the depth and breadth of arithmancy research keeping him busy, it was hardly Harry's fault that runes was, well, already challenging. Professor Babbling's homework included translating basic passages. My enemy's swords grow blunt and harmless had taken Harry 40 minutes of flipping through dictionaries and grammar references before he wiped the sweat from his forehead, feeling a sense of optimistic satisfaction. He leaned back in his chair, allowing his impatience to slowly fade away. It was a gradual process. His pulse still thumped fast and furious in his temples as he finally pushed the books aside, contemplating a return to arithmancy. Harry wrinkled his nose. The temptation was strong. The tight feeling in his chest and the pale tendon standing out on his right fist suggested that his blood pressure hadn't dropped quite enough to endure another round of foreign languages. Absently, he ruffled his hair and adjusted his glasses. He pursed his lips, palming his wand. Harry cast another warming charm, lost in thought over his dilemma. Then, as the rapid sound of scratching caught his attention, he leaned forward slightly to shoot a quick glance across the library. Harry glanced over at the table. How far had Hermione gotten, anyway? She had moved ahead, translating something about wisdom and silence, and Harry slumped back in his seat at the thought. He still had more phrases to tackle. Keeping up with Hermione's pace in runes seemed futile. He almost shrugged at the idea, if that was the case. Shaking out his wrist, he reached for the nearest arithmancy book and opened it to chapter 9. He pushed aside the twinge of guilt. He would take a break from runes for now, but he promised himself he would return to it later. Maybe after dinner, when he felt more cheerful. With a slight headache and minimal chest pain, Harry began to shuffle his parchments around on the table. He was happy to focus on Professor Vector's subject for a while. His intense concentration was a clear indication of his enjoyment. He wasn't distracting himself from anything. His hair was fluffing out again, less like Evan's, more like Potter, but he didn't notice as his furrowed brows relaxed into a look of curious interest. He conjured a new quill to jot down some notes. Aside from runes and arithmancy, his other elective classes kept him surprisingly busy. Hagrid's creatures class was brand new to him, not a flobberworm in sight. Thankfully, it was all practical during class time, with hardly any homework. A bit of reference reading was always good, of course, so he had 4 brown books sitting on his left, just waiting to be flipped through. That was just his work ethic showing, he thought. It kept him occupied. Divination was still. Hand on chin, Harry paused in his notes on the number 5 as he contemplated the complexities of the divination elective. It was a mixed bag. The classes were mostly a waste of time. Trelawney certainly loved the sound of her own voice, Harry had realized, and somehow he had never really noticed it before. In his previous timeline, he had taken the class as an easy option, so the idea of less work had always seemed appealing. However, his new perspective, along with a few key insights about tea drinking and tessemancy, had reignited Harry's interest in the subject. He made a mental note to Al Draco about the tea-reading habits in the everyday lives of witches and wizards. A couple of phrases dropped by Trelawney, and oddly enough, Professor Flitwick during charms, had sparked his curiosity just before it started to wane. He figured he should take some time in the room of requirement to research good references that could support his self-study. Good being the key word. But how exactly was he going to evaluate that? Harry stopped nibbling on the tip of his quill and leaned over to continue his notes on quintates and the significance of the number 5. Then he stifled a yawn. He was exhausted, of course, the tiredness had become chronic. He had grown accustomed to the heavy weight on his shoulders, the way his spine slouched when he wasn't paying attention, and the persistent headaches that plagued him in the evenings. And in the mornings, right after he woke up. And during difficult classes. He was used to the headaches now. Honestly, they weren't too bad. The funny spots in his vision were hardly worth mentioning anymore, he had lived with them for so long. He figured that when he tired his magic out, the spots were at their worst. Oddly enough, he found them somewhat comforting. When he saw those colorful spots, he knew he was just a few minutes away from experiencing tunnel vision and the encroaching blackness at the corners of his eyes. When the spots danced, he recognized it was time to step back from advanced transfiguration or other NEWT-level spells and focus on his theory for a while. They were surprisingly useful. This particular week, the last week of school for the year, Harry was all caught up with his homework and studies, except for runes. That was a special case, and he carefully avoided thinking about it. The class tests were over, and his correspondence was up to date. The odd fact that he was still sidestepping thoughts like being up to date and being able to take it easy meant that Harry could fit another project into his schedule, one that had been put aside, the Marauders map, Mark II. One Thursday afternoon, Harry found himself joining Luna in the art club, which felt like the first time in ages. "Luna," he muttered, squeezing into a seat near hers at a high table. "It's been too long. How have you been?" "Harry Potter." Perched on the edge of her stool, Luna glanced briefly up from her. It wasn't a canvas or parchment, Harry noticed with surprise. Was she etching? The thought struck him as odd for some reason. Ah. He remembered her stunning mural at her house. Didn't she paint? Yet, for all of Luna's loyalty to him in the past, how well had he truly known her? Harry pushed aside a twinge of guilt and resolved to do better. Dragging his attention away from, was that a copper plate she was fiddling with? Harry's eyes flicked over her slender form. As always, the school robes made her skin look pale and creamy, and he frowned slightly, wondering if she was losing weight. Was she still being bullied? Luna's Ravenclaw necktie was ever so slightly askew, and her wand was tucked behind her left ear, as usual. In contrast, a little pink puffskein sat behind her right ear, humming softly. It seemed to fit so perfectly on her temple that Harry had missed it at first glance. Oh. The slight surprise pulled Harry from his thoughts. He promptly began to pull out his own tools from his bag, a handful of blank parchment, a charmed ink bottle, a new quill, and some scrappy sketches he had made previously. Then, with a thump, a stack of books was tossed onto the table to Harry's right. He pursed his lips, thinking, okay then. Then he looked up. Harry started, noticing Luna's lack of response to his earlier questions. Are you good, Luna? What's new with you? His little blonde friend glanced up again, and Harry watched in amusement as her blank, focused expression gradually shifted to one of recognition. Harry! She exclaimed, setting down the pointy tool she had been using to etch the copper plate. She sat up, stretching her back a bit like a cat. The Puffskeins' hum seemed to rise a couple of tones in response to her movement. We haven't had a proper conversation in a long time, Harry. I'm good. I've been keeping busy. Daddy says hi. How about you? Well, Harry hesitated, not wanting to dive into the chaos of fans and business. Instead, he rolled his eyes. Luna's eyes sparkled with understanding, little half-moons that expressed her affection for him. A slight quirk of her lips revealed the humor she found in Harry's situation, even as she empathized with him. After a quick blink, as if reveling in his current misfortune, at least that's what Harry assumed, Luna returned silently to her own art, leaving him to settle into his focus. The room was filled with a lively buzz, with 12 students, including Harry and Luna, busy with their own projects. Harry took a moment to breathe in the peace of the art club. It was apparently run under the absent supervision of one of Professor Flitwick's master's students and was located on a lower level of the astronomy tower. Due to some quirk of magic, the windows in the stone room seemed enchanted to be huge and bright, bathing the circular space in swathes of soft sunlight, leaving no dark corners or heavy shade. An unusually high ceiling was dotted with old art projects, hanging suspended like laundry on a line. Harry wondered if these were works still under construction, perhaps from students working on more than one project at a time. Harry absently wondered if the hanging storage space belonged to students who weren't present today. He mused about the enchantments that might be needed to create his own version, but quickly dismissed the thought. He surveyed the brightly lit art club, noticing that several 6th and 7th year students had taken over the north side of the room. Some were working diligently at easels, splashing colors onto canvases, while others were gathered around tables, seemingly engaged in projects involving stacks of wood. A vaguely familiar face caught his attention, perhaps a friend of Percy's girlfriend. She was intensely focused on a large sculpture resembling a tree stump that dominated that corner of the room. The sculpture was at least 3 feet wide, with massive stone roots that appeared to sink into the paint-specked floor. The intricate details suggested that a great tree had toppled over, its form being meticulously carved away piece by piece. Harry blinked and looked again. The Ravenclaw girl, dressed in what looked like leather overalls, was prowling around the 5-foot-tall stone sculpture, barely reaching its height. A fierce scowl adorned her face as she inspected her work. Every so often, she would pounce forward to tap away at a stubborn piece of stone, sending small shards of grey cascading down to the ground. Each tap revealed more intricate details of bark, twig-like growths, and clumps of moss. Harry leaned forward on his stool, captivated by her craftsmanship. Were those stone mushrooms sprouting from that protrusion? He continued to watch as she circled her sculpture, then suddenly paused. Bending down, she peered closely at something obscured from Harry's view by her left hand. He could see her mouth moving, muttering what sounded like a curse under her breath as she tucked her little hammer and chisel into a pocket. Instead of pulling out more tools, she retrieved her wand from another pocket, and Harry's eyebrows rose in curiosity as she began to make a few delicate, precise movements. Harry watched in amazement as the girl gestured upward with her wand. To his astonishment, a small cluster of mushrooms, tiny, flat little things that had been obscured when she moved her left arm, seemed to inhale and grow right before his eyes. He noticed a few stalks elongating and one mushroom on the left stretching its cap wider, resembling a little fairy seat. There was a soft rustling sound as the collection of mushrooms rearranged themselves, guided by the girl's wand, transforming into something more aesthetically pleasing. "Did you see that?" Harry exclaimed, baffled once again by the girl's silent casting, which was so precise and intentional without a single spoken word. Just sheer will and the flick of her wand. Luna replied, still focused on her work. Harry decided to let her be. He scanned the room once more, taking in the stacks of canvases leaning against the east wall, the old easels cluttering a small cupboard to his right, and a wall of shelves filled with paint supplies, charcoal sticks, quills, ink, and various other items scattered across the dark wood. Then he blinked. Sitting beneath the shelves, with his back turned to the nearest window, was Dean Thomas. The dark-haired boy hadn't noticed Harry. He sat with his head bowed over an angled wooden block. Whatever he was working on was tilted away, hiding it from Harry's view, but scattered across Dean's table were colored sticks in every hue of the rainbow. Crayons, maybe? Pastels? Harry couldn't tell. Blinking again, he took one last glance around the room, realizing that all the students were deeply focused on their own work. None were peeking at each other's creations. Perhaps it was an unspoken rule, to prevent copying or something similar. No wonder Luna chose to come here when the other clubs had bullied her. Feeling a flush of sympathy, Harry returned to his own clutter. By the time he was satisfied enough with his progress to pause, stretch, and sigh, he had completely lost track of time. In front of him lay a list of: first, prepare the parchment. Second, sketch the castle. Third, charm the two together before settling the magic into the map and adding all the other functional elements. The homunculus charm, along with the final enchantments, had to be applied after the castle itself was enchanted to serve as the map's foundation. With great care, referencing his earlier notes and sketches, and drawing on his growing mastery of a few art charms he'd learned from library books, Harry had completed a basic floor map of the castle. It was just a skeleton, to be fair, but it was the best he could do. Magic herself will help you fill in the blanks, you know. Luna's sudden voice close to his ear made Harry jump. He turned to her, adrenaline rushing through him. Oh. You think? Pursing her lips and tilting her head, Luna examined the map closely. Your lines are very straight, Harry. You've really improved. Harry chuckled softly, brushing off the compliment. I'm not sure it's quite what I had in mind. I mean, in comparison to, you know. I guess I'm a little disappointed. You're going to enchant it, of course, Luna replied. Harry was familiar enough with her uncanny ability to know things that he only flinched slightly. The enchantments will fill in many of the things you've missed. He scoffed. You don't have to be so nice about it, Luna. Maybe I should just start over? Do you think you get your doodling skills from your mother's side of the family? Luna asked abruptly. Who? She shrugged. Harry Potter. You're comparing yourself to something and coming up short. The magic will fill things in for you, especially if you use the old magics. Water or wine, do you think? Harry was lost. What? Luna sat up straighter, and he suddenly realized that the light he had been drawing by was coming from her wand tip. The room was empty except for the two of them, and the sun had set some time ago. I'll teach you all about it on Saturday, if you're interested, Luna offered. Daddy knows a lot about this stuff. He's taught me most of it. Harry watched as his hands instinctively reached out to gather his materials, seemingly without any direction from his mind. I'm not sure what you mean. I just wanted to create a map because there don't seem to be any good ones at the moment. I don't understand what you're saying about my parents. He sighed. Can you keep this a secret from Ron, Neville, and Hermione, please? Everybody has secrets, Harry Potter, Luna smiled. Even Hogwarts herself. Chapter 29, Surprises and Staircases. The following Saturday, Harry found himself wandering through the fifth-floor corridors of Hogwarts, a warm, fuzzy feeling settling in his chest. He was working through his to-do list while keeping a promise to Luna at the same time. The parchment on which he had attempted to map Hogwarts was clutched tightly in his left hand, and his wand glided softly over the walls. Harry had a special fondness for Luna. She deserved happiness far more than she seemed to have. Despite the cold wind sneaking in through the gaps in the windows and under the doors, and the icy chill of the Hogwarts stone floors, Luna trailed behind him, barefoot except for her rainbow-colored socks. Harry was a bit puzzled by the wreath of sunflowers and ivy perched on her head like a fairy crown, and by her shoeless feet, clad only in those colorful socks. At least Luna had chosen to wear a heavy purple woolen jacket. He wasn't quite sure if she was actually dressing for the Scottish winter or if she simply wanted to provide her pink puffskein an appropriate perch. It peeked out of her breast pocket, wide-eyed and curious, and seemed quite content, humming a soft, droning tune that matched the rhythm of Luna's light, skipping steps. Harry suddenly recalled that Ginny had once had a puffskein too. He wondered what had happened to it. Had she loved it as much as Luna apparently loved hers? The thought was fleeting. Half of his attention was on his younger friend while the other half was focused on feeling the solid stone beneath his feet. Beneath his feet and the cool flow of air against his face. His mind was focused on the shape of the castle in space, and he half wondered if he was imagining the familiar swirling colors that danced before his eyes. He frowned, then shook his head. This weekend, he wasn't overwrought or suffering from exhaustion, magical or otherwise. It couldn't possibly be that same old magical melody again, no matter how familiar it had become. Perhaps he simply had an overactive imagination. The colors were likely just a symptom of needing to focus on a task that, while important and necessary, wasn't the most exciting. The words of Sirius echoed in his ears, and the tip of his wand lightly bumped against the rough-hewn stone walls as Harry continued down the corridors. "Almost exactly like Daddy does," Luna said cheerfully, pottering after him. "With his wand and his wine and the walls, Harry." "Did you know?" Harry pulled himself back from his thoughts. "I can't say I did, Luna. What does your father do instead?" "He walks the wards too," Luna smiled, skipping to catch up with him. "It's not quite a wand and word, but Daddy says a wand and wine work just as well for connecting a wizard to his home." Harry stumbled slightly. "Oh, I see. Daddy says by imbuing the wand and wine into the rookery, the home will be filled with joy and laughter. It brings the mice too, you know, when he flicks the wine about and leaves it there. So we always have life and movement in the home." Harry raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and paused in his walk. "You know I'm not trying to connect the castle to me, right? I'm trying to make a map." He waved his left hand and the parchment gently in Luna's direction. "You know that. You saw me draw it, what, yesterday? The day before?" Luna smiled brightly. "Yes, Harry. You're wanting another pair of eyes, aren't you? Which is why you're sacrificing your magic instead of wine on the walls? Or blood, of course," she added earnestly. "Some people still use blood, even though the ministry says we shouldn't these days." Harry recalled his brief conversation with Sirius, then nodded slightly, dismissing the thought before it could distract him. He stepped forward again, the tip of his wand pressed against the right-hand wall. "How did you know that?" He mused, then quickly added, "Wait, don't answer that. Anyway, I figure a little unshaped magic through my wand is more than enough to connect the map to the castle." His eyes darted ahead, noticing the angled shadows on the floor. "Hang on, can you get the door for me? It looks like we're going in." He glanced around the quiet corridor before stepping into the abandoned classroom. "Here? An old defense room, perhaps?" Holding his wand against the stone walls, Harry traced the shape of the castle onto the ink outline on the parchment. Compared to his own attempts with ink and a paintbrush, it was encouraging to see how much straighter the lines looked now. They were thicker, too. He realized he had run his wand over both sides of the thick stone walls. The map now reflected how wide the walls were in some areas and how deeply inset the doors were. Harry blinked, the sound of his eyelids echoing in the absence of Luna's immediate presence. To his great interest, his best attempt at map-making had not only added details but, yes, he wasn't imagining it, some of his lines had moved. Changed. The proportions seemed strangely more accurate, he finally concluded, as he absently heard Luna skip past him, humming to the rhythm of her little puff skein. The ratio of classrooms to corridors in this wing looked better now, and some tension in Harry eased as he realized he had resolved a previously unnoticed issue. Perhaps he really could manage this well. He stole a glance at Luna's lightly flitting figure before taking one more moment to admire his handiwork. The 11 doors that Luna and Harry had walked through a corridor where he had carefully traced both sides onto the map with his wand. To his surprise, he noticed little inky details that he hadn't added himself. As he looked closer, he realized those blotchy notches indicated which side of the doorframe the hinges were on. What a brilliant idea! He thought he would have planned it that way if he had thought of it. For a moment, Harry stared at these delicate features in confusion. Another detail caught his eye. Why were all the wooden doors in the doorframes he had walked through filled in as half open? He couldn't explain that. The only thought he had, that his map might show doors opening and closing when it was complete, seemed a bit far-fetched. After all, the Marauder's map hadn't included this detail. It felt unlikely that his map, created in solitude and a bit desperately, with a stroke of luck and the distant help from an unknowing Azkaban escapee, could surpass the original. Nah, Harry snorted softly, shaking his head to refocus. He had already paced the empty room and quickened his steps to catch up with Luna. She had paused by a portrait of Timothy the Timid just before the corner of the corridor and appeared to be engaged in a lively conversation by the time Harry reached her. Sir Timothy, Harry nodded. Young Gryffindor, the portrait trembled, momentarily arresting Harry's attention with the mad twitching of the man's mustache. A bold quest you find yourself on, I hear. Braving the perils of the unknown, what? Harry attempted to respond. That's the plan. Be bloody, bold, and resolute, as they say. Harry shifted his grip on his wand just long enough to scratch behind his ear. They do? The portrait visibly started, and his mustache wobbled even more. They don't? Oh dear, perhaps I was wrong? I don't quite remember, perhaps there's been a mistake, what? Oh my, oh dear, oh no. The portrait's conversation descended into a flurry of uncertainty, leaving Harry to wonder about the oddities of his surroundings. Harry stood in the corridor, bemused by the kind of desperate mumbling echoing around him. Was he supposed to wait for it to end? He glanced hopefully at Luna, who smiled back at him. Timothy guards a secret passage, he tells me, she said. The portrait of Sir Timothy snapped out of his introspection and looked worriedly at Harry. Harry blinked in surprise. He does? But that was never on the Marauder's map, or at least, that's not what I thought. Timothy turned to stare sternly at Luna, causing Harry to bristle in her defense. They are watching, the timid portrait hissed. Do not let them know. Who knows who might be listening? Luna smiled, seemingly unaffected by the portrait's anxious demeanor. Oh, you can trust Harry. He won't spill your secrets. Harry considered her words. He certainly had no intention of casually revealing the mysteries of the portrait. True enough, I guess. So, where do you go? The portrait's intense gaze shifted back to him. As if they can trick me into sharing out loud. Licking his lips, Harry turned to Luna, who had apparently charmed the first secret out of Timothy in under 3 minutes. I suppose I'll add it to my to-do list, he offered finally. Figure it out myself, you know, and with Luna, of course. So you can keep your secrets, since you don't want to be overheard. Unable to resist, Harry glanced around the empty corridor. It was devoid of students, and even the other portrait frames stood vacant. All in the name of adventure, I guess. Brave Gryffindor and all that. We appreciate the help, though. Oh, I say, the portrait replied, switching from panic to flattery as if someone had flipped a switch. Students are braver now than they were in my day. Keep the faith, young wizard, he said, offering Harry a mildly pleasant gaze, then added, young witch. To Harry's amusement, Luna received an even bigger smile. Thanks, Harry nodded, pausing to collect his thoughts. Luna wrapped up her conversation just as Harry continued down the corridor, his wand gently brushing against the wall. There were more secrets to uncover than he had initially thought, and Harry felt a thrill of excitement at the prospect. With each step, his magic reached out, intertwining with the stone beneath his feet, and he sensed the map's magic growing stronger. As he walked, his developing magical senses picked up on subtle shifts, sending ripples of energy back through him and into the parchment. It felt like a gentle tingle coursing through his body, from his right arm to his left. The map was connecting him to Hogwarts in a way he had never fully understood before. He knew Hogwarts was ancient, far older than any Muggle castle, its history stretching back well over 1,000 years. It seemed to hum with life as he walked, resonating with every room and each of the 142 staircases he could access. Luna flitted ahead and sometimes fell behind, and Harry suspected she could feel the castle's hum too as they made their way around, returning to the corridor. Of course, she could. They paced together, opening every door they encountered, brushing their hands along the walls, and exploring every hidden corner. Harry led the way, though sometimes Luna lagged behind. "Luna?" he called out, turning a corner only to find himself alone. He retraced his steps, counting 10 back. "Ah. Luna. What have you found there?" His friend looked up, clearly captivated by something on the wall. Harry stepped closer to see what had caught her attention. "Luna?" He tried again. "What did you discover?" "It's fascinating, don't you think, Harry?" she replied, her eyes sparkling with wonder. He glanced back at the wall. "Yes?" he said, curious. He briefly wondered if she was seeing the same patterns of light that had captivated him, the magic pooling even in the stones. Harry looked at the abandoned fifth-floor room, which was empty except for a stack of 3.5-old chairs bathed in mid-afternoon sunlight and dust. It was one of the quieter floors in the castle. He gently tapped his knuckles against the cold grey stone, wondering what had made Luna pause to ponder this place. "Scottish stone, you say?" he finally mumbled. "I think I read that somewhere. A limestone, wasn't it? From around here, maybe." Luna reached out to lovingly stroke the massive grey stone embedded in the wall in front of her. "Daddy thinks so. One reason Hogsmeade grew where it did," she smiled, "was because of the lake, of course. But people chose this lake over all the others because they could use the quarry to build good houses." Harry raised an eyebrow. He had never really taken the time to learn about local history. Beyond the Goblin Wars, his focus had been mostly on the evolution of wizarding culture. "Really? There's a quarry around here?" "Oh, not anymore," she shook her head. "Daddy said they entered it out 500 years ago. It's not even in the history books anymore." "Eh?" Harry replied, intrigued. Luna smiled knowingly. 500 years ago, everyone knew about it, so why bother writing it down? Then, over time, people forgot, and it wasn't recorded anywhere. "I see," Harry said, tilting his head in thought. "But 500 years doesn't sound right. They finished building the castle well before then, didn't they?" With a breathy giggle, Luna shrugged one shoulder toward him. "They used the stone as Hogsmeade grew, silly. The village was here first, you know, because of its convenient location. Plus, the Forbidden Forest was great for hunting. When they cleared space for the township, they could use the old timbers, too. And then, of course, it grew." Harry glanced around the room again, this time taking in the timber struts that spanned the ceiling, crafted from dark, aged wood. "I always thought there was some kind of magic node under the castle. Isn't that why it's so powerful? Safe? Famous? Isn't Hogwarts, like, innately magical or something? What do they call it, the hot spot?" Gently patting the stone as if bidding it farewell, Luna took his left hand and companionably pulled him toward the door. "Yes?" Harry noticed their pace quickening as they moved, and he raised his wand to the walls, sending out a pulse of magic. "Luna." With her characteristic half-dancing, half-drifting walk, Luna led him further down the corridor and into rooms he had never seen before. "Daddy always says that Hogwarts grew here," she finally continued, just as Harry was beginning to think he would never get his answer. She has her roots deep in mountain stone. Her branches sprouted in the thickest parts of the forest. She is fed and watered by the purest mountain rains of the glen. She houses beings, creatures, and spirits from all over Britain, who come and mingle in her shadow. And wizards? Harry asked. Luna made a little shivering gesture with her free hand, and the hum from the puffskein in her pocket rose a tone. And witches and wizards, I suppose. Pausing briefly, Harry cast a quick charm to check for hidden doors in the room before continuing after Luna's almost silent footsteps. She truly was a fountain of knowledge, he realized. Hermione would be shocked. You make it sound like Hogwarts is some kind of living being, Harry managed to say. Luna stopped her dance-like steps and turned to look at him, her large grey eyes suddenly serious. The scent of sunflowers wafted around them, making Harry feel a tickle in his nose. A shiver of anticipation ran through him. Luna always had a wealth of information. Was this about to be a great revelation? Living beings have power, you know. She paused, taking a long look at Harry, which made him feel a bit uncomfortable. When Luna focused on something, she really focused. Harry, Luna began slowly, why do you think the grand staircase has moving stairs? Who? They're not spelled, Harry. It's the whole castle that's been enchanted. Well, yeah, but... She smiled at him again, a smile that suggested Luna knew many more secrets than he had ever suspected. Do you think the castle is always this size, Harry? He blinked, taken aback. What do you mean? It grows and shrinks, don't you know? This is the smallest school year we've had in decades, according to my dad. So many families died in the last war. Well, yes, but we don't rattle around the castle like we don't fit, do we? Of course, there were spare rooms on every floor of Hogwarts, but each floor was in use now, wasn't it? Harry's eyes darted suspiciously around the corridor, as if he expected it to shrink or rearrange itself while he was looking. Perhaps that's where the Nargles hide their nests, until the witches and wizards need the space again, in the hidden parts of the castle. I'm sure Hogwarts is happy to be home for all sorts of creatures, don't you think? Embarrassingly, all Harry could worry about was what this would mean for his map. Would it somehow be less complete than his father's, made many years before the war? Luna's radish-shaped earrings seemed to sway under his gaze as she said, magic itself is a living thing, Harry. Then Luna turned and flitted away from him, as if she hadn't just revealed something profound. Well, obviously, Harry knew the whole castle was enchanted. He also understood that magic was more than just another form of, well, Muggle physics, for example. Clearly, Hogwarts was more than just the sum of its parts. It was just that hearing it put this way made him think a little deeper. Once a wall, Harry kept turning Luna's words over in his mind. Over in his mind as they completed a full circuit around the entire west wing of the 4th floor and then shifted their focus to the east. Luna, seemingly unfazed by Harry's wandering thoughts, maintained a cheerful stream of conversation. As his attention drifted, Harry caught snippets about the living conditions of Nargles and the mating dances of Aeliopaths. You don't say, he replied, as they turned into the main corridor of the rarely used east wing. Even though it was mid-afternoon, the sun had moved to the other side of the castle, casting longer shadows. Harry shivered slightly and pulled his cloak closer around him. They always start anti-clockwise, Harry, Luna insisted, perhaps keeping warm through the sheer enthusiasm in her dancing steps. It represents the unbinding of previous loyalties, as Aeliopaths are true believers in monogamy and faithfulness. Is that so? He asked, intrigued. The nest is always built in a clockwise fashion for precisely the same reason. When the Aeliopaths come together, they are uniting for a positive, trustworthy family development. They're very good parents, you know. At least for the first 6 weeks, she added with a playful grin. As the afternoon shadows lengthened, Harry's map grew more complete. They had discovered 3 secret rooms on this floor so far, although one of them might have just been a large cupboard. Aside from these small surprises, the afternoon progressed smoothly. It fell to Luna to keep the rhythm from slipping into boredom, and she began a series of captivating conversations with the inhabitants of the 5th floor portraits. Harry had initially thought that few of them seemed the type to chat, especially an old witch with was that an ear trumpet, but he quickly grew accustomed to each portrait falling under Luna's strange charm. That was before they stumbled upon the most impressive portrait yet. Harry watched in amused distraction as Luna approached a 6-foot-tall painting of 3 witches stirring a cauldron and complimented the second witch on the wart on her nose. "It's quite dignified, I must say," Luna began mid-conversation, as if they had been chatting for quite a while. "Did you grow it yourself, or is it natural?" Amidst the surprised responses and cackling grins of the other 2 witches, Luna's target dropped her ladle, proudly stroking the side of her nose. "Natural?" One of the other figures cackled. "You think it's natural?" Luna shrugged. "Oh, I didn't want to be rude, but if you could just tilt your head just so, yes, just like that." "Thank you, oh my. I couldn't help but notice that your wart seems to have a wart on it." With an arch look, the witch in the portrait preened some more. "Well, some people can't help their bad taste." She shot a glance at her companions, "but I'm not surprised it caught the eye of a young witch of sensitivity, like yourself." Luna's eyes grew even larger. "You mean it really is a wart on a wart?" "I've heard of them, of course, but I never thought I'd be lucky enough to meet one." "Oh yes, dearie, it really is. I put a lot of effort into cultivating this, I must say." In front of Harry's eyes, Luna charmed the witches into a blushing hue of pink, and within 6 minutes, far faster than he had ever expected, the right side of the portrait clicked off the wall like a door opening, allowing them to step through. Harry peered through the opening with interest, his wand already out and ready to trace around the walls. However, Luna rushed through first and with a little cry of delight, dashed straight into the center of the room, seemingly unbothered by spiders, boggets, or doxy infestations. "Oh my!" Luna trilled, arms wide open as she spun around in the surprisingly roomy space. A dancing room. How lovely! Harry followed more slowly. "What?" The little Ravenclaw rolled her eyes at him in a fondly exasperated way. "Has anyone ever told you that you need to get better at looking at things?" Harry? Harry Potter, the seeker for Gryffindor, shook his head. "No? Not really? It's all on the floor, Harry." Following her pointing fingers, Harry looked down and was puzzled to see a series of silver footprints scattered across the dark hardwood floor. They seemed chaotic to him. "Oh, Harry," Luna sighed in disappointment, pulling him toward a particularly hectic-looking section. "Now put your feet here." No, not that one, the other one. One more." Somehow, Luna managed to maneuver his arm so that she stood in front of him, looking up with cheerful enthusiasm. "Now we're ready," she mused. "I wonder how, let's see." To Harry's amazement, she waved her wand, and suddenly, the room filled with the swell of string instruments. A steady, rhythmic bass line. Was it a cello? Harry wondered. He didn't know much about musical instruments, but the sound seemed to thrum with a steady 3-beat rhythm. Stability, creation, luck, sacredness, and finality, thoughts raced through his mind. Well, at least he was learning something in arithmancy. Before he knew it, his feet began to move with the rhythm, and Luna swung him around. The air was filled with the sweet, almost nostalgic tones of violins, and Harry found himself, he almost stumbled and would have fallen if the music hadn't been so clear and easy to follow, if his feet hadn't seemed to have a mind of their own, if Luna hadn't been spinning him around by his shoulders. He was waltzing. "Straighten your spine," Luna murmured near his ear. "Shoulders back. Curve your arm more. Hold your head up. Chin down. Smile, Harry, you're having fun." Automatically, he followed her instructions, as Harry always did when guided by good teachers. He twirled around the room, feeling as if his body knew exactly what to do. Dancing had never been his thing, he knew that. However, Harry looked down at the shining light in Luna's eyes and realized that, well, it wasn't so bad when his arms and legs went to the right places. He resigned himself to finishing the map another day. He'd be dancing, waltzing, or whatever it was, for a while, and somehow, he didn't seem to mind too much. Over an hour later, he had to beg for a break, gasping for breath. He knew he was fit from Quidditch, but there were muscles in his back, thighs, and shoulders that were definitely not used to whatever Luna had just had him doing. Now, he had arm tremors. "Stop," he managed to pant out. "Sorry, that's enough for me. Perhaps another day?" Luna, looking as fresh and energetic as ever, gracefully disengaged and flung herself down on the floor. "Ha ha!" she exclaimed. "Another day would be wonderful. Thank you, Harry. That was marvelous." Harry eyed the floor suspiciously. He wasn't sure he could get up again if he laid down like she did. Instead, he conjured a seat with a flick of his wand. "I didn't know you danced, Luna." She shook out her long blonde hair. "I don't. Not really. But isn't it fun just to move to the music?" Harry leaned forward and slowly massaged some of the kinks in his thigh muscles. He knew they'd be tight and sore tomorrow. That was a waltz we just did, right? You did just teach me that?" Luna looked absurdly comfy on the cold stone floor, her pale blonde hair spread out like spun moonlight. "Oh, Daddy and I used to dance at home sometimes, before I came to Hogwarts." She lifted a hand in the air and wiggled it around. Harry assumed it meant something to her, the undulation of her palm and the flutter of her fingers. But it was never proper dancing like the professors would call it. Daddy just called up some music and we spun and spun and spun together. He shot her a suspicious look. Harry stared at the silver footprint still marking the floor. "But didn't we just?" Luna laughed, her eyes sparkling. "Oh, I didn't know what was going on, Harry. The castle told me what to do." That sounded just like her, actually. "I see," Harry replied, allowing himself to slip into silence. He wanted to give Luna the space to enjoy her memories or musings, whatever they were. She seemed genuinely happy, smiling to herself while lying on the floor and making shapes in the air with her hands. He smiled fondly, relishing in her joy. Luna deserved to be happy, he thought, wishing for it with all his heart. Of all people, she deserved to feel safe, joyful, and at peace. He couldn't bear to interrupt her moment. He would gladly take all the time in the world if it meant Luna could indulge in pure pleasure for just a little longer. He didn't mind the break at all. By the time they finally left the room, it was almost dinner time. Harry decided to guide them back toward the great staircase to reach the hall on time. As they walked through the corridors, Luna cheerfully greeted the three witches in the portrait. "We'll be back," she chirped. "Harry says so. We have to go to dinner now because the house elves work hard on the food, and they'd be ever so disappointed if we missed their meal. But the dancing was wonderful." Was it?" asked the grumpiest-looking witch in a husky croak. "It really was," Luna beamed. "Harry says we can come back another day. He had fun too. Didn't you, Harry? You're not just saying that, are you?" Harry felt himself flush under Luna's suddenly worried glance and the foreboding glares of all three witches on the wall. He swallowed hard. "I did have fun, actually. No idea what I was doing, but it wasn't bad." "Oh, thank Merlin!" Luna exclaimed, placing a hand on her chest before her enthusiasm returned to the witches. It was simply delightful, with the music, the footsteps, and the spinning. I'll come back by myself sometimes, too, if that's all right." "It's all right if it's you, dearie," the warty witch winked. Harry could tell she wasn't looking at him. He knew he didn't have the charm to win over the portraits that quickly. "Well practiced, are you?" the third witch leaned forward, finally joining the conversation. "Oh no," Luna replied, unfazed by any judgment in the question. "I have no idea what I'm doing." Neither does Harry. "But that's all right. It's all in the music, isn't it? And the rhythm of the earth and the spinning of the stars, my dear," the witch added. Harry nodded awkwardly. "Yeah. Thanks for, letting us through and all that." The witches waved them out the door. "Come back when you want more," they chirped cheerfully, picking up their stirring rods and ladles again. "Daytime only, mind." No dancing skyclad by moonlight for a good few years yet. You're too young for all that. But it's something to look forward to, another witch cackled. All in good time, Luna waved back. As they descended the stairs to the second floor, Harry stubbed his foot on a flat piece of ground, wondering what kind of chaos Luna might lead him into next. Halfway down, his thigh muscles were already protesting when he suddenly felt two hands push between his shoulder blades. "Oi!" he exclaimed as he tumbled forward. Muscles screaming, Harry twisted to the left, grabbing the banister. He spread his feet wide, knees bent, trying to stop his fall. He felt a muscle in his stomach pull, and something in his back twitched and stretched. His hand scrambled for purchase on the moving staircase, which lurched unexpectedly beneath him. "Harry!" Luna gasped behind him, but he barely heard her over the sudden rush of adrenaline. The rush of adrenaline surged through Harry as his heartbeat pounded in his ears. His hand scrambled for purchase. Just when he thought he had steadied himself, the ground beneath him shifted, pulling his grip away from the step. In an instant, Harry felt himself tumble backward, head over feet, with each solid edge of the stairs jabbing into his spine as he rolled, spun, and almost bounced downwards. He flailed desperately, his fingers skimming across the surfaces. Grasping, reaching, and grabbing. The adrenaline spiked higher, and his heart raced faster. A fluttering pulse began to throb in his temple, but he barely registered it amid the punishing bruises from the stair edges. With his eyes squeezed shut, he finally stopped. Slowly, very slowly, so as not to dislodge anything, Harry cracked open one eye. He opened the other cautiously, taking a moment to assess his situation. He realized he wasn't caught on anything. His cloak hung behind him, dragging him backward, while his school robes clung tightly to his thighs, leaving his legs awkwardly exposed to the chill of the drafty old castle. Goosebumps prickled his skin, and the little hairs stood on end, whether from adrenaline or the cold, he couldn't tell. He could see his legs half curled above him, and he found it curious. Taking a deep breath, Harry began to relax his muscles. He didn't slip. He relaxed a bit more, maneuvering through the robes to find stability on the step beneath his shoulders. He lay there, heels overhead, precariously balanced before a long drop down the stairs that loomed ominously close. "Harry?" Luna's voice broke through his contemplation of the great staircase's depth. Suddenly, he flurried around, trying to cover his legs. "Harry, are you all right?" Gravity was not on his side, so Harry held his school robes around his thighs and peered around his own body, offering a reassuring smile to Luna Lovegood. "Luna," he grinned from where he lay. "Sorry for the shock. Are you all right?" Ridiculously, the first thing Harry noticed was that her puffskein had stopped humming. Then he saw her quirky eyebrows, looking even more peculiar than usual. As he took in Luna's worried expression, he realized just how concerned she was for him. She was also pointing her wand at him, which seemed to be the reason his sudden fall had come to an abrupt stop. Behind her floated Peeves, who blew a loud raspberry and scowled in disappointment. With considerable awkwardness, Harry rolled onto his stomach and began to climb back up. "Peeves!" The poltergeist blew another raspberry and darted forward to poke an accusatory finger at Harry's face. Peevesy Weevesy was having a ball. "Potty wee Potter, you just wouldn't fall. Your enemy hates you although you be small. Yet no death for you, but a tempting close call." Harry was still trying to process the logic of how Peeves had pushed him and how he had nearly fallen 5 stories. How deep do the Hogwarts dungeons go, anyway? Suddenly, something caught his attention. "Wait. Someone told you to push me?" Peeves drew back, attempting a look of innocent confusion that only made him appear constipated. "Who? Push you? No. Impossible. Not Peevesy." Finally managing to scramble to his feet, Harry gripped the staircase railing tightly, just in case Peeves decided to try again. No. I'm quite sure I just heard you say that someone wants to hurt me." Extravagantly, Peeves waved away the accusation. "Oh no. Not in Hogwarts Castle, surely not." Harry squinted thoughtfully. "Who've you been talking to, Peeves? What did they give you?" A grin slipped across his face. Peeves had a mischievous grin on his face. Peeves has been short of done bombs, he has. Poor old Peevesy, what a shock. At that moment, Luna twirled her wand in the poltergeist's direction, and something orange shot from it. Peeves squealed and shot up 3 feet in the air before darting away. Harry thought he might have seen purple blotches forming on Peeves as he fled. Amidst this chaos, Harry felt his heart rate slow and noticed a sudden chill in his fingertips. He had been caught off guard, utterly shocked. He didn't like that feeling. He usually sensed when trouble was brewing. Scowling, he briefly thanked Luna while he patted himself down, regaining his composure. When he looked up, he saw Luna slipping her wand behind her left ear. The intensity in her expression was already fading, a slight smile returning to her lips, her eyes drifting into that familiar, unfocused gaze. "You're helping me all over the place today," Harry said. Then he added, "Did you hear him say that too? Did someone pay him to push me downstairs?" Only Luna could look both calm and confused at the same time. "You seem to have a lot going on this year, Harry Potter. Do you think you were supposed to die from that?" Harry swallowed hard. "I hope not. I mean, I've never heard of Peeves trying to kill students before." Luna nodded wisely, raising an eyebrow. "That's true. I dare say they wouldn't keep him around if he were murderous." Harry bent down again, checking his knees and ankles for injuries. His fingers trembled slightly as they brushed over his joints, probing for any sore spots in his tense muscles. Thank goodness he had good reflexes. He had been with Luna, and he couldn't help but notice how she kept her wand tucked behind her ear instead of in a more accessible place, like the moleskin pouch that lay under his robe collar. That pouch was infuriatingly out of reach in an emergency. He filed the thought away for later. But who had orchestrated this? Suddenly, Harry's knees buckled, and he found himself leaning back against the step beneath him. Luna quickly reached for his arm. Did she think he had fainted? He took a moment to catch his breath, slowly in, then out. In. Out. Sweet Merlin, he had almost died. What troubled him even more was that he hadn't seen it coming. The cold sweat on his back sent a shiver down his spine. Where had his survival instincts gone? He had felt no warning at all. Were his instincts failing him? As Luna watched him with concern from a short distance away, Harry gathered his scattered thoughts. He briefly considered the Weasley twins, who had moved on from their revenge blackmail scheme and were now, it seemed, interested in his investment opportunity. Besides, he was fairly certain they didn't genuinely want him dead. His relationship with the Slytherins was also stable. Clearly, Sirius wasn't actually trying to kill him, despite all the evidence suggesting otherwise. Harry huffed, furrowing his eyebrows as he swallowed back a torrent of frustrated words. "I think I know who it is. Damn it. And thanks again, Luna. I owe you one." He pushed himself to his feet, using the stairs behind him for support and gripping the banister a little tighter than ever before. Luna caught up to him, and together they began descending the stairs to dinner, this time at a slower pace. "We're friends, Harry Potter," she said with a smile. "Friends don't owe each other anything. We're happy to help each other out." His eyebrows lifted in surprise. "True. But thanks again anyway." He sighed heavily. "I should be furious, you know, but I'm more disappointed in me," Harry said, feeling the weight of the words. "Is that so?" Luna replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. It was clear things were quite serious if she was looking at him that way. He shrugged one shoulder, the one that wasn't gripping the banister. "I should have known better, don't you think?" Luna tilted her head. "Known to expect an assassination attempt at school, you mean?" There was a hint of sarcasm in her tone, but Harry was too wrapped up in his own thoughts to notice. "Exactly. I should be used to this by now. And besides, what do you think I've been working so hard for lately? I have to get stronger. Better at surviving everything, you see." Apparently, Luna didn't really see, as silence filled the space between them. Eventually, Harry shifted, eager to change the subject. I don't suppose you know how to free someone else's house elf so that it will stop trying to help me, do you? Not really, Luna said, pursing her lips. I've never needed to think about that before. They finally reached the 3rd floor. Harry checked himself over one last time before bravely facing the stairs again. Oh, he sighed, shoulders dropping. No great ideas then? I know that clothes free them, but his master doesn't want to let him go. He's not a great master, I don't think. And it has to be the adult in the family who gives him the clothes, or I'd work on convincing the son. Luna hummed thoughtfully. Do you suppose we'll have shepherd's pie for dinner? I'm always fond of a bit of good shepherd's pie. Harry opened his mouth, momentarily speechless. Did she just? Just as he was about to respond, Luna continued. House elves aren't stupid, you know. They can play word games and be cleverer than the average wizard if they want to. If the elf wants to be freed, he'll find a way to make the rules work for him. And if he doesn't, you shouldn't force him. Harry was suddenly reminded of the house elf fury during the Battle of Hogwarts and the years Hermione had spent fighting for their rights. Harry sighed, reflecting on the effort he'd spent earning forgiveness from the Hogwarts house elves after his knitting spree. Yeah, he nodded. That makes sense. I'll remember. So, have you asked him? Does he want clothes? I'm happy to help with an interview if you need one. Harry blinked in surprise. What? Oh, it's been a bit complicated, but I know he wants to be freed. I see. Luna's shoulders drooped slightly, a confusing look of disappointment crossing her face. It dawned on Harry that she had genuinely been hoping for that interview. So you have his consent then? Is retroactive consent okay? Luna tilted her head, glancing behind them at the vast staircase above. Not really, Harry. Oh. Harry peeked at the shorter girl from the corner of his eye, feeling a little uncertain. You sound like consent is the biggest issue. Do you have any ideas for after I've spoken to my elf friend? Luna shrugged lightly. I've never really thought about stealing a house elf's freedom before, Harry. But there are some obvious solutions, I suppose. Obvious? She looked at him patiently. Of course. If you need the house elf's master to give him clothes, but the master doesn't want to, there's really only one clear solution. Get the master to give him something that isn't clothes. Skeptically, Harry asked, and that will help? Luna nodded, her expression brightening as she gracefully continued down the stairs. I see. Harry furrowed his brow, casting a quick tempest. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace, while Luna followed behind him with ease. I guess I'll work on that first then? He called over his shoulder. I'll try to have a conversation tomorrow. Maybe the day after. I'll need to talk to Pookie. Before Christmas would be good, of course. His voice trailed off as he contemplated the task ahead. Chapter 30. Favor, Friendship, and Family. Due to some obvious concerns and a fair bit of self-interest, Harry sneaked down to the Hogwarts kitchens well before breakfast the next day. He strategically settled himself at the middle table, right at the peak of business for the elves, just before the food was served. Harry plopped down in a quiet corner of the expansive space, trying to stay out of everyone's way. Even this early in the morning, the underground kitchen was bright and cheerful. It was a symphony of sound, sizzling noises, hisses of steam, and the bubbling of countless cauldrons filled the room with a warm, homey melody. Intertwined with these sounds were the cheerful mutterings of numerous house elves. Despite Harry's best intentions to let them work uninterrupted, his presence was soon noticed. Almost immediately, a long array of breakfast samples was ferried onto a plate that was firmly placed before him. Harry found himself accepting a generous bowl of porridge, ladled out from a floating cauldron, before it was whisked away and transported to a far corner of the room. From his vantage point, he saw 6 or 7 other house elves converge upon it as soon as it reached its destination, no doubt ready to work their house elf magic, literal or otherwise, to make it even more delicious and keep it piping hot before the breakfast tables were loaded up for the Great Hall. Brown sugar goes nicely with porridge, Jimmy thinks, a younger-looking house elf said, appearing silently from Harry's other side. Harry twitched a little as his eyebrows rose, watching as 1, 2, and then 3 heaping teaspoons of caramel-colored sugar were dusted over his bowl. "Harry Potter, sir, would you like bacon with your porridge?" another elf asked soon after. Harry resolved to embrace the flurry of house elf offerings as he continued to scoop away at the growing variety of food in front of him. House elves bustled around him, cooking piles of bacon and squeezing out gallons of orange juice. Toast was being flipped over a series of small open fireplaces. As Harry chewed his food thoughtfully, he eyed the lively scene. Finally, he caught sight of his favorite little Hogwarts house elf, Pookie, who had been so helpful with the Philosopher's Stone and passing on messages before. He watched with interest as she emerged from the whirl of activity, a dance, really, performed by the house elves in the kitchen. It was like observing an army of ants, chaotic movement, yet each member had a place and a role. The crowds around the benches, stovetops, and hanging cauldrons surged in a rhythmic pulse, and sooner or later, Harry noticed Pookie's position in the kitchen swell and pushed towards his quiet seat. Hi," Harry called out, judging the little elf to be within earshot. Pookie's rapid movements came to an abrupt stop, and her large eyes widened in surprise and delight. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir," she exclaimed, rushing out from the cooking bustle to stand in front of him cheerfully. "Mr. Harry is coming to visit Pookie." Baffled by her enthusiasm, as always, Harry gave the elf a tiny wave. "Hi." She beamed at him. "Mr. Harry is welcome in the kitchens, sir." After a brief pause, she continued, "Is Mr. Harry having enough toast, sir? Any marmalade?" Pookie knows that Mr. Harry Potter eats his marmalade for breakfast most days. Her ears drooped slightly as her searching eyes scanned Harry's breakfast and found no marmalade pot in front of him. In sheer despair, her hand clutched the front of her tea towel toga. "Oh no," she wailed. "Mr. Harry Potter, sir, is not having his marmalade served for breakfast. The house elves are letting you down." To Harry's immediate. With a hint of dismay, about 4 house elves promptly peeled away from their intricate breakfast choreography and quickly delivered a towering stack of still steaming toast along with a bowlful of marmalade right in front of Harry. As he blinked in surprise, he noticed some of his breakfast leftovers had vanished. His dirty cutlery was replaced with a gleaming new butter knife and a silver teaspoon for the marmalade, alongside a tiny ramekin of butter. A fresh, crumb-free bread plate appeared on his left, and the small mess of crumbs and spilled sugar from earlier, when he had blown too hard on his porridge, had miraculously disappeared. Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Wow, thank you." "No, really, thank you." He spread his hands wide over the feast laid out before him. "No more, please. I'd feel terrible if I couldn't finish it all." The extra house elves eyed him suspiciously for a moment before vanishing as quickly as they had arrived, swept back into the swirling dance of breakfast preparation that filled the room. Harry was left with Pookie, who gazed up at him with hopeful anticipation. He opened his mouth to speak, but Pookie just stared. Slowly, he closed his mouth and turned his attention back to the delicious spread. He carefully observed Pookie's expression as his left hand reached for a piece of toast while his right hand picked up the butter knife. Maintaining eye contact the entire time, Pookie watched closely as Harry spread butter and then a thick layer of marmalade onto his toast. She only seemed to relax after he took a generous first bite. "We is fixing it," Harry thought he heard her murmur as he chewed. Finally feeling that she was approachable, he decided to raise the question that had brought him to the kitchen in the first place. "It's good to see you, Pookie," Harry began. "You're looking well. Actually, you're looking really well. Have you had a promotion?" She straightened her spine and, "Pookie is leaving messages for the headmaster, sir," she said, beaming. "Pookie is a trusted elf now. She has quite the reputation among house elves, Harry Potter, sir. She's the youngest senior house elf Hogwarts has ever had." Harry pondered this. More unexpected consequences of his decisions, apparently. He hadn't considered this back in his first year when he went after the stone. "That's wow," he managed. "I'm sorry it took me a year to notice, Pookie. Congratulations." You've done really well for yourself. Are you still in touch with all your old contacts? Cookie beamed even brighter. Cookie is a trustworthy house elf, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. She is making new contacts since Mr. Harry seems to like them. Harry paused, surprised. You did that for me? Wow, Cookie. Thanks, a lot. He noticed the confidence radiating from Cookie, the way she stood and how her gaze met his. That was a change. She had really gained a lot of confidence since he last spoke to her. It had been a while, and he felt a pang in his gut. He sat up straighter, trying to look impressed. Wow. I guess there are a few house elves I need to introduce you to then. I need to get another message to Dobby from the Malfoys, if you don't mind. And have you ever heard of a house elf named Creature? You might need to contact him or see him around in the future. I don't think you can visit him at his home, it should be a secret, actually, but can you contact him from a distance, or should I call him over? Thanks to Cookie's efficient systems, it seemed he was training a house elf to be some kind of spy master. Before he knew it, Dobby appeared shortly after the food had been sent up to the Great Hall. The kitchen was significantly quieter than before, the scores of house elves apparently taking a break. Harry took a quick break before table clearing duties were required in an hour, or perhaps he would be tending to other tasks. Most of the house elves had already left the kitchen, giving him a bit more privacy to discuss his upcoming and slightly illegal plan. It turned out to be a relatively easy conversation with Dobby, especially after all that had happened. Harry managed to settle down with the Malfoy house elf within 10 minutes of breakfast being served, just as the kitchen emptied of elves. They had their own responsibilities during meals, Harry figured. He found himself only mildly distracted by the unsettling thought that Cookie was training to be some kind of spy master. But he quickly focused on his plan. A Christmas gift, Harry suggested casually. To Mr. Malfoy first, and then maybe to you, Dobby? Would you be interested in a new position if I could help you retire from your current role? He wasn't surprised when Dobby agreed without hesitation. A present from Harry? Working for Harry? Leaving the bad master? All of it together? Dobby practically trembled with anticipation as he left Hogwarts. As the term drew to a close, students began to pack their bags for the Hogwarts Express, eager to escape school for Christmas. Harry had always watched the chaos of that last morning from the sidelines. There was always stress and shouting as students searched for lost items and returned borrowed belongings. Hasty packing often led to frantic repacking, with one student struggling to close their bag while another realized they had locked something important inside. This time, however, Harry enjoyed being part of it all. He chased down small items he had loaned to Ron and Neville and checked under beds for stationery and cat toys that had made their great escape. He relished the entire process, from packing up to visiting the Owlery, and finally huddling at the Hogsmeade train station, where the whole school seemed to cluster together like penguins against the cold Scottish winter. For once, he felt like a normal student, leaving school to go home. Like everyone else, Harry found himself feeling the chill in the air. The tingling in his fingers and the biting northern wind were almost refreshing. "It's cold," he complained to the redhead next to him. He had his arms crossed tightly against his body for warmth, with only the tip of his nose poking out from beneath his cozy winter cloak. To Harry's surprise, it was Percy's voice that responded instead of Ron's, as he had expected. "Well, Harry," Percy replied, his voice sounding a bit thin and shaky in the bitter wind. "That tends to happen in the Scottish Highlands around this time of year." Harry snorted. "You don't say." They shifted to face each other better, and Harry couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Percy, head boy and perfectly pompous prefect, hunched against the cold, his nose red and embarrassingly dripping. "I don't remember it being this cold before, though," Harry said, frowning. Percy looked at him thoughtfully, shivering slightly. "It occurs to me, Harry, that in previous years you didn't take advantage of the Christmas Express services." Harry nodded, a bit puzzled. "What? Am I correct in saying that you haven't caught the Hogwarts Express in winter before?" "Oh. I guess you're right." The thought struck him as odd. Had he really been so detached from the usual Hogwarts experiences in his previous life? Had he never waited for the express during winter? But now that he thought about it, he decided to change the subject, steering the conversation to something less revealing. So, what are your plans for the holidays, Percy? Just then, something behind Harry caught Percy's attention, and he interrupted their conversation to shout, "All aboard, everyone! Don't rush, no pushing. Please enter near the carriage you want to sit in." Percy quickly grabbed a first year by the elbow just as the kid, rushing past them, was about to trip. "Careful now. Watch your step." The crowd began to shuffle forward. The Ministry? It's been the dream she's held for as long as I can remember. Percy looked out the window for a moment, lost in thought, before turning back to Harry. "Apologies, head boy duties. What can you do?" Percy said, stepping onto the carriage steps. He paused to lend a hand to Harry. What was the question? Harry let himself be pulled onto the train, finally escaping the biting cold wind. Plans for the holidays. As they shuffled slowly along with the crowd, Percy let out a sigh so heavy that Harry raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You all right?" Percy nodded, though it was more of a half-hearted gesture. "My apologies, Harry. You asked me a question that forces me to confront the fact that I'm not as organized as I'd like to be. I suspect," he turned around in the corridor to meet Harry's gaze, "that I may spend most of the holidays researching my future path." Harry furrowed his brow, not fully understanding. "I guess that made sense. Would you be interested in sharing a seat with me?" Percy offered as he walked down the carriage passageway to the open seats. "I need to be available in case any students need to find me," he explained. "Then, I have prefect duties from noon, but I would relish the chance for further conversation with you before that." Harry nodded and settled into a seat across from Percy, who pulled off his cloak hood and folded his scarf neatly before getting comfortable. Harry did the same. "Under no circumstances do I want you to blame yourself, Harry," Percy began ominously, leaning forward in his seat to fix an intense gaze on Harry. "That comment you made to my father about working in the Ministry really opened my eyes. I'm very grateful I learned about the other side of the Ministry before I began working in the quagmire." Startled, Harry blinked. "I see." Percy's eyebrows furrowed as his hands clenched tightly. "It's just that I don't know what to do with myself after Hogwarts now. If not the Ministry, did you know that my mother has always wanted her children to work in the Ministry? All things considered, it offers decent pay and good job security. If not the Ministry, then what? What other skills do I have aside from administration and organization?" Harry's mouth dropped open slightly as he listened to Percy unburden himself in this way, especially to him. Harry had more life experience than Percy, but the younger boy didn't seem to realize that. Harry had never been one to think much beyond Hogwarts either. Surely, that thought must have crossed Percy's mind as well. "Oh, I don't." Harry paused, taking a moment to observe Percy, who was hunched over with his hands tightly clasped in his lap, his woolen gloves stretched snugly over his knuckles. Harry closed his mouth, searching for the right words. "I'm sorry," he ventured, shifting uncomfortably in his seat. "I never meant for that conversation to, well, unsettle you like this." No, Percy rushed to reassure him. "I'm very grateful to have learned the truth about the Ministry's purpose and function before becoming just a small rune in the ritual, as it were. I want to be helpful, to make positive changes, to support people. Not..." He waved his hand aimlessly. "Become part of the problem." Harry swallowed hard, feeling a warmth creep up his neck as he processed the situation. He cupped his gloved hands in front of his mouth, huffing into them to warm his fingers while hiding his own discomfort. He muttered, trying to sound intelligent. "You think you would have them become part of the problem then?" He briefly considered Percy's past mistakes. "I absolutely would have barged in, only focused on the end of my own wand," Percy replied, derisively. I wouldn't be comfortable seeing that happen around me now, either. But now that I know better, I need to come up with a different approach. I thought, since you've been so insightful before..." Harry swallowed again, unsure of how to respond. I mean, if... Do you really think I'll be helpful? Harry asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. I guess? Oh. How about you tell me why you were interested in the ministry in the first place? Where did you see yourself working? How did you fit in there? I see, Percy said, a thin smile crossing his face. Good question. Let's see, back before Professor McGonagall gave us all career counseling. As the Hogwarts Express jolted into motion, the wheels squealed and steam hissed around them. Harry listened, still grappling with the unexpected nature of their conversation. Percy didn't look at him much, he just stared at his gloved knuckles, clenched tightly, or gazed out the window as the train picked up speed. Harry rubbed his hands on his knees, feeling the rough, fuzzy texture of his winter cloak. The slightest condensation on the outside felt cold and damp, the droplets occasionally trickling down his neckline. Go on, he found himself encouraging Percy during moments of pause. So, do you see yourself working with children then? He asked as Percy wrapped up a long explanation. Hoping his poker face concealed his surprise, Harry continued to listen to Percy, offering him career advice for the next 2 hours. When midday arrived, Percy had to leave for patrol. I appreciate it, Harry, Percy said, bidding him goodbye with a touch of gratitude. I apologize for taking up so much of your time. Perhaps you might find it useful for your own future plans sometime? Oh, it was no problem, Harry replied. I really do thank you. Really, Percy said, smiling as he adjusted his head boy badge on the front of his robes. You've given me a lot to think about. If I can return the favor at any time, in any way at all, please let me know. I mean it. No. Really? Harry started. Oh, absolutely, I insist, Percy interrupted. Harry fought back a grin, mindful that it might be taken the wrong way. Well, there's just one thing, Percy. If you don't mind. Now? Well, of course. Go on, Harry. Harry started a bit awkwardly, standing up and gathering his belongings. I was wondering why you chose to talk to me. You know, instead of anyone else. I mean, I'm what, 13? Yeah, 13. Percy's expression shifted to one of understanding, tinged with a hint of embarrassment. Harry continued, I mean, surely the professors or your friends, your girlfriend, maybe, would have been, but you made it sound like you hadn't really spoken to them about this. I hope I'm not being rude. He ended his thought hesitantly, unsure if he had crossed a line. Percy, as if deciding whether to be playful or serious, reached out and ruffled Harry's hair for a brief moment before quickly pulling his hand back. You're surprisingly worldly wise, Harry. I suppose I assumed you'd be open-minded about. He gestured helplessly. Besides, you strike me as a very non-judgmental type. A number of my other, advisors would have tried to convince me that my new direction was, how should I say it? Due to self-doubt? Nerves? Last-minute anxiety. Percy paused, considering his words. You give me the impression that you're someone who has seen a lot of life, Harry. Harry couldn't disagree. I wanted that perspective. Percy glanced at his watch before suddenly springing into action again. Now that I've talked to you about it, I'll do some more thinking. Then I think I'll speak to my father again. But I really must dash, Harry. Duty calls. He hurried off. It was no trouble, Percy, Harry called after him. Peers? What do you prefer? We are friends, right? Harry took pleasure in seeing Percy turn around, a look of astonishment on his face, before he also turned to continue on his way. With that, they parted, and Harry walked off in search of the compartment where Neville, Hermione, and Ron would be waiting. He played Exploding Snap with Ron, traded chocolate frogs with Neville, and swapped book recommendations on the train back to London. None of it was new to him, but celebrating Christmas made everything feel fresh and exciting. Harry stifled a scoff. He was well past the age where he should be thrilled by these things, yet something within him clung to these childhood memories, hoping to cherish them as he grew older. Maybe when he turned 17 again, for example. It was another mad scramble to get everyone off the express in London. He had to distract Ron and Hermione's parents so he could claim to see his guardians and slip away into the crowd alone. Eventually, though, Harry made it out into the Muggle train station, and from there to London and Grimmauld Place. He entered the house through the front door, now that it was secure again. As he carefully avoided the cursed hat stand, he was just distracted enough to be completely taken by surprise when Sirius jumped on him as soon as the door closed behind him. "Harry!" Sirius exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. "Pup! Light of my life! Keeper of my sanity!" Harry felt a solid weight land on his shoulder and flailed as he tilted backward. Gah! The two wizards tumbled to the floor in a heavy thud, tangled in robes and legs. Sirius began giggling uncontrollably, making no effort to untangle himself from Harry's prone form. "My favorite godson," Sirius declared. Harry pushed Sirius' shoulder, not too gently. "Oi, get off. And I'm your only godson, to my knowledge." Sirius tilted back, sprawled out across the corridor floor instead of on top of Harry. "Pair. Semantics. Yeah?" Harry snorted, amused. Undeterred in his enthusiasm, Sirius scrambled to his feet with manic energy and yanked Harry back up as well. "I am convinced that if I had 1,000 godsons," Sirius said solemnly, "you would still be my number one, kiddo." He launched himself at Harry once more. Harry fought the urge to cast a stunning spell and instead allowed himself to be pulled into a tight hug. He quickly disengaged, patting away Sirius's fluttering hands, which were trying to straighten his robes. "There's no need to pat me down, Sirius," Harry protested. "Creature keeps this place sparkling." And it was true. The corridor seemed to shine even more than it had under Mrs. Weasley's care. The floor looked freshly waxed, and the grand rug that covered most of the corridor was not only dust-free but somehow brighter. The wallpaper had obviously been wiped down, leaving behind a clean white glow and the faintest scent of lemon. Sirius sniffed. "Don't mention that little bugger to me. He won't hear a bad word said about you, my godson, but we're not exactly friends." Harry set down his school trunk and turned back to frown at Sirius. "I hope you're treating him well, Sirius." Not too bad, Sirius dismissed with a wave. "We're polite when we need to be, and we don't haunt the same rooms much anyway. I mostly live in the sitting room now. Hey, Harry! Come have a look at." Suddenly, Creature appeared in the hallway with a loud crack that startled Sirius, who jumped. But then Creature beamed at Harry, his face wrinkled with enthusiasm. "Young Master is home. Welcome back, young Master Harry." Would young Master Harry like his luggage put into Master Regulus's room? And then would young Master Harry like to come down into the kitchen for tea? Creature has been preparing a good dinner for the young Master all afternoon. Is there anything else? That Master Harry is being particularly demanding. Sirius snorted, a hint of irony in his voice, but he stepped back to let Harry and Creature enjoy their reunion. "Creature." Harry grinned. "Good to see you. I'd love some tea, please. Perhaps the black tea I brought back last time? I'm sure Sirius would like some too, if you're offering. You're looking well." Creature preened at the compliment. "Creature is being a good house elf, young master. The kettle is boiling." With a crack, he vanished, taking Harry's luggage with him. As Harry shrugged off his winter robe and scarf, he turned to see his godfather energetically shuffling around. "You look like the two of you are doing all right, then." Sirius flashed a rueful, canine grin. Harry could almost picture the same smile on Padfoot, especially when Sirius scratched the back of his head, reminiscent of how Padfoot would scratch his neck with his hind leg. Then, Sirius shrugged. "We're getting by. The food's certainly something I'm getting used to." Harry began to wander toward the kitchen, hoping Sirius would follow him. "Yeah? I've missed his home cooking myself, actually." even though Hogwarts food isn't bad. Sirius snorted again. I haven't seen it myself, but the cooking smells today have been something else. He's really pulled out all the stops for you, young Master Harry. Gods, it's just like my brother's come back. Harry almost stumbled down the last 2 steps. What? He's put you in young Master Regulus' room, Sirius explained. He growls at me if I even loiter outside that door. Harry's eyebrows shot up. I never realized. Just as Harry was sliding into his seat at the table, Sirius launched himself forward. Sirius pulled Harry in for another fierce, forceful hug. Harry stifled an instinctual flinch, feeling proud that his hand didn't dart towards his wand this time. He let Sirius squeeze him tightly for a breathless moment. Merlin, pup. It's so good to have another wizard in the house. Sirius's nervous energy suddenly made a lot more sense. No wonder he seemed a bit stir-crazy. This year, Sirius was completely alone in the world, except for Creature and the occasional miracle to Harry. There wasn't even any house cleaning or Buckbeak to keep him busy. Tentatively, still not quite comfortable with too much contact, Harry reached out his right arm and awkwardly patted Sirius on the shoulder. I'm here now, Sirius, Harry said determinedly. I'm home, back for the holidays. Why don't we wait for Creature to come back, and you can tell me all about what's been keeping the two of you busy. Chapter 31, Christmas Together. It felt a bit strange for Harry to have left Hogwarts for Christmas. Being back at Grimmauld Place was even weirder, especially since it wasn't filled with Order members and the Weasleys. He had fallen back into old expectations, he realized, even as he tried to remind himself that Sirius, Creature, and Crookshanks were now his inner circle. He was spending this Christmas with family, after all, and he smiled a little as those old expectations were buried under new memories. He was with Sirius, and he was enjoying time with Creature and Crookshanks, all of whom adored him and practically basked in his presence. In fact, that was part of Harry's dilemma. He was glad he hadn't decided to meet with his lawyer or advisors or even leave the house at all. He wasn't sure he would have made it to the door, considering how tightly Sirius seemed to cling to him. What do you think about my decorations? Sirius asked on Wednesday morning, startling Harry in the middle of his occlumency exercises. He had dragged Harry downstairs into the sitting room with relentless enthusiasm. I haven't managed to get a proper Christmas tree, of course, being a wanted criminal and all. But I dug through my old collection of baubles and snow globes and whatnot. Wow, Harry said, blinking at the piles of very old Christmas decorations scattered about Sirius's sitting room. They spilled out of 3 wooden boxes, some faded and others looking broken. He noticed a green bauble on the floor that had lost more glitter than it still retained, making it look quite patchy. He glanced again at the topmost box. Whatever that fragment of fabric had once been was long gone and unusable. The holes in it were definitely not supposed to be there, it had been nibbled on, enthusiastically. Letting Sirius's voice fade into the background, Harry's eyes narrowed in curiosity. On the container that held the fabric scrap, Harry realized it definitely looked like a nest of some kind. Parchment scraps and matted fur led him to suspect that a mouse had taken up residence in at least one of Sirius's prized decoration boxes. It was all a little sadly pathetic, actually, and there stood Sirius, arms wide open, displaying these Christmas remnants as if they were some grand prize. Harry hurriedly tried to smooth out the wrinkles on his brow and inject some light into his eyes. Wow, he said again, hoping to sound more enthusiastic. Oh my goodness. Where did you get all this stuff from, Sirius? The attic, Sirius replied. Creature hasn't cleaned up there yet. Something about the library. So, I've sort of taken it over. Then Harry felt his forearm caught tightly in his godfather's grasp. Harry, lad. Oh, my favorite godson, delight of my lonely soul, how would you feel about decorating this old haunt today, just the two of us? Harry nibbled his lip, feeling less than enthusiastic. You mean, with just these boxes? The whole house, Sirius. His godfather beamed, completely missing Harry's lack of excitement. A good chance to chat, eh, kiddo? And I solemnly promise not to cover you in too much glitter, you know? What do you say? Harry forced his eyes to smile, even as a doubtful tone crept into his voice. You think 3 boxes are enough for the whole house, Sirius? Sirius paused, momentarily caught off guard. What? Harry cocked his head, realizing he had lost the chance to stick to his morning routine, but now Sirius seemed lost too. Yes. Ooh. Ooh. His godfather, surprisingly, began vibrating with excitement where he stood. You're a boy after my own heart, kid. Since you insist and all, we'll do it together, yeah? Mind taking an old dog for a walk today, eh, Harry? Eh? Suspicious, Harry raised an eyebrow. What kind of walk? Of course my lovely godson wouldn't leave an old dog pining, Sirius exclaimed, swinging on Harry's arm like a child asking for a favor. Christmas tree shopping? Can we go Christmas tree shopping, pup? You get to hold the money and do all the talking, and I'll run around the market barking at all the things I want. We'll have ourselves an outing. The 2 of us. Together? Does that sound good to you? Harry hesitated, wanting to say that it might not be a good idea. But when he saw the light in Sirius's eyes, the words died in his throat. What kind of Christmas tree would you like, Sirius? Harry asked instead, feeling a warmth spread in his chest at the way Sirius's eyes brightened. Sirius stood up straighter, his features smoothing out, making him look suddenly 10 years younger. We can? Oh, goody. This will be magnificent, prongs. Harry stifled a wince at the nickname, but Sirius leaned forward with enthusiasm. A big one. Pup, let's get a huge Christmas tree. One that comes with fairies, if we can find one. Something with roots, so it won't die. Caught up in his godfather's excitement, Harry felt a nostalgic enthusiasm begin to bloom in his own chest. How many years had it been since the holiday season felt so magical? Probably since that very first Christmas at Hogwarts when he had truly been 11, he thought. He was pulled from his reverie by Sirius's low muttering about losing trees and fairies, lamenting that that isn't any way to live. But before Harry could catch the full train of thought, Sirius cheered up again. Could we put it in the garden, pup? A tree so big it won't fit inside. Harry watched in amusement as Sirius staged his own one-man play, pacing on the carpet. 6 feet. No, 8 feet tall. Wait, 10 feet. We could get one 10 feet tall and plant it in the middle of the. Let's put it in the back garden so we can see it from all the back rooms, Sirius exclaimed. Then he spun on his heels. Oh, wait. But then it wouldn't feel like Christmas inside the house. Harry could almost picture his godfather's tail drooping in disappointment. But Sirius perked up again. Wait. We could get 2, Harry. A Christmas tree for inside and a Christmas tree for outside. What do you think, eh? Harry couldn't help but giggle, enjoying the energy and hope that radiated from Sirius. Hey, Sirius. I don't know, I'm not sure 2 Christmas trees are, well, I mean. Like a dark cloud racing across the Hogwarts sky in springtime, shadows gathered and grew heavy on Sirius's face. It's not me, is it? I mean, I know you haven't seen much of me recently, but I thought. I know Hogwarts is, well. Gods, Sirius. Harry interrupted. I promise, I love spending time with you. Something in Sirius relaxed at that moment. Is it a matter of money? Hang on, pup. Wait there. I have money. I'll show you. Harry raised one arm in a futile gesture as his godfather dashed from the room. It wasn't long before he heard Sirius returning, his heavy footsteps clattering down the stairs with no grace at all. Sirius burst back into the sitting room with as much energy as he had when he'd left, holding a silver pouch in his hands. Not leather, but perhaps velvet, Harry pondered. He skidded to a stop with enough force to send the rug beneath his feet sliding a few inches on the floor. For a moment, Harry was dazzled by the boyish, mischievous grin that Sirius wore. Then his godfather padded over to Harry and turned the silver pouch upside down with pale, shaking hands. Harry remembered, just because he might be doing better didn't mean Sirius was doing well. "Here, Harry. See?" Sirius said, his eagerness to please almost heartbreaking as he shook the pouch. Sirius fumbled with the velvet fabric for a few moments, frustration bubbling to the surface. "Damn. I'm not. I mean, I really do. Here, Harry. Look at this, I have money." When tipping the bag didn't work, he righted it and thrust his right hand inside. His fingers emerged, still trembling, but this time clutching a handful of coins. With a triumphant grin, he deposited them into Harry's hesitant hands. "See? I have money, lots of money. I found it, in the house, my house, so it's mine now. Some of it came from my parents' rooms, so it's obviously mine. I'll share it with you, Harry, if you need it. And Creature found some money in Little Reg's room too, so he let me keep that. So I have?" He pulled out another handful. "What's this now? Ah, so that makes it, that's for galleons, and some nuts, and Harry, you count the little ones, there are too many for me, and let's see." Harry watched silently, trying to suppress a worried frown as his eager godfather searched for more coins. "Here's another bunch of sickles. That must make at least 20 sickles now, right? And I have a few more galleons, so that makes, what does that add up to? Let me see." Harry swallowed hard and slowly set the coins aside. "Sirius." "Hang on," Sirius said quickly. "I'm counting. So, if I have these galleons over here, and this pile of... Oh, bollocks, I should probably count them in twos, do you think?" "Just let me." "Sirius," Harry interrupted gently. "Sirius, stop. Wait, I'm remembering how to do this. I used to be good at it. I'll just... Sirius." Sirius's frenetic movements gradually slowed, like a toy winding down. Realizing where he was, who he was, and who he was with, he looked up, his eyes filled with guilt and embarrassment. Harry stole a glance, and for a brief moment, the air was thick with embarrassment. He didn't know what to say. He opened his mouth, hoping to break the silence with some words, but nothing came out. Instead, he twisted his fingers together, fascinated by how they rested in his lap, turning white at the knuckles. He hesitated to look directly at Sirius, wishing that Creature would appear in his usual sneaky way, offering tea or refreshments, or maybe even asking for more silver polish. Anything to fill the awkward quiet. After what felt like an eternity, Sirius seemed to come back to life. He let out that familiar throaty laugh, and as Harry raised his eyes, he saw Sirius running a hand through his messy hair. "Just stick with Uncle Padfoot, young pup. I'll show you the high life, I will. Last of the big spenders." Harry let out a weak chuckle, feeling the tension in the room begin to lift. "I don't know if Christmas tree shopping is quite big spending," he replied. Sirius's tense shoulders relaxed a little more, and he rolled his eyes dramatically in Harry's direction. "Why limit yourself to just trees? Go the whole hog. We can get wreaths as well. Some good mistletoe, well, not with just you and Creature in the house, I suppose." He shuddered playfully. "Next year, we'll do the mistletoe. Perhaps some good eggnog? Mulled wine? Maybe some fine flour for sponges? Creature makes the best cherry trifle, that's one thing I do appreciate about him. How about some new Christmas decorations for the tree?" Harry suggested. "These definitely won't fill up a whole house and 2 Christmas trees, and you know the ornaments are supposed to be enthusiastic." Finally, Sirius's eyes sparkled again, just like before. "That's right, pup. Let's do this thing. I'll run around and bark if I want something, okay? We'll get enough to fill the whole house. Lights, spices, and whatnot. I think we'll need to take your trunk to fit it all in." "Works for me," Harry replied. Taking his godfather for a walk around the Christmas market was a completely new experience. The market was bustling with crowds, as lively as Diagon Alley during the school rush. Witches and wizards herded small children around, all wearing unusually broad smiles and radiating cheer. It was an overcast day, and even though the rain and snow were absent for now, the winter chill was palpable. Despite everyone bundled in cloaks and scarves, their cheerful faces peeked out through the layers. Unlike the Muggle Christmas streets Harry remembered from his youth, Wizarding London was alive with colour, buoyancy, and holiday spirit. Wizards donned robes in festive reds, deep greens, and vibrant blues, flowing past Harry in a joyful parade. He couldn't help but be amused by the variety of hats on display: yellow wizard hats, knitted beanies in countless patterns, charmed mufflers, and enchanted bonnets. It was a riot of colour. Against the dark wood of the wizard buildings and the snow slowly melting into slush beneath hundreds of feet, the scene looked like something out of a postcard. Somewhere down the lane, someone was roasting chestnuts, and the air was filled with happy voices mingling in joyful chaos. Harry felt his own footsteps lighten with pleasure. Beside him, Padfoot's flanks had filled out, and his fur looked much healthier, if not exactly glossy. His long tongue lolled out of his mouth, and his tail wagged energetically, like clockwork. Wag, 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 it just wouldn't stop. Harry felt like a normal boy taking his pet for a walk, right down to losing control of the enormous beast. "Oi! Padfoot!" he exclaimed, stifling a curse as the large grin darted away from his side, disappearing behind a portly wizard in purple, swept up by the throng. "Hey! Come back!" Harry called, quickening his pace. Pushed his way through the bustling crowd, following Padfoot's trail. Soon, he spotted a tall sign advertising Christmas mince pies. The sound of enthusiastic barking guided him right to the table. There, he found his godfather, Sirius, bouncing around the long table, his eyes fixed on the delicious treats. "Sorry," Harry said, apologizing to the surprised stall owner. "He's just really excited today." "Padfoot, behave!" Padfoot dashed back to Harry, his tail wagging furiously, then quickly returned to the tempting food. "I think he just likes the smells over here." How much are these?" Harry asked, struggling to keep his balance as the vendor handed him the pies. He rummaged through his collar for his ever-present moleskin pouch, while Sirius' tail, sometimes even his flank, pressed against Harry's legs, as if he were trying to close any space between them. "Hold on, Padfoot," Harry managed to say, and Padfoot responded with a big, doggy grin. After dropping a handful of small coins on the table, Harry proudly claimed a dozen Christmas mince pies. "Thanks, and sorry again," he muttered to the smiling witch. Then, with a sudden realization, he exclaimed, "Oh, bollocks! He's gone again." "Excuse me." Loyal to his godfather, Harry chased after Sirius, who was drawn to a series of Christmas-themed booths. Before long, Harry found himself parting with his money for scented candles in white, red, and gold, as well as sage bundles, mulled wine, and honey mead. He even picked up some incense and pine cones, for reasons he couldn't quite understand. Minutes later, it was no surprise when Harry discovered he was now the proud owner of a ridiculously large ham. The basket of oranges was more unexpected, but by this point, Harry had learned to accept serious eccentricities. After all, it had been over 10 years. He could afford to indulge his godfather a little. A collection of herbs and spices made their way into Harry's moleskin pouch, and then Harry found himself packing a large assortment of dry goods, meat, and drinks into his school trunk. He had brought it for shopping, but he hadn't expected to need it quite this much. The third compartment was starting to look unusually full. "That's about enough food," Harry suggested after wandering the market for nearly 40 minutes. "Don't you think?" Padfoot shot him an unimpressed look, then turned in a circle and playfully knocked Harry onto his backside with a fit of affection before dashing off toward another nearby table. "Oi! There are only, 4 of us to feed at best," Harry called after his godfather. But the great dog either didn't hear him or chose to ignore him, leaping around a stall that appeared to be selling dried fruit. The wizard behind the table burst into laughter at Harry's mixture of frustration and fondness. He clearly didn't recognize Harry, thanks to the deep hood and a few carefully placed transfigurations of his facial features. Harry appreciated the anonymity as the wizard chuckled in his deep voice. "Doing the shopping for your parents, eh, boy?" Harry managed an exasperated grin. "I think I'm more of a babysitter today, actually. My idiot's a little overexcited. I'm sorry about this." The wizard chuckled again, but his sharp eyes, focused on the dog near his food, softened after a moment. "He's a good boy, this one. Not actually threatening my food, so I'd say you're all right. What can I do for you today, lad?" Feeling helpless, Harry glanced at his godfather, who was bouncing cheerfully and barking again. "A little of everything, I think. I'm pretty sure my house elf will make good use of anything I bring back, to be honest." The older man's eyes widened appreciatively. "Ah, lucky kid. Yes, this time of year is when the house elves really shine." Harry added a small pile of carefully wrapped food to his trunk. "Where to now, Padfoot?" he asked, catching a rare moment of pause. Sirius dashed off again, his excitement palpable. "I really think we have enough food now." He paused for a moment, looking as if he wanted to turn back into a wizard and share his grand plan with Harry. Hey, Harry interrupted. "Just head in that direction, and I'll follow. You're a good dog, right?" "Hey, boy." With a playful shrug of his canine shoulders, Sirius acknowledged Harry's words and forged ahead through the bustling market. Harry had been in this direction in previous months, but Carkit Market had rearranged itself for the holidays, leaving him a bit lost. "Padfoot," he called, loosening his scarf as he trailed behind his godfather. "Oi. I don't know where we're going, so slow down, okay?" Clearly exasperated, Sirius paused to look over his shoulder, flashing Harry a doggy grin and rolling his eyes. Harry quickened his pace again. "Hey, I'm coming, all right? Merlin, have a little patience." As the food booths began to thin out and more space appeared between the stalls, Harry finally realized what they were after. "Christmas trees are that way," he pointed, noticing a crowd further south. "So why are you stopping here, Padfoot?" He approached a cheerfully dressed, matronly witch seated at a seasonally decorated stall, working on something leafy in her hands. What is it you sell, please?" he asked. "Evergreens, my dear," she croaked, prompting Harry to mentally revise her estimated age up by 20 years. "Wreaths and garlands, ready-made or not, depending on what you want. I have pine, cedar, mistletoe, and holly, all the traditional boughs. Sold by the bushel." Harry let out a small sigh and opened his trunk to the third compartment again. "Perfect, please. I'd like some of each, except for the mistletoe this year, apparently." "How many?" "Windows and stairs, love?" the older witch inquired. Caught off guard, Harry turned to his godfather. Lots?" Haven't counted, actually." The witch stood up and began gathering bundles with surprising efficiency. "Small apartment, detached house, family mansion. Definitely more the last one, I think. More than 3 stories? Oh. I guess. Never hurts to be overprepared, my dear," the older lady said cheerfully. "So take this lot for the kitchen, and this for the stairs. If you have more than 20 windows, I reckon you should take these, and this lot as well." Astonished, Harry found himself receiving armload after armload of prickly leaves and branches in various sizes and types. At his knees, Padfoot seemed to decide it was time to sit down and press against Harry's legs. His knees almost buckled, but Harry heroically resisted the pressure. He knew from experience that if he stepped away, the weight of Sirius would follow him. Harry shook his head and refocused on the witch. "Oh. Nothing wrong with a little extra blessing over you," she insisted. So, Harry added everything to his pile in the trunk and waited awkwardly for the price. Once everything had been accounted for, Harry took a step back from the stall and reattached his luggage, letting it bob along behind him. Sirius, ever the energetic Grim, felt the need to headbutt it a couple of times before springing onto Harry himself. He pushed Harry into the snowy slush with rough affection and immediately began slobbering all over his face. A passing wizard, with 2 children in tow, chuckled at Harry's misfortune and sidestepped to avoid stepping on Harry's roads. "Yeah. Not my mouth, Padfoot." But Harry was mostly joking, and Sirius seemed to know it, snuggling up to the 3rd-year boy like a cheeky puppy. His still beating tail thwacked Harry about the shoulders and head before he managed to pull himself free. Harry pushed himself up to stand again, regaining his footing in the surging crowd. "Christmas trees next," he finally asked his godfather, realizing he had spent more gold than he had anticipated. As Sirius barked enthusiastically in response, Harry managed a tired but pleased grin and followed him further into the market. Chapter 32: Christmas Blessings. The afternoon of their Christmas shopping adventure found Harry being pulled from room to room. Sometimes, Sirius would grab him by the hand and tug him out of the kitchen to windows that needed decorating. "Do it up! Do it up!" Sirius chanted, only to interrupt Harry by diving in front of him to grab a handful of evergreen twigs from the trunk. Harry watched in frustrated amusement as Sirius settled cross-legged on the ground right at his feet and began the complicated task of knotting a small garland. "Oh. Could you teach me, do you think?" Harry asked. Sirius looked up and flashed that roguish grin that made him look 10 years younger. "Of course, kid," he replied. "You'll need some undyed string." "Creature hasn't given you any string?" "The bastard." Harry wasn't entirely convinced it was Creature's fault that no one had informed him of the plan, but soon his hands became sticky with sap. The scents of pine, cedar, and a collection of holly berries filled the air, reminding him of Christmas dinners at Hogwarts. He ended up with a small, oddly shaped triangle of greenery trailing 6 inches of string from its thinner end. "Magnificent effort!" Sirius roared with laughter, clearly delighted with Harry's attempt. Harry couldn't find it in himself to feel embarrassed. Sirius's joy was contagious. "Now tie it to the curtain railings, pup." "In the middle, go on." "In the middle of the window. We need to bless the house with hope and renewal, don't you know?" He muttered darkly, "Gods know it needs it." Harry chose to ignore the last comment, eager to learn more about the traditions of the house. Sirius continued, "Congratulations on your first Yuletide decoration, Harry. Blessings be upon you." Yeah," Harry replied, as he and Sirius, often so close they were nearly bumping elbows, continued their festive task. They decorated the entire ground floor, adorning the large windows with sweeping drapings of evergreen garlands and smaller bouquets for the little ones. At times, Harry would turn around to find not Sirius, but Padfoot, looking up at him from the floor. In those moments, Harry was playfully tugged from window to window by the hem of his robes. Padfoot barked as Harry worked, which took him much longer since he had to do the knotting all on his own. Occasionally, Padfoot would chase a pinecone or 2 while Harry draped the garland across, above, and around the windows. To Harry's delight, Crookshanks followed them from room to room. The large orange Kneazle kept a respectful distance, ensuring he stayed a few feet away from Padfoot's antics. He rumbled contentedly, a surprisingly loud purr that hummed in the back of Harry's mind as he wove, tweaked, and knotted the decorations in his hands. Padfoot would bark in a high-pitched, yippy tone whenever he thought Harry was working too slowly, too carefully, or not using enough greenery. Despite the 4 of them bustling about the old house with plenty of room to spare, it was filled with cheerful sounds, lots of them. Harry wondered if this was what Christmas was like in private homes, for normal families, whether wizarding or muggle. He had other plans for the day, he recalled, as he found himself on tiptoes, trying to float a garland up to hang over one of the grand windows in the library. His initial plans for the afternoon had been set aside for the spontaneous shopping trip. Watching Padfoot scamper around his feet, tongue-lolling, made Harry roll his eyes and surrender the rest of his day. After all, he owed Sirius for making him wait 2 years in Azkaban, for lying to him for 6 months, and for keeping him locked up in Grimmauld Place when Harry knew how much he hated it. He shot a glance at Crookshanks, who was now calmly cleaning a paw in the middle of the table's lace centerpiece. The orange Kneazle's tail twitched as he met Harry's gaze with reassuring steadiness. "Thanks," Harry said with a grin in Crookshank's direction. "Just doing my best," he reminded himself, despite all the lies and failures that loomed over him. He was doing what he could. That familiar pinched feeling returned to his gut for a moment. He knew he had a lot to answer for, but it was all for a purpose. He would simply have to stomach the guilt. With a forceful shrug, Harry swished his wand, adjusting the right side of the greenery to hang a little more gracefully. He had expected to have some time to himself the next day, but it wasn't meant to be. Sirius dragged him away from a casual chat with Creature about the alcohol he was brewing, something involving lots of honey and spices, the aroma of which filled the kitchen and made Harry's stomach rumble embarrassingly. "We need to make wreaths for the first-floor corridor," Sirius explained, pulling Harry down beside a huge pile of greenery and pine cones. "For the flow of it. Pathways and corridors allow goodwill, friendship, and joy deeper into the house while keeping out the bad air, don't you know?" Harry heroically held back a sneeze, subtly scraping the palms of his hands on the robe resting on his knees. For a moment, he worried they were still red and itchy from the sap he had encountered yesterday. "You don't say?" he managed, distracting himself from the task by mentally cataloguing the answers to everything Hermione might question if she found out about his holiday adventures on the Express. The next day, just when Harry thought everything was finally completed, Sirius pulled him from room to room for a thorough house cleaning. To Harry's surprise, Creature willingly joined in this tradition, working alongside Sirius and Harry. They wiped, scrubbed, and polished together, with no wands allowed. Apparently, that was the rule for the whole day. Or, as Harry discovered to his dismay, the entire day after as well. He couldn't help but wonder if Mrs. Weasley's insistence on hand cleaning had a deeper meaning. Now, by the end of that task, his muscles were burning. On the Thursday before Christmas, Harry found a moment of solitude away from Sirius and quietly slipped out of the house, with only Creature and Crookshanks aware of his departure. He had given them strict instructions not to tell Sirius where he was going. With a flick of his wrist, Harry apparat to Diagon Alley for some last-minute Christmas shopping, specifically, gift shopping. Almost immediately, he regretted his decision. The streets were packed, and the cheerful holiday atmosphere was tainted by the last-minute stress of gift buying and late orders. He fought his way through the humid crowds of Willoughby's Warp and weft to pick up some nice knitting needles and wool for Mrs. Weasley, tucking them into his moleskin pouch next to the little Muggle snow globe he had found for Arthur. Next, Harry wrestled his way to the front of Quality Quidditch Supplies to buy each of the twins a broomstick grooming kit, along with a selection of potion ingredients to acknowledge their efforts. Finally, he slipped into a little hole in the wall called Shoemaker and Sons, where he picked up a tidy pair of brown cordovan leather shoes, perfect for encouraging Percy in his job hunt. As he wandered, a tiny market stall just inside Nocturne Alley caught his eye, and he added a small pot of snow dust daisies to the gift he planned to send to Neville. With everyone else who mattered already covered, Harry sent off a few last messages to those in his employ and made his way back to Grimmauld Place, where a longing Sirius and Creature would be waiting. After his successful escape the day before, it was remarkable that Harry managed to sneak out of Grimmauld Place again, this time in the late afternoon. On Christmas Eve, Harry seized the opportunity to slip out of Grimmauld Place while Sirius was momentarily distracted by a bathroom break. He dashed out of the house and made his way to Diagon Alley before anyone could catch up with him. Leaving Sirius and Creature alone hadn't gone so badly yesterday, he reminded himself as he briskly walked down the windy street. They were all about maintaining their Christmas, or was it Yuletide, traditions, despite what they might say to the contrary. Harry, on the other hand, was on a mission to visit the Diagon Alley post, eager to set his plan in motion before the shops closed for the holiday. Just one final Christmas present, he told the cheerful but weary Gladys, who was too tired to bombard him with holiday gossip. She simply waved him through, allowing him to choose from the owls without much fuss. As he stepped inside, Harry stomped the last of the snow off his boots. The side room welcomed him with warmth, a bit of dandruff, and the unmistakable sour scent of owl droppings. He took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the dim light before calling down a handful of post owls, each one ready to deliver a Christmas gift to one of his school friends. Once the chosen birds had taken flight, he noticed an officious-looking, yet otherwise unremarkable brown barn owl among the remaining crowd. He gestured for the creature to come down from its perch. "Hello there," Harry greeted the owl, offering a small field mouse to make a good impression. The owl responded with a sharp bark, and Harry watched with satisfaction as it quickly devoured the offering. "There you go. Good lad. Who's a good owl then?" With a fond thought for Hedwig, he extended a finger and scratched the barn owl in that sensitive spot beside its beak. "This needs to reach Lucius Malfoy just before they open their Christmas presents tomorrow morning, not too early, but definitely not late either. Do you think you can do that?" The owl looked mildly affronted. "It's not you," Harry continued quickly. "It's me. A good friend of mine gave me the idea, but I'm not super sure about my transfiguration lengths. I mean, I'm good, but not necessarily as precise as I need to be." The owl let out a bark. "Luna is a genius," Harry admitted. "It all seems so obvious now that she's explained it, but I'm hoping the delivery from you will make it all work out a bit better. More safely, you know?" In the dim light, the owl's eyes were astonishingly reflective, and Harry felt the weight of its curiosity and judgment. He coughed lightly. "So, this parcel has been transfigured to look like a muggle form of silver polish for the next day, 24 hours-ish, I hope. Malfoy is supposed to think it comes from a distant business associate, which is where your professional attitude and expertise come in. Lucius needs to give it to his house elf while it still looks like a bottle. What do you think? Can you work within that?" The owl gave Harry a very judgmental look, as if to say he was foolish for doubting its work ethic and reliability. Harry shrugged, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Oh, look. I'm sorry for being so nervous, but it's really important to me that this works. I don't know if silver polish is dangerous to fly with, so perhaps a steady journey if you can. It'll turn into a pair of unmatched socks and an offer of employment when it runs out of time, so if you find yourself running late and the weight of it changes, just bring it to me, okay?" Gently, the owl extended one leg, graciously giving Harry permission to include it in his plans. Harry muttered as he tied the knots, "It also has my address on it. A password passed to Fidelius Charm so that he can find me, the house elf, that is. Not the Death Eater. You know, if the house elf wants to. So pretty please make sure it gets to the Dobby, what do you think? Maybe you could watch from a window or something, just in case. If you come back when the job's finished, I'll give you a very nice, generous tip." The owl tilted its head, looking at him as if judging his plan. "Look," Harry said, feeling inspired. "How about you come to me once it's delivered, either way?" He whispered his address softly. "I don't know if post owls can get through the Fidelius Charm, but just in case, okay? I don't know, do you need a delivery to find me? How about this, I'll pay you extra on confirmation. What do you prefer, bacon or Christmas ham?" The brown owl blinked slowly, and Harry shrugged in apology. "Yeah, I know, but this is the best plan I have. Sorry." The owl seemed skeptical but also strangely supportive. Perhaps it was just the lure of extra payment. With that, the barn owl took flight. Feeling satisfied, Harry trudged back to the apparition point in Diagon Alley. The wet sludge on the ground and the slippery cobblestones couldn't dampen his mood. Everything was going well. To his surprise, he discovered that Wizarding Christmas began on Christmas Eve when he arrived back at the Black House to find Sirius positively twitchy. "I thought I'd lost you," Sirius exclaimed. "I almost missed out on the important stuff." "Sorry," Harry mumbled as his godfather pouted and then dragged him down to the kitchen. The whole building looked magnificent. Everything Harry hadn't realized was missing from the Hogwarts celebrations was now present, and the place smelled like a winter forest grove. Fires crackled in every room, and indescribable aromas had been wafting from the kitchen for the last 36 hours. "What do you mean you've never had your own Yule celebration before?" Sirius demanded, half an hour later, as he rallied the whole house to light the biggest white candle that stood on the dining table late on Christmas evening. Harry sneaked a curious look at Creature. Harry and Crookshanks, sitting nearby, seemed unfazed by the conversation. Well, obviously Hogwarts is amazing, Harry said. They have trees, decorations, and the food is incredible. But, you know, having my own tree, my own decorations, with my family in private, without strangers or interlopers, I've never experienced that before. Sirius leaned forward, resting his arms on the back of a dining chair, confusion etched on his face. But surely your aunt and uncle? Harry shrugged. You've seen them. My relationship with them is a bit like your relationship with your folks, I think. In the end, I was never really included in their Christmas, you know. Hey, Sirius pondered. Behind him, Creature, the silent house elf, scowled and muttered something about filthy muggles. A moment of thoughtful silence filled the room. Well, Sirius eventually said, we can't have that. Creature, you bloody menace, we're going all out for our pup this Yuletide, yeah? That's something we can both get behind. The history lesson that followed, part Celtic tradition, part Christian, part black family, was surprisingly fascinating, especially with the enthusiastic examples Sirius introduced. He pulled out a rickety old one he had found in the attic, lit the candle that flickered above a small mountain of dry goods on the kitchen table, breads of all kinds, cakes, and little scone-like muffins that Creature had been busy making for days. There was also some uncut cloth that Sirius had insisted they buy at the market the other day. Harry learned that the Yule heap was blessed by the light of the candle. All the blessings for you, pup. Sirius insisted cheerfully, forcing Harry to lay his invisibility cloak in the pile as well. We'll get you some new clothes cut from this cloth in the new year, and a little extra luck too. Your dad's cloak could never go amiss. Harry accepted the kind wishes with a bashful smile and agreed to join the family for the Christmas Eve meal. There, he was showered with generous portions of everything, from mulled wine to mince pies, served with a stubborn love that left him feeling both bewildered and cherished. To Harry's surprise, when Crookshanks joined the two wizards at the table, Sirius insisted that Harry invite Creature to take a seat as well. It's important, his godfather said, and to Harry, it seemed a bit odd. We must have even numbers at dinner. Even more surprisingly, Creature complied without a single word of protest and settled into a chair at the table, looking far more comfortable than Harry had ever seen him. Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. He thought briefly about the eccentric Professor Trelawney and her occasional outbursts during Christmas meals, wondering if she was perhaps less mad than he had initially believed. Regardless, once Creature joined them, the meal concluded in style. We'll set up the Yule log next, Sirius announced, leading the group into the sitting room where the Christmas tree stood proudly. Harry watched, captivated, as Sirius and Creature worked together to prepare a massive pine log for the fireplace, arranging pine cones, holly, and oranges around it. Very traditional, Sirius explained. We'll burn it from tomorrow all the way through the 12 days of Christmas. Eh? Harry blinked in surprise. That's a thing for wizards too. He got more clarification as he followed Sirius outside to offer the fairies in the large tree some Yuletide nectar. Soon after, he was cheerfully ushered off for an early bedtime. One present each before breakfast, that should wake you up. Sirius proclaimed with enthusiasm. That's the way it's been done since before my great-great-grandfather's time. Early to sleep and early to rise, Harry. See you tomorrow. Creature will watch the candle, so don't worry and sleep tight. On Christmas morning, Harry was woken by. Sirius pounced onto his bed at an unreasonably early hour, well before the first light of day, and the Yuletide celebrations continued without pause. Pick your present, kiddo. Sirius insisted, dragging the bleary-eyed Harry downstairs to where a pile of gifts had mysteriously appeared under the tree overnight. Crookshanks, disturbed from his own beauty sleep among the Christmas presents, looked mildly unimpressed. The tip of his tail twitched in protest at Sirius's boundless energy. As expected, the morning was chilly. A cold draft sneaked through the window panes and crept along the floor, despite the lush rugs trying to keep the warmth in. Harry conjured a dressing gown to wrap around his pajamas once he was free to grab his wand. Just then, Creature surprised him by appearing silently at his left elbow, offering more mulled wine with a knowing nod. Apparently, they were starting the day in style. Merry Christmas, Padfoot. Creature. Crookshanks, Harry muttered. Blessed you? Why the rush? Don't be slow, pick a present, any present. Your pile's on the left, you know. To Harry's amusement, Sirius was practically bouncing with excitement. Just one, well, let's make it one from each of us. In honor of your first Christmas. We'll do the rest after food. Hurry up. You'll love these, I promise. Harry found himself tearing open a scarlet-wrapped parcel. After battling through 4 layers of paper, he finally revealed 6 little files of memories, swirling and glowing in silver. Obviously, that's not your whole gift, Sirius said with a proud grin. But I found some good memories of your parents that you might like. The first time they met, their first big fight back in 3rd year, it wasn't funny for them at the time, but it was plenty funny for the rest of us watching, I can tell you that. And the first time your mother actually said yes to your dad's invitation, and his reaction back in the dorm, their wedding. You know, that kind of stuff. For a long moment, Harry felt as if he couldn't breathe. He coughed, gasping for air. Sirius grinned at him. To Harry's astonishment, the whole room suddenly shimmered in his vision, and he realized his eyes were welling up with tears. He blinked rapidly, feeling the warmth of Sirius' heavy gaze. Turning away, he wiped his eyes on the edge of his robe sleeve and swore softly under his breath. Oh, really? Harry managed to say. I never even imagined I could visit those memories. He swore again. Damn it all, Sirius. That's awesome. Words failed him. In an echo of Harry's emotions, Sirius grinned a slightly shaky smile and quickly wiped at his own eyes. They both took a moment to gaze out the window, trying to regain their composure. After a pause, Creature shuffled forward, presenting Harry with a poorly wrapped object. Curious, Harry took it and began to unwrap it. Inside, he found an animated portrait of Doria Potter and her husband. He stroked the picture frame in wonder, and Creature beamed proudly at his side. Apparently, Sirius had given permission for it to be taken from the Black Portrait Gallery, which filled Harry with hope that reconciliation might be possible. The young master is not thanking Creature, the house elf insisted before Harry could speak. The emphasis in Creature's voice made Harry catch himself and close his mouth. A worthy gift, Harry managed to say, just as Crookshanks lumbered forward, carrying a still-breathing, stunned crow in his mouth. Harry was puzzled. He hadn't seen Crookshanks with a gift just moments ago. Wow, Harry said, gently removing the dazed bird from Crookshanks' jaws. I've never been given one of these before. Crookshanks looked quite pleased with himself. A thought crossed Harry's mind. Maybe the reason Crookshanks had chosen to sleep among the presents was to keep the bird close and, perhaps, give it a little whack now and then to ensure it wouldn't recover overnight and escape. Had Crookshanks been on a Christmas Eve vigil? Harry realized he would have to be very careful about letting the poor creature go free, especially if Crookshanks had gone to all that trouble. Harry began cautiously, this is quite a step up from just sparrows and mice, huh? And, wow, it seems completely unharmed, aside from a few rumpled feathers. It was genuinely impressive. You've clearly put in a lot of effort for me. Thanks. Crookshanks preened at the compliment. His own gifts were not just limited to a trunk for Sirius, he also had an ever-full flask of floor wax for Creature and a heated cushion made of luxurious silver velvet for himself. But despite the excitement of Crookshanks and Sirius, Harry adored the look on Creature's face as he realized he'd received a present. Isn't it unusual? Harry mumbled to Sirius as Creature opened and closed the floor wax bottle repeatedly, his face beaming with wrinkles. Don't house elves usually not get gifts? Sirius shrugged. House elves don't usually appreciate gifts. I'm surprised he's so pleased, actually. Harry shot him a look. I obviously wasn't going to give him anything useless, and definitely not something to wear. Isn't that the usual problem? Wizards giving clothes or jewelry or whatever? Sirius didn't seem particularly interested. Maybe? Who knows? Harry rolled his eyes and spoke loudly enough for Creature to hear. What? Creature is family, don't you think? If he wants cleaning products, then cleaning products he should have. Soon after, breakfast followed, overflowing with food. Creature beamed with pride, while Sirius and Harry rubbed their overextended stomachs just moments later. "You eat too," Harry insisted, slowing down as he spoke. "At the table, Creature. We're all family here." Carefully placing the floor wax container to one side of his setting, wondering if he'd be carrying it around all morning, Creature rejoined everyone at the table, his little feet swinging beneath his seat. As breakfast continued pleasantly, Sirius explained the significance of the evergreen garlands, the citrus fruits, and the pine cones. By mid-morning, Sirius recited a prayer or blessing over the burning incense sticks, something about fire, renewal, light, warmth, and magic. Harry listened attentively. The Yule log fireplace was tended to, with smaller kindling arranged around it to ensure the fire wouldn't burn out. Then came the moment everyone had been waiting for, the opening of the rest of the presents. Harry received a firebolt, following in his dad's footsteps, apparently. After another delicious lunch, they all indulged in an afternoon nap to help with digestion. The Yule log was set alight, more food was enjoyed, and candles were lit on the window frames of every floor. Piles of unwrapped presents cluttered the sitting room, surrounded by discarded wrappers, while Sirius lay asleep in the midst of them, snoring loudly as Padfoot. Creature had returned to the kitchen to tidy up and prepare for tomorrow, occasionally stroking the glossy little container that Harry had given him with one finger. Crookshank snoozed contentedly in front of the Yule log. Harry felt warm. The heat from the Yule log washed over his face like gentle fingers, and the satisfying dinner settled comfortably in his stomach. The mulled wine, Creature had insisted on that, warmed him from deep within, all the way up his torso and neck, leaving him feeling pleasantly flushed. The peaceful snuffles of Padfoot and the occasional shifting of feet blended with Crookshank's soft purring, creating a cozy atmosphere that wrapped around Harry like a comforting blanket. The cheerful crackle and pop of the flames filled the room as Harry took elegant inhalations, savoring the warmth. He sprawled on the settee, cradling his firebolt in his left arm, the smooth wooden handle feeling familiar and comforting. His dad's cloak, newly blessed by the Yule light, draped gently over his legs. The subtle weight of his moleskin pouch rested against his breastbone, holding those irreplaceable files filled with memories, love, and laughter. With each slow breath, Harry's chest rose and fell, taking in the scent of wood smoke, greenery, and pine. A couple of fairies had snuck in from the tree in the back garden, where Harry and Sirius had visited earlier. One particularly brave fairy curled up under Harry's chin, bringing with it the faint scent of fresh snow and fairy dust. His eyelids grew heavy with sleep, his glasses slightly askew on his face as he began to drift off in the warm, peaceful atmosphere. The tiny charmed twinkles on the Christmas tree glowed with a soothing calm, and Harry felt his muscles relax. Stress ebbed away, and the knot in his gut untied itself as he let go of his burdens, if only for this night. Exhaustion and worry slipped away in this temporary haven of peace, leaving Harry feeling slow and heavy in rest. He drifted off to sleep, where he lay, the faint, high voices of the fairies still ringing in his ears as the curtain of sleep gently pulled him into the embrace of the night. Chapter 33, Christmas Chaos. The day after Christmas, Harry woke slowly, feeling comfortably warm. The familiar weight of Crookshank's resting on his stomach suggested they had enjoyed a peaceful night. Harry sighed softly and attempted to stretch, but his movements were met with quiet complaints from Crookshanks. "NMH, sorry," Harry murmured, nuzzling back into the pillow beneath him, perfectly content to drift back into sleep. Then, his brow furrowed as he blinked himself into a more alert state. To his surprise, it wasn't a pillow supporting his head, it was the hard armrest of a settee. The fabric felt rough against his skin, likely due to the embroidery, he thought fuzzily. His neck was at an awkward angle, and the room around him was filled with noise. The fire crackled gently, and he could hear something moving around the room. From the frantic fluttering sounds, he guessed a bird was trapped behind the curtain. Ah, the crow. As Harry opened his eyes, he quickly realized that Creature had probably not slept much. The sitting room had been tidied up, presents were organized into neat piles by recipient, the crumpled wrapping paper had vanished, and the fire had been replenished with fresh wood. The room still carried the scent of Christmas, pine, burning wood, and a hint of food, suggesting that Sirius had already eaten. The Christmas tree lights twinkled in the surprisingly bright room, and Harry noticed that 4 or 5 fairies had made themselves at home. He briefly wondered if Sirius had brought them inside out of sympathy. The shadows of Azkaban lingered in his memories in the oddest ways. But for now, it seemed to be working out. The potentially grateful fairies were playfully teasing Padfoot, giggling and giving gentle tugs at his fur. The great black dog responded by pacing solemnly around the Christmas tree, focused on the fairies' antics, following their jumps and flutters around the tree in a counterclockwise direction. The bird that Crookshanks had gifted him, the crow, Harry corrected himself, had taken advantage of Crookshanks' distraction to fly up toward a window, where it was now clattering around behind the heavy drapery. Harry paused to readjust his glasses, straightening the frames on his nose and pushing them up for a better fit. Now he could see. Ignoring Crookshanks' sleepy protests, he forced himself into a sitting position to track the sounds of the bird. Was it trapped? Escaping? Or simply hiding from the Kneazle? Crookshanks growled in irritation and abandoned his cozy spot on Harry's stomach to settle in front of the fireplace instead. Harry let out a small grunt as the hefty cat leaped off him, his back legs digging into Harry's tender hip and gut as he propelled himself to the floor. Harry resumed his search for the crow. By the time he finally located it, somehow wedged behind the velvet curtains, despite them being open, he realized the bird seemed fine, albeit grumpy, and that he had slept far later than usual. Just then, Creature popped into the room, bringing with him a plate of leftover Christmas treats for breakfast and a strong cup of tea. "The young master is having a good rest," the house elf announced with satisfaction. "The young master is feeding himself healthy now." Harry freed his legs from the invisibility cloak that had tangled around his shins and reached out to grab the food. "Cheers," he said, finally shaking off the last remnants of sleep. At that moment, his stomach rumbled, causing him to blush. What time is it, Creature? How late did I sleep?" Creature nodded at him with a solemn kind of pleasure. "The young master is sleeping in until almost midday." So that was why the room felt so bright. "Oh. I see." Harry took a moment to bring the food and drink to his lips. "So what's the plan for today then?" "We are having 12 days of Christmas to honor," Creature reminded him. "The naughty master needs to light the golden candle today, and we will be feasting on Yuletide blessed bread." Harry paused, his hand hovering over a quill and parchment, the familiar urge to take notes creeping in. "Oh," he muttered, taking a sip of tea to clear his throat. "So that's what the other colored candles were for. What does that mean? Is it like a highly organized day?" Creature shook his head fondly. For a brief moment, Harry had the impression that a garden gnome was quite fond of him. But as he blinked, Creature's face came back into focus. "Wizards are resting today. The second day of Christmas is a quiet day for the young master." Harry thought a quiet day might be just what he needed if his eyes, or imagination, had anything to say about it. He took a longer sip of his tea. After a moment, he asked, "Do you think the post office is open today? If I pop out for half an hour or so? I'm sure I've received some presents. I should really start working on those thank you notes sooner or later. Is it worth slipping out to pick them all up today?" Creature frowned at him disapprovingly. The young master Harry needs his rest and should put off his duties for another day. The idea of actually taking a holiday was a pleasant one, and Harry found himself breathing slowly, sinking deeper into the softness of the settee beneath him. He sipped his hot tea thoughtfully while Creature watched his body language with a smug satisfaction. Wait. Harry's hand froze, causing tea to slosh slightly in the bottom of his cup. Creature scowled, but Harry ignored him. A sudden, horrible thought struck him. "Midday, did you say? Did an owl show up yesterday or this morning?" "The young master now has a crow," Creature replied grimly, one hand motioning for Harry to relax again and reclaim that sense of peace. "Wait. No. This can't be happening." Harry scrambled up from his seat, adrenaline surging through him. I spoke to an owl a couple of days ago. I sent him to the Malfoys with a job to do. He said he'd come back to me when it all worked out. Has anyone come by with bacon or anything? Creature refused the plate Harry offered, leaving him half risen from the settee, awkwardly frozen with a plate in one hand and a teacup in the other. Suddenly, there was a loud clatter as the world's most expensive broomstick slipped from beneath his elbow and crashed onto the floor. Harry flinched, realizing he'd completely forgotten about it in the chaos of everything, his hunt for the fairies. Padfoot turned sharply, barking once at Harry, clearly disapproving of his distraction. Crap, sorry, Creature. Sirius. Just give me a second. Harry took a moment to collect himself, but priorities were pressing, and he felt like he needed at least 2 more arms to manage everything. Creature stepped back, ensuring Harry couldn't push the food onto him while his mind swirled with half-formed plans, and a tightness in his chest made it hard to breathe. In front of Creature's sternly crossed arms, Harry finally gulped down the hot tea in one large swallow and stuffed the remnants of his breakfast into his mouth. Then he froze. Oh Merlin, the secret. He insisted, cheeks bulging. With breakfast out of the way, despite nearly choking on it, Harry was ready to tackle the urgent matter at hand. He looked up at Creature, still standing 2 feet away, desperate for answers. Sirius, now a wizard again, stood before Harry, arms crossed and a teasing grin on his face. Harry hoped it was a teasing grin, anyway. Harry Potter. Sorry about the broom, Sirius. Hey, Creature. Sirius didn't seem to grasp the urgency of the situation. Godson of my own. Promslet. Pup. Harry nodded apologetically. Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I fell asleep with it in my arms and now I just think it's part of me. I didn't even consider it could fall, you know. Brushing off Sirius with lies had almost become a habit. But Dobby. The secret. Look, Creature, are you sure? Sirius raised an eyebrow, refusing to be brushed aside. After I poured 12 years' worth of love and hope into it. After I half cleared out my Gringotts vault for you. After you told me you'd never even imagined owning such a precious broomstick. Harry forced an apologetic expression. I screwed up, Sirius, okay? I'm really sorry, but if you could just wait a couple of minutes. Creature, sorry to be so repetitive, you're saying that no owl has. Sirius beamed. You know how you could make it up to me, pup? As an apology for such shameless ingratitude. Harry shot him a distracted glance. Sirius, if you could just wait a couple of minutes. You could give me another Christmas gift. Sirius said, looking unusually proud of himself. I wouldn't mind a rat, you know. He wriggled his eyebrows, trying to appear charming. Stress surged back with a vengeance. The throbbing headache, the sinking feeling in his stomach, and the cold ball of guilt and worry crashed into Harry, hitting him like a bludger. He swallowed the curse that sprang to his lips. Suddenly, a huge lump formed in his throat, and he took a moment to work hard to swallow it down. He finally managed, one hand drifting to grab hold of. Harry rubbed his suddenly aching stomach. Right, well, perhaps we could talk about this later. Unfortunately, Sirius was on a roll. So, pup, I was thinking I could come to Hogwarts with you when you go back. I've got a traitor to hunt, and I think I'm well enough to head out now, you know. Harry stifled a whimper of stress, his eyes darting between the 2 figures in front of him. Just hang on a moment. Creature, have you seen anything hanging outside the wards? Sirius continued, I know you've been looking after me, kid. It seems I wasn't in such good shape when I found you. You and Creature have been feeding me up, keeping me warm and clean, don't think I haven't noticed. But now I think I'm well enough to leave this place and, you know. Harry caught a glimpse of Sirius, his shoulders bouncing up and down like a young child on Christmas morning, filled with excitement. Creature has not seen any owls, in the wards or out, the croaky voice of the house elf interrupted. NGH. Harry's hand shook. Bollocks. He turned back to Sirius. Well, I mean. Keeping you safe is my priority, you know? Ah, Cree. Sirius grinned, raking a lazy hand through his sleek tousled hair. I reckon having a goal again would set me to rights, kid. Harry's eyes widened, and suddenly, the fluttering racket of the crow in the curtain seemed to echo the irregular thudding of his heart. Look! He grasped his hands tightly together, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. I've lost an owl, all right? I sent it to the Malfoys to free their house elf. I had his permission and all, but they're missing. I mean, I don't know where they are. Sirius chuckled, a low, canine laugh that seemed utterly inappropriate in the face of Harry's frazzled state. You and me both, kid. I've lost the rat. I know exactly how you feel, Sirius said, a hint of mischief in his voice. Emerging from the fog of worry, Harry raised one eyebrow. No, not exactly. Could you let me deal with this for a? Sirius shrugged. Well, you probably don't want to murder the little thing, so we're different in that respect. But it's an all-consuming thought for you right now, isn't it? Harry took a moment to appreciate the absurdity of the situation. Look, I sent the secret to this place with the owl. Now I don't know who's got what, or where they are. I've had plans for this for ages, and everything is going wrong. Still not grasping the stress Harry was under, Sirius reached over and ruffled Harry's hair affectionately. Don't worry about that, Harry. We can head out to Hogwarts any day now. Losing the security of this place won't really matter. Harry exchanged a glance with Creature. Do you think it's because silver polish is dangerous in flight? Did my transfiguration mess up? From his spot in front of the fire, Crookshanks shot Harry a disappointed look. Taking a deep breath, Harry paused to reason to himself with acclumancy. The room fell silent, save for his heavy breathing, which gradually slowed and calmed. He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment before opening them slowly, fighting to keep his voice steady. Carefully stepping back, Sirius transformed into Padfoot, settling at Harry's feet, tongue lolling and head cocked to one side. Look, can we talk in half an hour or so, Sirius? Creature, I figure you could give me the run of Gryffindor Tower for a couple of days. Sirius suggested. What are the chances of you contacting the Malfoy house elves, Creature? Harry asked. The nasty bugger probably thinks I can't get into Hogwarts, you see, Sirius grinned. Now would be the perfect time to. Harry leaned forward urgently. What? About tracking our flight? He fixed Creature with an intense gaze. We need to find out if the parcel was delivered, if it reached Lucius. There's a spot on Hogwarts grounds where I could take him and torture him to my heart's content, Sirius said, a strange smile on his face. You're welcome to watch, if you want, Harry. Harry bit his thumbnail nervously. Perhaps the owl post people. Suddenly, a massive crack shattered the silence of the room. Dobby appeared, the parchment of Grimmauld Place's secret flapping wildly in his left hand. Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby bellowed, completely oblivious to the wide-eyed shock of everyone else in the room. Dobby is always knowing that Harry Potter is the kindest and wisest of wizards. Harry exhaled, feeling dizzy as his blood pressure dropped, making his vision flicker with darkness. Dobby rushed forward and connected solidly with Harry's knees, hugging them with a strength that made Harry uncomfortable. Ack! Dobby sobbed near Harry's right hip, showering him with compliments. Dobby believes that Harry Potter, sir, is keeping his promise. When Dobby needs to iron his fingers or punish himself with the hot poker, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby is keeping the faith. Harry missed part of Dobby's speech due to the muffling effect of his winter robe, but soon Dobby's mouth popped back into view from within the folds of fabric. Dobby is always thinking that Harry Potter would come for him as he promised. Ah, Harry said, looking hopefully at Creature and then at Crookshanks, neither of whom seemed willing to step forward and help him. Even the crow had paused whatever it was doing to quietly observe the chaos that was Harry's life. Where Padfoot had sat just moments ago, Sirius Black now stood frozen, wand at the ready, looking utterly bewildered. Harry felt a surge of discomfort at the sudden intrusion. He could feel Dobby's tears soaking into his woolen robe, and he stifled a wince. Gently, he patted the little house elf's shoulder. "I'm glad you made it, Dobby." Happy Christmas." Unsurprisingly, Dobby let out a loud wail and hugged Harry's thighs even tighter. Dobby will repay the great Harry Potter, he promised through his emotional shudders. Dobby remembers what Harry Potter, sir, is doing. "Thanks, Dobby," Harry replied, struggling to regain his equilibrium. The whirlwind of emotions in the last few minutes left him feeling off balance. Slowly, Sirius straightened from his defensive stance and began to put his wand away. "So, this is your little friend, eh, Harry? Quite the loyal one you found yourself there." Harry was halfway through his response when he felt Dobby stiffen around his knees. Dobby slowly turned to face the room. There was a long moment of sizzling tension as Dobby and Creature locked eyes. Then, Dobby continued turning, finally letting go of Harry to face the Christmas tree, with Sirius standing in front of it, just as Sirius finished tucking his wand out of sight. "Dobby," Harry began, a smile of massive relief spreading across his face. "Meet." But Dobby stiffened again, letting out another loud cry, this time a massive war cry. "A-A-A-A-I-I-E-E-E-E." Dobby shrilled, sending everyone else into a panic. "Naughty dark wizard." Harry felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Dobby will protect Harry Potter from the bad black wizard. Die. In slow motion, Harry watched as Dobby's knobby finger moved toward his godfather. "Creature!" Harry bellowed. "Bad house elf!" Creature screeched, suddenly appearing between Sirius and his aggressor, looking furious, menacing, and defensive all at once. Harry flailed for his wand again, utterly confused and uncoordinated. Crookshanks stood up defensively. Just then, the post owl swooped into the room, demanding attention as it glided toward Harry, casting a huge silent shadow over him. "Protect Harry Potter!" Dobby roared. "Creature will defend the House of Black," echoed back Creature. "The naughty wizard." "For the young master." Amid the bellowing voices, Harry heard a tiny "huh" from Sirius's direction. He looked up just in time to see the post owl nearly reach him, its legs extended to land on his shoulder. Harry barely had a moment to spare it a glance when it was suddenly bowled over by the impact of a very angry crow coming in from the left, and the entire room descended into chaos. Flashes and bangs erupted from the Creature-Dobby confrontation, with each house elf seemingly throwing magic at the other. The fairies in the Christmas tree shrieked in panic and darted out of the room. A flutter of feathers drifted in front of Harry's vision as he saw the two birds entangled, scrapping madly. Brown and black feathers were torn from their wings by claws and beaks, and the impact of the birds against the walls, floor, and furniture only added to the mayhem. The Christmas tree toppled over with a massive crash, the vicious wrestling of Creature and Dobby having knocked into its trunk and upset its balance. "For Harry Potter!" Dobby shouted, grabbing Creature by the ear and trying to slam his head onto the floor. "For the young master!" Creature yelled back, attempting to bite through one of Dobby's fingers. Sirius hopped backward, wary of the threat, but it seemed he knew his magic wouldn't work well on house elves. Perhaps he just didn't want to make Dobby any angrier. Shifting back into Padfoot, he began barking loudly, leaving Harry puzzled about what he was trying to accomplish. With his wand drawn, Harry almost felt like apparating it to his side. Harry stood frozen, his wand tip trembling as chaos erupted around him. House elves and a post owl collided with a crow, while furniture and decorations toppled in the fray. Just then, Mistress Black's fine china, the teacup he had entered only moments before, crashed to the floor, shattering into 4 pieces. A tiny dribble of tea spilled onto the expensive carpet. "Evil little house elf!" one of the elves shouted. "Naught elf, protecting the bad wizard!" another retorted. "Hurting the young master's favorite. Thy will, punish the evil. Help the poor young master." As the squabbling continued, the birds tumbled toward Harry again. He ducked, narrowly avoiding the flailing wings and sharp claws that reached out and scratched at him. The smaller crow was holding its own against the larger owl, The inner rage and the layout of the room prevented the larger bird from gaining altitude. Once still wavering, Harry scanned the room for Crookshanks, but the great orange Kneazle was nowhere to be found. Kill the bad wizard to protect. Suddenly, a small rush of flames erupted as the fire from the Yule log caught the drying tip of the Christmas tree, which was still rocking gently from where it had fallen. An orange finger of flame began creeping out of the fireplace. In defense of the good master. Impervious! Harry shouted, recalling how the spell had worked against fire back in his second year. The creeping flames fought bravely, but they began to die down as they lost their grip on the pine. A quiet creak echoed from the ceiling. Arresto momentum! Harry cast at the falling chandelier, having been brushed one too many times by the careening birds. With a quick, generous Molière, he cushioned the entire floor, ready to catch the falling debris and limit the damage to the elves and the birds. Dobby must serve. Harry quickly tried Immobulus next. The owl and the crow crashed to the floor in an ungainly pile of feathers and limbs. A single Christmas bauble became trapped beneath them, shattering into a small pile of glitter and dust as they lay there, frozen in place by Harry's freezing charm. Petrificus totalis, he shouted, and the chaos caused by Padfoot came to an abrupt halt. His limbs snapped into an uncomfortable sit, and his mouth closed with a decisive snap. Harry caught a silent glare of betrayal from him but didn't have time to dwell on it. A roiling mass of house elves collided with the settee where Harry had slept, causing half of it to disintegrate into splinters from a stray spell. Harry gulped. Inside the ancient and noble who? Evil wizard must die. Harry dashed forward and picked up the two birds from where they lay. Don't fight, he instructed sternly. Neither of you are a threat to me, I'll sort this out in a minute. Neither bird looked impressed. A slight twitch of a wing told Harry the spell wouldn't hold much longer, and he rolled his eyes toward the ceiling. Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve, please? He leveled a stern glare at both birds. You're not enemies, you hear me? I'll give you your bacon and patch you both up in a minute. If I see you fighting again, I will not be pleased. Just, please? Even frozen, their furious attitudes were evident. This is your one warning, Harry said, half begging. He gently separated the two creatures and placed them several feet apart on either side of himself. Now. Harry gazed bleakly at the chaos still unfolding in the room, two furious house elves caught in an escalating battle of fury. The strange scent of ozone filled the air, and the crackle of inhuman magic sparked like a brewing storm, dropping the temperature in the room by at least a few degrees. Harry barely noticed. The 2 small steps backward he took for sheer survival. Now, what shall I try? He wondered aloud. Oi! Harry called out, but his shout failed to grab their attention. Hey! You too! He shouted again. Absently, he used his magic to charm the Christmas tree, moving it away from the fire and leaning it against the far corner of the wall. You're both on the same side. He yelled, but his voice was drowned out by the chaotic cries around him. Punishment for the evil wizard. The noble house of Black shall not be. The great and noble Harry Potter should. Though invisible to the naked eye, Harry's unique vision returned, revealing glowing spots billowing and roiling from the center of the elf combat. He took another glance around the room to catch his breath. It wasn't as bad as he had feared, only the house elves were out of control, Sirius was temporarily incapacitated by indecision, and the birds had been neutralized for the moment. Having alleviated the worst of the chaos, Harry felt his mind finally begin to slow and calm. He didn't understand why it couldn't function like this when he needed it most, but at last, his brain was on his side, and he started to think through the issues. He knew he couldn't simply cast magic on an elf, their magic wouldn't allow it. Yet the room was gradually clearing around them. Harry's wand worked quietly, floating furniture towards the walls until only Creature and Dobby remained on the rug. The fight had shifted from chaotic bursts of non-human magic to something more primal and violent, perhaps a subconscious realization that Harry was now involved in the fray. Dobby and Creature were taking turns punching each other in the face. The rug beneath them was singed, Their pillowcase togas were torn into rags, and both house elves were sporting bruises on their faces and knuckles, surprisingly little blood, Harry noted, raising an eyebrow. He observed the rhythm of the fight, trying to think of a way to intervene. A moment passed, one punch, the recoil, another punch, the pause. Harry stuffed his wand back into his moleskin pouch and unhooked it from its usual spot around his neck. He then removed his glasses. "Listen," Harry said to the unnamed crow that had come to his defense against the unfamiliar post owl. "If something goes wrong, just make sure that Crookshanks and Creature get rid of the Horcruxes. Can you do that for me?" The crow rolled its single eye, which Harry could barely make out, and he took that as a yes. "Right," Harry said, feeling as if he were back in first or second year, full of impulse and luck. "Here goes nothing." As always, his body and mind calmed when it came time for action. He took a flying leap into the midst of the fighting house elves, hoping that since they both liked him, they would hold back their attacks. He landed heavily, hitting a couple of elbows and knobby knees, along with more solid bone than two tiny house elves should have. There may have been a punch, but it was just a glancing blow, overshadowed by the uncomfortable sensation of a knee in his diaphragm. Their bellowing cries cut off in surprise. Seizing the moment, Harry took a breath and raised his arms to protect his face. "Harry Potter?" Dobby asked, his voice rumbling up from beneath Harry's armpit. A sudden flash of orange appeared in Harry's peripheral vision, and then Creature's weight shifted backward as he croaked, "Crookshanks." "Crookshanks has him," Harry thought immediately, and suddenly felt that everything would be all right. "We're all on the same side," Harry insisted into the baffled silence. "Even serious, Dobby? He's my godfather, and he's innocent." Beneath Harry's incredibly uncomfortable form, Dobby stiffened. "Evil wizard is, not?" Behind Harry, Creature snorted, his voice muffled, likely due to the impressive weight of Crookshanks resting on him. House elves usually know not to trust everything wizards say. "Dobby is wrong?" Harry released the tension in his shoulders, feeling his head spin again. A twinge shot through his shoulder, and he heard a creak from his rib as he carefully maneuvered himself off Dobby's left knee. Step by step, he slowly stood upright, noting the tenderness and the blossoming bruises he had accumulated along the way. "Shall we all sit down for a nice cup of tea?" Harry asked hopefully. "I need to heal the birds, and you two need to find some more cloth. And then perhaps we can talk? Calmly? Sort all of this out?" There was still hope for things yet. Chapter 34, 3 Thoughts. The next morning, Harry came to realize 3 significant things. As he woke and rolled onto his back to begin his routine occlumency practice, it struck him that he had somehow completed the cycle. Over the past 2 years, he had sorted and filed all his memories. Had he really finished occlumency? He coughed in surprise, blinking his eyes open in disbelief. Doubt crept in, and he closed his eyelids again, furrowing his brows as he tried to confirm this astonishing conclusion. A slight tingling sensation in his fingertips held him back from diving into his meditation for a moment, but with years of practice, he summoned his self-discipline and felt the bedroom slip away as his mind stilled and calmed. Today, he was particularly interested in the construct that represented his mind. As the image grew clearer in his inner vision, his curiosity about the state of his consciousness burned like morning light. Had he truly done it? Had he managed to organize all the knowledge and experiences packed into his mind? Had he processed every memory from both lives through the occlumency filter, cleansing them of emotion and forging connections between associations? Wrapped in the sleep-warm blankets and resting on the soft mattress of Regulus's old bed, Harry allowed himself another moment to explore the intricate silver web of memories in his mind. Thanks to that ancient little book, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the come-and-go room during his first year, he had spent months developing a construct to guide his mental defenses. Back then, he had felt so clever when he realized he could visualize thoughts as spider webs. Now, 2 years later, Harry's mind had transformed into a vast and complex network, with nodes and intersections, pathways and tendrils connecting memory after memory. Still cozy beneath the bedclothes, the threads shimmered like quicksilver as Harry's consciousness darted along them, zipping past memories of Hermione's SPEW, the Harry remembered the wonky little knitted hats that she had hidden all over the common room, and the pink and orange issue of Knitter's Own that had shown Hermione the pattern for the little ribbed socks. He tried again. He thought of Cedric dying in the cemetery, this time the memory feeling blessedly lighter on the guilt. That thought connected him to memories of Cedric playing Quidditch, flying the clean sweep 7 the day Harry had fainted, and the dress robe Cedric had worn to the Yule Ball. He could even picture how Cho's hair had glimmered as they danced. Harry quickly pulled himself away from that train of thought and realized he had all sorts of details shining clearly in his mind's eye. He searched for trailing strands, unfinished connections, and distant memories from childhood that no longer seemed important. But everything was there. His eyelashes fluttered. He had completed, well, probably only the next step in occlumency, but still. It felt like success. A thrill of adrenaline surged through him, raising his energy more quickly than usual. The last vestiges of sleep slipped away, and a small shiver ran down his spine. A tiny grin crept onto his face. After all the guilt and stress of the year, he almost dared to claim he might have completed a task on his to-do list. What a thought! He fumbled urgently for his glasses, jamming them onto his face with a lack of grace that would have been completely unseen in any previous inhabitant of Regulus' room. At that moment, Harry jumped out of bed and rushed to the pensive, which was still stored in the first-floor sitting room. The small, enclosed luggage space was available for Sirius, or Padfoot, to climb in and sleep if he needed security. Unsurprisingly, it was cold out of bed, and the chill from the snow seemed to seep through the window panes. Goosebumps rose on his skin as he flailed around for more layers. His bare feet, still warm from the winter bedding, sank into the cool embrace of the bedside rug. Harry looked at the green and dark grey artwork that resembled an oriental carpet, wondering what it would be like if wizards engaged in such international trades. He shuffled around for his slippers, his gaze drifting elsewhere. Snagging the brand-new dressing gown from the back of the desk chair, he quickly slipped his arms into the armholes of his most practical Christmas gift. The gown was slightly darker than Gryffindor red, but still recognizable despite its surprisingly subdued coloring and enchantments. There were no roaring lions or whizzing snitches anywhere on the fabric, enchanted or not. Instead, it featured a warming charm that sent a shiver of relief through Harry as the weight settled around his shoulders. The simple navy blue trim had very subtle embroidery. Harry thought they might be swirls or some unfamiliar rune symbols. If they were enchanted, they were certainly being discreet about it. He grabbed his wand and tucked it into the pocket of his dressing gown before sitting down to wrestle on a pair of socks. That's when he realized the second issue. Either he had grown, or his wizarding wardrobe was cheaper than he thought. All his socks had holes in either the toe or heel. Still mostly distracted by thoughts of visiting his pensive, Harry considered the possibility that the Black House still harbored a few pests that had escaped his and Creature's thorough cleaning. He resolved to ask the little house elf what kind of animal specifically ate socks, aside from mice, rats, or doxies. Oh dear. In the meantime, he needed to wear socks. Reparo. Ah, wait, no. Abruptly, the repairing spell halted with a jerk of his wand. Harry took a moment to slice off the rampart knot of new fibers that had grown out of the hole edges like devil's snare. The disobedient tangle was easy to snip through with a severing charm, and he quickly dealt with a snarl of discolored, knotted threads. Wool drifted silently to the floor as Harry's wand twitched in his hand. He snorted ironically at the new size of the hole, which was now a full circle larger despite his good intentions. It seemed he needed to try the repairing charm again. Fixing a single pair of socks took longer than Harry had anticipated, mainly because all the new fibers he restored wanted to revert back to sheep's wool, undyed, unspun, and unwoven. But Harry wanted something far more processed than that. He paused in the rush, took a deep breath, and sat back down on the bed to focus. He found it mildly interesting that the task was more strategic than he had initially thought. Oculusio. Carefully, mindful of any hidden magical glows that might linger in Grimmauld Place, particularly in Regulus's bedroom, Harry sank into the wash and ripple of magic within him. He had been getting quite good at that. Slowly, he let that strange, colorful vision seep into his eyes. Very small wisps of green, brown, and even pink shimmered around the weave of the sock in his hand. Where the hole in the heel was, the vibrant colors of magic faded away. Harry brought the sock closer to his eyes, peering behind the knit fabric to see the threads in their woolen detail. Ho! Twisting his wand thoughtfully for a moment, he tried the spell again. This time, he felt the repro blossom and ripple softly within him, while watching as the form shape flowed gently out of his wand and into the fibers. Now that he was looking for it, Harry could see where the magic paused, searching ever so minutely for direction before drifting toward the most complete fix. Still feeling the shape of the magic inside him, Harry willed the charm to reach out to the broad twists of yarn. He encouraged the energy to add to it, to take the existing scaffold and build on it, creating neat pearls and rows wove into the whole like smoke in the air or eddies in water. How fascinating, Harry thought, his eyes shining as he experienced the nature of fabric in a way he never had before. His magic was beautiful, fine control, precise execution. For a moment, he watched as his magic transformed the sock, creating an exquisite pattern of growth and structure that made the material whole again. It reminded him of the Hogwarts stone, intricate patterns, links, blossoms, and twisted coils of magic that grew, intertwined, and pulsed with life. Color and passion were woven into the very fabric of his socks, each thread wrapping around him in a tapestry of magic, beauty, and bliss. Harry felt as though he could float in that moment of loveliness forever. But then he snapped back to reality and remembered a clemency. Pulling on his newly repaired socks, now snug and secure, Harry hurried down the silent stairs, passing the still snoozing portraits. He ducked his head into the pensive to double-check his newfound discovery. Unsurprisingly, his journey to the sitting room was a peaceful one. Sirius and Crookshanks always slept well past the time Harry rose, and today, well before sunrise, he had gotten out of bed even earlier than usual. His measured footsteps fell softly, muffled by the thick carpet that stretched down the fourth-floor corridor to the stairs. The portraits were dozing as he passed them, floor by floor, and the house smelled strongly of the familiar pine, cedar, and holly from the Christmas garlands, along with the sweet scent of wood polish. Despite the illusion of solitude, Harry suspected he wasn't the only one stirring. If he wasn't already awake, Creature would soon be bustling around the kitchen, preparing for another feast to celebrate the 12 days of Christmas and whatever traditions came with them. As for Dobby, Harry's brow furrowed as he realized he had no idea what Dobby might be up to. Harry pushed his thoughts aside. After the chaos of the previous weeks, he reveled in the peace and quiet of having only his own company. He stepped into the hallway, somber, silent, and still, and carefully pushed open the great wooden door that hung ajar in its frame. It opened without a creak or whisper. In the brighter light of the early morning street lamps filtering through the open curtains, Harry saw the room bathed in a soft, early morning grey. Subtle shadows stretched away from the window as the antique furniture began to warm in the light. Nestled between the settees and side tables, in front of the now cold fireplace, Harry's grey-washed luggage caught his eye, prompting him to quicken his steps. Suddenly, a shadow flickered in his peripheral vision. He ducked instinctively. Wand drawn and his dressing gown billowing, Harry spun around quickly, not quite realizing how he had drawn his wand so fast. He found himself in a defensive half-crouch before his mind fully registered what had moved. His heart raced as his eyes scanned the room for any threats. It was only common sense not to trust the darkest corners of Grimmauld Place just yet. Then, Harry exhaled a long, low sigh that released the tension from his shoulders and stood up again. He tucked his wand back into the pocket of his dressing gown in one smooth motion. The shifting shadow, oddly elongated on top of the sitting room fireplace, revealed itself to be the crow, the Christmas present from Crookshanks that he had lost track of amid yesterday's chaos. Harry stifled a muttered curse and efficiently smoothed down his dressing gown, looking as if he had just been startled by falling fairy dust. The bird, just a bird, perfectly normal as far as Harry could tell, was peacefully sleeping, its head tucked under its wing, with only the faintest of inhalations and the occasional ruffle of feathers. Harry had completely forgotten about the sixth inhabitant of the house and was relieved he hadn't accidentally disturbed it. Harry had dealt with the creature, swallowing hard as he made a mental note to release it later, and then he continued his quiet exploration of the luggage where his pensive awaited him. Half an hour later, he was thrilled to discover that he had organized all his memories. Everything he had experienced, both times, was now interconnected in a magnificent, shining web. All he needed to do was settle into his occlumency trance and delve into the recesses of his mind to access everything he had ever done or seen. Sitting cross-legged in front of his pensive, he frowned. Surely, this couldn't be all there was. If this was a completed occlumency defense, how did it actually defend him? And how was it meant to help with his memory? Surely the little book had more information. Suddenly, he scrambled to his feet and made his way to his impressive bookshelves. They had filled up considerably since the early days of creating this library. Harry rummaged around for a while before remembering that, aside from separating his school books and personal notes, he had also organized texts that weren't part of his schoolwork. He supposed he could call them extension texts, books for exploring topics beyond the textbooks to gain a better understanding. Finally, he found what he was looking for and held it up with a small grimace. Magics of the Mind was just as old and unwelcoming as he remembered. The thin, floppy paperback still smelled of dust and mildew. As Harry cracked open the delicate cover, the cramped, faded writing seemed to sulk at him. Curious, he leaned against the bookshelf and flipped through the unnumbered pages. The book reminded him that occlumency involved clearing the mind. Harry scowled and his eyes scanned on, searching for something useful. Then he found a more familiar line, one that seemed a bit more helpful. Creating perspective, real or imagined, on the thoughts a wizard once hidden, the book explained in frustratingly convoluted English, allows a wizard to be in command of his own mental faculties rather than at the mercy of his. Harry reflected on the more primal and instinctual impulses that had once clouded his judgment. He took a moment to process this realization. Yes, he felt less impulsive now, especially since certain memories had become less emotionally charged. That had to be the perspective he was seeking. Remarkably, he hadn't lost his temper with Snape, despite the man's evident bias. So, less emotional contamination was indeed a form of defense. But that wasn't the insight he was searching for. The book reminded him that understanding his own mind was also a vital defense, something he believed he had begun to accomplish. Yet, he needed to discipline that understanding. Frowning, Harry raked his left hand through his hair. Was this just another aspect of organization, or something else entirely? Either way, it wasn't quite what he was after. Then, he spotted a section that he realized he had skimmed over but now felt could hold the key to his question. He recalled not fully grasping it the first time, but that didn't matter now. His eyes lit up as he focused intently on the words before him. A wizard must be aware that the mind is a fluid and flexible instrument. Just as a river flows downhill, it may meander past hills and knolls in its own serpentine way. Similarly, the flow of thoughts should be free to twist and turn at will. If a wizard foolishly chooses to control and confine his thoughts within boxes, fences, or other limiting constructs, like a dumb beast of burden or livestock, he will soon lose his freedom of thought. That wizard will find himself trapped in a cycle, losing his best qualities, creative thinking, original insights, and ultimately, mental flexibility. The doomed fool. For that is what he will inevitably become. Risks driving himself mad with his inflated ego and hubris. How can new thoughts and flexible thinking flow through a mind as stagnant and congested as a brackish pond? Thoughts will become mired in repetition, digging deeper into the wizard's mind and magic, just as water seeps into stone over time. Harry paused, blinking in astonishment. That was it. The author wrote as if he were intoxicated by a stream of consciousness. A wizard must recognize that the mind is fluid and flexible. Suddenly, Harry shook his head and strode over to his desk, settling down quickly to transform the jumble of thoughts into something coherent. A wizard needs flexibility of thought, he scribbled on a fresh piece of parchment. Don't block the mind with barriers. That was at least somewhat helpful. Whatever good defense looked like, it certainly wasn't something confined by obstacles, or he would end up going mad. It occurred to Harry that this was why he had originally chosen to construct a web of thought in his mind instead of a mind palace, or castle, or whatever. He had realized back then, thank all the stars, that immovability and rigidity were not the way to go. Hang on. Harry leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on that single thought. If a wizard trapped himself in a dead end with an unyielding mind, then that meant his mental construct needed to be dynamic. Suddenly, Harry sat up straight and flicked his wand, sending a handwritten notebook flying off a high shelf to land with a thud on his desk. He twitched his wand again, and the pages flapped urgently as the notebook opened by itself, finally settling flat, his own handwriting staring back at him. Real. Imaginary, his original notes had said. He had later added to that. The mind is both real and imaginary, just like Dumbledore at King's Cross Station. If he drew inspiration from everything, from that space between life and death, from the room of requirement, from spiderwebs and flowing rivers, Harry figured that the next step in occlumency was to stay connected to the web. Merlin only knew how, but that was the first step. Then, with growing enthusiasm, he realized the web needed to move. A wave of pure joy washed over him, flooding from his head down. The tension in his shoulders melted away, tension he hadn't even known he was holding. A threatening headache, one that hadn't actually settled in but lingered as a reminder that it could strike at any moment, vanished like a pop bubble, fading into the ether. A warm flush cascaded down Harry's spine, loosening tight muscles and flowing into his arms and legs, reaching his fingers. A pleasant tingle danced at his fingertips, and he let out an involuntary sigh of sheer relaxation. He sat there, lost in time, feeling like a cat on catnip or perhaps a weasel basking in the sun. No worries. No discomfort. Just warmth, bliss, and perfection. Then, Harry realized there was a quiet tension brewing in the house. His moment of tranquility was abruptly interrupted when the lid of his luggage compartment swung open. Creature's voice broke through his reverie. The young master is not being disturbed by. Before he could finish, Dobby's cheerful voice chimed in from the hatch, "The great Harry Potter is needing his victuals for good wizarding." Snapped back to reality, Harry blinked and focused, smiling up at the two little heads peeking over the edges of the trunk. Dobby, with his ears positively trembling with excitement, grinned down at him, giving Harry a rather amusing view right up his nostrils. Creature's wizened face looked both grumpy and, strangely, a bit apologetic. If the young Master Potter is still needing to work. Come for food, come for food. Dobby interrupted eagerly. The great Harry Potter is needing good food for the good wizard. Harry took the hint. The two house elves seemed to compete in their eagerness to serve him breakfast, and the kitchen filled with the inviting aroma of hot toast. The aroma of black tea and fragrant wood smoke blended softly with the Christmas garlands, creating a cozy atmosphere. Creature pulled out Harry's seat and gave a slight bow as he ushered him to sit. Dobby bumped Creature's elbow while leaning over to pour Harry's tea. Confused, Harry raised an eyebrow when he noticed Creature sniffing disapprovingly at the sound of Dobby clinking the china together. Watching his two friends bustle around the kitchen, Harry came to a startling realization: two of his most steadfast supporters, Creature and Dobby, who were paragons of unwavering loyalty and always ready to help, seemed to absolutely hate each other. With a sense of detached amusement, Harry observed their competition to outdo one another throughout breakfast, and later, throughout the entire day. Dobby was the better cleaner, while Creature was the superior cook. Harry paused on his way to the bathroom as he noticed Creature stalking silently past him with a cotton cloth and a bottle of something mysterious. Meanwhile, as Harry opened his pile of Christmas gifts and penned polite responses to his fans, he could hear Dobby clattering noisily from an upstairs room, singing loudly as he efficiently aired out the linen. Tension hung in the air, a cold war developing between the two elves. Creature, who knew the house inside and out, got along well with the portraits. Harry only became aware of this when he stepped out of his bedroom one morning and caught Creature greeting them. As Creature passed by Harry's sleep-tousled figure, Harry noticed a rare smirk on the little elf's face, radiating newfound confidence. Dobby, on the other hand, was eager to work in the garden. Given the chaos Harry had caused there with his wand and fire whip, this was surprisingly significant. Creature was well aware of Harry's favorite foods and daily routine, and Harry felt a sense of comfort in their presence. Harry appreciated the uninterrupted study time he had, thanks to Creature catching any intruders before they could reach the stairs. Over Boxing Day, and for the days that followed, he grew accustomed to his study being interrupted by the creaking of the luggage lid in a loud voice. It was usually something like, "Hey, Pop! Did you want, or is the great Harry Pot?" Then Creature's booming voice would echo, "The young master is busy," followed by the sound of the lid slamming shut. Despite the interruptions, Harry felt a wave of relief that Dobby was alive, and he couldn't help but smile whenever Dobby tried to please him. The lines were drawn, with Harry awkwardly caught in the middle, as if he were the prize. Creature and Crookshanks were longtime allies, while Dobby had recently managed to offend everyone in the house. Harry had forgiven him for his earlier attempt on Sirius's life, but the others held on to their grievances for various reasons. Dobby, wearing mismatched socks, a new tea towel toga, and for some reason, a bright yellow cravat, immediately set out to charm Sirius. Given the history Sirius had with Grimmauld Place and Creature, he surprisingly became willing to overlook Dobby's past actions after just one day. He even stopped talking about sneaking into Hogwarts to hunt down Pettigrew, and Harry hoped the distraction would last. As Harry blinked hard, he realized that the upside to this tension was that Sirius was starting to act like the wizard he had known from a different timeline. Sitting in his library compartment, surrounded by a spread of books and various pieces of correspondence in different stages of completion, Harry shook his head in bemusement. The forces around him, small, proud, mischievous, or whatever they were, could continue their antics. Harry decided to stay out of it. He was heading back to Hogwarts soon and had enough on his plate to worry about. Furthermore, Chapter 35, Pleasant Correspondence and Other Business. Dear Hermione, I hope you're enjoying Switzerland with your family. I'm not sure where Zermatt is, but I imagine you're skiing, and I wish you all the best. Have you been spending much time with your parents, or are they busy? If you come across the wizarding community there, please share all the details. I promise I'll visit one day. Thank you for your Christmas gift. I must admit, I haven't delved into wizarding history as deeply as I have with spellwork and potions, so almost everything in that book will be new to me. I hope you found it special because I've been practicing evaluating parchment and leather quality lately, and that present looks quite fancy. You've always taken your reading seriously. Thanks again. I also hope you like the book on Tessemancy that I sent your way. I know you think Professor Trelawney is a waste of time, but this might change your mind. It's not obvious in the index, but this book provides actual instructions on how to imbue your magic into tea leaves. It's oddly similar to potions, just without the stirring rod. I never heard Trelawney mention that. The book also includes tips like starting your reading from the cup handle and swirling the dregs counterclockwise, which are apparently essential for seeing anything worthwhile. If you find it useful, I've been searching for helpful divination books for months and can recommend a few more. As you can imagine, I finished all my holiday homework early to make room for my own studies. I've owled Ron about that too, but he doesn't seem too eager. Something about meeting up with Neville to catch up on schoolwork, I think? I agree about broadening my sources, but I'd rather spend my time on my own projects than on homework. I know. Sorry. I can't actually speak French or Spanish, but since you make such good points, I'll add them to my list of things to do. All the best. Harry. P.S. By the way, I've somehow managed to get a bird stuck inside my house at the moment, and it seems determined to stay here for the warmth. Even when I try to herd it toward the open windows, it evades me and the others in the house. I swear it even gets grumpy at me. If I kick it out anyway, is that cruel or kind? Dear Professor Lupin, I hope the Yule and New Year's periods are treating you well. I've been keeping up with my homework and independent study, but I've heard some interesting news from my lawyer and wanted to get your thoughts on it. Apparently, there are some inaccuracies in old trial records, and certain truths that everyone accepted now seem more like ministry corruption and injustice. Hagrid mentioned a while ago that you went to school with my parents. While my lawyer searches for trials that might have impacted me, inheritance, guardianship, that sort of thing, I was wondering if you had any knowledge of any crimes or convictions that might have seemed odd? Unexpected, perhaps? I would love to gain more independence from my current Muggle guardians, and I would greatly appreciate any help you could offer. I sincerely hope to hear from you soon. Harry Potter of Gryffindor. Dear Draco, thank you for your letter. I hope this fulfills the requirements for a wizard like me to correspond with a wizard like you. I appreciate your help last Christmas. Letter writing goes so much smoother with Madam Crumplebottom's assistance. As for your own letter, I swear I did not forget your Christmas present. How could you even accuse me of that, Malfoy? I'm wounded. I bought your present ages ago, so there's no need to imply that I was panic buying at the last minute. I was under the impression you were expecting to receive your gift in person. I mean, that's what we did last year, right? I know one holiday isn't enough for tradition, but still. Is this some kind of misunderstanding? Is it the etiquette thing again? Did I miss some kind of signal? You'll have to explain it to me later. I sincerely apologize for not letting you know ahead of time. I'm deeply grateful for your gift to me, and I truly hope that when you receive my response, you will enjoy it. Now that you've arranged to receive your Christmas present, well, I didn't realize that the Hogwarts Express was an option, but sure, we can go with that. How do you want to meet up? The Slytherin and Gryffindor crowd, being the righteous sorts that they are, could be an issue. And yet, I hesitate to ask, did you want to meet in the boys' loos? That doesn't seem quite like your style. By the way, thanks for the description of the Malfoy Yuletide celebrations. I sometimes forget that I told you about my muggles, as you call them. It sounds like you have a few of the black traditions as well. Your mum must have brought them with her when she got married. I'm very sorry to hear about the loss of your house elf. How mysterious. Do you think it died, or could it have been stolen somehow? I hope the celebrations went well. Was everyone still impressed by the ball? Did the minister not notice? I hope you managed to find a replacement. Can you even get replacement house elves? Or is it elves? I get confused by how they speak. How does that work? Anyway, I hope you're being very kind to them. Just so you know, I've been told they do have favorites, so it's worth treating them well since they become particularly loyal to their favorite witch or wizard. Just saying. Our celebrations weren't quite as fancy, and no galas or fetes for us. But it was still the best Christmas I've ever had, and I can't wait to tell you all about the chaos in person. Yes, chaos. I promise it's nothing I do on purpose. I want to see the look on your face when you hear it all. I'm desperately hoping for a quiet break before we jump back into school. Work again. I know you think my interest in Muggle studies and divination is mad and that I should drop them to lighten my schedule. But it feels like I have a point to prove now, and these subjects are necessary for my future plans. Yes, I promise I'm being rational. The runestones, tucked away in that fancy little velvet bag, are incredibly thoughtful. I've already sent away for some good books on how to use them. As I'm sure you've heard, the official textbook is useless. No comments on the official class or teacher either. I'm sure the Slytherin green color of the velvet is a flattering nod to my eye color, or perhaps a hint that you've noticed my secret Slytherin tendencies. Touché, Draco, touché. But seriously, I love the runestones. Thanks, Draco, they're very thoughtful. Not that I'd ever complain, but they're a nice change from chocolates and Quidditch gear. Aside from all that, I'm really looking forward to catching up with you again at school. A little peace and quiet with a wizard who has some sense would go a long way for me right now. Best wishes, and happy Hogmanay and New Year, if I don't owl you again before then. Harry. Dear Fred and George. Thank you for coming through with the potions. This will make such a difference to my plans, you have no idea. My payment offers still stand. Shall we discuss which payment you prefer back at school? Before I take them, do you have any last-minute advice on what I should or shouldn't eat and drink at the same time? I assume 1 vial equals 1 dose. Once taken, how long does the efficacy last? Specifically for the memory potion, but any additional information would be great. Actually, I might need the hangover cure on a daily basis too. Finally, if I need to use all of them regularly, how soon will I start poisoning myself? What are the signs to look for? Will anything look different if they interact? Keep in touch. Harry. To Mr. Elliot Lloyd. I appreciate the favor of your letter over Yule. Best wishes. The season to you and your family as well. I'm writing to express my gratitude for your continued efforts regarding my godfather's legal troubles. Your recent letter was perfectly timed, and I have relayed the information to the wizard in question. I look forward to hearing when the details are confirmed. Given my busy schedule and the safety concerns surrounding Hogsmeade weekends, it seems unlikely that we'll be able to meet in person for a while. Therefore, I'd like to focus on a few priorities for this year. My godfather's freedom is obviously the most urgent matter. Please prioritize your preparation for the retrial. I know the ministry will be resistant to acknowledging his innocence, so it would be helpful to gather facts that are impossible to ignore. Additionally, please continue to escalate complaints against the ministry-allocated Dementors. I've been following the news, and there's been quite a fuss about my so-called heroics during the last Quidditch game. Perhaps you could use that as a starting point? Do you think I should initiate a petition among the students to gather some collective support? I'll also try to arrange for a few more articles in the papers if that aligns with your plans. What's the best angle to get the parents on board? Finally, while I find your news about the unexpected bequeathments intriguing, I appreciate your assurance that they aren't time-sensitive. I hope you can set those mysterious windfalls aside for now. If we're to meet with your legal team, the accountant, and myself, I'd like to propose that we gather during the next school holidays. Hogwarts closes on June 18th this year, so perhaps we could meet sometime that following week? Yours with esteem, Harry J. Potter. Dear Nev. Thanks for your letter. It's wonderful to hear from you. I loved the story about the greenhouse and the fertile soil you sent me. I hold you almost fully responsible for the entire wall of pot plants I now have in my study. The only reason I'm not holding you completely accountable is I'm ridiculously attached to my plants and have invested a lot of time in keeping them all alive. So seriously, your generosity is greatly appreciated. And don't think I haven't noticed how thoughtful you are. I'm convinced you have an incredibly keen eye, considering what you've given me over the years. I've had a lot of luck with the sunshine solution myself, especially since most of my plants never see true sunlight. I'm glad you'll find it useful. I won't say much more now because I hope to catch up with you on the train and share all the good holiday stories then. Be well, Neville, and happy Yule, Hogmanay, and New Year to you and your gran. Harry. P.S. Do you need a Gryffindor scarf, gloves, or mittens? I've received tons from strangers, safe, of course, my house elf checked, and I can't imagine ever getting through all of them. Let me know. To Cedric Diggory. Thanks for your letter, and please pass on my regards to your mum and dad too. Happy Christmas, Yule, and Hogmanay. I've been meaning to write to you anyway, but the short answer to your question is, yes, I am planning on keeping up with the Patronus Club when we get back to school. You made some nice progress last term. Are you worried about it? Or has something changed? If all else fails, I'll see you on the Quidditch pitch in March, I think. Your game against the Slytherins is around then. Do your best to thrash Draco Malfoy for me, won't you? He's getting big-headed again, claiming Slytherin will dominate Ravenclaw in their match, and the Gryffindor Hufflepuff Alliance can't let that stand. All the best. Harry. Dearest Rita. Since our little alliance has been working so well for us, I thought you might appreciate some more tidbits that could continue to develop your readership and reputation. Lucius Malfoy has mysteriously lost a house elf. No one seems to quite know how this one escaped from Lucius' mastery, which implies that Mr. Malfoy seems to be losing his touch, don't you think? I can't help but wonder how badly one must treat a house elf to lose one without even noticing. Just a thought. At least one parent of an unnamed third-year student is considering not sending their child back to Hogwarts because of the terrible threat posed by Dementors, which the ministry refuses to address. Letters home can only convey so much, but it seems the true extent of the trauma is shaking faith in the ministry's competence. There are even rumors of a petition among students to show a lack of confidence in the minister. He does seem completely ineffective. Or perhaps this is all part of some political ploy. Is the minister trying to undermine student learning at Hogwarts intentionally? Or is it merely incompetence? If that's the case, who is pushing this harmful agenda? I'm intrigued by who is involved in this power play and what kind of policies they are advocating. Recently, some historical trials have been unloosed and revealed to be riddled with corruption and incompetence. The justice system is looking quite grim at the moment, and if the administration doesn't act quickly to correct these issues, I may have to release evidence that innocent people have been imprisoned in Azkaban for years. Honestly, I don't think anyone is safe anymore. Just to emphasize my point before I sign off, the minister is about to face serious scrutiny, and his failure on at least 3 outrageous occasions is inevitable. Let's just say I know someone who is ensuring that happens, but please keep that to yourself, dear. I thought you might appreciate knowing to keep a little distance from him right now. Do let me know if I can assist you further. I look forward to this becoming a long-term alliance. Your ever faithful friend and fan. To MS. Skeeter. I've been reading your articles about safety at Hogwarts and my own small role in keeping students safe. I have strong opinions about the entire situation and thought you might find it interesting. I'd like to clarify something, Harry began. While I appreciate the minister and his office worrying about my safety, I'm not particularly concerned about Sirius Black coming after me. Last I heard, he was spotted somewhere near Ipswich, wasn't he? I really don't think he's targeting me, and I feel guilty that so many others are at risk because of what seems like a minuscule threat to me. I know of several occasions when Dementors have threatened students. There was that dreadful moment on the Hogwarts Express when they stopped the train, trying to get into the student compartments. And let's not forget the Quidditch match where at least one student nearly lost their life. This year, OWL and NEWT. Students are struggling more than they should. Apparently, several senior students have dropped out of care of magical creatures and herbology classes because they feel too close to danger. You've probably heard about students of all ages coming to my Patronus Club to learn how to protect themselves from what they see as the Ministry's protective detail. It's really emotional for me to think that my parents died for me, and now I have to deal with this when I should be safe. It genuinely angers me to know that 11-year-olds are trying to learn NEWT-level spell work just to protect themselves because they fear the Ministry might harm them. Everyone wants the Dementors gone from Hogwarts, Miss Skeeter, and no one understands why Minister Fudge insists on treating students like criminals. I hope you can find some quotable moments in this for your articles. Feel free to use my name, just please don't make me sound like a pathetic whiner. In all sincerity, Harry Potter, 3rd year Gryffindor, Seeker, and Captain of the Patronus Club. P.S. If you quote me accurately and represent me well in your articles, perhaps we could explore a more long-term cooperation. To Samaya, Happy Christmas, blessed Yule, and I hope this letter finds you well. I trust you remember me. We spent some time together in Professor Kettleburn's club last year, and you offered me some valuable advice after the incident with the Salamander Hut. I'm Harry Potter. I've noticed you around this year, but I understand that NEWT students get incredibly busy. Since I'm no longer in the club, I thought you might prefer to focus on your studies rather than talking to 3rd years like me. How are you doing? Is 7th year everything the teachers say it will be? I'd love to catch up sometime if you have a moment. Although we haven't spoken recently, I've hit a bit of a roadblock in my independent study and thought you might be able to help. In arithmancy class, I had a thought about the symbolism of numbers and how their meanings can change across different languages and cultures. Unfortunately, I haven't found much on the topic in the books I can access. I'm not sure if you're taking arithmancy or runes, those aren't necessary for healing, right? So, you may not be studying them, but I thought your background might provide you with insights I haven't encountered yet. I'm curious if you know how symbolism in spellcraft interacts with geographic location, culture, and language. I don't mean to make any assumptions, and I'm not sure how long your family has been in Britain, but have you heard any stories about how the strength or efficiency of spells changes when moving between countries? I believe your family has ties to Japan, and I imagine their approach to spellcrafting is quite different. Here, a 4-beat spell rhythm is typically used for positive spells and enchantments, things like protection and stability. I've heard that in other parts of the world, perhaps Asia, a 4-beat rhythm might be associated with curses. Do you think a migrating wizard feels their spells change in strength? Does learning new languages strengthen, weaken, or alter a wizard's spells, potions, or magic? How much does geography influence magic when it's deeply rooted in the culture of a particular land? For instance, do Japanese spells function in Britain the same way they do back home? Do you have to be Japanese to excel in them? I hope I haven't assumed a closeness that we may not have anymore. This was supposed to be a nice, short, polite letter to an old friend, and I'm afraid I've made it all awkward. I really hope to hear back from you soon. Harry Potter. Dear MS. Bassett. Thank you so much for the wonderful gift, the cookies, and your thoughtful, heartfelt letter. I'm glad to hear that Benny is doing well. He's been working incredibly hard in the Patronus Club. Despite his young age, he's remarkably focused, even without seeing immediate progress. With that attitude, he will definitely succeed in casting a Patronus sooner or later. You have every reason to be proud of his approach to learning. It was my honor to keep him safe at the Quidditch game, and a privilege to watch him and his friends learn. Honestly, you don't owe me anything. It's been a pleasure getting to know him. Wishing you Christmas blessings and a happy new year. Harry Potter. Thanks for your note, Percy. I've had a very educational holiday, thanks to some much-needed rest. You know how it is. I also managed to brew a few potions, nothing new, just what we've covered in class. I found a couple of books that explain ingredient reactions, and I thought it might help me relearn them better. Is that allowed under the underage magic laws, do you know? Or should I keep that to myself? I should mention that I technically do have supervision. I've also received some fantastic little runestones for divination. Can I ask what your opinion on divination is? You've kept up with the class despite its flaws, so you must find it worthwhile. Personally, I've been working hard to find some good supplementary texts. The Hogwarts library has quite a few, and I've stumbled upon some additional collections that suggest it's far more comprehensive than what our professor covers in class. Does anyone in your family do tea reading? I know Professor Trelawney teaches divination in what Hermione has described as an uninspired way. Honestly, she also referred to it as woolly. She might have a point. I've never actually seen anything in the leaves when I follow the professor's instructions. I've heard that tea reading is quite common, yet I can't figure out why it doesn't seem to work for me. To be honest, I think Ron has the same issue. Are we missing something? I'd also appreciate some advice on crystal balls and runes. I've never seen anything in a crystal ball either, even after following the instructions in several books I've found. Am I doing something wrong? With the runestones I received for Christmas, though, they do seem to fall into patterns that repeat. I suppose I need to understand the actual runes a bit better for that. Oddly enough, Fred and George are helping me with that, but it will take some time. What other help can you recommend? If divination is still part of the curriculum, it must be worth something. I look forward to hearing from you. Harry. P.S. I've been thinking more about what we discussed on the train home to London before Christmas. Have you considered going into law? Perhaps private practice? I have a great lawyer who has really helped me over the past few years. It might suit you, given your attention to detail and comprehension skills. It still deals with policy and legal interpretation, but it allows you to make a real difference in the lives of individual wizards, helping them and whatnot. Of course, I'm not sure what your mum might think. I didn't consider this on the train or until just now, but being a lawyer might be right up your alley. What are your thoughts? Dearest Luna. I love the yellow fuzz. Thank you for such a warm, and literally, thoughtful gift. I will keep it safe and cozy in the little wooden cup you provided. Do you think it will grow much bigger? Does it have a flowering season? A spore season? A shedding season? I'm not quite sure what to call that. Please let me know how often it needs fresh sunlight, or if bottled will do. 1 teaspoon of dry tea leaves a month seems perfectly reasonable to me, and I'll do my best to keep it humming that little happy drone. I hope you like the gift I got you. It was nothing special, I'm afraid. I looked and looked but couldn't find anything perfect, so I'll try harder next Christmas instead. To send my love to your father, won't you? I think of him often for a variety of reasons. I hope he's treating you well this holiday season and that you've been spoiled with attention. Thanks also for the advice. I'm looking forward to being back at Hogwarts and finishing the map wall tracing with you. Oh, who am I kidding? It's a map. You know it's a map. I can't wait to finish it with you. It will be good to get back to our walks. Much love and many blessings until we meet again. Yours, Harry. Dear Ron. Cheers, mate. Thanks for the broomstick oil, I'll use it with care. Please also pass on my love and appreciation to your mum for the sweater and nut brittle. The brittle didn't last long, it was delicious. Say hi to your dad for me too. I hope you have a great new year and that you've had some nice quiet time for yourself. I'll see you back at the Hogwarts Express on January 2nd. Ta. Harry. To Mr. and Mrs. Carmichael, Esme and Chester, and your very fierce purple puff skein. Happy Christmas and blessed Yule. I hope this letter finds you well. I regret to say that I've never been to Banff, although your letter and Esme's hand-drawn picture make it sound like a lovely place. Maybe one day, when I'm older, I will try to travel. I wanted to let you know that I received your letter and am humbly grateful for such kind thoughts. The Seeker knee pads were also gratefully received, although I never dreamed of receiving such generosity. I'm sure Chester would be welcome in. To Gryffindor. Happy Christmas and blessed Yule. I hope this letter finds you well. Thank you so much for your kind words, your well wishes, and of course, the lovely little crystal lion. I've named him Cyril and he'll have a special spot on my shelf in my study. I particularly enjoy the way he yawns when the room warms up. I want you to know how grateful I am for your thoughtful gesture. With love, Harry. To Abigail Coleridge. Happy Christmas and blessed Yule. I hope this letter finds you well. Thank you very much for your kind words, your well wishes, and your lovely gift. I was especially touched to learn that you knitted the mittens yourself. I've already placed them in my school trunk, and I'm sure they will be very useful at Hogwarts this winter. I wanted to let you know that I received your letter and am truly grateful for your kindness. With love, Harry. To Madam Dowager Quixley. Happy Christmas and blessed Yule. I hope this letter finds you well. Thank you very much for your kind words, your well wishes, and your generous gift. I was particularly moved when you told me you made the mittens yourself. I've already packed them in my school trunk and will definitely put them to good use at Hogwarts over the winter. I wanted to let you know that I received your letter and I am humbly grateful for your thoughtful message. With love, Harry. To Mr. Dougal Dagwood, or is it Master? Happy Christmas and blessed Yule. I hope this letter finds you well. Thank you so much for your kind words, your well wishes, and your generous gift. I was quite surprised to read your offer to recommend me for a charms mastery. As a third year, I might be a bit young for that just yet, but I truly appreciate your kindness and will keep your offer in mind. I wanted to let you know that I received your letter and I am sincerely grateful for your thoughtful words. With love, Harry. Chapter 36, Love, Hate, and Patience. After celebrating the 12 days of Christmas, Hogmanay, and the New Year, Harry Potter found himself in a familiar state of exhaustion as he scrambled onto the Hogwarts Express the following Sunday. The little snow that had fallen in London had practically vanished on the Muggle side of the platform, washed away by the persistent grey drizzle that constantly teased the city. However, on the Wizarding side, remnants of slush still lingered in the station's sheltered corners and shadows. Harry shook the chilly condensation off his boots as he boarded, ducking into the carriage a bit early to escape the light but determined rain. Once he found an empty compartment, he hoisted his luggage onto the high rack, removed his woolen hat and gloves, and settled down to read the runes book he had bought to better understand Draco's Christmas gift. A self-inking quill twirled loosely in his wand hand. Years of conditioning from both Hermiones had made him hesitant to write in the margins, but he had tucked a bunch of scrappy parchment pieces into the pages of the first 5 chapters, each filled with his slanted scrawl. He sank into the familiar seat with a small sigh, hardly glancing out the window. Wizards relate to runes differently depending on their experiences with the landscape. Ho! Harry nibbled the end of his quill thoughtfully, quickly immersing himself in his studies. So, Muggle-raised wizards might have a connection to Rado, for example, while rural wizards might resonate especially with Fehu. He frowned in concentration. At his feet, Crookshanks, Harry's most constant companion, used a clever paw to open the door of his magical traveling bag. The bag was just as intricately designed as Hedwig's had been, though it was longer than it was tall and covered in a creamy canvas that concealed its space-enhancing properties from Muggles. Nevertheless, Crookshanks was eager to get out. Crookshanks promptly jumped up onto the seat and headbutted Harry in the hip. With a sigh that reminded Harry of patient parents and weary babysitters everywhere, Crookshanks settled down on the leather seat, his warm body pressed against Harry's left thigh. Only the very tip of his tail twitched in movement. Harry absent-mindedly ran a gentle hand along the Kneasel's long spine. Over the past few days, he had quickly flipped through the chapters on making your runes and storing your runes, mainly because Draco had already sorted those 2 problems out for him. He had taken copious notes on your runes and your environment, finding the chapters on England and Scotland particularly interesting. As he scribbled another note to himself on the nearest scrap of unused parchment, he paused, contemplating, what happens to runestones when you travel? He added a few more notes to ensure he could come back, find them, and do his own research, maybe after some eye replied to his owl or after he spoke to one of his teachers for help. What was it about this curious link to geography that kept surfacing? Charms and Transfiguration, in particular, seemed to have this odd emptiness in the literature, but he noticed the same strange gap in arithmancy, potions, and now runes as well. Another small thought drifted through his mind, and it was only thanks to his newfound mental clarity from occlumency that he could grasp it. Home, he wrote carefully, making sure this intriguing thought would be legible later. Does belonging to the land, landscape, or culture make a difference compared to merely visiting? Language again. Biology? Inheritance, nature, or nurture? In the quiet of the compartment, filled only with his soft breathing, the scratching of his quill, and Crookshanks' gentle snores, Harry's eyes sparkled with interest. He was particularly eager to dive into the upcoming chapter on dreaming and runes, which seemed to offer some kind of introductory process for using them, as well as the symbols of the Aed. Harry recalled that runes had been mentioned in class as something very important, though they hadn't covered it yet. And then there were bind runes, which he was looking forward to debating with Hermione. This latest dive into research was turning out to be quite fascinating. Just then, Harry looked up. "Great Godric!" he exclaimed, a habit he seemed to have picked up from Sirius over the holidays. "When did you come in?" Cedric Diggory chuckled from across the compartment, perched on the edge of the leather seat cushion with his luggage resting by the door. "A few minutes ago. I wanted to chat, but you were so focused that I didn't want to interrupt. I hope you don't mind that I sat down?" That was typical of Hufflepuffs. Harry quickly closed his book, leaving a piece of parchment to mark his place, and shuffled Crookshanks' empty carrier away from Cedric's feet to make the space more inviting. A distracted glance out the window revealed a still, quiet station. "Please, get comfy." "You're early, aren't you?" Harry asked. "Not as early as you, I'd say. But then again, I'm getting older and sometimes my parents can be a bit much." Harry didn't really know much about that, but he remembered that Bill, Charlie, and even Percy in a different timeline had expressed similar feelings. He didn't want to pry. "I see. How was your break?" Cedric nodded cheerfully, his attractively messy hair curling over his forehead. "Not bad, actually. Some of Mum's cousins came over, I hadn't seen them for ages." they brought their little ones, so I spent a lot of time supervising broom training and rescuing our pet Niffler. He's a gorgeous little fellow, but he's getting old now and doesn't like all the fuss. Children fussing, for example, didn't go down too well. He flashed that charming, lazy grin that had captivated most of Hogwarts back when Harry had competed against him in the Triwizard Cup. I quite like the little ones, though. Good practice for the future, I reckon. Harry searched his mind, recalling that the last time they spoke, Cedric had shared his plans for the future. Oh, he said, nodding politely. Fair enough, I guess. Cedric grinned and leaned back a little more against the leather seat. I thought so, anyway. How was your break? Sweet Merlin. Harry accidentally rolled his eyes. I mean, good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good. Just, wow, you know? Oddly enough, it seemed Cedric understood, judging by the light in his eyes. Too right. Family holidays, yeah? Ooh? Harry paused, his fingers suddenly aware of the roughness of the book cover in his hands. He wondered what the wizarding world knew about his family. His mind filled with images of how normal families might gather over Christmas, Boxing Day, or New Year's, food, drinks, arguments, interruptions, singing. Definitely presents. With a mental twitch he tried to hide, Harry realized that maybe his holiday chaos wasn't so unusual after all. Oh. Harry blinked. Damn, I guess you're right. Families, you say? A small warmth began to blossom in his chest, and he felt a smile tugging at his lips without any conscious effort. Yeah, I mean, family. Ho. He might have let out a little chuckle, that spark of pleasure swelling until his arms and legs felt warm, his cheeks flushed a rosy red, and the tension in his face melted away, replaced by a warm golden glow. He didn't notice his shoulders relaxing or his spine straightening because he was too busy remembering Creature bossing the family around the house, much like Mrs. Weasley did with her kids. Dobby and Sirius, like brothers, raising a racket as they plotted their way to dominance, chaos, or some clever trickery. Their bright eyes sparkled with success like little boys, but when their plans fell apart, disappointment flooded their large, teary eyes. Crookshanks watched over the scene from a distance, remaining uninvolved, like a steadfast older brother or a distant uncle, someone who hadn't raised the kids, at any rate. Harry felt 10 pounds lighter. A pleasant tingling spread through his fingers and toes, and he suddenly became acutely aware of his own body. He felt healthy, warm, well-fed, and well-dressed right down to his toes, wearing new socks knitted by Dobby and a tie pressed by Creature. Sirius had even left his hair artfully mussed. The weight of Crookshanks resting against his knee added to his comfort. Great Godric said, "Look," Harry said, his thoughts taking a sudden turn as two timelines of memories collided. "Can I call you Cedric? Would you mind? I don't mean to be rude, but Diggory just isn't the first name that comes to mind, you know? You can call me Harry." Cedric looked pleasantly surprised. "Of course, please. No need to be formal, Harry. But you were saying?" Harry reached up to run his one hand through his hair, but this time it was for a positive reason. His hair felt oddly warm and rough against his bare skin as he rode the wave of positive energy. "Great Godric, Cedric," Harry continued. "You wouldn't believe the chaos." He wasn't sure if Cedric was genuinely interested or just a good listener as the older boy sat up and nodded encouragingly. Suddenly aware of Cedric's grey eyes fixed upon him, Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Go on?" Cedric prompted. Well, you see, in my family, there's always been me and, well, there's this one house elf who quite likes me," Harry began. "There were. Some things should stay secret, but hiding too much would be ahem. He decided to take the middle path. Takes care of me like a nanny some days, he does, and he's ruled the house for ages." "Who?" Cedric relaxed even more into his seat, looking mildly settled, as if he genuinely wanted to hear the whole story. Unusually, Harry felt his mouth run away from him, this odd realization, and its warmth, still flushed through him at the knowledge that this little band of misfits had come together to form, well, family. Yeah, Harry continued. So my house elf is totally the boss of me, let's just say that. And of course, there's Crookshanks, who has more sense than most wizards. That's how we've been for years. His fingers drifted from his thighs to gently card through Crookshank's long, ginger fur. The great Kneazle purred softly, a low rumble, then flicked an ear and nudged affectionately at the side of Harry's leg, still half asleep. As always, Harry felt blessed that Crookshanks had chosen to adopt him. He shook his head and refocused on his story. Harry's clever fingers scratched slowly at Crookshank's favorite spot, just behind his ear, and then he let his hand still. His gaze shifted back to Cedric's politely curious face. So this break, right? Harry's voice picked up speed as he settled into his story. There was this dog, you see? A real puppy, named Snuffles. All enthusiasm and barking, chasing everything, tails, fairies, pinecones, house elves. You get the idea. Cedric leaned forward in his seat, clearly entertained, eager to focus on Harry's tale. Behind the part of him telling the story, Harry couldn't help but marvel at having a polite conversation with Cedric Diggory, the Hufflepuff hero of Remember Cedric fame. So there's this elf, and... Right, so we have a Kneazle and a dog now. And then Crookshanks brings in this bird. It doesn't want to stay, probably due to some trauma, to be honest, but it also doesn't want to leave. It doesn't trust anyone. Cedric raised his eyebrows in surprise. Harry continued with an amused tone, then another house elf shows up. The dog likes the cat, but not really the bird. The bird hates the cat, obviously, but it doesn't trust the dog either. And I won't even get into the post owl, trust me, don't ask. The dog hates the elf, and that feeling is mutual, I should point out. Then this other house elf pops up dramatically and tries to, you know what. Let's call it accidental. It mostly was, anyway. But it tries to attack the dog, and suddenly everyone decides to treat the dog completely opposite to how their worst enemy feels about it. To Harry's amusement, Cedric's eyebrows shot up even higher, and a lopsided grin spread across his face. Harry wanted to encourage that reaction. Go on, Cedric urged. So the dog wavers, right? But it really hates the first house elf, so oddly enough, it ends up loving the second house elf. It's a strange twist. Harry explained, grinning wider now. He found himself using his hands to gesture, the heavy book dropping onto his lap as his fingers danced to illustrate the suddenly complex relationships. The Kneazle is really close to the first house elf, so the second house elf starts off kind of on trial. But then things get complicated when... Just then, Dobby appeared in the middle of Harry's train compartment, startling both wizards. Cedric jumped back, swearing in surprise, words Harry hadn't expected from him. Harry instinctively reached for his wand but thankfully managed to hold back any curses, remembering that Dobby was still avoiding the trace via post owl. Harry found himself in a chaotic scene, already on his way to Hogwarts. Instead of holding his wand, he was grasping at nothing in the air, pointing at the excitable Dobby. It was a shame, really, because if Harry hadn't suddenly realized his wand was missing, he might have noticed Dobby trying to step onto the ground beside Crookshank's travel carrier. Perhaps he could have caught Dobby before the little elf tripped, sending him sideways and crumpling the cheap container with his flailing limbs and surprising weight. There was a tremendous crash, and Cedric let out a string of curses, awkwardly dragging his feet up onto the chair with a clumsy squawk. Crookshanks, startled awake, hissed and sprang to Harry's defense. The sudden extension of claws ripped jagged holes in the leather beneath them before Crookshanks managed to regain his footing. For a moment, Harry stood frozen, his mouth agape as all this commotion unfolded in a single breath. Harry Potter is needing his sandwiches, Dobby's cheerful voice chimed in from just below Harry's left knee, where he lay half inside the crumpled Kneazle carrier. One hand remained stretched above the chaotic mess on the floor, desperately protecting the carefully wrapped sandwiches, which were now presumably only slightly squashed. With his legs still curled protectively on the seat and his arm raised to deflect whatever might come next, Cedric paused to assess the situation and then snorted in amusement. Harry, abandoning thoughts of his missing wand, reached out carefully to relieve Dobby of his burden, allowing the little elf to help himself up. Thanks, Dobby," Harry muttered, unsure of how to handle the unfolding chaos. "Are you all right?" Cedric's bright gaze caught Harry's attention, his eyebrows raised in entertained amusement. Harry felt his face flush red but pressed on. "Look, Dobby, Whatever he intended to say next was abruptly interrupted by another extraordinarily loud noise. With a loud crack, Creature suddenly appeared, his face twisted in a furious scowl. He bent down, reaching for Dobby by his most prominent ear. "The young master needs to be with other wizards now," he snapped in his croaky voice. "Good house elves belong at home." In front of Harry's outstretched hands, the entire chaotic scene, Dobby, Creature, the sandwiches, and the travel case, vanished in an instant with a pop, leaving the compartment eerily quiet and spacious. "Dear gods," Cedric managed to say as Crookshanks eyed the empty space suspiciously, then slowly closed his eyes and lay back down with determination. "I think I see what you..." Suddenly, Dobby reappeared with a startling snap, standing upright and still clutching the sandwiches in his eager hands. Harry noticed bruises lining one of Dobby's arms, as if someone had tried to grab him, along with a bright red graze just to the left of his chin. "Dobby is bringing..." The air crackled angrily. Creature was back, his toga askew and a trickle of blood running just above one eye. "The good young master does not need naughty house elves." He lunged at Dobby, who was trying to dart toward Harry, but Creature collided with him, sending them both crashing to the floor. They vanished from the compartment again just before Dobby hit the ground. Harry and Cedric accidentally locked eyes, then quickly looked away, still processing the chaos. "Merlin, Potter." Just then, both pops echoed almost simultaneously. Dobby launched himself toward Harry, sandwiches squashed in his arms, and grunted heavily as Creature landed directly on top of him, the sudden force sending them both downward. Dobby's cravat was gone, and he was missing one sock. To Harry's horror, he noticed Dobby was also bleeding from a bite mark. Creature stood there, still draped in his toga, much to Harry's relief. Thank Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve for that. But even Cedric, with his kind Hufflepuff nature, wouldn't have described Creature as properly dressed. Crookshanks sat up, visibly disapproving. "Oi, Cedric, watch out! Mind your manners!" Creature barked at Dobby, causing both Harry and Cedric to flinch at the familiar tone. Crookshanks rose, yowling, his fur bristled and hissing with evident displeasure. "Dobby is nay." In a chaotic flash, the house elves vanished again, leaving Cedric huddled back in his seat, scrunched up in the corner. Harry remained frozen, one arm still outstretched, unsure of what would happen next. The only sounds in the compartment were their rapid breathing and the unsettling hiss of Crookshanks, whose claws dug deeper into the leather seats. Slowly, they began to relax. But it was too soon. A loud crack shattered the tension, and Dobby appeared once more, this time on all fours. His left leg was somehow trapped inside Crookshanks' travel case, which had materialized with him, crashing to the floor in a cacophony of tinkling sounds and tearing fabric. Dobby thrust a bundle of sandwiches towards Harry's face, managing to smack it against Harry's knee. The poor little parcel was no longer neatly wrapped or sandwich-like, but Harry gamely grabbed it and leaned back just in time to avoid Creature's undignified entrance. As Creature strode forward, darkly dignified and fiercely intimidating, Harry and Cedric found themselves learning far more about house elf anatomy than they ever wanted to know. Creature, unfortunately, was completely unclothed. As he moved forward, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically. With each step, the temperature rose, leaving the air warm against Harry's skin, while the sharp scent of ozone filled his nostrils. Cedric may or may not have squeaked in surprise. Without acknowledging either Harry or Cedric, the fully naked Creature took one final step, his wrinkly form on full display, and pointed a knobbly finger at the house elf sprawled on the floor. In an instant, the two house elves vanished with a crack, accompanied by an oddly blue light. The broken travel case disappeared with them, and they remained gone. Cedric swallowed audibly, and a heavy silence settled over the room. For a full 60 seconds, Harry and Cedric sat in stillness before they began to gather themselves. Harry sat up stiffly, reaching for his book, only to discover the oddly shaped sandwiches in his hand. Still trying to process everything, he placed them on the seat beside him. Cedric straightened as well, stretching his legs and repositioning himself comfortably in his seat, no longer huddled defensively in the corner. Crookshanks, looking deeply distrustful, gradually calmed down, his fur settling, hissing fading away, and his claws retracting to Harry's immediate relief. The Kneazle abandoned his spot beside Harry's thigh and carefully stepped onto his lap, circling 3 times before settling down to try and sleep. Cedric slowly pulled out his wand, unsure of where to point it. Just then, Harry noticed the distant sound of chatter coming from platform 9 3/4, breaking the awkward silence. So, Harry began, his voice cracking slightly in the quiet. "Yeah. My winter break." Cedric nodded silently, his mouth open but no words came. Instead, he just kept nodding his head. Harry shook his head in disbelief and confusion. "Your life, Harry?" Cedric began. Harry shrugged slightly, his right shoulder twitching. "I mean, your house elves." Cedric tried again, but once more, words failed him. Harry took a moment to look out the window, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. Oh look, those robes could only belong to one of Malfoy's most loyal companions. Was that the back of Vincent Crabbe's head? And there was Alicia Spinnet, chatting with someone. "You've obviously had quite the break," Cedric finally managed, still staring blankly at Harry and the empty space between them, struggling to move on. "It's quite rare to have 2 house elves, did you know that, Harry?" Harry was still processing everything. "Oh, is that, so? 2 males, by the looks of things. And one of them's new, you say? Are they having issues of dominance?" A small whining noise escaped from Harry before he realized it was coming from him. He tugged at the wrinkles in his robe sleeves with slightly trembling hands and shook his head vigorously. "Oh no. No, no, definitely not. Oh stars, I hope not. Oh, Merlin." He rested his hands on Crookshanks, finding comfort in the warmth. He could handle fights against his enemies just fine. He had never dealt with anything like this between friends, Ron and Hermione notwithstanding. Cedric, is that likely, do you think?" Cedric paused, allowing Harry to jump into the conversation just before he heard anything he wasn't quite ready for. No. Surely not. That doesn't seem right at all. Dobby's only been with us for a week. I'm sure it's just settling down issues." A thought struck him. I suppose I need to figure out a way to stop him from shutting his ears in the over door or something. He swore under his breath, then. Harry exhaled loudly, slowly, and deeply, forcing all the tension from his body and desperately trying to recollect the calmness in his mind. Cedric noticed Harry's frazzled expression and, to Harry's surprise, twitched his lips and eyebrows in a hilariously exaggerated way, before covering his mouth with his one hand and snorting. Collapsing helplessly against the high back of his seat, Cedric snorted again, then hiccuped as Harry watched him blankly. The Hufflepuff gradually descended into muffled hysterics, leaving Harry feeling off balance and staring at him in confusion. Sorry," Cedric managed to say before being overtaken by more muffled splutters. "I mean, fut. Stars, your face." Harry blinked, still trying to process the situation. "And you just sat there and, took the sandwiches," Cedric continued, his shoulders still shaking. "I can't. I mean, you just ngh. Gods." Harry raised an eyebrow in bemusement as he watched Cedric work through the tension in his system, his laughter growing less muffled and more infectious. Cedric tilted to the left, lying on the long seat, tears streaming down his face. "And your cat looked so disgusted, and, I never thought I'd see a naked house elf but." At that point, Cedric gave up on words entirely, letting the laughter spill out of him, shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Harry could see the humor in it too, but he held still, respecting the razor-sharp claws of Crookshanks, who had settled onto his lap in a peaceful sleep. He allowed himself a sympathetic shoulder shake or two before Crookshanks grew impatient and worked his paws into Harry's lap. As Harry sobered, he patiently waited for Cedric to recover. A few minutes later, as the platform outside began to fill with more bodies and sounds, Cedric finally wiped the tears from his eyes and pushed himself upright. "I had a reason for visiting, you know," Cedric said, his hair now a mess, sticking out in every direction. "I wanted to bring something up with you." "Oh, yeah?" Harry replied, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Cedric chuckled again, a final tear of laughter escaping from his eyes. Merlin only knows what it could be now. Harry raised an eyebrow, unsure of what to expect. "Gods, Harry," Cedric finally managed, regaining a bit of composure. "When you mentioned having a chaotic winter break, I didn't quite think." At that moment, Creature popped back into existence in the compartment with a loud crack, fully dressed and with ears that drooped like a spaniel's. Cedric jumped, his wand slipping from his lap and clattering loudly to the floor. 4 pairs of eyes watched it tumble in expectant silence before everything froze. Harry couldn't help but stifle a laugh as 4 shoulders sighed in relief. Fortunately, Creature had only returned to offer an embarrassingly sincere apology. Seizing the moment, Harry told him what Dobby's punishment should be, and what it shouldn't be, along with Creature's consequences. "No hurting yourselves, either of you," Harry insisted. "Or I'll revoke your rights to polish the silver for the year. Creature, your consequence is to let Dobby take care of cleaning Padfoot's bedroom and clothing from now on. Dobby is punished by never interfering with your kitchen or cooking again." "Fair." Creature growled his acceptance. "Now go back and get some of that bruise balm I made earlier, and take care of your injuries and bruises. Dobby too. Look after yourselves, to maintain my reputation, all right?" Creature nodded stiffly. "All right, off you go now." Once Creature had disappeared in a more settled and contrite manner, Cedric took advantage of the lull to scramble to his feet and step out the door. "You look after yourself," he said. "All right, kid?" the older boy insisted. "Stars. Look, Gods, I need to meet up with my friends now, and I think you need some time to yourself, yeah?" He swore again, surprising Harry less this time after everything they'd been through. "If whatever I wanted to talk about comes back to me, I'll visit you later and catch up then." Harry waved the boy off. By the time he had fought away the trembles in his fingers and rediscovered his focus on the book, he had forgotten that this was supposed to be a reunion with his best friends on the Hogwarts Express, like some kind of tradition. Fortunately, it was Neville who found Harry first, interrupting his studies without startling him with a loud voice or overly rambunctious energy. Soon after, Luna ducked in cheerfully, and they enjoyed a perfectly warm and peaceful conversation until the Express started up its engines. The hissing whistle of steam and the shuddering of the carriages hinted that it was almost time to depart. "Potter!" a voice called from the door as it rolled open. A 7th-year Hufflepuff popped her head around the door frame, metallic gold stripes draping through her fringe-like tassels. "Harry, kid! How are you doing? Tsubaki? Good to see you. Call me Samaya. Thanks for owling me." She swept into the compartment, gracefully avoiding Neville and Luna despite their extended legs and her own exuberance, and smothered Harry in a friendly hug that was entirely unexpected. "You've grown a bit, short stuff. How have you been? You got my letter then?" Harry asked, relieved that she didn't seem awkward about it, which had been a genuine concern. "Yeah, I'm good," Harry grinned up at her. "You? Hey. Little Lovegoods here too." "Good to see you, lovely," Samaya exclaimed, giving Luna a hug as well, along with a welcoming kiss on the cheek that Luna accepted in startled surprise. Then Samaya turned back to Harry. "Busy as a pixie and twice as stressed. What the teachers don't tell you. About 7th year, all the stress comes from homework. But my holiday was great. Do you have time for a chat?" Harry glanced around the room. Luna and Neville would be fine with the interruption, but Hermione would arrive any minute, and that would come with its own distractions. Plus, he didn't have his notes handy, and he wanted to make sure he was prepared for a good conversation. "Maybe this evening?" "I have a list," he suggested. The seventh-year Hufflepuff ruffled his hair without a care for personal space and turned to head back to the door. Always intense, aren't you, Potter? This evening would work for me. Meet you in the entrance hall after dinner. Sure, Harry replied. It's a date. She grinned and then shot a smile in Neville's direction. Longbottom, right? I've heard Professor Sprout say great things about you. She thinks you're the next coming of Merlin himself. Neville almost dropped his wand. Hey. I'll tell her you said hi, shall I? So long, Potter, and your little friends. Catch you later. With that, she strode off as suddenly as she had come. Neville was still staring blankly at the door where she had just been. Who? Harry was in the middle of explaining to Neville how he had met the girl and why she knew Luna. The three of them were also discussing Professor Sprout's high opinion of Neville, which was clear to both Harry and Luna when Hermione arrived at the door, luggage in one hand and her owl in the other. The greetings started all over again until Ron burst into the compartment, panting just as the steam began hissing louder and parents started calling their goodbyes from the platform. Blimey, Ron puffed, dropping gracelessly into a seat next to Neville, almost squashing Trevor, who had been beside him. That was a close one. It was Ginny's fault, of course. She forgot her charms homework or some nonsense. Who does that? He dropped his trunk with a clatter. Nev. Great to see you again, mate. Harry. You're looking pale, are you all right? Have you been? Are you sleeping enough? He nodded distractedly at the two girls sitting across from him. Hermione. Luna. It felt strange for Harry to be here after Christmas, having just visited family. Leaving Hogwarts for the break like a typical student. Exchanging greetings with friends and acquaintances on the train, experiencing what he thought of as a traditional Hogwarts moment. He had always assumed that orphans and chosen ones didn't get to enjoy experiences like this. But he relished the warmth and the lively chatter around him as everyone shared stories and discussed the holiday homework they had completed, or, in Ron's case, hadn't completed. Help me, Neville! Ron cursed, grabbing a quill and parchment from the trunk still resting against his shin. McGonagall will skin me alive if I don't write at least 8 inches before she sees me next. What was the topic? Hermione interrupted, reminding him, Professor McGonagall, Ron. Harry tried to calm the frantic redhead, pointing out that there were definitely no transfiguration classes today. It's still Sunday, he said softly, careful not to disturb the still grumpy Kneazle curled up on his lap. But Ron was determined to panic. She'll see me, and she'll look me in the eyes, and she'll know. He insisted, and Harry couldn't quite argue with that logic. Transfiguration theory kept them busy for a while, followed by a debate about how much help Ron should get with his homework. Harry enjoyed this Hogwarts experience for hours. The express wound its way through England and across the Scottish lowlands. He made excuses to visit Draco further down the train and stopped to chat with Percy. Then Benny, the bouncy little first year, caught him and dragged him into his compartment for a game of gobstones. It was a wonderful day, all the way until sundown, when the express hissed to a stop at Hogsmeade Station. The students clambered through the snow into the icy Thestral carriages and then stepped into the warmth of Hogwarts. The warm glow of the Great Hall enveloped Harry as he took in the familiar sights and sounds. The welcome speech was brief, and the food was delicious. He was mostly looking forward to his upcoming chat with Samire about geographic magic theory. But then, from his place at the head table, Severus Snape shot him a sharp, glowering stare. A jolt of pain stabbed through Harry's head. Legilimency. Instinctively, he closed his eyes, desperately trying to find that calm headspace where he could access the mind web and manipulate it. But the tranquility felt too slow in the face of Snape's sudden attack. He sensed the web twitch and shudder, like a spider web ensnaring an intruder. Could he move it? Shift it away from Snape's grasp? Perhaps even cut a few strands so that the first thought led nowhere? Harry had never used occlumency as a defense, despite his original intentions. But as the pain surged through his mind and his eyelids began to close, he felt Snape's intrusion, a burning, stabbing path from his eyes to his mind. In that moment, a new plan began to form in Harry's mind. Oh, so that was how to access his mind web while remaining conscious. This was how he could reach into the construct within him while still engaging with the world around him. He could defend his mind while pretending to be normal, projecting an unknowing facade that would allow his enemies to underestimate him. With determination, Harry blinked away the attack, shifting his gaze to his plate of potatoes to subtly break Snape's hold. Relief and excitement coursed through him as he embraced this revelation. For once, he felt grateful to Snape. He now had the next step in his plans. Chapter 37, Earnestness and Ignorance. Harry sank into the comfortably squishy red armchair with a deep sigh. He had truly enjoyed the welcome feast. It was loud and raucous, filled with chatter and Christmas gossip, just like the first meal back after the holidays always was. Hogwarts at Christmas time felt so familiar it almost hurt. The holidays over, Harry. Back on the Hippogriff, he thought to himself. He had plans. Sitting at the long Gryffindor table, Harry found it mildly nostalgic to listen to Seamus's sarcastic stories about his holiday, something involving Muggle fireworks, piping, and a potato, from what Harry could gather. Dean chimed in with his amusing tales about his younger siblings and their various reactions to his homecoming, while Ron lamented the Cannon's latest loss. Hermione, ever the organizer, managed to steer Parvati into a discussion about their Transfiguration homework. Harry dug into the minted peas and glazed ham, amused as he watched Hermione confront Parvati with her forked asparagus, while chaos swirled around him. Down the table, Percy seemed worried about Ginny for some reason. Colin had a small group of eager listeners as he spoke about something Muggle, no doubt, while the Weasley twins focused darkly on their own meals, muttering to each other suspiciously and, to Harry's mild concern, casting furtive glances in his direction. He suspected they were plotting to deliver their potions and finalize their deal. At least, he hoped so. He needed those memory potions for his rune studies and was eager to start learning about Animaga's transformation as soon as possible. A little headache potion and improved focus seemed like wise investments. They had already promised him those potions, Harry reassured himself, tightening his grip on his fork as he energetically scooped up some mashed potatoes and gravy. He was counting on them. As the evening progressed, dinner plates were replaced by bowls of. As Harry savored the custard and bread and butter pudding, he felt the world gently fade away. Time seemed to blend together. He caught fleeting moments of clarity, distinctly hearing Hermione snorting at Ginny with a mix of mild amusement and disapproval. Yet there were also stretches of time where sounds slipped by, leaving him untouched. He mused to himself about how busy the Christmas season had been and wondered if other students returned from the holidays feeling this exhausted. His thoughts snapped back into focus when McGonagall tapped him sternly on the shoulder, guiding him and Hermione out of the hall. He felt a wave of physical relief as the slender gold chain slipped over his head, and he exhaled with satisfaction as the time turner settled back into place on his chest. 10 minutes later, McGonagall released them from her office, offering thin-lipped reminders about appropriate conduct along with hints of pride in their achievements so far. Without hesitation, he dashed to the great hall where Sumaya Tsubaki awaited him. He quickly pulled out his parchment of planned questions and quill from his moleskin pouch. She had been wonderfully accommodating despite his clumsy curiosity, even when he realized that his poorly phrased questions might have come across as unwelcoming or ignorant about migrants. Of course, he meant no offense, but he felt a rush of embarrassment when he blurted out, "But don't people from other countries find their magic weaker when they arrive in Britain?" To his relief, she simply laughed good-naturedly and explained that, apparently, they didn't, alleviating the sudden wave of self-doubt he had felt. It turned out that geomancy, or whatever it was he was researching, was far more complex than simple spell work. Harry was also incredibly grateful for the contact details of Sumaya's father, the original migrant who had come to England as a young wizard in his 30s. Sumaya had written down his owl address and encouraged Harry to reach out with all his questions about geography, culture, and magic that she herself couldn't answer. Harry couldn't find the words. "He's a bit awkward in his phrasing," Sumaya had said. "You might have to encourage him to express himself, so to speak. He doesn't talk much, he's a very reserved man, my dad." but he's incredibly kind, very gracious, and more than happy to help. Just introduce yourself politely, and he'll answer all your questions in as few words as possible. It's nothing personal, that's just how he is. Then he'll refer you to any experts he knows. Harry found himself wondering if Samaya had learned to speak so much to fill in her father's silence, or if the two were completely unrelated. He recalled his successes and gently patted the moleskin pouch around his neck, which held all his newfound knowledge. No matter how awkward the conversation had been, he'd managed to write pages of notes and learn far more than he'd anticipated. Of course, the information had mostly pertained to Sumaya's family, and all he'd truly gained was a myriad of new questions. Still, the conversation had been a resounding success. A warm glow of satisfaction filled his chest as he leaned back into the softness of the armchair and rubbed his temples. He had made progress, good progress. It felt nice. But even nicer was being back in the Gryffindor common room. The fireplace blazed brightly, filling the space with a cozy warmth. Armchairs and couches of various sizes and shades of red were scattered around the room, occupied by a handful of students. Some, like the chairs closest to the fire, were half filled with students lost in novels, while couples curled up together like contented cats. Other seats, particularly the upright chairs by the study tables, were mostly empty. Even the prefects didn't seem inclined to study on this first night back. As Harry settled into his cushioned seat with a soft sigh of relaxation, he noticed that the common room was unusually quiet. The familiar pop and crackle of flames danced to his left, creating a comforting backdrop to the peaceful atmosphere. The quiet murmur of distant conversations drifted through the room, but the chatter was much softer than usual. Even the older students seemed to feel that a long day on the express had taken its toll. Perhaps it was the fleeting pangs of homesickness, a reminder of the contrast between the comforts of home and the routines of school. Either way, this wasn't the typical atmosphere Harry associated with the common room in the evenings. He raised his eyebrows and scanned the room for familiar faces. From his cozy spot, the group gathered by the fire was bathed in a warm, golden glow, making it easy for Harry to recognize them. Among those he could see, these students were friendly enough and on speaking terms with him, though their lives barely intersected. They were cheerful kids, older than him by a year or two. He noted that at least a couple of them were known to indulge in contraband fire whiskey during Quidditch parties. One boy even seemed to be a member of Flitwick's choir. Despite their quietness, the group appeared to be enjoying each other's company. Harry realized the younger students were likely still exploring the castle. Lavender, Parvati, and their friends were probably catching up with Padma and others, spending time with their non-Gryffindor acquaintances. The first and second years were still young enough to relish the late-night socializing that castle life offered, free from parental supervision, and would likely come trooping in through the portrait hole just before curfew. Hermione, Ron, and Neville were probably up in their dorm rooms, unpacking their belongings and recovering their beds with whatever bedding was used to make the furniture feel like home. In fact, Harry thought that was likely where most of the older students were, getting comfortable enough to dive back into their routines tomorrow, maybe even calling it an early night. A sullen twinge of nerves crept in as Harry considered whether he, too, was supposed to engage in the customary traditions of settling back in after the Christmas holiday. He had never really needed to think about it before. But with his magnificent trunk, filled with enchantments, there wasn't much to unpack. He would need to figure out a way to settle in, just like everyone else. Harry contemplated sneaking around the castle tomorrow. With Sirius no longer in the room of requirement and all the convenient shortcut passages no longer set up for his time turning, it would be a bit of a challenge. But that was a problem to think about later, it wasn't something he needed to sort out before bed. The comfortable crackle of the fire against the wood logs helped Harry relax, and he felt his head gently resting against the cushioned back of the chair. Maybe he should consider going to bed? His eyelids felt heavy, but in a surprisingly pleasant way. Just then, a sharp shadow fell over him, and he looked up to see the friendly, albeit tired, face of Percy Weasley. Percy quickly apologized for blocking the light. No problem, Harry replied, waving him into the seat next to him. Percy's face showed signs of exhaustion and stress, and Harry couldn't help but worry about him. Have a seat, go on. Sit down, Percy. Was your break, okay? Actually, are you all right? Percy had promised Harry a good conversation about divination, but from the look on his face, tonight might not be the night. Well enough, Percy said as he settled himself somewhat awkwardly into the armchair. The spring squeaked under his weight as he tilted his head back against the chair, his eyes closing in fatigue. I had a rewarding conversation with my father shortly after the trip home, Percy began. I had an even more rewarding conversation with him after you owled me over Christmas. I've never really considered law as a career before. It never seemed very wizardly, if you don't mind me saying so. Harry raised an eyebrow politely, realizing that his thirst for research wouldn't be satisfied tonight. Apparently, Percy wanted to chat about something other than divination. Harry took a moment to assess the older boy's exhausted form and pursed his lips in silence. With his eyes still closed, Percy continued, "Of course, we have. I've already mentioned how some of my previous assumptions were questionable, so I took some time to research your idea, Harry. Thank you for being so open and interested in what are really just my own little life dramas, nothing spectacular, but you've been very helpful to me." He fixed Harry with a grateful, if tired, gaze and offered a weary smile. Harry chuckled softly. "Hey, we're friends. And plans for after Hogwarts are important." Well, yes and no. Some people worry that non-ministry careers are second best, at best. Percy twitched his fingers restlessly for a moment. Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. "I get the impression that planning for non-ministry careers can be tough when certain people in your household have very specific expectations for your future." He winced. "Sorry, was that rude?" "Not really," Percy replied. "Mum is wonderful, truly, but I've finally realized why Bill and Charlie prefer not to visit home often." Harry bit his lip sympathetically. "That bad, who?" Percy adjusted his weight, making the chair squeak again. He tucked one leg under the other thigh, looking surprisingly young in that moment. The light from the fireplace cast soft shadows across his face. When Percy sighed this time, his temple rested against the high back of the chair, and he looked oddly innocent as he met Harry's gaze from beneath his eyelashes. Harry found himself wondering when he had become the go-to therapist for the third oldest Weasley. He sat up a little straighter, shifting his hands to his lap and absent-mindedly picking at one of his fingers. "Did you know my parents have really struggled with poverty throughout my life?" Percy asked suddenly. "I mean, none of us really like to talk about how poor we are. Ron might not even have mentioned how tight money gets for us, an hour. Parents are unbelievably skilled at making money stretch, growing vegetables, raising animals, crafting their own potions, mending clothes, and so on. But did Ron ever mention? It was really only after Bill got his first job that we could afford what we have now. Then Charlie left home a few months later, and things got easier again." For a moment, Harry understood the words but struggled to grasp the full meaning. Then, like sand trickling down from a ceiling, the realization dawned on him: the Weasleys weren't just poor, they were destitute. A familiar flush of embarrassment crept up his neck and heated his ears as he realized he had overlooked such a glaring detail in the lives of some of his dearest friends. A headache surged without warning, and Harry wondered what other obvious truths he had missed. Did you?" he started, unsure of what he could or couldn't ask. Percy shrugged, then shifted his lanky body to poke curiously at a small hole in one of his sleeve cuffs. The rustling of fabric sounded surprisingly clear to Harry. "For that first year, Bill sent a whole bunch of money home to help Mum and Dad make ends meet. Charlie left shortly after and tried to do the same, but his income was not quite comparable. It took a year for Mum and Dad to stand their ground. They said they refused to take charity from their kids. Bill and Charlie were paying their own way and needed to save for themselves. Dad got a pay rise around that time, and they could start paying off a few lines of credit, some things they had borrowed from friends. Dumbledore, I think, had loaned them some things, for example. At least they knew better than to borrow from the goblins." The headache intensified as Harry began to realize how he had failed Ron, his best mate. Ginny, his girlfriend. All of last timeline. had Hermione realized. And he had been. Harry felt a surge of frustration that Ron and Hermione hadn't understood the situation with the Dursleys. A familiar cold knot formed in his stomach, and he suddenly wished he had eaten less at dinner. Percy had paused to think, and Harry leaned forward, eager to engage. He realized he should have been more aware of his friend's struggles. It bothered him that he had let them down. He was determined to learn more about their situation and make it right. As embarrassing as it was, he found himself genuinely interested in the conversation, but he quickly pulled his thoughts back to Percy, who seemed to be deep in thought. Percy finally spoke. Basically, Mum is particularly worried about stability, a stable income, a safe job, that kind of thing. She really wanted Bill to get a mastery and go into research, maybe even work for the Department of Mysteries one day. There was a runes master interested in him for an apprenticeship, but he had to go into curse breaking through Gringotts instead because the family couldn't afford the fees for an independent master. Now, Bill is obligated to work for them for several years, he won't say how long, or he has to pay back the costs of his training. Goblins are not the most generous of contract holders. Harry raised his eyebrows politely, encouraging Percy to continue while trying to shake off the lingering guilt in his stomach. Percy still hadn't reached the main point, and Harry had nothing to add, but he was determined to be a good friend now that he understood. Go on, Harry prompted. Things got worse when, were you aware that Charlie dropped out of Hogwarts after his OWLS? I'm not sure if anyone has mentioned that to you. He said he'd prefer to jump straight into his dream job and work with dragons instead of continuing his studies. Percy fidgeted, picking at a loose cuff and focusing intently on it, not even glancing in Harry's direction. Mum has always worried that he made that choice because he knew they wouldn't be able to afford to send Fred and George to Hogwarts if he did. Harry sat up straight, feeling a wave of guilt wash over him like a cold tide. He should have noticed. What do you say to someone who confesses that their family can barely afford education? His shoulders tensed as the weight of guilt settled in. He leaned forward in his chair, struggling to find the words, then slowly leaned back and spoke softly. I don't know what to say, Percy. I had no idea. Our damn pride, Percy huffed. You weren't supposed to know. No one is supposed to realize. But that brings me back to, well, this is probably why Mum has always pushed us to get jobs at the ministry. You start off on really low pay, but the work is steady, and if you're invested enough, you can work your way up. By the time you're promoted to a mid-level bureaucrat, you're earning decent money. Plus, it's nearly impossible to get fired from the ministry. There are all sorts of incompetents just hanging around, but they just get shuffled into less glamorous departments and still get paid the same. Harry scowled, fighting the realization of how bad a friend he had been. That doesn't seem right. Well, it is unfair, of course, Percy shrugged. But that's just how it is. Mum is absolutely desperate for us, her kids, to avoid what she and Dad went through. Harry bit his lip, noticing the tips of his fingers shaking. His stomach felt cold and heavy, he had definitely eaten too much. Things were spiraling out of control again. He had slipped up. How could he defeat Voldemort if the Weasleys were too complicated for him to understand? A distant roaring filled his ears as Percy continued. They were newlyweds at the beginning of the last war, you know. Dad had a job in a shop just off Diagon Alley. It wasn't a good time to be selling Muggle stationery and games. Money was tight for us kids anyway, Percy began. Then the shop burned down, and the business went bust. Dad struggled to find a job for a year or two because he was that Weasley. You see, all the businesses knew it wasn't a good look to hire a Muggle lover during the war. It was only after you showed up and, when you know who was defeated that the ministry expanded again. They even created the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office, which is how Dad got hired where he is today. Ooh, Harry responded, still unsure why Percy had approached him to share all this family history. However, as Percy's early life unfolded, Harry felt a pang of empathy. He wanted to press his fists to his eyes to stop the burning sensation, but he didn't want to interrupt Percy's story. Instead, he swallowed hard. Mum's been desperate for us kids to pursue more conventional careers to avoid the same problems if anything goes wrong politically, Percy continued, returning to his main point. She wants us all to find something safe and necessary, preferably away from the front lines if war breaks out again. She'd love for me to go into flu regulation, or the Wizengamot Administration Services, or the Department of Magical Games and Sports. You know how it is. He shrugged again. No one sends hate mail to those employees or tries to blow up their offices. Harry nodded, recognizing the truth in that. I think Mum will go absolutely spare when I tell her I want to go independent, Percy admitted, straightening up a bit and pursing his fingers before his lips. The flickering firelight danced across his face, giving his hair a warmer glow than usual. After everything Dad went through, she just can't see independence as safe at all. But I think you have a point, Harry. I believe I would do very well in an office of law. If I want to become a lawyer, though, there will be fees for the training, and I'm unsure how I could afford that, even if I can. Convince Bill and Charlie to help me out. You don't understand, Harry. Percy's voice cracked. I can't break my mother's heart. She can't see me jump into uncertainty like Bill and Charlie. It would kill them to watch me start something and fail because we lack the money or can't provide the full fees. Yet if I fail, I'll be stuck on a low wage as some kind of clerk forever. There was a long pause as Percy suddenly buried his face in his hands. Harry stared at the older boy in silence, listening to the soft murmur of distant student chatter, the pop and crackle of the fire, and the heavy breathing of Percy as he fought back his emotions. Harry licked his lips and remained silent for a long while. A loud laugh erupted from near the stairs to the boys' dormitory, causing both Harry and Percy to flinch. Harry noticed Percy's ear flush pink as he took a deep breath to steady himself. Slowly, Percy stirred. Merlin. Sorry to unload all of this on you, Harry. You didn't sign up for any emotional confessions or outrageous outbursts today. The flush deepened on his face, a splotchy pink that only the Weasleys seemed capable of. Please don't worry about what I just said. Could you keep this to yourself? I mean, I am head boy, after all. I need to maintain my dignity. Hang on, Harry interrupted, reaching out to grab Percy's robe before he could bolt up the stairs. Harry noticed the longing look in Percy's eyes as he glanced at his escape route. Let me think about this for a minute or two. No, really. I couldn't possibly intrude. I don't want to take advantage of your kindness, Harry. Please, just pretend this conversation never happened. I'm ashamed of my lack of self-control. You really don't need to. Hold up, Harry said. Harry spoke, continuing to share his thoughts despite Percy's protests until the redhead fell silent. You've got a couple of different issues here, and if you separate them, you might find your situation less complex than you thought. Now, Harry, I could not possibly. First, your mother wants stability. If you plan it well, all you need is a solid argument and some decent logic to address that concern. We can set it aside for now. Harry noticed Percy's urgency begin to fade, so he quickly grabbed some parchment and a quill. Secondly, you're worried about the costs of your training. Do you have any details on that? What kind of expenses are we talking about? He jotted down a few bullet points, ignoring Percy's half-hearted muttering. And thirdly, what kind of job are you interested in? Muggles have family law, litigation, inheritance, wills. I'm not even sure. Is there a law office you're particularly drawn to? Do they have any vacancies? Can you work and study at the same time, or do you need to study independently before looking for a job? Do all businesses offer the same training options? Percy began, rubbing his hands over his face. I got a little overwhelmed before I could dig deeper into my research. Do you really think this is doable, Harry? His voice sounded so young, a reminder that he was only 17, maybe 18. Harry couldn't quite remember, but still just a kid. Harry nodded. In the worst-case scenario, Percy, you could also consider getting a private loan from a friend and pay it back later. I'd be happy to help if you can't think of anyone else. But I genuinely believe you can work around this. Don't panic. Had you spoken to McGonagall yet? Let's plan your first steps. An hour later, Harry finally made his way to bed. Percy had run off with their list of things to research, looking a bit more positive, which made Harry feel mildly capable, at least. He walked calmly back into his own room. In the dormitory, Harry suddenly threw himself onto the bed and, with a silent flick of his wand, drew the curtains shut. He could finally let his emotions spill out now that Percy wasn't the focus. What else had he missed? What other painful truths lay hidden? He jerked upright and punched the pillow violently. Something crinkled, but he ignored it, muttering softly at the pillow before striking it again, and then once more. Damn Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve, he growled. And the hippogriff they rode in on, too. At least he didn't have the colorful spots dancing in front of his eyes yet. There was one small relief, that the stabbing headaches he had become all too familiar with last term were back with a vengeance. So were the trembling fingers, the heavy rock in his stomach, and the constant gnawing sense of impending failure. Control was slipping away from him, especially if he couldn't even understand the Weasleys. He blinked back hot tears that threatened to spill over, then noticed he had been nibbling on his lower lip. It hurt. Bollocks. A swirl of emotions crashed over him: failure, guilt, rage, self-hatred, and a flicker of determination. It churned in his stomach, and his headache throbbed even harder. For a moment, he allowed himself to indulge in his failure, lying still as time passed. When Crookshanks meowed from outside the curtains, Harry fought back his self-pity, twitched the curtains open, and rolled over to lie on his back. A scrap of thick, rough parchment caught his eye, and he picked it up with a resigned sigh. What now? But it was from Fred and George, confirming they would provide him with the potions he needed and listing which ones they already had in stock. They had set a time to meet with him. They would talk tomorrow. An exasperated huff escaped Harry's lips. The twins were great, of course, despite their odd distrust of him. Apparently, they had moved past that now. Apparently, he could get his potions after all. At least that was one thing going right. He fought to keep his temper in check. He could handle this. Everything was still under control. He would be fine. Chapter 38: Popularity, Plans, and Predicaments. After the chaos of the Christmas holidays, Harry enjoyed settling back into a normal school routine without any fanfare. Even the exhaustion felt structured as the effects of the Time Turner began to take their toll on his body once more. Nevertheless, he handed in his holiday homework, earning pleased and proud nods from some teachers and a disgusted scowl from Snape, who docked him 5 house points for crumpled parchment. Harry hadn't expected anything different from him, so he let the cynicism wash over him like water while focusing on his other concerns. Now that the twins had communicated their willingness to supply his potions, Harry needed to make some significant changes to his study plan. He had their little note stuffed in his pocket during breakfast the next morning and was scribbling out various scheduling possibilities while he ate. With Dobby no longer trying to steal his things to send him home, Harry hoped things would be calmer. However, the quirks of those potions, which needed to be out of his system by exams, meant he had to prioritize, and the convenient passages from the Room of Requirement weren't around anymore to smooth his way. Lost in thought, Harry accidentally chewed on his quill nib instead of taking a spoonful of porridge, sputtering a bit. When he looked up, he was surprised to see a group of senior students standing behind him, oddly polite and excited. Confused, he took in the crowd of Gryffindors, mostly 5th and 7th years. As he met their eager gazes, a rustle of whispers and elbow nudges ran through the group until Percy was pushed forward to speak for them. "We were just wondering, Harry," Percy began, his ears red, perhaps from the listeners or the lingering embarrassment from his confession the night before, "if classes were starting up again this term? What time suits you? Same time, same place. What were we thinking?" What?" Harry blinked, slowly placing his spoon back into his bowl of porridge to avoid doing something else that would make people laugh at him. For a moment, he pushed aside the shapes and symbols of study timetables, potion schedules, and to-do lists. He tried to clear his mind but was hit with the odd sensation that somehow 20 years had passed. Prefects, His prefects looked so young at 18, and they had come to him as if he were Professor McGonagall. He cursed the energy and innocent enthusiasm of youth. Then, as the spinning subsided, Harry found himself again and quickly dismissed the exhaustion-induced image. "Classes?" he asked, frowning in confusion. There was shuffling of feet and sideways glances that Harry couldn't quite interpret. Someone elbowed Percy again, prompting him to speak up for a second time. Harry found the moment surreal as the group of senior students reminded him about the Patronus Club, the NEWT extra credit, and his own early successes from last term. Still unsure of what they wanted, Harry spent a full minute feeling flattered that they had made such a big deal about thanking him. It then dawned on him that they were likely asking for the Patronus Club to return. He promised the Gryffindors he would think about it, hoping that would send them on their way so he could focus on his plans and his food. As the crowd awkwardly shuffled around him, Percy managed to squeeze into a seat next to Neville. Harry shot him a grateful look as Percy made little shooing gestures, and eventually, the huddle dispersed. Returning to his scraps of parchment with determination, Harry thought about how one full phial of memory potion would last him 8 hours, but an opened phial had to be used all at once. He jotted down some calculations on another piece of parchment. He realized that the most effective way to learn, whether using the potion or not, was to rely on memory recall. He muttered a low curse under his breath and absent-mindedly wiped a spot of blue ink off his chin. Almost immediately, he was interrupted by 3 serious-looking Hufflepuffs who loomed over him, practically demanding that the Patronus Club resume right away. "Did anyone manage to have some success over the break?" Harry asked, blinking as he tried to shake off thoughts about how badly he might be poisoned if he took too much potion too soon. The Hufflepuffs exchanged blank looks, shuffling their feet while Hermione, Ron, Neville, and a few other interested Gryffindors watched. "Not much," a stocky Asian boy finally replied. "That's kind of the point. The extra classes for NEWT students don't start until March, and we need to see some improvement before then." "Who?" Harry nodded in understanding and enlisted Hermione's help to gently usher them away, returning his focus to his notes. Yet, he couldn't shake the odd feeling that someone was watching him, not just the usual crowd of Potter spotters, but people who seemed to want something from him. He tried to concentrate again, despite the prickling sensation on his neck, when Percy's girlfriend approached him, with Percy nodding encouragingly beside her. Harry blinked, startled, and set his porridge spoon down with a soft clink. "Sorry, what?" he said. Penelope smiled at him enthusiastically. "The Patronus Club. I was wondering if you were going to call for a meeting this week or if the first meeting would be during the second week back. I'm willing to help you get the word out if you want." Harry shot a blank glance at Percy, what was with this enthusiasm, then looked at Hermione and Oliver Wood, who also seemed to be curiously leaning in. He scratched behind his ear, still confused. "Sorry, Penelope, wasn't it? I thought you seniors would be more focused on revision and all, not, well, my little experimental group. Don't you have any to worry about?" She dismissed his concerns and asked again about. It was Wednesday again. "I thought we could cut back on sessions this year," Harry suggested. "You know, with exams coming up and all. Besides, most of the OWL and NEWT students at least had some practice before the holidays, right? So I figured you were on your way to success, maybe just revise in small groups. It's really just a matter of time now. I don't have much more to teach." "Oh, Harry," Percy interrupted, glancing at his girlfriend, who gave him a pleading look. He set down his toast and jam breakfast and turned to face Harry more directly. "I think you'll find that many exam students are hoping to continue your lessons. The Patronus charm earns the most bonus marks on the exam if it's corporeal." Oliver Wood gave Harry an encouraging nod from a few seats down the table and waved to indicate that many of his classmates agreed. Harry furrowed his brow. "I mean, I'm not opposed to the idea. If you think it will help, I can talk to Professor Lupin today." Unsurprisingly, Hermione jumped in to support the plan, and Harry was convinced to take action later that week. When another group of Hufflepuffs approached him at lunch, he realized he might have misjudged the interest in his little Patronus Club. A sense of unease began to creep in. Just as he was exiting the Great Hall after dinner, half the Slytherin Quidditch team cornered him. Harry realized he needed to make plans with Remus immediately to sort out this unexpected demand. "You're not a bad sort, for a Gryffindor," Marcus Flint said abruptly. "We want to know when your club's starting up again." Katie and Angelina, who were walking by on their way out of dinner, noticed Harry surrounded by a group of imposing 6th and 7th years. They quickly swung over to intervene. Angelina's hand hovered suspiciously close to her wand. All right, she said. "Snakes. Back off, Flint. This kid is our golden seeker. You can't just jump him like this in the entrance hall and expect no one to notice. Give him some space, boys," Katie added in a deceptively soft voice. Harry furrowed his brows as he noticed her tie back her long hair and crack her knuckles. "Gryffindor takes care of our own." Harry felt a surge of warmth, even though he believed his true abilities were more than enough to hold his own. "Back up, Bints," one of the hulking Slytherins mumbled. It was completely uncalculated, but the worst thing he could have said was it Bowl. Or the other beater, Derek? Harry never really bothered to tell them apart. Tension sparked, and Harry jumped into the fray. "Hold up, folks. Sorry about the confusion, Angelina, Katie. These guys here are part of the club I teach in my spare time." Everyone looked gobsmacked, not just Angelina and Katie. "Say what, Harry?" "Oi, Potter," another Slytherin muttered, possibly a chaser this time, Harry thought. He found himself right in the middle of the two groups, which were tensely repositioning into opposing sides. His hands were empty and unthreatening, arms outstretched in a hopeful hope that no fighting would break out. He prayed no one would notice his fingertips were trembling again. Katie found her voice first, although at least she had stopped cracking her knuckles. You teach these great lugs, Potter." Despite the open doorway behind him and the constant flow of air and students, Harry felt the back of his neck heat up. Yeah? I run a Patronus club. Our teacher advisor is Professor Lupin, you know. Fits helping prepare senior students for their OWL and NEWT exams." The Slytherins muttered confusedly behind him while Angelina raised an eyebrow, looking skeptical. Harry raised an eyebrow at the Slytherin. "No offense, kid, but you're tutoring seniors for exam prep?" The Slytherin, likely Bowl, stepped forward, looming menacingly, yet his tone held a hint of curiosity. "You hadn't heard then? Potter can cast a fully corporeal Patronus?" The girls exchanged glances. "I mean, I know he was awesome in that one game a while back." Harry shrugged awkwardly. "It wasn't corporeal at the time. I've actually been having some trouble with my form lately. These guys haven't seen me cast a corporeal Patronus or anything, but—" "Potter's an odd kid," Flint interrupted. "But he knows what he's talking about, and he's surprisingly good at giving advice on charms and wand movements." "Our kid Potter?" The other beater chimed in, nodding emphatically. "He's really patient and stuff. Doesn't get angry if you're slow, you know? And he says that the Patronus is more about emotion and fine control, which is great for some of us who aren't the best at charms, you know." Harry glanced at the older boy, recalling him as a quiet but determined student who excelled at practicing wand movements. "You're Peregrine Derek, right? You've been really committed to practicing your form. You don't stop until you're tired, do you? Boredom doesn't hold you back." The tall, sullen boy flicked his long brown fringe out of his eyes and looked at Harry with a mix of confusion and agreement. Harry scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "What?" I like to keep an eye on my students' progress. I might not know all your names that well, but I like to think I know how your spells are coming along." Heads turned as Angelina and Katie looked back at Harry in bewilderment. Suddenly, Harry remembered that in another timeline, Angelina had compared the Slytherin beater's academic merits to. Harry found himself caught in a moment of disbelief as he recalled the antics of Crabbe and Goyle. He wondered what other absurd changes he might be making to his timeline, forcing an innocent smile to mask his thoughts. What? He deflected. He's a hard worker? With that, it seemed the crisis was averted. Angie thankfully withdrew her hand from her pocket, allowing Harry's shoulders to relax. Sorry, but I don't think I'm quite following. You're teaching the Slytherin Quidditch team any WT tricks? Oh no. Not at all, Harry replied, his arms dropping to his sides before rising again as he animatedly gestured in the air. Only some of the Slytherin Quidditch team. I'd say at least half the Hufflepuff team, right? Don't you guys think? An assortment of grunts and murmurs indicated agreement. I've got a bunch of first and second years who come and, more importantly, they stay even though they haven't seen the progress of the older students yet. A few prefects from all the houses are involved too, I think. Not as many from Ravenclaw actually, now that I think about it, though they're oddly intense when they do show up. Eyebrows rose in disbelief as Harry continued. Plus, you know, Percy Weasley and his friends, almost all of Cedric Diggory's friend circle, I think. Most of the Gryffindor third years. He trailed off. So yeah, it's quite a crowd. Feeling an embarrassed flush rise in his cheeks from the looks of the older students around him, he stumbled over his words. I mean, he blustered, suddenly losing his confidence, it's not like they've stuck with me without seeing any progress since November. I've helped a few people with other spells too. The cheering charm, the cushioning charm, that warming charm I reminded you guys about for early morning practices, you know, just a quick revision of the basics. Stuff that might help people cast, feel safe, and happy. As he spoke, a couple of other older Gryffindors appeared from the crowd, peering over Angelina's shoulders. Katie looked on with curiosity. A few Slytherins shot dark glares their way, but then one of Cedric's friends, clearly visible in his Hufflepuff colors, stepped forward and gently bumped shoulders with Flint. Are you guys here to ask Potter about the club? What did he say? He asked, grinning at Harry as the tension in the air eased. So, are we on for this week, kid? Same room as usual. Harry felt a shiver of goosebumps at the spectacle he was creating in front of the entire school. Teaching 30 or 40 students in a classroom about spellwork was one thing, but the gossip-mongers of the Hogwarts rumor mill was something else entirely. He wished he could just slip around a corner and vanish into a hidden corridor. I've been persuaded to talk to Professor Lupin tonight, he admitted with a rueful grin. I'll get our timing sorted for the first few sessions and have your prefects post some dates and times in your common rooms, probably tomorrow. Will that work for you? Good enough for me, the Hufflepuff boy replied, nodding. One of his scraggly teeth gave his smile an oddly charming quality. He threw an overly friendly arm around Marcus Flint, who looked astonished by the contact but didn't resist as his teammates followed suit. A few of them nodded politely to Harry before trailing off with Flint and his companion. Did that just happen? Katie asked Angelina as Harry finished waving at the older boys and turned to escape the awkward conversation. Angelina blinked, clearly baffled. I think it might have. Harry caught the question in her eyes and quickly made his apologies. So sorry. As you probably noticed, I need to talk to Professor Lupin. Thanks for the backup, folks, although this time it wasn't necessary. Ha ha. I guess I'll see you later then. Cheers for now. He walked away, still feeling the weight of their stares on his back. It was easy enough to turn sharply around a corner and disappear from view. Harry jerked open a broom closet he had frequently used last term as a hidden passage. A passing seventh year noticed him walk decisively into the cupboard. After pausing to double-check the corridor, the student slowly approached the door Harry had disappeared behind. With a curious motion, he wrenched it open. Inside, he found only heavy shadows and dim lighting, just bright enough to reveal a few spiders, 3 buckets, and 4 mops for cleaning. After giving the cramped space a baffled second glance, the tall boy swung the door closed and continued on his way. For minutes later, the same cupboard door cracked open just an inch. When the empty corridor showed no sign of life, the door swung open wider and then closed again. In the middle of the hallway, a deeply blushing Harry cancelled his disillusionment charm. He took a final look to ensure no one had witnessed his embarrassing mistake before rushing off toward a distant destination. He realized that the room of requirement was empty, which meant there were no secret passages available. Habit can be a tricky thing. With embarrassment fueling his thoughts, Harry quickly came to the conclusion that he could ask one of his house elves to hang out in the room during the school day to maintain the secret passageways. Creature wouldn't mind, especially now that he had relaxed his good house elf rules a bit. Dobby would be thrilled to help out too. Harry fought back the lingering embarrassment and reminded himself he didn't have to hold his breath. The random student wasn't currently staring at his invisible form in the cupboard, and wouldn't get the chance again. At least that was one problem solved. "Harry," Percy said as he found the younger boy tucked away in a private nook of the library late Tuesday afternoon. The sounds of other students were muffled where Harry sat, and the afternoon sun streamed in brightly, creating a perfect setting for note-taking, though Harry didn't mind putting that aside. Harry pushed back his chair with a squeak and looked up as Percy continued. "I promised to talk to you about divination, and with my little episode a few days ago, I completely forgot. Do you have time?" With a sigh of relief, Harry set aside his list of essential runes basics to memorize and rummaged around for some unused parchment. "Percy, grab a seat, please," he called out. "I'm absolutely desperate for some good advice. Hermione's about ready to give up on the subject, and what I'm doing now feels worse than useless, but it can't all be like that, can it? What can you tell me?" The older redhead settled into the wooden chair opposite Harry and took a moment to let out a sigh, sounding surprisingly like their father in that moment. "Let me think," he said, steepling his fingers. "Where to begin? I suppose you've tried the usual avenues of inquiry with Professor Trelawney and found them lacking." Harry nodded emphatically. "She's a nice enough lady, I actually respect her, you know." He imagined her, with her tassels, shawls, and glasses, launching crystal balls over balconies and onto unsuspecting Death Eater heads. "But her teaching style just really isn't working for me." Percy shifted more comfortably in his seat, crossing one ankle over the other knee. He cast a quick spell to ensure their voices wouldn't disturb other students. "I find it hard to blame you for that," he admitted. "I, myself, also struggled with the professor's intuitive teaching methods when I would have preferred something more concrete." "HRM, Harry agreed politely, careful not to say anything that might come off as insulting, dismissive, or offensive toward the teacher. Percy pursed his lips. "May I inquire as to what point you have reached? Have you reached your own conclusions in your independent studies?" Harry finished shuffling his books and parchment, straightening up to give Percy his full attention. "I've realized there are a whole bunch of different subcategories of divination. Not everyone who divines is a seer, for example. Preferred forms of sight vary by culture, some don't find tea reading useful, for instance. I've begun to suspect that there are cultural understandings that are crucial for making sense of it all. Things some wizards grow up with, but that need to be taught to people like me." "A rather holistic perspective," Percy said with a thin-lipped smile. "You realize, of course, that not all divination techniques work for every wizard." Harry didn't realize that. He scribbled a note vigorously. "Well, that was helpful. Trelawney hadn't mentioned that before. Those who do not drink tea for pleasure," Percy continued, "find it almost impossible to get anything out of the bottom of a teacup." That made sense. Furthermore, the older boy added thoughtfully, eyeing Harry's quill feather, "not all forms of sight see the future, either." Harry paused, the scratching of his quill nib coming to an abrupt halt. "Is that so?" "Indeed. Through my years in Professor Trelawney's classroom, I've begun to suspect that she specializes in seeing the present, although I dare not confront her about it." "You think?" Harry reflected on what he knew of the professor from his time with her. Percy shrugged. "At the very least, she's not a likely candidate to learn gossip from other teachers, given her persona, and so forth. However, have you noticed how she seems to know an incredible amount about certain students on the very first day of class?" That was true. Harry paused, chewing on his quill feather to jot down a couple more notes. How did she know that Neville was the type to break a teacup? Back in his first timeline? Harry wondered. She certainly wasn't the type that McGonagall would gossip with casually. How did she know that Harry had been having a run-in with a Grim? Even if she had misread the signs a bit, the dog had been there. Percy slid a short, handwritten list of book titles across the table and leaned back in his chair. "These are my recommendations for the best books to reference for self-study," he said, his sharp eyes watching as Harry scanned the list. Harry rubbed his palms together, trying to get the blood flowing again after a solid hour or two of focused study. He reached forward and picked up the soft parchment between his fingertips. "Just like tea leaves don't work for everyone, palmistry, if I remember correctly, you've just started this term, and runestones won't work for all practitioners either," Percy continued. "Once you find at least one form of divination that resonates with you, you should explore which form of sight might suit you best." He flashed slightly. "I, myself, work best with, this is almost embarrassing, really, an intuitive reading of statistics, if you will. I can look at past data and I can't exactly call it extrapolating since that would require using logic to build on. But I find that I can make cognitive leaps that don't stem solely from logic. I seem to be correct more often than I should be, all else being accounted for." Harry raised his eyebrows and looked at the freckled boy before him. Percy shifted in his seat. "You might prefer to call it numerology," he added. "I find intuitive ways to read data and uncover the symbology within my answers that seem to work for me." He glanced at Harry, a little shamefaced. "And obviously, arithmetic calculations are right up my alley." Harry nodded in agreement. "My mother does tea leaf reading when she wants a hint of something," Percy mentioned. "I've seen my father do cleromancy with small or broken muggle objects." "Imagine all the paraphernalia involved," Percy said. "Of course, the general nature of the predictions tends to put them both off. But if you find yourself skilled at tarot or crystal gazing, you might start using divination more often." "One more thing," Percy interrupted as Harry was about to dive back into his note-taking. "You'll notice that the divination room is set high in one of Hogwarts' towers for a reason. The hustle and bustle, the everyday magic of the school, really does influence any divination you try to do lower down. Ward lines, enchantments, and all sorts of things seem to," he wiggled his fingers in the air, "interrupt whatever focus or inspiration you need for divination to work. It's much better in personal homes or outside." Percy continued, "Oh, and the crystal balls and tarot decks owned by the school are almost perfectly useless, even if you have the specific gift. They've been used and abused by too many strangers to resonate with your magic. Try to get a set from a friend, or see if you can find anything left from your family heirlooms. If your divination is meant to be, you'll often end up with the tools you need without even searching for them." Harry suddenly thought of the tea routine that Creature had established for him 3 times a day while he lived at Grimmauld Place, and that little packet of runestones Draco had found for him at Christmas. "Oh, this might actually work." He added it to his to-do list. Chapter 39, Time Trips Onwards. It took longer than Harry would have liked. He had written and rewritten plans and schedules so often that the whole idea felt more frustrating than exciting now. But finally, he managed to make it to the business meeting with the twins, where they would negotiate mutually agreeable arrangements, and Harry would get his potions. To Harry's mild dismay, the twins still seemed to harbor some suspicions about him. He understood why. They had witnessed him using some suspiciously advanced magic. He had sneaked out on Hogsmeade weekends without the teachers knowing, time and again. He not only knew about the Marauders map but also claimed to know the mapmakers. On top of that, he had stolen the diary from Ginny in the alley and then taken it back from the twins, insisting he was just trying to keep them safe. He realized he might have acted like a mix of the twins and Percy, which was enough to raise some eyebrows. But Quidditch practices had picked up nicely, and he thought those suspicions might have faded until this latest incident. He recognized their continued distrust on Saturday morning when another note appeared magically on top of his pillow while he was doing his morning occlumency exercises. The grey dawn barely peeked through the gaps in his bed hangings. He was jolted out of his occlumency trance by a faint pop and a flash of light, followed by Crookshanks abruptly snorting and batting the intrusive parchment away. This was enough to grab his attention, and Harry reached over to pick up the offending note, feeling quite confused. "Take the passage to Honeydukes before 9 a.m., the note instructed in a scratchy hand. "We'll meet you halfway." Harry flopped back onto his pillow with a groan. Crookshanks expressed his displeasure with a flick of his tail and a heavy paw that reached out to bat Harry's ear insistently. He flinched and settled into a well-behaved sulk instead. Harry was reasonably sure, without wasting time on. As he chased every fleeting memory, Harry realized he had never shared the hidden passageways of Hogwarts with the twins. Clearly, they were trying to uncover his secrets, which could be dangerous. He lay stiff and still on his bed, hoping to avoid any further wrath from Crookshanks. But what more could they want from him? He felt fortunate to have the habit of waking early, even on weekends, otherwise he might have missed the deadline. Another test from them? When would he finally prove himself? After a few minutes of sullen contemplation, Harry pushed himself up and dressed in his worn winter woolens. He quietly made his way down to the kitchen for a bacon butty or two before heading into the hidden passage. Arriving early, he decided to wait a bit inside the passage, just around the first corner and out of earshot of the one-eyed witch. He wouldn't put it past the twins to claim he had missed the deadline, marking his last chance. The one-eyed witch opened her passage as silently as ever, and Harry slipped into the corridor, making his way forward. The wand light provided a brighter, cooler illumination than candles or gas, and it was steady enough that he barely focused on his steps as he walked through the near darkness. He was well acquainted with this particular path, so he entertained himself by examining the rock walls and ceiling. Occasionally, when a stone cast a shadow that seemed a little too dark, he paused to cast a spell or two he had learned for the chamber all those months ago. A small smile crept onto his face as he stabilized the walls and ceiling, casting stonework spells with an ease that surprised even him as he ventured deeper from the entrance. After all, there was no need for another secret passage to collapse. The thought crossed his mind that if he restored them, the other secret passages could prove quite useful, but he decided to set that idea aside for later. After tapping his way down enough stairs, Harry finally reached the winding pathway. He decided to pause and sat cross-legged on the floor. Shaking off his wand light, he embraced the darkness, allowing his mind to rest for a moment. A few minutes passed, and he found himself relishing the rare sense of peace. It was something he seldom experienced these days. In the quiet, with his wand tucked away in his moleskin pouch, Harry let his fingers dance across the rough-hewn stone beneath him. He entertained himself by visualizing the size and shape of each massive brick. Removing his woolen gloves, he wanted to feel the gritty texture of the surface with his sensitive seeker fingertips. Once he had a clear image in his mind, each stone vividly imagined and the dust swept away from between the large rectangles, Harry's clever fingers explored his pouch again, thoughtfully turning over each item they touched. One slip of velvet fabric brushed against his fingertips, sparking a flicker of interest and memory. He pulled out the little fabric bag containing Draco's Christmas gift, the small packet of runestones he had grown quite fond of. Sitting in the dark, with his legs slowly numbing in the cross-legged position, he began to remove each stone from the velvet bag one by one, eager to explore the potential of these divination tools. The twins hadn't arrived yet, it was still early. As he handled the light stones, Harry's thoughts drifted. His fingertips, roughened by the winter chill and the frequent use of quills and broomsticks, glided gently over the smooth, cool surfaces. In the dimness of the corridor, without his wand light, he couldn't see the old brick walls or the uneven floor. But as he carefully removed two irregularly shaped runestones from the bag, he could vividly imagine each one. His mind's eye, Harry carefully picked up each runestone, turning them over in his hands. They felt heavier than he had expected, and as he played with them, his unseeing fingers explored their surfaces. Each stone started cool to the touch, but as he held them between his palms, they warmed to match his body temperature, sending a comforting heat to his winter-chilled fingertips. As he continued to explore, each runestone felt uniformly flat under his touch, about half an inch thick, with perfectly smooth surfaces and rounded corners. With gentle precision, Harry tried to discern the shape of the runes etched on one side. Perhaps he had found it, or perhaps not. Time seemed to slip away as he focused intently on reading the shape of the rune and its meaning through touch. His eyes blinked in the darkness, initially distracted by the fleeting white sparks of light that danced in his vision, a reminder of his body's protest against such limited visual input. As he traced a small notch on the runestone in his left hand, he felt a fondness for its texture. The stone in his right hand was ever so slightly convex, and Harry's thumb fit perfectly across its surface. After some time, he struggled to maintain focus in the dark, fatigue pulling at his mind, but he pushed the thought away. 2 more runestones slipped into his hands, and once again he sank into a meditative state. Soon, he imagined he could see the silhouette of each stone, visualizing their outlines even without his fingers guiding him, perhaps even guessing which rune he was holding. Thoughtfully, Harry rotated the runestone in his left hand. Manas, he mused, believing he had identified it. The rune resembled a lazy M, like messy handwriting, with lines drawn too long, evoking whimsical images of 2 flags kissing or 2 tiny house elves standing nose to nose, as if they were about to challenge each other. In the pitch black, with only the sound of his own breathing and the rustle of his robes, Harry focused intently on where he believed the rune must be. Suddenly, white spots flickered back into his vision, transforming into colorful dots that danced and shimmered before him. He concentrated so deeply that he could feel his own magic unfurling once more, filling his body with gentle ripples. Gradually, he began to perceive the lights drawn into the runestone, where they sparkled and undulated across its surface until a pattern emerged from the darkness. Forgetting about his cold bottom and the tingling sensation in his feet as he crossed his ankles, Harry immersed himself in the shape, color, and magic of the small runestone surrounding him. It felt reminiscent of his Oculusio spell, yet somehow different. The color shimmered softly, and the steady thrum of stone magic was familiar. But as Harry delved deeper into his vision of the runestone, he sensed there was something more. A little voice seemed to resonate within him, whispering that the runestone was from England. Or perhaps it was a sensation in his mind that felt a bit like London, a bit like the slow, even flow of the Thames, and a bit like a familiar thrum that he couldn't quite place. Then it struck him, like Stonehenge. He recalled visiting it once as a holiday destination. Without realizing it, he deduced that there must be a wizarding quarry nestled between Stonehenge and London, a place where both muggles and wizards coexisted and worked. The thoughtfulness of Draco's gift became clear to him. The way the runestones blended his magical and mundane lives made something click inside Harry. He found himself loving these little stones as if they were family. Just like his ragtag group of misfits, Sirius, Creature, Dobby, Crookshanks, and maybe even the Crow, he realized that he had welcomed another member into his family, one that held its own unique place and purpose. Harry completely lost track of time, enveloped in the warmth of this newfound connection. Harry immersed himself in the runestones, feeling a new clarity resonate within him, even in the darkness. 4 or 5 stones hummed against his skin, as if they were eager to communicate, Manas, Awaz, Rado, and Sowilo, along with a few others that buzzed less intensely. Despite his best efforts, Harry couldn't recall their meanings, but he contemplated the stones themselves, sensing their desire to connect, and he felt as though he was learning something profound. His introspective meditation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps and the distant glow of wandlight approaching from around the corner. "I still don't think he'll make it," one voice protested, causing Harry to chuckle to himself. He quickly reached out in the dark and gathered all the runestones in a single sweep of his arm. Another voice chimed in, "I think our lad Potter is a man of many hidden talents." Harry tried, and failed, to distinguish between George's and Fred's voices. "I think we have to give him the benefit of the doubt," the voice continued, "since he seems to know more than he should, all things considered." "Cheers," Harry replied, enjoying the moment as both twins rounded the corner, startled to hear his voice. They squeaked in surprise, their bluish wandlights jerking upward in reaction. Harry couldn't help but smirk, relishing the small victory of catching them off guard. This little success lifted his spirits, especially considering the tricks and tests they had set up for him. "Bloody hell, Potter," the slightly less twitchy twin exclaimed, and Harry let out a quiet snort of amusement. With a flick of his wrist, he illuminated his own wand, increasing the light level silently. The heavy shadows retreated, causing all 3 teens to flinch slightly until they adjusted to the brightness. In a half-joking tone, the other twin grumbled, "What, with an attitude like this, I don't know if a partnership is really worth it for us." Having finally stood up, Harry leaned against the wall, ready for whatever came next. Harry raised a single, heavily shadowed eyebrow at the passageway wall. "You can dish it out but can't take it? I figured that was the least you deserved after giving me the runaround for how many months now?" Now, the other boy gestured playfully. "Just a small joke. We're more or less convinced by you already, Harry, my lad, and we've promised to get you the potions either way." A moment of silence followed as both boys rummaged through their pockets, eventually pulling out 5 tiny files that Harry eyed with undisguised intensity. Whoa, the first twin broke the silence. "We agreed to your deal, but we haven't quite decided on the precise details of our remuneration." Harry stifled an eye roll, and the conversation paused as everyone settled more comfortably in the middle of the corridor. The twins conjured 2 oversized beanbags and a small table, placing their wares atop it. They exchanged glances of surprise as Harry conjured a more formal chair, reminiscent of the Black Kitchen. Especially when they realized he had done it silently. Once they were all settled, the discussion resumed. "I've given you a number of suggestions, which I can adapt to meet your particular needs," Harry began. Fred and George raised their eyebrows as he placed his lit wand on his little side table to gesture more freely, the wand light glowing steadily. "I'm open to discussion, but what I'm offering you here, among other things, is a proper business contract. So you'll find you can't take too much advantage of me." "We haven't agreed to it yet," one twin said quickly, but Harry simply smiled. "If my accountant and lawyer don't agree with the contract, I won't sign it either." The twins twitched slightly. This business proposal needs to work from a professional standpoint. He noticed them exchanging glances where they Saturday. "Go on," one of them urged. Harry continued, "I've got a couple of ideas from my lawyer and accountant. Firstly, I could give you a business. Obviously, that would involve significantly better rates than the goblins would offer you, and there are a couple of different ways to calculate interest and repayment." Harry rummaged through his pockets for a moment until he found a piece of parchment, which he tossed over to the closest twin. "These are really competitive rates, so I'd be happy to provide you with this loan, and we'd maintain no other business ties aside from the repayment. In some ways, this would be the simplest contract for you. You would have a set repayment amount, regardless of whether your business is making a profit. That can be both a blessing and a curse, depending on the circumstances." Both twins raised their right eyebrows in unison, and Harry stifled a smile. "However, there are alternative options that my accountant thinks are more intriguing. For instance, I could buy what he calls shares in your business. In exchange, I would have a vested interest in seeing you succeed. Now," he waved away their eager dismissals, "you don't need to worry too much about me being a vocal participant. I have my own magical specialties, but I have complete faith in yours. That's why I've come to you for potions, for example. Your shop will still be your shop, but I could help you out on the sidelines." Fred looked skeptical. "For one thing," Harry continued, "your mother would be much happier if she knew Harry Potter himself was invested in your shop's success. If I, having run it past my own group of professionals, think this is a worthy investment, she probably won't come down too hard on you when you reveal your future plans. Just saying," he added, noticing the older boys flinch. "Secondly, this option would allow me to contribute more funds to the shop as needed. Rather than a fixed amount of galleons, we could make future plans, and I would invest accordingly, depending on how well I see your plans developing and your market share growing. Finally, I'd be very happy to come in and help out with various products. It turns out that I'm taking my education in a very different direction than the two of you. You might find my input particularly valuable in a couple of years," Harry began. "As of now, though, I'm especially good at research. You can ask your brothers about that. People often come to me when they're seeking a different perspective. But I can't share the specifics, just like I wouldn't share yours." George leaned forward slightly on his beanbag, the rustling sound punctuating Harry's offer. "This option, depending on what we decide, could also allow you to receive regular investments, which would be really helpful when you start up." I can add investments based on each new idea or experiment, for example, and you wouldn't have to pay me back. I'd simply take a small percentage of the profits." The twins exchanged a long glance. "I truly believe in your products," Harry assured them. "So I'd be very happy for this to be a long-term partnership. But if you're tired of my involvement and want to keep the business within the family, or family and Lee, or whatever, you could always buy me out at a later date. I also want to point out that I'm making some great contacts in law, media, and the ministry. They might not always like me, but I have leverage over a few people and good relationships with others. We could potentially streamline some of the more bothersome processes for you. Plus, I can introduce you to my lawyer's office, which would help set up the legalities and other details you probably haven't even considered yet. Personally, that's my favorite option, but I'm open to feedback. What do you think?" Harry leaned back in his high-backed chair, watching as the twins cast a quick muffling charm and animatedly discussed things out of his earshot. As he pondered the traditions of business meetings held in secret passages, surrounded by the dim, gloomy atmosphere underground, without light and all, he fought the urge to laugh at the Death Eater aesthetics. All they were missing were dark robes with heavy cowls. He observed their silent lips moving curiously, wondering how practical it would be to learn lip reading. Then, the twins turned to him. "Harry, no offense or anything, but we kind of wanted our thing to be ours, you know," one of them said. "I'm sure you've been all very gracious and whatnot," the other added. "But we have a good thing going, just us and Lee, and we don't want to ruin our vibe." "Besides," the first one chimed in, "I mean no disrespect, but you're still a kid, you know. We just don't know if you'd be experienced enough to help and not hinder, if you don't mind us saying so." Harry snorted, struggling to hide a smile that he couldn't quite manage. The amusement in his expression only heightened the curiosity in the twins' eyes, but they fell silent. He pursed his lips, letting his gaze drift over the shadowy ceiling, lost in thought. "Okay, how do you feel about a silent investor, then?" "Just the money, no me." Both twins opened their mouths to respond but paused, exchanging glances that seemed to convey a lot. Finally, the one on the right mumbled, "Give us a minute." With that, whatever muffling spell they had in place went back up, and Harry let his thoughts wander as he waited. It was nearly an hour later when they finally reached a conclusion that satisfied them all. Harry would be a silent partner, though he had left the door open for them to consult him if needed. The twins would undoubtedly regret it in a couple of years if they didn't take advantage of his expertise, assuming he was still around, of course. The three of them also drafted a letter to Harry's team, outlining their goals and the agreement in simple terms. Harry signed the letter with a flourish, then asked Mr. Lloyd Elliott to prepare a formal contract and requested Mr. Roll, the accountant, to provide estimates of share value and the appropriate investment processes. In exchange, Harry was going to receive a personalized potions regimen, complete with explanations of when and how to use each potion. Although he didn't come right out and say it, he felt pretty good about the deal. The twins both seemed to realize that Harry was planning to use memory potion to get through some academic basics, and they appeared to like the idea themselves. The three of them leaned over a piece of parchment together, their heads close and the wand light uncomfortably bright. It was then that the Weasleys noticed Harry was up to something intriguing, something involving personal transfiguration and dreams, though he refused to share any specifics. "Harry, lad," Fred interrupted, his eyes sparkling with curiosity, "you really do have hidden depths. And this surprises you how?" Harry replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. Fred chuckled, his earlier suspicion fading under the weight of curiosity. "Point taken. Human transfiguration, eh?" George leaned back, pulling away from the light, casting a dark shadow that shifted across the ceiling and down the wall. "Let's put aside, for a moment, the fact that any human transfiguration should be completely impossible for a third year like you, yeah?" Harry sat back as well and, with a thought, dimmed the brightness of his wand light, giving his eyes a much-needed break. The light softened, making it easier to see without the harsh contrast. The twins seemed absorbed in their thoughts. "Right, Georgie, old chap," Fred began. "What have we got to work with here? He's not a metamorphagus, or he wouldn't be asking for potions help, George explained. And he can't be trying to awaken the ability. Those potions are particularly dodgy and have a terrible reputation, Harrikins. We do not recommend them. Besides, he hasn't asked us for the potion in question. He needs help with others. Do you think he knows? Fred asked. But how could he? George replied, frowning. Then it can't involve. They both turned to look at Harry, their expressions intense. The deep shadows behind him added to the moment, and Harry straightened in his chair. Harry, do you know anything about, it's just a tentative name at this stage, canary creams? Of course, he did, but Harry froze, caught off guard. Harry blinked, cleared his throat, and spoke politely. Excuse me? I don't. George turned to his brother. He's heard of them, but they have nothing to do with the current conversation. Fred shot another hard stare at Harry. Odd. Make a note to double-check our security, brother mine. And in the meantime... It can't be. Fred reached for his wand and dimmed the light a little. He spoke casually, but his side-eye glance at Harry revealed his skepticism. It must be. But he's only, 12? Feeling very much like the odd one out, Harry interjected. 13, actually. Wait, yes, 13. Still. DYA really think? Must be. HRNMM. I'd like to say I'm surprised, but after the last hour or so. Point. What do you reckon? Despite his years of experience, Harry couldn't help but flinch under the combined pressure of the two Weasley twins staring at him critically. A cunning fox, he is. But with balls like a bronze ball itself. Oh, good point. Wait, said George. Isn't that literally what Gryffinder's lion is supposed to be? Harry had the oddest feeling that he had miscalculated somehow and gained himself two unexpected companions in his immediate plans. Just as he was starting to feel that finally, something was going right, his moment of hope was rudely interrupted on Sunday morning. Sirius called him through the mirror while Harry was in the middle of his divination experiments, tea reading, not runes at the moment, and announced brightly that he decided to come to Hogwarts. I'm sorry. What? Harry twitched in his comfortable seat in the room of requirement, taking a moment to raise his eyes to the bright overhead windows, hoping he'd heard roll. Hogwarts, Sirius grinned. I know you've been really worried about me, pup, but I'm doing much better now than I was a few months back. I've gained weight, got my energy back, and Dobby tells me that I'm in the pink, so. Speak, Harry said, casting a dark glance at the bottom of the teacup beside him. It was a ruddy anchor, yet clearly cloudy. What about creature? He asked hopefully. Sirius waved a dismissive hand, and Harry couldn't help but notice that even in the bright morning light of the sitting room, his godfather still had dark circles under his eyes. Just something about me having episodes, whatever that means. The wee bugger and I still don't get on, you know. Harry held his tongue. Right. Well, what's your plan then? His mind raced, searching for a way to gently discourage his godfather. The sudden erratic pulse in his throat was oddly distracting. Sirius grinned. I figured I'd come over the Muggle way. Dobby says he can rustle me up some Muggle money from the goblins. Then I reckon I could jump on a train and come up like a normie. You know. Harry's mind spun. Hang on, you do realize that the Muggles are on the lookout for you? Sirius raised his eyebrows, a look of polite disbelief on his face. Say what? The Muggles think you've escaped from a maximum security prison too, Harry tried to explain bravely. You've been all over their news. But that was ages ago, pup. What is it they say about old news? Harry pictured Uncle Vernon spotting Sirius on his way to a train station, and felt the blood drain from his face. No, really, I'm pretty sure you've been, painted in a rather dangerous light. Sirius was difficult to convince. Harry pushed his teacup and textbook aside to sit up and fully confront his godfather. Really, Sirius? You're rather infamous, you know. We've still got the Dementors here and everything. That seemed to work, but only for a moment before Sirius proudly pointed out that Harry could bring Pettigrew back to London instead. Just a quick stunning spell or two, a nice trip to Rosmerta, is that delightful woman still managing the 3 broomsticks, and you'll be here in no time at all. Problem solved, pup. Harry felt his blood pressure drop. And then? Sirius flashed that familiar canine grin, his lids pulling back just enough for Harry to see his yellowing teeth and sharp canines, making it all the more threatening. Why, then we have a little fun, just the 2 of us. You're invited, pup, of course, on behalf of your parents, he said, his voice dropping darkly. But this is really just a wee conversation between old friends. They're keeping a close eye on me this year, Harry reminded him. McGonagall doesn't even let me out for Hogsmeade trips, he added, hoping to persuade Sirius. Didn't you say that Remus Lupin was an old friend of yours? Harry suggested. I reckon Dumbledore has him here this year just for you. My lawyer, though, he added quickly. I got him looking into a retrial for you. In the end, nothing was resolved, but Harry had found himself with something new to worry about. Chapter 40. Plans in Progress. Time flowed in fits and starts. The weather shifted from icy cold to damp and chilly, with dark clouds hovering over Hogwarts, releasing more sleet than snow. From the windows of Gryffindor Tower, Harry watched as the small army of snowmen, snow forts, and paths leading to the lake and greenhouses slowly melted into a brownish slush. The puddles in the front hall transformed from snowmelt to muddy sludge. Filch began haunting the entrance hall with his mop, casting suspicious glances at anyone who dared to step outside. Inside the castle, the professors ramped up the homework load again, much to Hermione's delight and Ron's frustration. Muggle studies and creatures remained fascinating. The core subjects were predictable, but Harry found himself delving into more extracurricular reading and always discovered something intriguing. Most importantly, his more challenging subjects began to pick up speed now that he had the potions, and the constant pressure that had weighed on him all year eased a little. It seemed his future plans were back on track. Harry found himself sleeping better and eating better. Luna even commented that he was smiling again. The most pressing stress resolved with surprising ease. With the help of the twins' potions, Harry made significant strides in runes. He also progressed in arithmancy, although that was likely due to the remnants of the clarity concoction rather than the memory potion, which was entirely unintended. He didn't mind the approving nods from the delightful Professor Vector at all. He and Hermione received accelerated classwork while their classmates struggled. Most importantly, his plans moved forward. He rapidly memorized the basic rune symbols, their meanings, and their rune poems. His ancient runes grade soared. From being merely average, he became impressive. Professor Babbling cast mildly proud glances toward his seat in class. He also used his memory potions to review the basic Tessemancy symbology for obvious reasons. Harry couldn't help but think that. One reason Harry had to make up so much in divination during his last timeline was that he hadn't bothered to memorize much. It was embarrassing. He waved away the pink flush on his cheeks and focused on the symbolism mnemonics. Things started to improve for him. Trelawney was embarrassingly delighted with his tea reading. She began fluttering over to his little table in the classroom more frequently, bringing her haze of incense and the scent of sherry with her. Mr. Potter has tapped into his inner potential, she might say one day, her oversized glasses glinting oddly. Do you feel the voice of the world speaking into your very soul, Mr. Potter? On another occasion, she embarrassed him by declaring, Mr. Potter appears to be a chosen one in truth, 3rd years. Do you sense your inner eye opening? Perhaps, in due time, Mr. Potter might be one of the rare students who takes after my humble self. Her delight impressed Lavender and Parvati, but it only made Ron snicker. Harry tried to ignore the professor completely. It was surprisingly difficult to take his own success seriously when a woman, who smelled of alcohol and was overdressed in tassels and shawls, pretended to have a mystical voice and thought he was doing well. Still, he felt a warm glow of success at the thought that he had turned a corner in divination. The study from his other elective was helping him too. The runes he had memorized for language study still seemed to speak to him, just as they had in the corridor while he was waiting for the twins. Not every room, and not every time he tried to divine with them. That was why he had stopped bothering with the 1 rune drawer for beginners. But in every 3 drawer, 5 drawer, or 9 drawer, as Harry explored the rune placements, at least 1 rune would stand out and resonate with him. Clenching his fingers and shifting slightly away from the flowery tablecloth, Harry wondered one lesson if he had accidentally opened his inner eye. Was this really a thing? Harry shot a quick glance at Hermione. She was flipping through a textbook with a scowl, nibbling on her quill feather in frustration. He resolved never to bring it up with her. Inner eye or not, Harry now understood the meanings of the runes and could manage a full reading. Each vocal rune was shaped by his growing knowledge of the others, and complexity seemed to build with every runestone he turned over. The symbols at the bottom of his breakfast cup began to do the same. Every chilly morning after breakfast, he would swirl the tea dregs and somehow feel grounded. When he asked Hermione, Ron, or Neville about it, they had no idea what he was talking about, but Percy seemed approving. Dobby and Creature took turns popping up to the castle, ensuring Harry's secret passages were open for him each morning. He was never late to class anymore and didn't have to worry about being in 2 places at once. Sirius, on the other hand, was feeling housebound. He had cabin fever, or whatever it was called. Every day when he called Harry through the mirror, he made unsubtle comments about coming after Pettigrew. Some of his plans seemed completely unreasonable, while others were more practical, but every one of them was argued enthusiastically and only barely dismissed by Harry. Harry felt compelled to promise that he would talk to Lupin about it. In the meantime, he, Dobby, and Creature formed a pact to distract the escaped convict from his plans. So far, it was working, but with each passing day, it seemed to be less effective. The lawyer wrote again about the twins' wheezes, the contract was signed, and the investment went through. Harry's inheritance was mostly itemized now, and most importantly, Mr. Lloyd Elliot kept him updated on the progress of Sirius' retrial and the ministry. It didn't look too promising, but Mr. Lloyd Elliot was determined to keep working on it. Crookshanks had begun harassing Pettigrew again, which brought a deep and abiding sense of satisfaction to Harry's heart. The small voice in the back of his mind reminded him that he needed to stay focused. In the back of his mind, a nagging voice pointed out how difficult it would be to force Pettigrew to follow their plan. However, that thought was easily drowned out by everything else happening around him. So far, things were going well. Pettigrew's fur was falling out, and the Patronus Club was back in session. Its membership had expanded over the holidays, prompting Harry to split his students into 2 classes, those who were returning and a whole new group eager to join after hearing about the club's success. Professor Lupin watched with pride, though he kept his distance. Meanwhile, Draco's Slytherin team had decisively beaten Ravenclaw in the first Quidditch match of the year. Draco boasted about the victory in their letters, and even Flint began dropping unexpected, friendly hints about wanting for a good game soon. Unsurprisingly, Gryffindor's Quidditch practices ramped up both in frequency and intensity. Wood had developed a steely glint in his eye whenever he looked Harry's way. As days turned into weeks, the relentless pace continued, and Harry found himself grappling with returning headaches and stomach pains. Yet, he managed to cope better this time. Familiarity breeds contempt, after all. Even the spots dancing in front of his eyes felt more helpful than hurtful these days, prompting Harry to consider trying to make sense of them with magic, similar to the sight he'd experienced with the runes. In his spare time, Harry reconnected with Luna. They spent several weeks visiting the art club, but most of their time was spent wandering the castle, filling the map with new magic. Together, they discovered 2 hidden corridors that saved time climbing to the tops of 2 towers, along with 3 hidden rooms. They revisited the dancing room, which delighted Luna, and Harry stumbled upon a music room, a peculiar stone dome with nothing but a fountain in it, and a space adorned with Roman-style mosaics that moved and pulsed in dizzying colors. He added these discoveries to the map, smiling at Luna as he felt a sense of accomplishment. Eventually, though, the full moon arrived, accompanied by an owl delivering a fresh mandrake leaf for Harry. After months of procrastination and guilt, he finally began preparing for the dizzying dreams that would precede any success in his animagus transformation. On Tuesday morning, as Harry sat down for breakfast, the apothecary owl swooped in with a brief, professional greeting and a few miscellaneous ingredients to keep his plans under wraps. He fed the scraggly owl a piece of bacon, a crowd favorite, and offered it a chance to rest out of the rain before it returned home. Neville shot him a curious look as Harry opened the letter, skimmed through it, and tucked away the little pouch without a second glance. "Anything interesting, Harry?" Neville asked. "HRM?" "Oh, no," Harry lied. "Just more stuff from my lawyer. Something about backdated taxes owed by the estate, you know." Neville didn't understand. Harry deflected. "Yeah, he just sent me some old accounting books. He needs a few signatures to sort out the money management and all that. Honestly, it goes over my head." Neville, followed by Ron and Hermione, quickly lost interest in Harry's mysterious package. Ron said, trying to sound casual, "you have to deal with that kind of business stuff often, Harry." Harry bit into a slice of toast. "I mean, yeah? There's a lot that hasn't been done since I was 1, you see. Taxes from all of that, fees for the goblins, a sleek easy thing that the lawyer needs to follow up on. And, of course, my parents' house. There's a lot." Neville nodded, seeming to understand. "I see." Ron, however, was confused. "I don't get it, Harry. What do you mean we?" "Harry's parents were the last to manage their estate," Hermione interjected, quickly spooning more porridge into Ron's bowl. "Eat up, Ron. Have you finished the homework for? Have you spoken to Professor Snape yet, or are you planning to do that today?" Ron, the only one in their group who didn't pick up on the fact that Harry's inheritance might be a sensitive topic, quickly shifted his attention elsewhere. This left Harry feeling the rustle of the pouch in his pocket and the rapid beat of his heart in his throat. It wasn't until the end of the first period that he managed to turn back and find a moment alone in the dimness of a hidden passageway. There, he cleverly stuffed a dried mandrake leaf into his mouth. After so many false starts with the animator's process, the awkward maneuver of cramming his fingers and wand into his mouth, along with the challenge of positioning the leaf just right for the sticking spell, felt like minor annoyances. He didn't even have to swear this time, or stand on his head like he had before. The satisfying burn of success felt significant somehow. However, the unintended grin that spread across his face made the mandrake leaf rustle loudly, and he quickly adjusted his expression to one of bland neutrality. He couldn't afford to get distracted, he had Muggle studies to attend. The dried mandrake leaf stuck to the roof of Harry's mouth with its prickly roughness. It had been stiff and crackly when he held it between his fingers, maintaining its rigid shape even as he squeezed out from behind the trick staircase and blended into the crowd in the corridor. The taste was unpleasant. His mouth felt dry, like sandpaper, protesting against the bitter, grassy flavor that invaded his senses. Then, the saliva returned, spreading the acrid, dirt-like taste across every taste bud. As he turned a corner and absent-mindedly apologized for bumping into a sixth year, Harry noticed he was lisping. With each patter of his feet along the stone floors, he remembered that the mandrake leaf was supposed to be a secret. Curiously, he ran his tongue over the now rough roof of his mouth, but making faces would be a bad idea. Harry wrestled his facial muscles back into a neutral expression, hoping that the warm wetness of his mouth would soon soften the mandrake leaf. If not, he feared he'd be speaking like he had a frog on his tongue for the next month. His new, high-quality sleep experience felt doomed from the start. By early February, he found himself stretched thin again. Each morning, his stomach roiled as he woke, sleep still clouding his vision. Reluctantly, he forced himself into his occlumency practice, hoping it would calm the spinning in his head. The dark colors of his bedsheets and hangings twisted in his sight, even as he tightened his stomach muscles and stifled a groan. Crookshanks, his cat, shifted from his usual spot on Harry's pillow to the worn space left behind as Harry sat up. The cat's blissful laziness felt particularly offensive to Harry these days, as if Crookshanks was rubbing his peaceful life in. Harry took a moment to pinch a ginger paw fondly before settling cross-legged and introspective, watching as Crookshanks twitched in his sleep. Closing his eyes, Harry was met with a kaleidoscope of colors behind his eyelids. The remnants of sleep faded as he struggled with the swirling sensations of color and movement. His inner ear felt unbalanced, making it difficult to sit upright. He furrowed his brows in concentration. As he fought his way to alertness, the colors didn't fade. Instead, they grew bolder and more intense, as if he were passing through them and they were becoming part of him. Alongside the vibrant colors, he grappled with the lingering warmth of his bed canopy against the sensations of chill winds and burning flames that seemed to wash over his skin. Multiple sensations vied for his attention, and Harry panted with effort, his mouth dry and his lips tingling from the lack of moisture. But it was progress, Harry reminded himself. He was finally becoming an animagus, finally going through the process. He grabbed a hangover potion and swallowed it loudly, the bitter syrup sliding down his throat. His mind settled into a proper trance, and for a moment, he basked in the peaceful calm, leaving his wretched body behind. Just before breakfast, Sirius called him on the mirror. "What'll it be today, pup?" The dark-haired wizard grinned, his tone unsympathetic. "Had a horrible night, did you?" It took Harry a moment to gather himself and set up the mirror. Once he did, the question finally registered. Harry groaned and held his stomach. "Ugh. Sirius, yes, damn you. I feel awful." Sirius thrived in the mornings, brimming with excitement that Harry was following in the marauder's footsteps. He laughed his signature barking laugh. "You chose this, kid. We all went through it. Horrible nights and magical hangovers are part of the experience. What did you dream of this time?" Harry glanced over at the sleeping Crookshanks and shuffled a little further down the bed. He lowered his voice. "I mean, do you know, not that it's my final vision or anything." Harry's face flushed as he fought against the unsettling impression left by his lingering vision. "I'm sure it will change, but it was light and color and twisting, somehow." "So, do you know if a caterpillar has eyes?" Sirius roared with laughter, and Harry's face turned a deep shade of red. "A caterpillar, kid? Oh, that's precious." Sirius' face disappeared from the mirror as he rolled back in laughter, presumably flailing about out of Harry's sight. Harry waited impatiently, his fingertips tingling. "Oh. Sirius? Oi. Hey, are you still?" Sirius' cackling faded, but his face soon popped back into view, tears of laughter in the corners of his eyes. Harry rubbed his eyes and chuckled. "Ah, kid, that's priceless. Even your dad never got an impression like that." "Cheers," Harry replied, swallowing hard and grimacing at the musty taste lingering on his tongue. He noticed that Sirius still hadn't answered his question. "So, do you know if they have eyes?" "You know, caterpillars." Sirius maintained serious eye contact for almost a full second before bursting into laughter again. It took longer than Harry would have liked for his godfather to calm down and reassure him. What a magnificent effort," Sirius finally said, his smile becoming less hysterical. "You won't turn into a bug, kid, even if you're convinced you will. Generally speaking, only really petty people go that route." Harry pondered this for a moment. "I thought it might be symbolic or something. You know, rebirth and all that." He realized he had never shared many of his secrets with Sirius, especially not the time travel thing. "Rebirth? Whatever." But Sirius continued, "HRM? Oh, that's an interesting idea. But your animagus form isn't symbolic in the end, it's characteristic. That's why your dad became a stag, specifically a red deer, noble, pack-oriented, particularly powerful, loyal, protective, dignified. Otherwise, I could have teased him a lot more about being a prey animal, but hey, can't argue with magic, right? Speaking of which, I often asked him about that last one. I mean, James Potter? Dignified, but he claimed it was appropriate. And British, of course. A British wizard is always a British animal." Harry felt touched. "I had no idea." "Well, I guess I never told you before." Sirius looked a bit abashed for a moment, then brightened. "But I mean, unless you feel like your strongest characteristics are, single-minded focus and, He let out a giggle. Hunger, like, as a life goal, I think he'll be just fine. Harry couldn't help but smile at Sirius' short-lived but infectious happiness. I guess that's probably not me, then, Harry said. You could be a stag, too. It seems to run in family somewhat, Sirius replied. Harry shrugged. I mean, I don't think I'll be big, though. Last night, I was also wondering about a snake because I swear I was tasting things with my tongue. Maybe a dog, like you? Or a bear? Something massive and furry with 4 limbs. But, like I said, I don't think I'll be big. Sirius took a moment to rearrange the mirror. What does your little girlfriend think? Harry shook his head. Who? Ooh, more than one, eh? Either. Any of them. Sirius waggled his eyebrows. Although I was specifically thinking of your young Miss Granger or the little blonde one. Hermione and Luna. Harry felt a wave of discomfort at the thought. They're too young for me, Sirius. Really? Besides, I haven't told either of them anything. Just give it time, Sirius grinned. Dobby stole your birthday letter, you know. Somebody likes you. Harry had no idea what Sirius was talking about, but he shrugged off the tension in his shoulders and dismissed the thought. Don't be silly. I mean, Hermione thinks I'm studious, so if I did ask her, she'd probably think, like, an owl or something. And Luna told me yesterday that I'm scrappy, whatever that means. But I didn't ask her anything. Wait. Dobby stole what? The conversation shifted into a more relaxed chat until Harry had to say goodbye and head to breakfast. He enjoyed these morning conversations much more than when Sirius called in the evening. That's when they argued. But for now, it was a good start to the day. He climbed out of the warm, dusty bedclothes and began the awkward journey to the Great Hall, his legs and limbs still shaking slightly. He did his best to shake off the sensation of phantom limbs and exoskeletons as he made his way down to the Gryffindor common room. The twitchy reflexes of tails, whiskers, and claws often lingered in the mornings for an hour or so. That was probably why Neville and Hermione shot Harry's strange looks as he startled and shook his head at the breakfast table. His attempts to scent the bacon with his tongue or twitch an ear forward in interest resulted in some rather unusual spasms. He cheerfully blamed Fred and George for spiking his food. Ron, the most loyal of lions, marched down the Gryffindor table to confront them. To Harry's utter lack of surprise, Ron returned with the news that Harry had successfully dosed them back. They were twitching just as badly and claimed things were equal all around. Harry offered a thin smile, poured himself a cup of tea, and stared into its depths in silence. As February progressed, Harry found himself relying on the delicate emotional balance he maintained through his tea leaf readings during breakfast each morning. To be honest, he didn't receive many positive signs, but most were neutral: minor chaos, a short journey, a friend in need, and so on. It was reassuring to have a heads-up when something was likely to go wrong that day. When Snape appeared behind him in the corridor and docked points for a crooked tie, or when a magnificent row broke out in the dormitory between Seamus and Dean, it was easier to handle knowing he had seen it coming. The pace of transfiguration lessons quickened, with inanimate to animate transformations growing in size and complexity. Harry was given the unenviable task of assisting his classmates who struggled, which meant he spent a lot of time moving around the room. Flitwick began the year by intensively revising cheering charms and their various relatives, and Harry found himself wondering how he had ever thought, in his previous timeline, that they wouldn't be on the exam. In what was perhaps the most surprising of his core classes, potions became absolutely mesmerizing as the third years learned to identify unnamed poisons and brew their appropriate antidotes independently. It became all the more. It was interesting how Harry no longer believed that Snape was trying to kill him. He had to admit it was a fascinating intellectual exercise. While he didn't dwell on Snape much these days, it still bothered him a little to realize that, in his previous timeline, Snape had been right. Harry had been an abysmal potion student. How had he ever found this mystery boring? In astronomy, they moved on to studying the constellations of the southern hemisphere. Among his other classes, Harry's divination habits put him in the enviable position of being prepared when Hagrid brought Aragog, somehow, against all understanding of regulations and wizardkind, to show off in his creature's class. Neville and Ron were appropriately horrified, while Hermione surprisingly leaned toward academic enthusiasm. Draco had to be talked down from sending lengthy owls to his father about the creature. As for history of magic, Harry couldn't really gauge how those classes were going. He still set the dictaquill going and studied history on his own. His new subjects were much more engaging. Muggle studies began exploring communication through the history of the telephone. Harry had never learned about the origins of Morse code or semaphore before, and he found them surprisingly interesting. In arithmancy, students were tested on their knowledge and skill with the slide rule. Runes shifted away from a focus on Elder Futhark, delving into the Scandinavian Younger Futhark and its cultural significance. Soon, they would move on to the Anglo-Saxon variation. With the influx of potions, aside from headaches, peaceful sleep, and muscle relaxants, Harry found his learning incredibly streamlined. Before each dosage ran its full course, he found himself with time to spare and a wealth of new knowledge to master. He began memorizing the pages of his trusty Linguarum Veterum Septentrionalium, 17th edition, and what Muggles might call its foundational Proto-Germanic vocabulary. Learning was becoming increasingly fascinating. Harry was captivated by the knowledge he was gaining, embracing new concepts and ideas. His time spent playing Quidditch and participating in the Patronus Club truly stood out as the highlights of his year. Chapter 41, Lies of Convenience. Lying on his stomach in bed, Harry was deep in a morning conversation with Sirius about the benefits of knowing the origins of languages for runes when a screeching yell interrupted their discussion. In the distance, they could hear a sleepy Ron swearing at the noise, but it seemed he quickly fell back asleep. What was that? Sirius twitched. Harry listened to the frantic skittering of rat feet dashing behind his trunk and smiled cheerfully at his godfather. Crookshanks, as you know, has decided to take responsibility for the health of my best mate Ron's pet, Scabbers. That screech of despair came from the rat, actually. Sirius's eyes changed instantly, so quickly that Harry had to shudder and look away from the animalistic gaze in the mirror. One side of his lip curled up in a canine growl as Sirius growled, Harry cut in quickly, don't worry. They can't hear us. Our relationship is a closely guarded secret. He thought about the rat that was about to run away to Voldemort very soon, if he had anything to say about it, but he kept that to himself. I've muffled the mirror, he continued. You can rest easy knowing that Scabbers is living a very unhappy life right now. He's balding in huge, spotty patches and has lost almost half his body weight. It's getting harder and harder to convince Ron that Scabbers is enjoying the exercise, frankly. You or what? Sirius blinked in confusion, the steely gaze dissolving into bafflement. Sorry, you or what? Harry took a moment to shuffle into a more comfortable position on the bed. The pillows bunched up behind his back, and he tugged the blanket so that his legs could rest on a smooth, soft surface without any wrinkles. I've convinced Ron that his rat needs exercise, he explained, raising his eyebrows, and that Crookshanks and Scabbers are now best mates. I suspect that rat thinks I am a very stupid child, Harry said. But? Sirius cocked his head. That was not a happy rat sound, kiddo. He added, trust me. I should know. Harry pointed triumphantly with his index finger. I've also convinced Ron that sound proves Scabbers is having fun over excitement, don't you know? The general idea is that Scabbers has lived such an unstimulated life, cage, food, pocket, food, etc., that he can't handle normal stimuli now. Sirius stared at Harry in astonished silence. Harry continued quietly, the twins seem to think I'm up to something, but they haven't said anything yet. Hey, this time. It seems fine so far. The silence stretched on, long enough for Harry to take stock of his godfather's health through the mirror. Sirius's grey eyes had more crow's feet than he should have, even in the early morning light. His thin, pale lips couldn't seem to regain a healthy color, and his skin was yellowed and sallow, the kind of complexion belonging to someone who had eaten poorly for years and hadn't seen the sun in a decade. However, the hollows in his cheeks had filled out somewhat from Creature's good food, and there was a hint of a twinkle in his eye, whether it was from Harry's story or the influence of Dobby, Harry couldn't tell. Plus, he added cheerfully, Crookshanks doesn't do it all the time. Sometimes he genuinely acts friendly, goes in for cuddles, tries to groom the wee bugger. But he'll switch gears, speeds, for you wizards, I guess, at any point during the day or night. Scabbers is so twitchy now. It's great. Hang on a minute, Sirius said, looking bewildered. You've got your Kneasel to inflict anxiety, mental torture, and overstimulation on that rat bastard, and you've managed to convince your best friend that you're doing it for his own good. Yup. Harry popped the word smugly. A moment of absolute silence hung in the air as Sirius's mouth opened in disbelief. Harry watched as Sirius's mouth hung open, his eyes wide with surprise. Then, like a burst of fireworks, laughter erupted from him, exactly what Harry had been hoping for. Sirius's face danced in and out of view in the mirror, his laughter contagious. The sound of his hands smacking together echoed as he presumably flailed about in genuine amusement. You bloody legend, pup! What a guy! Oh, your father would be so proud. The metaphorical axe hanging over his head, the irregular panic. Unpredictable torment. What a magnificent, twitchy sensation. Oh, the irony. That bloody traitor deserves all of that and more. His voice dipped into a more serious tone for a moment, but then shifted back to laughter just as quickly. You take after the marauders, my little man. What a guy. Harry managed a small smile, though it felt a bit fixed in the face of Sirius's ongoing chuckles. He had successfully distracted Sirius from wanting to. So I guess I should head up to Hogwarts in the next few days then, mate. Damn. Actually, Sirius, I thought I could drive him a bit further, Harry suggested. I got another letter from my lawyer about your trial. He deflected, hoping to steer the conversation. He hasn't had much luck with the wizard he said he'd try, but he thinks he's found another way to get your files looked at. Did I mention that I think I found a secret passage in the astronomy tower that I don't think you guys found on your map? He continued, trying to keep Sirius's attention. And, I've kept having the dreams, and I don't know if my animagus form will really be a snake, but... Harry's voice faltered as he asked a question he had always wanted to know the answer to. Would you, if I am a snake, I mean, if my form is that of a snake, would you still want me? That question caught Sirius's attention once again. Say that again, pup? You spoke too fast. A surge of anxiety bubbled in Harry's throat. Harry swallowed loudly, trying to ignore the familiar flutter of butterflies that erupted in his stomach. He had gotten pretty good at that lately. Oddly, his voice sounded distant, as if he were speaking from miles away. Would you, if it turns out that my animagus form is, serpentine, not that it definitely will be or anything, but it's been in my dreams for 3 nights running, would that be okay? Would you? It wasn't reassuring when Sirius didn't answer right away. Instead, he insisted, that would be impossible, pup. You're a good lad, you are. But they had successfully changed the topic, and Harry pushed the anxiety down. He swallowed loudly twice more and shifted the conversation back to runes, hoping to keep Sirius settled. 2-hour Quidditch practices began to fill Harry's days, and the entire Gryffindor house buzzed with excitement as the Ravenclaw Gryffindor game approached in February. In contrast to the positive energy in the common room, Oliver Wood was out on the pitch in the early morning light, circling his team with a critical, almost desperate gaze. What is wrong with you? He demanded one Thursday morning shortly after 6. Fred. George. Your play is all over the place. Fred, you almost flew into Katie when you missed the bludger. I haven't seen you mess up like that since you were in 2nd year. George, I appreciate your enthusiasm when you pulled back an aim, but if Alicia hadn't ducked, you would have hit her head. Why are you flying so close to the chasers today? What happened to your speed? Your accuracy? The chasers murmured in agreement. Katie and Alicia looked particularly grumpy. hovering sullenly on their brooms. Their robes flapped cheerfully around them in the wind as the twins looked toward the ground, embarrassed and silent. Then Fred's head twitched violently, and George slowly tilted his head. Harry drifted a little too far and flailed to regain his balance on his broomstick. "Are you drunk?" Wood asked, bewildered, as he maneuvered around the twins to figure out what was going on. "Had you been taking those experimental potions again? And you?" He turned abruptly to Harry, who jolted upright, forcing his eyes open. The familiar roiling in his stomach faded to the background, but the dizziness was harder to shake off. "I don't know what kind of stunt you're trying to pull, Potter, but you're our star seeker, and that gives you some leeway. But now is not the time for experimenting with new techniques. We have a game on Saturday. And after Slytherin smashed Ravenclaw, we need a high score to stay in the running for the cup. Keep your experiments to yourself for now, thank you." Harry felt his cheeks flush. I wasn't actually trying to. I don't care if the slow and steady approach worked for Wales in the last Quidditch Cup." Wood continued, clearly on a roll. "Your strength lies in your speed, maneuverability, sudden direction changes, acceleration, and cornering so no one can shadow you. Save the new techniques for after the Quidditch season is over. We have to win or die, people. Win or die." Harry's foggy head absorbed the instructions, but he wished he'd taken a second dose of hangover potion. It might have perked him up a bit. The back of his throat had a faint, sour taste. "I'll get it together, Captain," Harry promised weakly, his forehead crinkling in concentration as he fought against the sick sensation. His ears rang in protest. Wood slapped his broomstick handle emphatically. "Let's try the run again, people. Chasers, increase your speed a notch. Beaters, gain altitude. And stop twitching your head, Fred. There are no flies this early in spring. Potter, show us that fine handling I know you have. Move it, move. Listen up, everyone." The game had approached rapidly, then passed in a blur of speed, leaving Harry with a ringing in his ears. "What were you doing out there?" Wood's voice was low and intense, clearly building up to a bellow. He stood in the changing room, still covered in sweat, pointing a finger at the semicircle of his players. "Your timing was all off." He directed his furious gaze toward the twins. "Is this some new technique? It's one thing to throw the Ravenclaw beaters off, but you were messing up your own chasers' plays too, damn it. Why did you let yourselves get distracted?" He turned to the three girls on the team, who looked windswept, their cheeks flushed from the cold and adrenaline. "You have to trust your teammates, or we all go down together. And you, Potter." Harry twitched, feeling guilty. "I have no idea what you were doing out there in the first half. Was that some kind of new technique to mess with Chan's head?" Yes?" Harry stammered, his mind racing. "I mean, yes. Obviously." Wood harumphed. "I guess it worked, but don't rely on that attitude for every game. This year's Ravenclaw team sticks to standard fixed plays. Whatever experiment you pulled off today worked, but that strategy won't stand up against the Slytherins." Fred chimed in lazily, "Lay off it, Ollie. We won, you know." The whole team seemed to relax a little at his words. Angelina reached for a towel and rubbed it roughly across her sweaty face, while Katie and Alicia gently bumped shoulders. "Well," Wood huffed, "yes. But it was hardly our best game, and there were scouts there again." Katie winced. "Yeah, but they always are at Harry's games these days." "Who, me?" Harry blinked in surprise. Wood ran a rough hand over his short hair, clearly still frustrated. After the game, Oliver Wood ran a hand through his hair and carelessly stripped off his keeper gloves. "Yes, you," he said, rolling his eyes. "Ever since your bloody heroics made the news, there are always scouts watching you, Potter. Take a good look next time." He sighed, calming down slightly. "Look, to outsiders, it might have looked like you all knew what you were doing, but I'm your captain, and I know something was off today. Sort yourselves out, or we'll be adding extra practices before the Slytherin game." In the humid, sweaty room, everyone flinched. The twins whined, but would cut them off. Now we'll head off to the Gryffindor party and celebrate with everyone else as if everything is normal, but you only have a week to get your rhythm back. He paused, then slapped a friendly, if heavy, hand on Harry's shoulder before turning toward the showers. Look, Gryffindors. You're a great team. The best Gryffindor team we've had in years. This is our year, people. Our time to shine. To stand out to the scouts and show the wizarding world our skills. Don't waste it, will you? As he turned his back, the other team members exchanged abashed looks and slowly turned away, murmuring softly and guiltily under their breaths. Fred and George shared a glance and, as everyone else began stripping off their gear and discussing their plays, quietly made their way over to Harry. "Hey," George muttered, shuffling into Harry's personal space. Harry startled. "Hey! George! Fred! How are you doing, kid?" "We're struggling a little. Fred's got some weird ghost whisker thing going on, keeps sensing things in the air that aren't actually there, you know? And I've had my balance all screwed up. It's hell on a broom, is what." At Harry's wide-eyed look, George subtly gestured to his mouth, where he contained a mandrake leaf, and nodded. "Harry," Percy called out, huffing as he rounded the corner. "I thought we should discuss a new potions regimen," he continued, glancing at Harry. "If you're anything like us, we'll need to adjust some recipes. If we start taking potions more frequently, we might end up with blood poisoning. And if we don't, Ollie will find a way to kill us anyway. How about we meet after the party, in the same corridor as last time?" Harry nodded silently, his tongue poking at the mandrake leaf stuck in his mouth. "Is 11 p.m. all right for you?" Percy asked, then turned away to remove his Quidditch robes as if their plans were nothing out of the ordinary. As Harry focused on his studies, the weather briefly improved for a week before taking a turn for the worse again. The Daily Prophet reported sightings of Sirius Black near Glasgow, stirring up all sorts of gossip. A fifth-year student fainted on his way back from the greenhouses, shaken by the presence of Dementors once more. In response, Harry mailed his petition to Rita Skeeter to ensure their protest was heard. The initial energy from returning to school after Christmas and New Year's began to fade, replaced by a heavy, cold gloom brought on by the dark guardians haunting the grounds. Along with his petition, Harry sent another letter to Skeeter, this time with his real name signed. Unfortunately, the press meeting called by Fudge in response was nothing but a reinforcement of the ministry's position. Fudge rambled on about young and impressionable students who didn't know what they were talking about. For 3 days, pro-ministry articles dominated the papers, while letters to the editor were filled with bitterness and outrage in the Potter-Spotter column. Public opinion was running high. Then came the next Hogsmeade weekend, much to everyone's excitement, except Harry's. Under McGonagall's orders, he was stuck in the castle and figured he should wander about visibly, just in case anyone wondered where he kept disappearing to. He was meandering through the second-level dungeons with Luna, working on his map, when Percy appeared around the corner. Percy approached with a worried expression. "I've been searching for you everywhere. I'm heading off to Hogsmeade in a minute. I know Hermione and Neville have already gone. Did they ask if you need anything brought back? I wanted to catch you before I left." Harry looked up from where he was poking at a statue of an enchanted pig, which Luna was trying to converse with. He flashed a friendly grin at Percy. "Pierce. I'm good, I reckon. I'm all caught up on my homework and managing my time all right this term." He shot a significant look in Percy's direction. "Although, if you could grab me some more parchment and an extra quill or two, that would be really helpful." As Percy walked over, Harry rummaged through his moleskin pouch for some coins and handed them to his older brother. "I'm coping, okay, all things considered," Harry added. "The Dementors aren't helping, but there's not much you can do about that." He held back from mentioning Sirius' increasingly stubborn arguments or the disturbing dreams he had been having, dreams he had created himself, to be fair. He also didn't bring up Dobby and Creature's regular complaints, which they shared every time he passed through the secret passages of the Room of Requirement. nor did he mention the dizziness, the churning in his stomach, or the spots that flickered in and out of his vision. Looking at Percy's concerned face, he figured he might not need to say anything. "Are you sleeping enough, Harry?" Percy asked cautiously. "I'm trying," Harry replied, glancing at Luna, who was now kneeling on the floor to be eye level with the oddly contorted pig statue. He rubbed his temples in frustration. "I mean, I'm definitely not great. Things were getting better about a month ago, but I think I've taken on a few more projects than I should have, honestly." HRM. Percy looked even more concerned. "I can't stop them now," Harry hastily reassured him. "Well, I think things will improve in maybe a fortnight," Harry said, trying to sound optimistic. "I just need to buckle down, I reckon. Stick to the routine. Maybe go to bed a bit earlier." Percy took a deep breath. "If you need. I suppose I can't persuade you otherwise. Perhaps I could offer you some of my third-year notes." He paused, gauging Harry's reaction. "Or a shoulder to cry on. A guilt-free evening off with no studying? We could have a quiet conversation or just enjoy some companionable silence in a private corner. I'd be more than willing to help. Is there anything I can do for you?" "That's awfully good of you," Harry replied gratefully. "But not this week, I don't think. I might take you up on that, though." "Perhaps?" He hesitated, considering the Weasley connections at the Ministry. "Do you know anyone I could speak to about getting my godfather a retrial? Or at least reopening his case files? My lawyer isn't having much luck and—" Harry's voice dropped to a serious tone. "I'm really worried about the lack of progress. It's honestly the biggest worry on my mind right now." Percy frowned. "I may not be able to help you with that," he apologized. "But I can promise to write to my father and inquire. I'll get back to you with any news as soon as the owls are off-wing." Harry thought briefly of his housebound godfather and the desperately hopeful rat Animagus, likely pacing around somewhere in Gryffindor Tower as they spoke. "Cheers," he said, feeling a bit more hopeful, before turning back to Luna and his map. The other urgent item on his to-do list was the Patronus Club, which had gained popularity again due to the increased coverage in the Daily Prophet and the unsettling incidents of students fainting on the grounds. Harry now ran 3 sessions a week, with Remus Lupin support and a little extra help from the prefects, who assisted him in managing the room when students pulled out their wands. On Saturday afternoon, Harry found himself standing at the back of the classroom. Harry narrowed his eyes as he observed his students practicing spell casting. He had just completed his final round of the room, and he was pleased to see that the advanced class, made up of all the NEWT students, was beginning to show some measurable progress with the Patronus charm. Remus, who always seemed to be patrolling the opposite side of the room, appeared consistently surprised by the success Harry was achieving with his students. He had entrusted Harry with all the instruction, as requested, but he couldn't help but watch with an off-balance quirk of his eyebrows, perhaps thinking they were progressing too easily. Harry attributed their success to the fact that he hadn't told anyone how difficult the spell was supposed to be. Nevertheless, the growing mastery of his students filled him with pride. Just a few weeks ago, 7th-year Hufflepuff Jemima Huxley had managed to transform her mist tendril into a hazy cloud that lingered in the air for over 10 minutes. Her achievement seemed to inspire several other senior students to produce silver-white vapor from their wands. The key point was that they learned to do it reliably. While some students' charms were denser, longer-lasting, and more successful than others, nearly all the seniors had made progress. Then, Huxley had once again been the first to succeed in forming a shape in the mist, nothing identifiable, but it had 4 paws, reminiscent of a bear or a dog. A success had sparked a competitive atmosphere in the classroom. Standing there with his arms crossed, Harry couldn't help but hum a little noise of satisfaction. The slithering Quidditch team, in the distant corner to his right, might not have seemed like the most academically inclined students to Harry's inexperienced eye, but they were certainly focused, some might even say stubborn. Not wanting to lose to a Hufflepuff likely played a part in their determination, but Harry optimistically hoped that the house stereotypes weren't as divisive as they seemed. Their attitude, however, had a delightful effect on the Gryffindors, helping to keep them focused. The atmosphere in the room was electric, buzzing with energy as students concentrated intently. Whenever they lost focus, they rallied back, determined to master the Patronus charm. The words Expecto Patronum echoed off the stone walls, sometimes whispered, sometimes shouted, blending with spirited discussions and the occasional frustrated exclamation. Each time a student faltered, they furrowed their brows and prepared to try again. In front of Harry, Ron stood alongside Seamus and, surprisingly, Lavender Brown. They took turns casting the spell and offering feedback to one another. A little further back, Harry noticed Cedric and Cho exchanging shy glances while standing with their friends, their school robes brushing against one another. The lively group of Slytherins and Hufflepuffs exchanged hits, including the cheerful Hufflepuff boy who had helped Harry weeks earlier during the confrontation between the Slytherin Quidditch team and the Gryffindor Chasers. Harry had made a point to assist him, believing that good deeds deserved rewards. Earlier, Harry had also encouraged Luna to team up with Dean, as both were members of the art club. In a quieter corner of the room, the two were finding more success than many of the older students. Luna had quickly conjured her first misty cloud and was guiding Dean through the process, which had him nodding in understanding. Harry couldn't help but smile as he leaned against the wall, shifting his weight. It was wonderful to see Luna connecting with others, and Dean was genuinely a great guy. But Harry wondered if there was more he could do for her. Even Draco was present, his sleek blonde hair slightly curling as the room grew more humid. After exchanging 3 letters, Harry had finally convinced Draco that their secret friendship wouldn't tarnish any reputations, especially with other Slytherins in the lesson. From where he stood, Harry could see Draco fitting in well with the rest of the Slytherins. The Quidditch team members exchanged quick grins and thoughtful comments in a refreshingly sportsmanlike manner. Draco, Flint, and both beaters, along with that other chaser he'd spoken to, all seemed to be genuinely enjoying themselves. It warmed Harry's heart to see all his friends gathered together like this. He paused for a moment, then bounced off his spot against the stone wall to interrupt Hermione and Neville, who had stopped casting for a while. Hermione was likely overanalyzing the theory again. With a quick step, Harry made his way over to help refocus her on the emotional aspect of the spell. After some gesticulating, he ran his hands through his hair, fighting down his impatience. "Look," he began. "The trick for this spell is that the power comes from..." He hesitated, fidgeted, and blinked. "Hang on, I'm trying to think of a better way to say, the spell comes from within. I already mentioned it's emotional, right? You really need a surge of joy. Almost a forceful feeling inside you, bubbling up. Does that help?" Hermione rolled her eyes and mentioned something about how will, wand, and word were considered the 3 fundamental foundations of spellcasting, according to several authors. She wondered if that might be why Harry couldn't get his spell to become corporeal. Harry accidentally caught Neville's gaze and quickly looked away, not wanting to disrupt Hermione's focus with a laugh. Classic Hermione. He shifted on his feet and redirected her thinking. Will, wand, and word are definitely the most significant components in order of importance. I think we cover this more in class in a couple of years. In my case, I think I'm struggling with my will, somehow. The late-stage shaping of it. He shot a sharp look at Hermione, who fell silent, a bit abashed. In your case, he continued, you're struggling with the initial formation. She puffed up, and Harry fought down a rueful grin, avoiding Neville's eyes again. "Excuse me?" Hermione asked, clearly taken aback. Harry nodded. "Unlike most spell work, you aren't using. It's sheer willpower that fuels the Patronus," Hermione explained. "You need to think of the emotion, joy, or sometimes faith or hope, as an essential component." She nodded reluctantly, frustration etched on her forehead. "It's more like a part of your will instead," she continued. "The emotion has to be summoned and shaped by your will, acting as the central force. Think of it as more bike pedals and less training wheels, if that makes sense. Try to give it another go, focusing on an unadulterated, joyful memory. That part is crucial." As they spoke, there was a small commotion when one of the first years believed he'd made progress after shouting the spell. Someone from Benny's group, Harry thought. He absently patted Hermione on the shoulder, nudged Neville with his own shoulder, and told them he'd leave them to it. "You're in charge of keeping Hermione on track, all right?" he said to a wide-eyed Neville. After circling the room one more time, Harry found himself back at his original spot. He leaned against the classroom wall, rolled up his robe sleeves as the room began to warm, and watched his classmates with focused attention. When Remus Lupin paused in his pacing on the opposite side of the room, Harry seized the opportunity to walk over and finally stand next to the wizard he'd been trying to catch up with for weeks. As he appeared beside him, a rush of pure success filled Harry, and he mentally checked off another item on his to-do list. He ignored Remus' slight twitch of discomfort when he noticed Harry at his elbow. It took just 3 minutes of awkward small talk and a few exchanged compliments before Harry skillfully steered the conversation in the direction he desired. "I'm terribly sorry, sir," Harry said smoothly, masking his guilt with ease. "I know it's been weeks now, but I think I lost the reply you sent me regarding the message I emailed you over Christmas." Of course, Remus had sent no such reply. He had been very, very quiet about all matters. Harry was growing increasingly frustrated with the situation surrounding Potter, Black, and the last war. So, when he noticed Remus twitching again, he felt a grim sense of satisfaction. "Oh, Mr. Potter, I must confess I haven't yet found the time to reply to your message. Might I ask what it was you wanted to learn from me? If you would forgive a repetition?" Finally, Harry allowed himself to turn his head and glance at Remus innocently. "Oh, my lawyer has found some confusion in the ministry records just after the war, you know. I was wondering if you had come across any, I don't know, ministry legislation or trials that seemed suspect at the time. I mean, I figure you're the right age to have been in the middle of the last war, weren't you?" He was really hoping to get Remus on board as a sort of balance for Sirius. Perhaps he could help convince Sirius not to come to Hogwarts and to wait for the retrial that the lawyer was working on. They needed to prove his innocence through official ministry channels instead of rushing in without a plan. Harry, Creature, and Dobby needed all the help they could get at this stage. The anticipation of more support made Harry's hands shake a little with adrenaline. He needed this. However, while the incantation Expecto Patronum echoed around the room, Remus's eyes began to twitch. As the man self-consciously clenched and unclenched his fists, Harry looked away and scratched the back of his neck, hesitating as the moment grew tense. "Mr. Potter, I wasn't really as involved in the resistance effort as you might believe." Harry's heart sank like a dying doxy. "I lost a few friends and went through some personal issues I won't trouble you with." Darkly, Harry thought he might know what those issues were, but Remus continued speaking. "I haven't heard anything in particular about issues with ministry matters during that time. Times were harsh, of course. But I believe that between Minister Bagnold, Headmaster Dumbledore, Barty Crouch and the others, everything was sorted out neatly." Harry felt a sudden clenching in his stomach, and a cold, heavy ball sinking in his gut. Frustration began bubbling up and he struggled to keep it out of his voice. He swallowed bile back. "Crouch," he redirected desperately, knowing he'd been instrumental in Sirius' incarceration. "HRM? Oh yes, Crouch was in charge of magical law enforcement back in the day. He's the head of the Department of International Cooperation now. Bit of a step sideways for him, but that little fuss was all sorted out rather efficiently. Nothing particularly suspicious about it." Harry was rather caught up in trying not to take Remus' distance personally, but this indifference to their relationship was really beginning to grate. Remus had never taken the chance to introduce himself as James Potter's friend. Last timeline, Harry suddenly recalled. He'd kept his secrets close to his chest. Remus had not been proactive in moving into Harry's life at all, in either timeline. Harry nibbled at his lip in frustration, creating a sudden jolt of pain. You never felt the need to look into the details of how it was all tied up." Shocking Harry greatly, Remus chuckled softly as he reshuffled his stance uneasily. Then he passed a trembling hand over his tired face and spoke, voice muffled. "You students are so young. I forget some things. How yours is the generation that grew up after I. Remus paused to lick his lips and reminisce for a long moment while the sounds of student spellcasting seemed to recede into the background a bit. I can't explain to you in words what war does to a person. Everyone did things they weren't proud of during that time. Even if it was just staying at home and hiding. Some questions, you'll eventually find, just aren't worth learning the answers. Harry's thoughts swirled in a chaotic dance, so many ideas racing through his mind that he found himself momentarily speechless. He understood all too well the toll that war could take on a person, but how could he express that now? His mouth hung open in silence. Through his own experiences, Harry had changed, remarkably so, he sometimes thought. And Sirius needed, well, that was complicated. He shifted his posture slightly, turning a bit more toward Remus, and took a fresh look at his father's old friend. Despite his tall stature, Remus carried himself with a slight stoop. His robes were impeccably kept, yet they couldn't conceal the signs of wear and tear that age had left behind. Streaks of grey threaded through his hair, and there were lines of pain etched around his mouth and eyes. Suddenly, all Harry could see was how tired Remus looked. He closed his mouth, realizing it might be unfair to expect more from him. Remus was working hard to keep students safe, after all. He was likely doing a favor for Dumbledore, suffering from the effects of the Dementors worse than most. Perhaps, Harry thought cautiously, he should reconsider bringing Remus into the fold too soon. Maybe he could simply spend his time at Hogwarts and learn about Sirius' innocence through the papers instead. Would that be cruel? Then, a rising certainty struck him. Remus had never reached out to him. He hadn't taken the many opportunities to share anything, at all. In fact, in neither timeline had Remus truly opened his heart to Harry. In this timeline, their relationship felt even more distant, especially with no Patronus lessons shared between them. Harry nibbled his lip thoughtfully. Remus was probably struggling, as it was, likely battling his own mental health issues. Guilt, angst, depression, whatever it was perfectly reasonable for someone who had lost everything in the last war. Hermione would know the right terms. And that was Harry's realization. Harry felt a surge of frustration as he realized he would have to rearrange his plans once again. He had managed to juggle responsibilities so far, so he could adapt. He just needed to make a few adjustments. At least the end of the year would be a bit different this time. Sirius wasn't at Hogwarts, and Buckbeak wasn't on trial. He just needed to keep everything separate, contained, and under control. "Oh," Harry said, decisively. "Thanks, then, sir. I hope I wasn't a bother." "HRM? "Oh, no, not a problem at all," the weary teacher replied, forcing a smile. Harry returned a fake grin, feeling the weight of his plan settle more heavily on his shoulders, even as he maintained a cheerful facade. "It was just curiosity, mainly. But I guess I'd better give these guys a break before their enthusiasm burns out. Excuse me for a minute, sir." He nodded politely to his father's best friend. "It's been a very pleasant chat, sir. I'm very grateful for all of your help." With that, Harry walked away. Chapter 42, It All Comes Tumbling. Shortly after Ron's birthday, just before the Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch game, Harry received a letter from his lawyer. The timing couldn't have been worse. The weather was cold and grey, typical for February. He had experienced a troubling reading in his teacup that morning, which left him feeling on edge throughout the day. Ron and Hermione had gotten into yet another fight. His dreams had been unsettling, carrying a sense of looming doom that disturbed him more than he could articulate, and he found himself wondering if he might be developing a stomach ulcer. With all that weighing on him, it felt like a distinct possibility. To escape, Harry had retreated to the Room of Requirement, where he finally found some much-needed peace. Sitting alone in the afternoon light, he breathed in the comforting sense of fresh ink, parchment, and old books. His trusty quill scratched away at his essay, and for a moment, he felt productive. Then Sirius had called. Harry always dreaded those afternoon conversations with Sirius. They had a way of spiraling into conflict. This time was no different. While still at his study table, surrounded by reference books, homework, and his planner, he found himself in the midst of his biggest argument with Sirius yet. For the umpteenth time, "I'm coming to Hogwarts for the rat," Sirius insisted. "No," Harry replied firmly. Sirius accused him of locking him up, declaring that he was trapped in Grimmauld Place with 2 house elves as his captors. He claimed Harry was controlling him from a distance, that Harry didn't care about his freedom, and that he was being cruel. The words stung. Harry knew that, while Sirius's points were valid, he was acting out of concern. "You're not thinking clearly, Sirius," Harry shot back, frustration bubbling over. "I'm just trying to keep you safe. I need one final family member who loves me, who isn't dead." But he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. Harry remembered all too clearly the feeling of watching Sirius disappear through the veil. Time had slowed to a treacle-like thickness, and the scream that tore from his throat felt like nails scraping against flesh. He had relived that moment over and over again, each recollection sending a shudder through him. In his dreams, he had tortured himself awake, drowning in pain, self-hate, and regret. Always, he found himself standing helplessly before the curtain, desperately trying anything that might change Sirius's fate. If only he had moved faster. If only he had known better spells. If only he hadn't believed the dreams, hadn't taken his friends to the prophecy hall, hadn't asked for help, hadn't made those mistakes. If only he had listened to Snape's instructions, learned more in class, been stronger, faster, wiser. Sitting in his hardwood chair at the generously sized study table, Harry clutched his quill so tightly that it broke, sharp shards of feather piercing his palms and drawing blood. He barely noticed, lost in a haze of regret and frantic defiance. His heart raced, and heat flooded into his head. Veins stood out on the backs of his hands. This was his chance to make things right, to ensure Sirius was healthy and safe, to build a future together. "Think of my hope, Sirius," Harry pleaded. "That's not fair," Sirius replied, his voice heavy with frustration. "I may be your godfather, but no one has the right to lock someone up out of love." "You're just overwrought and emotional," Harry shot back, but he could see that Sirius didn't appreciate that comment. Sirius's face twisted in anger, his voice cracking as he shouted, "You're nothing like your father. You're trying to boss me around as if I'm some kind of invalid. You think I'm just a toy for you to play with, or a child for you to manipulate, indulge, and distract." Harry watched as Sirius's hair seemed to spark, his eyes shifting from grey to a steely intensity and back again, reflecting the turmoil within. It was unsettling for Harry to see Sirius with eyes that burned like hot embers, filled with hellfire and resentment. He realized that Sirius Black was a wizard who could hold a grudge, and as that thought hit him, his stomach dropped, causing a ringing in his ears from the pressure. Sirius shouted again, and Harry shouted back. His magic crackled in the air, prompting Dobby to scuttle into Harry's section of the room of requirement. But even as Harry continued to yell at Sirius, he felt guilt creeping in. Dobby shrank back, seeking refuge. Harry's magic surged, hissing and spitting. He suddenly felt a heat rising within him and noticed his study notes floating around. Sirius's voice cracked, and he threw something in frustration. Harry swore back as loudly as he could. Colors bled into his vision, making it seem as if he were looking through a haze. It was not a proud moment for him. Then, a silence fell so abruptly that it left his ears ringing. Sirius's voice cut off as if a switch had been flipped. Harry froze. He breathed deeply, realizing his shoulders were heaving, gasping for air. He stood tall, his robe swirling around his ankles as if caught in a violent wind. In the mirror, Creature's eyes appeared enormous in his startled face as he loomed over Sirius's unconscious body, Sirius's hair barely visible in the reflection. Creature remained poised awkwardly above him, his long, knobby finger still trembling from the blue flash of light that had knocked Sirius out. As Harry and Creature stared at each other in shock, a quiet patter echoed from behind Harry's left shoulder. Dobby, having hidden away from the anger between Harry and Sirius, stepped forward to peek around him. His eyes widened at the sight in the mirror, his mouth gaping open in silence. What could he possibly say? Harry took a step back, unaware that he had bumped into Dobby's bony shoulder. His breaths came in loud gasps as he struggled to rein in his surging magic. In the dim light of the afternoon shadows, Harry and Dobby stared at Creature, who stared right back. Harry's gaze flickered from Creature's form to Sirius's motionless body and back again. He flinched as Creature returned his stare, his own eyes widening as he felt the tremors begin in his body. "Well done," Harry rasped, his hands and arms shaking uncontrollably. "Thank you." He swore under his breath. "Sorry." "Thank you." "I don't." "I wish." "You did well, Creature." "I'm sorry." "Damn, I'm sorry." He blinked back tears as he pricked at his eyes. Then, forcing out a tiny voice through a throat that felt painfully tight, he said, "I'm so sorry." The two house elves were not friends. They didn't exchange worried glances or agree on what to do next. Harry half hoped they could join forces, two house elves in partnership or something, and fix whatever mess he had just created. But they didn't. Instead, Harry noticed they glared at each other confrontationally, though thankfully they didn't continue their fight for dominance. Small mercies. As Creature slowly reached out a knobbly hand and tilted the mirror down slightly, everyone's attention shifted to Sirius's comatose body. Silence hung heavily in the air. When Harry's silence stretched on a bit too long, his eyebrows furrowed in a desperate attempt to regain control, and both Dobby and Creature flicked their ears forward, concern etched on their faces. Cautiously, Dobby reached out to tug gently on Harry's sleeve. Harry swore again, his voice cracking embarrassingly. "Creature, what did you do to Sirius just now?" "He's not." "Is he all right?" "The bad young master is sleeping," Creature croaked in reply. "Creature will check on him again if he needs it, young master." "Young master?" Dobby's voice wobbled from beside him, his posture tense. Harry found himself amusingly caught between concern for his own well-being and the menacing presence of Creature in the distance. The house elf's knobbly elbows jutted out prominently, a strange sight that made Harry wish he could muster a laugh. "Harry Potter, sir?" "Great Harry Potter is wanting this?" Dobby asked, his eyes wide with anticipation. Harry's mind whirled, struggling to grasp everything happening around him. He nodded silently. "Dobby, yeah. Creature did a good thing, I think." Thanks for knocking Sirius out, Creature." "I think it was necessary." "Right?" "Yeah, that seems necessary." A thought pushed through the fog in his mind. "Is it okay that you did that to Sirius, Creature?" "I thought, house elves have all kinds of rules about what they can and can't do to their masters, right?" Proudly, albeit a little wild-eyed, Creature straightened his crooked form as much as he could. Sometimes house elves look after their masters when their masters are not looking after themselves. Good young Master Harry is keeping the bad young master safe. Creature is helping. Dobby is helping too, Dobby chimed in, his tone sullen. Harry nodded at both house elves, trying to mask the tremors in his hands by hiding them in the sleeves of his robe. "Good job, both of you," Harry managed to say. So, what happens now?" After a moment, Dobby bravely suggested they distract Sirius tomorrow by pulling a prank on Creature. After all, it was Creature's turn in the room. They could booby-trap the house. As Dobby's fingers grasped Harry's robe sleeve, it shook slightly in an attempt at humor. All Harry could do was sniffle and laugh weakly, even though he knew the idea wouldn't work. "Thanks, Dobby," he said, his throat tight and painful. "But after this," he gestured at the chaos he had created, "I don't think he'll be distracted." Slowly, Dobby's hand slipped away from Harry's robe. An uncomfortable silence fell over the room as they all began to understand what that meant. Harry's thoughts turned to the consequences of their actions. "Creature is doing it again?" Creature asked cautiously, his pale eyes taking in Harry's disheveled state and assessing his well-being. "Creature is making the bad master forget." For a moment, Harry was jolted from his spiral of self-doubt. He realized that tampering with the memories of his last remaining family member was probably crossing a line. The house elves continued to offer their help, but Harry found himself, as if from a great distance, methodically declining their suggestions. Transfiguring Sirius into a flute or even one of Madame's finest teacups was out of the question. Trapping Sirius in a room and slipping him food through a box in the door or somehow returning him to Azkaban for temporary safekeeping were not viable options either. The world felt distant, as if it was separating itself from him. His mouth moved, forming words with little conscious effort from his mind. His body felt small and somehow beneath his awareness, and everything around him seemed to chill suddenly. Perhaps it was still the lingering effects of the Dementors. He wondered if he was shaking or if that was merely a figment of his imagination. It felt as though the sun had vanished, leaving his vision dark and narrow. Was it tunnel vision, or just a cloud? He forced his mind to push through the numbness. He might have been sitting, or maybe he wasn't. Dobby was there, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Eventually, the three of them came to a consensus. Since they couldn't obviate Sirius, they would have to put him to sleep. The draft of living death, Creature suggested grimly, and Harry couldn't think of any other alternative. He promised himself he would apologize later. It would only be until the trial was revisited. It was all for Sirius's safety. A small voice in the back of his mind whispered that this might be too much for him. What if his mind snapped from the tension, stress, and guilt? What if he just gave up and let Voldemort win? But sheer stubbornness stirred within him. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself back into his trembling body to shake off that dark thought. Sirius would live. He, Harry, the boy who lived, would make sure of it. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission, Sirius had always said. After all, Sirius couldn't die on him now. Suddenly, a chilling realization struck Harry: he might go mad. The ringing in his ears intensified, and he feared that madness was indeed a possibility. That would ruin everything. Creature had promised to handle the potion. After dinner, just as Harry was clinging to his sanity by a fragile thread, the evening post arrived. He sat in the common room, slightly distanced from Ron's boisterous chess game with Neville and away from Hermione, whose frizzy hair was a clear warning to anyone wanting to interrupt her studies. He also kept his distance from the fire, where cheerful students laughed and joked in the warm glow. Barely anyone noticed when the owl swooped down towards him. A girl in the plush red seats jumped up, exclaiming that her mother had sent chocolates, but aside from her commotion, no one paid attention to the usual evening delivery. Yet, a sense of dread settled in Harry's stomach. That morning, he had seen dark omens in his teacup, hints of failure, broken trust, bad news, and the promise of double trouble. He had been on high alert for the twins' pranks all afternoon, and the realization began to dawn on him that he might have misinterpreted the signs. With a barely concealed shudder, he broke the wax seal. "Dear Mr. Potter," the letter began formally. "I hope this message finds you well. News in my circle suggests that you are achieving increasing academic success in your classes, and that both Quidditch talent scouts and your teachers find your abilities promising. I commend you on establishing this reputation so early in your life. Such foundations will serve you well as a public figure in the future. However, please mind your step. Firstly, I write to inform you that the Ministry of Magic finds your positive reputation somewhat unusual, and there are whispers suggesting you have aspirations of greatness. At this stage in your schooling, this usually isn't a cause for concern. Every successful wizard must cultivate their reputation and pursue their ambitions as they transition into adulthood. Indeed, many in the ministry take pleasure in your visibility and care for your public persona. But beware. I write to inform you that some within the Wizengamot and Minister Fudge's administration find your potential political aspirations troubling. You have become a visible hero to many at Hogwarts through your Quidditch triumphs, your spell-casting abilities demonstrated by your patroness, and your leadership and teaching qualities. You are also a vocal opponent of the Ministry's protective measures at Hogwarts. Admittedly, partly due to my own actions, your disagreement with the treatment of Sirius Black is becoming well known. There are concerns that you are trying to sway public opinion." Harry paused in his reading. The Dementors at Hogwarts were a terrible idea, and the sooner they were gone, the better. He picked up the letter again and focused. It is with all this in mind that I must inform you of the second purpose of my letter. Due to fearmongering and the schemes of your political opponents in the ministry, I regret to inform you that ministry personnel are unwilling to support your cause. All legal avenues I could pursue for justice on behalf of your godfather, Sirius Black, have been explored and found lacking. Heart racing, Harry clutched the parchment tightly. I must regrettably inform you that no assistance can be found through the British Ministry of Magic. This path to justice is categorically closed. As he read the stern, precise script, it began to waver in front of his eyes, and a dull roaring sound approached from behind. It could have been his ears ringing, or perhaps it was his pulse, but Harry felt the world abruptly lose all support, and Harry's vision tilted sideways. It was too much. Lurching, he scrambled to his feet, desperate to escape the common room. He needed space. Air, he needed air. The letter was clutched tightly in his right hand as he levered himself up the boys' stairs, seeking the privacy of the dorms. The world churned around him. One moment he felt hot, the next cold. Only the stiff, desperate grip of his left hand on the handrail kept him upright. He dragged himself up and out of the room before anyone noticed what was happening. His arm muscles burned, and he realized absently that he was gripping the banister harder than he intended. But he kept going, knowing he needed to escape before his tenuous hold on movement and control snapped. As his stomach rebelled, bile rising in his throat, Harry forced himself up the stairs. The handrails ended, so he began to climb, using the rough stone walls for support at his shoulders. He was out of the common room, at least that was something. His vision dimmed, the dark edges narrowing into a small tunnel of dim light. Keep walking. Distantly, Harry became aware that he was shaking, that his forehead was slick with cold sweat. His legs felt like lead, but he pushed himself to lift them over one more stair. He paused, panting. Keep going. While his body seemed to be shaking to pieces, Harry's mind made connections he really didn't need right now. Plans were failing. He needed Sirius to have a trial. To be free. To be safe. Save his first person. That was right, the thought caught. That was why he had come back to the past, to save people. Sirius was the first. If he couldn't save Sirius, then why should he bother? His stomach churned violently, a boiling heat stabbing at him, and Harry coughed back the acid that burned at the back of his throat. He had his plan? No one would have described the noise he made as a giggle, but Harry's eyes lost focus as he struggled to keep his thoughts straight. More details of his plan started to unravel, revealing themselves to be a disaster. Bloody Wormtail hasn't run away, Harry realized. He's supposed to be in hiding right now, something about Hagrid's hut. If he couldn't scare Wormtail out of the castle, how was he supposed to scare him into Voldemort's grasp? Bad things come in threes, he thought whimsically. Bloody frustrating Wormtail, bloody stubborn Sirius, and this bloody weak body. Memories swirled in his mind as he forced his legs to climb the stairs. Bloody failure. Drugged my godfather. What kind of stupid godson does that? He thought about how he might have even kidnapped him. Confinement, definitely. A frothy gasp escaped his lips. Killed Quirrell, had an eye? Kidnapper, captor, killer, liar. Tortured Wormtail, had an eye? Set Crookshanks on him on purpose. And that thing with Carrow too, Harry recalled, thinking back to the last timeline. Torturer. Who's the bloody bad guy here? Guilt rushed back, having been suppressed for months. This time, it was unstoppable. And if Wormtail didn't make it to Voldemort, then next year would be a wash. A distant thought struck Harry that his stomach was stabbing him. Hurt. Stab a stab stab. Without realizing it, the casual sounds from the common room faded away. The noise disappeared completely, as if he had suddenly tripped into a silent world. He was abruptly glad to be free from the heavy rush of his own pulse pounding in his ears, but other thoughts consumed him. He blinked hard. Was it still day? No, it was dark. All sound had vanished. He fought for breath, panting with his mouth open, trying to take in more air. At some point, a cold, rough surface pressed against his cheek, and Harry vaguely recognized it as the wall. On his face. Falling, he wondered. Something rough against his front. Oh. He'd fallen over. Face to the floor. He wanted. Harry struggled to breathe, a laugh bubbling up from his throat, but it was stifled, leaving him gasping for air. He panted, focusing stubbornly on climbing. His left hand moved, responding to his silent command. Up, he urged it. It twitched. A tsunami of sensation surged within him, his insides rebelling just like the rest of his body. He coughed up liquid where he lay, feeling the acid sting his mouth, lips, and face. His glasses were gone, lost in the chaos. He clung desperately to his last remaining sense. Stay awake, he thought. It was a stubbornness, a trait of being a Potter. He felt hot and cold, burning and icy all at once. Then, a sudden shock of warmth brushed against the one hand he could still locate. Left. Uppish. He had just checked. It pulled him back to his body, just enough for him to attempt climbing another stair. But the sensation faded, and he lost focus again. His face felt wet and hurt. Smells flooded his senses. Had he thrown up? He couldn't find his wand or even see to look for it, so he raised his right finger instead. He tried to concentrate through the ringing in his head and the burning in his tongue. Evanesco, he thought stubbornly. Clean up. Suddenly, he felt a surge of magic, surrounded by lights and colors that were becoming all too familiar. The magic within him rippled and twisted. Something inside him twitched. Did it work? Then, out of nowhere, hands were on him. Voices hovered above his head, two people were shouting at each other. Were they whispering? Intense, he thought proudly. He caught snippets of words: Pomfrey, Prefects, Crookshanks. He remembered his plan. SHHHHH. Harry managed to say, finding a flicker of strength to wiggle his head slightly. Don't. He hoped he slurred out. More discussion swirled above him, fragments he couldn't catch, something about coughing up blood and burning up. Another argument erupted about casting spells or going for help. No, he tried to protest. Don't tell. Peepook, his voice trailed off. One of the Weasley twins tried to mimic him. Don't tell. Percy? Is that what he's saying? Maybe Pomfrey. Who cares? The other twin interrupted. Is it our potions, do you think? Someone swore viciously. Harry felt himself rolled onto his back. Something meowed. A paw batted softly against his face. He heard words about choking. Suddenly, he was back on his side again. SSHH, Harry demanded weakly. Look, kid, a voice said. You're in a bad way. Just D-News, he insisted, trying to wiggle the hand that held his lawyer's parchment, the one that had sent him over the edge. Someone must have noticed the twitch because the letter was gently torn from his grasp, sparking another argument above him that he couldn't quite follow. While Fred and George fretted that their potions were harming him, Harry kept making feeble sounds like sh and don't tell. Look, one twin said decisively, still speaking in intense, hurried whispers. We'll give it one shot first, okay, kid? SSHH, Harry agreed. There was some frantic fluttering above him. He didn't mind if it was the twins, they were experienced with odd ailments. One twin stuffed a bezer down his throat, and Harry gagged. The other muttered a minor healing charm, Episki, and Harry felt some previously unnoticed grazes scab over. The stabbing pain in his stomach eased slightly, and his eyebrows relaxed a bit. He tried to smile to show them it helped, but his mouth tasted like blood and vomit. Seems to have helped. One twin's disembodied voice mumbled, and Harry was gently picked up and somehow spelled, hovered, maybe, further up the stairs. Someone lowered him onto a soft surface that smelled like fireworks, and the bed dipped as he settled in. A moment after Harry landed, he felt Crookshanks meowing near his left hip. Good cat, he mumbled. Got help, NKS. Judging by the sudden weight on his hip bone and the warmth against his thigh, the great ginger Kneasel, his protector, had decided to settle in for the long haul. Someone grabbed Harry by the shoulders, awkwardly pulling him up to lean against something. A leg. Fred's leg. He chuckled softly to himself. Then, a series of unpleasant potions were forced down his throat. Beneath the acrid taste of vomit and the rusty, salty flavor of blood, Harry recognized the distinctive taste of dittany, a restorative. Perhaps it was essence of dittany? There was something with sage in it for healing, too. Another potion, cool yet burning as it went down, tasted like salamanders smelled, causing the swirling colors in his vision to flash bright red for a moment. Then came a potion that Harry could have sworn was blue, washing away the heat, panic, and determination that had overwhelmed him. It settled him down, relaxing his muscles and causing his head to droop back against Fred, he thought, who was the twin supporting him. When Crookshanks licked at Harry's pale hand again, the twins pulled back, giving him space. They were probably checking to see if their efforts had helped or if Madame Pomfrey was needed urgently, despite their earlier contributions to the problem. Meanwhile, Harry concentrated on his breathing. In. Out. In. Out. Slowly, his vision began to clear. The darkness receded, revealing the bright red heads of Fred and George hovering above him. His hearing returned as well. He had been catching snippets of the twins' conversation for a while, but now he could also hear the wind outside the tower windows, a faint echo of laughter drifting up the stairwell, and the low, rumbling purrs of Crookshanks as he turned the corner. Merlin, Morgana, and Maeve, the twin behind him, sighed. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him, just as the other spoke. Bloody hell! Gracious, great Godric, and Hufflepuff's help! Harry's head twitched slightly. He struggled to open his eyes and raised one eyebrow in a questioning manner. We haven't killed you, Potter, the twin standing nearby exclaimed, but before he could finish, he collapsed to the floor in a graceless heap. The twin behind Harry also relaxed. A hush fell over the room, and in that moment, Harry realized he was still alive. Chapter 43, Harry Wakes Up. Harry dreamed. He found himself once again in the Triwizard Cup, having made it to the final task, the maze. As dusk settled gently around him, the distant roar of the crowd echoed from the stands, filled with unsuspecting wizards. In his dream, he met Cedric before reaching the cup. Go on, Harry said, his voice steady. You deserve it. I'm not even meant to be here. I couldn't possibly, Cedric replied, his youthful face softened by the evening glow. You saved my life. That spider would have killed me. Take the cup, Harry. Harry felt an inexplicable reluctance to take the cup, to place his hand on its cold, golden surface. He assumed it was guilt, he seemed to carry that feeling everywhere these days. Together, then, he suggested, and Cedric's face brightened, looking like a carefree child. They grasped the cup simultaneously. Suddenly, a horrifying spinning sensation engulfed them. Lights blurred around Harry, and his stomach twisted as if someone were twisting a knife inside him. His shoulders tensed, as if he were trying to bear the weight of the world. Then, they landed, messily, in a tangle of arms and legs, in the middle of a familiar graveyard. Where there had once been an orange sky, heavy, dark clouds now loomed overhead. Cedric stood up and dusted off his hands. Well, he said decisively, this doesn't look right, does it? This doesn't look right at all. A sinking feeling washed over Harry as his senses heightened. He shifted his weight onto the balls of his feet and gripped his wand, ready to respond instantly. An odd scent of smoke lingered in the air. Something was terribly wrong. Cedric stood at Harry's right shoulder, his eyebrows knitted together in innocent confusion and growing concern. Bloody incompetence, am I right? Cedric remarked. Who? Harry replied, his mind racing. Cedric rolled his eyes and pointed his wand at his own jaw. I guess we'll have to do this ourselves then. Crucio. Harry watched in horror as Cedric fell to the ground, twitching and screaming under the weight of his own curse. Desperation surged within him as he scanned the surroundings. The Imperius? But there was no one else there. "Come out!" Harry shouted into the shadows cast by the tombstones. The only response was the fading of Cedric's screams into whimpers, which eventually turned into sobbing gasps. "Cedric!" Harry scrambled to his side. Cedric struggled to sit up, his hands trembling so violently that his wand slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. "For Merlin's sake!" Cedric's voice rang out, echoing in Harry's mind like a bell. "Do I have to do everything by myself? At least I'm not a caterpillar." Then, in a moment of madness, Cedric struck himself over the head with a brick and collapsed. Harry yelled and jolted awake. As he opened his eyes, he found four concerned hazel eyes staring back at him. He took a moment to gather his thoughts, realizing that the two eyes on the left belonged to the same face, while the two on the right belonged to another identical face. It was the Weasley twins. Harry said, clearing his dry throat. "Hi? How many fingers am I holding up, kid?" the Weasley on the right asked. Harry stared blankly at him, taking in the crinkled eyebrows and clenched jaw, before deciding it was time to focus and communicate. "Hang on. Wait. What?" He blinked 3 times, finally spotting the hand being waved at him, inconveniently positioned near twin number 2's neckline. 2 fingers. "Are you guys all right?" There was a moment of silence where no one moved. Then, with a collective sigh, the twins relaxed, leaning against each other. One of them launched into a flurry of creative swearing. Harry had heard from everyone except Sirius, and the other twin rolled his eyes. "Are we all right, Harry? You bloody ask us if we're all right, do you?" A heavily freckled finger poked Harry rudely in the chest. "Where do you think you are now, huh? How do you think you got here, hey?" The other twin chimed in, "And where do you think we found you?" "Oi." They crossed their arms in amusing synchronicity. The left twin continued, "Take a moment, kiddo. Then tell us what you last remember." Confused and not really focused on his surroundings due to an unusual lack of pain, Harry furrowed his brow and thought for a moment. I was reading a letter in the common room. Jenkins just got chocolates from her mum, I think." They exchanged a knowing look, their eyes doing that twin thing where they communicated without words. And Harry pondered a bit more, noting how unusually relaxed his arms and legs felt. The headache that usually plagued him seemed to have vanished as well. "Oh." He tried to think a little harder. "Ooh, I know. I got a letter." "Yes, we covered that." One of the twins shifted back slightly and stood up, leaving Harry to realize they had both been sitting on his bed. It smelled of fireworks and definitely wasn't his bed. The morning sun streamed in from a completely wrong direction, also from the wrong window. George, the twin who remained seated on what was apparently his bed, nodded in Harry's direction. "You seem to have received a letter from your lawyer, one Mr. Lloyd Elliot. He seems to be a good chap, from what we can see. But he had some bad news for you. He can't do any more for your godfather through the British ministry. Honestly, we think that's what got you." "Didn't know your godfather was Sirius Black," Fred added amiably. "You seem to be in contact with him. Turns out he's not your parents' murderer, does it? The things you learn." With a jolt, all of Harry's memories from last night rushed back to him. The tension headache, stiff limbs, and churning stomach returned with a vengeance. He scrambled to get up but couldn't, a distant panic shooting up his spine. His plans. His bloody plans. Everything was falling apart, and he had thought he could hold it together. Who was the idiot that made him believe he was a hero? He should have known he was no hero. The boy who lived had always been a lie. Now everything was crumbling, and everyone was going to die. Harry felt practically evil himself now, with all the murder, torture, killing, and kidnapping. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Harry's head jerked to the left, and he snapped out of his swirling thoughts to find George gently slapping him on the cheek. It was kind, and it didn't hurt at all, but it was a new experience. Harry blinked. Hold your horses, kid, Fred interrupted. We thought you were dying when we found you on the stairs last night. Honestly, we thought our potions had killed you. But you seemed desperate to keep things a secret, and if you weren't dying, we didn't exactly want to get expelled for illicit potion experimentation or anything like that. We gave you one chance, George added, and you seemed to respond well, so we've treated you ourselves. But we just need to run a few checks. Harry lay there, his mind oddly split between turmoil and peace as the twins began casting spells and asking him odd questions, like whether he could feel his fingers and if he knew what his normal temperature was. Soon, they finished. We think you were set off by this letter, actually, Fred said, moving over to George's headboard and leaning against it lazily. He picked up the offending parchment and waved it. We found you with this in your hot little hand, 1.5 flights of stairs up. In the common room, you had thrown up once, just a couple of steps below you, but then you brought up more blood the second time. When George first picked your head up, I thought your face was ripped off. Let me tell you, wearing blood-spotted vomit is not your best look. Then, George continued, picking up the story and causing Harry to shift his gaze toward the end of the bed, you started hissing at us. Eventually, we figured out you were trying to say a shush. We've had some pretty interesting experiences with healing ourselves. And we know what it's like to keep secrets, Fred added. So, are you feeling all right now? Harry's mind felt sluggish as he thought for a moment. The letter, the damn letter, still weighed heavily on his mind, but aside from that, I can't move my arms or legs, he admitted, feeling less concerned than he probably should have been. Oh, that was us, Fred said cheerfully. When we tried to lift you last night, you were all stiff and rigid, like solid rock. We eventually figured out you were just really tense. So we gave you a little potion. We healed you enough to stop the bleeding in your stomach, probably an ulcer, we reckon, although wizards hardly ever get those, and got you a bit more hydrated and relaxed. We also seriously considered getting rid of your mandrake leaf, George added. But it didn't seem fair to take that choice away from you while you were out, nor while we were keeping our own in. That brings us to our next question. Are you experiencing any side effects? Or is it just lack of sleep because of the dreams? Harry thought for a moment. I think I might have taken on too much this year, honestly. It's mainly the stress, and the dreams haven't helped. I'm exhausted beyond belief. But don't tell Percy, he added urgently. Or he'll take it all away. Fred and George exchanged another look over Harry's head, one that he couldn't quite decipher. We respect a man with secrets, Fred eventually said, but we've isolated the. Harry, we've got you all set up in here, George said. Georgie slept with me last night, and everyone just thinks he locked himself behind his curtains really early yesterday evening. I dashed into your bedroom to pull a similar trick. No one seems to have noticed. But since we've gone out of our way for you, we hope you'll be a bit more open with us. We're allies, after all, business partners and everything. I think a little more trust here won't hurt anyone. Harry lay there, letting the idea sink in. A warmth spread through his stomach, where stress and guilt often resided. He honestly preferred it this way. He was genuinely pleased that they had kept his secret. No one else in the castle would have done the same. How close had he come to having his plans crumble around him like a house of cards? He shook that thought away. It was a good thing he had given them money, he decided, feeling determinedly optimistic. They provided his potions, and they all shared the mandrake leaf dreams. The twins were skilled at potions, charms, and apparently, healing. They understood what it was like to carry important secrets. This was his best luck all year, he thought. Then he dragged his mind back to the conversation. I'm more tired than usual this year, and it's not just because I'm hiding my godfather. The sick guilt surged within him again, serious, comatose and captive right now, but he pushed it away. Now was not the time. But I did promise I wouldn't tell. The twins looked oddly serious. We know you've been in more places at once than you should be this year. Harry exhaled, surprised. I forgot you knew that. How did I forget you knew that? They still had the Marauders map, of course they knew. I have a time turner to get to class, he admitted. Which I'm only telling you because you seem to already know. So please, don't drop any hints to McGonagall or Percy, because they'll take it away from me, and I really need it. This is going to work out for next year, Harry thought, feeling a mix of hope and uncertainty. If he hadn't already messed things up, he'd have to deal with that later. The twins looked like they had just solved a long-held mystery. That's what it is, Gred, one twin exclaimed, turning to the other. That would explain Percy, and Hermione, and that jerk in Slytherin too. Right you are, Forge, the other twin said, slapping a fist into his palm, clearly delighted. Secrets revealed again. Nothing can stand against us. They spoke faster and faster, excitedly connecting a series of events that had previously baffled them. Harry struggled to keep up with their rapid-fire conversation, so he focused instead on the warm softness of George's bed and the lingering scent of fireworks, wondering if he could feel the muscle relaxant beginning to wear off. Soon, they turned back to him. So, we managed to get Quidditch practice cancelled this morning, Fred announced, and Harry felt a spike of alarm that he quickly pushed aside. And we were trying to figure out if you owed us, he continued, but then the whole business is a big deal. Besides, despite you being a rather shocking surprise last night and unusually gross, even for a junior, your little episode only lasted the one night. Thanks. Harry replied, unsure how to react. The twins nodded, their eyes unusually serious. He tried, and failed, to sort through the swirling confusion, gratitude, and strange emptiness he felt all at once. The only other question we have for you at this specific moment is this. Fred said, his tone shifting. From somewhere behind Harry, Fred reached for a solid black bird with an air of disapproval. The crow's eyes were dark and piercing, its beak and claws appeared sharp and menacing. It flapped its wings 3 times to regain its balance before stepping delicately up Fred's wrist, staring Harry down with its head tilted sharply to the right. In that moment, Harry felt a visceral connection to his own body. A rush of shame washed over Harry. Oh, he said, feeling his face heat up. Oh shucks. Sorry, mate. Hi? Look, you've really seen the worst of me here, Crow. I swear it's not usually like this. The Crow cawed, somehow managing to convey deep disappointment without uttering a word. Harry felt a surge of adrenaline and realized he could subtly move his arms now. Look, this is just a weird one-off. Things are normally better, and I promise I have everything mostly under control. Wait. Has Creature been talking to you? Do you know? He inhaled, then exhaled, taking a moment to close his eyes and gather his thoughts. Okay, fine. So yesterday was a bad day, but I swear it usually isn't like that. Fred, standing steady as a perch for the Crow, stifled a chuckle. George, however, had no such restraint. It showed up about an hour after we found you, kid. Came in through the window like an avenging dark angel. But it seems he's a friend, eh? George's hidden laughter broke free. He's got you by the balls, doesn't he? Although I'd like to point out, he's not exactly wrong to be upset with you. With a flutter of its wings, the Crow leaped to Harry's pillow and began preening his hair. Harry flinched but then settled down, allowing the bird to fuss over him. I need all the help I can get, you mean? He asked weakly. In this position, I guess I can't really disagree. You haven't been talking to Crookshanks too, have you? A throaty rumble came from near George's ankle. Oh no. And that was how Harry found himself heavily managed for the rest of the year. From that point on, he could be found in the common room or library each evening around 8 o'clock, then escorted to the showers and finally to bed by his cat. Creature, now that's serious. Harry's well-being was temporarily of no concern to him, but his mirror called him 5 times a day to ensure he was eating, not just regularly, but appropriately. Somehow, he and Dobby had managed to put their differences aside and enlist the help of the Hogwarts elves. As a result, Harry found himself enjoying the greenest, most meat and vegetable-heavy meals he had ever had. For some reason, an elf in a high position had decided that dessert was off limits, leaving Harry feeling deprived of sweets at the end of every meal. Percy, who had somehow been informed without knowing all the details, claimed one evening a week to spend with Harry. During these evenings, they chatted, played easy chess games, and discussed pleasant topics like Percy's future job prospects and Harry's travel plans. The twins took it upon themselves to manage Harry's potions regimen. Once the month with the mandrake was up, they made the potion and whisked it away, so it wasn't Harry's problem anymore. They cut back on the pepper UPS and hangover cures as soon as they could, forcing Harry to ease off the study potions well before he had originally planned. With all the spare time he had now that he couldn't study as much, Crow became Harry's constant companion, perching on his shoulder between classes and dropping in to visit during meals and in a common room to ensure Harry behaved and rested when he could. Harry would have protested more vocally if it weren't for one small detail. "It's a good thing your lawyer's such a stand-up guy," Fred mentioned when they finally released Harry from George's bed. They had somehow secured him a day off from classes, which meant hours of forced rest. "Eh?" Harry replied, slightly confused. "I mean, I know he is, but how do you know?" George shrugged. "I don't know much about lawyers, but I doubt many would look outside of Britain for solutions to their problems. Xenophobia is still pretty common around here." "I don't get it," Harry said, still puzzled. Harry had managed to focus. "About sending your godfather to Europe for his trial." He grabbed the letter and read it to the end. His ears rang, and a wave of nausea surged in his stomach, overwhelmed by sheer relief. It would all be okay. Mr. Lloyd Elliot had never given up. He hadn't failed serious. Harry just needed to sneak him across the channel during the holidays, maybe even sooner. A portkey or a muggle method would be fast. He could apologize somehow, and that would mean he had successfully managed his third year. With shaking hands, he crumpled the letter so badly that George had to hold the parchment for him. It was true. The letter concluded, "It is with some hesitancy that I find myself recommending you and your godfather to the European Confederation of Wizards. Specifically, I have located legal support of interest to you in France and in Germany, both of which have their various benefits and drawbacks, which I will explain to you in a future letter. While many British wizards live comfortably within the borders of their own lands, existing treaties, histories, and traditions do allow British witches and wizards, in certain specific circumstances, to have their cases heard in foreign courts of law. I had hoped that Britain would not fail your godfather of the ancient and noble House of Black, and yourself, the Potter of Potters, not to mention the boy who lived, quite so badly. Nevertheless, I now find myself at your service and willing to expatriate your godfather to allow him the justice he deserves. With all due respect." Harry's lawyer concluded. Erasmus Lloyd Elliot. Harry couldn't help it, tears leaked from his eyes in sheer relief. That was how he found himself sneaking out of school during the next Quidditch match. While one version of him focused on the game and helped thrash Slytherin with a score of 270 to 110, the other version crept out of the Hogsmeade Passage, apparat to Grimmauld Place, and delivered Dobby, Sirius Black, and the antidote. He was finally done with the draft of Living Death. With a perfectly composed expression, he handed everything over to Mr. Lloyd Elliot and returned to Hogwarts. There, he caught the snitch, escaping the jubilant crowds by slipping into a secret passage that only existed because Harry had already been in the room of requirement. He quickly changed back into his sweat-stained Quidditch gear and rejoined his team, who were joyously celebrating their third consecutive Quidditch Cup victory. Snape scowled from the sidelines while McGonagall beamed with pride. Fred and George, ever the pranksters, promptly administered an antidote to the one pepper-up potion he had been allowed that day due to special circumstances and sent him off to bed. The year wrapped up with very few surprises. His teachers adored Harry, and he excelled in all his classes except potions. That was largely due to Snape's unfair grading, but Harry was confident that the exams would go well. If necessary, Dumbledore or McGonagall would intervene. Hermione survived all the divination lessons, although it seemed to physically pain her to admit that Harry, and oddly enough, Ron, appeared to possess some sort of gift. However, she dismissed it as all too woolly and decided to drop divination next year, along with Muggle studies, since she had already mastered most of it. The twins were eager to show Harry their new products, and he happily provided them with ideas. "How about mood rings?" he suggested. Like the Muggles. They jumped at the chance to design jewelry that would indicate the wearer's health status. They envisioned baby care brooches, water watches to monitor dehydration, and sleep silver to check for exhaustion. Once the designs were finalized, they dove into production, quickly collaborating with local tradespeople. Meanwhile, Crow, Crookshanks, and Creature seemed to follow Harry everywhere, which he figured he deserved. He had finally stopped sneaking out during Hogsmeade weekends and was convinced that he was ready to embrace the challenges ahead. Harry decided to reduce his Patronus classes from 3 sessions a week to 2. He finished his map with Luna and returned to the art club to follow her for a while as she worked on her own projects. Percy had convinced him to try knitting as part of some health initiative, and since he lacked other artistic skills, Harry figured it was worth a shot while Luna sketched and painted nearby. She hummed cheerfully as she worked, etching and creating beautiful pieces. Harry settled to one side, his knitting needles clicking softly in rhythm with her artistic efforts. He kept in regular contact with Draco, who offered him some surprisingly good life advice. Meanwhile, Dobby, who had traveled with Sirius and received Sirius Mirror for communication, called in frequently to update Harry. Though Sirius still wasn't speaking to him, Dobby assured him that he was doing just fine. As time passed, Hogwarts was gearing up for its exam period when the news broke. The front page of the Daily Prophet blared, "Azkaban escapee innocent." Rita Skeeter had also penned another headline, "Ministry mucks UP, court case catastrophe." It was Wednesday of exam week, and Harry was seated at the Gryffindor breakfast table when hundreds of excited owls swooped in, dropping copies of the Daily Prophet in front of their regular subscribers. Crow, Harry's owl, brought his copy, determined to maintain his wild spirit while also looking out for Harry's well-being. Harry was puzzled about how Crow had gotten the newspaper from the official owl that had presumably started the delivery. It was surprising that Crow even knew to come at all. He was certainly no tame bird. "You little rebel," Harry said with a chuckle, scratching Crow behind the head. "Thanks for the delivery. Feel free to hang around and watch the commotion if you want. Want some bacon?" Harry noticed the precise moment Severus Snape caught sight of the headline and connected the dots. Harry watched as the wizard went pale and blotchy, scrambling from the high table toward a private corner with a clumsiness he had never witnessed before. He noticed Professor McGonagall's astonishment as she peered beyond the headline of the article. A wave of sympathy washed over him as he saw the horror and pity slowly dawn on her face. Dressed in a navy blue, summer-weight robe, McGonagall too went unflatteringly pale. Harry could hear her mutter something to Madame Hooch, who stood up and shuffled over, gently rubbing her back while making soothing assured sounds. Dumbledore entered the hall a bit late, looking as if he already knew everything. But it was Remus Lupin that Harry was watching for. As he sat over his pancakes and breakfast tea, having requested the meal from the elves ahead of time due to his lawyer's warning about the articles, Harry saw the weary man approach the teacher's table and then freeze in place. Without feeling vengeful, Harry couldn't help but feel a surge of fierce schadenfreude as Remus finally unfroze and grasped at the newspaper. Harry's heart sank as he watched Remus's face drain of color while his fingers frantically flipped through the pages, searching for other stories that might shed light on how Sirius had been failed by the justice system. Harry thought about how Fudge had refused all attempts to correct the injustices. He and his loyal lawyer had fought tirelessly to bring these issues to light, only to be pushed back time and again. He wasn't surprised when Pettigrew disappeared that morning, much to Ron's dismay. Nor was he shocked to hear, over dinner that day, that Remus Lupin had resigned from his position, taking an immediate leave of absence for personal reasons. Harry remained unsurprised when it took 2 whole days for the Dementors to be removed from school groups, even though the positivity and celebration surrounding his small part in the process were embarrassingly splashed across the Daily Prophet. The only thing that surprised Harry slightly was beating Hermione in half of his exams, mainly the spellcasting ones, although he also placed first in runes. On the last day of school, Fudge made a surprise appearance to present Harry with a trophy for his services to the school. It seems you've done well with your charms, Mr. Potter, Fudge stuttered, standing in front of the school. Of course, you've had a bit of a lucky year, really. Good guesses about your godfather that were almost certainly a stretch, quite unbelievable, all around, really. But let's not dwell on that. I'm told you did well for young Benjamin Bassett, I think. Benedict, sir. Yes, him. Well, anyway, I hear you were quite heroic, very dashing. Taking after your father, James Potter, do you think? He was very clever on a broom. I wouldn't know, sir. Ah, well. Attempting to cast a patronus in public is a brave thing to do, isn't it? You could have failed miserably. But then you went and tried to teach others. Children. 3 of my students can now cast fully corporeal patronuses, Harry pointed out mildly. He glanced away from Fudge's tan suit jacket to catch Percy's eye, as well as Jemima's and Moore's. They grinned back at him from their spot by the head table, in front of the entire student body. Yes, well, Fudge mumbled. It wouldn't hurt you to do a little more in school and talk less about the ministry to people, A promising young wizard like yourself might find a few doors opening in a few years if he plays his cards right, hey? Do keep that in mind, Mr. Potter, won't you? From beside them, Harry noticed Dumbledore's twinkly eyes dim slightly, a small furrow of worry appearing on his brow. But Harry was fine. I'll remember your words, he assured Fudge. But it was the least I could do, sir, really, he added cheerfully. The still sweating minister spoke, standing up for truth and justice, confronting oppression where it stands, keeping families together, sir. I'm sure you understand. I'll always try to do what's right, not just what is easy. Behind him, Harry thought he caught a glimpse of McGonagall smiling. Well, HRMPH, yes, Fudge stammered, shifting uncomfortably. He tried to steer the conversation, but his hints failed to persuade Harry to defend the Ministry of Magic or the mess they found themselves in. Before long, Fudge was on his way. Harry reflected on his year. He had finished it successfully, albeit by the skin of his teeth. With the support of more friends than he had ever expected, he had made it through. And now, he could continue. Of course he could. One step after another,